I was just watching an adult film in the bathroom. But I found that this time, a once 30-second man, lasted a full minute. Just as I was wondering how I had become so strong, an unexpected event occurred. Ding! It detected that the host brother only lasted 30 seconds, which is quite embarrassing for a man. Click 666 in the comments to awaken the Macho system for you. Driven by curiosity, I instinctively clicked on it. This system is dedicated to creating Avengers using a 5-step strategy, with countless successful cases. Feel free to use it. What Avengers? I didn't even have time to blink. The phone screen suddenly switched automatically, and the first step is to sharpen your tools if you want to do a good job. Oh, they even included classical Chinese. I was just about to see what else is in store. A furious roar truly startled me. How daggone, I'm giving you 30 seconds. If you don't come out, you're done for today. Hearing that suddenly made my heart feel icy cold. I didn't even have time to tidy up the messy scene. I just pulled up my pants and rushed out. At the bathroom door stood a woman in professional attire, glaring at me. This woman is my boss, Su Yao. Oh no, this is bad. I quickly glanced at her and hurriedly looked down, putting on a charming smile. Hello, manager. Su Yao instinctively covered her nose with her hand and said with disgust, Did you just do that thing in there? I was taken aback and immediately denied. No way, absolutely not. Manager, I'm a really good person. How could I do such dirty things in the bathroom? Who would admit to something like that? Unless they're out of their mind. Unexpectedly, Su Yao's next words made me feel like I was shooting myself in the foot. Well, it's already been half an hour. It's impossible for it to take that long. Damn, that's a direct personal attack. Honestly, if conditions allowed, I would love for this enchantress to experience what it means to be unable to stop. I hadn't even had time to fantasize about it. Su Yao disdainfully said, You slacked off during work hours, so I'm deducting 50 from your performance this month. Come to my office later to sign the penalty. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and left with a sway. What? A 50 deduction? Isn't it usually just 10? You can say I'm short, but deducting this much money is unacceptable. After all, lies don't hurt, but deducting money is deadly. So, before Su Yao could walk far, I was about to speak up to salvage the situation. Suddenly, I noticed something was off. It seemed like I had been pinched. Looking down, I was stunned. When did I have such a grand stature? Is this what the cross saying in the first part meant? Just as I was excitedly waiting for the second part to appear, a familiar voice rang in my ear again. Is it pretty? Don't make noise. I'm busy right now, I instinctively replied, not realizing anything was wrong. Do you want me to study it with you? As I realized something was off and looked up, a familiar face was beaming at me. I forced a smile and said, What a coincidence. Su Yao's face showed a dangerous expression. Yeah, what a coincidence. You're getting bolder, daring to watch films right at the bathroom door. Manager, you're wronging me. I was just learning how to become a macho man. Su Yao immediately interrupted. Alright, I hate men like you who dare to do things but won't admit it. Besides deducting 50 from your performance today, you'll also be fined a day's wage. Go to my office to sign it now. After saying that, she left without looking back. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the second part of the mighty eye, with the power of curiosity. The first strategy for the mighty host, the female lead, Su Yao. She loves skincare, has a soft spot for the number 69, is obsessed with power, and has a passion for stock trading. She admires wealth and a high-quality life but has recently incurred massive debts due to a stock market crash. To maintain her current lifestyle and recover her losses, she is willing to take risks by misappropriating company funds. I rubbed my eyes repeatedly to confirm I wasn't seeing things, and then I was instantly overjoyed. As the saying goes, a true hero doesn't hold a grudge overnight. Today, I'll make Su Yao, this enchantress, experience the taste of a macho man's explosive output. Why did you take so long to come in? Didn't you understand what I just said? As soon as I entered the office, Su Yao's blunt questioning hit me, but I didn't take it to heart. I quietly turned around, closed the door, and locked it just in time. Seeing this, Su Yao sneered, So you want to save face, huh? Let's see about that. In your heart, what's more important, money or face? Su Yao deliberately let out her suppressed curves slightly, wondering what was going on. Weren't we supposed to come in for a scolding? Why is there a benefit now? Since I didn't want to miss out, I took a few more glances. Su Yao didn't back down, coldly saying, You openly slacked off in the office. That's a 150 fine. I'm speechless. Are you dissatisfied? Then please shout 3 times at the door, Manager, I was wrong, please forgive me, and I'll waive your penalty. I was first taken aback by her words. Then I coldly questioned, Manager, isn't this a bit too broad? It seems there's no such clause in the department's penalty regulations. Besides, I only glanced at you a few times, it shouldn't take that long. Suyao looked at me with a face of amateurism. I'm the department manager. The final interpretation lies with my department. I can add a penalty clause right now. After saying that, Suyao showed a look of amusement. She wanted to see which was more important to me, money or face. Seeing this situation, I decided to stop pretending. I swaggered over, sat down on the nearby sofa, and propped my legs up, looking at Suyao with the same expression. Seeing this, Suyao's anger erupted instantly. How dagon, did I give you face? Who told you to sit down? Get up right now, or you'll face the consequences. Saying this, she threw a resignation letter at me. Manager, you really care about the company, even throwing out resignation letters instead of termination notices. If you want me to resign, that's fine. But you need to consider the consequences. After all, you wouldn't want that kind of thing to get out, would you? That kind of thing makes me think about the consequences. After a moment of shock, Suyao immediately sneered. How dagon, you're not thinking you've watched too many dramas, are you? Do you think a few casual words can threaten me? I think it's necessary to remind you that this isn't some puppet show, and I'm not a woman who can be manipulated in your mind. I finished listening and looked at Suyao with a seemingly smiling but not smiling gaze, greedily admiring Suyao's exceptionally voluptuous figure. Later, in a very teasing tone, said, Manager Su, what if I expose your misappropriation of company funds to General Liu? Will he check thoroughly at the first moment and use you as an example to warn others? Huh? At the same time the words fall? In Suyao's eyes flashed a hint of panic, then she sneered and said, Is this your so-called trump card, the means to threaten me? I advise you to stop daydreaming. After Suyao finished speaking, she turned her back directly and didn't even dare to look at me, which made me even more certain that Suyao was flustered. There is a saying that explanation is a cover-up, and cover-up is the truth. After listening to Suyao's words, I didn't say a word. Walking directly and briskly towards the door, from the moment I left the office, Suyao would fall into endless worry. It won't be long before she definitely asks me to come back. A few minutes later, Suyao in the office was in a state of confusion and somewhat at a loss. After intense ideological struggle, Suyao still decided to simplify the complex problem and solve it with an open heart. After a brief hesitation, she picked up her phone and dialed my number. In a corner of the building, I answered Suyao's call. Does Manager Su have something to discuss with me? I laughed and said at the first moment, you know the answer but still ask. Suyao was clearly holding back her anger. Then you have wronged me, manager. I am a bit slow-witted and really don't understand what you mean. Why don't you explain it to me? Otherwise, I am really afraid that I will misunderstand and accidentally walk into the wrong office and say something I shouldn't have said, which would be a bit troublesome. After adjusting her inner emotions, Suyao said in a slightly submissive tone, Brother, you come in first. After all, we are colleagues in the same department. When we look up, we don't see each other, but when we look down, we do. If there are any requests, we can discuss them privately and find common ground while respecting our differences. There's no need to make things so unpleasant. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. Deep down, I still like your rebellious demeanor. Why have you softened up? Why not try to change back? Maybe if you scold me a few more times and make me feel better, I'll agree. Suyao in the office was immediately taken aback upon hearing this. After a moment's hesitation in picking up the piece of paper, Suyao asked directly, So, what will it take for you to come in? As soon as these words were spoken, my mouth corners can no longer suppress their curvature, and the smile on my face is showing a tendency to accumulate without being able to hold back. The manager said you might not believe it. I have always been a good man, especially listening to my girlfriend and wife, but unfortunately, I have neither a girlfriend nor a wife. How about this, you call me husband, maybe that will make me go in. Upon hearing this, Suyao immediately felt her bones tighten. Suyao felt an indescribable feeling in her heart, but this time she did not hesitate too much. Before my words had completely fallen, I unexpectedly called out to my husband at an unexpected speed, Can you come in for a moment? Isn't this woman just so casual? She didn't even struggle and just shouted it out. It's not okay to shout it out so easily to a man with whom she has no emotional foundation. I can't accept this. I am starting to implement the final interpretation rights. Manager, you can't do this either. It's just like a robot. The words spoken are devoid of any emotion, making it hard for me to feel the essence of having a partner. In the face of such shameless remarks, even Suyao struggles to endure. It is inevitable to grit my teeth a little. Fortunately, you are being unreasonable, and I won't be pretentious. I will directly and generously admit it. Not bad, I am just being unreasonable, but manager, you can't blame me for this. The reason I look like this is completely due to the influence from above. So I feel that what I am doing now is actually not excessive at all. At this moment, Su Yao is temporarily unwilling, but she has to convince herself for the sake of everything she has. Honey, I miss you. Can you come in now? Anyway, we have to prepare for the sacrifice. Su Yao simply took out the super enhanced version. He didn't believe it, under such emotional and charming, irresistibly spoiled tone of coquetry. This big root can still pick out thorns, but I naturally can't pick out thorns because I never thought Su Yao would be in such a hurry, caught off guard. I almost lost my phone due to a moment of distraction. After several seconds, I finally calmed down from the shock earlier. Manager, oh manager. I originally thought you were not a casual person, but I didn't expect that when you are casual, it really feels a bit inhuman. Honestly confess, is this your truest self? Stop talking nonsense, I have done as you requested. Shouldn't you also fulfill your promise? I answered without hesitation. Of course, a gentleman's word is hard to chase even with 4 horses. I have always been someone who speaks and acts decisively. A few minutes later, I had just entered the door of Su Yao's office. Su Yao, who was hiding behind the door, couldn't wait to close the door and lock it, feeling bewildered that you hadn't reacted to this matter. Su Yao did not answer directly, but instead said with a face full of doubt, "What do you mean? It's clearly only this little distance. Why did it take so long to come in?" When I saw this, I laughed. I was wondering what was going on, but it turned out to be like this. The manager said you might not believe it. I was just about to reach the door of General Manager Lu's office. If it weren't for the years of friendship between us, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to come back. Quickly say how you should thank me. Su Yao saw me babbling here again, so she got straight to the point, because she knew the longer the delay, the only one who will suffer is herself. So tell me, what do you really want? Su Yao asked loudly. I smiled and looked at Su Yao, letting me think about it. While speaking, my gaze remained fixed on the mountains in front of her, not moving away. When Su Yao saw this, she suddenly raised her hand. I thought this woman was going to resist, but what happened next caught me off guard. I know your thoughts, so let's not waste time on these trivial matters. Just tell me, to what extent do you want me to go before you let me go? Su Yao spoke while looking at me in a way she had never done before, gazing at the completely different Su Yao in front of her. I was a bit taken aback, but Su Yao wouldn't give me extra time to think. She has always been a doer because she knows clearly. When a man's IQ is basically zero upon seeing certain things, he decides to exchange space for time. Thus his opportunity came, so he lowered his noble head and began the deep, swallowing work, just that simple. But I always feel like I'm the one at a disadvantage. An hour later, Hao Dagon, who has just returned to his workstation, looks at the screen in front of him and feels that something is not quite right. He felt like he had done something just now, but he hadn't done anything at all, just feeling empty in his body. Could it be that it was too fast? That's not right. It's been almost 50 minutes, and it's about to catch up with some gifted readers, or we could say it's an empty head after the fact. The requests made are too simple. The more Hao Dagon thinks about it, the more likely it seems. Sigh, let's just give it a try. At worst, I can find a chance to get back at them next time. After a burst of cursing, Hao Dagwa decisively threw those miscellaneous thoughts out of his mind. After glancing at the time and confirming it was almost 5 o'clock, I took out my phone to check the stocks, as the domestic stock market closed at 3 o'clock. It's already been almost 2 hours, so the final result should be out by now. Although he is 99% sure that the hidden hint won't cause any problems. One is not afraid of 10,000, but afraid of 1 in 10,000. If he doesn't personally take a look to confirm, he won't feel at ease no matter what. You should know that those $100,000 were all borrowed by him online through high-interest loans. It would really be a disaster if something happens. He has a big root, so he really needs to enjoy it, the excitement of beautiful women coming for collection services. Storm technology increased by 10.1%, with a profit of 20,151 yuan, that's it, just that simple. Looking at the 20,000 yuan profit in front of him, Dejen felt as if he were in another world, and it didn't seem very real to him, so he clicked in to take a look at the wiring of Storm technology. Confirmed that the stock price is firmly flying on the limit up board, and then he immediately became so excited that he couldn't help himself. Relying on his brother, he really made it big in the future. Perhaps because he was too excited, Hao Dagon momentarily couldn't control his emotions and couldn't help but pound the table. The sudden explosion sound immediately drew the attention of many people, but fortunately, everyone had an attitude of it's none of my business and remained indifferent. The sound has nothing to do with oneself, and one buries oneself in becoming a shooter. It is obvious that everyone has been tamed to a large extent, but of course, there are exceptions to everything. Jiang Jia, this guy, somehow, after disappearing for half a day, was actually shaken out by Hao Dagon with a single blow, and just as he returned to his seat, just started to make faces at Hao Dagon, was the feeling just now. How Dagon was instantly shocked. What the hell? How does this guy know he was just here? Could it be that that woman Su Yao has a special preference? Install a camera in the office for secret live streaming. Just when How Dagon was a bit flustered, this guy Jiang Jia indeed spoke up again. Hey, what kind of expression is this? It's just that I was locked in the office by the manager and scolded for a few hours. It's not something to be ashamed of. Is it necessary to be so flustered? Knowing it's just a false alarm, How Dagon's face started to twitch, but Jiang Jia wouldn't let it go. What kind of expression is this, Dagon? I can tell you that my buddy took a big risk to buy something for you in order to comfort your hurt little heart by the manager. Before the words had even finished, Jiang Jia began to glance around, and when he saw the matchmaker approaching, he immediately took out an object from his pocket in a mysterious manner. A box for 19.9. Enough for you, How Dagon Jiang Jia, what's wrong? Is it still not enough? I told you, Daijing people need to recognize their own strength. This is enough for you to use for a few months. But How Daijing still remains silent. A silent person turned slightly to showcase their surging strength. At first, Jiang Jia didn't understand what he meant and pointed directly, talking aimlessly about a big root. I told you, when you reward yourself in the future, remember to take good care of your brothers too. It's easy to suddenly get athlete's foot. By the way, I went for a walk around the village near the company the day before yesterday and found that there really aren't many chickens at one family's place. How about I give you some? When it came to this, it suddenly stopped, as if it had discovered something extraordinary, and erupted with profanity. Just when How Dagon thought that the other party was astonished by his substantial capital, Jiang Jia's next words almost made him freeze in place. I rely on Dejen. Are you taking advantage of me not going to sneak a bite anymore, with lipstick marks all over your mouth and collar? What lipstick print? What lipstick print? At first How Dagon didn't react, only thinking that this guy Jiang Jia couldn't stand the stimulation of directly staring at the tide of the giant dragon and was talking nonsense. However, he immediately thought that what the other party said was very likely true, because after coming out of the office, he was so exhilarated that he did not take care of the aftermath. As expected, he just slightly reached out and touched his face, and his fingertips had a hint of rosy color. This scene immediately made Jiang Jia furious. Leaning on Dejen, you don't have any eyes, quickly tell me which girl is so blind. How could you actually like this guy? Dejen ignored him and just opened the phone camera, quietly destroying the evidence in front of Jiang Jia. Seeing this situation, Jiang Jia became even more scolding. It's not Dejen, you have the guts to do this behind your brother's back. Why don't you have the guts to admit it? Brothers are connected with you at heart, thinking about going to eat chicken with you after work, but you actually played mind games with me and secretly hooked up with a girl. Destroying evidence again. I'm telling you, if you don't tell the truth, my friend might start spreading rumors. As he spoke, it seemed he suddenly remembered something. Suddenly widening his eyes, he looked at How Dagon with a face full of disbelief. Hey, Dagon, you wouldn't really be unable to resist the temptation and take the bait, would you? When I just came back, I saw Sister Zhou covering her mouth, running all the way to the toilet, and How Dagon is very annoyed right now. So I decided to use my rights to be a little willful. Jiang Jia, if you don't shut up, do you believe the manager will come out and help me deal with you? Let you know what it means to joke around. How is it possible? Jiang Jia started, maybe didn't pay attention to the second half of How Dagon's words, shaking his head to indicate disbelief, but immediately, it was as if he heard something that shocked his worldview, and he became instantly dumbfounded. You look like you're messing with me. It's not a big deal. Are you trying to scare me? What the manager means by loving you is, the lipstick sound on your face belongs to the manager, possibly because he is afraid of being heard by others. Jiang Jia spoke softer and softer. But the expression on his face has become unprecedentedly exaggerated, while How Dagon looks indifferent. So what do you think? Jiang Jia shook his head desperately. Absolutely impossible. You definitely are unwilling to admit the fact that Joe Jia took over. So that's why I said that. It must be like this. But looking at the confident expression on How Dagon's face, Jiang Jia felt that he didn't seem to be lying. So, thousands of words come together to form 4 words full of resentment. It's not for no reason. We're both losers, so why are you the one I like? This doesn't make sense. How Dagon scoffed with disdain. Loser, please, isn't there a difference in size? Some are big shots, while others are small fries. Can the treatment be the same for both sides? What else does Jiang Jia want to say? Suddenly realized that the office door opened at this moment, and then he was sanctioned. Jiang Jia, come in for a moment. When Suyao's slightly hoarse voice came from inside, he finally realized that How Dagon was not joking. So he immediately flattered Dejen with a smile. You know, Buddy has always regarded you as a brother. How Dejen did not speak. Just lightly spread out his right hand. The meaning is very clear. Spend money to eliminate disasters. Jiang Jia immediately understood upon seeing this. I gritted my teeth and took out a stack of cash from my pocket. 800 yuan, this is the money I'll use to chase girls in the village tomorrow. I'll give it all to you. It is obvious that he intends to post bail and protect the fees, attempting to gain lifelong protection by sacrificing once. Hao Dagon was also not polite. After receiving the money, he started counting it in a pretentious manner. Yes, that's right, it's 800 yuan, that's a good condition. Old Jiang always brings this much money to the village. If I remember correctly, isn't 80 enough? Jiang Jia hurriedly accompanied with a smile and said, not at all. Just when he thought that Hao Dagon would help him avoid today's troubles and even all future troubles after receiving the money. A scene that caught Jiang Jia off guard appeared. Hao Dagon refunded the money. Alright, Lao Zhang, my buddy was just bragging, and you really believed it? Not to mention anything else, just the manager's appearance and figure, being able to submit to me. Jiang Jia was instantly stunned. Then what you just said was so certain, and the office door is so big with both hands spread out. It's just a coincidence. Let's put it this way, my buddy, if you don't do this, are you willing to give me the money? Then this is 700 yuan to return to you. As for the other 100 yuan, it was promised to me by you, so I reluctantly accepted it. After saying this, Hao Dagon got up and left in the midst of Jiang Jia's astonished gaze, only leaving him standing there in a daze. That unknown secret, not long after the wash basin. Looking at the slightly red skin in the mirror, Hao Dagon couldn't help but complain. Su Yao, could it be that this woman is using some inferior product? If not, why is it so hard to wipe off? After taking a closer look and confirming that there are no traces on it, he turned around and prepared to leave. Who would have thought that as soon as they turned around, they almost bumped into two big mountains after just taking 2 steps, and when they looked up, they found it was actually Su Yao. Seeing him, Hao Dagon immediately smiled, revealing 8 big white teeth, saying, what a coincidence, I'm not hungry at the moment. Do you want me or not? Su Yao ignored him and turned to leave. Hey, manager, why are you ignoring me? Hao Dagon blocked the way ahead. Showing her 8 big white teeth again, this time Su Yao didn't leave, but said with a vigilant face, fortunately, you promised the 3 rules. Do you want to go back on your word? Hao Dagon, however, had a face full of grievance. What did the manager say? One day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. We've been together for at least a little while. You shouldn't be so cold after just one visit. Besides, weren't you quite satisfied at the time, Su Yao? It seems I underestimated the shamelessness of the man in front of me, but thinking back to the various things that happened not long ago, Su Yao's attitude has slightly softened. This man has so many shortcomings that he can't count them, but his strengths are indeed very prominent. It can barely be considered complimentary. Go ahead, what do you want to do? Su Yao asked, and Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned. Here, Su Yao didn't understand why he suddenly acted this way, looking at him with a face full of confusion, while Hao Dagon inexplicably became shy. The manager is not very good, right? The bathroom is often visited by people. Su Yao understands now. To be honest, he really wants to hit someone. Hao Dagon didn't pay much attention to that, and just continued his performance. Of course, if the subject was the manager. I am also not unwilling to make a small sacrifice. Su Yao really didn't want to pay attention this time, so she just walked in directly. Hao Dagon, seeing this, also didn't leave. After the eyes turned around, they turned their heads and followed. At 6:30 p.m., room 1202, building 3, Gaoka Community. Hao Dagon rarely gets off work early, and he encountered an unbearable scene. Grass monkey, you are such an exhibitionist. Looking at the roommate who was unbuttoning his pants, Hao Dagon couldn't help but curse loudly. It turns out it's you. I thought someone wanted to rob my buddy of his color. Ho Liangping saw that the person who came was Hao Dagon, and not only did he not stop his actions, but instead intensified them. I envy you, Dejen, this is all capital. He turned around and proudly said, damn, that's really perverted, while Hao Dejen expressed his disdain. You are just jealous, okay? Ho Liangping retorted, and besides, didn't you used to like competing with your buddies for endurance? Why are you backing down this time? Come on, Big Root, let's have another round. As he spoke, he pointed to the notebook on the coffee table, the Miyuki Warehouse Sales Collection book, which hasn't started broadcasting yet. If he wins me, he will be yours. Hao Dagon's mouth twitched, not in a good mood. Sorry, my buddy likes practice. Only losers would engage in mental supplementation. I can't stand it anymore. I want to truly test my skills with you, and Hao Dagon won't lock up either. Roll up your sleeves directly, exposing your biceps. Are you sure that people's nicknames, more or less, are related to certain characteristics that exist in themselves? Ho Liangping is like a monkey, he lives up to his name. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is a few centimeters taller than Hao Dagon, almost reaching 1.8 meters. But the person is like a bamboo pole, only weighing a little over 110 pounds, while the weight has already reached 140. Once had a gym card, how Dagon compares, and that is being completely crushed. The main reason is still. After an in-depth discussion with Su Yao, how Dagon keenly discovered that the improvement brought by Up was not limited to just a part. Instead, it is all-encompassing, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the high-speed rail access. Damn it, a gentleman speaks but does not act, he simply does not stoop to your level. After comparing the dimensions of both sides and reviewing past achievements, Ho Liang-ping immediately turned his gun around, picked up the notebook on the table and walked towards the bedroom. Hey monkey, where are you going? How Dagon called out to stop the other person upon seeing this. He still has important things to do. Ho Liang-ping turned around, and they were not working together for different reasons. Although How Dagon seemed a bit speechless, but How Dagon still took out something from his pocket. Monkey, are you sure you want to go back to the house now? Not only is my buddy sure, but he's also certain. How? You still want to confront me? This is when Ho Liang-ping didn't notice that How Dagon was holding nuclear waste, with a tough demeanor. Then he immediately changed his expression because he saw spiritual food. Oh good boss, you have struck gold. Looking at the constantly jumping and moving cigarette in How Dagon's hand, Ho Liang-ping's eyes lit up directly. TSK, Huazi, still great China. There's no need for How Dagon to say anything, he happily walks back, coming, good boss, good brother. Teacher San's priority usage rights are handed over to you. My buddy's demands are not high, just give him 3 to 5 sticks, as Ho Liang-ping is craving for a smoke. Immediately approached like a pubescent male dog, offering a charming expression, and How Dagon saw this, immediately pushed him away with disdain. Go, first pull up the pants and then talk. Buddy doesn't have any special preferences. Ho Liang-ping nodded and bowed, obeying Boss How. A moment later, Ho Liang-ping started to make faces again. Boss How, you see, I've already given you the promise. How Dagon directly threw a bunch of unopened cigarettes over. Such a bold action instantly shocked Ho Liang-ping. It's not to Jen. Are you running out of time or something? Why have you suddenly become so generous? This is a pack of Huazi that costs 100. It's not the double happiness that costs 5 yuan a pack. Both sides have been renting together for many years, and they basically understand each other's personalities. He has never seen How Dagon so straightforward before. How Dagon loves to smoke. If he doesn't smoke, then forget it. Why ask so many questions? While saying this, How Dagon reached out to take it back. Don't let Ho Liang-ping stop him quickly. He just casually said how you took it seriously. How Dagon didn't continue, just took out a Zippo lighter. Indicating to have one first, Ho Liang-ping, who was already craving a cigarette, didn't think much and directly put it in his mouth. Moments later, smoke began to swirl. How Dagon glanced at his friend who was smoking passionately and began to talk about serious matters. Monkey, you know, I've always regarded you as a good brother. Ho Liang-ping took a deep breath and said, we are good brothers. If that brother asks to borrow money from you, would you lend it? Ho Liang-ping was momentarily stunned, and he almost choked without exhaling the puff of smoke. It's not Dagon, what did you just say? How Dagon had a calm expression, didn't I just make it clear? Wait, what kind of expression is this? Didn't we say we are good brothers? Why does it feel like my father has died? Ho Liang-ping started to become agitated, immediately getting angry and saying, damn it, I said that being overly attentive without reason is either treachery or theft. This is both for Huazi and actively lighting a cigarette. I thought you kid had figured it out and started to be filial to me, your adoptive father. I didn't expect that you actually have your eyes on my buddy's little assets. No way, I won't lend it, not even if you beat me to death. This is all my buddy has as a capital for his wife, and you still want to mess with it. How Dagon saw this and didn't say much more, just confirmed again that he really wouldn't lend it to Ho Liang-ping, affirming that he absolutely wouldn't lend it, even if he died. Unless it's about inheritance. How Dagon only nodded this time and did not speak again. He was not surprised by this situation. In this day and age, those who are willing to lend money often have a bit of true love in it. The reason he brings it up is simply to increase his principal a bit. It's good to make more money in the stock market. Since it's not possible, then forget it. However, when Ho Liang-ping saw How Dagon like this, he took the initiative to approach. It's not to Jen, are you really short on money? How to Jen glanced at him, the more the better, Ho Liang-ping is really in a hurry. Of course, How Dagon would not tell outsiders, not even his relatives, about stock trading and the appearance of hidden hints, so when faced with Ho Liang-ping's inquiry, does just intentionally mentioning the celestial beings jump count? Ho Liang-ping was silent for a moment, then he said, it's still that card number, right? How Dagon hasn't nodded yet, and the notification for the 20,000 yuan deposit just rang out. Don't think it's too little, My buddy hasn't worked for several months, and this is all there is. Not a monkey, this guy is really his own brother, unexpectedly giving so much. How Dagon is really moved. I planned to say a few words to make Dad feel good, but Ho Liangping suddenly spoke up, completely dispelling the emotions I had worked so hard to build up. I love big root buddies like this. Can you lend me your wife for a while? Ho Liangping loves love. What kind of expression is this? Bro just transferred 20,000 yuan to you, is it really just a plastic doll? Is it necessary? How Dagon finally couldn't help but speak up. Is that an ordinary doll? That is the special edition of Hatsune Miku's Ho Liangping, so there's no room for negotiation. How Dagon has to pay more, so forget it, buddy. If I lend you money again, my buddy will have to sell blood to make a living, he said, as if he remembered something. His eyes lit up and he asked, by the way, Dejen? Were you also playing that Dream of the Red Chamber before, and you had a high-level account? Why are you suddenly asking about this? How Dagon looked at him with some confusion, wondering how this guy could think one thing after another. He almost didn't react in time. However, Ho Liangping's words reminded him that it seemed possible to sell some valuable game accounts from the past. Maybe he can gain some more skills. Hey, wait a minute, the most valuable thing under his hands seems to be that dream account. If I remember correctly, it seems to be a max-level character. How Dagon is reminiscing, and Ho Liangping indeed leaned over again, making faces. That big-rooted daughter-in-law, you don't mind if I borrow this game account, right? After all, you have to work overtime every day. Why should we neglect others? How Dagon thought for a moment and felt that refusing again seemed a bit inappropriate. Besides, that broken thing in Dream Fantasy seems quite troublesome to sell an account. It seems like it takes half a month to wake up, and by the time the money arrives, the yellow flower vegetables will be cold. So How Dagon directly insisted, why are you in such a hurry? I'll just send you the account password directly. However, Ho Liangping was not pleased and immediately urged him not to look back. Now I'll deal with you, don't forget to get the general's order certified. While saying this, he picked up the notebook that had been thrown aside. The games are all downloaded, just waiting for you to log in. How Dagon understands now, this guy is definitely prepared. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm also forced by life. It's been several months without work. I have to find an opportunity to earn some money. Otherwise, it will become a situation of sitting and eating away the mountains. Ho Liang, with his thick-skinned expression, became strange and hurriedly said. How Dagon was indeed stunned upon hearing this. Wait a minute, monkey, are you saying you plan to make money from a broken game? What else could Ho Liangping do? After speaking, he urged again, be quick and don't just talk without action. How Dagon saw this and didn't say anything. While recalling, he started to log into the cloth. After a while, the familiar sound of music began to emerge in the room. I wiped the Sumeru East Realm. Your account level is not low, Ho Liangping said excitedly. How Dagon is talking nonsense. My buddy's character is at max level. As he speaks, How Dagon moves his fingers and starts to open the character interface. From 4 to 175 big dragons. After seeing How Dagon's account situation, Ho Liangping immediately seized control of the notebook. Started to excitedly scan above. Skills are almost all 160. Equipment is available. The pet is still here. The hunting skills are maxed out. Haha, it's done. My buddy's plan is going to succeed. Hearing this, the old player How Dagon also roughly understood Ho Liangping's meaning, and immediately said with a face full of disbelief, monkey, don't you dare tell me, you little brat. You want to make money by catching babies in winter. What's the difference between this and buying a lottery ticket? However, Ho Liangping did not take this seriously upon hearing it. Big Root, you don't understand. What you're talking about is a non-legend, but my buddy has the luck of a European emperor. How can those people compare to me? Besides, my buddy has bought the account. There's no point in saying more now. While speaking, Ho Liangping took out his phone and opened the treasure pavilion. There are 4 accounts with 175 inside, and the purchase records are neatly displayed above. What else can How Dagon say? He is also very desperate. This broken game of Dream Fantasy has been around for over 10 years, and people are selling accounts and exiting. This guy actually spent tens of thousands to take over, really brainless. If I had these tens of thousands of dollars to lend him, it would definitely be counted as done. Now that things have come to this, saying more is useless. 1,000 words and 10,000 phrases are condensed by How Dagon into one sentence. Monkey, you are really awesome, Ho Liangping, you flatter me. That big square root is mine to use first. Before I finished speaking, this guy excitedly walked into the room with his computer. Clearly planning to try the feel first, How Dagon didn't say anything upon seeing this. After all, the person borrowed 20,000 yuan. A broken game account, so what if it gets taken away directly? Anyway, he doesn't lose anything. But soon, How Dagon experienced what is called the true fragrance law. ID 54188 game account is currently in a lucky period, if you use it for refining monsters within 10 minutes. Within 5 times, you will definitely get a 13 skill child medicine, 54188 refining demon 13 skill child. After a moment of daze, how Dagon immediately reacted. This is a hidden hint that has refreshed, and this ID. Isn't it just the character account he just had? Thinking of this, he hurriedly rushed into Ho Liangping's bedroom. How Dagon's sudden appearance in the bedroom startled Ho Liangping. Damn it, Dagon, why did you appear behind me like a ghost? Speak honestly. Are you coveting my beauty, wanting to take a shortcut? As the saying goes, the more you explain, the more questions arise. How Dagon gave a strange look to Ho Liangping. Then he impatiently said, "Get lost, there's no time to explain, I feel it coming." Saying this, he took the computer from the other person's hands and placed it on the table to operate it. Damn, do you feel it coming? Are you looking for your limited edition Hatsune Miku? Why are you stealing my computer? At first, Ho Liangping was a bit confused, but after he realized it, he immediately became furious, relying on his buddy to understand. You want to take away Teacher Song's first time? No way, bro, I absolutely won't be this substitute. Quickly return my notebook. Just when this guy wanted to take back control of the computer, how Dagon's next move really stunned him. What the hell, Big Root, you feel it coming? Is it directed at the ancient spirit? No, it's the Dragon Prince. You actually have this hobby? I should have said earlier, I actually feel like I've wasted my words. Why did you start recharging? You borrowed 20,000 yuan from a buddy just to top up for a game. You are not human, I want to hug you. Ho Liangping was just talking about the mobile unit when he realized his mouth was blocked, and only then did he react. It was How Dagon who used the large ham he had placed on the table, which he hadn't finished eating, and took it down. He was just about to continue with his previous endeavor. Was stunned by the scene in front of him, and then he let out an excited roar. Wow, Dejen, you're pressing down too hard. Bro, I can't take it anymore. Monkey, are you sick? Yelling like this, others will think we have some kind of improper relationship. Ho Liangping seems to have also realized that his reaction just now was too intense, and he awkwardly scratched his head. But the excited expression on the face did not diminish at all. Just like you, really, the 13 skills child was just casually released. This must be at least tens of thousands of yuan. How Dagon smiled proudly. Isn't that so? The promised feeling has arrived, and it has indeed come. Did you really think my buddy was joking with you? He actually didn't expect it to happen so soon. It was supposed to be within 5 times, but it happened the first time. However, it's a bit of a pity that he wasn't bold enough to gamble with the embryo containing special skills, so the child produced here, although said to have decent talent, is estimated to be priced at only a few tens of thousands, as Ho Liangping said, but so what, don't look down on that little amount. But many people work hard for a year to earn an income, and he just spent less than 2 minutes on it, right? What's the point of a bicycle like this? Thinking about it, he hung the cylinder he made on the treasure cabinet, priced at 128,888. The price has been set, just waiting for someone to cut it, and beside him, Ho Liangping saw this and immediately moved closer. That silly Big Root, we are all brothers, how can a Big Root not understand his meaning? Immediately showing an ambiguous expression. After the monkey's task was accomplished, they warmed up together, had a massage, and the next day before 8 o'clock, How Dagon arrived at the company early. Did he suddenly become motivated? No, it's because he wants to exercise in the morning. A few minutes later, Su Yao also arrived. Good morning, manager. How Dagon took the initiative to greet, and when Su Yao saw him coming, she quickly pulled away, then looked at him with a vigilant gaze. Fortunately, what kind of madness are you having today? Why did you come so early? Their company doesn't start work until 8:30. In general, there are basically no people in the department before 8:25, which is why Su Yao said that. Facing Su Yao's vigilance, How Dagon didn't take it seriously and only showed 8 big white teeth. With a silly smile, he replied, "Don't you want to experience this?" So when she heard this, Su Yao immediately retorted, "I think you've come to understand it, right? I warn you, I have important things to prepare later, so don't mess around." Saying this, Su Yao walked into the office with a rhythmic de-de-de sound. It seems that he really wants to escape this place of right and wrong. How could How Dagon miss this opportunity? He immediately chased after him and said, "Wait for me. Manager, I really have important matters to report. If you don't let me finish, I will feel unwell." 9:10 in the small meeting room of the company. Su Yao hurried in holding a folder, and as soon as she sat down, her best friend leaned in and started chattering. "What's going on, Su Yao? This is about to start, and you just arrived. Don't you know today's meeting is very important?" Su Yao didn't say anything. only quickly took out a small mirror to tidy up her appearance, and reapplied some lipstick, and only after seeing everything was normal did she let out a long sigh of relief. When her best friend Lee Xin saw her, she immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Why does Su Yao look so hurried? Did something happen?" Su Yao wouldn't reveal what just happened, only perfunctorily saying, "What could happen to me? I'm just too serious about my work. I almost forgot about the meeting." After listening, Lee Xin didn't say anything, just kept looking at Su Yao with a pair of peach blossom eyes. This is from top to bottom, from bottom to top, and in the end, it actually got into action. "Hey, what are you doing? There are people watching everywhere." After knocking off her best friend's lewd hand, Su Yao said somewhat guiltily, "I was in a hurry just now and didn't have time to deal with the aftermath. I don't know if there is any evidence left." She was worried, but Lee Xin, who had been staring at her, suddenly spoke up. "And the gaze is not just ordinary gossip, it has raised Su Yao's heart to her throat. Honestly confess. Are you secretly looking for a boyfriend behind my back? Hey, don't be in a hurry to deny it. I'm not that kind of naive girl. I definitely won't misread even this little thing." Seeing Su Yao speak, Lee Xin quickly interrupted and pointed at his face, affirming, "I have been paying attention for a long time. Let's not mention your suddenly flushed face for now. Just the way you suddenly look radiant is not something that can happen under normal circumstances. According to my understanding, this will only happen when the heat is gone, so stop pretending." Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Lee Xin immediately took the opportunity to say, "Who is that man, who can actually win the favor of our Su Yao, the beautiful Su, and quickly clear everything?" Fang Zhe asked me to guess, is it Li Jia from the technical department, or Sun Li from the administrative department who has been pursuing you for a long time? While saying this, Lee Xin was still staring at Su Yao's expression, as if trying to find a clue from it. After failing to guess correctly twice in a row, he instantly fell into a dilemma, and after a few seconds, he burst out with a self-assured name, "I know, it must be her. The new general manager of the company upstairs is handsome and stylish, with a strong physique, and speaks to my best friend as if it's a riddle." Su Yao just pretended not to hear, letting it go in one ear and out the other. As for the so-called boyfriend, it was purely non-existent. In his view, that fortunate one can at most be considered a talking tool now, if it weren't for his outstanding qualities. Moreover, holding onto his weakness, Su Yao will never have any contact with such a person outside of work in her entire life. Not to mention time and again, little do they know, it is at this moment that Su Yao's face shows an ambiguous expression. Immediately let her best friend Lee Xin beside her confirm the previous guess. Su Yao is definitely that person without a doubt. Unexpectedly, "You quietly took that person down, so quickly say how you will compensate me. That was originally the talent I had my eye on." Faced with Lee Xin's repeated speculation, Su Yao still responded with unchanging calmness, neither admitting nor denying. Watching her about to say some nonsense again, Lu Yao immediately changed the subject and leaned in to quietly bring up the matter, steering the conversation to the current issue that both of them were most concerned about. "Lee Xin, isn't your cousin being a mistress at the headquarters? Have you found out any news these days? Which path is our new director Lu taking?" What kind of expression is this? Why are you rolling your eyes? Alright, it's not a mistress, it's a personal secretary. Is this acceptable? Making a heart gesture is about right, as long as we are clear about that kind of thing in our hearts, after a few grumbles when we are not satisfied. The two best friends gathered together to whisper. Little did they know that every move they made at that moment is being watched by a pair of beautiful eyes not far away. In the office, Hao Dagon is just in time to welcome the stock market opening. Suddenly, I sneezed loudly and almost bumped my head against the table. Wait, could it be that someone is talking about me? Feeling somewhat inexplicable, Hao Dagon muttered a remark and turned his gaze back to the screen in front of him. The stock market has just finished the pre-market bidding not long ago, and it is in the critical time before the opening. He has no time to pay attention to trivial matters. Yesterday I bought 100,000 yuan worth of Storm Technology at 10 yuan per share and made a profit of 20,000 yuan. And today this stock has hit the limit up again during the bidding phase. In other words, if I sell at a price of 13.46 yuan per share now, in the past 2 days, I haven't done anything, yet I've earned the money that would take 9 months of hard work and overtime to make. This stock trading is really making money. Compared to the one with 13 skills that was combined last night in Fantasy Westward Journey and hasn't been sold yet, Hao Dagon feels that the solid string of numbers appearing before him has the greatest impact on him. One must know that as long as he sells the stocks later, this money can be credited at any time, and this is the only drawback. Just that the hidden hints haven't refreshed yet, looking at the stock market that has already started trading. There is also the information that has been hanging in front of us, about Storm Technology hitting the limit up yesterday, How Dagon said with a hint of disappointment. Could it be that this hidden hint about the stock is also a one-time thing? It shouldn't be, as it hasn't been revealed like the other hints that have been released. Not long after, it disappeared, and while thinking about the scene in front of me, it really didn't startle How Dagon. Old G's 400,000 limit order for, means limit up, still had someone selling, and seeing the rapidly increasing trading records of Storm Technology, How Dagon instantly got anxious. Didn't care about anything else, just directly dumped all the stocks in hand. What I can hold on to is real, otherwise it's just nonsense. After the transaction was successful, How Dagon complained somewhat angrily, because in the past, he had a tragic experience of turning 10,000 into 1,000 in a month. How Dagon naturally knows about excessive greed, the path that wise people themselves are deeply trapped in, but even so, he looked at the rapidly increasing limit up orders and still felt a bit regretful. This must be a trick by the garbage main force to scare people. It's all about collecting more chips, right? Before the guidance, Storm Technology experienced 3 consecutive days of inexplicable sharp declines, even hitting the limit down on the candlestick chart. Looking again at yesterday's ceiling that seemed to break through the sky, spanning multiple skeletal average price lines, the big bullish candlestick is so large, there's a kind of restlessness wanting to line up and rush in. Once this goes in, it won't be another takeover, right? Rationality and experience tell him that the probability is very high, but what if he misses the consecutive limit up? It's not a pity, but the greed in his heart keeps telling him that there must be something unusual behind the strange occurrence. The reason why the main force goes to such great lengths to obtain a few hundred million and create a floor and ceiling is definitely not something that can be simply concluded. Maybe starting tomorrow it will be a blank slate. After a fierce psychological struggle, How Dagon decided to pretend not to see it. What's done is done. If the hidden hints do not refresh, I will never touch stocks for the rest of my life. After making a harsh statement, How Dagon directly slammed his phone on the table, turned to look out the window, trying to use some previous memories to divert attention, and fortunately this method was very effective. In no time, How Dagon is not just feeling restless in his heart, even his body is starting to feel hot. Manager, oh manager, if only you were here at this moment, you could help me divert my attention. Gazing at the sun climbing to its highest point outside the window, How Dagon murmured to himself. On August 29th, SF Holdings stock price hit the limit up of 9.99%. This is a hidden hint that has refreshed again. Looking at the newly appeared red characters on the glass, How Dagon's pupils instantly locked, and then he quickly threw the unknown marks on it out of his mind. Turn around and pick up the phone. SF Holdings, with the continuous input of the thumb. Regarding the stock information of SF Holding, it quickly caught his eye, with a current stock price of 8.55 yuan, down 5%. What a good stock! Looking at the continuously falling stock price of SF Holdings, How Dagon suddenly became excited. Fall, the harder you fall, the more I will earn later. Watching the stock price plummet like a waterfall from 3,000 feet due to the sudden large order, How Dagon couldn't help but laugh out loud. If it hits the limit down later, he will definitely make a huge profit today, with a 10% return on Storm Technology. Plus this gives a 20% return. I calculated it, 12,300 plus 26,920 torn, that's almost 40,000. It's even more profitable than robbing a bank. I did nothing all day and earned almost a year's salary. It's absolutely amazing, okay? We must go eat chicken. Just as How Dagon was celebrating the stock price of SF Holdings about to plummet to the limit down, the K-line, which was originally falling rapidly, surprisingly did a deep squat and stood up, ready to rise again. What's going on? I just blinked, and in the time it took to open the champagne early, you went from a nearly limit down -9 points to -3 points. Is this playing with the golden needle too? Seeing the number of buy orders on the trading list increasing, How Dagon could no longer sit still. Gritting his teeth, he invested nearly 180,000 from his account, all in. He took out several online loans again before going to bed last night. If it weren't for the time needed for the bank's credit card review, he could have extracted more principal. There's nothing he can do. The original accumulation of capital is concealed like this, and Tiger has finally caught this train, watching the trading column successfully buy 200 lots at 8.88 yuan per share. That is to say, the news of 20,000 shares. How Dagon let out a sigh of relief. It turns out that human greed is insatiable, originally wanting to earn a bit more, but now it turns out well, earning 4 to 5 points less. Flying high, ever since it started, the stock price of SF Holdings has never turned back. How Dagon suddenly felt a bit anxious and uncertain in his heart. He began to understand. I'm simply not cut out for stock trading. Without hidden tips, I would be easily taken advantage of in no time. Not to mention, his mindset just now is a typical case of chasing highs and selling lows. Counting stocks is a big taboo. Sigh, forget it, why think so much? Whether earning more or less, isn't it still earning? What if this hidden hint disappears one day? They might as well wash their hands early. After a little self-medication, Hao Dagon directly put his phone in his pocket and began to turn a blind eye. He, who just yawned, was about to stand up and stretch his tense nerves, when suddenly a knock sounded from outside the office door. It was that woman Su Yao who came back, and Hao Dating's first reaction was this, but he immediately denied it, because who would knock on the door when returning to their own office? And this situation often means that someone else is coming, because bad things have been done here, plus it's the first time encountering this situation. Instinctively, Hao Dagon felt a bit anxious, waiting for the person at the door. After realizing that no one in the room was responding, he left. Who would have thought that what he feared would actually come true? After knocking on the door 3 times with no response, the person outside actually pushed the door open and entered, leaving Hao Dagon completely stunned. In a panic, he didn't have time to think much and quickly squatted down under Su Yao's desk. Then there was a series of clattering sounds, the sound of high heels in the office, and after a few seconds, a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in Balenciaga completely entered the view of Hao Dagon, who was curled up under the table at that moment. This silk, this leg, this high-heel shoe, along with this faint fragrance, is what Joe Jia secretly came to the desk for while Su Yao is no longer around. It may be because he was too focused on the matter at hand that Joe Jia did not notice Hao Dagon, who was so close to him. On the contrary, it is because of him personally, constantly searching for something on the table, that a pair of jade legs is getting closer and closer to Hao Dagon's line of sight, making Hao Dagon feel caught in a dilemma. It's neither good to look nor good not to look, saying that a woman's sixth sense is always accurate. If she stares for a long time, she might be discovered. This is really a mistake after mistake. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have crawled under the table. Meeting the other party openly would resolve everything. After much entanglement, Hao Dagon could only use other thoughts to distract himself. Otherwise, it really easily gets heated, and with the thoughts, gradually shifts from those constantly moving Balenciagas. Hao Dagon's thinking is gradually becoming active. Why did Joe Jia sneak into the office a little when Su Yao was not around? He has been pacing back and forth in front of the desk. Is he looking for something? Or is he installing something? Could it be that he also has secrets unknown to others? If I knew whether this secret could. The more he thought, the more confused Hao Dagon's mind became. Various thoughts floated in his head, some about events, others about people. It started with many events, but gradually evolved into many people. Even from 1 person to 2 people. And then 3? Perhaps it was because he was too engrossed in his thoughts that Hao Dagon didn't notice the outside noise growing quieter. When he finally reacted, he discovered a pair of curious eyes had appeared in front of him without him realizing it. Yo! What a coincidence! Hao Dagon greeted with a smile. Yeah, it is a coincidence. Joe Jia responded with a smile as well. Then, she furrowed her brows, looking at Hao Dagon in confusion. Xiao Feifei, what are you? Hao Dagon replied, you might not believe it if I told you. I'm helping the manager clean. Joe Jia, you know how the manager is a neat freak, always making things difficult for people. Joe Jia nodded, that doesn't sound like much of a problem. But Xiao Feifei, how did you end up cleaning under the table? Are you saying you wanted to peek at me because I came over? As she spoke, Joe Jia suddenly shyly covered her vital areas, looking startled. Hao Dagon. No, how did this woman take it a step further? I was just trying to avoid awkwardness and play along. Everyone should just turn a blind eye and let it go. And now you're making it into this. No way. I can't tolerate this. Even if you really have something, it doesn't matter. After a brief clash of thoughts, Hao Dagon made a decision. He would let this woman know what it meant to be a true warrior. So, in a way Joe Jia never expected, Hao Dagon uttered that profound saying. Joe Jia, you wouldn't want the manager to find out about what you just did, would you? An hour and a half later, Su Yao stormed back into the office. As soon as she entered, she threw the folder in her hand onto the sofa. This action startled Hao Dagon, who was lounging on it. Are you trying to murder your husband? Su Yao didn't respond, just continued to glare at him through gritted teeth. No, it should be said she was staring at the wall behind Hao Dagon. Unknowingly lost in thought, her strange demeanor piqued Hao Dagon's curiosity. What's wrong, manager? Did someone bully you? Tell my husband, I want her to pay. Upon hearing this, Su Yao finally shifted her attention to Hao Dagon. After hesitating for a while, she threw out a dissatisfied remark. Lu, you can only rely on that little leverage to be so arrogant in front of me. If you have the ability, get rid of that woman Lu Ruyan, and then you can tell me how you want me to stand. Really? Hao Dagon exclaimed in surprise. Su Yao was taken aback. You really can? Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon immediately played coy. Answer my question first. Su Yao gritted her teeth. Absolutely, if I go back on my word, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Hao Dagon nodded. That's quite a strong oath. Su Yao pressed on. I've made my vow, so you can tell me now, right? Hao Dagon, of course. He waved her over. Come a bit closer. I'm afraid the walls have ears. Su Yao? She was a bit confused about what this man was up to, but thinking that since he could get her leverage, he might also have a way to deal with that woman Lu Ruyan. Su Yao still leaned in. As Su Yao got closer, a sly smile flashed in Hao Dagon's eyes, but because he hid it well, Su Yao didn't notice at that moment. When she finally got close to Hao Dagon, she realized she seemed to have fallen into a trap. Lu, what do you mean? Watching the suddenly assertive Hao Dagon, Su Yao instantly became alert. Hao Dagon, however, remained unhurried, revealing his 8 big white teeth. Manager, I want to help you relieve some stress. Su Yao's pupils constricted at his words. Before she could react, she realized she had completely fallen into someone's trap. You bastard Lu, you. This bastard Lu only cares about himself, ignoring everything else, right? 2 hours later, Su Yao cursed while tidying up the office. After she finally managed to get everything in order and was about to lean back in her chair to rest for a moment, she discovered her calves were sore. Still standing like a golden rooster. What a deadbeat. I must have been blinded by a ghost to actually believe that guy's words. Just thinking about everything that had happened earlier, and that woman Lu Ruyan's veiled attacks during the meeting, made Su Yao furious. Her emotions surged rapidly. Then, another strange feeling began to linger in her heart. You wait, Lu. When I have money one day to solve this problem, I will make you pay. After gritting her teeth, Su Yao finally remembered there was something important she hadn't done. So, glancing at the time and confirming that the stock market had reopened in the afternoon, she hurriedly lit up the screen on her desk. The investment advisor in that group said that Icon Technologies stock has been rising slightly for several days, and it should hit the limit up in the next couple of days. I wonder what the situation is today. As she spoke, Su Yao opened the Dongfang Saifu app on her desktop and began to enter her password. Then, she was dumbfounded. Limit down? How is that possible? I put over $1 million in, how could it suddenly hit the limit down? Looking at Icon Technologies stock price being pressed down to the floor, along with that glaring 1 million sell order above, Su Yao felt like the sky had fallen. She spent thousands on a membership to get into the Stock Insider group, and this is the result? No way, Su Yao would not accept this. She had to confront that investment advisor for an explanation. Not long after. What's wrong, manager? I just left for a bit, and you started banging the table? You can't be thinking of me, right? Or thinking about being on top. Hao Dagon walked in carrying something and immediately saw Su Yao gritting her teeth, so in a good mood, he started to tease her. He shouldn't have said anything, but once he did, Su Yao found a new target for her venting and immediately shot back. Lu, didn't you just pat your legs and leave? Why are you back again? You're not welcome here. To be honest, Su Yao was really furious at this moment. She had just taken a screenshot to question that investment advisor, and the result was just a line. It's just a technical adjustment, tell her not to worry. Just wait a bit longer. What an international joke. I've already lost nearly 200,000, and she tells me it's a technical adjustment and to wait? As if she doesn't care about her own money. You should know, the money in the account was all borrowed from the company at the risk of going to jail. If this keeps up, Su Yao would never escape the clutches of this stinky man in front of her for the rest of her life. Hao Dagon naturally had no idea about Su Yao's current situation. He only felt that the woman in front of him was probably sick. Just a moment ago, she was sweetly calling him her husband. How long has it been since she turned her back on him? It must be said, it really is. But who cares, Hao Dagon wasn't here to date. If you don't show any affection, I won't care about you either. So, Hao Dagon also began to threaten in a sarcastic tone. Yes, I'm not welcome. After I turn around, I'll find a place that welcomes me to stay. If I remember correctly, the new general manager Lu's office seems to be quite large and impressive. Should we find an opportunity to take a look? Let me think. How about this afternoon? If General Manager Lu lets me in to take a look, I might as well return the favor. Otherwise, I wouldn't be honoring the respect she has for me. While saying this, Hao Dagon deliberately glanced at Su Yao not far away from time to time. It was practically full of threatening implications. Su Yao could clearly understand what this bastard meant. He was clearly trying to annoy her on purpose. Although she was 99% sure that he definitely wouldn't go, one could never be too careful. If that kind of thing really happened, wouldn't her previous sacrifices be in vain? Thinking of this, Suyao immediately suppressed the flames of anger in her heart and spoke to Hao Dagon with a different demeanor. Honey, I really didn't mean it just now. It was just because I was stimulated by other reasons. Can you forgive me this time? I truly won't dare again. Suyao knew that the man in front of her loved this kind of contrast in her submissive demeanor. Sure enough, before her words had completely fallen, the man she often wished to stab 1,000 times immediately smiled. Now that's more like it, manager. There's an old saying in Xia country, those who know the times are the wise. It seems you've grasped it quite well. Considering your good performance before, I'll forgive you this time. But you must remember, it won't be the same next time, otherwise, it won't be so easy to cover things up. Before he finished speaking, Hao Dagon looked at Suyao with an ambiguous gaze. It made her tense up. Having interacted so many times, she naturally knew what this bastard was implying. That kind of thing. She would never agree to it, even if it killed her. Unless. While Suyao was lost in thought, Hao Dagon's voice suddenly appeared beside her ear, startling her. Stop thinking about random things, manager, let's eat. Look, your favorite ham and egg stir fry. Suyao. Hao Dagon, hey, why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? Manager, if I remember correctly, you ordered takeout 10 times, and 8 of those were this dish, right? Suyao. To be honest, she really wanted to curse, but it seemed she couldn't find a reason to refute him. 10 minutes later, Hao Dagon finished his meal. Looking up, he found Suyao still there, looking at her phone and chewing slowly. Women are so slow. After a complaint, Hao Dagon downed the ice water the restaurant had sent over. Then he thought for a moment and walked over with a mischievous smile. Manager, are you done eating? Suyao, can't you see for yourself? Ha! This was going to be a repeat of earlier. It hadn't been long, and it was just like before. So, Hao Dagon started to act up again. I won't look. But feeding you is another story. Manager, if you don't eat quickly, should I feed you? Before he finished speaking, Hao Dagon started to make a move. This sudden action startled Suyao so much that she dropped her phone on the table. You, Lu, don't go too far. Even eating a meal. Suyao didn't finish her sentence, but she knew. He definitely understood her better than she did. Hao Dagon understood all too well, but this time he was just trying to scare Suyao and had no intentions in that regard. So, upon seeing her expression, he immediately said with a look of disbelief, Manager, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Even when eating, you're thinking about that kind of thing. Suyao. What else could she say? She could only pretend she hadn't heard anything and continue with what she was doing earlier. Otherwise, if she kept chatting with the man in front of her, she would be the one at a disadvantage. After all, a person without shame is invincible. Moreover, she still had leverage in the other person's hands. She could only be suppressed everywhere. However, when Hao Dagon saw Suyao reaching for the phone on the table, he suddenly stopped her. Wait! Suyao's pupils contracted at the sight? Hao Dagon, what do you mean? Are you trying to take my phone? Let me tell you, if you keep this up, we'll both be worse off. It seems you have quite a few unspeakable secrets on your phone, manager. Seeing Suyao's intense reaction, Hao Dagon instantly understood that she definitely had other undisclosed matters on it. And this matter was certainly not small. However, Suyao had actually misjudged Hao Dagon this time. He stopped her not for the phone, but because he noticed the chat records on the screen at that moment. It was very obvious. Suyao also realized this point, understanding that her earlier reaction was too intense. It was basically a case of, there's no silver here, inadvertently confessing. She was conflicted in her heart, wondering if the other party really intended to force her, whether she should just, or resist a bit before giving in. Hao Dagon finally spoke again. Manager, you must have lost quite a bit of money in stock trading, right? Suyao was taken aback. What does this bastard mean? Why is he suddenly asking this? Isn't he supposed to want something else? In an instant, a feeling of anxiety suddenly lingered in Suyao's heart. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Do you really want me like that? Looking at the expression on Suyao's face, Hao Dagon suddenly reached out to scare her. After being tossed around like this repeatedly, Suyao had long since become somewhat numb. She decided to just let it go. She didn't believe that the man in front of her was truly unyielding. He couldn't possibly be stronger than Zhao Zilong. Hao Dagon actually could be, but he felt that everything should be done in moderation. So, a little taste was enough. Half an hour later, in the office. Manager, your skills aren't that great. How did you lose so much money? Hao Dagan looked up from the screen at Su Yao, who was still lying on the sofa, trying to recover. Mind your own business. Anyway, it's not your money that's lost. Su Yao forced herself to speak. Alright, if your throat is hoarse, don't talk nonsense. If someone didn't know, they might think I did something to you. Hao Dagan replied shamelessly upon seeing this. Su Yao. She was very angry. She couldn't speak loudly. So, she decided to go over and hit him. Ha! What are you doing? Hao Dagan, who was flipping through Su Yao's trading records, immediately became alert when he saw her clenching her fists. Hey, manager, think this through. I can let you hit me, but the consequences are on you. Su Yao, who had already raised her fist, could only glare at him angrily and then vent her frustration on the desk. Damn bastard. You just wait. If one day I turn my fortunes around in the stock market, you'll be in for it. Watching Su Yao continuously punch and kick the desk, Hao Dagan smiled happily, because he knew, if the woman in front of him had this kind of thought, she probably had no hope for the rest of her life. He had just studied Su Yao's stock market earnings K-line and trading records. He found that this woman was definitely a big leak. The more she was cut, the more she invested. In just a few months, she had lost over 2 million. Compared to the month it took him to turn 10,000 into 1,000 achievements before, this was simply beyond comparison. Hao Dagan had actually thought carefully about his current situation and his relationship with Su Yao. He finally reached a conclusion. Without that magical app on his phone, he was nothing. Therefore, he had to make the most of all the information available to him to provide himself with the greatest security. The first step, then, was to quickly tame the woman in front of him to become one of his own. Since it had to be this way, mere coercion would not suffice, he also needed to entice her. His intuition told him that if he could work on this aspect, the woman in front of him might become obedient at an unimaginable speed. That way, he might be able to use this department as a base, to let a spark ignite throughout the entire company. With this thought in mind, Hao Dagan immediately decided to cast out the bait and called out to Su Yao beside him. Come here, manager, come over for a moment, I have something good to show you. Su Yao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then looked at Hao Dagan, who was reaching into his pocket, with a face full of vigilance. If she had any other thoughts before, she was genuinely a bit scared at this moment. Seeing this, Hao Dagan smiled. Don't worry, manager, this time it's not a big baby, but a real treasure. Just take a look. Saying this, Hao Dagan pushed his phone over. At this moment, Su Yao still did not relax her vigilance. After carefully observing Hao Dagan for a while, she finally shifted her gaze to the phone screen in front of her. A 41% return in the last 2 days? Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's that high. Hao Dagan replied confidently. He then looked at Su Yao with a somewhat ambiguous smile. So, manager, are you tempted? Do you want to make big money with me? As long as you give me a nod and open a back door, no way. Before Hao Dagan could finish his sentence, Su Yao interrupted. Lu, what do the returns of the last couple of days even count for? I've had those before. Who knows if you just got lucky, or if you're trying to fool people with a few hundred or a few thousand in trading records. Seeing this, Hao Dagan was not angry. Instead, he smiled even more happily, because he knew. Su Yao was somewhat moved, but the leverage was still not enough. So, right in front of her, he directly switched to other interfaces. Yes, manager, you make a very good point. A few hundred or a few thousand in trading records is indeed not very convincing. Naturally, my account has less than 200,000 in funds, which is not enough compared to your million or so. After all, your money isn't your own. If you lose, you just lose. I'm different. It's all my hard-earned money, so every step I take has to be careful and cautious, otherwise, it could be a point of no return. At this point, he suddenly paused, deliberately switching to the buy and sell points on the candlestick chart. Then he looked at Su Yao with a confident expression. Fortunately, my skills are quite good. I basically make a profit every time I buy, much better than those investment consultants who charge thousands in fees and still let people lose everything. Don't you think so, manager? Su Yao remained silent, staring intently at Hao Dagan's buy points and replay videos on Storm Technology. How could he dare to go all in on stocks that had been falling for several days and suddenly had tens of thousands of sell orders at the limit down? The key point is that he got it right. He hit a limit up and made 30 points in just 2 days. Was this a coincidence? Or did he know in advance? But what about suddenly selling at the limit up today? Could it be to maximize profits? Why did he dare to do this? To take such a long shot? If I trade with my more than a million, will I be able to break even in just a few days? Looking at the constantly fluctuating K-line chart above, Su Yao was momentarily lost in thought. The expression on her face clearly showed signs of inner turmoil. It was evident that her heart was conflicted and at odds with itself. She felt that she was in a dangerous position. One misstep could lead her into another abyss from which she could not escape. Hao Dagon did not continue to speak, occasionally glancing at the changing expressions on Su Yao's face. Sometimes, too much of a good thing is not good at all. In such moments, it is best to wait silently. Some seeds, once planted in the heart, can easily take root and sprout. What he needed to do now was to find the right opportunity to occasionally sprinkle a little fertilizer. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the workday was over. Hao Dagon quietly appeared behind Jiang Jia, who was distractedly slacking off. Roar! He deliberately patted Jiang Jia's shoulder. Startled, Jiang Jia immediately began to curse when he saw who it was. Damn! Old Lu, are you out of your mind? Don't you know that scaring someone can kill them? Hao Dagon shrugged, feigning innocence. Is it my fault? I shouldn't have reminded you that the manager is about to come out. Ha! Jiang Jia was clearly taken aback, then quickly glanced at the time. Damn, how is it already 6 o'clock? This is ridiculous. I haven't even finished half of my work today. Hao Dagon immediately took pleasure in his misfortune. Well, you're in for it. You'll have to work at least until 11 tonight. Since Su Yao became the department manager, they had a basic assessment requirement every day. If they didn't meet the standard, they couldn't leave work that day. Of course, if you met the standard early, you still couldn't leave on time. That would only mean your workload was too light. You needed to understand what it meant that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. So, under normal circumstances, everyone would leave about a quarter of their workload to finish in the evening. It was a way to cope with the policies from above. But if someone like Jiang Jia had completed less than half by quitting time, well, that just meant he was lucky. There was a chance he might experience what it meant to be overworked to the point of collapse. Damn, you still have the nerve to make sarcastic comments. Jiang Jia was immediately indignant at Hao Dagon's friendly blessing. If it weren't for your sudden leave, would I have this much work? You should know, I spent half an hour less slacking off today than usual. Hao Dagon. Wait, are you saying? Yes, just as you thought. Because you suddenly took leave, that woman Su Yao redistributed your workload to a few people in the department. And I, your good coworker sitting next to you. Due to poor supervision leading to a colleague's leave, I was fortunate enough to get half of it. Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon was instantly stunned. After taking a deep look in the direction of the office, he couldn't help but admire Su Yao's methods. The way she controlled the variables and implemented collective responsibility was simply brilliant. At this moment, Jiang Jia also noticed something was off. That is, why was Hao Dagon, who had clearly taken leave, still wandering around the company at this hour? It was obviously not normal. Just as he was about to ask, Hao Dagon preemptively interrupted. Don't ask, just know that I missed you. Jiang Jia. 10 minutes later. Outside the company building, Hao Dagon, for once, chose not to take the bus home. He walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver, to Gaoka Community. After casually stating his destination, he lowered his head and started scrolling through Douyin. To be honest, after working for several years, this was only the second time he got off work this early. It was simply exhilarating. Alright, please fasten your seatbelt. The driver, who looked to be around 40 and was clearly talkative, replied with a smile. Ha? Do I need to do that if I'm sitting in the back? Hao Dagon asked in surprise. The driver turned back with a smile. Handsome, it didn't matter before. But there's a crackdown these days, so I have to trouble you a bit. Hao Dagon. Great, it seems I've hit a busy season. It looks like all industries are struggling lately. I wonder if the girls in the village have been eating well recently. Lost in thought, Hao Dagon fastened his seatbelt. Driver, we can go now. After shouting ahead, Hao Dagon buried his head back into his phone. Not to mention, Miss Zhu, who had turned over a new leaf, seemed to have more charm now. Just as Hao Dagon was contemplating whether to find another opportunity to indulge her, the driver suddenly spoke again. Handsome, your girlfriend is calling you, should we wait a bit? Girlfriend? Hao Dagon was instantly stunned. He was still single, where would a girlfriend come from? Besides, even if he had one, this driver he had never met wouldn't know her. But soon, Hao Dagon understood why the driver said that. Because someone was knocking on the window outside. Want to meet up? After the window came down, the charming Joe Jia leaned in to ask. Are you sure? Hao Dagon asked deliberately. Absolutely sure. Joe Jia smiled brightly, then raised her eyebrows and deliberately spoke to the driver. Driver, the destination has changed, we're going to the Hilton Hotel now. After saying that, she turned to Hao Dagon with a beaming smile. So, how about it, am I sincere enough? As soon as she said that, the driver, who had been sitting in front, took action before Hao Dagon could respond. He unlocked the car doors and threw Hao Dagon a look that said, "No need to thank me, I'm a good guy." By the time Hao Dagon realized what was happening, Joe Jia had already settled beside him, propping her head up with her hand, leaning back against the rear seat with an exceptionally flirtatious gaze fixed on him. Half an hour later. Hilton Hotel, 4th floor. A voice that stirred the imagination rang out. "Xiao Feifei, why are you looking at me like that? I'm so scared." Hao Dagon's mouth twitched at her words. "This is really ridiculous. This is a public place, not a hotel room. There are strangers coming and going everywhere. How can Joe Jia act so charmingly without a care? Isn't she afraid of being called a seductress? And the one who should really be scared is him. Let's just have a meal in peace. Why is she getting all touchy-feely? Just because you have long legs, you think you're something special. If it weren't for me not wanting to take risks and become a dad, I would have." Hao Dagon's internal complaints hadn't fully erupted when Joe Jia started her antics again. Touching Hao Dagon's right hand resting on the table, she sighed with a hint of grievance. "What's wrong, Xiao Feifei? Weren't you quite impressive in the office just now? You even talked to me like that. Why are you suddenly so restrained now? Could it be that someone?" Although Joe Jia didn't finish her sentence, the implication was very clear. She was suspecting that Hao Dagon had something going on with Su Yao. Seeing her say that, Hao Dagon decided to be straightforward. "Sister Zhou, as the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, how can you not get your shoes wet? Your purpose for coming to our department isn't pure, is it? Sneaking into our office while the manager is away. Could it be to install a listening device? Or to find something unspeakable? What do you think? If I tell the manager in advance, will she be on guard?" As soon as the words were spoken, Joe Jia instantly covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Xiao Feifei, you must have watched too many movies. The reason I went into the manager's office was just to grab a few leave slips for emergencies. But you, hiding slightly under the table, what are you doing there? I've been observing you all day, and you haven't shown up at the company at all. Could it be that you've been hidden away in a golden house?" As she spoke, she cast an exceptionally ambiguous glance at Hao Dagon. "That makes sense, even I would be tempted by someone with those skills. Let alone that inexperienced little girl, Su Yao. So, Xiao Feifei, are you interested in having a little chat with your sister? Who knows? You might just learn a lot of things in one go." Joe Jia's eyes were pure yet filled with desire at that moment. Her body language was excessively charming, coupled with her rather tempting words just now. It would be a lie for Hao Dagon to say he wasn't moved. But there was a serious problem troubling him. Would he become the scapegoat? At this moment, Joe Jia clearly noticed the expression on Hao Dagon's face. Whether intentional or not, she began to stroke her own abdomen with a hint of maternal glow right in front of him. "What's wrong, Xiao Feifei? Why are you staring at your sister's belly? Are you curious about what's inside?" Hao Dagon. What kind of expression is that? If you want to know, just think about it. If you don't want to know, then don't think about it. Why is a big man being so fussy? At this point, Joe Jia seemed to recall something and suddenly began to express her grievances. "You men are all the same, full of lust but lacking the courage. You just want to take advantage without any responsibility, leaving us women to suffer. Wait, is this for real?" Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon's pupils instantly widened. That was close. He almost became an accidental father. Joe Jia clearly noticed his unusual reaction and immediately revealed a mischievous expression. She began to tempt Hao Dagon with very provocative words. "Xiao Feifei, hearing 1,000 words can't compare to exploring it yourself. Don't say your sister didn't give you a chance. I booked a big suite in room 1220 at the hotel tonight. If you really want to know whether what your sister said is true or not, come and see for yourself." After saying this, she didn't stay put. Instead, she picked up a plate and swayed her slim waist as she walked towards the food pickup area not far away. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in room 1221 of the Hilton Hotel, Joe Jia, just out of the shower, was draped in a bathrobe, casually lying on the bed, admiring herself. First, she looked at her jade-like legs, then touched her skin that was as delicate as a flower petal. After that, she began to appreciate her perfect figure, which the thin bathrobe could not conceal. With a sigh, Joe Jia's slightly melancholic voice began to echo in the room. "Men. They are all lustful ghosts. What they love most is to conquer beautiful women to prove themselves. But unfortunately, they are all pitifully timid. Before they even get a taste, they are already looking back and forth. I just used a little trick, and they all turned into turtles. They deserve to never experience the joy of being with beautiful women in their lives. So, you see, women are better. As long as one is willing, they can enjoy the taste of happiness anytime, anywhere." Joe Jia was lying on the bed, casually admiring her beauty while mocking those who had the heart of a thief but lacked the courage. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Seeing this, she instantly beamed with joy. Forgetting her alluring appearance, she ran over barefoot. And then, with the appearance of a figure she was all too familiar with, the entire room fell into chaos. 8:25 p.m. Gao Ko Community. As Hao Dagon opened the door, he immediately heard Ho Liangping's roar. What the hell? I'm playing a 175 dragon and you're just sitting there. If you can, you should be able to take me down just as quickly. A little 129 trash, be careful or I'll take you straight to the East Realm to die. Hearing this, Hao Dagon's face twitched. Great, he hadn't even made any money yet and was already getting into it with the guy. He hadn't taken a few steps when he heard Ho Liangping's increasingly irritable voice again. Not convinced? Let's go to the palace and PK. I'll bring 5 175 accounts to gang up on you. Hao Dagon. Unable to listen any longer, he directly interrupted the other's harsh words. Alright, monkey, let's keep it civil. It's just a game, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Saying this, Hao Dagon tossed over what he was holding. Here, the durian I bought for you, I heard it's good for the kidneys. Just as Ho Liangping realized what was happening and was about to speak, he saw a huge object flying towards him. Then, he nearly got turned into a porcupine. Damn it, Lao Lu, are you crazy? Buying durians and not letting people open the box is one thing, but throwing it like this? You think my life is too good, huh? After narrowly escaping disaster, Ho Liangping immediately exploded with curses. Hao Dagon, however, remained silent and quietly tossed another one over. Ho Liangping, you did that on purpose, you little rascal. You want to inherit my newly bought account and gear, so you're trying to smash me with durians. This time, Ho Liangping was not having it. After dodging danger again, he rushed over holding 2 durians, trying to get back at Hao Dagon. However, as soon as he stood up, he was startled by the pile of things at Hao Dagon's feet. Damn it, Lao Lu, did you rob a supermarket? Why did you buy so much stuff? 10 minutes later. In the living room, looking at the array of expensive fruits and snacks in front of him, Ho Liangping's face twitched. After a while, he finally spoke to Hao Dagon, who was happily munching on cherries. So, Lao Lu, you borrowed 20,000 from me just to enjoy life and improve my quality of life? Hao Dagon looked as if it was only natural. What else could it be? Money sitting in a bank account won't give birth, who knows when it might suddenly disappear. Now it's great, making the most of what we have. If you're quick, I'll buy you some durians to replenish you. If I take longer, I'll eat some cherries to absorb more nutrients. Don't worry, monkey, all these expenses are on me. I won't count a single cent from you, just consider it the interest on the 20,000 you borrowed. How about that, brother? Am I generous or what? While speaking, Hao Dagon threw a flirtatious glance at Ho Liangping. Ho Liangping, after a moment of silence, Ho Liangping finally couldn't help but ask. Lao Lu, tell me the truth. Are you planning to run away with the money? Hearing this, Hao Dagon almost burst out laughing. Monkey, what are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person? Ho Liangping replied seriously, not in the past, but now it's hard to say, at least there's an 80% similarity. Hao Dagon kicked him. Get lost. You're the one who's like that. I still have a game account worth over 100,000 in your hands, am I going to run away? That does seem to make sense. Ho Liangping then remembered that on the 175 dragon account Hao Dagon had given him, there was also a valuable skill-evading child hanging in the treasure house. That's incredible. Bro, you trust me so much and even buy good stuff to help you recover, and you actually doubt me. Hao Dagon kicked him again. After finishing, he glanced at the screen that was lit up not far away and asked seriously, Hey monkey, come clean. How much did you earn up there today? Ho Liangping replied, How much could it be? Not even enough for food. But there is something I think I need to mention to you. What thing? Is it related to me? Hao Dagon asked in surprise. What else could it be? Ho Liangping looked at him somewhat speechlessly. Honestly, old Lu, I actually admire you a bit. In reality, you're a max-level single dog, and in the game, you actually managed to con a little rich woman into being your wife. Well, who else could it be? What's going on? Rich woman? Wife? In the game? How come I didn't know about this? Monkey, you're not having some kidney deficiency and hallucinating, are you? Hao Dagon looked shocked, as if he had no idea about this matter. But Ho Liangping, seeing his expression, immediately showed a knowing look. Old Lu, no wonder your wife says you're a scumbag who starts things and abandons them. Seems like she has a point. It was better that Ho Liangping didn't say this, but once he did, Hao Dagon became even more confused, because he really couldn't remember who the wife he was talking about was. Just when Hao Dagon was puzzled, a memory buried deep in his mind for 5 or 6 years suddenly flashed before his eyes. Oh my god, monkey, you're not talking about that battle Tyrannosaurus, are you? What else could it be? After giving Hao Dagon a disdainful look, Ho Liangping got up and brought over the notebook from the coffee table. Old Lu, it's not that I'm criticizing you. You've got such a rich wife, why don't you cherish her properly? And you come here to borrow money. With her worth, if you just sweet-talk her a bit and maybe act a little poor, wouldn't she feed you well? Just as Hao Dagon was somewhat baffled, he opened the chat records in the game. Battle Tyrannosaurus, Tremble, Little Feifei, Dragon is back superscript 3, superscript 3, huh? Why no reply? Ha ha, is the person dead? Omega, ha ha ha, did you all just pretend not to see me? Not the real person? Scumbag, you have time to chat with girls but not to reply to me, let this dragon die, system prompt. You have been enchanted by the battle Tyrannosaurus. You dropped 1,008,600 money and 85,825,545 experience due to death. System prompt, PK has been opened. You have been piked by the battle Tyrannosaurus. PK victory, the battle Tyrannosaurus dropped a piece of equipment. Battle Tyrannosaurus, 6, really 6, pretending to be weak to lure me in and then scam me, right? Scumbag, you remember this. Isn't it just a piece of equipment worth tens of thousands? This dragon doesn't care, because, after watching the whole process, Hao Dagon was. Next to him, Ho Liangping, who was inexplicably excited, said, Old Lu, just tell me if I'm right or not. That's equipment worth tens of thousands. And it just dropped like that. At first, I didn't believe it, but when I saw she was a level 129 character and almost took me down in PK, I believed it immediately. And also, I don't know if you noticed, but the rich woman's outfit is blue and white porcelain. Hao Dagon, who had understood the whole situation and was finally recovering from the twitching at the corners of his mouth, exclaimed, So, this is how you treat your buddy? You just watch the news without replying, and then you go and take someone down in the PK? Feeling that something was off, Ho Liangping said, Old friend. You might not believe it if I tell you. I didn't reply because I was afraid my sister-in-law would misunderstand. You know, if I say something wrong and cause a bad influence, that wouldn't be good. Unable to hold back any longer, Hao Dagon said, Get lost. I see you're just afraid your brother isn't suffering enough, secretly driving a Range Rover behind your back. As he spoke, Hao Dagon kicked him again. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time it was a real kick. A few minutes later, the living room was left with only Hao Dagon. As for Ho Liangping, he had long been torn to shreds, leaving no trace behind. Looking at the lit friend list, Hao Dagon frowned and pondered for a few seconds. He still decided to make an effort to salvage the situation. Rich women are everywhere, and it was finally his turn. He couldn't give up easily. Most importantly, he and the other party had some emotional foundation, even if it was from their naive days. Feifei is great, wife? After waiting for a while and seeing no reply, he continued to edit. You might not believe it, but it wasn't me on the account just now, / omega / Another 10 seconds passed. Seeing there was still no reply, he decided to make a third attempt. Of course, third time's the charm. With no response, he could only say it was fate. After that, it was up to destiny. Come out, Universe Super Invincible Battle Tyrannosaurus. This was a special code they had agreed upon long ago when they were still in their teenage phase. It was the kind that guaranteed a response. Hao Dagon suddenly remembered it. Using it as a trial was also a way to bring closure. Unfortunately, time can change many things. Once a person grows up, they naturally discard certain childish behaviors from the past. This time, Hao Dagon waited a full half-minute. Seeing that the message page was still inactive, he planned to close the computer and head back to his bedroom to lie down. Just as he was about to press the screen down, the previously silent chat interface seemed to come alive. Was that a message? After a moment of daze, Hao Dagon reopened his notebook. Then, he was stunned. Battle Tyrannosaurus, Wolf, this dragon is here to save the world again. Superscript 3, superscript 3, Hao Dagon. It seemed he had misjudged earlier. This teenage phase was a chronic illness. It wasn't that easy to cure. Even after all this time, it was still like this. Just as Hao Dagon was about to reply, another message came through. Xiao Feifei, don't think that pretending to be dumb will make this dragon forgive you, and saying it wasn't you. Do you think I would believe that? You scumbag, get ready to face this dragon's fiery breath. System prompt. You have been forcefully pawned by Battle Tyrannosaurus. Hao Dagon. He felt like he was the only one who had grown up. The person on the other side seemed unchanged at all. Seeing this, Hao Dagon suddenly had a flash of inspiration and tentatively asked, Wife, how about I kill you 3 times to vent your anger? Then, we can let this matter go? Due to not being able to operate, Hao Dagon was already taken down by the other party in 3 hits, but he didn't care. After all, the equipment on his character was bought by that dog Ho Liangping. If it dropped, it dropped. However, the new message that appeared brightened his eyes. No way, at least 5 times. Pa! No, it's 10 times. Oh, Hao Dagon did not hesitate. Okay, deal. If it were in the past, he might have cared about the losses in the game, but now, who is important? He just saw it, because of the other party's appearance. The new hidden prompt started refreshing again. Rich lady appears, within 1 hour, playing with the player ID 748748, named Battle Tyrannosaurus, will have a chance to receive valuable gifts, including but not limited to equipment, summoned beasts, fancy clothes. To be honest, if the hidden prompts hadn't been accurate until now, Hao Dagon would have thought it was nonsense. Playing with a rich lady could yield valuable items? That's just ridiculous. But thinking about the app's past achievements, Hao Dagon felt anything was possible. Just 1 hour, right? Just consider it a casual entertainment. Besides, he could take this opportunity to inquire about what this little rich lady had been up to during her inexplicable disappearance over the past few years. Soon after, 10 deaths achieved. Since the experience had dropped to the lowest point, the system began to deduct the character's skill levels. As for equipment? Sorry. Now it was almost like running around naked. Aside from a piece of protective armor, everything else had vanished. Under Hao Dagon's trustworthy behavior, the little rich lady finally recovered. She started chatting with him non-stop like before. "Aw, little Feezy, now you know the consequences of offending your aunt, right? Considering how sensible you are, this dragon will temporarily forgive you. Asterisk asterisk, I heard that dying too much at max level can cause skill loss. How much did you lose just now? / omega / Hao Dagon answered truthfully. No, he exaggerated. Not much, just a dozen levels, that's about 3 or 4,000 bucks. Wow, is there really that much? You're not trying to fool me, are you? Hao Dagon had anticipated this and confidently replied, Wife, this is where you went wrong. I've already given up resisting and let you kill me 10 times, and you still doubt my character. Battle Tyrannosaurus, it's not doubt, it's serious suspicion. After this message, about 10 seconds later, the tone suddenly shifted. Forget it, considering how honest you are, this dragon will give you a small compensation. Hao Dagon knew the other party must have looked it up. Just as he was curious about what the compensation would be, a series of message prompts refreshed. Battle Tyrannosaurus gifted you a fancy outfit. Amount 1. Anyway, it was jumping very quickly. Before Hao Dagon could react, his bag was full. At the same time, her new message floated over. Little Feezy, your account is really ugly. It's embarrassing for your aunt to go out and say it, so I'm giving you all these unwanted things from my warehouse. If next time I log in, you're still this ugly, I'll kick you and find another handsome guy, carrot, then. Before Hao Dagon could reply, her avatar quickly dimmed. Wait, is that it? Suddenly appearing, throwing money around, and then disappearing? Looking at the scene before him, Hao Dagon suddenly felt a sense of loss. The other party wouldn't suddenly disappear like before, right? Unbeknownst to him, while Hao Dagon was still in a daze, Ho Liangping quietly revived and appeared behind him. Damn! Sweet pig? Nine-tailed ice fox? Blue and white porcelain? Looking at the gifts that had just been sent on the screen, Ho Liangping instantly lost his composure. Hao Dagon immediately knelt down beside him. Old Lu, I was reckless before, please forgive me and allow me to recognize you as my adoptive father. Seeing this, Hao Dagon's face twitched violently. Get lost. I don't have a shameless son like you. Ho Liangping instantly transformed into a sycophant. It's fine, adoptive father, you don't have to acknowledge me, but please make sure to tell that adoptive mother that I am her child. Hao Dagon couldn't be bothered with this guy, disdainfully saying, I'll return the money to you tomorrow, but I'm taking back the phone tonight. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might do something unwise. Ho Liangping felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Don't tell adoptive father, it was my fault that I made adoptive mother angry, I promise it won't happen again. As he spoke, he tried to cling to Hao Dagon's leg. Just kidding. He had just seen the gifts that Hao Dagon had received, and he estimated they were worth at least 100,000. With a rich woman like this, how could his good brother have gotten so lucky? If Ho Liangping didn't cling to his good buddy's leg, he would be completely ungrateful. Seeing this, Hao Dagon became even more disdainful. He hugged his computer and walked into the room, leaving Ho Liangping behind, constantly shouting, seemingly claiming that the laptop was his. The next day, after morning exercises, Hao Dagon opened the window to breathe in the fresh air. At that moment, Su Yao, who was reapplying her lipstick on the sofa, rolled her eyes. How dagon, do you think my office is your second home? You come here every morning. How dagon turned to look at Su Yao, who was dressed in professional attire, her skin glowing more than ever. What's wrong with that? You think it's easy to be a manager? Su Yao shot him a glare. Don't think it's only you who suffers every day, I do too. After giving How dagon a disdainful look, Su Yao glanced down at her clothes. After confirming there were no marks, she turned and walked out with a light step. Just as she reached the door, she seemed to remember something and turned back to look at How dagon by the window. How, I can't control what you want, but be careful when entering and leaving the office. I'm going to get married in the future, and if any rumors spread, you won't have it easy either. As she spoke, Su Yao bit the air fiercely, as if hinting at something. This sudden scene made How dagon almost laugh out loud. If you set aside her bad temper, Su Yao was actually quite adorable. What are you laughing at? Seeing him like this, Su Yao suddenly said fiercely, be careful I make you childless. How dagon laughed even more happily at her words. With a thought, he deliberately said, I don't know about rumors, but if your heart were a bit bigger, wouldn't the things in the office be turned upside down? Su Yao initially didn't understand what he meant, but quickly reacted, looking at How dagon with a very wary expression. Are you saying that while I'm not here, someone secretly comes to my office to look for things? Hey, I didn't say that. You misunderstood. Seeing Su Yao say this, How dagon began to distance himself from the situation. You bastard. Su Yao knew very well that this guy was being intentional. And he definitely knows something. Quick, tell me who it is. Su Yao asked eagerly. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a direct attack but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. She wasn't afraid of anyone when it came to open confrontations in the company, but if someone was secretly using underhanded tactics to find her weaknesses, that was another story. The man in front of her was a clear example. He had grasped one of her biggest weaknesses and began to make all sorts of demands. Seeing her like this, How dagon immediately walked over with a smile. Look, you're getting anxious again. He approached her and tidied up her disheveled hair, which had become messy due to her sudden emotional outburst, and then deliberately said, call me husband, and I'll tell you who it is. Su Yao. She knew that the man in front of her had ulterior motives. Why else would he specifically remind her? It wasn't the first time she had called him that, so she didn't care as much as before. After a moment of contemplation, she squeezed her voice into an unusually sweet tone and called out, husband, just tell me, I really want to know. Su Yao knew that if she didn't do this, that annoying man would definitely nitpick at her again. So she decided to be straightforward. Good performance, manager, you're getting more skilled at this. If you could add a bit of body language next time, that would be even better. How dagon nodded in satisfaction. Su Yao rolled her eyes directly. Do you know what practice makes perfect? And hurry up and tell me, I still have a meeting to attend. How dagon didn't feel angry at her sudden rudeness. Instead, he found it a bit amusing. Women should have a bit of their own personality to be interesting. Otherwise, how are they any different from the dead fish in the village? Don't say I didn't warn you, there's a mole in the department. After pinching Su Yao's increasingly delicate cheek, How dagon spoke in riddles. A mole in the department? Su Yao was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shook her head. Impossible, every single one of them has been tamed by me. How would they dare to do that? When I'm not around, not to mention entering my office, they instinctively avoid this direction. Yes, you're right. How dagon first affirmed Su Yao's words. Then, before she could speak, he immediately poured cold water on her. But manager, have you forgotten that there's a very special person in our department? Manager, although I don't understand why you keep turning a blind eye to that person, considering how cooperative you've been these past 2 days, I still have to remind you, don't let your guard down. Saying this, perhaps feeling tired from earlier, How dagon yawned and returned to his chair. Looking at the time on the screen, he saw it was getting late and seriously reminded Su Yao, who was standing dazed at the door. Silly woman, stop daydreaming over there. If you don't leave soon, you'll be late for the meeting. Su Yao didn't respond, she just gave How dagon a deep, inexplicable look before turning to leave. Shortly after, in the small conference room, Su Yao arrived again, and her best friend Li Xian's teasing voice came as expected. Oh, isn't this our company's beautiful Su? What's up, finally willing to come to a meeting? I wonder who said yesterday that they would arrive early today. Look at this, it's really early. That's 3 whole seconds earlier than yesterday, enough time for many men several times over. As she spoke, she deliberately sized up Su Yao's good figure before continuing with her sarcastic tone. Oh dear. Women, they are all born with their elbows pointing outward. Once they have a man, they forget their best friends. Poor me, this unfortunate woman, waiting eagerly for my good sister, afraid something might happen to her. It was obvious that her words had double meanings. There were whispers that Su Yao had forgotten her good sister because she had a man. Seeing her act so affected, Su Yao rolled her eyes. Alright, Li Xian, stop being so dramatic. If you really want a man, just go find one yourself. Why make a fuss about it? Li Xian, however, laughed even more happily at her words. Sha Yao Yao, are you admitting to having a thing with that dog upstairs? Su Yao shot back. What? I had a thing with you too, should I report that to others as well? Hearing this, Li Xian not only wasn't angry but instead showed a thoughtful expression. If you can't handle the pressure, I wouldn't mind sharing the burden. After all, we are good friends. Su Yao. She always felt that the woman in front of her was thinking about something taboo, but she had no evidence for now. As for Li Xian, she suddenly seemed to discover something, staring at Su Yao intently. What? Do I have something on my face? Su Yao asked, puzzled. Not really, Li Xian replied honestly. It's just, how did your skin suddenly become so beautiful? Quick, tell me, have you been secretly going to some high-end spa without me? After observing for a while, she abruptly questioned. Upon hearing this, Su Yao fell silent, because she really didn't know how to explain. Should she tell her best friend that she didn't go to a spa, but just secretly supplemented her nutrition? No way. That woman would probably rush over to fight for food. So, the clever Su Yao immediately changed the subject. Hey Li Xian, can I ask you something? Just as Li Xian realized something was off and was about to steer the conversation back, Su Yao spoke first. Do you remember that parachutist named Joe Jia in my department? Her? Of course I remember. She's so seductive, a total vixen. At this point, Li Xian suddenly looked at Su Yao with a strange expression. Wait, didn't you ask me to help investigate this woman's background before? Why are you suddenly asking if I remember her? Hey Su Yao, you're not falling in love and losing your mind, are you? Or did the man take your brain with him when he left? Go away, I'm talking serious business with you, not joking around. Don't just drive off on a tangent. And why are your hands not in sync with your words? You're talking about brains, but your hands are reaching down to your neck. After swatting away her best friend's inappropriate hand, Su Yao immediately returned to the earlier topic. What I mean is, could it be that we misjudged her camp from the start? Is it possible that she and that woman Lu Ruyan are in cahoots, parachuting in to lower our guard and then secretly collecting evidence while we relax? As soon as she said this, the expression on Li Xian's face became serious, because she knew her best friend never made baseless claims. Glancing around to see that not many people were paying attention to their corner, the two leaned in to share whispers meant for only their ears. You mean, she has made a move? Li Xian confirmed quietly. Su Yao nodded and roughly recounted what Hao Dagon had told her in her own way. It was impossible for her to quietly borrow money from the company all by herself, and the key to everything was Li Xian, because she was in charge of the company's finances. And her cousin, needless to say, was stationed at headquarters. How is that possible? After learning the specifics, Li Xian exclaimed in shock. The information my sister gave me is reliable. She's just a relative managing some marginal department at headquarters. How could she suddenly team up with that woman Lu Ruyan? Su Yao, I also find it hard to believe. After all, we've been watching her for so long, and aside from her wild behavior, she hasn't done anything too outrageous. But the facts are right in front of us. We have to reconsider her positioning. So I think you need to get in touch with your sister again and see if there have been any new developments at headquarters these days. Li Xian thought for a moment and felt that Su Yao made a lot of sense. She nodded and replied, okay, as soon as the meeting is over, I'll send my sister a WeChat message. I heard headquarters has been holding meetings frequently lately, maybe that's the reason. Just as she was speaking, her gaze suddenly fell back on Su Yao, or more precisely, on the white shirt in front of her. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Su Yao asked, somewhat confused. Upon hearing this, Li Xian inexplicably tightened her breath and gasped in shock. Oh my gosh, how did I not notice this before? This must be D+, right? At 9:25 a.m., the stock market bidding ended. Hao Dagon looked at the rapidly increasing balance in his account and couldn't stop smiling. This is great, I can sell the stocks directly before the market opens, so I won't have to worry about whether someone will dump them when the market opens. He bought SF Express shares at 8.88 yuan yesterday, and the limit up was exactly 10 yuan per share. So, his 20,000 shares amounted to 200,000. This morning, during the bidding, SF Express shares also appeared with a limit up, and to avoid any unforeseen issues, Hao Dagon decided to sell all 20,000 shares during the bidding phase. As a result, his account balance successfully reached 220,000. Wow, this compound interest is really terrifying. My principal was barely 140,000, and in just a few days, it's almost doubled. No wonder everyone says the stock market is a legal casino. There's definitely some truth to that. As he spoke, Hao Dagon glanced at the hidden prompt in front of him. Seeing it hadn't refreshed yet, he curiously lit up the computer screen and checked Su Yao's stock account. Not good. Icon Technology has nearly 700,000 hands of limit down orders before the market even opens, and during the bidding phase, there were only a pitiful 20,000 hands traded. With this little volume, it's not enough for those wealthy big players to use the VIP channel. How could it possibly be the turn of retail investors? Sure enough, Hao Dagon checked Su Yao's pre-sale trading list and found that her 100,000 shares still hadn't been sold. Let me see. The total current holding amount in the account is 1,441,800 yuan, with Icon Technology accounting for 100%? Is this woman out of her mind? Putting so much money into one stock. No wonder she lost nearly 300,000 in 2 days. It's easy to spend someone else's money. Losing so much doesn't hurt at all. Looking at Su Yao's loss record, which was getting closer to 3 million, Hao Dagon couldn't help but sigh. Just then, the hidden prompt refreshed. August 30th, Icon Technology 2%. What the hell? Icon Technology? Isn't that the stock this woman bought? To make sure he wasn't seeing things, Hao Dagon blinked hard. After confirming he wasn't hallucinating, he immediately burst into laughter. This is truly a blessing from heaven. Manager, hesitation can come at a cost. After today, whether you're willing to give me a backdoor deal will no longer be up to you. While joking, Hao Dagon unhesitatingly used his account to buy 136 hands of Icon Technology at the limit down price of 16.2 yuan. As for Su Yao's pre-sale transaction, it would depend on whether she would cancel it herself. He, Hao Dagon, wouldn't play the role of a good Samaritan. During a break in the meeting, Su Yao held up the screen that was a ghastly shade of green and asked her best friend for her opinion. What should I do, Li Xin? I've lost so much again today. If this goes on, forget about breaking even and making money. I might end up selling myself to pay off my debts. Li Xin glanced at her screen and then calmly took out her phone. Why panic? I'm not in a hurry. Saying this, she opened her stock account as well. As a result, an even stronger green light burst forth, quickly suppressing the one belonging to Su Yao. See? I've lost over 500,000 in a day. Yours is just a little over 10. That's nothing. Su Yao was speechless. Are you really comparing? Li Xin looked at her as if it were obvious. Of course. Who told you to secretly grow to AD and not tell me? After casting an envious glance at Su Yao's impressive figure, Li Xin asked casually, Hey, Su Yao, be honest, is there any outside help involved? Su Yao. She suddenly felt like she and her best friend were on different wavelengths. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how to make money, pay off debts, and enjoy life. Meanwhile, the other was preoccupied with thoughts about men. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you silent? Li Xin nudged her with her shoulder when she saw Su Yao not responding. Su Yao laughed in anger. If you help me sell my stocks, I won't just be silent, I'll make sure you feel satisfied later. Li Xin's eyes lit up at her words. Hey, you said it. Saying this, she suddenly smiled suggestively and leaned in to whisper to Su Yao. Then, the latter blushed. You, shameless. Su Yao suddenly felt shy. Li Xin, however, was completely at ease, showing no signs of embarrassment. Do you still want to make some more money to break even? If you do, let's continue. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yao nodded in agreement with her best friend's idea. In the office, Hao Dagon was twisting his neck again. Must have overexerted myself before and hurt myself. Otherwise, why would everything feel off? After feeling around for a while and finding some relief, Hao Dagon began to complain again. That woman Su Yao is really something. She only knows how to shout and can't move. Glancing at the screen and then at the time below, Hao Dagon stood up and began to gaze out the window. To be honest, this river view is really beautiful. No wonder rich people like to buy by the river. Once I make enough money, I'll definitely get 2 sets. Then I'll set up a secret room or something. Have a golden house to hide a beauty. As Hao Dagon was daydreaming about that shameless life in the future, the office door opened without warning. He was momentarily taken aback. Joe Jia? Hao Dagon instinctively called out. What's wrong? Surprised to see your sister? Today, although she wore only light makeup, she was dressed in a tight purple stepmother dress, exuding charm with every move. Especially with her half-up, shoulder-length hair cascading to one side, giving off a strong married woman vibe. When she noticed Hao Dagon's gaze wandering over her, Joe Jia not only didn't get angry but instead walked over with a playful catwalk. Finally, she looked at him with a rather flirtatious gaze and provocatively said, So, how does today's sister suit your taste? Do you feel an irresistible urge? How dagon? Why are you silent? Don't think I can't tell how you feel just because you're pretending to be mute. Dear brother, men are really good at understanding. As long as you observe his expressions and actions a little, you can learn a lot. Especially when facing a beautiful woman like me, the body is very honest. Don't you think so? De Feifei. As she spoke, Joe Jia walked over to Hao Dagon with her cat-like steps. Every step is slow, but each one is full of charm. It's almost 100% capable of radiating her own allure. Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon would be lying if he said he wasn't confused. But the problem is, the rose in front of him has thorns. Faced with a potential buy one get one free promotion, Hao Dagon, who still has a bit of a cleanliness obsession, feels he can't get over this hurdle just yet. Moreover, he is certain that Joe Jia is taking advantage of this very point to act so recklessly. After all, men who can raise children for others are still a rarity in this world. Joe Jia, what exactly do you want? You keep coming in and out. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Su Yao? If she finds out, your goal will be hard to achieve, right? As the married woman drew closer, Hao Dagon questioned her. Oof. Xiao Feifei, your question is quite interesting. Why did you come in, sister? Naturally, I came to find you. If you weren't here, why would I take such a big risk to come back? Don't you know this is during work hours, with so many people around? And Xiao Feifei, you're being a bit naughty. You used to call me Sister Zhou, but now you call me Joe Jia. Though I do like you calling me by my name, I hope it's in another context. For example, on the bed in room 1220 of the Hilton Hotel? Joe Jia rambled on, but to be honest, Hao Dagon didn't catch it all, because this woman was getting closer and closer to him. Not to mention the increasingly intense scent of her perfume invading his senses. The fullness of her figure was also hard to ignore. Damn! He was starting to lose control. This woman clearly had ulterior motives. She was seducing him. You want to know Su Yao's secret through me? After a few seconds, Hao Dagon suddenly spoke up, realizing the key point of the matter. It seems you're not as dumb as you look, Xiao Feifei. Joe Jia stopped just a table away from Hao Dagon, looking at him with a smile. You should have guessed, sister is here on a mission. If I can't complete it, not only will the higher-ups be angry, but I won't even get the little money I was about to earn. In a moment of desperation, sister can only sacrifice a bit of herself. So, how about it, Xiao Feifei? You wouldn't want me to end up that pitiful, would you? Saying this, Joe Jia suddenly changed her expression, looking at Hao Dagon with a pitiful demeanor. It was truly heart-wrenching. What kind of wolfish words are these? Listening to Joe Jia's chaotic and nonsensical words, Hao Dagon instantly realized this woman was troubled. And it was a serious trouble. Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. After hesitating for a moment, Hao Dagon suddenly said coldly. He was still in a rather awkward developmental stage, and Su Yao was just the right foundation to help him comfortably get through this process. Therefore, before he fully developed, Hao Dagon didn't want any issues to arise. Sister knew you would say that. After all, it's a gentle place. Others might not know, but I am very clear. You two must have been quite close these past few mornings, right? Just look at Su Yao's skin, it's visibly much smoother. Joe Jia didn't seem surprised by Hao Dagon's choice. Instead, she was quite interested in finding excuses for him. This bizarre behavior genuinely left Hao Dagon a bit confused. But soon he understood. This woman seemed to have ulterior motives. What she was after was not anything else, but him. Xiao Feifei, you should have been trading stocks recently, right? Joe Jia suddenly asked out of the blue. Hao Dagon, what's going on? Why is this woman paying attention to this? Could it be? Hao Dagon suddenly remembered that many times before, when he would steal glances at Joe Jia, there would often be a green light flickering on her face. He used to think it was a reminder from the heavens that this woman had a secret. But now that he thought about it, it was most likely the glow of the stock market. Seeing the sudden change in expression on Hao Dagon's face, Joe Jia instantly knew he understood something. She then took out her phone and looked over in an unusually ambiguous manner. Sister has encountered a little trouble recently, and if you could help me solve it a bit, maybe we could both get what we need. Get what we need? Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned. No, did you misunderstand something? I know nothing about stocks. Misunderstand? That's hard to say. As she spoke, Joe Jia suddenly and inexplicably licked her red lips. Xiao Feifei, my observational skills are quite sharp. Let's not even mention the storm technology from that day. Just yesterday's SF Holdings has made me quite tempted. So, should we collaborate for our mutual benefit? Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon fell silent. He truly hadn't expected that a small gesture during his confrontation with Joe Jia yesterday would catch her attention. Just as he hesitated about whether to reach a consensus with this thorny rose, her words jolted him. Xiao Feifei, don't say I lack sincerity, I can pay a deposit first. As her light words floated through the air, the entire office suddenly fell silent. Then, a gust of wind blew in. Hao Dagon felt a chill. They say choice is greater than effort. I didn't believe it before, but now I understand. 2 hours later, Hao Dagon leaned back in his chair, looking at the sunlight outside the window, feeling a sense of being drained. Manager, it's not that I lack determination, but you really are too slow. Now look, someone has stolen a march on me. After muttering to himself for a while, Hao Dagon suddenly felt a bit thirsty and got up to get some water. Just as he took a few steps, he nearly stumbled and fell. Enough, the nutrients are depleting too quickly. I'm done for. After self-deprecating while leaning on the table, Hao Dagon stood in place to stretch his body, moved his joints a bit, and confirmed he was fine before walking to the water dispenser to fill a cup with hot water. People say to soak goji berries in a thermos. If I keep going at this pace, I might have to consider it. As a warm current flowed into his stomach, Hao Dagon felt rejuvenated. Sigh, feeling good is also suffering. After a moment of reflection, Hao Dagon took his cup and sat down on the sofa, comfortably crossing his legs. Just as he hummed a little tune, savoring the aftertaste of earlier, he suddenly realized something was off. It's almost noon. Why hasn't that woman Su Yao come back yet? Could something have happened? Wait, she wouldn't have been left there to be scolded by her boss, would she? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but chuckle. Could this be a case of tit for tat? Big fish scolds little fish scolds shrimp. Truly a food chain. Just as he was pondering this, the office door was roughly pushed open. With this rhythm, he didn't even need to think to know who it was. The owner of this room. Yo, manager. Hao Dagon crossed his legs and turned to greet her. Humph. Su Yao closed the door and gave him a glance before starting to throw things. Lu Yuyan, if I don't go all out with you, I won't be surnamed Su. You just love to pick on me, don't you? If you have the guts, hold on to Li Xin. Isn't it just bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Looking at the rapidly messy ground, Hao Dagon kindly reminded, hey manager, if it gets all chaotic later, I won't take responsibility. Also, I heard that getting too angry can cause wrinkles, so you should be careful. Otherwise, the face I've worked hard to help you maintain these past few days will be ruined. Humph. Who asked you to care? I want to. If I turn into an old hag, I can finally escape your clutches, you stinky man. As she spoke, Su Yao used her high heels to stomp on the A4 papers beneath her feet, making a terrible mess. It was only then that Hao Dagon realized that the papers Su Yao was stepping on seemed to be the monthly goal plans that many people in their department had worked hard to compile. No wonder this woman always had them update their goals every month. The problem lay here. What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman throw a tantrum? It seemed that Su Yao had nowhere else to vent her anger, as her wings suddenly stiffened, and she began to find fault with Hao Dagon. To be honest, he hadn't noticed this before when he was a bit lustful. But now he realized that this woman sometimes might be deliberately provoking him. The purpose, of course, was self-evident. She wanted to vent. In an adult way. Perhaps she felt that her previous provocation hadn't elicited any further reaction from Hao Dagon. Su Yao suddenly unbuttoned 2 buttons on her white shirt, stepping on the A4 papers on the ground with even more excited expressions and movements. Lu Ruyan, die already. It's no wonder people say you're lace. I curse you to never feel the joy of being a woman for the rest of your life. In an instant, it was a grand spectacle, stirring up waves. As for Hao Dagon, he was just sitting back, sipping hot water, enjoying the scenery, and being a bystander. A few minutes later, Su Yao stopped her outburst. After giving Hao Dagon a few disdainful glances, she rhythmically walked back to her office chair. After catching her breath for a moment, she turned her gaze back to Hao Dagon. Hey, pour me a glass of water, I'm thirsty, Su Yao suddenly shouted. Hao Dagon replied, if you want a drink, pour it yourself, it's not like you don't have legs. Besides, I'm not your man, so why should I do what you say? Su Yao suddenly snapped back at him, yes, not your man, but I'm your lover, that should be enough, right? Then, lover, can you pour a glass of water for your mistress, considering our unborn child? I'm coughing a bit now. Hao Dagon. He suddenly felt like he was being subjected to reverse pua. Are you going to pour it or not? Perhaps feeling that the wait was a bit long, Su Yao urged again. Hao Dagon thought for a moment and decided not to fall for this woman's trick. This obvious provocation was just to tempt him. He, Hao Dagon, was not that kind of casual man. I want to, but the problem is there are no cups, so. You understand. Hao Dagon spread his hands, feigning helplessness. You're lying with your eyes wide open. Don't you have one right there? Men's mouths are just full of lies. Su Yao began to provoke him again. She rolled her eyes at him as if they were free. Sitting in a way that accentuated her figure, she posed one way after another, as enchanting as could be. Hao Dagon almost couldn't hold back, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. Damn! In just a few days, this woman had started to adapt and counterattack. No wonder many people say that feelings develop over time. It seems there is some truth to it. Since she didn't mind, Hao Dagon stopped hesitating and specially got a glass of ice water to hand to her. Here, for you. Su Yao looked at him deeply, then without thinking, drank it all down. Then, she immediately exclaimed, "Wah, how cold! You, Lu, are definitely doing this on purpose." Su Yao glared at the wet shirt in front of her. Hao Dagon shrugged, "Is it my fault? On such a hot day, who told you to drink so much?" With that, Hao Dagon sat back down on the sofa. Seeing him so unfazed, Su Yao immediately rolled her eyes. After silently complaining a few times about how useless men are, she got up to pour herself a cup of hot water. But as soon as she stood up, she sensed something was off around her. Besides the scent of her own perfume, there seemed to be another faint fragrance in the air. Although it was just a tiny hint, Su Yao was sharp enough to notice that it didn't belong to her, because she never used that brand of perfume. She clearly hadn't guessed right before the meeting, had she? Could it be? With that thought, Su Yao immediately turned her gaze to Hao Dagon. "Hey, Lu, has someone been to my office?" Hao Dagon shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Manager, aren't you just asking for the sake of asking? After all, the office door wasn't locked, so it's quite normal for someone to come in." Su Yao didn't want to argue with him over words and straightforwardly said, "It's that woman, Joe Jia, right? In the whole department, besides you, she's the only one bold enough to do that. As for the others, they've long been tamed and avoid my office like the plague." Perhaps it was because he had just exerted himself too much, but Hao Dagon still looked lazy at that moment. Faced with Su Yao's firm questioning, he simply replied with one sentence. "See, I wasn't wrong, was I? Isn't this just asking for the sake of asking?" Now Su Yao was really upset. She angrily walked up to him and kicked the sofa beside him with gritted teeth. "Lu, whose side are you on? Just watching that woman Joe Jia come in is one thing, but you actually let her wander around my desk. Are you afraid that my secrets will be discovered?" Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon pretended to be shocked. "What? You actually have secrets in your desk? How come I didn't know about this? No way, even if I can't be the first to know, I have to be the second. Otherwise, I'll be at a huge loss." As he spoke, Hao Dagon got up, bypassed Su Yao, and strode toward the desk. Such an exaggerated performance made Su Yao roll her eyes. This bastard was deliberately trying to annoy her. Just now, when she hinted at him, he was as still as a corpse, but now he was full of energy. All right, Lu, stop pretending. I'm not stupid. Believing you would be a fool's errand." Seeing Hao Dagon still deliberately fiddling at the desk, Su Yao said somewhat irritably, "If it got messy, it would be her alone who had to clean it up. This smelly man only cared about his own comfort and completely ignored everything else. Manager, you've misunderstood me." "What pretending? I'm really looking for something. Look, I'm searching." Before his words even finished, Hao Dagon waved at Su Yao, signaling her to come over. Really? This scene immediately made Su Yao tense up. She knew she never kept important things in the office. If there was something, it must have been left by someone else. And coincidentally, she had confirmed some important matters here with her best friend through voice messages. If something went wrong, it would be a disaster. With that thought, she immediately jogged over. Then, she saw Hao Dagon holding a small black object that looked like a headset. "What is this?" "That's right, just as you think. This is." At this point, Hao Dagon deliberately paused, his gaze circling around Su Yao's perfect figure before he solemnly added, "This is my newly bought wireless Bluetooth headset. I searched all night at home yesterday and couldn't find it. Turns out it fell here with you. Good thing I didn't really lose it, or I would have been heartbroken. You know, it cost me $200. Just this one could buy a lot of little umbrellas." Su Yao. Right now, she was very angry, very agitated, and wanted to kill someone. So she did. "Ah, Su Yao, you crazy b***tch, how could you?" Half an hour later, Hao Dagon rubbed his neck. A rustling sound. "Stinky woman, are you a dog or something?" Looking at Su Yao, who was starting to retouch her makeup on the sofa, Hao Dagon rarely lost his temper. "Humph, serves you right." After putting away her small mirror, Su Yao walked over to the desk with a catwalk. "I told you not to scare me, now you know how tough I am. I'll tell that Lu guy, if you keep this up. Next time, I might just change the place where I grow strawberries." As she spoke, intentionally or not, Su Yao's gaze began to drift somewhere. She knew that this bastard in front of her definitely understood what she meant. Hao Dagon's eyelids twitched at the sight, and he immediately made up his mind. Some things couldn't just go with the flow, he had to speed things up. Otherwise, this stinky woman would turn the tables. So, Hao Dagon moved his fingers and took out his trump card. Manager, let me show you something good. As he spoke, he lit up the computer screen in front of him. Su Yao was initially a bit confused, not understanding what the man in front of her was up to, but the scene that appeared instantly made her mood plummet. Icon technology? Lu, what do you mean? Are you trying to provoke me? You have to know, she had witnessed firsthand during the meeting what it meant for the sky to cover the earth. Just when she was relieved to finally sell off the stocks that had suffered a terrible loss after waiting in line for so long, in less than a minute, that stock shot up like it had seen a ghost, directly hitting the ceiling and staying there. God knows how she felt at that moment. This back and forth resulted in a loss of over 300,000, not counting tomorrow's. If there were another consecutive limit up, she didn't even dare to think about it. Because her emotions were too intense at the time, she slammed the table in front of so many people in the meeting, which led the dog woman Lu Ruyan to catch her in the act and hold a small meeting with her afterward. And now, this man in front of her actually used this to provoke her. How could she not grit her teeth in anger? Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but laugh. However, he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he logged out of her account and logged into his own stock account right in front of Su Yao. What followed was a scene that made Su Yao tremble with anger. This stinky man named Hao Dagon had actually preemptively bought into that stock. He clearly knew her stock account password but only cared about himself, not helping her with the operation, causing her to lose hundreds of thousands for nothing. Thinking of this, Su Yao's mind was filled with rage. It was intentional. Absolutely intentional. This man in front of her. And at this moment, Hao Dagon still hadn't noticed the increasingly strange look in the woman's eyes beside him. Seeing that the timing was right, he immediately added a hint of temptation and smiled. See, manager, not listening to your husband has its consequences. If you had agreed to my request earlier, you wouldn't have lost so much money for nothing. If I were you, I would definitely turn back. As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly felt the gaze beside him darken. When he turned his head to look, he discovered that Su Yao was staring at him with a fierce gaze, as if she wanted to devour him immediately. Manager, have you come to a realization? Hao Dagon blurted out instinctively. Then, he regretted it for the entire afternoon. At 7 in the evening, Hao Dagon trembled as he returned home. Ho Liang-ping, who was passionately arguing with a cardboard cutout, was startled. What the hell happened to you? Why do you look so dazed, like you're dehydrated? At that moment, Hao Dagon hadn't fully recovered and simply muttered, "It's the girl's doing," before collapsing onto the nearby sofa. This action left Ho Liang-ping at a loss. Hey, Lao Lu. You didn't go to the village to work out of boredom, did you? I remember that place doesn't hire men. Hao Dagon. If you can't speak, then don't. Don't expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Ho Liang-ping, hee. Father, I was just joking. Don't be angry. Saying this, he moved his notebook screen closer. Here, father, this is the newly released Alicia version. I heard it's less demanding, you can enjoy it first. Hao Dagon. After a moment of silence, he kicked him. He had reason to suspect that this guy was trying to get him out of the picture to inherit his gaming account. Sure enough, when one plan failed, Ho Liang-ping became even more servile. Father, are you tired? How about you sweet-talk me a password, and I'll help you chat with your wife. Hao Dagon cursed directly. Get lost. Ho Liang-ping was thick-skinned, and it wasn't something Hao Dagon's few words could drive him away. Moreover, ever since he witnessed the little rich woman's extravagant behavior with the battle tyrannoman last night, he had stuck to Hao Dagon like a plaster. So, as soon as Hao Dagon finished cursing, he grinned and leaned closer. Right. Father is right. Father is good. Father, do you want to hit me again? Then you can just give me a gift box from your wife as medical expenses to send me off. Hao Dagon was truly speechless. Monkey, can you have some shame? They say a man's knees are worth gold, at least be a bit reserved. Even this thick-skinned guy can't stand it. But Ho Liang-ping didn't care. What good is having face? In this day and age, money is the hard truth. Once you have money, people will naturally give you face. My buddy is already with a rich woman. If I don't hurry and suck some blood from him, what if one day he really runs off with her? I'd be at a huge loss. Lao Lu, you know, I've been unemployed for the past few months, so I'm relying on you. Hao Dagon listened with disdain. Get lost. What do you want me for? I'm not doing charity. I'll pay you back with interest later, and then we'll part ways. Hao Liang-ping immediately panicked. Don't, Lao Lu, a job that earns over 2,000 in one night is hard to find. Let me take advantage of it. Besides, you can't make the decision to break up alone. Lao Chi, that guy, may not come home at night, but he's still part of our little group. We should at least consult him. Hao Dagon was so angry he laughed. Lao Chi, that dog Chi Tongwei has been missing for weeks since his family got rich. Do you still expect to see him? Dream on. Speaking of another roommate made Hao Dagon even angrier. This guy's family had been relocated, yet he still came to borrow money from him late at night to buy a small umbrella. It was ridiculous. He was about to vent some more when he suddenly remembered what Ho Liangping had just said. Wait a minute, monkey, did you sell the gift box you took from me yesterday? And for over 2,000? Yeah, otherwise why would I be so shameless? That's all money. Wherever you can earn, you earn. With such an easy job, why should I still struggle? Saying this, Ho Liangping threw a flirtatious glance at Hao Dagon. Foster father, do you want me to help you chat a bit? It's not expensive, just a few auspicious gift boxes, and I guarantee I can make that little rich lady's heart bloom. By the time you get off work, you just need to relax and pick the peaches. Hao Dagon. 8 p.m. Bedroom. Hao Dagon opened his laptop and logged into the game. After giving up the limited edition from Teacher Bo Duo, he successfully got rid of Ho Liangping's entanglement 40 minutes ago. As for why he was only returning to the game now, the reason was simple. He took a shower. Don't ask why it took 40 minutes. Just know it was worth it. The moment he logged into his game account, Hao Dagon checked his unread messages. He knew. According to the nature of his cheap game wife, if she had logged in today, she would definitely greet him. Sure enough, he clicked on the bottom right corner and found a row of ellipses. No way, this many? Looking at the messages popping up like beans, Hao Dagon's face twitched. Well, who told you to have? No, it's because I love you. Let's read them one by one. Battle Tyrannosaurus, 4 p.m. Aw, little Feezy, this dragon is back again. 1 minute later. Ah, not replying again? 3 minutes later. Gone? Because. 27 minutes later. Oh, so you haven't logged in yet, then this dragon will generously let you off. Superscript 3, Superscript 3 after reading, Hao Dagon. Damn. He almost got an unfounded accusation. And at 4 p.m. online. He was clearly practicing ball at that time, okay? After a slight internal complaint, Hao Dagon immediately replied with his work schedule. Let that little rich lady know that her husband also has to make a living. Not online anymore? After waiting a while, seeing the avatar of Battle Tyrannosaurus suddenly go dark, Hao Dagon belatedly realized he seemed to be late. But he didn't care too much. Dreamland Westward Journey was an old game. A little delay was normal. Ah, it seems there's nothing to do. Should I just log off? Controlling his game character to circle around familiar maps, Hao Dagon felt inexplicably bored. He remembered he used to really like this game, but after so long, logging back in only revealed various dullness. There was no fun at all. Could it be because I've grown up? Or maybe, I've become one? After a brief self-reflection, Hao Dagon was about to click the exit button on the page and log out of the game. Wait, how did I forget about this? Before the mouse pointer even landed, Hao Dagon suddenly seemed to remember something and changed his mind. Since that dog Ho Liangping can sell the gift box I gave him for money, why can't I, the main character, do the same? One word, just do it. Looking at the dazzling array of items in his warehouse, Hao Dagon suddenly became excited. After the stock price of Icon Technology achieved a miraculous reversal today, his account balance had reached nearly 270,000. By all accounts, Hao Dagon should have been satisfied. After all, just today alone, he had earned nearly 70,000. That was more than many people could make in a year. But human nature is never so easily satisfied. The more one has, the more one desires. Due to excessive borrowing from online loans a few days ago, many of the credit card applications he submitted in the past couple of days were rejected. This left Hao Dagon's plan to quickly increase his capital and complete his original accumulation of wealth in a state of stagnation. However, today, Ho Liangping's actions served as a wake-up call for him. If he wanted to make money, why bother with face? So, without any psychological burden, Hao Dagon began to sell off the numerous items gifted to him by his wealthy wife. According to that guy Ho Liangping, selling all these items could fetch around 100,000. If he took a slight loss and sold them for 80,000 to 90,000 in cash transfers, that shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Not long after, Hao Dagon looked at the chat records on his screen, his face twitching uncontrollably. The reality was that there were far too many people eager to take advantage of him. Clearly worth over 2,000, some had the audacity to offer only a few hundred. Indeed, if one has no shame, they are invincible in this world. And you still dare to say you're already at a loss and want me to lower the price? Why don't you just fly to the sky? After giving the other party a middle finger as a gesture of international friendship, Hao Dagon immediately began deleting and blocking them in succession. Not just one or two, but a whole group. This won't do, it's wasting time and energy. How about finding a streamer to act as a middleman? Watching the time fly by in the lower right corner, Hao Dagon quickly made up his mind and opened the live streaming channel within the game. This was the advantage of older games. Many features were well developed, especially the built-in live streaming setup, which was incredibly convenient for those in need. For someone like Hao Dagon, who usually didn't watch live streams, it saved him a lot of effort. What the? Is it really this competitive now? Not only do you need to sing and dance for a game stream, but you also have to sell yourself? Looking at the rows of animated little boxes in front of him, Hao Dagon felt as if he had entered a different world. If he hadn't accessed it through the game's built-in live streaming, he would have thought he had stumbled into one of those entertainment industry live video apps. Sigh, life isn't easy for streamers, it seems everyone is struggling. Otherwise, they wouldn't be calling each other brother and husband like this. After glancing at a female streamer dressed rather revealingly, Hao Dagon muttered to himself. Finally, after browsing through the pitifully few male streamers, he chose a girl who looked like a good girl, not only cute but also dressed modestly, named Wancho, to communicate with. The process was quite brief. Hao Dagon spent a little to get her attention, then explained his intentions. Wancho, after adding him as a game friend, received some information about the items Hao Dagon was selling. Perhaps sensing a profit, she quickly contacted a middleman and managed to buy everything at a 25% discount. Hao Dagon then obtained nearly 90,000 in capital through various channels. Originally, he also planned to package the 13-skill child that had been sitting in the treasure pavilion for several days, which had been collected by others but never had any offers. However, when the other party's offer was too low, Hao Dagon immediately abandoned that idea. By the time everything was settled, it was almost 11 o'clock. Already yawning endlessly, Hao Dagon was too lazy to fuss around anymore. He added Wancho on WeChat and, following her request, sent a few system messages as a thank you and a bit of promotion before preparing to log off. Just as he was about to log out, he noticed a female character with the cool and explosive ID of Battle Tyrannosaurus, holding a large weapon, circling around his character. Hiss. No, something was off. Why was his right eyelid suddenly twitching? And why did this ID look so familiar? Could it be that he was seeing things? Seeing this, Hao Dagon blinked hard, and when he saw the words Battle Tyrannosaurus still floating there, he knew something was likely to go wrong. Then, with a glimmer of hope, he clicked on the other person's profile. When the familiar golden ID 748748 appeared before him, he realized the bomb was about to drop. Sure enough, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, the female character with the large weapon began to unleash a barrage of text. Battle Tyrannosaurus, caught cheating, caught cheating, caught cheating. Scumbag using his wife's money to support a little sister killing people kill the scumbag and loot the gear with the deadly triple combo. A new system prompt appeared on Hao Dagon's screen. You have been forcibly PA'd by Battle Tyrannosaurus. Half an hour later, the misunderstanding was resolved. Hao Dagon didn't die too many times, maybe 6 or 7. As for the gear, fortunately, it was all gone, including the last piece of armor from yesterday. Compensation? The little rich woman hadn't figured that out yet, because someone discovered that she had sold off all the things she gave away. The rich woman was a bit angry. Compared to Hao Dagon, the female streamer Wancho, who was treated as a mistress by the little rich woman, had it worse. First, she was forcibly PA'd by several level 175 accounts. Then, while hiding, she was forcibly soulbound. Just like that, under the little rich woman's unfathomable superpower, she was brought to tears. Not only did she lose gear, but she also lost tears. Of course, she had tried to resist, even summoning a protector. But the reason the rich woman was a rich woman was not just because she had money, but also because of her mysterious connections. When an entire set of competitive players stood opposite the female streamer Wancho, she completely gave up and lay flat. After all, she wasn't a big streamer, nor an experienced one. Just a newcomer who had only been streaming for a few months. She had neither connections nor a financial backing. Fortunately, the final outcome was good. With the misunderstanding between Hao Dagon and his cheap wife resolved, this unfortunate female streamer welcomed the first ray of light in her life. The little rich woman transformed into the top donor, directly giving this girl named Wancho 70 to 80,000. From the girl's tearful eyes filled with joy, it was clear. She didn't lose out tonight. As it approached midnight, Hao Dagon felt that everything had been resolved. So he planned to say goodnight to the little rich woman. But unexpectedly, the other party's sudden remark made him feel, why struggle when you could just live off someone else? Battle Tyrannosaurus, hey, little Feezy, are you really short on money? Do you want me to give you 100 or 80,000? Fei is fierce, how dagon. Wife, are you sure it's a gift and not a loan? Battle Tyrannosaurus, do you look down on me? If I lend 100 or 80,000 to others, wouldn't that just be sending a beggar away? Superscript 3, Superscript 3 Fei is fierce, how dagon wife, your husband feels a bit offended. Battle Tyrannosaurus, just get used to it. Asterisk, send me your card number, I'm about to shower you with money, what could how dagon do? He felt desperate too. The little rich woman insisted on giving it, and he couldn't refuse, right? That would just be ungrateful. So, he floated away. Wife, can I borrow some money? I'll definitely pay you back another day, but I can't afford to sell myself to you, / omega / / Battle Tyrannosaurus, Xiaofeezy, are you getting a bit too carried away? Because you actually want to sell yourself to take advantage of this dragon. Either give me your card number or a kitchen knife, choose one. How dagon is not a masochist, so he immediately decided to take the opportunity. Without hesitation, he sent over his card number. 6210-0021-5010-2621-05. Not long after he sent it, a text message confirming the deposit appeared. 111,111. 11? Looking at the uniquely styled number on the screen, how dagon's face couldn't help but twitch. Just as he was about to thank his little rich lady, he found, to his dismay, that the other party had left a message and then logged off immediately. Battle Tyrannosaurus, Xiaofeezy, after paying this maintenance fee, you will be my servant from now on. Superscript 3, Superscript 3 strikes a pose and laughs wildly at the sky how dagon. The next day, morning, the sun successfully rose behind how dagon. Why is it so hot? Soon after, how dagon, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a wave of heat. A bit dazed, he turned around and realized he had been ambushed by the blazing sun shining through the window. Damn! What time is it? The sun is almost in the sky. After becoming slightly more awake, how dagon immediately started cursing. Without caring about anything else, he instinctively grabbed a t-shirt nearby and put it on. It's over, this time it's really over. At this hour, if I don't go to the company, that woman Su Yao will definitely scold me to death, and my poor salary will probably be discounted again. In just about 10 seconds, he completed a series of actions and got out of bed, ready to rush to the company. But when his hand finally touched the doorknob, he suddenly realized that he didn't really need to be this anxious. Because today is different from the past. Alright, just a false alarm. He stood at the door for a few seconds, and when his mind finally cleared up, how dagon slapped his forehead and yawned, lying back down on the bed. After being a corporate slave for so long, it's really easy to be tamed. The first thing I thought of when I woke up was how not to get scolded by that woman Su Yao. It's really something. Taking out the phone that he had carelessly stuffed into his pocket earlier, he glanced at the time on the lock screen and began to methodically open Dongfang Saifu. It's almost 10:30 now, the stock market has been open for an hour. I wonder how that Icon Technology one bought yesterday is doing. It shouldn't have tanked, right? Just as he was thinking this, Icon Technology's real-time stock price appeared before how dagon's eyes. It's not bad. Looking at the stock price bouncing up about 8 points, how dagon sighed. If he had woken up a bit earlier, he might have made a quick profit of 10 points today, which would be a profit of 27,000. After all, looking at the K-line, Icon Technology had touched the limit up several times during the opening period. But when he took a closer look, he realized that his late wake-up might have turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Because during the bidding phase, Icon Technology's stock price had once dropped to -5 points. Even the final opening price only increased by 4 points. Given his current temperament, if he had seen this situation, he probably wouldn't have thought twice before dumping the stock at the very beginning. I sold 136 shares of Icon Technology at the final price of 21.48 yuan per share, with a total income of 292,128. Excluding yesterday's principal of 269,280, today's net profit is 22,848 yuan. Looking at his account, which was already infinitely close to 300,000, how dagon couldn't stop smiling. In just a few days, his account had actually doubled in a way that ordinary people could hardly imagine. If I were to post my current profits on that Tayogaba, wouldn't many people think it's fake? After all, doubling an account in less than 4 days is quite shocking. You have to know, this is on the main board where the limit is only 10%. How dagon also understood the saying that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Given his current situation, he could afford to be a little reckless within his small circle. But if he were to boldly flaunt it to the world, he might attract the attention of some scheming individuals. If they found out he had such abilities, he might end up locked in a small darkroom as a human prediction machine. Recently, everything has been going well, but why is this hidden prompt becoming more and more sluggish? It's already this late and it still hasn't refreshed. Alright, you're the boss, you decide. As long as it appears before the market closes, do whatever you want. Stretching lazily, after confirming that no new hidden prompts had appeared, Hao Dagon logged out of Dongfang Saifu. He was frighteningly clear-headed now. As long as the hidden prompt daddy didn't intervene, even if a fairy sister in a lace nightgown stood in front of him saying he should buy a certain stock, he would still hesitate for a few seconds. Of course, if it were Lu Tao saying it, that would be another matter entirely. She was the first choice for the female lead in a certain book, simply impeccable. After letting his thoughts wander a bit and indulging himself, Hao Dagon turned his attention back to the phone screen in front of him. He had just seen several missed calls when unlocking the screen. 152512523? Whose number is this? Seeing the 4 or 5 incoming call records on the screen, Hao Dagon furrowed his brows. Could it be her? After a moment of contemplation, a name instantly formed in Hao Dagon's mind. Hello, manager, do you miss me that much? Calling so many times early in the morning? Could it be that she wants it? Seconds later, as soon as the call was connected, Hao Dagon immediately started teasing. In his opinion, the only person who would do this right now was Su Yao. Because this crazy woman had practically made her presence known all over the office yesterday. The purpose was, of course, self-evident, and his disappearing act was probably going to drive her crazy. But what puzzled him was that despite his provocative words, there was still no response from the other end of the line. All he heard was a suddenly heavy breathing sound. This situation left Hao Dagon somewhat surprised. Could it be that Su Yao was so angry she had lost her voice? Otherwise, why wouldn't she even speak? After a full 3 or 4 seconds of silence, he curiously asked, "Are you mute? But I remember you didn't use it much yesterday." Before Hao Dagon could finish his sentence, the call was suddenly disconnected without warning, leaving him in shock. No way, this woman is really crazy. How dare she hang up on me? Staring at the number on the screen, Hao Dagon immediately erupted in anger. Damn! I don't believe this woman's wings have suddenly become so hard. After making his bold statement, Hao Dagon immediately redialed. This time it was even more absurd. It was as if he had been directly blacklisted, as he heard the voice prompt saying the other party was already on another call as soon as he dialed. Not believing it, he thought he had misheard and tried again. Then, he heard it again. Now Hao Dagon completely understood that in the time it took him to take a nap, it seemed he had been kicked by that woman Su Yao. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped hesitating. With a swift motion, he sat up in bed and prepared to go to the company. He wanted to see who had given Su Yao such great courage. Haixing Technology, 22nd floor. Manager's office. Hey, Su Yao, why do you seem a bit down? Could it be because my visit is interrupting your rendezvous with your lover? Li Xian, sitting on the sofa sipping coffee, suddenly asked. Is that so? I don't feel that way. Faced with her best friend's inquiry, Su Yao appeared somewhat distracted. Even when responding, she didn't look at Li Xian the whole time. Instead, she occasionally lowered her head to check her phone, as if waiting for something. Look, you still say you're not, and now you're not even hiding it. Seeing her like this, Li Xian immediately pointed it out. I should really take a picture of how you looked just now and let you see what it means to be a stone waiting for your husband. Clearly, Li Xian attributed all the reasons to Su Yao wanting a man, which was why she was acting this way. You say so, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Logically speaking, after a whole day of nourishment yesterday, Su Yao should be glowing today, or at least full of spirit. But her current distraction, combined with a hint of despair, was simply a bit too extreme. The root of the problem was that a certain man with the surname Lu had disappeared after taking everything from her. This left the usually proud Su Yao feeling a deep sense of frustration as if she had been completely deceived. I think you're feeling empty inside, which is why you're like this. You need to find a handsome guy to fill that void immediately. As for whether it's better physically or emotionally, that's up to you. But from my observation, the former suits you better. Because it works quickly. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere around them was too heavy, Li Xian stood up and walked over to Su Yao, jokingly saying, "Come on, give me a smile." She lifted Su Yao's chin and grinned mischievously. Unfortunately, Su Yao's emotions were so poor that even when she forced a smile, it looked exceptionally ugly. It made Li Xian feel as if she were teasing a respectable woman. Come on, Su Yao. Are you trying to roleplay with me? Can you put a little more heart into it? Under the constant impact of such negative emotions, Li Xin couldn't help but vent her frustrations. To this, Su Yao expressed her helplessness. Right now, she felt as if she were completely worn out, unable to muster any energy. Even her favorite routine of patrolling the department and scolding those corporate drones felt devoid of any desire to act. Oh no, I found a man and instead of ruining him, I ended up like this. Seeing her like this, Li Xin immediately shook her head. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something and leaned down to whisper in Su Yao's ear. Remarkably, under her operation, Su Yao's face seemed to gain a hint of vitality. Li Xin, is this for real? Are you sure this won't be discovered by that woman Lu Ruyan? Su Yao suddenly looked up and asked seriously. Sure, who dares to be sure? You know, there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Saying this, Li Xin walked behind Su Yao, placing her hands on her shoulders and gently kneading them. I have to say, Su Yao, if you can't even bear a little risk, how can you gain high profits? You know, what we're doing is a no-cost business. There's a saying, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. I actually hope we can be bold and do something big. This way, we can solve the problem all at once, without having to sneak around like little hamsters every time. But the problem is, everyone is taking it slow. If you're too greedy, it's easy to be attacked by the crowd. So, don't complain about this or that. When that hundreds of thousands come in, we sisters can enjoy ourselves for a while. That little money lost in the stock market isn't even worth mentioning. Don't you think so? I need a big DMM. What are you doing? Su Yao was originally squinting her eyes, enjoying her best friend's rare shoulder massage, slowly recovering from her bad mood caused by some jerk. Who would have thought that Li Xin, while massaging, suddenly turned mischievous, her soft little hands transforming into a sneaky attack. Caught off guard, Su Yao had no time to prepare. She immediately fell into the clutches. Hee, little Su Yao. Sister hasn't pampered you in a long time. Now I've caught the opportunity. After succeeding, Li Xin immediately revealed a wicked smile, planning to enjoy her spoils. Who would have thought that before she could make a move, her phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Gao Xin Road. In a hotel suite, Joe Jia had just come out of the bathroom after a shower. A rather complicated female voice rang in her ears. You cheated? Cheated? What are you talking about, Lu Ruyan? Looking at the stunning beauty half leaning against the bed, who surpassed her in figure, status, looks, and even height, Joe Jia teased with a smile. With you like this, if I cheated, who would the other person be? A big star? An even more mature aunt than me? Or those innocent little girls? You've been in the company too long, fighting like it's a palace intrigue, so you like to be suspicious. Thank goodness I often help you relax, or you'd be done for. Just so you know, women with a lot of suspicion can age very easily. Saying this, she sat in front of the vanity mirror and turned to Lu Ruyan, urging her. Hurry up, my hair is wet and uncomfortable, come help me dry it. Lu Ruyan, lying on the bed, said nothing, just quietly watched her. After about 3 or 4 seconds, she slowly lifted the blanket, revealing her perfect figure wrapped in a lace nightgown. Posing like a cover girl. So slow. Watching the long legs getting closer, Joe Jia enviously complained. Ruyan, seriously, with your figure and simplicity, you should be a big star. Why stay in this broken company? Fighting with those women to the death every day, filled with deceit, isn't it exhausting? The most important thing is, you hardly make any money, the effort and income don't match at all. If it were me, I'd rather live my little life peacefully, occasionally using my methods to earn some pocket money. Simply delightful. Perhaps because she felt pampered, Joe Jia seemed to be in a good mood, and since Lu Ruyan came beside her, her mouth hadn't stopped. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan seemed a bit distracted. It took her quite a while to start drying Joe Jia's hair, and she didn't quite get the strength right. She pulled Joe Jia a bit painfully. Ruyan, what's wrong with you? You seem a bit troubled since I came out. Could it be that something unpleasant happened at the company again? It shouldn't be. I heard you were quite impressive at the company meeting recently, scolding several department managers. As she spoke, Joe Jia seemed to remember something and excitedly said to Lu Ruyan, Hey, Ruyan, I recently found a way to make money, do you want to give it a try? It's the kind that guarantees profit. Before she could finish her sentence, she reached for the phone that had been sitting on the table. Look, sister, I made almost 100,000 yesterday. If it were like this every day, it would be faster than being that so-called CEO. Perhaps too focused on the present, Joe Jia didn't notice that Lu Ruyan's expression changed slightly when she picked up the phone. After pulling up her stock account, she excitedly turned to Lu Ruyan. See, Ruyan, I made another 40 or 50,000 today. Since it's so easy to make money, why tire yourself out? Enjoying life is the right way to go. Perhaps afraid Lu Ruyan would look down on her, Joe Jia didn't think twice before handing the phone behind her. Lu Ruyan initially didn't want to take it, as what had just happened made her feel sick. But then, for some reason, she silently accepted the phone. Looking at Joe Jia, who was animatedly sharing her success in the mirror, Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment before making a decision that went against her heart. To live well, one must wear a little green on their head. The other party had sacrificed so much for her, so what if she occasionally liked men? As long as she could keep it out of sight, it would be fine. With that thought, she reached out and deleted the recent call log. However, that call was quietly etched in her mind. At noon, there were hardly any people in the department. A figure quietly slipped into the office while a few people were chatting. Manager, oh manager, you really have a short memory. You didn't lock the door again. After glancing around the office he was familiar with over the past few days, Hao Dagon naturally lay down on the nearby sofa. However, unlike before, his face was now filled with contentment. He showed no signs of the anger he had earlier. In fact, on his way to the company, Hao Dagon had a sudden realization. He discovered that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. He had subconsciously thought that the person who had called him multiple times was Su Yao. Upon realizing this, he rummaged through his call records. In the end, he found a rather speechless fact. He had saved Su Yao's number and had even added her to his blacklist. She had indeed called many times in the morning, even more than the one he had called back, and she had bombarded him on WeChat as well. But the problem was, didn't that mean he had misdirected his anger? Coming to the company in such a hurry with a tone of accusation was completely pointless. So, after some reflection, Hao Dagon asked the ride-hailing driver to take a detour and went to Ishan Pavilion for a massage. He relieved some physical fatigue. Only then did he arrive at the company in a leisurely manner. Since the main person isn't here and there's still some time before the market opens, I might as well take a short nap. When Su Yao comes back, I'll handle the important matters then. With that, Hao Dagon closed his eyes and began to feel the breath of nature. Not long after, Hao Dagon, who was turning over, was awakened by a provocative voice. Oh, isn't this the young Master Lu? What's up? Are you willing to come to my humble abode? A bit dazed, he opened his eyes to see that Su Yao had returned at some point. She was now sitting beside him, looking down at him. What's wrong? Still not awake? Is it cold? Do you want me to find a girl to warm your bed? Seeing Hao Dagon look over, Su Yao immediately launched a second round of teasing. The tone of her words was thick with provocation. As the saying goes, one should treat a friend differently after 3 days apart. Having gotten to know each other so well, Hao Dagon certainly understood her intentions. If at the beginning Su Yao's strange behavior was meant to vent her dissatisfaction, by the next couple of days, it had completely turned into something else. In short, she had developed a liking for a certain feeling but was unwilling to admit it openly. So she kept finding ways to provoke him, her aim being to make him exert himself. By now, Hao Dagon would not be so easily fooled. After giving a bewildered glance at Su Yao, who was so close, he closed his eyes, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly. To be fair, this sofa was quite comfortable for lying down. No wonder this woman insisted on having such a large and conspicuous bag in the office. It turned out she was just trying to sneak in a nap. Seeing him like this, Su Yao immediately gritted her teeth. She knew she was getting deeper into this situation. These past few days, not only during meetings but even while working, her mind was filled with those thoughts. It was almost like being addicted to drugs. But this was not something one could just quit. Looking at the man in front of her who was pretending to be dead, she gritted her teeth and decided to take action, especially since the office door was already locked. Then, Hao Dagon was completely stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Do you know that men and women shouldn't be too close? In the afternoon, at 2:40 p.m. Watching the time ticking away on the screen, Hao Dagon couldn't help but curse. Damn! You crazy woman, you're ruining my big plans. With that, he broke free from his cozy spot and hurried to his chair to open the Dongfang Saifu app. At that moment, the mysterious hidden prompt had already refreshed. August 31st, New Oriental 9, 99%. New Oriental? After glancing at the refreshed hidden prompt, Hao Dagon immediately started typing in the search bar. In no time, the real-time stock price of New Oriental appeared before him. It keeps dropping? Hao Dagon's eyes lit up at the sight. That's great. Saying this, he didn't hesitate at all and put all the money in his account into it. Having learned from the previous experience with SF Holdings, he wouldn't let a moment of greed lead him to lose out. It's already dropped to 8 points, even if I wait longer, I might only gain another 2 points at most. And there are only about 10 minutes left until the market closes. It might surge any second now. If I miss out on the big gain just because I was greedy for a little profit, that would be a loss. While thinking this, Hao Dagon quietly added the more than 90,000 he earned from the game last night and the 110,000 that the little rich woman transferred to him. 29 plus 200,000, a total of 490,000. The current stock price is negative 8 points, which is 13.8 yuan per share. If I put all the balance in my account, I can buy exactly 355 lots. Perfect. Moments later, Hao Dagon looked at his nearly 490,000 holdings and excitedly waved his fist in the air. As long as New Oriental hits the limit up, his account balance would immediately soar to over 580,000, almost 590,000. Plus the more than 20,000 he earned from selling Icon technology in the morning. His daily earnings would reach a terrifying 100,000 plus. A few days ago, I took out nearly 20 online loans, and it took a lot of effort to gather 100,000 in principal. In just a few days, my daily earnings have already surpassed the money I struggled to gather back then. The stock market is truly a great place. Hao Dagon was smiling wickedly when he suddenly sensed a faint fragrance approaching. He looked up and realized that Su Yao had somehow recovered from her earlier state and had moved in front of him. "What's up? Why are you staring at me? Am I that charming?" In a good mood, Hao Dagon rarely took the initiative to flirt back. "Come on, little girl, give me a smile." Su Yao saw this and said nothing, just rolled her eyes dramatically. When she walked closer, she looked at the screen in his hand and said softly, "Oh, men, there's not a good one among them. Once they're done for, they don't care anymore, and then they blame the ones who made them comfortable." Hao Dagon. He suddenly felt that the woman in front of him must have some special quirks, otherwise, why would she like that kind of tone? "What, not talking anymore? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Seeing Hao Dagon just staring at her without speaking, Su Yao continued with a hint of melancholy. Hao Dagon still looked at her like that, and after a while, Su Yao felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, so she couldn't help but laugh. All right, manager, you can stop peeking now. My phone is currently showing the stock selection interface, with more than a dozen stocks on it. Even if you stare at it until the end of time, you still can't guess which one I just bought. Come on, come over and let me see if my little face is a bit more tender than before. I'll tell you right away once I'm done looking. As she spoke, Hao Dagon patted his thigh and then nodded his head towards Su Yao. To his surprise, Su Yao's next move was beyond his expectations. "Oomph, it's just a lousy stock, who cares? The world is so big, do you think you're the only one capable?" Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed that Hao Dagon had hit the mark with her hidden worries, or maybe it was just as she said. After finishing her sentence, Su Yao turned her head to the side, seemingly expressing her attitude through her actions. This was the first time Hao Dagon saw her in such a proud manner, and he couldn't help but find it amusing, so he laughed. "Manager, I might not know about others, but you should know from personal experience." Su Yao's beautiful eyes widened at his words, and she looked at Hao Dagon with a hint of annoyance. "You." Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon laughed even more happily. This woman, indeed, the more you tease her, the more interesting she becomes. With her little expressions and moods, she was quite entertaining. Of course, as someone who had been through it, he wouldn't recommend that some male compatriots take the initiative to do this, because one careless move could lead to trouble. It could spiral out of control. "Manager, you don't have to keep going back and forth like this. Anyway, we've already achieved the mutual understanding of you and me and you. Look, it's almost 3 o'clock now. If you don't hurry up, there really won't be any chance left." While speaking, Hao Dagon deliberately opened the real-time trading page of New Oriental behind Su Yao. After covering its name with his hand, he turned the screen towards Su Yao, perfectly displaying his trading records in front of her. "See, today there's another opportunity for nearly 20 points. If you don't hurry up, then it will be too late to regret. Manager, you should know that your husband isn't always this kind-hearted to tell you such confidential news. Unless you agree to that thing I mentioned, that I might change my mind." As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly showed a mischievous smile, looking at Su Yao with an extremely ambiguous gaze. "You wish." Seeing him like this, Su Yao instinctively stepped back until she firmly leaned against the wall, feeling a sense of security behind her. "I'm not in a hurry, the one who should be anxious is you. Manager, why do you have to act like this?" Hao Dagon still wore a mischievous smile. "Humph, Lu, don't think I don't know your little thoughts. If it weren't for my quick reflexes just now. You jerk." Not knowing what she thought of, Su Yao suddenly became indignant, her face showing a hint of panic. After a long time, she slowly calmed down. Just then, the screen in Hao Dagon's hand seemed to change, instantly capturing Su Yao's attention. Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon couldn't help but understand, it must be that the New Oriental stocks he held had stirred up some activity. Perhaps the stock price was soaring at that very moment. So, without a second thought, he continued to tempt Su Yao. Manager, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't seize it now, you'll just watch the money slip through your fingers. Let me calculate. Your account balance of nearly 1.4 million if you buy in now. Not to mention earning 17 or 18%, 13 or 14% is definitely possible. That's nearly 200,000. Enough for you to buy 100 pairs of Balenciaga. Just now you were complaining that I ruined the pair you had on, and now I'm offering you so much and you don't want it. Women, oh women, truly strange creatures. To be honest, Su Yao really wanted to say she wasn't that kind of person. After all, the unknown stock on the screen was continuously soaring right before her eyes. Just seconds ago, it was far below the waterline, and now it was almost reaching the top of the screen, charging forward relentlessly. By rough estimation, it had risen at least 10 points in less than half a minute. She longed to pocket that long bullish candlestick immediately. But the problem was, she couldn't buy it today. Before this obnoxious man showed up, her good friend Li Xian had been there. Su Yao couldn't resist the temptation. Under her friend's persuasion, she had bought a stock that was supposedly recommended by an insider trading group which she had to spend tens of thousands to join through connections. Although that stock was also on the limit up board now, compared to the at least 15-point gain in front of her, the difference was clear. The reason for her loss was entirely due to this man suddenly going off the grid. He should bear the responsibility for her losses. But now this obnoxious man was still provoking her. It was utterly despicable. Suddenly finding a reason, Su Yao's little temper flared up. Unique to women, emotions often govern reason, regardless of whether it was right or wrong, big or small. Even knowing that she would definitely be the one to suffer later, she had to vent her emotions, which instantly occupied her mind. Under Hao Dagon's astonished gaze, Su Yao rushed forward, took out her phone, and quickly checked her profits for the day. Slamming it on the table, she immediately shot back, "Lu, don't think you're the only one who can make money in the stock market like a stock god. I can too." "Humph. So what if it's limit up? As if I can't catch it." Before Su Yao could finish her words, her head was thrown back, looking at the ceiling, completely in a posture that said she could live well even without him. In response, the recovering Hao Dagon simply gave her a thumbs up, praising her. "Good job, manager. I really admire your courage to speak to me like that. As a reward, I've decided not to bother you for 2 days." Su Yao. Don't be fooled by her expression. Inside, she was already ranting wildly, even considering calling the police. No way, this man must be sick. Is this really a reward? And not. I'm like this, and you can't just slam the table in anger, yell at me, and then force me to comply? Is this still considered a man? Doesn't he understand how to use actions to discipline a woman and make her obedient? I don't want to, but you can force me. I'm not one to resist. Hao Dagon naturally had no idea what Su Yao was thinking at that moment. If he did know, he would only say 2 words, sick, or perhaps add another 2, needs treatment. As for what method to use, he believed that first, he had to rule out injections and medication, because he knew it wouldn't work. Around 6 in the afternoon, after work hours had passed, Hao Dagon appeared punctually outside the office door. As for where he had been during that time, perhaps the torn-up pair of Balenciaga shoes in the trash can would know. Glancing around the department, seeing everyone engrossed in their work with no thoughts of leaving, Hao Dagon nodded in satisfaction. They were all doing well. If they didn't cherish the time spent working overtime at the company, soon there would be no overtime to be had. After all, he hadn't been slacking off in the office all afternoon. He had also received a crucial piece of information from Su Yao, which was that the company was going to lay off employees. As for how many would be laid off from each department, the specifics of the cuts, and who would be affected, Hao Dagon claimed he didn't know and didn't care. Anyway, he wouldn't be among them. Looking at his workstation, he suddenly realized it had turned into a no man's land. It was only then that Hao Dagon remembered that Su Yao had removed the workstation that could see the office door to keep the department's secret hidden. As for the person who used to sit there, they had been randomly reassigned. Hao Dagon was fine, as he had connections. He was assigned to one of the few single desks in the department. However, his former colleague Jiang Jia was in a dire situation, having been sent to Lingnan. He was assigned to a spot right next to the department entrance, a place that no one wanted to go. There, forget about slacking off, even picking one's nose had to be done cautiously. After all, who knows when a beauty from another department might walk by? Naturally, after a long day of work, Hao Dagon, who planned to leave on time, had to pass by that spot. "Yo, old Jiang, working so hard, not even slacking off?" Seeing that Jiang Jia noticed him, Hao Dagon took the initiative to greet him. They were colleagues after all, and it was better to be friendly. However, Jiang Jia, facing his former good work buddy, was filled with resentment. "What's wrong, old Jiang? Clearly, something's up. Hao Dagon moved closer, smiling as he spoke. Damn! You're not being loyal, getting close to the manager and not helping me. You've made me suffer here. Damn it, do you know how hard it's been for me to maintain my image these past few days? Jiang Jia replied, full of grievances. Is it my fault? Hao Dagon shrugged, looking at him with a mischievous grin. Old Jiang, if you're capable, why don't you give it a try? I heard the manager from the next department is still single. If you had a bit more courage, maybe you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jia's expression suddenly changed, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Old Lu, are you admitting it? Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately began to play dumb. Ha? Admit what? Old Jiang, I think you've been muddled at work. Your brain isn't quite working right. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. It was only a matter of time before his affair with Su Yao was discovered. But being discovered was one thing, admitting it was another. As long as he, the person involved, didn't confess, rumors would always remain rumors. In their company, women already made up a large proportion of the workforce, and currently, over 80% of the management were women. Moreover, they were of marriageable age but unmarried, or perhaps previously married but now divorced. Not to mention their capabilities, one thing was undeniable, they were all quite attractive and charming. They might not surpass Su Yao, but at least on the street, they would definitely turn heads as beautiful young women. Therefore, various rumors and gossip within the company had never ceased. There were rumors within departments, between departments, and even with other companies in the building. In such circumstances, as long as the parties involved didn't expose themselves in front of many people or get caught in the act, those who heard about it would mostly just laugh it off. At most, it would be a few boring gossip murmurs during casual chats, and then it would just fade away. After all, it would be too absurd for a department manager to have that kind of relationship with the subordinates. At least in their company, the management is mostly made up of beautiful women, and they spend most of their time thinking about various comparisons and how to navigate office politics. The credibility is simply too low. Damn! You actually play this game? No way! I can't hold it in anymore. I'm going to find someone to expose your office romance. As he spoke, Jiang Jia slammed the table and stood up. Then, he was about to be done for. Because Su Yao had heard him and was now staring at him with an exceptionally dangerous look. Brother, wish you good luck. I hope I can still see you in a while. Hao Dagon, seeing this, patted Jiang Jia's shoulder earnestly. Then, he left without looking back, leaving Jiang Jia standing there, looking despairingly at Su Yao, who was walking towards him step by step. Not long after, at the bottom of the Haixing Technology building, Hao Dagon got on the bus home. Originally, he planned to take a taxi home like he did a few days ago. After all, he was now a man earning over 10,000 a day, so spending a little money to enjoy life was only right. But thinking about how the chances of taking the bus might decrease in the future, Hao Dagon couldn't help but get on the bus. At first, it was fine, there weren't many people on the bus. Hao Dagon had time to stand and enjoy the rare comfort while looking at the sunset outside. But soon he regretted it, because too many people got on at the next stop. In just a few seconds, the entire bus was packed, so much so that Hao Dagon, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, was almost submerged in the crowd. If it weren't for the only handrail he was holding onto, he didn't know where he would have been pushed by the flow of people. Damn, what's going on? Tomorrow isn't a holiday, why are there so many people getting off work on time? If you don't work overtime, how will your leaders buy cars and houses in the future? Hao Dagon, who was gradually feeling frustrated, was internally complaining when suddenly, his right foot was stepped on by a high heel that came from nowhere. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts. Anyone who has been stepped on by a girl knows the deadly nature of high heels. So, Hao Dagon couldn't help but shout out. The owner of the foot seemed to realize this and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean to. The other person's voice was pleasant, but because it was too crowded, Hao Dagon didn't see the girl's face at first. When he finally managed to recover from the pain and was about to take a closer look at the culprit, the sudden brake from the driver sent him lurching forward. Even with the support of the handrail, he lost control and fell forward. Then, it was his turn to apologize. Sorry. It was an accident, really an accident. Looking at the gaze directed at him, Hao Dagon felt a bit embarrassed. There was no way around it. It was one thing to bump into someone due to uncontrollable circumstances, but he had also instinctively moved a bit. If he had to blame someone, it could only be Su Yao. She had gotten him into a bad habit these past few days. The girl said nothing in response, just shot him a fierce glare before turning back. Clearly, she was a bit angry. But since she was at fault first, she chose to let Hao Dagon off the hook. Seeing this, Hao Dagon could only smile awkwardly. After all, He couldn't afford to be the one to stick his warm face against a cold, but now, half an hour later, at the Gaoka community, Hao Dagon was blocked at the bottom of his building. And blocking him was the girl from the bus earlier. What do you mean? Are you following me? Or are you just being persistent? At the entrance of the bustling apartment building, a girl in professional OL attire questioned him with a face full of displeasure. From her stance, it seemed she was about to shout any second. In response, Hao Dagon merely attributed it all to the heavens. Moreover, this girl was not only beautiful but also had a beautiful mind. After throwing him a crazy look, he simply bypassed her and pressed the elevator button. Seeing this, the girl was momentarily stunned. After a while, she incredulously said, "You live here too? Impossible. I get off work at this time every day and have never seen you." To her self-questioning, Hao Dagon remained unresponsive. Just as he entered the elevator alone and the doors were about to close, he pointed to his head and mouthed the words crazy in a way only the two of them could see, then elegantly rode the elevator up. He left the girl standing there, first stunned, then stomping her high heels and glaring angrily at the elevator doors. In the Gaoka community, Building 3, Room 1302. Ha! This is really infuriating. These days, there are all kinds of people. As Sushi entered, she immediately kicked off her high heels and began to complain incessantly. By the time she reached the sofa, she had torn off most of her clothes except for the tight-fitting pencil skirt. Just as she was about to sit down, she noticed a sneaky figure darting past in the living room. Seeing this, she immediately called out, "Su Ermang, stop right there. What are you doing every day, sneaking around the house like a thief? Are you up to no good behind my back again?" Before her words had even settled, a weak, somewhat ingratiating voice came from the bedroom. "Hee, sis, you're back. Sorry, I didn't notice you just now." As the voice grew louder, a girl who bore a resemblance to Sushi, with two cute dimples on her face, cautiously peeked out from the shadows of the room. "Now, just to be clear, I'm doing this for the livestream. But you can't scold me." Sushi remained silent, her face twitching as she looked at her sister. And her cat ears were twitching nervously. "Come out first." Seeing her sister still standing there, she finally couldn't hold back. "Then you can't scold me," Su Ermang said nervously. "Okay, I won't scold you." Sushi forced a friendly smile. Since she had already been caught, it was all the same. Su Ermang, seeing this, gritted her teeth and ran out. Then, her sister's roar echoed in her ears. "Su Xiao, is this how you do game live streaming for me? And in a maid costume with animal ears? Why don't you just go to heaven? Change it now. Otherwise, don't even think about streaming again." In Building 3, Room 1202. In the living room, Hao Dagon had just finished using the bathroom when he was startled by the roar coming from upstairs. Is the person upstairs going crazy? Yelling like this at night? After a brief complaint, seeing that there was no more noise from above, Hao Dagon said nothing further and walked to the fridge to start rummaging. He had exerted a lot of energy today and needed to replenish his nutrition. Unexpectedly, before he could take anything out, Ho Yongping burst out of the bedroom, cursing. From the look on his face, it was clear he was startled. "What's up with you, monkey?" Hao Dagon asked curiously as he approached. "Don't mention it, just like that, all the stock is gone," Ho Yongping said with a face full of reluctance. Hao Dagon nearly burst out laughing at his words, scared by the noise upstairs. Ho Yongping seemed to just wake up, suddenly looking at Hao Dagon with surprise. "It's not old Lu, no, I mean, when did you come back? Come, quickly bow to me. Today I'm a bit short on a mother, I want to see my righteous mother." Saying this, he excitedly grabbed Hao Dagon's hand and bowed his head. Hao Dagon understood his little thoughts. It was nothing more than being fixated on the little rich lady who had given him some things. So he immediately complained, "Get lost, get lost, get lost. You haven't even washed your hands and you're touching me, who knows what dirty things are on you. And those things, don't think about them, I sold them all last night. Even if you scream to the heavens, I have nothing to give you." Upon hearing this, Ho Yangping's face changed faster than flipping a book. "Damn, why didn't you say that earlier, wasting my expression?" After saying that, he lowered his head and shouted, "Kids, let's ignore this weird uncle and continue looking for mom, okay?" Then he went straight to the bathroom without looking back. Hao Dagon. 10 minutes later. Bedroom. Hao Dagon opened the computer to find a mother for the little tadpole. No, it was for the rich lady. I sent her my approximate online time yesterday. I wonder if she's online today. After mumbling this, Hao Dagon logged into the game. Unfortunately, the little rich lady was not online, but there were still a ton of messages. Clearly, she had been online today. Great, didn't run into her again. Saying this, Hao Dagon clicked on the message bar. She actually sent this at noon? What kind of ridiculous online time is this, getting earlier and earlier? He said this, but he didn't miss a single message he needed to read. Battle Tyrannosaurus, 1:01 p.m. Whoa, little Feezy's servant, didn't expect this dragon to get up so early. Superscript 3, Superscript 3 5 minutes later. Why is there no activity again? Could it be, oh, keyboard 15 minutes later. Oh, I forgot. You're a corporate slave, you have to work during the day. 2:11 p.m. I'm done, this dragon is having a tough day, I have to hold a meeting for someone all day long. After reading this, how Dagon was not sleeping until the afternoon is still considered early? Someone with a bit of a delusion has to hold meetings? In How Dagon's imagination, the other party should be a girl a few years younger than him, at most on par, who loves the two-dimensional world, not very tall but cute, always spouting some strange catchphrases. And this kind of girl, standing in front of a group of people with her hands on her hips, holding a meeting, cursing at the people below. That scene, How Dagon really didn't dare to imagine. But then How Dagon realized a very serious problem. This girl's family wouldn't be running a company, would it? Otherwise, how could she be so willful, getting up to work at noon and going to hold meetings in the afternoon? This could only be done in a family business. If she were working for someone else, she'd probably get scolded to death by her boss. At least that's what How Dagon thought. However, since today's leading lady was not around, it was pointless for him to stay in the game, so after replying to the little rich lady's message and casually browsing around in the game, he planned to log off. Just as he was about to exit, the new message notification icon in the lower right corner lit up. Is this just in time to be online again? Filled with anticipation, How Dagon clicked on the icon. System prompt, your summoned beast has been purchased by the labor force ***, just dares to buy. Seeing this, How Dagon was stunned for several seconds before reacting. Not 128,888's item was sold without any negotiation? That rich guy was so generous, could it be that he misread the skill? You have to know, during his free time these past 2 days, How Dagon had glanced at similar treasures in the treasure pavilion, at most they sold for around 100,000. TSK, once this person gets lucky, everything goes smoothly. Simply amazing. Because the treasure pavilion's earnings take 3 days to withdraw, How Dagon didn't check how much the handling fee would be. He only remembered that it seemed to be charged as a percentage. Since luck is so good, why not try a few shots? Once a person gets lucky, it's hard not to feel a swell of confidence. After this little episode, How Dagon wasn't in a hurry to cash out. After pouring a few hundred dream coins in, he started to bombard the demon refining interface. The result? Aside from a few big sea turtles, he didn't get anything. Well, it seems I was just being wishful. Looking at the rapidly vanishing hundreds of dollars, How Dagon felt a bit lost. It turned out that heaven hadn't favored him. Outside the app, he was nothing. No, I was nothing to begin with. Now that it's come to this, why bother torturing myself? Shaking his head to dispel those random thoughts, he exited the game and lay down on the bed. I used to complain every day about not having time to do this or that, and now that I have time, I don't even know what to do. It's really strange. After lying there for a while and watching some videos, How Dagon suddenly started talking to himself again. Just as he was thinking about whether to spend some money for fun, to check out the paid live streams he had been reluctant to watch before, a knock sounded at the door. Lao Lu, what are you sleeping for? Get up and have fun. I have something good to show you. Something good? What could this guy possibly have? It wouldn't be some weird movie again, would it? Thinking that he had nothing better to do, How Dagon got out of bed. Not long after, in the living room, How Dagon's mouth twitched. Monkey, is this what you call something good? Looking at the few plates of barbecue in front of him, How Dagon was momentarily speechless. With this little amount, it wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. He had reason to suspect that this guy had called him out just to take advantage of him. Come on, don't be picky. It's the thought that counts. Eat, hurry up, if it's not enough, we'll talk later. Saying this, Ho Liangping picked up 2 skewers of lamb kidneys, one in each hand, and started to eat. You won't die from it, How Dagon said with a hint of annoyance, thinking that the other party was offering it to him. Then he followed suit, but he took meat skewers instead. He couldn't stand the taste of lamb kidneys. Hey, monkey, why are you suddenly so generous, willing to spend on this takeout? After a few bites, How Dagon suddenly asked. Although there were only a few plates, they were all meat, and it wasn't cheap. Not to mention a few hundred, at least over 100. This wasn't like the style of the guy in front of him. What do you think? Ho Liangping shot him a flirtatious glance. Then should I leave? Feeling a hint of a trap, How Dagon grabbed a handful of meat skewers and prepared to get up. Hey, what are you doing? If you're leaving, then leave. Why are you still taking things? Ho Young-ping immediately panicked upon seeing this. Then tell me what your purpose is, or I'm afraid you'll drug me. Hao Dagon turned back and said, damn. If you're afraid of being drugged, why are you taking so much? Hearing this, Ho Young-ping immediately cursed. After finishing the last skewer in his hand, he added with some indignation, it's not like I ordered this stuff. If something goes wrong, you can find that old chi guy. Besides, you're not a girl, I wouldn't bother to drug you. Wait a minute? You mean this was ordered by that old chi guy? Hao Dagon was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then asked in shock, otherwise, who else would it be? You know, my buddy always likes to spend money wisely. Even if he was really hungry, he would go to the village to eat chicken. How could he order this kind of takeout? It's so expensive, it's not worth it. Ho Young-ping replied as if it were obvious, and before he finished speaking, he got up to grab a skewer of beef tripe. But don't say, this thing is said to be quite expensive. As he spoke, he took a big bite. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Now we're in deep trouble. Once he confirmed it was something Chi Tongwei had ordered, Hao Dagon immediately tossed the skewers in his hand away as if he had encountered a plague. What's wrong with you, Lao Lu? Are you really worried that your buddy would drug you? I'm telling you, this is going to hurt our feelings. Seeing Hao Dagon like this, Ho Young-ping, who was happily eating beef tripe, quickly asked. Hao Dagon looked at him, speechless, and said with a hint of frustration, Monkey, do you only remember the good times and forget the bad? Don't you know what kind of person Lao Chi is? He's definitely up to no good, either trying to win favor or plotting something. This time, sending such a big gift from afar, there's definitely nothing good about it. Sure enough. Before Hao Dagon's words had even settled, the phone on the table rang with a video call invitation. The profile picture was none other than that guy, Chi Tongwei. Lao Lu, could you do me a favor? Seeing this, Ho Young-ping was momentarily stunned, then slyly glanced at Hao Dagon. It was clear he had no good intentions. Don't even think about it, I just had one skewer, and I was completely unaware. You created such a mess, and it's your WeChat, you deserve to answer. After that, Hao Dagon didn't care about anything else, grabbed some fruit from the fridge, and quickly ran back to his bedroom. No kidding. That guy Chi Tongwei was a notorious womanizer, and he was definitely here to curry favor for some woman's sake. Sure enough, as soon as Hao Dagon entered the room, he heard the familiar sounds of a nightclub coming from the living room, along with Chi Tongwei's pitifully weak voice. Monkey bro, I need help, My ex-girlfriend is pregnant and in the hospital, there are a lot of people, and I don't know if the child is yours, no, mine. Could you please help me sign a document? Hao Dagon. He felt like he had just heard something monumental. To avoid corrupting his thoughts, Hao Dagon decided to close the door and put on headphones. The next day, after morning exercises, Hao Dagon opened Dongfang Saifu on time. At the same time, Su Yao on the sofa finished her drink and mirrored his actions. Aren't you going to the meeting today? Hao Dagon asked in surprise. Su Yao didn't respond, just gave him a roll of her eyes for him to figure it out himself. TCH, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Who cares if anyone wants to know? Feeling a bit gloomy, Hao Dagon muttered to himself. Seeing him like this, Su Yao smiled slightly. She seemed a little happy. Of course, if her knees weren't sore, she would be even happier. A few minutes later, the stock market bidding officially began. Watching New Oriental hang on the limit up board as soon as the bidding started, Hao Dagon smiled happily. New Oriental's closing price yesterday was 16.5 yuan per share, and he held 355 shares, which amounted to 585,750 yuan. As soon as the market opened, the stock price instantly soared to 15 yuan. Naturally, his account total also reached 644,325 yuan. In the blink of an eye, I easily earned what I would normally work a whole year for. It's simply too satisfying. That said, Hao Dagon clearly felt that even though he was making more money every day than the previous day, the excitement in his heart wasn't as strong as it had been in the first couple of days. What's so great about it? Perhaps Hao Dagon's happiness disturbed Su Yao, as she immediately became dissatisfied. But Hao Dagon knew that her sudden change in mood was likely because her stock purchase yesterday wasn't looking optimistic in today's bidding, otherwise, she wouldn't be like this. Thinking of this, he clicked a few times on the screen, pre-sold the stocks at the limit-up price, then put his phone in his pocket and walked over to Su Yao with a slight smile. So, how's it going, manager? The situation should be okay, right? The stocks shouldn't be down right at the start of the bidding, right? As he spoke, he sat down right next to Su Yao and leaned over to look at her screen. Jiangxi Island? You actually bought this stock? Seeing the name on the screen and the fluctuating stock price underwater, Hao Dagon almost burst out laughing. Manager, don't you know? This stock is famous for its unpredictability. When there's a need, its scallops come running back from abroad. When there's no need, they run away, truly a shellfish that travels thousands of miles. You actually dared to buy this stock. Be careful of getting caught in a scam. Mind your own business. I'm happy to do what I want. Just watch your own stocks, don't look at mine. Perhaps unable to tolerate Hao Dagon's irritating demeanor, Suyao not only covered the screen with her hand but also deliberately shifted a bit to the side. Oh, manager. This is where you're wrong. Why are you still dividing it into yours and mine? You weren't saying that just now. You wanted to turn all of mine into yours. Almost scared me to death. While speaking, Hao Dagon pretended to be terrified, which made Suyao grit her teeth in frustration. This annoying man, taking advantage and then acting innocent. Truly infuriating. Just a moment ago, he had been so. Thinking of certain things that had happened earlier, Suyao's face immediately flushed, and she quietly scolded herself a few times. Just then, the stock price of Jiang Jia Island on the screen began to rebound in the last minute, showing signs of soaring. Suyao immediately turned the screen, a bit smug, and confronted the person next to her. Humph. You call it a pig scam. It should be you who gets slaughtered. You should be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Me? Capsize in the gutter? Hao Dagon pointed at himself. Manager, I'm not saying this to you, but you should know better than anyone about your husband's capabilities. You've experienced it more deeply. What could make you say such things with a clear conscience? Is it that the feeling isn't right? Or is it too much? As he spoke, Hao Dagon shifted closer, sitting right next to Suyao. His hands naturally found their way to where they should be. Seeing this, Suyao didn't say anything, just shot him a glance, then turned her attention back to the screen. With only about 20 seconds left until the bidding ended, she had to consider whether to sell her stocks for a profit once the market opened, leaving no time to waste with the annoying guy beside her. As for those wandering hands, she let them be. After all, she was used to it. Wait, why was this woman becoming less resistant? Looking at Suyao's compliant demeanor, Hao Dagon suddenly felt a faint sadness. To be honest, he preferred the way Suyao had looked a few days ago, full of shame and anger in her resistance. It felt more thrilling that way. Oh well. In the end, it was his exceptional abilities that had conquered the woman before him in just a few days. After comforting himself, Hao Dagon withdrew his wandering hands and took out his phone to check the stocks. For him, there were only two crucial time periods in the stock market. One was the bidding period leading up to the opening, where he had to find the right moment to sell at the highest price. The other was simple. After the hidden hints appeared, he would go all in. Wait, something seems off? Someone is being unscrupulous, dumping stocks and running away in the last 10 seconds of bidding. Watching the stock price, which had been on the rise, suddenly plunge down to just 5 points, Hao Dagon instinctively cursed. Damn it, can't you wait until the opening when the retail investors are lining up to buy? Why do it now? Be careful or you'll end up with a son you can't handle. If there's anything more disgusting in the stock market, it's those who dump stocks in the last moments before closing or in the last 10 seconds of bidding. Because once this operation is carried out, a lot of unnecessary panic will instantly magnify countless times as the waiting time for stockholders lengthens. In the end, it may even lead to a stampede phenomenon of falling stocks. Suyao sat beside Hao Dagon, and with his earlier shout, she naturally understood what had happened. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately counterattacked. Oh dear husband, you're so miserable. How come the stocks you bought are turning green so quickly? It really makes me angry. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have definitely made you buy this yesterday. Then you could enjoy the joy of hitting the limit up right at the opening with me at that moment. Suyao was as delicate as could be, looking as affected as possible. After being bullied for several days, she finally had a chance to hold her head high, and she couldn't be happier. She even thought about continuing what she had just done, maybe doing a standing split to celebrate. On the other hand, Hao Dagon, after hearing her words, had a rare thought reminiscent of a few days ago. The immediate urge to take action and teach her a lesson. Just as he was contemplating whether to act, a hidden prompt in his line of sight suddenly refreshed. He almost laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Seeing her like this, Suyao immediately became alert. Her intuition told her that the man in front of her was definitely thinking of some bad idea. However, Hao Dagon ignored Suyao at that moment and focused on the item in front of him for deeper contemplation. That is, whether he should take the opportunity to trick Suyao again. After all, this hidden prompt was just too in line with his wishes. September 1st, Jiangxi Island -10.08%, that's right, what refreshed was the situation of Jiangxi Island on that day. The most important thing was that it indicated the stock price would hit the limit down today. Although Hao Dagon didn't understand why it had changed from limit up to limit down today when it had previously shown limit up, as long as there was a chance to see Su Yao continue to suffer, he was very happy. Money can be earned every day. Even if he sold New Oriental at a 5-point loss later, he could still make about 30,000 today. And such things are rare. Most importantly, he might be able to use this opportunity to do something. For example, open a backdoor for him at the company? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon quickly organized his words in his mind and provocatively spoke to the alert Su Yao. Manager, how about we have a bet? Su Yao didn't hesitate. I don't want to, my mouth is almost numb from losing before. Hao Dagon. No, what if this woman doesn't fall for it? Then increase the stakes. Are you really not going to try? If I lose this time, I will directly disappear in front of you. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyebrows twitched. She admitted she was a bit tempted. Although her rationality told her that the other party definitely had bad intentions, but she just couldn't help wanting to give it a try. She, Su Yao, didn't believe it. Could she really lose every time she gambled? After all, she had already lost so many times, so what did it matter if she lost once or twice more? Looking at the expression on Su Yao's face, Hao Dagon knew. This woman couldn't suppress her inner restlessness, because he understood. The competitive spirit of the woman in front of him was extraordinarily strong, whether standing or lying down. So, he began to further entice her. Manager, actually the content of our bet this time is very simple. That is, do you dare to hold on to Jiang Jia Island until tomorrow? How about it, doesn't it feel like a sure win? Su Yao, looking at the stock price of Jiang Jia Island with over 1 million hands, and still increasing in the limit up orders, Su Yao really wanted to shout, if I lose this time, I'll just lie there and let you do whatever you want. Fortunately, her rationality told her she couldn't do that, because popping the champagne halfway could lead to trouble. After suppressing the urge to immediately agree, she slowly turned to ask Hao Dagon, Mr. Lu, do you mean, it will plummet today? Hao Dagon had nothing to hide, as this time he was engaging in an open scheme. He was betting that Su Yao wouldn't want to part with the money she had already made. With the foundation of his previous successes, he believed that as soon as he spoke, even if the other party claimed it was impossible, deep down she would surely believe him. Yes, I'm saying it will not only plummet today, but it will also hit the limit down. So, manager, should we establish the bet now? You know, it's not easy for a stock on the rise to hit the limit down. In fact, Hao Dagon was right. After he spoke, Su Yao believed him to a large extent. And as time passed, her belief only deepened. Because Hao Dagon's previous track record was simply too brilliant. He had caught different stocks hitting the limit down for several consecutive days. Such experience in operation could easily make him a little stock god online. But that little bit of unwillingness in her heart wouldn't let her miss this opportunity. What if the other party failed this time? Wouldn't she be set for life? After all, how could a gambler lose every day? Surely, heaven would lend a hand, right? Moreover, from a scientific perspective, her chances of winning were much greater, weren't they? And let's take a step back, even if she really lost, it didn't seem like a loss. Not to mention the money she would make, it seemed like it could be quite enjoyable. It was almost like being in an invincible position. Yes, just like that. It seemed like the other party would win, but in reality, she was the one who would take it all. Thinking of this, Su Yao's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she turned her head and confidently declared, Mr. Lu, let's gamble. I hope you won't back out like a man when the time comes. After saying that, she moved her long legs and walked towards the window, leaving Hao Dagon with an exceptionally graceful back. Seeing this scene, Hao Dagon couldn't help but feel something was off. Why did it feel like he had dug a pit for himself? Not long after. 8th floor of Gaoxin International. Lobby of Dongfang Saifu Company. People coming and going. Hao Dagon had been wandering around for a while when he was stopped by a long-haired beauty in professional attire with a stunning figure. Sir, how can I help you? Hearing this, Hao Dagon looked at her. Spots, a body-hugging skirt, plus a familiar white shirt. No, wait, it was a white blouse. She was someone worth asking. Hello, I have a question about my account that I'd like to consult. This was Hao Dagon's first time in such a place, so he felt a bit shy. Of course, the main reason was that the woman in front of him seemed quite impressive, and he didn't know whether to admire her or be interested in her. Sir, my name is Wu Mengmeng, I'm the company's diamond investment advisor. Nice to meet you. Saying this, Wu Mengmeng handed over a meticulously crafted business card. It had her photo, name, and phone number. Uniquely, it even included her approximate residential address. He couldn't tell if it was true or not. Wu Mengmeng, diamond advisor, lives in Vank Jinyu apartment? Vank Jinyu apartment? Isn't that just not far from where I live? Looking at the girl in front of him, Hao Dagon suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. People are like that, no matter when or where. There's always this inexplicable closeness when meeting someone from your hometown in a foreign place. Sir, may I ask what your question is? Noticing the sudden change in Hao Dagon's expression, Wu Mengmeng curiously asked. She had just entered this line of work not long ago, so she was particularly sensitive to the small reactions of clients. No, I'm just a bit curious why Miss Wu would write her home address on her business card, Hao Dagon replied with a smile. Ah, this? Hearing Hao Dagon say this, Wu Mengmeng suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. I said I didn't think that much at the time, sir, you wouldn't mind, would you? By the way, may I ask your surname, sir? Wu Mengmeng asked with a sweet smile. In fact, only she knew that she did this on purpose, otherwise, how would the client think of her at the first moment of need? After all, who could easily forget that girl who liked to share her home address? As for whether it was true or not many people delved into it. If someone really asked later, she could just say the business cards were printed earlier and that she had moved. My surname is Liu, Hao Dagon replied. Hao Dagon. What a great name, sir. As she spoke, Wu Mengmeng suddenly blushed slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. This seems interesting? Seeing Wu Mengmeng's unusual reaction, Hao Dagon couldn't help but think to himself that he was quite experienced. He had been walking in the world with this name for over 20 years. How could he not understand what this reaction represented? It meant that this girl in front of him knew the ropes. You should know, the most famous person with this name was that second-generation Wang Hao Dagon who kept shouting about wanting to become the Sea King? Wu Mengmeng clearly realized that her previous state was a bit off, so she quickly spoke up. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, it's a bit noisy here with so many people. Why don't we go to the lounge over there to chat? Okay. Hao Dagon responded lightly and followed Wu Mengmeng over. In fact, his main purpose for coming this time was to inquire whether he could open a margin trading account in advance, given his current account situation. That's right, margin trading. You should know that in the stock market of Xia country, you can make money not just by buying up. You can also profit from short selling. In fact, in a certain sense, making money from short selling can yield even more. Initially, Hao Dagon hadn't thought of this. It was a casual remark from that woman Su Yao that reminded him. That's how this conversation came about. A few minutes later, Hao Dagon explained his general idea to Wu Mengmeng. In short, he wanted to open a margin trading account before the market closed, to catch the falling stock of Jiangjia Island. Miss Wu, do you think? Is there a way to solve my problem? After finishing, Hao Dagon asked seriously. Wu Mengmeng listened without speaking, only frowning in thought. After a long while, she shook her head at Hao Dagon. Mr. Liu, I really want to help you. But you know, having assets of no less than 500,000 within 20 trading days is a hard requirement. This is the requirement of the Securities Regulatory Commission, and I can't. Well, it seems there really isn't much room for any under-the-table operations. Hearing this, Hao Dagon sighed. To be honest, if he could, he really didn't want to miss this money-making opportunity. Just when Hao Dagon felt it was about time and was inclined to leave, Wu Mengmeng spoke again. Actually, Mr. Liu, if you're in a hurry, there are still ways. There are other ways? Hao Dagon's fleeting thought of leaving vanished instantly. Wu Mengmeng. This man changes his mind so quickly. She almost couldn't keep him from leaving, yet he was drawn in by stock trading. It was hard to tell which was more important. Although Wu Mengmeng thought this in her heart, her face showed another demeanor. Yes. If you're really in a hurry, you can transfer the money out and borrow a friend's account to trade. If you can't find a suitable one, I can help you look for one. The premise is that you have to trust me. Wu Mengmeng replied seriously. Hao Dagon. No, isn't this the same as saying nothing? If it could be done this way, he would have done it long ago. But the problem is that withdrawing money from the account takes a day. By tomorrow, the opportunity would be gone. Truly, big chest, no brain. Wu Mengmeng also noticed something was off with Hao Dagon, so she hurriedly asked, Mr. Liu, is there something wrong? As far as I know, this is currently the fastest method, otherwise, you'll have to wait for 20 trading days. Complaining aside, Hao Dagon understood that from the perspective of an investment advisor, Wu Mengmeng was absolutely right. She was even considering the client's interests at every turn. Generally speaking, it is not permissible to suggest using a stock account that is not a close relative. After all, that would be illegal. If Wu Mengmeng were to be serious about it after the incident, she could very well get implicated. Of course, the specifics. Those who understand, understand. Minor skirmishes are fine, but if it escalates, then it would be a different story, one would have to cut losses. Then forget it, I need to use it urgently today, and thank you for your help. After hurriedly throwing out these 2 sentences, Hao Dagon stood up, ready to leave. Such behavior left Wu Mengmeng completely bewildered. Today you open an account and today you want to use it? Really? Is there such urgency? Are you that eager to lose money? Thinking of this, Wu Mengmeng quickly called out to Hao Dagon. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. Hao Dagon turned around, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Is there something? You're not going to charge me just for a few inquiries, are you? Wu Mengmeng. What does he take her for, a robber? Mr. Lu, may I ask which stock has you so concerned? Hao Dagon had no intention of hiding it. After all, such a good opportunity to show off was rare. He was sure that from today onward, the girl in front of him would definitely have his shadow in her mind. Zhang Zidao, if you're interested, you can keep an eye on it, it will hit the limit down today. After saying that, Hao Dagon left without looking back, hiding his achievements and fame. Well, he didn't even add her on WeChat. On the other hand, Wu Mengmeng was left frozen in place by his words. Zhang Zidao? Isn't that the stock that the supervisor has been promoting recently? It was said that several private placements related to her had already entered the market recently, and the stock price had hit the limit up twice in a row. Even the few clients under Wu Mengmeng had been subtly hinted at by her due to the supervisor's instructions. Many people had already entered the market, and for such a stock that everyone was eager to invest in, someone actually had a bearish outlook and confidently claimed it would hit the limit down today. Thinking of this, Wu Mengmeng instinctively believed that Hao Dagon had gone crazy with stock trading. To verify her thoughts, she took out her phone to check the real-time status of Zhang Zidao. There are already 1.2 million hands of limit-up orders, and the sell orders are pitifully few. How could such a stock suddenly hit the limit down? Unless there was some major bad news. Why is there suddenly a little red dot on its news? Seeing this, Wu Mengmeng instinctively clicked to check. Then, she was stunned. Zhang Zidao, due to the sudden eruption of the Fuji volcano in the Sun Country, our company's scallops in the sea panicked and fled abroad in large numbers, resulting in immeasurable losses. Profits are expected to drop to 0 this year. Wu Mengmeng. She stood there in silence for nearly a minute before she suddenly remembered that she hadn't added Hao Dagon on WeChat. Without thinking, she immediately chased after him. This scene left her best friend Shin Nana, who was chatting not far away, completely confused. She thought something urgent had happened and hurried over. After Hao Dagon left the Dongfang Saifu company, he saw that it was getting late, so he hurried downstairs to grab a quick meal. The owner of the Pig's Trotter's stall was very enthusiastic, and very fair-skinned. So, Hao Dagon unconsciously stayed there for quite a while. By the time he returned to the company, an hour had passed. Due to the inability to temporarily open the margin trading business, Hao Dagon decided not to make any moves in the stock market today. After experiencing the painful lesson of turning 10,000 into 1,000, he had long understood his own limits. Suddenly barging in was no different from giving money to someone. I wonder what expression that woman Suyao has right now, to know that Zhuangzi Island is being pressed down and rubbed furiously. Thinking back to what he had just seen on the Dongfang Wealth app, Hao Dagon couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, the hidden hints wouldn't deceive him. If it said it would hit the limit down, it would definitely hit the limit down. Even if it didn't, it would be made to happen. TSK, even Mount Fuji, which hasn't shown any signs for decades, could suddenly erupt. Scary, really scary. As Hao Dagon walked and muttered to himself, he didn't notice that as he passed the corner, a pair of jade white hands quietly reached out. Taking advantage of his inattention, they quickly pulled him inside. In the first moment of being pulled in, Hao Dagon was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but laugh in anger, because he sensed the aura of a big thunder. What the hell? There are robbers in the company? And it's a woman? Damn, this world is too crazy. After a moment of shock, Hao Dagon immediately began to fight back. Grabbing that pair of jade white hands, he attempted to throw her over his shoulder. Then, a familiar muffled groan sounded. Xiao Feifei, why are you treating your sister like this? It's really heartbreaking. Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon froze and immediately turned to look. It's you? Joe Jia? Who else could it be? Besides me, who would reward you like this? Joe Jia looked at him with a face full of resentment. You better let go. It hurts a lot. Hao Dagon. After another few dozen seconds. In the nearly deserted corridor, Hao Dagon looked at Joe Jia, who was rubbing this and that while constantly complaining, with a face full of black lines. Xiao Feifei. I'm not talking about you, sister. I just wanted to say hello. Was it necessary to be so rough? Do you understand what it means to cherish beauty? We at least had that kind of relationship before. How come you can't even recognize me? Look, it's been so long. My heart still hurts. And this, and this. It's also very uncomfortable. I don't care, you have to take responsibility. At least you have to tell me which stock to buy today, otherwise, I'll stick to you. As she spoke, Joe Jia showed an extremely pained expression, as if she had just suffered a great injury. But only Hao Dagon, the person involved, knew. He hadn't even used any strength just now. Besides, even if the sky were to tear apart, he had only touched Joe Jia in 2 places before. Her arm and the front. As for how those issues with her calves and shoulders came about, God knows. No matter how much is said, this woman is still after that last sentence. She wants to know which stock will rise from his mouth like before. Sure enough, women are still more money-oriented. Xiao Feifei, why are you looking at your sister like that? Speak! Perhaps Hao Dagon's gaze made Joe Jia feel a bit uncomfortable, and she suddenly urged him again. What to say? Joe Jia, you used your silver tongue to trick me into revealing information. What? Now you still want to? I can tell you, there's no free lunch in this world. After saying this, Hao Dagon turned to leave. Joe Jia would not let him leave so easily. She quickly stepped in front of him. What do you mean by that? Do you want to fight? Hao Dagon said directly. Joe Jia, however, smiled charmingly. If you want to fight, then let's fight. After all, there's no one here. Hao Dagon. An hour later, Joe Jia happily opened her stock account. Men are just like this. They talk tough, but in the end, they still obediently submit. It's just that this delay has taken a bit too long. I wonder if it will have any impact. After an inexplicable hiccup, Joe Jia successfully found the stock for Jiangxi Island. Limit down? Or is there a buy order of over 700,000 hands? Seeing this, Joe Jia immediately smiled. I'm really lucky. I can eat another limit up like last time. In fact, ever since she obtained stock information from Hao Dagon through special means last time and made a profit of 30 points within 24 hours, Joe Jia had started to feel restless. She had money, and it was earned through her own efforts from Lu Ruyan, but she had never found a way to make money work for her. Now that she had finally encountered an opportunity, she naturally wanted to hold on tight. The most important thing was that this opportunity could not only make her money, but also let Joe Jia experience a long-lost feeling. The only downside was that in order to protect Lu Ruyan's chastity, she couldn't take that step. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but lower her head to look at her little belly, which she had worked hard to accumulate with fat. I don't know how long I can hold on, this feeling is really intoxicating. Ruyan, oh Ruyan. Actually, being a real woman is really good, why don't you understand? Especially when you meet someone exceptionally talented, it's even more captivating. Could it be that you hate men so much because of something you encountered in the past, to the point that even touching them feels disgusting? After several seconds, Joe Jia finally threw aside her distracting thoughts and refocused her gaze on the stock. Now I have over 800,000 in my account. If I can eat this limit up again, plus tomorrow's premium, doesn't that mean I could break 1 million? Thinking of this, Joe Jia instantly became excited, preparing to go all in without a second thought. But just as she was about to press the last key to enter her buying password, she suddenly noticed a point she had unconsciously overlooked due to her excessive excitement. That is, this stock had actually fallen from the limit up. Seeing this, Joe Jia's expression instantly froze. What's going on? Could it be that Lu is deceiving me? Or, is this stock called Jiangxi Island going to perform a limit up and down in one day? Impossible, something must be wrong. So, she stopped her buying operation and immediately searched for Hao Dagon's WeChat. Just as she was about to click in, a new message came from him. Then, Joe Jia realized that she had wasted her breath. Meanwhile, in the office, Hao Dagon was currently sitting with his legs crossed, looking at the screen with a victorious smirk. Joe Jia, oh Joe Jia, didn't expect this to happen. You have your strategies, and I have my ladders. I did tell you the information you wanted as agreed. If you were slow, then you can only blame your skills. Of course, this isn't entirely your fault, because I possess the talent of an emperor. After casually rambling a few words, as a winner's speech, Hao Dagon suddenly frowned, recalling the scene that had just occurred. Could it be that Joe Jia's belly is fake? Otherwise, why would that fleshy feeling in her lower abdomen feel so real? Just as Hao Dagon was puzzled, the office door was pushed open. He turned around to see Su Yao. At this moment, she looked at Hao Dagon with the demeanor of a winner. Manager, what do you mean by this? After a moment of staring at each other, Hao Dagon spoke first. What do you think? Before his words had even finished, she proudly sat down next to Hao Dagon. With the surname Lu, you've calculated everything. But I'm afraid you never expected this day to come, did you? How Dagon was momentarily stunned by the words, could it be? You didn't sell? In his view, only in this way could Su Yao have the confidence to look at him so arrogantly. Seeing this, Su Yao said nothing but directly opened her account and tossed her phone over. Humph, smelly man, now you know to panic, right? If you want to know, just look for yourself. How Dagon. For some reason, How Dagon always felt something was off. However, he didn't think too much about it and shifted his gaze to the screen in front of him. At the same time, he had already made a decision. If Su Yao really did something unexpected, he would immediately exercise his final right of interpretation. Regarding Su Yao's secret, How Dagon didn't plan to eat for a lifetime, but at least for 3 to 5 years. Little did he know, upon looking, it left How Dagon bewildered. Because, although the other party still held shares of Zhang Zidao, her profit today was not in the green, but a terrifying 30%. No, something was very wrong. There must be an issue. Logically, she should have suffered a minus 20-point drop today, and her account should be glowing green, so how could it turn out like this? While How Dagon was puzzled, a detail in the account suddenly caught his attention. That is, Su Yao couldn't sell the Zhang Zidao stocks she held. According to the principle that stocks can only be traded the day after purchase in the Xia country stock market, this meant that the stocks Su Yao currently held were bought today. Coupled with that exceptionally eye-catching 30% profit today, How Dagon instantly understood. This woman was taking advantage of him. After learning from him that Zhang Zidao would experience a limit up today, she immediately sold all her stocks at the limit up price. Then, she used her account's margin trading rights to short sell, immediately buying in fully at the limit up price. Thus, once the stock price of Zhang Zidao fell, she could achieve a second profit. Not bad, manager, it seems you're not as foolish as I thought. After understanding the whole situation, How Dagon immediately cast a meaningful glance at Su Yao. He had made up his mind, if the other party said a single word, he would immediately exercise his final right of interpretation. Su Yao's method was even more ruthless. Faced with How Dagon's inquiry, she not only didn't say a word but instead stood up and walked to the door. In his puzzled gaze, she first pulled open the door that had long been closed, seemingly signaling to How Dagon that she had won, and that he should fulfill his promise and leave. But this process didn't last long. About 1 or 2 seconds later, the office door was quickly slammed shut by Su Yao and locked tightly. Immediately, she walked towards How Dagon with cat-like steps. Manager, what do you mean by this? How Dagon, who had already understood certain things, began to feign ignorance. Su Yao, with a face full of resentment, replied, what else could it be, taking a different path? The next day, after morning exercises, How Dagon, bare-armed, leaned against the sofa contemplating life. Is this it? Isn't it a bit too fast? Looking at the bathroom that was still splashing water everywhere, he decided to go in and wash up. 2 hours later, How Dagon emerged feeling refreshed. This is my strength. After saying that, he strode over to the sofa to start getting dressed. Once he had everything tidied up, Su Yao appeared in his line of sight, leaning against the wall. Are you still a man? She scolded. How Dagon almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. You're just pretending not to know. If this kind of timely calculation didn't count, then those moments were better off crashing into a wall. What are you laughing at? After finally making her way over, Su Yao punched him. Are you satisfied now? I'm telling you, with the surname Liu, I'm going to stick to you from now on. While hitting him, she suddenly shouted again. How Dagon. Su Yao, what kind of expression is that? Are you trying to deny it? How Dagon, manager, are you sick or something? Screw you, you're the one who's sick. Su Yao hit How Dagon again, but the force was really not commendable, more like playful flirting. Perhaps due to a deeper understanding, Su Yao's little woman demeanor in front of How Dagon had increased significantly. This phenomenon made How Dagon feel scared. This woman wouldn't want to become his girlfriend, would she? That can't happen. He wanted to be a scumbag, he wanted to be a player, he wanted to enjoy life. How could he set up a flag so soon? Su Yao seemed to understand his thoughts and said directly, Hey, Liu, let's be best friends. Best friends? Are you kidding me? I'm a guy. How Dagon said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Su Yao looked at him as if it were obvious. So what if you're a guy? Being a guy doesn't mean you can't. Besides, isn't having a male best friend just perfect? You won't have to take responsibility. How Dagon. I just feel like I'm the one losing out. Lost a manager I could control, gained a best friend who's always available, and I don't have to worry about other female best friends? 2 hours later, looking at the white ceiling and chandelier above, How Dagon frowned. Forget it, why think so much? As long as the hidden prompt is there, the initiative is always in my hands. If that disappears, I might not even be able to think of a way to get that fully automated treatment. Stretching his body and changing to a more comfortable position, Hao Dagon reached for his phone on the bedside table. Hiss. Is it this late already? Doesn't that mean the stock market is about to close? Staring at the time flashing on the screen, Hao Dagon paused for a moment before quickly opening the Dongfang Saifu app. Comfort is important, but he can't forget about making money. If he doesn't grab the chance to earn money now, where will he cry if one day the hidden prompt suddenly disappears? You have to know, according to the plan on the app, he was only at the third step of becoming a strong man. Who knows when that fourth step will pop up? If it appears and the magic of the third step suddenly disappears, that would be a disaster. Well, it's been so long that it's confused me, I actually forgot today is Saturday. No wonder Suya was so carefree just now, rushing off after breakfast without asking about this kind of news. Turns out that's why. Looking at the market closure notice on the screen, Hao Dagon smirked. No wonder the hidden prompt hasn't refreshed at this hour. The problem lies here. Just as he exited the Dongfang Saifu app, Hao Dagon suddenly became worried about what had just happened. That is, if the fourth step suddenly appeared, would he really lose the hidden prompt? Thinking of this, he immediately silently recited a phrase in his heart, then clicked back into the Dongfang Saifu app. Amazingly, in the blink of an eye, the 4 characters Dongfang Saifu disappeared, replaced by the exceptionally eye-catching words Strongman Diary. This was a little secret Hao Dagon had discovered by accident. As long as he silently recited I am a strong man, and then clicked on any app, it would change to this appearance. The effect lasts about 3 seconds. After that, if he doesn't click into it, the app will immediately return to its original state. Of course, throughout the process, only he could see it. It's been 2 days since I last checked. I wonder if there have been any changes inside. Muttering, Hao Dagon turned his gaze to the screen and clicked in. Then, he was stunned. Is this a health bar? No, wait, a progress bar? Looking at the new thing that appeared on the screen, Hao Dagon was stunned for a while before he reacted. The numbers in front of him were just too long. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, 1,000 billion, 1 trillion, 1 trillion? After counting several times and finally figuring out what the numbers represented, Hao Dagon was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? A trillion experience points? This must be a joke. If that's the case, wouldn't he be forever? Wait. Something seems off. The information on the screen refreshed again. 63525/100000000000000. Could it be? Is that what it means? Hao Dagon calculated his current holdings of over 600,000 stocks, plus the more than 120,000 yuan in the Dream of the Red Chamber treasure house that he hadn't withdrawn yet, minus the 20,000 yuan he borrowed from online loans with Ho Liangping. His entire fortune was roughly this amount. Realizing this, he immediately understood that the app was telling him, to step into the fourth stage, he must have a fortune of 1 trillion. TSK, 1 trillion. Isn't it a bit excessive to call it wealthy enough to rival a nation? How much does the richest man in Xia country have now? 300 billion? 400 billion? So it turns out only men like this can be called real men? Hao Dagon thought for a moment and felt there was nothing wrong with that. As the saying goes, a wealthy man is a man, while a poor man is just a man. If you can't even achieve financial freedom, what else is there to talk about? After a strange smile, Hao Dagon exited the app. He felt relieved, knowing that before his fortune reached 1 trillion, the hidden prompts wouldn't change significantly. As for the days to come, he just needed to use this point to earn money peacefully and enjoy life a bit. Looking at the broken Balenciaga on the floor, Hao Dagon thought to himself. 3.5 hours later, Hao Dagon returned to the Gaoka community. He startled Ho Liangping, who was watching a movie. Damn, Lao Lu, how come you walk so quietly? Dude, I almost couldn't hold it in. Oh, Mutalan? Why are you getting into retro sports? Hao Dagon looked up and asked with interest. Ho Liangping replied, of course, reviewing the old to learn the new. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and made a gossiping face at Hao Dagon. Come on, confess honestly, did you spend the night out looking for a rich woman? Hao Dagon, after asking, Ho Liangping saw Hao Dagon turn to leave without a word and quickly called out. Hey, don't just walk away. I'm talking to you. Hao Dagon turned back without saying anything, just giving him a disdainful look. He had never seen someone like this, talking to others without even pulling up their pants. Closing the door and turning on the light, a little world of his own was born. Ah, so refreshing. Lying on the bed and scrolling through his phone, relieving the fatigue of the day, Hao Dagon opened his notebook. I didn't log in last night because of Su Yao, and I don't know if that little rich woman is angry. Forget it, who cares? If she's really angry, I'll deal with it then. There are always more ways than difficulties. After a bit of self-talk, Hao Dagon successfully logged into the game. The little rich woman didn't log in all day yesterday? No, she hasn't logged in today either? Seeing that the expected chat box bombardment didn't appear, Hao Dagon was clearly stunned for a moment. Something's off, very off. Based on her enthusiasm a few days ago, how could she suddenly not log in? You have to know, she just spent over 100,000 to book me, this handsome guy. How could such a phenomenon occur? Could it be that something happened? So she didn't log in at all? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but recall what the other party had mentioned earlier about holding a meeting for a day. Hey, it can't be that cliché, right? My buddy just found a rich woman who might be running a company, and now she's immediately facing a crisis with her company going bankrupt, to the point where she doesn't even have the heart to play games? No way, right? As Hao Dagon was lost in thought, a new message notification popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. Could it be that the little rich woman is back alive? He instinctively thought so, because aside from her, everyone else on Hao Dagon's game list had either sold their accounts or stopped playing, and there wouldn't be any familiar faces messaging him anymore. Not the little rich woman? Is it her? Looking at the ID in front of him, Hao Dagon was somewhat taken aback, because the person contacting him was the female streamer named Macho from before. Why is she suddenly looking for me? With that, Hao Dagon clicked on the chat box. Wanchio, Feifei good, do you have any new things to sell? Can Xiao serve you again? Omega, Hao Dagon. Well, this isn't directed at him, it's about the money. After selling everything with her introduction that day, Hao Dagon took some time to inquire about it afterward. It turned out that these streamers would receive a certain commission from merchants specializing in this line of work after each successful deal, even if it was just a labor fee. Sigh, the world is bustling for profit. If there were no benefits, she probably would have forgotten about me long ago. Thinking that he had nothing better to do, Hao Dagon casually clicked into her live stream room, just to pass the time. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered, Wanchio's sweet welcoming voice would ring in his ears. Welcome back home, my Feifei Ge. Good evening, have you eaten? Would you like Xiao to sing a song for you? Hao Dagon. No, this difference is a bit too much, right? If he remembered correctly, he didn't receive this kind of treatment the last time he came in. It was just a casual welcome and that was it. Today, she was actually asking about his well-being. Simply, too considerate. As expected, it's true what they say, asking about well-being is not as good as a huge sum of money. That attitude changed in an instant. Feifei is very big, good evening. After politely replying on the public screen, Hao Dagon turned his gaze to Wanchio and began to scrutinize her. JK twin ponytails? Not bad. Her outfit seemed cuter than last time. Perhaps next time he could let Su Yao try this style too. At that moment, as Hao Dagon was thinking, Wanchio's sweet voice rang out again. Feifei Ge, why aren't you talking? Xiao is waiting for you to issue a task. Issue a task? What kind of wolfish words are these? Why is everyone playing with contrasts these days? He clearly remembered that this girl was very rule-abiding. Could it be that day was just a coincidence? Just as he was pondering, a flash of red light suddenly appeared before Hao Dagon's eyes. This is a hidden prompt refreshed again? He was first taken aback, then filled with joy. Because money was coming. Streamer Su Ermang is currently under the favor of the goddess of luck. If you let her help you craft 10 level 150 weapons within half an hour, one of them will definitely be a weapon worth 100,000 yuan, with the rest being random. 10 level 150 weapons could be exchanged for 100,000 yuan. This was Hao Dagon's first reaction. Then, he immediately opened the Dream Westward Journey treasure house to calculate the costs. Weapons, iron, level 150. Got it. On average, one weapon costs 1,000 yuan. 10 weapons, that's 10,000 yuan. Converted, that's a 1,000% profit. Let's do it. With that, Hao Dagon began to place orders in the treasure house. However, when it came time to pay, he froze. Insufficient balance? Hao Dagon. After a deadpan 5 seconds, he finally realized. It seemed all his money was in stocks. Now he only had a few hundred in his pocket. Crap. How did I not think of this? At a critical moment, I actually messed up because I have no money in my account. Should I go find Monkey to borrow more? Forget it. I haven't paid back the last loan. Should I continue to take out a small loan? Hao Dagon thought for a moment and found it feasible. Then, he froze again. Your credit limit application was not approved. Please improve your qualifications? Damn. I have over 600,000 in my stock account, and you say I don't have qualifications? Cursing aside, Hao Dagon knew it was because his credit was currently too messed up. Over 30 loan inquiries in a week would make anyone think he was about to go broke. How about borrowing from that woman Su Yao? After some deep thought, Hao Dagon felt he had no other choice. After all, they were good friends. Borrowing 10,000 should not be a big deal, right? Xingcheng. Rose Appointment Community. Su Yao had just finished her bath when she saw Hao Dagon's message. Borrow money? What is this guy Lu up to again? He's making so much in the stock market, how could he be short on cash? Is he testing me? Frowning and pondering carefully, Su Yao felt this possibility was quite high. So without thinking, she started typing. Dear, would 10,000 be a bit insufficient for you? How about I give you all the money on my card? Since she had already decided to rely on him, her attitude naturally had to be different. Therefore, after deliberately sending that message, Su Yao thought nothing of it and withdrew 20,000 from her credit card. That's right. Don't be fooled by her seemingly comfortable life. She lived in a high-end community, but in reality, her financial situation had long collapsed. She was living off credit cards. As for how much she owed now, Su Yao didn't dare to calculate. She was afraid that if she did, it would scare her. And the money in her stock account was all borrowed from the company, and she would have to pay it back sooner or later, so she hadn't spent it on herself. This way, it wouldn't count as misusing company funds. She could only say it was a reasonable use of company funds for investment, and if the company needed it, she would pay it back immediately. If not, she would keep borrowing. Humph, Lu, I've even borrowed money from my credit card for you, now you should trust me, right? Just as she was saying this, Su Yao subconsciously walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. Then, she quickly stood up again. Because it hurt. So quick? And it's still 20,000? Looking at the large sum that had just arrived, Hao Dagon was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Su Yao really had feelings for him after all this time? Otherwise, why would it be so? No, it's impossible, it must be an illusion. And it's one of life's great illusions. The terrifying thought had just arisen in his mind when Hao Dagon immediately shook it off. The most frightening thing for a person is to be one-sided in their feelings. That way, it's easy to become a clown. Then, one would fall into eternal inferiority, trading one act of initiative for a lifetime of introversion. After recalling his past experiences and giving himself a warning, Hao Dagon focused his attention on the present. Now that the money is in place, only a few minutes have passed, but who is this Su Ermeng? Could it be this late autumn? Hao Dagon felt this possibility was quite high. After all, if it really wasn't the other party, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. With such a large country as Xia, and so many people streaming, could he really find a needle in a haystack? So, he immediately started typing on the screen. Feifei is very big, Su Ermeng? At this moment, thinking that Hao Dagon had already logged off, the late autumn, Su Ermeng was attending to other visitors. Upon suddenly seeing these three characters on the screen, she was completely stunned. What's going on? The big brother she had just met a few days ago, could it be that he knows her in real life? Or could it be that the other party is her classmate or friend? Thinking of this, Su Ermeng became anxious, because it seemed she had just said something she shouldn't have, asking the other party to give her a task. Don't be fooled by the fact that she does game streaming. Saying this on the surface seemed fine, a bit of teasing in the mix, but those who understand. This was clearly crossing the line. It was the kind of implication. So now, she was very flustered. It wasn't the act itself that was scary, but if her classmates and friends found out, that would definitely be social death. Especially her sister. If she heard any gossip about this, she might just twist her head off. If she had known it would turn out like this, she would have never listened to that operations sister, saying some inappropriate things for the sake of making money. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and she didn't care whether she was live streaming or not. She immediately used the game to privately chat with Hao Dagon. Do you know me? Who are you? My friend? Classmate? Male or female? Can you not tell my sister what just happened? Otherwise, she will beat me to death. I'm begging you. What? What is this girl making a fuss about? I just asked for a name. How did it turn into something bad? Looking at the sudden influx of messages in the chat box, Hao Dagon felt a bit bewildered. Could it be that this girl sneaked out to do live streaming behind her family's back? Otherwise, how could it be like this? And looking at her appearance, she doesn't seem very old. Could it be she is the legendary new generation college student? The more he thought, the more Hao Dagon felt this possibility was quite high. So he decided to test the waters. With plenty of time, he figured it wouldn't be a big deal to joke around with her for 2 minutes. Fei Fei is very big, just turned 18 this year? This statement hit the nail on the head for Su Ermeng. Because, how Dagon guessed correctly, she had just turned 18 last December. So, she was completely panicked. I'm begging you, really begging you, just don't tell my sister. She really will hit people. It hurts, this little girl is really interesting. Just a little stimulation and she starts revealing her weaknesses. Should I tease her a bit? With a growing sense of mischief, Hao Dagon suddenly laughed. Then, Su Ermeng was scared to the point of losing her color. Because she saw a pervert. Fei Fei is very big, Ms. Su Ermeng, you wouldn't want your sister to find out about this, right? Stunned, Su Ermeng, with a full sense of mischief, Hao Dagon, if you help me get 10 pieces of 150 weapon equipment, I'll consider letting you go. Otherwise, the internet is not a lawless land. Hao Dagon certainly wouldn't become an animal thinking with his lower half. Seeing that the effect was about right, he immediately laid his cards on the table. Besides, although Su Ermeng was quite cute, she was a bit underfed in front. So Hao Dagon wasn't too interested. At this moment, Su Ermeng, already confused, typed on the keyboard, and in the end, could only reply with a miserable message. I have no money, maybe I should just quit the internet. Then, a shocking scene unfolded before Hao Dagon. Su Ermeng actually closed the live stream directly. Hao Dagon, damn, this is serious. I'm going to lose money too. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon immediately started editing in the chat box. 10 minutes later, Su Ermeng restarted the stream. Soon after, Hao Dagon received the weapon and lost $500. Alright, from now on, don't be that kind of person who enjoys such things, or it could lead to trouble. Thinking about everything that just happened, Hao Dagon felt utterly speechless. Who would have thought that my buddy would be so proactive in video calling a stranger for $100,000? It's simply self-inflicted misery. But thankfully, it was all worth it. Looking at the 150 level weapons he had identified one by one, Hao Dagon's eyes lit up. Setting aside the 3 high damage ones, this unique weapon was truly enticing. Let me take a look. Female character weapon. Level 150. Damage is quite average. No other bonuses. Got it. After applying all the restrictions and calculating the minimum values, Hao Dagon finally saw the lowest price for similar weapons being sold. A total of 8 for sale, with a minimum price of 188,888, negotiable, and it's been listed for half a month? Frowning at the scene before him, Hao Dagon realized that for him now, time was money. Quickly earning money to increase his capital was more important than anything else. Instead of letting it linger in the treasure pavilion for slow negotiations, he might as well take the merchant route directly. That way, he could earn back the lost money during the bargaining process. Without a second thought, Hao Dagon contacted another streamer besides Su Ermeng. No way, he held grudges, okay? That girl might be cuter in real life than on stream, but she had indeed scammed him out of $500. He wouldn't go groveling to keep giving her money. Besides, he had already. Not long after nearly an hour of waiting, Hao Dagon finally managed to buy the unranked weapon and 3 high damage weapons from another streamer for a total price of $175,000. As for the remaining 6 worthless weapons, Hao Dagon decided to store them in the warehouse for now, thinking he might use them someday. After all, selling them wouldn't fetch much. Little did he know, many things in the streamer community were interconnected. Moreover, Su Ermeng, in retaliation for Hao Dagon's earlier intimidation, had used her unlucky secondary account that had never produced anything good to craft the weapons. Therefore, each weapon bore the 4 big characters, Little Meng Super Awesome. So as soon as the weapon image appeared before her, she could recognize it immediately. In the Gaoka community, room 1302, building 3. Just after finishing her stream, Su Ermeng was drawn in by the commotion in the new streamer group. What's this? Is someone selling unranked weapons again? Loving the gossip, she immediately joined in to watch. At first, she didn't pay much attention, just joining in the fun in the group, hoping to catch some good luck and snag a small red envelope. But as she watched, she began to feel something was off. Su Ermeng noticed that there were a few small words in the image that seemed very familiar. Instinctively, she double-tapped to zoom in. Then, Su Ermeng was stunned. Little Meng Super Awesome Reinforced Crafting? What the hell? This unranked weapon was actually crafted by her? How could she not know? How did it end up in someone else's hands? You see, in the game Dream of the Westward Journey, if a streamer could personally craft an unranked item, it would definitely become a hot topic. Because with just a little promotion, not to mention anything else, at the very least, Su Ermeng's crafting account would instantly become a hot commodity. After all, it was unranked. The kind that could only be produced with skill. There was definitely something wrong, something was definitely amiss. After a brief moment of thought, Su Erming quickly understood the whole situation. That bastard. It must be that bastard. I can accept that he found out my name and came to the live stream to scare me, but to not contact me after the level up and directly sell it through another streamer. This is simply intolerable. If my uncle can endure it, I, Su Erming, cannot. My little money just disappeared like that. The more Su Erming thought about it, the angrier she became, and without caring about anything else, she opened WeChat to demand an explanation. Then, a scene that Su Erming would remember for a lifetime appeared. She, Su Erming, the undisputed cute schoolflower during her school years. Usually, she was someone everyone loved, blooming like flowers. For the first time, she was blocked. Ah! This is driving me crazy. Smack! Bang bang bang! Just after Hao Dagon finished his game, he heard a commotion nearby. Listening closely, he realized it was the noise coming from upstairs, and it was from the room directly above his bedroom. What? What's going on upstairs? It's only been a day, and they're already shouting and smashing things again? Or did they do this while I was out yesterday? After a few complaints, and casually marking the upstairs residents as old ladies, Hao Dagon opened his door and walked towards the living room. In today's society, staying up late is the norm for young people. It was barely 10 p.m., the perfect time for nightlife to begin, and Hao Dagon was naturally not tired. So, following his usual habit, he ran to the fridge and grabbed a can of soda to chug down. Ah, so refreshing. After downing half a can, Hao Dagon felt rejuvenated, instantly more energetic. Since I don't plan to go to the office tomorrow, how about pulling an all-nighter? Feeling happy, Hao Dagon began to brew a new plan in his mind. Just as a thought began to sprout, there was a sudden knock at the door. The unexpected sound momentarily stunned Hao Dagon. Who would come knocking on the door of a few single men at this late hour? Could it be Mrs. Wang next door noticed his extraordinary talent? While he was pondering, Hao Dagon walked over. A moment later. Who are you? Looking at the pure girl outside the door, dressed in a yellow delivery uniform and with an anxious expression, Hao Dagon was momentarily puzzled about her identity. Is she really delivering food? Or is she working as a delivery person? Recently, he had heard that delivering food could also be a part-time job. Fortunately, before Hao Dagon's thoughts could wander further, the misunderstanding was resolved. Because the girl really had takeout in her hands. Mr. Monkey, right? This is the takeout you ordered? Seeing Hao Dagon appear, the girl let out a long sigh of relief. She raised the item in her hand and handed it over. Before Hao Dagon could react, she continued on her own. Mr. Monkey, please pay attention to the pickup time when you order takeout in the future. I waited downstairs for a long time and called several times, but no one opened the door. If I hadn't been worried you'd starve, and if I left it downstairs it might get lost, plus this was the last one I was delivering tonight, I was planning to head back to school after this, you might not have been so lucky to see your takeout. After saying that, the girl shot him a fierce glare before turning to leave. It was clear she was a bit angry from waiting too long. Hao Dagon. Wait, is he taking the blame for that dog Ho Liangping? Damn! This is intolerable. He has to get back at them. Hey! Hey! Dead monkey, wake up, stop sleeping. Someone's trying to set you up, little monkey. Hao Dagon slapped the face of Ho Liangping, who was sprawled on the keyboard and sleeping like a dead pig, with no reaction at all. Finally, this guy reacted. And it was the kind that made him slam the table. Damn! Who ambushed me? I just climbed onto the bed of the old man Joe. After hearing this, Hao Dagon looked disgusted. Monkey, you usually look like a decent guy, always stalking girls, but it turns out you're this kind of person behind the scenes. Damn, no wonder you go to Tianfu City for vacations whenever you have free time, it's because of this. Damn, disgusting. After throwing out these words, Hao Dagon ran out of the guy's bedroom without looking back. At this moment, Ho Liangping also reacted. He hurriedly chased after Hao Dagon to explain. It's not what you think, old Lu, let me explain. No, I mean, clarify. This Zhou Gong is not the same Zhou Gong, she's a younger sister I knew before. Would Hao Dagon believe his nonsense? Obviously not. So he grabbed a large pile of takeout and ran towards his own bedroom. At this point, Ho Liangping also noticed what he was holding, and after a brief pause, he immediately exploded with anger. Damn it, old Lu, you little brat actually have no sense of martial ethics. Stealing my takeout is one thing, but you actually want to swallow it all with some baseless excuse. No way, I can't stand it anymore. If you don't come back, I'm going to make a move on your Hatsune Miku that's drying on the balcony. Before the words even fell, How Dagon instantly reappeared at the bedroom door. Damn! Are you out of your mind, actually thinking of making a move on my ex-wife? Not long after, in the living room, the two were bickering. Hey, monkey, how did you handle the situation from the day before yesterday? How Dagon suddenly asked. What situation? Ho Liang-ping, who was focused on eating, looked up with a confused expression at How Dagon. You know, the thing with old Chi's ex-girlfriend. What's up? Did the reward make your memory worse? How Dagon teased. After saying that, he picked up a large piece of spicy stir-fried meat and put it in his mouth. Don't mention it, that dog Chi Tongwei is simply inhuman. Damn, he plays around more than anyone. Ho Liang-ping seemed to have been stimulated by something. Before How Dagon's words even finished, he uncontrollably burst out with anger. Seeing this, How Dagon became even more interested and asked, "What happened? Did that guy trick you?" This time, Ho Liang-ping reacted even more strongly, almost knocking over the coffee table. Trick me? Not just that. Old Lu, you should have seen the scene at that time. You can be as ridiculous as you want. Perhaps it was because he was really angry. As he spoke, Ho Liang-ping took a big gulp of ice-cold cola and then angrily said, "I've never seen a woman like this. Just for an abortion, she actually called over 7 or 8 ex-boyfriends at once." How Dagon's face twitched. No way, right? Ho Liang-ping laughed. What do you mean no way? I saw it with my own eyes. You should know, I went to the scene on behalf of that dog Chi Tongwei. Hearing this, How Dagon first nodded in agreement, but then he became puzzled. Wait a minute, monkey. That's a bit outrageous, but you shouldn't be this angry, right? It's like you suffered a huge grievance there. After all, based on the situation at the scene, that woman called people over probably just to collect some abortion money. You're not wrong, old Lu, that's exactly how it is. At this point, Ho Liang-ping suddenly paused, and then his whole demeanor became melancholic. But you don't know what the situation was like at that time, old Lu. I handed her 2,000 yuan, she took it and was stunned for a moment, then immediately returned it. How Dagon was genuinely shocked this time. Why? Could it be she knew the child wasn't old Chi's? No way. If that were the case, she wouldn't have specifically called him over, would she? How Dagon's question only made Ho Liang-ping more frustrated. How would that woman know whether the child was old Chi's or not? She knows the child definitely can't be mine. After pushing the money over, you asked me 3 death questions in front of so many people. Who are you? Why are you giving me money? Even if I were blind, I wouldn't have anything to do with you. Look, is this even human language? Although I'm not that handsome, at least I'm decent enough to not be humiliated like this. It's ridiculous. Hearing this, How Dagon couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing, and it was a loud one. Ha ha, monkey, this is what you get for not taking care of yourself. Now you know how tough it is. To be able to gloat at any time and place is what makes a qualified friend. Clearly, How Dagon had achieved that. Laugh, I'll laugh at you. Seeing him like this, Ho Liang-ping immediately started cursing. How Dagon, however, was unfazed and teased him with glee. So what happened in the end, monkey? Did you throw the 2,000 bucks right in that woman's face to vent your anger? If it were me, I would definitely do that. It's not my money anyway. Unexpectedly, Ho Liang-ping's next response caught him off guard. No way, being angry is one thing, but you can't mess with money. Since that woman doesn't want it, I'll do it for her. Anyway, that Chi Tongwei guy is all talk, he'll forget about this kind of thing in a day. How Dagon immediately gave a thumbs up. Nice, really nice. Monkey, you really have guts, even daring to blackmail the money for the abortion from old Chi for his ex-girlfriend. Be careful he comes back to settle the score with you. Ho Liang-ping shrugged. Let him come, that guy didn't even know he owed me for meals back in school. I'll just consider it a debt settled. Besides, with his current daily singing and dancing, I don't believe the child could be his. You know, sometimes quantity doesn't make up for quality. Rather than spending unnecessary money on someone else's child, it's better to give it to my godson. It wouldn't be in vain for me to have called him father so many times before. Even if we take a step back, this can't all be blamed on me. You have a part in this too. Me? How Dagon was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, what does this have to do with me? Ho Liang-ping looked at him as if it were obvious. How does it not relate? Where do you think the money for our late-night snacks comes from? How Dagon. Great, now he was an accomplice too. No way, he couldn't take it lying down. If the pot was being stirred, he at least had to get a share of the money, or he'd be losing out big time. Then it was Ho Liang-ping's turn to be shocked. Hey, old Lu, what do you mean by that? Why are you suddenly pulling me into this? I warn you, I sell my body, not my skills. You need to pay more to get started. The next day, at noon, How Dagon got out of bed while yawning. Hiss, why does my back hurt? As soon as he stood up and stretched, Hao Dagon felt something was off everywhere. Damn! Could it be that monkey really succeeded in ambushing me last night? After saying that, he started laughing. That guy really is something, looks so big and strong, yet can't even do a single push-up. Still, my buddy is impressive, doing 200 in one go without a break. Looks like sticking to morning exercises these past few days has paid off a bit. Just don't know if today, since I didn't go, someone will feel like they're missing something, feeling empty inside. While saying this, Hao Dagon reached for his phone on the bedside. Is it almost 1? No wonder my back hurts from sleeping too long. A full 12 hours, how long has it been since I slept that long? A year? 2 years? It seems like I haven't since I started working, right? People say it's a break for both weeks, but during the holidays, if there's a need, they still send notifications and make calls at any time. If you don't work, they'll deduct your pay. It's making people overly sensitive, almost neurotic. It's ridiculous. After venting a bit, Hao Dagon couldn't even be bothered to unlock his phone and walked into the living room in his slippers while yawning. I'm starving. I wonder if there's anything left in the fridge. I hope that guy Ho Liangping didn't finish everything last night. There's actually some fried rice left? Alright, I'll just microwave it for now and eat it. I'll think about going out later, it's scorching outside. While speaking, Hao Dagon had already put the food in the microwave. Taking advantage of the waiting time, he finally opened WeChat. Oh, no messages for me? That's quite strange. Looking at the empty message bar, Hao Dagon was a bit surprised. He thought that woman Su Yao would at least think of him. Looks like I was being overly sentimental. Well, it's true, today isn't a trading day. If I don't go, she might actually suffer less, probably even be happy. After finishing his self-questioning, Hao Dagon instinctively planned to exit WeChat and open a short video. Just as he moved, he noticed another new thing. Oh, how strange, someone actually applied to add me as a friend. Kaoqi Liu Xiang? Tisk TSK, this WeChat name is quite unique. After chuckling, Hao Dagon instinctively clicked into the other person's moments. He had a habit of checking someone's moments before adding them as a friend. If it was completely empty, then fine, everyone could be good friends. But if there was even a single slash or something, he had to be cautious. Someone who doesn't even show their moments might just be a bad person. Hao Dagon couldn't afford to provoke or avoid them. Sorry, Miss Kaoqi Liu Xiang, but it seems we have a bit of a fate gap. Looking at the empty horizontal bar in front of him, Hao Dagon directly clicked to reject the friend request. Just then, the microwave beeped, and he tossed his phone into his pocket and started eating. I have to say, the chef's fried rice is really bad. It's not even as good as what I make myself. If I weren't so hungry, I doubt I could finish a bite. After gulping down the fried rice, Hao Dagon turned around, ready to head back to the bedroom for a nap. Just then, a hidden notification suddenly refreshed. Heavenly Fortune, Shin Nana will win a 50,000 yuan grand prize at the Jinlian lottery store downstairs of Vank Jinyu apartment between 2 o'clock and 2:30 p.m. If you spend 10,000 yuan in advance to buy scratch cards at 50 yuan each, you might get there first. What do you mean might? That's a sure thing. Looking at the hidden notification, Hao Dagon instantly felt wide awake. Even the sun outside didn't seem so hot anymore. To earn that 40,000 yuan, he was willing to sacrifice a little and go outside to bask in the sun for a while. At 1:30 p.m., Vank Jinyu apartment. Jinlian lottery store. The charming proprietress Jinlian was smiling from ear to ear. Because today, a big customer had come to her store. The kind that cleared out all the scratch cards priced at 50 yuan each. To thank this generous customer for their support, she even specially removed her little shawl, letting her charm radiate even more. This was also the reason why her lottery store had always been thriving, with many repeat customers. If you want to make money, you have to fully utilize your own advantages. Being overly concerned with appearances will only lead to suffering. However, what made Jinlian slightly disappointed was that today's big customer seemed uninterested in her beauty, focusing solely on scratching tickets without even glancing at her. This, in turn, made Jinlian a bit disheartened. In fact, Hao Dagon had already noticed the movements of the proprietress named Jinlian, but he only took a glance and didn't pay further attention, because of an ugly rejection. Well, that's that. A few minutes later, with a gasp from the shop owner, Hao Dagon scratched off a grand prize of 50,000 yuan. This handsome guy, you are really amazing. The shop owner, Jinlian, exclaimed excitedly. She knew that once the banner was hung and the news spread in the group, the store would soon see a surge in purchases. There's no helping it, people in Xia country just love to join in the fun. Hao Dagon remained calm, simply nodding slightly before taking his ticket and leaving. Since he had already won the money, staying here would only waste time. After all, he couldn't redeem the prize here. On the contrary, Jean Lian rushed over to grab his arm, her face full of enthusiasm. "Wait, handsome, could you please wait a moment? I want to take a photo for promotion." Saying this, she affectionately wrapped her arm around Hao Dagon's and took out her phone to snap a picture. "Come on, handsome, could you help me by holding the scratch card in front of you? That way, I can use it for promotion in the store." Perhaps worried that Hao Dagon didn't understand her meaning, Jean Lian even pointed to a corner of the shop. "Don't worry, handsome, if you don't want to show your face, I'll make sure to cover your head, and I promise it will only be used for promotion, nothing else." Hao Dagon looked over and noticed a place he hadn't paid attention to before, filled with photos of Jean Lian and various men. Most of the poses in the photos were quite intimate, similar to his current situation. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was momentarily taken aback. He began to suspect that this shop owner had some special hobby. For example, collecting stamps? Not long after, Hao Dagon hurriedly left the lottery shop. Jean Lian stood at the door, pouting, waving at him with a face full of joy. Under the shade of a tree, Hao Dagon began to reflect. Sigh, walking by the river, how can one not get their shoes wet? This world truly is full of mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. One careless move, and it's easy to fall into a trap. Hao Dagon, oh Hao Dagon, why are you so disappointing? Just as he was deep in thought, a pleasantly surprised voice came from behind. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu? Is someone looking for me?" And so politely? Hao Dagon paused at the words, then instinctively turned around. Then he smiled, because the person was Wu Mengmeng, the diamond investment consultant from Dongfang Saifu Company. The reason she was so proactive in greeting him must be because of what happened that day with the stock of Zhangzidao. "It really is you, Mr. Lu." Wu Mengmeng was thrilled to see that her trip was not in vain. "Yes, what a coincidence. Miss Wu, did you come specifically to find me?" Seeing Wu Mengmeng, who was slightly out of breath and had clearly jogged over, Hao Dagon suddenly asked with a serious expression. Perhaps because it was the weekend, Wu Mengmeng was dressed quite simply and casually today. She wore a white printed t-shirt with two large eyes of a squirtle on it. On the bottom, she paired it with a short denim skirt, her long legs completely exposed to the air, making her look striking. Wu Mengmeng naturally noticed Hao Dagon sizing her up, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She was quite straightforward. She liked to categorize men into two types, capable and incapable, regardless of age. Only incapable men being scrutinized counted as lewdness, while capable ones were simply being appreciated. To make it easier for Hao Dagon to appreciate her, she even straightened her posture and smiled back. "Mr. Lu, you really know how to joke. How could I have the ability to find you in such a big star city? The reason we met is purely fate. You see, I was just about to drive to Window of the World with my best friend when I noticed you under the tree at the intersection ahead, which is why we ended up meeting this time." Sure enough, Hao Dagon followed her finger and saw a car with its engine running and hazard lights on, parked by the roadside, risking a parking ticket in a no parking zone. "So, you came to find me this time because..." Seeing the situation, Hao Dagon instantly understood something and began to feign ignorance. As the saying goes, everyone is bustling for profit. The other party's enthusiasm definitely had its reasons. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch, especially from a girl he had only met once. Just as Hao Dagon's words fell, Wu Mengmeng straightforwardly spoke, leaving him somewhat astonished. "Mr. Lu, actually, I came to find you this time for two reasons. First, I want to add you as a friend on WeChat, and second, if you have time, I'd like to consult you about stock investment. To be honest, your prediction about Zhuangzi Island the other day really impressed me. You know, even the company director I've always looked up to didn't guess the outcome. You might not believe it, but she lost at least over $1 million on that stock that day. Of course, I won't just let you add me as a friend for nothing. Although I can't help you break the limit to gain margin trading rights within 20 days, she continued, there are some things I can do, like granting your account VIP privileges. This way, not only will your trading fees decrease, but you'll also get priority when queuing." As she spoke, Wu Mengmeng suddenly winked at Hao Dagon. It was clear she was hinting that such privileges were rare for her as well. Hao Dagon understood what she meant by priority. It simply referred to the fact that stock traders must go through various brokers to trade stocks in the market. Since there was such a middleman, there would definitely be some differential treatment. After all, everyone needs to make money. Unfortunately, this VIP priority was of no use to Hao Dagon. He usually knew the final direction of stocks several hours in advance. The only ones who could beat him in this might be the legendary national team. However, even so, Hao Dagon didn't refuse Wu Mengmeng's offer because he really liked Squirtle. Not long after, inside the car, Wu Mengmeng, sweating profusely, had just returned when she heard her best friend Shin Nana complaining. Why didn't I win again? My left eyelid has been twitching all day. Could it be that the left eye twitching for wealth is a lie? Hearing this, she immediately replied somewhat irritably, alright, Shin Nana, how can you, a finance major, still believe in metaphysics? Everyone knows scratch cards are a scam. You still buy them for $100 or $2 each time. No wonder you can't save any money every month. Saying this, she didn't hold back, first turning up the air conditioning in the car, then lifting her shirt to reveal her toned abs. There was no helping it, she was naturally prone to sweating, and if she didn't take some measures, the sweat wouldn't stop anytime soon. Why is it so hot today? I didn't feel anything before going out. Wu Mengmeng complained while fanning herself. This action immediately provoked Shin Nana, who had just been scolded. Hot? I don't think it's hot at all. It's probably because someone is thinking about men. I saw you earlier, you were running like you were sending someone off to their death. Wu Mengmeng rolled her eyes. I can do what I want. Besides, that person is an important client of mine, not the kind of person you think. Shin Nana didn't say anything in response. Instead, she took advantage of Wu Mengmeng's moment of distraction and stepped on the gas, turning towards the direction Wu had just returned from. This action immediately startled Wu Mengmeng. It was well known that the person beside her was notoriously bold. Otherwise, how could she dare to make a U-turn and go against traffic like this? Hey, Shin Nana, are you out of your mind? This is against the traffic rules. And what exactly do you want to do? This direction isn't the way to window of the world. Shin Nana still remained silent, only revealing a mischievous grin. Not long after, when Wu Mengmeng deliberately parked the car in a spot where they could observe Hao Dagon from a distance, she finally understood her good friend's intentions. TSK, I didn't see this coming. Wu Mengmeng, so you actually like this type, huh? Don't get me wrong, that guy may not be very handsome, but he has some outstanding qualities. Especially the way he walks, that heavy feeling is simply amazing. As she spoke, Shin Nana turned around and gave Wu Mengmeng a thumbs up. Mengmeng, I didn't expect you to be a practical person who values utility. At 6 in the evening, in the high-tech community, Hao Dagon arrived at his doorstep, carrying a bunch of bags. Monkey? Since his hands were full, he kicked the door a couple of times and shouted inside. After calling for a while with no response from the door, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Hao Dagon instinctively turned around and saw a woman in a lace-trimmed nightgown, with a facial mask on and holding a garbage bag, standing at the opposite door. She was staring at him intently. Hao Dagon was momentarily taken aback, then said in surprise, Sister Bai, you're back. Indeed, he was very familiar with this woman. She was the landlord of the house he rented. Her name was Bai Jia. She was a wealthy woman, owning many properties in the community. As far as Hao Dagon knew, including the floor he was currently on, she had about 10 apartments across 3 floors. Despite being nearly 40, she still looked beautiful and youthful. Most importantly, she was very kind, especially warm towards her male tenants. It was a bit unfortunate that she seemed to have bad luck, remaining a widow. The reason she was called a widow instead of a single woman was that she lived with her daughter, who looked almost identical to her, so much so that if they walked down the street together, people would believe they were twins. Of course, time had left its marks on her. She was quite voluptuous, which often led people to mistake her for an older sister. Perhaps due to the significant changes in Hao Dagon's life over the past week, Bai Jia stared at him for a while before finally responding, somewhat belatedly, Xiaolu, did you get off work early? In the past, Hao Dagon would unconsciously shift his gaze when faced with her attention because he felt a bit inferior, especially in front of a charming woman like Bai Jia. But now it was different. Facing her inquiry, he confidently smiled and said, how could there be such good fortune, Sister Bai? I just happened to have a break this week. But what about you? Why are you back so early this time? Did you get tired of playing in Beihai and come back early? All of Bai Jia's tenants knew that every summer, she would travel to the south for a few months to escape the heat. Typically, she would return around the National Day when the temperature in Xinjiang wasn't so high. This year was quite strange. She returned nearly a month early. Seeing that he had asked about this, Bai Jia immediately began to complain. I didn't want to come back, but unfortunately, I have a big burden beside me who insisted on seeing Jay Chou's concert in Xinjiang, so I had no choice but to reluctantly come back and suffer the heat. As she spoke, Bai Jia suddenly shifted her gaze and turned the topic to Hao Dagon. But Xiaolu, haven't you changed a bit too much recently? Sister, it's only been a month or two since I last saw you, but why do you feel like a completely different person? Not only do you look much more handsome, but even your whole demeanor seems a bit different. Honestly, if it weren't for your voice not changing and the fact that you took the initiative to greet me just now, I almost wouldn't have recognized you. As she said this, Bai Jia's gaze suddenly began to roam over Hao Dagon's body, and after a while, she teased in a rather ambiguous tone, "Come on, confess honestly, have you been dating someone behind my back? Otherwise, there's no way you would have changed like this." This is the difference between a young girl and a mature woman. The former tends to be reserved, even if she has thoughts in her mind, her words convey something entirely different. The latter, however, is much simpler. Having experienced more, understood more, and learned more, she finds it easy to align her thoughts and actions. Whatever she thinks, she says. Risque jokes can flow one after another, never stopping. And Bai Jia, a widow in her prime, is among the top tier in this regard. After all, she has no partner, so she speaks without any reservations. If her words are like this, one can only imagine her actions. During this exchange, Hao Dagon felt as if he had been swept by a chill. That different and naked gaze made him feel uncomfortable all over. Especially when it lingered for a moment, it sent shivers down his spine. Why hadn't he felt this way before? Could it be that she had never seriously looked at him before? The more he thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was quite high. Because he understood one thing: the older a woman gets, the more she values the process rather than the result. Of course, while he thought about this, Hao Dagon didn't forget to respond to Bai Jia. Just as her words fell, he deliberately laughed at himself, saying, "Sister, you really know how to joke. In this day and age, people are very realistic. If you don't have money, don't even think about having a girlfriend, you might not even have a female friend. And you know my situation, I have neither money nor ability, earning barely 4,000 a month. It's a bit tough just to support myself, let alone find a girlfriend. So, please stop mocking me. I've already made up my mind, if things are still like this in a few years, I'll just stay single for life. I can handle this kind of hardship myself. It would be a bit much to pass it on to the next generation. Don't you think so?" Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Bai Jia burst into laughter, her demeanor suddenly lively. "Xiaolu, it's only been a short while since we last met, and I see you've changed so much that you can even make your sister laugh. I must tell you, if you really make your sister laugh too much, you'll have to take responsibility." In fact, chatting with a mature woman is most perplexing because of her unpredictable body language. You never know what she means. Just like now. As soon as Bai Jia finished speaking, she abruptly winked at Hao Dagon with her left eye. In this situation, any normal man would think she was hinting at something. But just as Hao Dagon was about to pick up on Bai Jia's words to probe further, she suddenly spoke again. "Oh, Xiaolu, I can't chat with you anymore. I almost forgot the kitchen is still cooking abalone porridge. If I don't go check on it, it might burn." After hastily dropping this line, she smiled, raised her hand to make a quick goodbye gesture to Hao Dagon, and then went inside without looking back, leaving Hao Dagon standing there in a daze, feeling a bit confused and unable to articulate his feelings. Could it be, this is what they call flirting and then running away? No way, how could he, Hao Dagon, let this slide? A man should not be teased by a woman. Looking at the door of Bai Jia's house right next to him, Hao Dagon immediately made a decision: he would go warm her up later. The tenant bought a lot of fruit. It should be reasonable to give the landlord a little, right? Not long after, there was a knock on Bai Jia's door. Coming. With a call, Bai Jia, who had changed back into her pajamas, hurried out of the bathroom. Who is it? Who would ring the doorbell at this hour? I haven't even told anyone I'd be back early. Puzzled, Bai Jia opened the door. She was immediately taken aback. "Xiaolu, what's this?" Seeing Hao Dagon at the door, Bai Jia was somewhat surprised. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time he had come to her door uninvited. Could it be that this is the benefit of growing up? Thinking of this, Bai Jia found it amusing. Men, after all, need to have strength to have courage, otherwise, they will always be timid. This was especially true for those over 30. Hao Dagon, of course, had no idea what Bai Jia was thinking. He just smiled and raised his hand. "Sister, look, I almost forgot. Didn't I just buy a lot of things? There are cherries and durians inside that you like. I thought it was a rare opportunity, so I brought some for you to try, to celebrate your early return. Honestly, if it weren't for you holding down the fort in our community, the beauty of this place would drop several levels. Even the flowers by the roadside don't seem as fragrant anymore." Whether his words were greasy or not was another matter, but Hao Dagon felt the effect seemed quite good. Before he finished speaking, Bai Jia shot him a somewhat reproachful glance. "That's too much, Xiaolu. You're making me a bit embarrassed with what you said. You still say you don't have a girlfriend? With that mouth of yours, I bet any girl would be unable to resist." Seeing this, Hao Dagon felt a bit relaxed. No wonder many people say that women are at their most beautiful after 30. Not to mention anything else, just Bai Jia's unintentional little expressions could probably captivate quite a few naive young men. If he hadn't had Su Yao's support over the past week, he might have become a bit unsettled. Sister Bai, you really think too highly of me. I only have a few tricks up my sleeve, I'm not as impressive as you say. Besides, I'm just being realistic, there's no element of flattery in what I said. After a slight pause, Hao Dagon replied with a smile. It was only then that he noticed Bai Jia had actually changed into a new set of pajamas. Really? Are women now also particular about cleanliness? Even changing pajamas so frequently? Or could it be for some other reason? However, from a man's perspective, Hao Dagon still preferred the one in front of him. It showed off her figure well. Bai Jia naturally noticed Hao Dagon's unusual reaction. But she wasn't a young girl, she wouldn't mind such things. Moreover, she herself enjoyed this feeling of walking on the edge, constantly balancing. Women, after all, dress up beautifully every day to attract men's attention. The more people look, the longer they are captivated, which only proves one's charm is greater. Especially for a mature woman like her, who was in her prime, she needed such gazes to constantly prove she wasn't old yet, and still stood out as the most vibrant flower in the crowd. Therefore, Bai Jia not only didn't stop him but also deliberately straightened her posture to let her charm radiate completely. Then she continued to tease, with that mouth of yours, I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of those young girls. Saying this, she playfully tapped Hao Dagon's arm. Although the force wasn't great, it conveyed a meaning that reached deep into his heart. Hao Dagon suddenly felt a rush and instinctively grabbed Bai Jia's hand. Sister Bai, Before he could finish, a voice suddenly came from inside the house. Mom? Who's here? I can hear you talking to someone at the door? In that brief moment, Bai Jia not only withdrew her hand but also had ample time to shop behind her after rolling her eyes at Hao Dagon. Who else could it be? It's our neighbor. He saw your mom come back and specially brought me your favorite cherries and durians. Unlike you dead girl, who only knows how to spend my money on yourself and even gets angry at me. At this point, Bai Jia thought she was done, but for some reason, she suddenly added, you dead girl, if you keep this up, I'll definitely find you a stepdad and have you a little brother. By then, I'll spoil him and give him all the family assets. Let's see how you'll just lie flat and waste your days like now. Hao Dagon felt his left eye twitching after hearing this, and his intuition told him that if he didn't leave now, something big would happen. So, while Bai Jia's words were still hanging in the air, he quickly put down what he was holding. And under Bai Jia's amused gaze, he hurriedly closed his own door. Sure enough, just a moment after Hao Dagon closed the door, an angry figure appeared behind Bai Jia. It was her daughter, Bai Yanran. Not long after, in the Bai family's living room. Watching Bai Jia happily munching on cherries, Bai Yanran paced back and forth, unable to calm down. Mom, how can you eat so happily? This is evidence of someone plotting against you. If you eat this today, you might be. At this point, Bai Yanran suddenly stopped. She couldn't bring herself to say the rest. Bai Jia, however, didn't care. After tossing a cherry into her mouth, she casually added for her daughter, what will happen? It's just some matters between men and women, isn't it normal? Besides, who's after whom is still uncertain. I've lived for over 30 years, do you think I'm still a vegetarian? And you, little Yanran, are already in your 20s and still a virgin. You're really embarrassing your mother. You should know, I had you before I was 20. Bai Yanran. She knew she couldn't win against her sharp-tongued mother, so she immediately turned her attention to the instigator from earlier. She couldn't argue with her money-giving mom, but could she not win against that poor loser who wanted to eat swan meat? So, Bai Yanran walked towards the door, fuming while mentally preparing her arguments. Seeing this, Bai Jia didn't stop her but continued eating cherries while watching her daughter's retreating figure, her eyes full of teasing. Since there was a little calf wanting to win her over, he had to first get past her precious daughter, right? After all, being a stepdad wasn't that easy, otherwise, why would Bai Jia have been lonely for so long? But to be fair, she never realized before that the little calf was actually so capable. Could it be, he also had some unspeakable secrets? At this moment, in Gaoke Community, Building 3, Room 1202, Hao Dagon was sitting on the sofa, nervously sipping on a cold cola. Suddenly, a hidden prompt refreshed in front of him. Xia Yanran, sensitive, cares about face, loves chasing stars, likes Jay Cho, older brother, and other celebrities, infatuated with her mom, obsessed with dress-up games like Miracle Nikki, recently scammed out of over 500,000 private savings due to online dating, fears her mom will be disappointed if she finds out and cut her allowance, and a while ago secretly took her mom Bai Jia's pajamas too. Was this another hidden prompt about a character? Hao Dagon was first stunned, then overjoyed. If this time could be like Su Yao, wouldn't he be able to? But as he browsed through the hidden prompt, he realized the situation wasn't that serious. Because, the matters inside were neither too big nor too small. As for whether it is important or not, it all depends on how the person involved thinks. If one can let go of their pride, in Hao Dagon's view, it's really not a big deal. However, the name of the protagonist caught his attention. Xiao Yanran? Ran? If I remember correctly, Sister Bai's daughter is also named Yanran, right? But it's Bai Yanran. Then is there a possibility that Bai Jia's deceased husband had the surname Xiao? And Bai Yanran was originally named Xiao Yanran? According to the previous display patterns of the app regarding matters, this possibility is quite high. While Hao Dagon was speculating, the opportunity for verification came, because the door was knocked on violently. Shortly after, at the door, as soon as Hao Dagon opened the door, he saw a girl wearing cartoon long t-shirt and slippers, with a pair of long white legs exposed, looking very much like Bai Jia except for her figure, standing at the door with a fierce expression. It was none other than Bai Yanran. As soon as the door opened, Bai Yanran glared at him and asked, "Was that you just now?" Hao Dagon, being a grown man, saw no need to hide, so he admitted without hesitation, "Yes, it was me." Upon hearing this, Bai Yanran instantly felt insulted. A mere few years older than her and still a nobody dared to compete with her for her mother and even tried to be her dad? This was simply intolerable. She could endure her father, who had turned to bones, but not this. With her temper flaring, she didn't think twice and clenched her fist to strike. "You dead loser, don't think you can eat swan meat. Get lost." In fact, Hao Dagon could understand Bai Yanran's feelings at that moment, but that didn't mean he was a saint who would just stand there and let her hit him. So, before Bai Yanran's fist could land, he grabbed her delicate hand. This action naturally made Bai Yanran even angrier. Struggling, she began to curse. "You bastard, who told you to touch my hand? Let go of me. If you keep this up, I'll call someone." Saying this, Bai Yanran raised her other hand to strike. Naturally, the outcome was predictable. Both of her hands were controlled by Hao Dagon. Almost instinctively, Bai Yanran wanted to shout out. She wanted the man in front of her to know the consequences of provoking her. But immediately, she swallowed the words that were about to come out and felt a sudden tightness in her heart. Because Hao Dagon spoke with a wicked smile. "Xiao Yanran, you wouldn't want me and your mom's business to become common knowledge, would you?" Half an hour later, Bai Jia came out of the bathroom. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw her precious daughter Bai Yanran sitting on the sofa with a dejected expression, as if she had suffered some blow. Seeing this, she was first taken aback, then walked over with a smile. "Oh, isn't this my little Yanran? What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Or did you encounter something unhappy? If I remember correctly, didn't you just go to settle a score?" While joking, Bai Jia sat down beside her daughter and asked teasingly, "What's wrong? Didn't you settle it? Do you want me to help you get back at them?" As soon as these words came out, Bai Yanran instantly felt guilty, nervously grabbing her mother's hand and said, "It's fine, Mom, I just talked to that person, it was purely a misunderstanding. You don't need to go. Besides, it's late at night, suddenly going to someone else's house wouldn't be good, it might disturb the neighbors above and below." Misunderstanding? Hearing this, Bai Jia frowned, feeling something was off. Wait, wasn't this little girl still her precious daughter? How could she become so obedient and sensible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong here. Bai Yanran had actually been paying attention to her mother's movements all along. Seeing the expression on Bai Jia's face gradually becoming off, she immediately felt a surge of anxiety. She had just made such a big sacrifice, even swallowing her anger, just to prevent certain things from being discovered. If her mother were to dig deeper, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? No, this couldn't continue. With this thought, Bai Yanran quickly wrapped her arms around her mother's and began to act cute. "Oh, Mom, don't overthink it. I just suddenly remembered how good you are to me, and I often throw little tantrums and 'cause you worry, so I felt a bit guilty, which is why my mood is a little low. I thought I'd be a good girl for a while. Don't worry, I only have a 3-minute heat. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll be that mischievous kid again. You don't need to fret about this and that, thinking too much will only make you old. Look, you've even started getting crow's feet." As she spoke, Bai Yanran took out her phone to show Bai Jia. Little did she know, her poor acting skills couldn't fool Bai Jia, who had raised her for over 20 years. With just one glance, she could tell that her daughter was changing the subject. However, Bai Jia didn't expose her. Earlier, she had taken the opportunity while Bai Yanran wasn't paying attention to observe her from head to toe and found no signs of her being bullied. So, Bai Jia decided to hold off for now. Once her daughter was out of the house, she would have a good talk with that little brat, Hao Dagon, to find out what he had done to Bai Yanran to make her act this way. But to be fair, her daughter's moment of obedience just now really got to her. If she could always be like this, wouldn't the dream girl she had hoped for come true? With this thought, Bai Jia suddenly became even more curious about the secrets Hao Dagon held. As for Bai Yanran, seeing her mother's attention diverted, she breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she abruptly recalled that foul man who had threatened her to do those things, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. 30 years of east of the river, 30 years of west of the river, dare to bully a young girl? Lu, just you wait. One day I will. Ah, achoo, achoo. In the living room, Hao Dagon, feeling comfortable after finishing up, had just opened his computer when he inexplicably sneezed a few times. No way, is it some girl talking about me again? Forget it, doesn't matter. Let's see if the little rich girl is still alive. Shaking his head and tossing aside the distracting thoughts, Hao Dagon logged into the game. As soon as he got on, he gasped. Hiss, no way, right? I just blocked you for a bit. How did it turn into such a big deal? Is the female streamer really that impressive? Can she really type so much and say so much? Looking at the long string of messages on the screen, Hao Dagon's face twitched. Then, he began to make some bold moves. Without even reading what the other person had written, he directly edited the chat box. Deleted, unread, don't think about it, never see you again. Also, please don't build an airport on your chest, it's not safe. Okay. Message sent, friend deleted, problem solved. After dealing with this trouble, he shifted his focus to the main target of this login. What's going on? Could it be that the little rich girl really got into trouble? Why hasn't she logged in for several days? Looking at the gray ID of Battle Tyrannosaurus and the unlit avatar, Hao Dagon frowned instantly. Despite knowing each other for so long and being in a virtual marriage in the game, their connection was limited to the game itself. In reality, Hao Dagon had no means of communication with her. When they used to chat excitedly, he had asked for her WeChat, but she had always skillfully deflected him with various topics. After several attempts, Hao Dagon finally gave up on that thought. Until now, when faced with a situation, he found himself at a loss. Sigh, let fate take its course. This girl has always been like this. She would just disappear for a while without any reason while playing, and then suddenly reappear as if nothing happened, laughing and joking. Since the female protagonist of the story was absent, Hao Dagon lost interest in continuing the game. He casually browsed through various scenes, and after seeing no new hidden hints, he logged off. At the same time, above Hao Dagon's head, room 1302, Su Ermeng, who had just been scolded by her sister, pouted and opened her computer and webcam with a bit of frustration. Stupid sister, annoying sister, bad sister. I just wanted to change my dressing style and earn a little more money. Was it really necessary to confiscate all my new uniforms? What's wrong with game streaming? Does game streaming not need to attract viewers? After hitting her Minotaur plush a few times to vent her pent-up emotions, Su Ermeng finally felt a bit better. Taking a deep breath and adjusting her expression, she finally logged into the game. As a streamer, her chat box would always be buzzing with messages every time she logged in. To not miss any opportunity to earn a little money, Su Ermeng would carefully browse through the messages. Who knows, maybe some big shot would notice her luck and throw some tasks like monster hunting or treasure digging her way. That way, she would not only have content for today's stream but could also earn some pocket money if something good came up. Unfortunately, today seemed to be a bad day for her luck. The messages she received were from a boring person, talking about nothing of substance. Great, today's streaming hours are going to be hard to fill. Looking at the dwindling unread messages, Su Ermeng started to feel a bit down again. Just as she was planning to slack off and chat in the streaming room to kill time, one ID suddenly caught her attention and perked her up. Fei is huge? It's that bastard. He actually knows how to log in? Let's see if I don't roast you alive. Just as Su Ermeng, channeling her inner land god, was about to unleash her anger on the other party, she suddenly noticed a message from Hao Dagon. Then, she completely lost it. Ah, you deadbeat. You deleted me again. Don't let me run into you in real life. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. Make you pay? Make you pay my foot. I see you're just a lonely mother Tyrannosaurus and a bitter woman. Hearing the sudden outburst from upstairs, Hao Dagon, lying in bed playing on his phone, immediately felt disgusted. He had already made up his mind to complain to the property management about the people upstairs when he had the chance. Who makes such a racket every day around 10 o'clock, making it impossible for others to quietly watch videos? However, I have to say, that voice just now sounded a bit familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. While Hao Dagon was puzzled, a loud commotion erupted outside his door. Is that monkey back? Just as he was about to shout a couple of words, a loud roar came from outside. Damn! Why does it smell like a woman in here? The next day, Monday, Hao Dagon arrived at the company early in the morning. Just as he was preparing to surprise Su Yao, he was blocked at the corner of the elevator. Then, the breakfast he had specially prepared for Su Yao was gone. Creak, in broad daylight, how can there be such a female robber around? An hour later, after finally breaking free from his restraints, Hao Dagon grumbled as he made his way to the office. Good morning, manager, have you eaten yet? As soon as he sat down, Hao Dagon took the initiative to greet Su Yao, who was sitting in her office chair with a face full of resentment. You ask knowing the answer, Su Yao said, sounding like a wronged woman. Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon felt a sudden tension in his body, but he didn't show it on his face. He continued nonchalantly, is it my fault? If I were a worm in your belly, I could tell if you were hungry. I can't be bothered with you. Su Yao shot him a glance and then suddenly changed the subject. Hey, how about I give you a position later? Hao Dagon was a bit confused. A position? What do you mean? But Su Yao didn't explain, only impatiently said, just say whether you want it or not, why ask so much? It won't cost you anything anyway. Hao Dagon replied, then I think I'll pass, I'm afraid you'll trick me. I remember many times when someone clearly said no, but later they were harsher than anyone else. You. Hearing this, Su Yao felt a bit like biting someone again. Glancing at the time, she noticed the stock market would open soon, so she held back, but she couldn't help but say something snarky. A dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. If you don't want it, I'll just give it to you anyway, let's see how mad you get then. Saying this, she started editing something on her computer. Before long, Hao Dagon's phone in his pocket vibrated. He opened it and was instantly speechless. Su Yao, due to the current excessive personnel in the department making management inconvenient, to ensure fairness and justice, this manager has decided to randomly select those whose last 4 digits of their ID add up to 15 to be the group leader, assisting me in managing the department. Please report suitable candidates in a timely manner. If there are none, this notice will be void. Manager, you really know how to play, coming up with such a method. After reading everything, Hao Dagon looked at Su Yao with a mix of laughter and tears. He didn't even need to calculate, it was definitely him. As for whether there would be other lucky candidates, he had no idea. Humph, mind your own business. Su Yao turned her head away, a bit proud. Hao Dagon replied, yes, you have D+ and you're the biggest. Su Yao. A few minutes later, the stock market opened for trading on Monday. Su Yao was beaming with joy, because Zhuangzi Island had hit the limit down again. She calculated that if she sold now, she could make over 210,000 today. Yes, that much. Don't be fooled by the fact that her account had only a little over 1 million a few days ago. Just by playing around with Zhuangzi Island stock for a few days, she had made nearly 1 million. Thinking of this, she instinctively glanced at Hao Dagon, who was watching videos on the sofa. To be honest, this annoying man actually looked quite handsome when he wasn't talking. It was a bit heart-fluttering. If only she could. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surged in Su Yao's mind, and no matter how hard she tried to dispel it, she couldn't change it. In the end, she could only let it take root and sprout in her thoughts. Meanwhile, after watching videos for a long time, Hao Dagon finally noticed Su Yao's gaze. Seeing her face slightly flushed, he deliberately teased, Manager, you're not secretly falling for me, are you? I must tell you, I'm not an easy person, I have standards for my partner. At the very least, they shouldn't let the kids go hungry. Wait, that seems a bit off. Manager, you seem to meet the requirements a bit. How about we? After saying this, he looked at Su Yao with a flirtatious expression, as if hinting at something. Seeing this, Su Yao immediately panicked. Get lost. You want me to die? Who would like you? Even if I go back home and marry an honest person, I wouldn't like you. She definitely wouldn't like this bastard in front of her. At most, she might just have a crush. Hao Dagon didn't continue the conversation upon hearing this, just smiled. After all, he was currently fighting on 2 fronts. Just then, as he looked up, the messages on the screen refreshed again. Kochi Lu Xiang, Shufei Fei, you better not be lying to me again. It's already in the bidding, why is there still no news? If you keep this up, I might just call the police. Call the police? Upon seeing this, Hao Dagon's face instantly darkened. He realized that women's thinking was truly strange. Clearly, he was the one being forced into a deal, yet somehow, the blame was still being placed on him, the victim. Unbelievable. That's right. The person on the other end of WeChat was Joe Jia. She was also the one who had kidnapped him that morning. And her purpose for doing this was, of course, quite simple. She wanted Hao Dagon to provide her with stock market information. For this, Joe Jia even resorted to her unique skills. Women. They can really do anything for money. But this is reality. As long as the benefits are substantial, everyone is the same. After a few quiet jabs, Hao Dagon began to edit on the screen. Would he send Joe Jia information about the stock market? Yes, because Hao Dagon had always been trustworthy. Unfortunately, not now. Not to mention that the hidden hints hadn't refreshed yet. Even if they did, he wouldn't send it immediately. To be able to grasp someone, one must control the scale. Feeding someone too well every day can easily lead to problems. Haixing Technology Company. In the CEO's office. Looking at the messages on the screen, Joe Jia was suddenly gritting her teeth. That bastard. How could he do this again? It's infuriating. If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have just. Before she could finish her sentence, the door behind her made a noise. It was Lu Ruyan returning from a meeting. Seeing this situation, Joe Jia immediately felt a bit guilty, hurriedly putting her phone down and turning around with a new expression. Ruyan, are you done? Lu Ruyan didn't respond but just nodded, because the noise just now was intentionally made by her. In fact, she had entered the room a while ago. Naturally, she had heard some things. So, at this moment, Lu Ruyan felt quite uncomfortable. The bastard Joe Jia mentioned. Must be that man from the last phone call, right? Thinking of this, she silently recalled the number she had memorized. Ruyan? What's wrong with you? You seem a bit unhappy. Did some bastard bother you again in the meeting? Joe Jia immediately noticed something was off with Lu Ruyan and stood up to show concern. Lu Ruyan just smiled, indicating that she was fine. Then she sat on the sofa and began discussing serious matters with Joe Jia. Meanwhile, in Su Yao's office, Hao Dagon, lounging with his legs crossed, sneezed again. H-yo. Wait, what's going on? Why am I sneezing again? Hao Dagon rubbed his nose, feeling puzzled. He thought he hadn't done anything wrong lately, so why was this happening? Just as Hao Dagon was wondering, he heard Su Yao's laughter nearby. It must be that too many girls are suffering because of someone, and now they're getting their comeuppance. Before she could finish her sentence, she sat down next to Hao Dagon, twisting her body to make space. Move over a bit, there's not enough room here. Seeing this, Hao Dagon's face darkened. No, Su Yao, you must have some serious issue. There's so much space over there. Why do you have to come sit next to me? However, Su Yao suddenly became sarcastic, her face filled with a gloomy expression. I said the same thing that day, but someone still forced their way in. What's wrong? Now that it's your turn, you can't handle it? This is just the beginning. Double standard man. Hao Dagon. He finally understood that reasoning with women was futile. He needed to use some hard power instead. At 11 o'clock, time arrived. Sai, brother, which stock should we buy today? Su Yao, still lost in her role-playing, turned to ask. Hao Dagon didn't even lift his eyelids at her words and impatiently replied, I don't know, I'm dead tired. Let's talk about it after a nap. Come on brother, the market is about to close. If we don't hurry up, it'll be too late. Perhaps it was because the earlier awkwardness hadn't faded, but as she spoke, Su Yao suddenly became clingy. This made Hao Dagon break out in goosebumps all over. When he caught sight of Su Yao inching closer through the slits of his eyes, he simply got up from the sofa and went to take a nap in his office chair. If he couldn't provoke him, he could at least avoid him. If you won't say, then fine, I have other places to ask. Seeing him like this, Su Yao immediately felt a bit annoyed. Why should this annoying man act like this? She was the one who had put in the effort earlier. Thinking this, Su Yao contacted her best friend, Li Xin. Xin, what's going on? What else could it be? Everything's in the red. Who would have thought that Zhangzi Island would open and directly hit the limit down? What the hell? You didn't sell when it hit the limit down last week? Sell my ass. The big shots in the group said yesterday was just to scare people. Today it would definitely rebound. So, you get it. 6-6. Oh my gosh. Why does this sound off? Did you sell yesterday? Of course, I'm not in the group anyway. Why would I listen to that bullshit big shot? And with a threshold fee of several tens of thousands, I see it as pure harvesting leaks. For a moment, Su Yao and her best friend were chatting enthusiastically. However, she didn't notice that not far away, Hao Dagon suddenly opened his eyes and took out his phone. September 4th, Wuxi Aptech plus 10%. Yoshi. It refreshed again. After seeing today's hidden hint come out, Hao Dagon didn't hesitate. He directly opened the Dongfang Saifu app and started searching. Wuxi Aptech. Wuxi Aptech, found it. Current stock price 51 yuan, current increase of 2 points, it's a big blue chip? Tisk TSK, this kind of 100 billion level stock is hitting the limit up. It seems some big shot is taking action again. Alright then, I'll ride the wind and catch a wave. With the successful purchase notification appearing, Hao Dagon successfully held 145 hands of Wuxi Aptech. Then, he thought about today's earnings. 145 hands, about 740,000, 8% of that is 58,000 yuan. Sigh, too bad there's still over 170,000 in the treasure vault that has to wait another day to transfer out, otherwise I could have made over 10,000 more. Forget it, others are too greedy, life is long, there will be plenty of opportunities to make big money. As Hao Dagon was reflecting in his heart, a head suddenly leaned over. After quickly glancing at the screen, it lightly landed a kiss on Hao Dagon's cheek, and then Su Yao stood beside him, smiling and excitedly shouting, "Thank you for the reward, hubby, Yao Yao will definitely reward you well later." Then, without lifting her head, Su Yao started fiddling with her phone. It was obvious that she was all in on Wuxi Aptech stock. Sure enough, before Hao Dagon could say anything, she looked at him with a beaming smile. "Let's go, hubby, let's go reward ourselves." 2 hours later, Su Yao, fidgeting, arrived at a high-end restaurant near the company with Hao Dagon. "Manager, why aren't you sitting?" After ordering, Lu jokingly asked. Su Yao didn't respond, just shot him a glare. Perhaps feeling that wasn't enough to vent her frustration, she extended her long leg, preparing to kick Hao Dagon. But as soon as she moved, her whole body froze. Immediately, she chose to speak instead of act. "Why are you, with the surname Lu, like this? Why do you love going to those strange places?" Hao Dagon spread his hands. "Is it my fault? Who told someone to speak recklessly before? I can only reluctantly teach her a lesson, to let her know what it means to be restless." Su Yao, you. To be honest, she really wanted to say something, but considering the tens of thousands she had earned later, Su Yao felt she could hold back. So, she sat down. Immediately, she tilted her head and showed a proud expression to the man in front of her, indicating that she, Su Yao, was not to be underestimated. Hao Dagon, seeing this, nodded in admiration, then got up and sat down right next to Su Yao. "Manager, move over a bit, it's a bit cramped here." Su Yao. An hour and a half later, the two parted ways. Hao Dagon went to hail a taxi to the lottery center to claim the 50,000 yuan prize he couldn't redeem yesterday due to the weekend. Meanwhile, Su Yao, who had recovered quite a bit, returned to the office amidst some surprised looks from her colleagues, moving a bit slowly. However, to her surprise, someone was already waiting for her inside. "Li Xin, what are you doing here?" Seeing her best friend on the sofa, Su Yao looked astonished. Then she felt a bit guilty, because at that moment, she hadn't fully recovered and it was easy to tell something was off. And it seemed that her good friend, after walking over and carefully examining her from head to toe, directly said, "Wow, Su Yao, I really didn't see this coming, you are actually this kind of person. We are at least friends in the same trench, it's one thing for you to do this, but to keep it a secret from me. I am so disappointed in you." Hearing this, Su Yao? What's going on? Am I being? If I'm not hiding it from you, should I have told you in advance? Li Xin, do you have some serious illness or something? At this moment, Su Yao felt an extreme distrust towards her best friend. She seriously suspected that the other party had some special preference, and it was a very perverted kind. Little did she know that in the next second, Su Yao would understand. They were not thinking about the same thing at all. Look, what kind of expression is that? Are you trying to deny it without evidence, right? As Li Xian's voice rang out again, a photo from her phone was immediately shown to Su Yao. "This is your selfie?" After looking at it, Su Yao was momentarily stunned, then she felt her friend was going crazy. "Li Xian, you must have some serious illness, just to show me your photo, you're making such a fuss." Startled, Su Yao shot a displeased glance at her friend, then took this rare opportunity to stride over and sit down in a chair. There was no other way, she could only cut through the chaos quickly. If she didn't take action while the other person's attention was not on her, given how well the other party knew her, it wouldn't be long before they discovered something was off. That was something Su Yao absolutely did not want to see. And seeing her so confident, Li Xian was immediately incredulous. She walked over to Su Yao with a look as if she was getting to know her all over again. "Wow, Su Yao, I didn't expect you to be so bold even in cheating, you really are a role model for our generation. No, I think I need to learn from you, maybe it will come in handy later." "Cheating? What cheating?" Su Yao was instantly shocked, looking at her friend as if she had seen a ghost. "Li Xian, I really don't understand what you're talking about." Li Xian, seeing this, gave a thumbs up and immediately admired her even more. "Su Yao, I truly admire you now, even in the face of such solid evidence, you can still calmly lie with your eyes wide open. However, I still want to remind you, next time you do something like this, be careful. If that general manager upstairs catches you, you won't be able to navigate smoothly anymore." With that, Li Xian opened her phone's photo album and displayed it, allowing Su Yao to see the photos clearly. It was only at this moment that Su Yao noticed that behind every selfie, there was a shadow of her and Hao Dagon. And there were at least dozens of such photos. Li Xin, what are you doing? Why did you take so many selfies? Su Yao reacted and shouted deliberately. I thought they were taking up too much space, so I deleted them for you. Before she finished speaking, Su Yao grabbed the phone and deleted all the photos in one go, and then emptied the recycle bin again. Then, she smiled at her best friend Li Xin. Look, now there's a lot more space on your phone, right? No need to thank me, we're best friends, I should do this. Seeing her like this, Li Xin finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Haha Su Yao, I thought you weren't afraid, that you could remain calm in the face of danger. Turns out you were just putting on a brave face. Su Yao, she didn't respond, thinking that if she let Li Xin laugh, things would just pass by like this, right? At that moment, Su Yao comforted herself. Who would have thought that the next second, her good friend would break this thought? No, Su Yao, do you think I wouldn't have a backup plan before showing you the photos? I believe you should know better than I do what kind of person I am, right? Hearing this, Su Yao didn't have time to feel nervous before she saw her friend Li Xin take out another phone from her pocket, looking at her with a half smile. Su girl, you wouldn't want your little secret of playing both sides to be discovered, would you? Su Yao, Xingqing, in front of the welfare lottery center. At the bottom of the steps, Hao Dagon felt a bit of a headache. Great, a good 50,000 yuan, and after a round in there, over half is gone. Sigh, I accept the 20% tax. What's this photo donation process about? A good 50,000 yuan, and it turns into 38,000 just like that. I really am suffering for the sake of my pride. While Hao Dagon was complaining, a small Benz stopped in front of him and honked. What's going on? This isn't even a parking space. He was puzzled when the car window rolled down. A familiar face appeared before Hao Dagon's eyes. What a coincidence, Mr. Lu, where are you headed? How about I give you a ride since I'm going that way? Wu Mengmeng in the car asked with a smile. This woman must have put a tracker on me, right? Otherwise, how could I run into her at the lottery center? This was Hao Dagon's thought at that moment. But thinking aside, Hao Dagon showed no hesitation in his actions. It's my honor. After casually saying this, Hao Dagon got into the passenger seat. Instantly, a fragrant aroma filled his mind, making him a bit dazed. Mr. Lu, you don't mind this scent, do you? The weather is a bit hot, so I sprayed a little more perfume to cover up the sweat. Noticing the hint, Wu Mengmeng quickly explained. It's fine, I totally understand. Besides, with such a beautiful lady like you personally giving me a ride, what else can I say? Since this was their third meeting, Hao Dagon felt less formal and started joking directly. Wu Mengmeng smiled brightly at his words, then thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lu. Not long after, on the ring road, on the way back to Gaoka community, while driving and chatting, Wu Mengmeng shifted the topic to stocks. Mr. Lu, if you don't mind me asking, which stock did you buy today? Since the stock market had already closed, Hao Dagon didn't mind and blurted out. How about Wu Miss? What do you think of this stock, Wuxi Aptech? Is there still potential for it to rise? Wuxi Aptech? Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the large blue chip stock that her supervisor praised and that hit the limit up today? What a coincidence that the other party guessed correctly again. As the saying goes, things come in threes. With the earlier prediction about Zhuangzi Island and today's unexpected mention of a stock that Wu Mengmeng had always admired, which her supervisor suddenly praised for its potential to rise against the trend, her curiosity about Hao Dagon's identity grew stronger. Could it be that the man beside her was truly a stock market genius? How else could he have such precise control over stocks? After all, the reason her admired supervisor was so capable was not only due to his skills but also because he had access to certain information. Yet, this person before her seemed to lack such advantages. Thinking of this, Wu Mengmeng couldn't care less about politeness and continued to ask, may I ask Mr. Lu why you are optimistic about Wuxi Aptech today? You know, its entire sector is down today. Hao Dagon smiled at her question. Miss Wu, if I say it's my sixth sense as a man telling me, would you think that's a bit far-fetched? Wu Mengmeng shook her head. Not at all. Stock trading is all about luck and intuition. If everything could be determined by technique, there would be stock market geniuses everywhere. You know, Xia country is certainly not lacking in diligent researchers. Perhaps realizing that asking further wouldn't yield any answers, Wu Mengmeng suddenly changed the subject. Hey, Mr. Lu, you just said I could drop you off on Gaoxin Road. Do you live there or work there? Hao Dagon teased her. What's wrong, Miss Wu? Are you thinking of visiting me? I must tell you, I've been single for many years, so it could be quite dangerous to visit uninvited. You'd better think twice. Now it was Wu Mengmeng's turn to chuckle. Mr. Lu, you really know how to joke. If a young and accomplished man like you is still looking for a girlfriend, it can only mean those women are out of luck and don't know how to recognize a gem. Hao Dagen replied, that's not necessarily true. After all, the world is full of wonders. Just like how I could coincidentally run into Miss Wu 2 days in a row. Isn't that quite incredible? Wu Mengmeng agreed, that is true. In the end, Wu Mengmeng didn't manage to extract any useful information from Hao Dagen. However, her curiosity about him only deepened as they talked. By the time they were about to part ways, she finally couldn't help but ask him, Mr. Liu, may I ask you a more personal question? Hao Dagen didn't refuse, only responding calmly, go ahead, but I can only answer based on the situation. After all, if you ask me how tall I am, I can't just give you false information, right? Wu Mengmeng's cheeks flushed slightly, Mr. Liu, you really know how to joke. As she spoke, she instinctively glanced at Hao Dagen and quickly averted her gaze. After that, she finally asked the question that had been buried in her heart. Mr. Liu, do you really not have a girlfriend? Hao Dagen was taken aback at first, then found it quite normal. After all, excellent men are always targeted by many beautiful women, and he was currently one of those people. Of course, Hao Dagen wasn't narcissistic enough to think that just because Wu Mengmeng asked that one question, it meant she would immediately want to start something with him. In his view, her question stemmed from a strong curiosity, a subconscious desire to know more about him, so that when it came time to make certain decisions, she would be prepared. However, even so, it doesn't stop some people from pretending to be mysterious and showing off. Well, one could also say it's like baiting a fish. I'm sorry, Miss Wu, but I can't answer your question for now. Fate tells me that I can only give you the correct answer when we meet for the third time. So, let's wait for the arrangement of heaven together. Before the words even settled, Hao Dagen left, leaving behind a carefree silhouette in Wu Mengmeng's somewhat dazed gaze. Not long after, at the Gaoka community, on the internal road, Hao Dagen walked while talking to himself. TSK. So it turns out that excellent men can flirt with women so easily, without even having to take the initiative. They can attract the opposite sex like moths to a flame. When we meet next time, that woman will probably develop some illusions, right? No wonder the truth is only grasped by a few. It turns out this is the reason. The key is that no matter what you do, there will always be a filter in the other person's eyes that beautifies everything automatically. Even the most greasy and cliched behavior won't seem vulgar to her. But no matter how much I say, there's one biggest premise, which is the foundation. I need to continue shining in front of her, showcasing that extraordinary judgment in the stock market. Otherwise, all of this is just a castle in the air, ready to collapse at any moment. Just as he was speaking, the phone in Hao Dagen's pocket lit up. He opened it to find a message from Wu Mengmeng. Mr. Liu, I'm really looking forward to our next encounter, cutie. Sigh, this is the gap. Looking at the reply in front of him and recalling some past experiences, Hao Dagen could only say, this is the reality. What Hao Dagen didn't know was that at the moment the phone's light shone on his face, a shocked gaze from outside the community fence noticed him and immediately dropped what was in hand, rushing over angrily. Fortunately, the night was deepening, and the trees in Gaoka community were quite lush. By the time the person reached the spot where Hao Dagen had stood, he had long since vanished. That bastard, you tricked me again. When I catch you next time, you're dead. The newcomer stomped her foot, leaving that harsh remark before awkwardly running back to help her sister pick up things and face the scolding. Not long after, Hao Dagen returned home. As soon as he entered, Ho Liangping called out, come on, old Liu, just in time for you to be back, hurry over to eat. He focused his eyes and found that this dog had ordered a huge table of takeout, and it was all damn nourishing food. Damn, monkey, aren't you afraid of overdoing it? Hao Dagen scolded. Ho Liangping, however, was unfazed. Better to overdo it than to get a refund. When old Chi asks about it later, I'll just say I was stimulated by his ex-girlfriend that day and suddenly binge eating at home, spending all the money. What do you think? Isn't my idea great? While speaking, he prepared bowls and chopsticks for Hao Dagen and poured him a drink. Come on, old Liu, why are you just standing there in a daze? Hurry up and dig in. The stuff I ordered today is all good, abalone, oysters, lobsters, everything you can think of. Eating it will definitely make you faster than Bolt. Hearing this, Hao Dagen suddenly felt that the meat in his mouth lost its flavor. This dog, could it be that he was jealous and had drugged his food? When men gather to eat, they usually talk about just a few things. Girls, young wives, and other people's wives. Hao Dagen felt that if this continued, his thoughts would go awry, so he took the initiative to change the subject. Sigh, monkey, what are you planning to do in the future? Are you really just going to lie around waiting for your hometown to be redeveloped? Holding an oyster in one hand, Ho Liangping replied, what else? Of course, I'll keep striving. Come on, if I work any harder, the capitalists will have enough to raise their little ones. Lying flat is the highest realm of life. Before he finished speaking, he swallowed an oyster in one gulp and then went for a third. A true abyssal maw. After finishing, he threw a flirtatious glance at Hao Dagon. So, how about it, Lao Lu? My skills are pretty good, right? In Xia country, I bet not many can match me. Hao Dagon laughed. Of course, who would have thought you were this impressive? A bullet takes a while to leave the chamber, but you touch it and it's gone. Ho Liang Ping. You little rascal, this is intentional malice. Hao Dagon also picked up an oyster, devoured it in a few bites, and then replied in an orderly manner, good to know, who told you to? Before Hao Dagon could finish, the phone on the table lit up. It was a message from Joe Jia. Want to meet up tonight? Hao Dagon thought for a moment and pretended not to see it. Today, he had deliberately timed it, sending a message when Wuxi Biologics had risen about 8 points, not knowing if this woman dared to get on board. After all, this price was too ambiguous. A low opening tomorrow could lead to a silent loss. But Ho Liangping was sharp-eyed. He could understand the message even if it was upside down. What the hell, Lao Lu, what's going on? Are you secretly having an affair behind my mother-in-law's back? Hao Dagon. After chatting aimlessly until 10 o'clock, the two parted ways. Ho Liangping returned to his bedroom to play his 5-man team in Dongjie to catch the national hold. Hao Dagon, on the other hand, was concerned about whether his little rich woman was online. However, as soon as he logged into the game, he received a flood of friendly greetings from the female streamer, Wan Xiu. Since many of them were trivial, Hao Dagon just glanced and decided to ignore them. After all, good men don't fight with women. Just as Hao Dagon was about to close the chat box again, a few messages caught his attention, making him pause. Aha, you bastard, how dare you run away? You dare to live in the same community but not come out to face me, you peeping Tom. If you have the guts, tell me your door number, and see if I don't rush over and beat you to death. What does this mean? Could it be that this one Chio ran into me today? Wait, this doesn't seem to be about running into each other, but rather that it's very likely we live in the same community? Staring at the screen, Hao Dagon felt a bit dazed. There shouldn't be such a narrow path for enemies in the world, right? Otherwise, he would have to be careful of being ambushed while walking at night. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon felt a chill run down his back. After frowning and pondering for a while, he decided to take the initiative once. Gao Cook Community? Hao Dagon sent the message simply and efficiently. He knew that if the other party reacted strongly, then everything was true. He and this one Chio really lived in the same community. Because the other party was live streaming, the reply came back quickly. Well, it was also very irritable. Just like a mental little sister. Aha, that dog man is really you. You better die. Knife, 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 knife. Well, this is getting a bit ridiculous. Looking at the messages flooding in again, Hao Dagon said helplessly, is it really necessary to hold a grudge over me deleting you twice as a friend? At this point, Hao Dagon didn't plan to continue trying to salvage the situation. After all, that mental little sister seemed completely unreasonable. So, Hao Dagon read the messages but didn't reply and just left. Such a one-sided provocation finally made Su Ermeng completely lose her temper after a few minutes. I feel like killing someone, isn't it? The old lady upstairs has gone crazy again? Downstairs, hearing the faint sounds coming from outside his headphones, Hao Dagon was instantly taken aback. I can hear it even with earplugs in, how loud must it be? And, what's with this murder thing? Could it be a mental illness? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon became uneasy. He felt it was necessary, as a good citizen of Xia country, to take precautions for his neighbors. So he opened his phone to try to contact the property management. But then he realized he hadn't joined that feedback group because he found it troublesome. I remember that Monkey seems to have joined, should I ask him? With that thought, Hao Dagon got up and went to the living room. Monkey, monkey? After shouting for a while with no response, he realized somewhat absurdly that the guy had actually gone out. Well, now there's really no way. Looking at the empty room of Ho Lianping, Hao Dagon turned back to his bedroom. Just as he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and suddenly had a bright idea. Hey, complaints don't necessarily have to go through the property management. Can't I just find the landlady? With that thought, Hao Dagon sprang into action. Not long after, at Bai Jie's door, a series of knocks sounded. Bang bang bang, bang bang. After knocking 3 or 4 times in a row and waiting a long time with still no response, Hao Dagon frowned. Could it be she's not home? That shouldn't be. Sister Bai usually doesn't go out much, right? Or maybe, she's not home because of me. Hao Dagon thought for a moment and decided to try again. In fact, he had two main purposes for coming this time. One was to complain about the old lady upstairs. The other was to see if he could continue what happened yesterday. As for whether the former was an excuse for the latter, only he knew. Unfortunately, even after trying again, the door remained silent. Seeing this, Hao Dagon sighed. Well, I might as well send her a message on WeChat. I hope it doesn't end up like yesterday, where she read it and didn't reply. With that, he turned and went back inside. What Hao Dagon didn't know was that there was actually someone behind the door. But it wasn't the landlady by Jia he was hoping for, it was by Yenran. Hearing the sound of the door closing outside again, she let out a sigh of relief. Unconsciously, the tension in her heart eased. Then, a wave of suspicion washed over her. What's this jerk knocking on the door for at this hour? Is he looking for my mom? Or is he looking for me? He should be looking for my mom, right? But the problem is, all the tenants know that my mom is basically never home before 12? Could it be? He really came specifically to. Thinking of this, Bai Yenran suddenly became nervous. Certain images from yesterday involuntarily flashed through her mind. And then, she actually felt a bit embarrassed. On Gaoxin Road, at a high-end spa, Bai Jia was in the supreme VIP room getting a treatment. Suddenly, the phone screen on the table lit up. Is it that little girl Yenran sending me a message? Instinctively, Bai Jia reached out to pick it up. At that moment, a beautiful woman beside her spoke up. Bai Jia, don't use checking your daughter's messages as an excuse to reply to your little lover. I'm watching you. The speaker was Bai Jia's close friend, Shoya. She was the owner of the shop. Of course, Bai Jia was also a co-owner, and she held the majority stake. Shoya, I think you're talking about yourself. You've been replying to messages non-stop since just now. I thought there were several little pups outside. Bai Jia wasn't about to back down and shot back. After saying that, she looked at the screen in her hand. Then, her brows furrowed. It's him. This little brat? Did the tenant upstairs go crazy and say he wants to kill someone, possibly having a mental breakdown, and wants me to handle it? Upon reading this, Bai Jia inexplicably wanted to laugh. She suddenly found the little man across the way somewhat adorably foolish. To get her to reply, he actually came up with such a clumsy and ridiculous reason. And the tenant upstairs is sick? Didn't she know her own tenant? If she remembered correctly, the pair of sisters living there were both pretty and sensible, especially the one named Su Ermeng, who was just too much fun to tease. She was exactly the type of girl of Bai Jia's dreams. Much better than her own precious daughter, who only knew how to make her angry. It was said that she planned to become a streamer and earn her own money. She wondered how that was going now. Thinking of this, Bai Jia raised an eyebrow, knowing how to respond. Just as she finished editing and sent it, a pretty head leaned in. It was her good friend Shoya. Bai Jia quickly turned off her screen and shooed her away, clearly used to this. Go away! What are you doing? Spying on my privacy? Bai Jia, I'm telling you, if you keep this up, I might just pull my investment. Shoya, however, remained unfazed, looking at her friend with a playful expression. And you say she's not your little lover? Look at this reaction. I'm almost jealous. Come on, confess, who is this little cutie that has caught our rich lady's eye? As she spoke, she raised her hand slightly, trying to reach for Bai Jia. Come on, rich lady, let me see if you've changed after eating this little grass. Meanwhile, in Gaoka Community, room 1202 of Building 3, Hao Dagon finally received a reply from Bai Jia. However, the content of the message left him somewhat puzzled. What does this mean? Why is she recommending a girl's business card to me? Could it be? Just as Hao Dagon was guessing, another message from Bai Jia came through. Contact the person directly. Xiaolu, the girl living above you is really pretty. Sister is giving you this rare opportunity. You better seize it. Also, sister still remembers what happened last night. I'll find you to settle the score when I have time. Don't be fooled by the 3 short sentences. The content had Hao Dagon completely captivated. Especially the last sentence, which seemed to carry quite a bit of weight. Upstairs, in room 1302. In the living room, after taking a shower and wearing a lace nightgown, Su began to scold her sister. Su Xiao, you better stand there honestly. Now explain to me, what was that craziness just now? Do you know that acting crazy at night can disturb the neighbors? Oh. Knowing she had done something wrong, Su Ermeng hung her head, pouting, with a little expression that said she had her reasons for acting that way as she peeked at her sister. This scene made Su both angry and amused. After all, she was her own sister. She couldn't just deny her a chance to explain. Alright, stop looking so wronged, tell me what's going on. It's been several days in a row, every night you act like you're going crazy and shouting. A few days ago, I let it slide, but today you were smashing the keyboard and talking about killing people. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were insane. Su questioned. To be honest, she somewhat regretted letting her sister stay with her for the summer. Every day it was either one bizarre thing or another, with all sorts of oddities coming from her. She thought that having a live stream would keep her in check, but it only made her more rebellious. Especially the day before yesterday, when this little girl secretly bought a whole bunch of uniforms behind her back. Unbelievable. Those were things she was too embarrassed to buy herself. So, she decisively confiscated them. Waiting for the other party to read, she secretly. And Su Ermang, seeing her sister giving her a chance to explain, immediately began to chatter and embellish the story. This left Su Shi, who didn't understand the truth, doubting herself. Could it be that she really misunderstood her sister? Everything had its reasons, and it was understandable? Until Su Ermang started to add unnecessary details. Su Shi instantly realized that things were not that simple. Sister, trust me, I'm your sister, how could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens. If I'm lying, I'll never get to eat delicious snail noodles in my life. For others, whether or not to eat the stinky snail noodles didn't matter. But Su Shi knew that this was her sister's lifeline. They had to order it several times a week, making the house smell terrible. All right, I'll believe you. Just as this sentence was about to spring from Su Shi's mouth, she suddenly realized a very serious problem. That is, someone was really raising 4 fingers to swear to the heavens. Ha! Not bad, Su Ermang. You've actually learned to lie and slander others. Su Shi, realizing this, suddenly sneered. Su Ermang, startled and panicked, said, Superscript 3, Superscript 3 sister. Listen to me. I didn't. Really. She understood very well that whenever her sister called her by her real name instead of her nickname, her doom was approaching. Sure enough, before Su Ermang could finish her words, Su Shi's second round of stern reprimands came. Su Ermang. If you can clarify things for me today, I might let you off, otherwise, you know what that means. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ermang instantly wilted, reluctantly recounting the true version of the incident. Of course, she cleverly skipped over certain details that would be detrimental to her, even if they would worsen her sister's punishment. If her sister didn't ask, she wouldn't say, that shouldn't count as lying, right? Then, not long after, she found herself enjoying a series of love taps. You little Su. How dare you forcefully sell things, not only scamming people out of their money but also slandering them just now. If I encountered someone unreasonable like you, I'd definitely go even further. After a dozen love taps, Su Shi's anger was mostly vented. She then gestured for her sister to sit down. She had something to say. Seeing this, Su Ermang quickly covered her slightly sore head and began to act pitifully. Sister, now that the beating is over, can we stop the verbal attacks? After such a double whammy, your sister might get depressed. Su Shi, to be honest, she didn't want to talk anymore. As the older sister, Su Shi understood a fact. That is, even if everyone in the summer country was depressed, her sister would never be. Because she was naturally carefree, basically any worries would be forgotten after a night's sleep. Well, except when she held grudges and got stuck on trivial matters. Just then, Su Shi's phone, which had been on the table, suddenly lit up. Feeling a bit of a headache and struggling to find a way out, she simply picked it up to check. Someone added me as a friend? It's a guy? Did he add me through Sister Bai's recommendation? Su Shi was taken aback for a moment, then felt a bit of a headache. If she remembered correctly, Sister Bai had mentioned wanting to introduce her to a boyfriend not long ago. Could it be this guy? Thinking of this, Su Shi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hesitated. Meanwhile, Su Ermang, who was secretly observing her sister, instantly brightened up. What's going on? Why did my sister suddenly turn red? Could it be that she's secretly dating a boyfriend without telling me? Thinking of this, she immediately stretched her neck, planning to sneak a peek quietly. Just at that moment, Su Shi seemed to have made some kind of decision and began to edit something on the screen non-stop. Seeing this, Su Ermang, who was trying to spy on her sister's secret, suddenly became anxious. Because no matter how much she stretched her neck, she couldn't see what the hell was on that damn screen. At this moment, she could only hope that the person who invented the anti-peeping screen would be careful while walking at night and not get robbed by someone of the same sex. Not long after, downstairs, Hao Dagon came out of the bathroom in his pajamas. After casually drying his hair with a hairdryer upon returning to his room, he picked up his phone and lay down on the bed. Ah, so comfortable. Another wonderful day is about to end. The only downside is that little rich girl, she hasn't been online for several days in a row. I wonder if something happened. Forget it, why dwell on her? Eating soft rice is nice, but nothing beats the joy of earning your own money. Saying this, Hao Dagon let out a big yawn. Glancing at the time and confirming it was almost midnight, he planned to scroll through his phone a bit more before sleeping. A few minutes later, feeling really tired, he decided to check WeChat one last time. He wanted to see if any friends had accepted his request or if anyone had posted something scandalous in their disappearing moments late at night. Who would have thought that such a simple action would make him instantly wide awake? What's going on? Rejected a friend request? And for this reason? Sushi said, "Sorry, handsome, I'm not looking for a partner at the moment, so I have to decline you in advance. It's better for both parties." Staring at the words on the screen, Hao Dagon felt like the clown was himself. He just wanted to add a friend and casually ask if they could change the time to go crazy, instead of bothering people at night. How did it turn into her thinking he was interested in her, and then self-righteously rejecting him in such an absurd way? There's something wrong. Absolutely something wrong. It's the kind of narcissism that can't be saved. If it weren't for his personal quality, Hao Dagon would have loved to point upstairs and curse loudly. "You're rejecting me, huh? You like rejecting me, huh? I want to see who this narcissist really is. What kind of monster do they look like?" Saying this, Hao Dagon clicked on the other person's moments. Then, he quickly exited, because inside was just a horizontal line. As expected, only someone who can't even show their moments would do something like this. Unbelievable. Once he opened fire with his keyboard, taking down a bunch of people, Hao Dagon immediately started editing on the screen. "I don't believe it, the keyboard fairy, can fall for this. Here we go." Upstairs, Su Ermang was deeply engrossed in discussing the weekend outing plans with her sister. When she finished and came back to her senses, she found her sister wasn't listening at all. Instead, she was staring intently at her phone screen, her fingers dancing over it as if messaging someone. Seeing this, the complaints that were about to spill out of Su Ermang's mouth instantly vanished, and instead, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she said, "Sis, I'm a bit thirsty. I'm going to get some water, don't go anywhere." Before she finished speaking, she pretended to grab a cup and quickly filled it with water, then deliberately took a long route to cautiously approach her sister Sushi from behind. At this moment, Su Ermang was giving herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. With this, even the anti-peeping screen wouldn't stop her from sneaking a look at her sister's little secret, right? Sure enough, when she stretched her neck again and tried to cast her gaze on the screen from behind, the content on the phone was instantly laid bare before her eyes. At first, Su Ermang was a bit excited, but as she continued to look, she realized something was off. What's going on? Is my sister greeting someone? Is it that kind of friend request on WeChat? Could it be she suddenly had a fight with her boyfriend? Su Ermang frowned, deep in thought, feeling that this possibility was quite high. She had heard many girls online say that there seems to be a process after couples argue. Thinking of this, Su Ermang once again praised her own cleverness. Then she stretched her neck to observe the situation. She had made up her mind that if her sister showed any signs of losing, she would immediately pull out the Yin Yang person's handbook that she had prepared for a long time. At first, she didn't notice her sister's unusual behavior because she was fully focused on arguing with the guy across from her. But as someone leaned closer, almost resting their neck on her shoulder, she had no choice but to notice. "Su Xiao, what do you want?" She shot a fierce look at her sister. Hey, sis, you're busy, just pretend I don't exist," Su Ermang said awkwardly, trying to laugh it off. She quickly surrendered under her sister's now murderous gaze. She lowered her head in admission. "Alright, sis, I admit I was peeping at you just now." Then she started to shift the blame. "But you can't blame me entirely. I was just concerned about you, okay?" Superscript 3, superscript 3. Finally, she tried to be sweet. "We're sisters, if your boyfriend bullies you, of course, I have to stand by your side and help you fight back." After that, she patted her chest and made a guarantee. "Sis, don't worry, I have the treasured Yin Yang person's handbook, I guarantee you won't lose when arguing with someone." After a long string of words, she then cheekily asked, "By the way, sis, I have a question I don't know if I should ask. Is my future brother-in-law handsome? If he is handsome, let's go easy on the insults, or else it would be hard to find someone if he really runs away. / omega / sushi." Honestly, sometimes she really wanted to call the police and ask if they had mistakenly swapped her sister at the hospital. Otherwise, how could Su Ermang be so unique, occasionally popping up with thoughts so different from the rest of the Su family? Sushi couldn't understand. Su Ermang clearly saw her arguing with someone. How could she come up with the strange idea that the other person was her boyfriend? It was ridiculous. Thinking of this, Sushi immediately wanted to tell her good sister the whole truth. That guy was just an annoying loser. But when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she felt it wasn't necessary. Because if she really said it, her good sister might think she was hiding something and then chatter on endlessly in her ear. So, Sushi decided to implement Plan B. "You, Su Xiao, Now. Immediately. Go. To. Sleep. Otherwise, I will secretly live stream you and tell mom about the things you want to keep quiet. So she spat out her threats word by word. Upon hearing this, Su Ermang, even though she was very reluctant, when her sister mentioned mom, she pouted and shyly ran into her bedroom. Because she knew their strict mom would really hit her on the head, while her sister wouldn't. Of course, the mumbling was inevitable. Those who knew her well knew that she was quite chatty in front of familiar faces. Stinky sister, if you don't want me to see it, then fine. Is it really necessary to be so petty? It's just a fight with your boyfriend. I'll find someone to argue with too. Humph. Completely oblivious and focused on strange things, she had no idea that the WeChat avatar of the person she was arguing with was someone she had seen before. At this moment, Sushi, hearing her sister's chatter, was utterly speechless. Around the same time, Bai Jia's home. Living room. Bai Yanran had just woken up in a daze, preparing to head to her bedroom to take care of her personal needs, when she noticed someone on the sofa. As she got closer, she realized her mother, Bai Jia, was wearing a lace camisole nightgown, her beautiful legs casually displayed as she looked at her phone screen with an ambiguous expression. A look of fluttering spring feelings? Seeing this, Bai Yanran instantly became alert and tried to sneak past quietly. She suspected her mother was having some indescribable chat with a man. Bai Jia was sharp. She always had her ears and eyes open during important moments. So, before her daughter Bai Yanran could get too close, she noticed her. However, she didn't make a fuss, just slightly raised the corners of her mouth and pretended to be nonchalant as she spoke to herself. Oh, little troublemaker, you really know how to tug at your sister's heartstrings, making one wish to. At this point, she deliberately paused, using action instead of words to tease her daughter Bai Yanran's little heart. Sure enough, upon seeing her like this, Bai Yanran was momentarily stunned. Forgetting her previous intentions, she stomped her foot and shouted, "Mom, I'm still in the room. Can you not?" At this moment, Bai Jia turned around with a look of surprise, covering her mouth in shock, and looked at her daughter with a hint of shyness. "Ah, Yanran, weren't you asleep?" Saying this, she hurriedly put away her phone and sat up straight to explain, "Sweetheart, it's not what you think. You want to find me a stepdad, and someone who's about the same age as me, right?" Bai Yanran interrupted without hesitation. Seeing her daughter so eager, Bai Jia almost laughed out loud. But she still pretended to be guilty and said, Actually. Just as Bai Yanran was about to reach her side, looking determined to continue questioning her, Bai Jia suddenly returned to normal, pulling her daughter into her embrace. "Actually, Mom was just teasing you, little Yanran. Do you really think I wouldn't know your little thoughts?" Bai Yanran, still in shock. "Then what about just now?" Bai Jia smiled slightly, leaning down to whisper in her daughter Bai Yanran's ear. Before long, the latter let out an incredulous sound. "Is it true? You're not lying to me? That guy really has." The next day, Hao Dagon arrived at the company early again. To his disappointment, he didn't encounter the female robber at the corner today. "Ah, what a pity. I thought I could have another role play." Slightly disappointed, he sighed and slowly walked towards his department. Since it was still before 8 o'clock, there weren't many people in the company at this time. The few who passed by him were mostly unfamiliar faces. Why are these people here so early? Isn't work supposed to start at 8:30? What are they doing here so early? Could it be that they really love their jobs? Hao Dagon shook his head, thinking that was unlikely. Unless they are new employees, who would be crazy enough to come to the company this early, unless they are masochists. As he was complaining, a hurried sound of high heels approached from around the corner. Before Hao Dagon could react, he was bumped into head-on. Then, both were left worse for wear. "Ah, who are you? Running around the company so early in the morning, what's wrong with you?" Hao Dagon said irritably, feeling a bit of pain in his chest from the collision. It felt like he had been sharply jabbed by a pointed object. As his voice rang out, a somewhat hurried apology immediately followed. "Ah, I'm so sorry, really sorry." Hao Dagon looked over and saw a girl in professional attire, wearing black-framed glasses, with long hair down to her waist, bowing repeatedly to apologize. She was holding a large stack of documents in her arms. From her anxious demeanor, it seemed she had urgent matters to attend to. "Who are you? Why do I feel like I've never seen you before?" Hao Dagon asked in confusion. In fact, what Hao Dagon asked was completely pointless. Although their company wasn't particularly large, there were over 200 people when you added everyone up. Given that he had been holed up in his department all day and hadn't even participated in internal social events, it would be a miracle for him to know anyone outside his department. But the girl didn't seem to think so. Perhaps because she had just joined the company, when Hao Dagon inquired about her identity, she instinctively replied, hello, senior. My name is Lu Yan. I just joined yesterday and am currently assisting in Manager Lu's office. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Hao Dagon was clearly taken aback. Her name is Lu Yan? So she's quite the beauty? The most crucial part is that she's assisting in the new Manager Lu's office? Just as he was about to say something, Lu Yan hurriedly spoke again. Senior, I have some urgent matters to handle, so I'll be leaving now. As for what happened just now, I'll formally apologize to you when I have time later. Saying this, without waiting for Hao Dagon to respond, Lu Yan bowed her head again. Then, clutching her large stack of documents, she hurriedly walked away. By the time Hao Dagon realized what had happened, she was already far off. Moreover, in her haste, she almost bumped into someone else. This girl must be the type with a big chest and no brains, right? Otherwise, how could she be so scatterbrained? Or maybe it's because she just graduated? After all, looking at her eyes, they seem a bit too clear. Not long after, in Lu Ruyan's office, Lu Yan rushed in. Manager Lu, I'm really sorry, I ran into some issues on the way, so I was delayed. As soon as she entered, Lu Yan immediately apologized. Watching this scene from the sofa, Lu Ruyan shook her head. Hey, Xiao Yan, didn't I tell you before? When there's no one around, don't be so polite, just call me cousin. Also, can you stop apologizing all the time? It's not good. Especially in the company, you often represent me, so there's no need to be so courteous to people who are clearly on a different level than you. Saying this, Lu Ruyan went over to take the documents from Lu Yan's hands and casually placed them aside. Then she pulled Lu Yan to sit beside her. Xiao Yan, I know you developed this personality because of your family background, but that was in the past. Now that you've graduated and by chance ended up here with me, you need to slowly change yourself and let your true brilliance shine, otherwise, wouldn't all those years of study be in vain? You should know that you managed to get out of the mountains and into a prestigious 985 university through your own efforts, which many people envy. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was so close, Lu Yan nodded seriously. Well, I understand, cousin, I will do my best. Lu Ruyan immediately smiled when she saw her like this. That's more like it. Then her beautiful eyes swept over Lu Yan, stopping at a certain spot in front of her. Now, cousin will teach you the first step to change, learn to utilize your own advantages. Hearing this, Lu Yan was somewhat puzzled. Own advantages? What advantages do I have? Just as she was filled with confusion, Lu Ruyan spoke up with a bright smile. Xiao Yan, haven't you noticed that from yesterday until now, whether it's the same sex or the opposite sex, everyone can't help but fix their gaze on a certain part of you? A certain part of me? Lu Yan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then instinctively blushed. For her, this fact was simply too embarrassing. Who talks to someone without looking at their face, just staring down? Seeing her like this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. See, you've realized it yourself, right? But the way to handle this situation is the problem. If they want to look, let them look, this way you have many opportunities to. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly lowered, and she leaned in to whisper in Lu Yan's ear. In no time, the latter's face turned red. At the company, outside the restroom, Hao Dagon had just finished washing his hands and turned around, only to be blocked by a familiar face. Joe Jia? Looking at the woman in a red bodycon dress with bright red lips, Hao Dagon instinctively called out. Oh, isn't this Mr. Lu? What a coincidence, Joe Jia smiled, her beautiful eyes continuously scanning Hao Dagon. Then she added with a serious tone, so, just finished? Hao Dagon. Great. This woman must have intentionally blocked him here to settle yesterday's score. Joe Jia didn't beat around the bush, stepping forward to a distance where they could both feel each other's breath, and questioned him with irritation. Mr. Lu, are you doing this on purpose? Hao Dagon actually already understood Joe Jia's meaning, but how could he admit it? So he replied with a confused expression. What do you mean on purpose, Joe Jia? I don't understand. Also, it's almost time to start work. People could come at any moment, so don't act rashly. If someone sees something they shouldn't, my reputation will be ruined. Saying this, Hao Dagon tried to sidestep Joe Jia and leave. Would Joe Jia let him go that easily? Obviously not. The reason she had been so talkative these past few days was to get stock information from Hao Dagon and make a fortune. And what did this annoying man do? Aside from the first piece of information that earned her a few thousand, the rest was just him toying with her. Especially yesterday, she had waited from the market opening until nearly closing, and after asking for half a day, this guy reluctantly threw her a stock that was about to hit the limit up. Although she made nearly 10,000, it could have been much more. And the instigator of all this was the guy in front of her who had taken everything and didn't want to take responsibility. So, as Hao Dagon began to move, she grabbed him and looked at him with a very dangerous gaze. "Don't go, Mr. Liu, I think this place is nice. I have some heartfelt words to discuss with you." Then, someone else entered the restroom. Meanwhile, in the office, Suya was also being disturbed by an unexpected guest. Why are you here?" Just as Suya was bored, fiddling with the pen in her hand and complaining in her heart about how someone hadn't come to bring her breakfast yet, she immediately looked up happily upon hearing movement at the door. To her, the only person who would come in at this hour without knocking was that annoying man. But when she saw who had come, she froze instantly, because standing at the door was not Hao Dagon, but her good former best friend, Li Xin. As for why former? This woman had threatened her yesterday, accusing her of having ulterior motives, and had been temporarily cast into the cold palace. "Oh, is this a date with a beauty?" Li Xin teased as she noticed Su Yao's reaction, walking in while joking. "Hey, Su Yao, I seem to have heard some rumors about you at the company recently. Could it be that they're all true? Otherwise, why would you look like that just now?" Hearing this, Su Yao was not flustered at all. She merely scoffed disdainfully. "I've heard quite a bit about you too, so what? Is that also true? If our company, which can be called a women's nest, doesn't produce a few outrageous rumors in a day, that would be strange." Indeed, this was the confidence that Su Yao and Hao Dagon had to act so recklessly in the office. As long as they weren't caught in the act, everything in their company was just a rumor. This was the unspoken consensus among everyone. Sure enough, before her words had even settled, the teasing expression on Li Xion's face vanished completely. It transformed into a look of coaxing and flattery. "Oh, come on, Su Yao, I was just joking. Do you really need to be this angry?" Saying this, Li Xian walked up to Su Yao and shook her arm. "Good Yao, don't be mad about what happened yesterday. I really didn't mean to be so forceful. Look, I brought you good news early to apologize." Su Yao, seeing her best friend turn her head and not speak, Li Xian was not anxious. She leaned down and whispered in her ear. She believed that as long as she mentioned that matter, Su Yao would definitely listen to her. Sure enough, as soon as Su Yao heard what Li Xian said, her face was filled with disbelief. "Is it true? You must have heard wrong, right?" Su Yao asked incredulously. "How could that be? My cousin told me this in person. Do you not know her status at headquarters? She's a well-known socialite, her news is widespread." After saying this, Li Xian raised her eyebrows confidently. "So, can you forgive me now?" Su Yao had a face of disbelief. "But even if we know about it, it doesn't really help, does it? What's wrong? In this day and age, can't people be in a same-sex relationship?" Li Xian, however, did not think so. "How is it useless? We not only know she's in a same-sex relationship, but we also know her relationship with that Joe Jia. Plus, our company has a majority of women, so we can secretly spread some rumors about her. Wouldn't it be easy to let many people?" "Let many people what?" Before Li Xian could finish, Su Yao interrupted without hesitation. "Let them all know there's a shortcut to success. As long as they can climb into the new boss's bed without having to deal with those unspoken rules, they can get promoted. You know the situation in our company, there are plenty of women with ulterior motives. I think it will only backfire. It will give people the chance to create a harem here." Although Li Xian always felt that her best friend's words sounded a bit strange, it did seem to make sense. She herself was a woman, and having been in the company for so long, how could she not understand the thoughts of some seductive women in the office? And seeing the suddenly aggrieved expression on her face, Su Yao couldn't help but say a bit irritably, all right, I get your intentions, so stop making that face." At this point, she suddenly paused, then abruptly started to usher her out. "I have a meeting with someone later. If you have nothing else, you can leave first." A meeting? Is it true or not? Why do I feel like you're just trying to trick me into leaving quickly?" Li Xian frowned, a bit suspicious. Su Yao rolled her eyes at her, believe it or not. "But Li Xian, I warn you, if this really affects my personal meeting later, I will definitely put you in the cold palace for at least a week." Don't be fooled by Su Yao's tough exterior. She was already on high alert inside, wishing she could jump up and send her best friend away immediately. Oh no! She had almost forgotten that the guy with the surname Liu might come by any time in the morning to deliver food. If Li Xian found out, wouldn't that risk leaking her secret of wanting to make a fortune in the stock market? That kind of situation was unbearable for Su Yao. Although on the surface, she and Li Xian were like sisters, best friends for life, if it really involved fundamental interests and the other party discovered the power of that guy with the surname Liu, then it would be a different story. It was entirely possible to use all means to snatch someone away. After all, the term plastic sisters was too common in their company. Little did they know, often what one fears is what comes to pass. Just as Su Yao's words were still hanging in the air, the office door was suddenly pushed open. A little while later, Hao Dagon returned to the office. Looking at the empty room, he was slightly surprised. Where's that woman Su Yao? Did she go back and forth? That shouldn't be the case. I didn't hear her say anything about a meeting this morning. After frowning and thinking for a while about possible reasons, Hao Dagon shrugged it off. He wasn't a workhorse and couldn't work all the time. With no one around, it was just the right time to relax. Otherwise, that woman might cause some trouble again if she saw him coming in so late. So comfortable. Leaning against this soft sofa is much better than that hard wooden board and wall. Saying this, Hao Dagon opened his phone. What's the use of forcing it? The hidden prompts aren't refreshing, and I'm still in the dark. But to be fair, women can be really scary when they get serious. She actually forced herself to eat her own belly for that purpose. But, so what? Thinking about what had just happened, Hao Dagon couldn't help but smile. Under the charm of my buddy, she still couldn't control her bottom line, letting me. Just as Hao Dagon was savoring the moment, a flash of red light suddenly appeared before him. The hidden prompt had refreshed. September 5th, Mutai Distillery plus 8. 88%. There's no limit up today? Seeing this, Hao Dagon was clearly taken aback. What's going on? Could something have gone wrong? People are like that, they are hard to satisfy. Having gotten used to the days of hitting the limit up, even a slight dip feels like a huge loss. Hao Dagon felt this way now, and so did Joe Jia before. Greed is the root of humanity. What am I thinking? 8% is still better than nothing. Truly, human hearts are never satisfied. After giving himself a little slap as a reminder, Hao Dagon began to search for Mutai Distillery on Dongfang Saifu. As the screen refreshed, he finally understood why there was no limit up today. Oh my goodness, the stock price is 1,100 yuan per share, with a total market value of nearly 15 trillion, no wonder it can't hit the limit. With such a big horse-drawn carriage, it probably won't move without a few tens or hundreds of billions in stock price. No wonder it's summer country, everyone drinks, and everyone loves to buy alcohol. It was at this moment that Hao Dagon remembered he had also paid attention to this stock when he was trading before. What was the price per share back then? 300? 500? Anyway, it was much cheaper than now. At that time, I wanted to buy it, but my account only had 10,000, otherwise, I could have made a profit riding this wave. After a bit of self-praise, Hao Dagon didn't hesitate and successfully bought 7 lots of Mutai at a price of 1,100 yuan per share. Damn! This morning, I sold 145 lots of Wuxi Aptec at 60 yuan per share and thought 870,000 was quite a lot, but now buying this Mutai, I can only get 7 lots. Unbelievable! Looking at his account, where he couldn't buy a single lot due to insufficient balance, and with the remaining 100,000 yuan, Hao Dagon felt a bit unwilling. He knew that even if it only rose by 88%, buying that extra lot would earn him nearly 10,000 yuan. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was in a dilemma. Just 1,000 short, should I find someone to borrow a bit more? But for such a trivial profit of less than 10,000 yuan, is it really worth it to borrow from someone? Maybe I should ask Su Yao? That woman should be fine. Besides, borrowing from her doesn't require repayment, and it doesn't count as owing her a favor. After all, I send her so many breakfasts every day. In fact, Hao Dagon wasn't really out of money, it was just that the timing was off. The more than 170,000 yuan in the Dreamland Westward Journey Treasure Pavilion couldn't be withdrawn until tonight, after the stipulated 3 days. Forget it, it doesn't matter, making money is the priority. After hesitating for a while, when Hao Dagon saw some movement on the Mutai stock on the screen, he immediately opened WeChat. By chance, he noticed a message from Joe Jia, so he decided to be social for once. He casually sent the 4 characters Mutai to her. TSK, this time it won't suddenly hit the brakes, right? After mumbling that, Hao Dagon started looking for the chat window with Su Yao. Just then, a new message refreshed on the screen, instantly changing his mind. On the 8th floor of High-Tech International, at Dongfang Saifu Company. Wu Mengmeng frowned. What does this mean? Is there a fee for the service? Just now, after finishing her tasks, she thought of the man who had piqued her curiosity. So, without a second thought, Wu Mengmeng sent him a message. The content was simple, asking which stock he was optimistic about today. She thought he would respond as straightforwardly as before, directly giving her an answer. To her surprise, this time he wanted to charge. Could it be that he is deliberately asking me this? If I agree. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became, not understanding what this man was really after. After pondering for a few seconds, she decided to tentatively reply. Sure, Mr. Lu, how much do you want to charge? I'm quite willing to contribute to knowledge with my wallet. Hao Dagon replied quickly, leaving Wu Mengmeng a bit stunned. Not too much, just exactly 10,000 yuan. If possible, I'll transfer it to you later tonight. This person is testing me, wanting to know if I'm worth his trust. This was the only thought in Wu Mengmeng's mind at that moment. Her intuition told her that if she agreed directly, her fate might change significantly. Even, she could finally accomplish something she had buried in her heart. After much hesitation, Wu Mengmeng decided to be bold and transfer 10,000 yuan to this man she had only met 3 times. She had made up her mind that if by midnight he hadn't transferred it back, she would report it as a scam. By then, it wouldn't even be 24 hours. She should be able to get it back immediately, right? At Haixing Company, in Su Yao's office. Looking at the 10,000 yuan that Wu Mengmeng had just transferred, Hao Dagon was a bit taken aback. Is it really that simple? As long as a person has the ability, even asking someone for money can be done in a minute? As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly paused, then sighed deeply. Sigh. Perhaps this is the charm of reality. Shaking his head and casting aside all the nonsense, Hao Dagon unhesitatingly transferred the money into the Dongfang Saifu account. A few seconds later, he slapped the table and exclaimed, "Done." Holding 8 contracts, worth 880,000, 8, send, these are all good numbers. Looking at the cluster of 8s on the screen, Hao Dagon couldn't stop smiling. Just as he was about to order takeout to celebrate, the office door was pushed open forcefully. It was Su Yao returning, but her expression seemed a bit off. "What's wrong, manager? Did someone in the department make you angry again?" Hao Dagon asked in surprise. He had seen Su Yao in this state before, and many times it was his doing. That's why he asked. "No, just a bit annoyed." After saying that, Su Yao strode over to Hao Dagon and stared at him. Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon immediately started to tease. "Not annoyed? If you're annoyed, why are you staring at me like that? Am I supposed to give you my seat? Forget it, if you want to sit, go to that sofa over there, there's plenty of space." He might have thought that was a bit too shameless, so Hao Dagon added seriously, alright, who told you to call me husband? I'll reluctantly give you a little space." Saying this, Hao Dagon patted his thigh. "Come on, it's spacious here, feel free to sit." Su Yao. After a few seconds of silence, she began to act. Then after a few more seconds, she changed her mind and directly sat on the desk. Because someone thought she was heavy. Hey, don't look at me like that, I'm doing this for your own good. Such a nice chair, it would be a shame to break it. Besides, the desk is so spacious, wouldn't you be more comfortable? Su Yao. This time, she didn't remain silent but took off her high heels and kicked someone. "You, Lu, get lost. I'm only 99 pounds. What are you talking about?" Little did she know, this would bring Su Yao an even more serious blow. "See, you're getting anxious. I've told you, girls shouldn't just go around hitting people. Otherwise, it's easy for others to notice, especially if there's a smell." Before he finished speaking, Hao Dagon covered his nose with a look of disgust, as if he had been infected by a biochemical hazard. This action made Su Yao lose her composure, and like a mother tiger, she pounced. 10 minutes later, Su Yao, who seemed much better emotionally, suddenly spoke to Hao Dagon beside her. "Hey, Lu, be my boyfriend." Hao Dagon was taken aback and immediately rejected, "No." Su Yao didn't say anything in response, not even changing her expression, and continued to ask, "What about a fake one?" Hao Dagon. After a few seconds of silence, he turned to look at Su Yao with a bit of exasperation. "Are you saying what you just said was the truth?" Su Yao remained unchanged, her expression still the same, but her tone had a hint of impatience. "Oh, why do you care so much? I'm just asking if you will or not." Now Hao Dagon found his breakthrough. "It's not about the manager. Am I not allowed to have a say in this world besides you?" Now it was Su Yao's turn to twitch her face. "I'm asking you a serious question, don't interrupt." Hao Dagon stood his ground. "How is it not serious? This is about a man's dignity, alright?" Su Yao, she was angry and wanted to bite someone again, but she held back, because there were more important matters to deal with. So, after a few seconds of silence to stabilize her emotions, Su Yao resumed her earlier question. "Lu, just answer yes or no, why so much nonsense?" Now, Hao Dagon knew that the woman in front of him must have encountered something, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. But he still said the same thing. "No." This time, Su Yao didn't repeat it but instead pressed on, "Why not? It's not like I'm asking you to do it for real." Hao Dagon, rarely serious, replied, "I'm afraid you'll take it too seriously." However, before Su Yao could respond, he started to smirk mischievously again. "Besides, I'm not a casual person, and you know that, manager." After saying this, he threw a flirtatious glance at Su Yao. Who would believe you?" Su Yao, who had the most say in this matter, snorted. Hao Dagon didn't reply this time, just shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. Su Yao was already immune to this kind of reaction and continued to tempt him. Just agree, there are benefits. Hearing this, Hao Dagon suddenly laughed, as if not agreeing would make any difference now. Manager, don't forget, up until now, I've done everything a boyfriend can do, and even things he can't do. What use is that empty title to me? What? You really want me to take responsibility all the way? So, I must reiterate, I am loyal to love and not that casual of a person. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Yao suddenly laughed. Yes, you're not a casual person. But, I can be. Saying this, Su Yao jumped off the desk barefoot and moved closer to Hao Dagon to whisper. An hour and a half later, Su Yao learned how to do a handstand split. Then, satisfied, she began to offer some benefits to the person beside her. Here, choose one, see which one you like better. Hao Dagon. After receiving the phone with some confusion, he was stunned the moment he saw the content on the screen. What is this? Seeing his reaction, Su Yao rolled her eyes. Don't all you men like uniforms? What's wrong? You don't want it? Fine, give it back to me. Saying this, Su Yao reached out to take back what she had just given him. Would Hao Dagon give it back? Of course not. He would only push open the door to a new world with force. After glancing at everything in the shopping cart, he straightforwardly said, the maid outfit is too plain, you need to add some things. Saying this, he started clicking on the screen. A few minutes later, he happily handed the payment interface to Su Yao. Here, this is much better. Looking at the extra thousands on the screen, along with cat ears and other items, Su Yao rolled her eyes dramatically and, while paying with her credit card, said somewhat proudly, Humph, some people were so reluctant before, but now they're enjoying it. Hao Dagon, considering that the other party was temporarily his fake girlfriend, Hao Dagon decided to let Su Yao off the hook this time. Who would have thought that during this indulgence, Su Yao would become a bit more demanding? Hey, I've bought everything, it will arrive in 3 days at most. Before her words had even settled, Su Yao placed the payment confirmation screen in front of Hao Dagon. Just as he was somewhat puzzled, a sly glint suddenly flashed in her eyes, and her expression became a bit ambiguous. So, Mr. Liu, now, shouldn't you also fulfill your duties as a boyfriend? Fulfill my duties as a boyfriend? Hao Dagon was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Su Yao with a strange expression. Manager, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, going through so much trouble to get me to agree to be your fake boyfriend, just to feel justified in doing that. Tisk tsk, simply a hungry ghost in lust. No wonder people say you women look terrifyingly pure on the surface, but are actually all dripping with yellow. Go to hell. Su Yao kicked Hao Dagon lightly with her foot, then said a bit angrily, you're the one who's all about that. All day long, all you think about is that broken thing. I mean, you should give me some money to spend. As she spoke, Su Yao pulled back her phone and brought up a certain interface. Here, hurry up and tell me what stocks to buy today, or else I just swiped my credit card and spent thousands on those uniforms. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Hao Dagon. So this is the trick, I knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. At this point, Hao Dagon suddenly noticed something was off. His gaze sharpened as he asked curiously, wait a minute, manager, how did your account suddenly have so much more money? If I remember correctly, you should have only had a little over 2,500,000. Even with today's 9% from Wuxi Aptech, it should be at most 270 to 280,000. How did it suddenly jump to 320? Did you rob a bank? How else could you suddenly have an extra 40,000? Su Yao didn't respond, just smiled sweetly and threw a flirtatious glance at Hao Dagon. Guess what if you guess right? I'll be with you superscript 3, superscript 3. Hao Dagon fell silent. Then he immediately turned cold. TCH, you scheming woman, calculating so well. You want to kill two birds with one stone, but I won't fall for it to reward you. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's smile immediately froze, and then she threw a little punch. Damn you, Liu, why do you always bring that up? Hao Dagon grinned mischievously and deliberately elongated his voice. Is it my fault? Humph. Seeing this, Su Yao turned her head away in anger, but a few seconds later, she turned back, because she hadn't made her little money yet. Hey, Liu, if I tell you where the money came from, will you tell me which stocks to buy? Hao Dagon started to smirk. What do you think, little Yao Yao Pa? You're the little one. You know my strength. Instinctively, Su Yao puffed out her chest, and then she realized she had fallen into a trap. Bingo, time's up. Manager, it seems you can't buy anymore. Su Yao. After a few seconds of daze, she immediately looked at her phone screen and then realized that it was already 3 o'clock. The stock market had closed. The next second, Su Yao rushed over in a fit of anger. You, Liu, you definitely did that on purpose. My little money, I'm going to fight you. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Hao Dagon was smoking in the office. His so refreshing hearing this sound. Su Yao, who was lying on the sofa in a strange position and scrolling through her phone, immediately waved her hand in front of her nose in disgust. What a strong smell of smoke, Lu, can you not smoke in the office? It's so suffocating. Hao Dagon chuckled a bit angrily. Manager, I'm not saying you, but you women are just full of nonsense. I'm by the window smoking while you're lying on the sofa, with such a distance in between. Where's the smoke coming from? As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly paused, then smiled meaningfully. I see, you must be mistaking something for the smell of smoke. Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately turned her head to roll her eyes at someone by the window, then just grinned and continued scrolling through her phone. However, her long legs, which had suddenly become restless, were constantly displaying. Her owner was very angry, but she was holding it in. Seeing this, Hao Dagon smiled and didn't continue the conversation. After finishing the cigarettes in their hands and fanning away the lingering smoke, they continued speaking. Hey, manager, why don't you tell me how much money you borrowed from the company this time? Su Yao pretended to be clueless. What borrowing money? I have no idea. Lu, I warn you, don't say things recklessly, this could lead to legal consequences. The reason she had disappeared that morning was actually because she had gone to split the loot with Li Xin and another friend. No, it was borrowing money. Just in a situation where the owner of the money was unaware. Hao Dagon laughed even more happily. Legal consequences? Manager, do you believe I can make a call and have you eating state food? As he spoke, Hao Dagon really took out his phone and pretended to dial. Do as you please, call if you want. Su Yao had long been immune to this level of intimidation. So after throwing out that one sentence, she turned over and continued scrolling through her phone, leaving Hao Dagon with a captivating view of her back. Hao Dagon, alright, the force of action is indeed mutual. The more you understand a woman, the more she will understand you. Just as he was contemplating whether to say something harsh to regain some face, the phone in the office suddenly rang. This scene left Hao Dagon bewildered. What was going on? He hadn't made a call. When he came to his senses, he realized it was Su Yao making the noise. No, don't say anything yet, it's my mom calling, probably about that matter. Seeing Hao Dagon looking over, Su Yao quickly explained. As she spoke, she answered the call with a puzzled look from Hao Dagon. Hello, Mom, what do you need? Oh, asking why I haven't replied to WeChat after so long. I forgot. Hearing this, Hao Dagon thought it was just a normal mother-daughter conversation, so he had no intention of standing there listening any longer. After scanning the office for a place to sit, he ran to the nearest chair. Just as he was about to take out his phone to reply to other messages, Su Yao's voice suddenly grew louder, with a clear tone of impatience. The sudden noise startled Hao Dagon. I've already said I don't want to meet that person, why won't you listen? Having a stable job makes you special? Just because you have a stable job, do I have to go on a blind date with her and marry her? I'm telling you, I have a boyfriend now, so don't bring me these nonsense anymore. Before Hao Dagon could react, Su Yao's voice quickly dropped, and she suddenly looked up at him with a half-smiling, half-serious expression. Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately understood that he was in trouble. I wondered why this woman would go to such lengths to get me to agree to be her boyfriend, even if it was fake. Turns out it was for this. Just as Hao Dagon was complaining, Su Yao's voice rang out again. Ha, Mom, you don't believe I have a boyfriend so soon? I clearly didn't have one last month. Isn't it enough to just not have a connection? What's the rush? If you don't believe me, I'll send you a photo right now. Then, Hao Dagon saw Su Yao hang up the phone and start tapping on her screen. At this moment, he was a bit stunned. Wait, where did this woman get my photo? Didn't she always say not to take pictures? Especially at that time. Could it be that Su Yao secretly installed a pinhole camera while he wasn't paying attention in the office? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon instantly became uneasy. He quickly got up and walked over. Su Yao clearly resisted his sudden approach, otherwise, she wouldn't have directly taken her phone back. Manager, are you feeling guilty? What's with that look, Hao Dagon? Su Yao shot back immediately. However, her evasive demeanor seemed unchanged. In this situation, anyone should have noticed something was off. So, Hao Dagon took direct action. Demonis, hand over your phone, or I'll make sure you don't survive, he declared fiercely. What Hao Dagon didn't notice was that, on a face he couldn't see, Su Yao's lips began to curve into a smile. Clearly, she was doing it on purpose. Before his words had even settled, Su Yao retorted with conviction, if I don't hand it over, then what? Go ahead and bite me. As she spoke, she deliberately shook her head, showing a smug expression towards Hao Dagon. Unexpectedly, Hao Dagon had already seen through everything and delivered a decisive blow. Bite you? I wouldn't reward you for that. Not handing it over is fine, I'll just ignore you for 3 days and see who gets anxious then. Su Yao. After a long silence of about 10 seconds, Su Yao erupted again. Lu, I'm going to make sure you can't leave the office today. Before her words had even faded, Hao Dagon felt a weight of 100 pounds. 1 hour later, Hao Dagon looked at Su Yao, who was packing a garbage bag, with confusion. So, you mean you want me to go home with you, shut your parents up, and stop them from introducing you to blind dates? Exactly, I'm still young. I don't want to be tied down by a man, Su Yao affirmed as she turned back. Saying this, she handed the garbage bag to Hao Dagon. Here, you can throw this away later. Hao Dagon. Hey, I'm talking to you. Seeing Hao Dagon's lack of response, Su Yao ran over and kicked him lightly. Of course, it wasn't hard, just a gentle nudge. The key point was that Su Yao wasn't wearing shoes at that moment. So, Hao Dagon immediately covered his nose, showing a look of disgust. Manager, we can talk, but can you not kick me? Do you know your feet smell sour? Su Yao blared at Hao Dagon fiercely. Sour, you big-headed ghost. Don't you know that beautiful women's feet smell good? Some people would love to have a girl like that, and you actually complain? You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Hao Dagon spread his hands, showing an innocent expression. Is it my fault? I'm not the kind who likes to smell girls' stinky feet. Su Yao, what's with that expression? Am I wrong? Seeing Su Yao silent, Hao Dagon immediately began to tease her again. To be honest, he was starting to enjoy these banter-filled days with Su Yao. After all, who wouldn't want a woman who is beautiful, has a great figure, lets you slack off at work, fulfills girlfriend duties, and never throws tantrums? Of course, the tantrums here don't mean Su Yao wouldn't get angry. It just meant that even when she was angry, she would self-persuade and endure it, or turn it into motivation to exert her influence over Hao Dagon. Su Yao actually knew this to some extent, but she couldn't help it, and there was even a hint of intoxication in it. After all, this man in front of her, despite his countless flaws and bad tastes, was undeniably capable, in every sense of the word, whether it was making money or other things. Hiss, why am I thinking in that direction again? It's simply toxic. After casting aside those unpleasant thoughts, Su Yao shifted her beautiful gaze back to Hao Dagon. Lu, remember what you promised me earlier, don't go back on your word later. Are you leaving for something? Hao Dagon asked in surprise. What do you think? Do you really think being a manager is that easy? Saying this, Su Yao glanced at the time before continuing. I have a meeting to attend later, and it might go on until very late. If you don't want to stay in the office, remember to close the window, the weather forecast says it might rain later. Oh, and the meeting with my parents might be this weekend, so arrange your time a bit earlier, don't mess it up then. Otherwise, don't think I'll perform acrobatics in front of you. After finishing her instructions, Su Yao ignored Hao Dagon. Instead, she hurriedly put on her shoes, tidied her clothes, and finally took out some perfume from her small bag to spray on herself. After confirming there was nothing unusual by sniffing around, she bent down to grab the trash bag and jogged out. It seemed like time was a bit tight. Hao Dagon just sat there quietly watching until the door closed, then he sighed deeply. Well, if you think about it carefully, this woman doesn't seem that unbearable. If I hadn't slacked off too much before, maybe she wouldn't have targeted me so fiercely? Not long after Su Yao left, Hao Dagon also left. However, unlike before, he helped clean up a bit. He tidied up the obvious dirty spots in the office. To be honest, it was Hao Dagon's first time standing so high to clean the windows. He was indeed a bit nervous. At around 7 in the evening, night gradually fell. The sky began to drizzle. Hao Dagon was relatively lucky, returning to the Gaoka community just before that. Ah, another wonderful day is about to end. After glancing back at the tightly closed door of Bai Jia's house, Hao Dagon stepped into room 1202. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered the living room, he was blocked by Ho Liangping, who had a silly grin on his face and was making gestures that Hao Dagon couldn't understand. Old Lu, you seem to be on fire. On fire? Hao Dagon was taken aback for a moment after hearing that, then he started to shoo him away with a look of disdain. You must be hallucinating from too much fun, I'm just an ordinary guy, what fire? Saying this, he tried to push him away. Go on, I've been exercising all day, I'm all sweaty, I need to take a bath and relax, so stop going crazy here. However, Ho Liangping didn't seem to intend to let him go that easily. Seeing Hao Dagon about to leave, he quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him into the room. Come on, old Lu, if you don't believe me, just go take a look yourself. Hao Dagon. Watching Ho Liangping insistently drag him into the room, Hao Dagon immediately exploded with anger. Damn it, monkey, you're not so desperate that you're going to make a move on your brother, are you? Ho Liangping. Not long after, in Ho Liangping's bedroom, Hao Dagon's mouth twitched, because the little rich woman he had been thinking about was alive. This should have been a happy thing. But the problem was, that little rich woman, for some unknown reason, had put him on the internal network of the game Fantasy Westward Journey. Yes, that's right. All the dozens of times he had been abused by the little rich woman were made into a grid of images by her. Then, they were used to participate in an event in the game called, The Most Beautiful Moments in Fantasy Westward Journey. After that, he became a sensation in the game. Now he was sitting at the top of the event, worshipped by everyone in the game, and causing them to laugh like pigs. The event had only been going on for less than 12 hours, and there were already thousands of comments. To put it in perspective, the total number of comments from 2nd to 10th place might not even reach that. So, old Lu, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Are you on fire? Seeing him like this, Ho Liangping immediately started making gestures again. TSK, truly worthy of being my foster mother, just a light touch and you easily grasp the entire game's flashy and cheap tricks. Those ugly women still think they can top the charts with their provocative photos, simply delusional. As he spoke, he began to fawn again. Hey, Laolu, do you think your foster mother will be so happy today that she'll send you a whole bunch of stuff? How about this, buddy, I'll help you with a massage. My demands aren't high. When your foster mother is happy and starts throwing money around, just let a few thousand slip through your fingers to me. Before the words even left his mouth, this guy pretended to run behind Hao Dagon and started to get to work. It made him feel sick. Get lost, get lost, get lost. What massage? I think you should be the one getting massaged. Dude, the domestic violence scene has been seen by so many people, and you're still here thinking about making money. This is simply outrageous. After saying all this, Hao Dagon didn't care about anything else. He shot Ho Liangping a look that said he wouldn't have a hair left to speak with soon and quickly returned to his bedroom. He wanted to see what kind of trouble his little rich lady was causing. 1 minute later, in the bedroom, Hao Dagon logged into the game. After clearing all the harassment messages from the female streamer named Wancha with one click, he opened the little rich lady's messages. She seemed to have a lot to say after not being online for a few days, and as soon as Hao Dagon clicked, a whole bunch of messages popped up. Battle Tyrannosaurus, wow, little Feezy, this dragon has once again bathed in blood and resurrected to your world. Come kneel and welcome me, eh? Why did you send me so many messages? How magical. No, looking at too many words gives me a headache. This dragon won't look anymore. I'll just send you a big read as a response. Superscript 3, Superscript 3. This was the first message that came online. Then, it was the initial situation of the domestic violence scene being made public, an hour after the previous message was sent. Battle Tyrannosaurus, a loud bang in the sky, this dragon makes a comeback, cute dragon roars. Oh whoa, hee, little Feezy, this dragon suddenly discovered a fun activity, so, you know what that means. Superscript 3, Superscript 3. Hey, I'll silently count to 10 here. If you don't reply, I'll take it as your agreement. Asterisk, 10 seconds. / omega / hee, you didn't show up, which means you agreed. Then, there were the last few messages from half an hour ago. Roar, little Feezy, I have good news for you, this dragon is about to become famous. Image of reaching the top. This is the manifestation of cash ability. No, it's the manifestation of this dragon's strength. Superscript 3, Superscript 3. After reading this long string of messages, Hao Dagon was silent for a good 10 seconds. In the end, he could only summarize it in one sentence. Being rich is great. I wonder how much this little rich lady has spent. While muttering to himself, Hao Dagon sent a question mark to her. He knew that just this one action should activate her, because this little rich lady was still spamming and arguing with people. Well, the kind where sending a message costs $8. In this short time, Hao Dagon's salary from the previous day had been blown away by her. As Hao Dagon was watching, the little rich lady's reply popped up. Battle Tyrannosaurus, submit, tremble, my only servant little Feifei, this dragon is back, dinosaur roars. Woof, Superscript 3, Superscript 3. Feifei is big, Battle Tyrannosaurus, little Feezy, am I awesome? Image of reaching the top, praise me quickly, or I'll force you to express your feelings. Feifei is very big, Battle Tyrannosaurus, hey, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your admission. Asterisk, oh, seeing this, Hao Dagon finally couldn't help but ask the crucial question. How much did it cost in total? Then, the little rich woman exploded a bit. I didn't, this dragon is all about strength, don't say random things. Because that's only 70 or 80,000, it's not even money, it's just paper, okay. After that, Hao Dagon was cast under a silence spell. It's no wonder he felt this way. He had worked hard for a week using hidden hints to earn nearly $1 million, and in this little rich woman's eyes, it was just a pile of paper. This huge sense of disparity really made his feelings quite complicated. Fortunately, the little rich woman's next words instantly revived him, because the other party was about to spend money. This was the message 3 seconds later. Battle Tyrannosaurus, Little Faye, pay attention to the text message, this dragon is about to send living expenses. Superscript 3, Superscript 3. This was the text message 10 seconds later. Dear Mr. Liu, your bank card ending in 9528 has received a transfer of 23,333 yuan, please check. This is the current How Dagon, Fei is very big. Wife, are you in a good mood now? Do you want to kill me a few times to practice? Having a little rich woman as a wife is really great, even if it's virtual. After all, who doesn't like a little rich woman who throws money around? Even if it's a bit delusional, it's because she's too cute. This was How Dagon's true thought at that moment. Little did he know that the next second, he would be stunned by this immature thought, because the little rich woman replied again. Battle Tyrannosaurus, no need, this dragon has killed enough during the rest of these days. Killed enough? Killed enough is good. If she's killed enough, then How Dagon wouldn't have to be abused for money. This was How Dagon's first thought upon seeing this message. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly realized something was off. What's going on? I asked this little rich woman if she wanted to kill my character in the game to practice, and she actually replied that she's killed enough during her rest these days? Could it be, this little rich woman isn't running a company, but is a professional killer? Thinking of this, How Dagon became unsettled. Without thinking, he directly asked, Wife, may I ask, what kind of profession do you engage in? Then, How Dagon began to wait for a reply. Half a minute, 1 minute, until the little rich woman's avatar suddenly went dark. He realized with exasperation that she had disappeared again. No way. This little rich woman can't really be in the killing business, right? Otherwise, why does she often act like this? Seeing this scene, How Dagon instantly went through all the memories of various little rich women in his mind. Then he abruptly discovered a fact. That is, many behaviors can actually be associated with the profession of a killer. Ridiculous. It's simply ridiculous. Opening the door to ridiculousness, ridiculous to the house. 10 minutes later, How Dagon closed the computer. Sigh, what is this all about? Thinking about what had just happened, he suddenly felt a bit speechless. Not only had the little rich woman's identity suddenly become unclear, but that female streamer Su Erming probably had some serious issues too. She didn't even open her live stream, just to chase after him and scold him. Could How Dagon endure? Naturally, he could not. He directly added her as a friend, sent a message, and deleted her all in one go. He estimated that after this operation, that Su Erming must have completely hated her, otherwise, she wouldn't have directly started charging for speeches in the district like a little rich girl. Unfortunately, she underestimated How Dagon's moves. The moment he saw Su Erming start throwing money around to vent her frustrations, How Dagon decisively went offline. Forget it, never mind, let's focus on the main business first. After all, one must keep their word. After mumbling a few complaints, How Dagon opened the treasure vault in Fantasy Westward Journey and transferred the 175,000 inside to his bank account. Alright, rounding it up, I'm pretty much a bona fide millionaire now. How Dagon calculated that with the 175,000 that just arrived and the more than 20,000 the little rich girl had just transferred to him, his net worth had reached a terrifying 14 million. Of course, some of that money didn't belong to him. Let me think, the 100,000 from online loans can wait. I can just let that beautiful lady come to collect when the time comes. As for the 20,000 from Su Yao, I don't need to worry about it. I've already agreed to be her boyfriend, even if it's fake. It's only right for a girlfriend to give her boyfriend some money to spend. As for the 20,000 from the monkey, forget it, I'll just transfer it over, there's no point in leaving it here. Saying that, How Dagon transferred 21,000 over. Damn, borrowing 20,000 for 10 days and paying back 21,000. With an annual interest rate of 180%, I've done my best. After all, even loan sharks wouldn't be this ruthless. Finally, How Dagon turned his attention to the last person's WeChat. Wu Meng. What a name that can really stand out. Just after 9 o'clock in the evening, at Vang Jinyu apartment. In room 1028, Wu Meng was playing on her phone, somewhat distracted. Because her 10,000 yuan hadn't come back yet. Although there were still 2 hours until midnight, Wu Meng's heart had already tightened. She was now worried that How Dagon was a scammer. If so, the image of the investment goddess she planned to create might not even take off before it was cut short. Earlier that afternoon, she had used the news she got from Hao Dagon about Matai's stock soaring to make a splash at a small meeting in the company. At a time when everyone was pessimistic about the brewing sector, she made a bold prediction that even she didn't fully understand at the time. Wu Mengmeng admitted that there was a gambling element to her actions, but the problem was, she had bet right. With the industry giant Matai leading the way, the brewing sector surged against the market that day. It stood out in the entire market. As a result, she began to gain some fame in the company. In the investment consulting industry, fame meant everything. Because of this little episode, Wu Mengmeng's expectations for Hao Dagon began to rise infinitely, to the point where the last thing she wanted to see was him going back on his word. If that happened, some of the fantasies in her mind would turn to bubbles. Wu Mengmeng's prolonged unusual behavior naturally caught the attention of her good friend Shin-nana, who continued to pay close attention. After yet another instance of her speaking while her friend wasn't listening, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Meng, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so distracted? Didn't you just make quite a splash at the company? You should be happy. Why are you like this? Are you feeling feverish?" As she spoke, she reached out with her hand towards her friend. Clearly, what she meant by feverish was not physical but psychological. Wu Mengmeng wouldn't let her succeed. She raised her hand and swatted Shin-nana's big hand away, then became annoyed. "You're the one being ridiculous. You have a perfectly good house but insist on coming here to stir up trouble. It's just absurd." Seeing that she finally seemed to be recovering, Shin-nana immediately perked up. Hee, we're good friends, right? Naturally, we should help each other a bit. Meng, you know, I've never had a boyfriend. So, you understand. Wu Mengmeng shot her a glance. "The way you say that, it's as if I have one. Forget it, I won't mess around with you anymore. I need to go put on a face mask and hydrate." With that, Wu Mengmeng got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. However, she didn't notice that shortly after she left, the phone she had casually tossed on the bed suddenly lit up. And this scene was precisely noticed by Shin-nana, who had secretly memorized her lock screen password long ago. Someone sent a message to Meng? No, wait, it's a transfer? And it's a guy's profile picture? A few minutes later. Room 1202, Gaoka Community. What's this, a backstab? Buy one get one free? Looking at the new friend request on the screen, Hao Dagon was slightly taken aback. Whatever, I'll just accept it first. After all, I definitely won't be the one at a loss. Saying this, Hao Dagon accepted Shin-nana's friend request. After doing this, Hao Dagon didn't continue fiddling with his phone but went to the living room to find something to eat. Recently, he didn't know why, but he felt like his appetite had increased significantly. Could it be because I've been exercising more every day, or maybe it's because of the app? After taking out a portion of durian milfai that he hadn't finished eating yesterday from the fridge, Hao Dagon walked towards the bedroom while talking to himself. Just then, a sudden knocking sound came from outside the door. Who could it be at this hour? Hao Dagon was surprised and called out towards Ho Liangping's bedroom. "Monkey, someone's knocking at the door, go open it, I'm busy right now." After saying this, Hao Dagon walked into the room without a second thought. He didn't expect that after a long while, the knocking sound still persisted. Seeing this, Hao Dagon became puzzled. Could it be that monkey snuck out to play games again? No way, the food at night is terrible. After muttering to himself for a while, Hao Dagon decided to get up and take a look. The person outside had been knocking for so long, they must have something urgent. It was only then that he realized, to his dismay, that Ho Liangping had actually fallen asleep on the keyboard. Not long after, the door was opened, and Hao Dagon was stunned by the person outside. "Sister Bai? Why is it you?" Bai Jia, standing at the door, immediately smiled brightly upon seeing him. "What, is my appearance surprising to you? But you, little Lu, you were clearly at home. Why did you make me wait so long? I almost hurt my hand from knocking." As she spoke, Bai Jia pretended to be aggrieved, rubbing her hand with a look of injury. At that moment, Bai Jia was wearing a black lace nightgown, her complexion slightly flushed, and she carried a strong scent of body wash. It was obvious that she had just taken a shower not long ago. With such a look at such a time, combined with such a strange action, it was hard not to make Hao Dagon's mind wander. Could it be that Bai Jia came here specifically to? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon instinctively tightened his throat. Bai Jia seemed to sense something and immediately peered into Hao Dagon's room. With a seemingly ambiguous gaze, she asked intentionally, "Little Lu, are you home alone tonight?" Hao Dagon instinctively wanted to say yes, as that would likely mean. But unfortunately, that dog Ho Liangping was simply unbearable. Before he could speak, a loud snoring sound suddenly erupted, drowning out all his words. The facts were laid out before him, and Hao Dagon couldn't just lie, so he could only suppress the urge to rush in and deal with that dog Ho Liangping and smiled. No, Sister Bai, you must have heard it too. That guy Ho Liangping is also here. Oh, the little monkey is here too. What a pity. I was hoping to go in and sit down with you for a chat. Looks like it will have to wait until next time. As she spoke, Bai Jia suddenly showed a regretful expression, as if she had some plans in mind. Hao Dagon thought. At that moment, Hao Dagon finally understood why so many people said that women in their 30s are the most charming, because they are so good at controlling that feeling of being close yet distant. It just makes one itch with desire. Unable to hold back, Hao Dagon was about to say something, thinking he might change the location to chat with Bai Jia, but she happened to speak up at that moment. Ah, Xiaolu, I was having such a good time chatting with you that I almost forgot about the important matter. Saying this, Bai Jia bent down in front of Hao Dagon to pick up something she had placed by her feet. Watching the fleeting white figure before him and the faint fragrance lingering at his nose, Hao Dagon wanted to shout, important matter. I kind of want to take care of some business right now, okay? But he couldn't. Because Hao Dagon had just noticed that not far away, at Bai Jia's door, a pair of eyes was occasionally peeking out, closely watching their movements. That's right. It was Bai Yanran. And Bai Jia clearly knew this as well. With a smile, she handed the item in her hand towards Hao Dagon and playfully winked. Xiaolu, as the saying goes, gifts are meant to be exchanged. A couple of days ago, didn't you give me some food? I happened to buy some things while shopping today, so I thought I'd bring them as a return gift for you to try. At that moment, combined with her earlier deliberate actions, Hao Dagon understood perfectly that the woman before him was using the pretext of giving gifts to tease him on purpose. Otherwise, who would come over during the time when their daughter was at home if they were serious about something? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon felt a bit annoyed. Just because he wasn't making a fuss, did she really think he was a pushover? So, with determination, Hao Dagon stared at her intently as Bai Jia looked on in shock. Then, step by step, he moved closer to her. Xiaolu, what are you doing? Hao Dagon's sudden move clearly caught Bai Jia off guard, to the point where a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. However, thinking about the fact that they were in a law-abiding society and that there were people in both their homes, she realized that if she shouted, she could easily attract onlookers, and Bai Jia quickly regained her composure. Then, she maintained a state of retreating one step back for every step Hao Dagon took forward, until Bai Jia found herself backed against the wall. At this moment, Bai Jia, having regained her composure, began to tease him again. Xiaolu, are you trying to play some game with your sister? But I must warn you. If you're not careful, it could lead to big trouble. As she spoke, Bai Jia raised her eyebrows and deliberately glanced towards the inside of the house. The meaning was clear. If Bai Yanran found out that her mother was not at the door, she would probably rush out immediately. Seeing this, Hao Dagon smiled wickedly, said nothing, and slowly reached out towards her in the midst of Bai Jia's astonished gaze. This action instantly made Bai Jia's heart race faster. What's going on? Why has this little guy suddenly become so bold? It's clearly different from before? Could it be that he got a bit flustered from playing too hard earlier? Or, if he really does that, should I immediately call? Or should I wait a moment? No, why am I having such thoughts? Could it be that it's been too long since? Just as Bai Jia's thoughts became increasingly active and her inner feelings started to become a bit chaotic and heated, Hao Dagon's voice suddenly rang out. Sister Bai, what's wrong with you? Why does your face look like that? Did you get scared? You're probably not going to believe this, but I just suddenly noticed that it looks like there's a mosquito on your forehead sucking your blood. I was just about to catch it after it had been buzzing around for a while, but unexpectedly, it suddenly flew away. Don't you think that's a pity? At this point, Hao Dagon suddenly paused, then scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "Oh, right, Sister Bai. I didn't greet you in advance just now to avoid startling that mosquito. You won't hold it against me, will you? If my oversight has caused you any trouble, I sincerely apologize." After saying this, Hao Dagon looked at Bai Jia with a sincere expression. Bai Jia, listening to the words beside her and seeing the corners of the little brat's mouth unable to suppress a smile, Bai Jia understood perfectly. This guy was deliberately teasing her. And the purpose was obvious, to take revenge for her earlier actions. Seeing this situation, a surge of annoyance suddenly arose in Bai Jia's heart. This little brat is really quite detestable. If you had done something, I wouldn't say anything. But at a critical moment, you do nothing and pull this stunt on me. In that case, don't blame me for adding to your troubles. After tidying up her slight disappointment, Bai Jia immediately responded with a smile. However, the underlying meaning in her words seemed a bit intense. Not at all. Sister is grateful to you, how could I blame you? Especially with these mosquitoes buzzing around in early autumn, always making noise by your ear but too timid to bite. That's really annoying. But Xiaolu, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to tell you something earlier. You won't hold it against me, will you? Something? What is it? Hao Dagon, who was pondering whether Bai Jia's second sentence hinted at something, was suddenly puzzled by this abrupt statement. Bai Jia had just returned, and they had only interacted a few times in the past few days. What special matter could be worth mentioning at this moment? While Hao Dagon was suspicious, Bai Jia had already moved her beautiful eyes and spoke gracefully. Oh, Xiaolu, it's really not a big deal. It's just that a while ago, I mentioned to the little sister living above you that I would introduce her to someone. And just a few days ago, you happened to have something to discuss with her, so I casually passed her business card to you. With this back and forth, there shouldn't be any unnecessary misunderstandings, right? If something went wrong because I didn't communicate in time, I would truly regret it. She said this, but Hao Dagon could clearly feel the slightly malicious intent in Bai Jia's expression. It was only then that he understood why that woman named Su Shi had acted that way from the start. Damn! So it turns out this woman in front of him had deliberately set him up. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have spent hours arguing with someone that night, nearly running out of words. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon's mind suddenly jolted, and a heavy feeling of anger surged up. This damn woman was plotting against him from the very beginning. He needed to show her some color. Let her know that words shouldn't be taken lightly. And then, Bai Jia was stunned. 3 minutes later, Bai Jia's home. Bai Yanran was jumping up and down in a panic. Mom, how could you do this? How could you do this? How could you do this? I just went to the bathroom for a moment, and you all. Meanwhile, Bai Jia, the person involved, was much calmer. She leaned back on the sofa, crossed her jade legs, and casually applied lipstick while holding a makeup mirror. Yanran, what are you making a fuss about now? What's wrong with me? I clearly didn't do anything. You can't slander your mom, you need to provide evidence for everything. As she spoke, it was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but she slowly pouted her sexy lips right in front of Bai Yanran. TSK, no wonder they're my lips, they're just overly plump, making one drool. I really want to know what they taste like. How about I ask next time? Watching all of this, Bai Yanran was left speechless. After a few seconds of daze, she completely exploded. There can't be a next time, there mustn't be a next time, and it's impossible for there to be a next time. Recalling the moment she discovered her mom wasn't at the door, and she rushed into the hallway to see that scene. Bai Yanran felt she needed to do something, so she tried to calm herself down, not thinking about certain overlapping images. Damn, bro was not willing to accept defeat. It was clearly just a step away. In the bedroom, after a roar, Hao Dagon finally couldn't suppress his loneliness any longer and opened WeChat. Are you free later? After sending the message to Bai Jia, he lay on the bed staring blankly. Just like that. A minute passed, and there was no response. Could it be she didn't see it? Then I'll just wait a bit longer. After another round of self-questioning, Hao Dagon was starting to lose patience. Damn, this feeling of being stuck is really uncomfortable. If I had known Bai Yanran would be such a nuisance, I should have just. At this point, Hao Dagon suddenly paused again and began to comfort himself. Forget it, thinking too much is useless, it mainly depends on her willingness. Rather than waiting here, I might as well do something meaningful. Like clearing up unnecessary misunderstandings. The more friends, the more paths. There's already someone in the same community wanting to knock me out. If there's one more, that would really be bad. As he spoke, Hao Dagon opened his blacklist and released Su Shi's WeChat. Upstairs, Su Shi was scolding her younger sister. You're something, Su Xiao, making your own money and spending it, so you can just throw away a few $100 without a care, right? If you really have that ability, then pay for the rent and living expenses, don't just eat and drink for free here. Su Ermang, upon hearing this, dared not speak and could only stand there, obediently pretending to be silly and cute. Because she had just been caught by her sister after spending 648 in-game to spam and curse that despicable guy. So she could only admit defeat. You see, she was currently living off her sister, eating, drinking, and playing for free. Seeing her sister make that expression again, so she was about to explode with anger. She worked hard for a month to earn just over 5,000 yuan, while this girl spent over 1,000 just to curse someone. How could that not infuriate her? That was her entire week's salary. Just like that, gone. Su Shi was just about to give her oblivious sister a vivid lesson on the value of money. Suddenly, the phone screen on the table lit up. Su Shi originally didn't plan to check it, but when she saw the sender's profile picture, she froze. Wait, how dare this defeated opponent message her? Does she want to make a comeback? Then, the conflict was timely shifted. She temporarily forgot about her sister and planned to confront her old enemy again. Su Ermang, who had been watching her sister, instantly brightened up. That profile picture looks familiar. Isn't that my sister's boyfriend? No wonder she didn't even curse at me when she saw the message. It turns out her man has appeared. She didn't admit it before, but now she can't argue her way out of it. Thinking this, Su Ermang quietly started to take action. This time she learned her lesson and decided to use technology to leave solid evidence, making it impossible for her sister to say anything. Not long after, Hao Dagon frowned. Is this an invitation to dinner to express your apology? Is it for real? You don't want to meet the real me offline, do you? Hiss. Something seems off. We live just upstairs and downstairs. If you really wanted to do something, couldn't you just come down and knock on the door? Yeah, exactly. So, after figuring it out, Hao Dagon agreed without hesitation. To be honest, he didn't expect Su Shi to be so understanding. She just briefly explained the situation, and she immediately took the initiative to apologize and suggest a meal. Perhaps this is the kind of thinking a normal adult should have. Unlike that female streamer named Su Ermang, who is just a crazy woman, always chasing after people to bite. After replying to Sushi's message, Hao Dagon glanced at the time. He realized that nearly 10 minutes had passed without him noticing. Seeing this, he quickly exited the chat window to check on by Jia. Unfortunately, the message bar was still empty. Upon seeing this, Hao Dagon was a bit surprised. That's not right. How could this happen? Could it be that she got delayed by something else? While mumbling to himself, Hao Dagon replayed the events that had happened earlier in his mind. He finally reached a conclusion. That is, aside from the very beginning when he took the initiative, he had basically been in a passive state throughout, especially towards the end. Just as Hao Dagon was becoming more puzzled, the chat window, which had been silent, finally showed a red dot. No time. Hao Dagon's mouth twitched at this. He might believe that others had no time, but this landlord who had no job and played around every day would have none. That was nonsense. So he continued to ask, really no time? This time, there was an immediate new reply. Maybe, possibly, I could. Squeeze some time? Why do you have to be so sarcastic when you talk? Building 3, room 1802, but you must not come over. Seeing this, Hao Dagon didn't bother to reply. He grabbed the umbrella beside him and rushed out. The next day, in the morning, Su Yao scanned her office like a resentful wife in a deep boudoir. Again and again. Until it was 9:30 when the stock market opened, she could no longer contain her frustration and slammed her keyboard. Ah, that deadbeat named Lu. Is it really necessary to disappear just because I asked him to pretend to be my boyfriend? Perhaps due to her overly excited emotions, Su Yao actually yanked the connection cable off the keyboard. Then, without caring about anything else, she threw the things in her hands forcefully. To be honest, at this point, she couldn't even tell if she was frustrated because she might not make money in the stock market today or if it was because someone hadn't shown up, leaving her feeling empty inside. And quite unfortunately, the scene of her smashing the keyboard was just caught by Li Xian, who had just walked in. It nearly scared her heart out. What's going on, Su Yao? Why are you smashing your keyboard? Did your boyfriend cheat on you? Since Su Yao had never explained, Li Xian always thought the former was straddling two boats. Don't mention those stinky men, I hate them. Because someone was late and didn't reply to messages or answer calls, Su Yao was completely furious. She started attacking indiscriminately. This reaction was actually no different from that of a girl in a couple's quarrel. And Li Xian, clearly someone with experience, saw through it at a glance and immediately walked over to tease her. Oh, it seems that a certain boyfriend favored by our beautiful Su has suddenly done something that displeases you. Otherwise, why would you be like this? Su Yao was already in a fit of anger, and regardless of whether she was with her best friend or not, she shot back directly. Who cares about you, dead Li Xian? It's better than being someone who can't get a man. Flirting everywhere every day but without a steady boyfriend. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you have some special kink for being with different people. Upon hearing this, Li Xian looked indifferent and calmly said, let them say what they want, as long as I'm comfortable. Don't you think so, Su Yao? Su Yao! Su Yao suddenly realized that her best friend might very well be a biological mother. So, she decided to keep her distance until she saw the test results. Seeing her like this, Li Xian became anxious. Hey, Su Yao, what do you mean? Why are you backing away as soon as you see me? I was just joking. Even though I like to flirt, I'm not that kind of casual woman. You should know, my goal is to become someone like my cousin. How could I personally flirt with other men? Li Xian's explanation only made Su Yao back away even further, and she even planned to visit the hospital later, because sometimes they would help each other out. and Su Yao was well aware of her cousin's role at headquarters. A well-known socialite and a scheming beauty. Seeing the situation, Li Xian simply stopped explaining, rolled her eyes at Su Yao, and got down to business. Alright, Su Yao, let's stop talking about nonsense. I came to tell you to pay attention to the company's direction lately. Last night, my sister specifically reminded me that something big might happen at headquarters soon, and we should be careful not to give anyone a chance to catch us off guard. Su Yao was taken aback. Big event? What event could it be? At this point, she suddenly paused and turned her gaze to Li Xian. She knew that Li Xian understood her meaning. Li Xian didn't respond immediately but furrowed her brows and thought for a while before replying seriously. I think the same as you. The old chairman hasn't been in the public eye for a long time. If he really suddenly passes away, our company will be in chaos. You know, he has no sons, and once the shares are dispersed, there could very well be a situation of 3 women vying for power. At that time, our branches might end up acting independently. Su Yao nodded seriously without saying a word. In the Gaokou community. Building 3, room 1802. Hao Dagon slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. He was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Just as he was about to say a few words to reminisce, the owner of those beautiful eyes suddenly handed him a stack of 100 yuan bills. Just by looking at the thickness, it was at least 2,000 yuan. What do you mean by this? Hao Dagon asked in shock. Bai Jia raised her eyebrows and revealed a satisfied expression. What do you think it means? It's for the bill. The bill? Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon instantly lost his composure and sat up. Damn! What do you take me for? Bai Jia smiled slightly and turned to take out another stack of money from a small bag beside her. This time it was a solid 10,000 yuan in cash. Little brat, I don't know who you are, but I know your performance has really satisfied me. So, you understand saying this? Bai Jia directly handed over the money in her hand. Here, this is your tip for spending the night with me. Hao Dagon. At this moment, Hao Dagon felt a faint sadness. His male pride told him that he should refuse with confidence at this moment, but his rationality constantly reminded him. This is what he deserved for his work. As the instigator of the event, Bai Jia seemed quite curious about Hao Dagon's choice, her face displaying a crescent moon of intrigue as she stared at him intently. After about 10 seconds of mental struggle, Hao Dagon decided to get paid for his work. Bai Jia was left dumbfounded. At 2 in the afternoon, Bai Jia walked away awkwardly. Meanwhile, Hao Dagon sat in the room, dazed, holding 3 stacks of cash in his pocket. Wait a minute. Is it really this easy to make money? What have I been working so hard for all this time? Looking at the more than 20,000 yuan in front of him, Hao Dagon felt utterly foolish. If I had thrown away my pride and worked in the village earlier, I might have been financially free by now. After a moment of wild thoughts, Hao Dagon reached for his phone, which had been on the bedside all night. I've been out of touch for so long, the messages must have exploded. As he spoke, he unlocked the screen. Then, the sound of notifications rang incessantly. He focused his eyes. Goodness! Over 99 unread messages and 10 missed calls. 70% of them were from Su Yao. The rest were from Joe Jia, Wu Mengmeng, and other women. TSK. Is this what they mean by with great power comes great responsibility? I used to log into WeChat for days without seeing a few red dots, and now, in such a short time, it's almost a sky full of stars. That said, Hao Dagon had no intention of replying to the messages. After marking them all as read, he exited and opened the Dongfang Saifu app. Hao Dagon was very clear-headed and understood that everything that had just happened was fleeting. Only the things in front of him were the foundation of his livelihood. September 6th, Zhengtai Automobile plus 10%. Zhengtai Automobile? This seemed oddly familiar. This was Hao Dagon's first reaction upon seeing today's hidden prompt. When the true face of the matter appeared before him, Hao Dagon instantly understood where this feeling came from. Damn, why hasn't this dog of a stock been delisted? Wasn't it supposed to be ST? Looking at the historical purchase record that popped up automatically after clicking in, Hao Dagon immediately cursed. Because it was this damn stock that suddenly exploded with financial fraud, causing him to suffer 10 consecutive limit downs. It had directly shattered his dream of becoming a stock god. It's really strange these days, a stock that fell to over $1 due to financial fraud can still rebound. Looking at Zhengtai Automobile, which had risen back to 10 yuan, Hao Dagon couldn't help but smile. But smiling aside, he didn't let past grievances hinder his opportunity to make money. Glancing at his account balance, which was exactly 1,070,000, he didn't think twice before going all in. Then, he calculated his losses. I bought in at a 5-point increase, the stock price was 10 yuan, and after hitting the limit up, I could earn about 53,000. And this stock had a low of 9.5 yuan this morning. If I calculate it this way, I actually lost over 20,000 after working all night? Damn, what a huge loss. Half an hour later, at Longjiang Pig's Trotter Rice, Hao Dagon left under the eager gaze of the boss lady. After satisfactorily burping, he turned around and went to the nearby ATM to deposit the 20,000 yuan Bai Jia had given him. He planned to use this money for emergencies, so he didn't intend to put it into his stock account for now. After leaving the ATM, Hao Dagon looked up at the sky, saw that the sun wasn't too strong, and decided to walk back to Gaoka Community. It's only about a 10-minute walk, just a little exercise. With that, he headed in the direction of the community. Because it was working hours, there were few cars on the road, and not many pedestrians either. Hao Dagon walked for several minutes without seeing anyone. However, when he passed a park not far from Gaoka Community, things changed. Because Hao Dagon realized he was being followed. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but when he tentatively quickened his pace and the person behind him also sped up, he knew something was off. After all, Hao Dagon was a big man, tall and strong, and since it was daytime, he didn't hesitate to turn around and confront the person following him. He wanted to see who had the guts to target him, Hao Dagon. But then, he was taken aback. The person following him was a girl, and he seemed to recognize her. Su Ermang? He instinctively called out upon seeing her face. Immediately, the expression on the girl's face turned fierce. Well, I thought your back looked familiar, turns out it really is you. Then, to Hao Dagon's shock, Su Ermang pulled out a large, electric baton from who knows where. Without hesitation, she charged at him. Bastard! Die for me! Seeing this, Hao Dagon was stunned for several seconds, until the electric baton was about to swing in front of him, and he finally reacted. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and ran. Su Ermang, seeing her first strike fail, immediately chased after him. At first, she was able to keep close behind Hao Dagon, but when Hao Dagon, who had some athletic training, really put in the effort, she finally fell behind. Soon, behind Hao Dagon, Su Ermang's furious shouts rang out. You dead bastard, are you even a man? You don't even dare to duel with a girl. Hao Dagon, who had already run far but still heard her voice. He actually wanted to say he was a man, but uncertain about whether Su Ermang's baton was electrified, he decided it was better to play it safe. Little did he know, not long after he ran off, Su Ermang suddenly overexerted herself and her legs gave way, causing her to fall and bruise her knee, and it was her sister who noticed it first. Not long after, at Gaoka Community, Building 3. Just as Hao Dagon entered the building, a voice called out from behind. Wait, handsome! He turned around to see the pure-looking girl who had delivered food last time. Perhaps she didn't expect to see Hao Dagon, as the words of thanks she intended to say got stuck in her throat. After a while, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, You're Mr. Monkey? Hao Dagon. He actually wanted to deny it, but seeing the girl's innocent appearance, he held back. He couldn't ruin her mood, could he? So, Hao Dagon replied, What a coincidence. Then he pretended to look seriously at the large bag she was holding. Beautiful lady, what's this you have? Upon hearing Hao Dagon's words, the pure girl seemed to suddenly remember something and smiled. Oh, Mr. Monkey, isn't it a coincidence? I almost forgot about this in my excitement. Here, this is your takeout. Since you just happened to be downstairs, I won't take it up for you. Before her words even finished, she handed all the items in her hands to Hao Dagon. Then she playfully looked at him. By the way, Mr. Monkey, although it's a bit heavy and there's a lot, you don't mind taking it up yourself, right? Please, my order is about to expire. Hao Dagon. To be honest, at that moment, Hao Dagon felt a bit speechless. If he remembered correctly, the girl in front of him had shot him a glare when she left after delivering the food last time. Now she was acting as if nothing had happened, sweetly asking him for help. This was quite something. Indeed, when out in the world, only those without shame truly thrive. If it were in the past, Hao Dagon would definitely feel embarrassed to refuse. But who said it was the past? So, he decided to be shameless and take a little revenge on the other party for their previous actions. Thus, he deliberately grinned and said, Beautiful lady, you wouldn't want your delivery to be late, right? So you understand. Ha! Not long after, in front of room 1202, Hao Dagon walked in carrying a large bag of items. Heh, Lin Xiaoi, that's not a good name. No wonder you have to come out and work part-time delivering food while still in college. With such a pure look, why not just apply for a part-time job as an event hostess or model? Why do you have to come out and run this? Well, it seems there's no one else. Could it be that you have some unspeakable difficulties? Just as he was speaking, Hao Dagon entered the room. Then, he saw Ho Liangping playing a game of little mayflies looking for their mother. Because he was wearing headphones and was completely absorbed, he didn't even notice Hao Dagon walking up behind him. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but twitch his mouth. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, they think of desires. This dog didn't even fill his stomach and was eager to work, truly no one else. To avoid disturbing him, Hao Dagon simply stood still and silently counted for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, Ho Liangping finished his work on time. Then, he was startled by Hao Dagon standing behind him. Damn! Old Lu? When did you come back? Perhaps it was because Hao Dagon's sudden appearance was too shocking. He almost didn't notice that he was about to smash the notebook screen in front of him. Damn, bro just bought this. Don't let it break like this. Looking at the suddenly shut down notebook, Ho Liangping panicked instantly. At this moment, Hao Dagon stood aside and teased, "Monkey, I think it feels too pathetic following you, never lasting a minute, so it ended itself. Get lost. You're the one who's weak. Look, isn't it good now?" Seeing the notebook screen light up again, Ho Liangping immediately regained his confidence. TCH. After giving a roll of his eyes for the other to understand, Hao Dagon didn't bother with anything else and walked over to the dining table with the takeout he was holding. At this moment, he wasn't really hungry, but he just felt like eating something. At first, Ho Liangping didn't notice that he had something in his hand and curiously asked, "Hey, old Lu, isn't today Tuesday? Why are you back so early? Did the company give a holiday?" Just as he finished speaking, he caught a whiff of a delicious aroma, as if it were the roasted chicken wings he had inside. Then, he realized that his takeout seemed to have been intercepted. "Old Lu, you dog, how dare you take my delivery? Old Lu, what do you plan to do in the future?" Not long after, while they were eating, Ho Liangping suddenly asked, "Do what?" "Work." Hao Dagon looked at Ho Liangping in confusion. "Monkey, why are you asking this all of a sudden? What's wrong? Do you have any thoughts?" Ho Liangping shook his head. "Not really, just that my home is being demolished recently, and it's left me a bit confused about what to do with so much money." Hao Dagon. After a few seconds of silence, Hao Dagon kicked him under the table. "Are you trying to show off your wealth to me?" Upon hearing this, Ho Liangping immediately grinned. "Hee, a fool doesn't show off wealth. Don't worry, old Lu, once the money comes in, I'll open a Mi Shui Bing Cheng milk tea shop and let you be the manager. That way, you won't have to suffer that humiliation in the company every day." "Is that for real? Don't fool people." Hearing this, Hao Dagon was a bit surprised. He really didn't expect the other party to have this plan. Ho Liangping then patted his chest and assured, "No kidding. I always keep my word, okay?" As he spoke, he suddenly paused, then began to make faces at Hao Dagon. "But before that, you need to help your brother with a small favor." "Damn! I won't help. I was just about to be touched, and you pull this." With that, Hao Dagon prepared to get up and leave. Seeing this, Ho Liangping quickly called out, "Don't go, Lao Lu, it's really just a small favor, a very small one." Unable to resist the forceful pulling of this guy, Hao Dagon stopped, intending to hear what Ho Liangping had to say. But the next second, he regretted it, because this guy really didn't speak human language. "Well, Lao Lu, your ex-girlfriend isn't." Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon's face instantly turned cold, and he immediately interrupted with a big "get lost." Ho Liangping wanted to say something else, but was kicked back by him. Then, without caring about anything else, Hao Dagon shot this dog a disdainful look and went back to his bedroom to catch up on sleep. That night, Hao Dagon was dreaming of climbing onto the bed of the Lord of Dreams. Suddenly, he was awakened by a loud shout. "Su Xiao Xiao, you better explain to me what that thing on your knee is. What exactly did you do with someone else while I was out at work?" Then, he felt a bit emo. Just a step away, and it was all gone. Sigh. Looks like being this sister isn't easy either, coming back from work every day just to scold her younger sister. Fully awake, Hao Dagon recalled some bizarre things Sushi had unintentionally complained about regarding her sister last night, and said with some sympathy. In fact, he had wanted a younger sister before, but due to the times, he never got his wish. Looking back now, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Forget it, why think so much about it? With this time, I might as well see how that woman Su Yao is doing. I've been missing for almost a day, she must be furious by now. Saying this, Hao Dagon picked up his phone. TSK, another 99 unread messages. If I didn't know better, I'd think this woman has gone crazy. Looking at Su Yao's achievements in his phone, Hao Dagon once again felt the madness of this woman. Manager, since you're so proactive, I'll make an exception and reward you with a call. As for the others? Go wherever you like. He had disappeared for most of the day, so naturally, it was likely only Su Yao who sent him messages. As for the others, most just had 1 or 2 sentences, nothing more. Since these people had such a weak desire to improve, why should he go out of his way? Not long after, the call connected. Hao Dagon took the initiative to greet her. "Yo, manager, good evening." "Humph." Su Yao was clearly still angry, only replying with that one sentence. Hao Dagon didn't mind. If the other party could still greet him with a smile after being left alone for a day, he would worry about how deep this woman's thoughts were. He didn't want to deal with that kind of person for now. Otherwise, one careless move could leave him in tatters. "What's wrong? Are you angry? Do you want your husband to come over and comfort you right now?" After a pause, Hao Dagon continued to tease. "Humph, mind your own business." Su Yao was still like that, but her tone had a hint of pride. Hao Dagon decided it was about time. After all, he couldn't really treat her like a girlfriend to comfort. So he immediately threatened, "Hey, 3 strikes and you're out, manager. If you keep this up, I might not bring you breakfast tomorrow." "You wouldn't want to continue being hungry, would you?" Su Yao. After several seconds of silence, Su Yao finally spoke, but what she said sent a chill down Hao Dagon's back. "Lu, you are ruthless. But remember, because you didn't bring it today, I want double tomorrow," Hao Dagon said. Great, this woman is starting to reward herself again. Hao Dagon didn't respond, instead changing the subject. "So, manager, how much did I earn today without you? Not to mention hundreds of thousands. At least 30 or 50,000, right?" Hao Dagon was very clear that Su Yao was definitely still relying on him to make money in the stock market, thinking that this would help her break free from his control. Otherwise, there wouldn't be those occasional acts of rebellion, even with a hint of sulkiness. What he needed to do now was to constantly remind Su Yao that if she really left him, she would never get what she wanted in the stock market. That is, money. On the contrary, she would only lose more and sink deeper. Only then would she truly be tamed by him, becoming. Lost in thought, Hao Dagon suddenly let out a keek wicked laugh. Su Yao on the other end naturally heard it, but she could only endure it because she was afraid. Afraid that some people wouldn't come tomorrow. If that happened, not only would she not make a little money, but she would also have to spend another day alone in the empty office. This was something Su Yao did not want to see. So, she could only respond through gritted teeth, reminding the person on the other end not to go too far. "What, 30 or 50,000? I don't care about that little money. I was busy with meetings today and didn't have time to pay attention to these outside work matters." Hearing this, Hao Dagon instantly understood that Su Yao hadn't bought a single stock. Great, this woman doesn't seem as foolish as he imagined. This was what Hao Dagon thought at that moment. Of course, thinking aside, he didn't keep quiet and continued to provoke her. "Oh, manager, that's fine. In stock trading, not losing is gaining. Actually, I didn't do much better than you today. I just lost 5 or 6 points on Zhongtai Automobile. Oh, by the way, if you have time right now, could you do me a favor and check if there are any bad news about this stock after hours? If it drops directly tomorrow when the market opens, I would be in big trouble." In fact, without Hao Dagon saying it, the moment he mentioned Zhongtai Automobile, Su Yao was already checking the stock's detailed situation on her phone. Then, she became even more furious, because this was very likely a continuous limit-up stock. September 6 news, our company has signed a long-term order with Xiaowei Company, and the specific amount cannot be disclosed for the time being. This was the latest news released by Zhongtai Automobile immediately after hours. Those who don't trade stocks might not know, but Xiaowei Company in Xia Country is quite different. Not to say it has reached a universally known level, but at least it is well known. In the Great Xia Country, calling it a national enterprise would not be an exaggeration. The impact of Zhongtai Automobile reaching a long-term cooperation with such a company. The current stock price and its position at the top of the app's hot search must have already explained it. In Su Yao's view, this stock, not to mention doubling directly, should have no pressure to hit 3 or 4 consecutive limit-ups. And calculating her earnings based on her holding capacity, as long as she got in during these days, she could at least net over $1 million. Thinking of this, Su Yao instantly made a decision. If tomorrow this person with the surname Lu could walk out of the office, she would immediately go to the Public Security Bureau to change her name. Change it to Princess Yao Yao, and then ride on this surname Lu's head every day. Meanwhile, Hao Dagon, seeing that Su Yao hadn't spoken for so long, thought something had really happened, so he asked, "What's wrong, manager? Is there something wrong with Zhongtai Automobile again? If that's the case, your husband will be in big trouble tomorrow." Although he said that, due to the hidden hints, he wasn't actually worried about this moment's gains or losses, so the tone of concern wasn't very strong, rather, it felt more casual. To Su Yao, this tone seemed like that bastard with the surname Lu was deliberately provoking her, which made her even angrier. She wanted to explode, but feared that today's incident might happen again, so she could only change the subject to distract herself. Hey, Lou, are you free this Saturday? Su Yao suddenly asked out of the blue. Ha? I'm free. What, manager, do you want to go on a date with me? In fact, Hao Dagon understood what Su Yao meant the moment he heard those words, but he just wanted to tease her, to see her flustered and unable to get angry. This feeling amused him endlessly. So this is what it's like to have a girlfriend with stable emotions. So damn refreshing. What could Su Yao do? She was also quite desperate. After all, she couldn't bite him through the screen. So, she could only punch her favorite teddy bear beside her while pretending she hadn't heard anything and continued. My mom said the weather is nice that day, suitable for a family dinner. What do you think? If it doesn't work, I'll cancel it and we can talk when you have time. Hao Dagon knew that going too far in anything was not good. If he really angered Su Yao and she retaliated at a crucial moment, he would be finished. So, without thinking, he replied, you decide, after all, it's your parents we're meeting. At this point, the conversation should have ended, but Hao Dagon suddenly remembered the pile of uniforms he bought yesterday, so he added casually, manager, have the clothes arrived? Why don't we try them on in advance? That way, if there are any issues, we can return them right away. Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately rolled her eyes dramatically. She wasn't stupid, she understood the implication behind Hao Dagon's words. Instinctively, Su Yao wanted to retort, but when the words reached her lips, she suddenly couldn't bring herself to say anything. In the end, she could only respond with a light huff. At that moment, even Su Yao herself was a bit confused about her own feelings. Perhaps she was also looking forward to something? Women, oh women, always saying one thing and meaning another, playing hard to get. There's really no one like them. Soon after, the call ended. Hao Dagon tossed his phone aside and began to talk to himself with a smile. In fact, he could clearly feel that compared to a week ago, Su Yao was slowly accepting him both physically and psychologically, even accommodating him. Not to mention, just during the shopping for clothes. Some items even made Hao Dagon, the seasoned driver, wonder if it was too much. But Su Yao added them to the cart without hesitation. Sometimes I really doubt if these women have some special preferences behind the scenes. Such heavy stuff. Before Hao Dagon could finish his thought, the phone screen he had tossed onto the bed lit up. Ha! Why is she messaging me at this hour? Close to midnight. Bai Jia, who had been out of contact for a day, was just home when her daughter cornered her in the living room. Mom, where did you suddenly go last night? Bai Yanran looked at her finally returned mother, scrutinizing her up and down. It seemed she was trying to find some clues. To this, Bai Jia was indifferent, responding with a calm expression. What else could I do? I went to relieve Aunt Shoya's loneliness. You know her husband died long ago, and she's been lonely all the time. Little did she know, Bai Yanran had been plotting. Before Bai Jia could finish her sentence, she pulled out a chat record and confronted her mother directly. Aunt Shoya said she went to deliver some warmth to Aunt Gaoi last night, and I confirmed this with Aunt Gaoi. Yeah, she even specifically mentioned that Aunt Shoya is gentler than you. As she spoke, Bai Yanran, slightly blushing, swiped the screen to pull up the next chat record. Seeing this, Bai Jia immediately rolled her eyes. These two plastic sisters, not only do they not help me out, but they're also having a gathering behind my back. Serves them right, all of them are single dogs. Bai Yanran didn't want to untangle the complicated relationships between her mom and those aunts. Right now, she just wanted to know where her mom had disappeared to for almost a day. So she immediately pressed for answers. But to her surprise, Bai Jia didn't give her a chance to speak. Seeing that the matter was exposed, she straightforwardly admitted it. Don't ask, it's just as you think, I'm looking for your dad. Bai Yanran was left dumbfounded. Just as she finally managed to recover and was about to speak, Bai Jia immediately cut her off again. Oh dear, after a day of exercise, my back is aching. Xiao Yanran, are you busy right now? How about you give your mom a massage? The kind that requires payment. Oh, saying this, Bai Jia opened her small handbag, revealing several stacks of cash inside. Bai Yanran's face began to twitch. She had a feeling that this wasn't all the money, and her mom was very likely giving money to someone. In short, it meant both wealth and beauty. After all, she hadn't forgotten. Her mom used to complain to her that the most annoying thing was carrying cash. Bai Jia smiled slightly. Seeing her daughter unmoving, she immediately threw out a bombshell that made Bai Yanran wish she had more legs right now. Daughter, can you help mom with a small favor? I forgot to take my medicine today because I was too comfortable, and if you're not busy right now, could you go buy some for me at first? Bai Yanran didn't understand what was going on, not knowing why her perfectly healthy mom needed medicine. But when Bai Jia kept blinking at her with an innocent expression, she completely exploded. "Mom, how can you do this? You actually. The next day, Hao Dagon arrived at the company before 7:30. It wasn't that he wanted to work hard. It was because that woman, Su Yao, was being unreasonable. She had called him early to wake him up for exercise. At first, Hao Dagon was reluctant. But after seeing that photo, he felt he should put in some effort. At least when it came to morning exercises, he needed to be persistent. "I hope that woman isn't lying to me, otherwise, you'll be in for it." Just as Hao Dagon stepped out of the elevator, he was walking impatiently when suddenly a shout came from behind. "Wait, Ha? Is there someone in the company at this hour?" Hao Dagon paused for a moment, then immediately turned around, and he was stunned. It was her? Seeing that she hadn't mistaken him, Lu Yan hurriedly ran over with documents in her arms. Her face was flushed, seemingly a bit happy. "Great, I didn't expect it to really be you," she exclaimed with surprise. In stark contrast to Lu Yan's joy, Hao Dagon frowned the moment he saw her coming. He felt that the girl in front of him was a bit different from when they met the day before. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was off, but he just felt there was a difference. Could it be because she was wearing makeup this time? After puzzling over it without any answers, Hao Dagon could only attribute the reason to that. Lu Yan seemed unaware of Hao Dagon's oddness. Seeing that he hadn't spoken, she immediately pointed to a corner ahead to remind him. "Hey handsome, could it be that you haven't remembered? It's me. Just a few days ago, I accidentally bumped into you and said I would formally apologize to you when I had the time." As she spoke, whether intentionally or not, Lu Yan moved the folder that had been beside her. It was only then that Hao Dagon noticed that this girl seemed a bit careless. She had even buttoned her shirt incorrectly. The buttons were clearly misaligned. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal. But because Lu Yan's figure was too voluptuous, whenever she slightly turned, the small gap created by the misaligned buttons would inadvertently catch the light. This situation could easily dazzle those with keen observation skills. Clearly, Hao Dagon was one of those people. So much so that he almost got caught staring. When Hao Dagon came to his senses, he found a pair of watery, big eyes looking at him with genuine sincerity. Such behavior made Hao Dagon feel a bit embarrassed. "What's wrong, handsome? Could it be that you still haven't remembered?" Lu Yan suddenly asked with a curious expression. "Of course I know you. How could I not know? You have a great presence." This was what Hao Dagon thought in his heart. Of course, thinking and saying are two different things. He wasn't a pervert, so how could he act and speak the same? After clearing his throat a couple of times to ease the slight awkwardness, Hao Dagon replied in a composed manner. "Beautiful lady, if I remember correctly, your name is Lu Yan, right? You're the assistant to President Lu?" After saying this, Hao Dagon looked at her with some uncertainty. Upon being remembered, Lu Yan seemed quite pleased, her expression blooming like a flower. Yes. Handsome, my name is Lu Yan. As for being an assistant, you've overestimated me. I'm just a general worker now, and I could be fired at any moment." At this point, Lu Yan seemed to remember something and, without waiting for Hao Dagon to respond, continued eagerly, "Handsome, last time I was too busy and didn't get a chance to ask your name. Can I ask you this time? And if possible, can I add you on WeChat? You know, I'm new here and don't understand many things. Sometimes I really need to consult someone like you, a senior in the company. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to a meal as a formal apology. After all, my recklessness last time caused you unnecessary trouble." Before her words had even finished, Lu Yan's face turned a bit red. It seemed she rarely acted this way. Hao Dagon was also taken aback by being treated this way by a female colleague in the company. However, this state of surprise lasted only a moment. After quickly regaining his composure, he gladly agreed to Lu Yan. "No problem. How could I refuse an invitation from such a beautiful lady like Miss Lu? I would be more than happy to accept. My name is Hao Dagon, and I'm from the logistics design department. If you have any questions in this area, feel free to find me." Saying this, Hao Dagon took out his phone. "Beautiful Lu, how about I scan your QR code?" Seeing this, Lu Yan hurriedly pulled out her phone from her pocket. Perhaps due to her eagerness, she almost dropped it. Fortunately, Hao Dagon was quick and caught it in time. "Beautiful Lu, I know I look quite handsome, but you shouldn't be this excited. Otherwise, I might get shy." After returning the phone to its owner, Hao Dagon said half-jokingly. Lu Yan seemed genuinely embarrassed. After hurriedly pulling out a fragrant business card and stuffing it into Hao Dagon's hand, she blushed and ran away. This scene left Hao Dagon dumbfounded. No way. Is my charm really that great? Or is this girl really that shy? Not long after, Hao Dagon opened the office door. No one inside? Looking at the empty room, Hao Dagon was instantly taken aback. Could it be that woman Su Yao is playing tricks on me? No way. Do I have the courage and guts to lose to her? Liang Jingru? Just as he was puzzled, the door behind him suddenly closed. Then, he witnessed a scene that would be hard to forget for a long time. Welcome home, will you eat first or? On the other side, Lu Yan, still blushing, returned to her workplace. As soon as she entered, Lu Ruyan, who was napping on the sofa, opened her eyes. You're here, Xiao Yan. She smiled and reached out to Lu Yan. Come, put your things down first, then come sit by your cousin. Looking at her fair-skinned, beautiful cousin, who seemed no different from a seductress, Lu Yan suddenly remembered something. Her face turned a bit red. Cousin, how about we don't do this? You still have a meeting later. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan laughed, her bright eyes sparkling as she got up and walked over to Lu Yan, taking her hand and leading her to the sofa. Xiao Yan, what are you talking about? Cousin just wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you and ask how your practice has been these past 2 days. Where did your mind go? Lu Yan, she actually didn't want to think too much, but as soon as she recalled what happened the day before yesterday, her heart tightened. Lu Ruyan naturally noticed the unusual expression on Lu Yan's face and even understood the reason behind it. However, she didn't plan to explain further. Instead, she shifted her thoughts and asked about something else. Xiao Yan, when I went to get something just now, it seemed like I heard you talking to someone from another department, and you seemed quite happy? Only when she heard her cousin bring up serious matters did Lu Yan relax a bit and reply. Yes, cousin, that person is called Hao Dagon, from the logistics department. I just had some interaction with him the day before yesterday, and I thought I'd experiment with the things you gave me. Lu Yan didn't go into detail, but Lu Ruyan quickly understood the situation. Someone from the logistics department, huh? After muttering to herself for a while, she suddenly brightened up and leaned closer to Lu Yan, whispering something. Lu Yan's face turned red in no time. This scene happened to be seen by Joe Jia, who was rushing to have a heartfelt conversation with Lu Ruyan. Then, she quietly watched from the doorway. After a while, she suddenly turned and left. Nearly 2 hours later, Su Yao suddenly returned to her usual self. She left Hao Dagon, who was lazily lying on the sofa, bewildered. Manager, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to stir things up? To be honest, Hao Dagon felt quite uncomfortable right now. As for why he felt uncomfortable, he didn't dare to say. Because he would get kicked out. Su Yao, who had returned to her desk, rolled her eyes and looked at Hao Dagon with some annoyance. Lu, can you pay attention and see what time it is now? Hao Dagon was taken aback by her words, then turned over to find his phone. It hasn't been long, right? Only an hour. Su Yao, can you speak properly? To be honest, perhaps because she was wearing a maid outfit, every move Su Yao made seemed a bit cute in Hao Dagon's eyes at that moment. Of course, being cute didn't stop him from deliberately stirring trouble and bullying her. Oh, you don't like me talking like this, huh? Then I'll go to sleep. Before his words even finished, Hao Dagon turned over, facing away from Su Yao. Then, in just a few seconds, he started snoring. With this acting, anyone could tell it was fake. Su Yao knew it even better. But she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. What if that bastard really fell asleep? All her hard work just now would be in vain. To think, she didn't even dare to sit firmly now. So, after glaring at Hao Dagon a few times in anger, Su Yao gritted her teeth and started to act differently again. An hour later, Su Yao finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She began to act like herself again. However, this time she didn't act rashly and remained by Hao Dagon's side. From a vantage point, she asked, Lu, the opening time this morning is almost over, are you really not anxious at all? Hao Dagon smiled without speaking. Only he knew that no matter how anxious he was, it was useless, because the hidden prompt hadn't refreshed yet. But Su Yao was unaware of this connection. Seeing him like this, she instantly became anxious. She directly provoked him. Lu, are you out of it? Why are you always pretending to be mysterious? Hao Dagon laughed even more happily at her words. But this time, he spoke. Manager, I understand your eagerness to make money, but can you not speak nonsense with your eyes wide open? Saying this, Hao Dagon deliberately paused and didn't continue. Instead, he looked up at Su Yao with an exceptionally playful expression. He knew that as one of the parties involved, she would definitely understand what he meant. Sure enough, seeing him like this, Su Yao's pretty face quickly flushed red. Just as she was about to retort, Hao Dagon suddenly sat up. This sudden movement startled Su Yao. After finally recovering from the shock, she immediately shot an angry look at Hao Dagon. That bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Just as Su Yao was about to speak, Hao Dagon interrupted her. Manager, it seems you've forgotten something. Su Yao was instantly confused. What What thing? Saying this, she immediately looked at Hao Dagon warily. Lu, I warn you. Don't scheme against me again. If you keep this up, I will. Hao Dagon saw that she couldn't even finish her sentence, so he simply interrupted her. Stop with the threats. You know what stocks I bought yesterday, and since I've already made today's money, why should I make a big fuss? You know me, I'm usually quite lazy, otherwise I wouldn't have let you run around just now. Su Yao. After Hao Dagon's reminder, Su Yao suddenly remembered the matter of Zodi automobile from last night. With the explosive news of a long-term partnership with Xia, if there wasn't even a second consecutive limit up, then the Xia stock market would really be doomed. Sure enough, after turning to grab her phone not far behind her, Su Yao immediately saw the real-time situation of Zodi automobile. Current increase of 10%, current stock price 11.52 yuan, with a sealed order of 1 million hands? And it's a direct limit up with basically no one selling out? Seeing this, Su Yao instantly went crazy again. She should have been in the car. It's all that bastard's fault. Letting her over a million just run away like this. And now he was just sitting there doing nothing. No way. Su Yao couldn't hold it in anymore. Then, the smiling Hao Dagon was hit hard. Damn, Su Yao, what are you going crazy about? Suddenly just. Around 1 in the afternoon, the hidden prompt refreshed. September 8th. Film plus 10%. Hao Dagon, who was scrolling through his phone, was delighted to see this and immediately sold the Zodi automobile in his hand without hesitation. A 10% gain in a day is good, but money, who would ever think it's too much? Earning a little more is still better. After mumbling this softly, Hao Dagon glanced at Su Yao, who was now napping on the sofa. Don't say that. This woman seems to be the type that grows on you. The more you look, the more beautiful she seems. If she were a bit more obedient, she would be. As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly frowned. Wait a minute, something seems off. How could I suddenly say something like that? Could it be that I'm being reverse absorbed by this woman Su Yao? Just like she did earlier. The more he thought, the more he felt that he was showing some dangerous signs. So, he slapped the little evil god pendant that Su Yao loved the most, which was hanging nearby. Damn! What are you looking at? It's all your fault for influencing me with that cheap smile. I'm a man determined to be the king of scumbags. How could I develop feelings? Not to mention that the person is Su Yao. The little evil god pendant seemed to be angry. After spinning rapidly in the air several times, it inexplicably flew towards Hao Dagon's eyes. It seemed to want to use its signature move. This scene left Hao Dagon momentarily stunned. What the hell? Could it be that after a long time, I really would get dizzy? Hao Dagon instinctively closed his eyes. Then, he realized he was overthinking. The expected pain did not come. Instead, due to this illusion, Hao Dagon unexpectedly discovered something wrong with the hidden prompt. Wait, this date seems a bit problematic. September 8th? Isn't today September 7th? To confirm he wasn't mistaken, Hao Dagon instinctively glanced at the date in the lower right corner of the screen in front of him. That's right. Today is indeed September 7th. So, that means, the hidden prompt took a day off? Noticing this, Hao Dagon suddenly felt he had lost out big time. If he had been more careful and discovered this issue earlier, he wouldn't have foolishly sold his Zhongtai car today. Well, I guess it's a lesson learned. I shouldn't get carried away in the future and need to pay attention. Despite saying this lightly, Hao Dagon felt a bit uneasy inside. You see, he currently had 23 million in his account. If Zhongtai car continued to rise like today, he would directly lose 120,000. Indeed, the accumulation of capital is only brutal at the beginning. Afterward, it's like a snowball, only getting bigger. Strangely, Hao Dagon recalled the other day when he had worked hard, even at the cost of maxing out his credit, to scrape together 100,000 in principal from nearly 20 online loans. Forget it, why think so much? People can only be happy by looking forward. He patted his head, shaking off those strange thoughts, and continued to focus on the stock market. Ufegwang. Got it. Current stock price 18 yuan, and it's almost dropped 7 points? That's good news. Looking at the information on the screen, Hao Dagon's eyes lit up. In that case, even if I buy now and it immediately hits the limit down, I would only lose 3 points. And tomorrow, the stock price hitting the limit up by 10 points is certain. So, calculating it this way, I would still have 6 or 7 points of profit? Forget it, doesn't matter, I'll buy first and talk later, it's a sure win deal. Already confused, Hao Dagon didn't hesitate and directly put all 23 million from his account into the gamble. He bought 691 hands of Ufegwang at a price of 17.8 yuan per share. Okay, done. Looking at the successful purchase prompt on the screen, Hao Dagon's eyes suddenly brightened. Right, this might be a good opportunity to bait. Saying this, he opened WeChat and hovered over several unread messages. Joe Jia, Wu Mengmeng, and this Shin Nana. Who should I reply to? How about all of them? High-Tech International, 8th floor. Dongfang Saifu reception room. Wu Mengmeng had just finished a meeting with a VIP client and couldn't wait to pull out her phone. It's almost 2 o'clock, even if he's busy, he should at least reply to my WeChat. Or is it that he didn't take action today? While mumbling to herself, Wu Mengmeng opened WeChat. She didn't know how it happened, but she found herself increasingly looking forward to messages from that man named Hao Dagon over the past few days. His image would occasionally flash through her mind. This situation was especially pronounced after she had showcased the news about the soaring Maotai liquor industry, which he had provided, at a small meeting in the company. The situation had become serious to the point that, because of a message she sent yesterday morning, he only replied this morning. Wu Mengmeng had a sleepless night, her mind filled with. However, she didn't plan to put a stop to this situation. Instead, she intended to let it unfold naturally. She felt it was her body's instinctive choice, something that couldn't be artificially reversed. At least, that was her plan before his miraculous absence. Because in Wu Mengmeng's view, a man she valued and who had capabilities should possess her, whether in dreams or reality. It was just that in reality, she would consider many other factors. For example, whether this person could always have the ability. Why hasn't he replied yet? Could it be that he really deleted me? Back in school, Wu Mengmeng loved surprising others with red exclamation marks. Now, however, she found herself unexpectedly worried about her own situation. This was something she wouldn't have dared to think about before. Forget it, I'll send him another message. If he still doesn't reply, then I'll try again tonight. After a moment of small indecision, Wu Mengmeng successfully convinced herself and immediately began editing in the chat box. Perhaps it was a meeting of minds, or perhaps it was fate. Just then, a message from Hao Dagon came through. Seeing this, Wu Mengmeng was instantly overjoyed. It's here. He finally decided to reply to me. That said, Wu Mengmeng's fingers were not idle. She quickly exited WeChat to look up the stock code Hao Dagon had sent. Then, she froze. Wu Feiguang? How could it be this stock? The supervisor said today that this stock has financial fraud, but it hasn't been released due to human intervention. Because of this, it has been continuously declining recently, and there is clearly a trend of accelerated decline. It could even hit the limit down at any moment. Why would he send me this stock? Could it be that he thinks it will rise? Impossible, right? As Wu Mengmeng was talking to herself, the stock of Feiguang suddenly seemed to come to life, taking off right where it was. In just a moment, it was nearing a terrifying limit-up situation. Just as Wu Mengmeng's beautiful eyes sparkled, unable to hold back her exclamations, the situation for Feiguang took a sharp turn, suddenly reversing and plummeting off a cliff. The stock price was slammed down, instantly accumulating nearly 1 million hands of limit-down orders. This situation left Wu Mengmeng in shock, and a thought that had never crossed her mind suddenly surged in her head. Could it be that he suddenly can't do it anymore? Perhaps due to the emotional fluctuations, Wu Mengmeng surprisingly did not reply to Hao Dagon's message in a timely manner. At this moment, certain events happening nearby were being closely observed by her friend Shin Nana, who had been secretly watching. Not long after, in the office, Hao Dagon found himself in a bit of a dilemma. The two people he had baited didn't reply, but the one he had deliberately ignored had reached out to him first. Shin Nana, Mr. Liu, could you please pay attention to me? I'm really very obedient. / omega / To be honest, this is the first time Hao Dagon has encountered a girl who chats so directly. It left him a bit unsure of how to respond. On the other hand, he wasn't surprised that Shin Nana knew he was online. After all, she is a true best friend. Privately, not only does she sneakily check her best friend's phone for chat records, but she's also thinking about digging a hole at any moment. Recalling the condition Shin Nana had set for him to actively add her on WeChat, Hao Dagon still remembers it vividly. To be honest, if it weren't for the photo as proof, I really wouldn't know that there are such things as youthful faces with huge breasts in this world. Of course, it's also possible that the photo was edited. After all, these days, no woman is without some photo editing skills. Even Su Yao, when she sends a photo of me to her family, has to edit it for half a day. She really is addicted to photo editing. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon suddenly had a bright idea. He seemed to understand how to deal with Shin Nana now. I hope you can do more than just talk. I hope you can follow through. Otherwise, we can only sigh and say goodbye. While mumbling to himself, Hao Dagon glanced at Su Yao, who was lying motionless on the sofa, and then got up and left the office without looking back. As it approached 3 o'clock, Wu Mengmeng suddenly frowned. For some reason, she felt that something was off this afternoon. Or perhaps something was missing. After thinking for most of the day, she abruptly realized that there was one person missing. What's going on? Nana usually can't wait to come over and chat with me around this time? What's up today? Could it be that she has a client? No way, with her lazy personality of fishing 3 days and sunbathing for 2, always dreaming of winning the lottery and then lying flat, how could she find a client? Unless that person is blind. While mumbling, Wu Mengmeng started a voice call to her best friend on WeChat. But for some reason, after a long time, no one answered. This seemed quite unbelievable to Wu Mengmeng. Others might not know, but she was very clear. Her best friend was a heavy phone user. She was always glued to her phone. Could something be wrong? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy Wu Mengmeng felt, so she immediately got up and started wandering around the company, searching for news about her best friend. To her surprise, she was shocked to find that her best friend had last appeared in the office nearly an hour ago. No, this is very wrong, something must be off. As time passed, the discomfort in Wu Mengmeng's heart seemed to deepen, especially with her suddenly twitching right eyelid, which intensified the feeling. Just as she was considering whether to make another call, someone suddenly tapped her from behind. Shen Nana? Looking at her best friend who had suddenly appeared behind her, Wu Mengmeng felt as if she had seen a ghost. She instinctively began to question, "Come clean, where have you been disappearing for so long? Are you secretly hiding something from me?" Before Wu Mengmeng could finish her sentence, she suddenly stopped, because she noticed that her friend seemed a bit off. Her entire face was flushed, as if she had just done something shameful. Hey, Wu Mengmeng, why are you looking at me like that? Are you trying to? I warn you, this is in public. Nana naturally noticed that her best friend's gaze was a bit strange, so she immediately tried to change the subject. Unfortunately, this seemed to have no effect. Instead, it heightened Wu Mengmeng's suspicion. Before her words had even finished, Wu Mengmeng began to inexplicably circle around her, continuously scanning her up and down with her eyes. It seemed like she was searching for some evidence. In response, Nana felt a bit guilty. You see, she had rushed back for the meeting, even forgetting to wipe her mouth. Wait. It seemed like a savior was coming. As a tall figure appeared in Nana's line of sight, she called out without hesitation. Sister Ting, don't go yet. I have something important to discuss with you. I think my thoughts might be a bit off. Not long after, Hao Dagon returned to the floor where the company was located. Just as he stepped out of the elevator and hadn't walked far, he was blocked by someone. Actually, it wasn't really a block. He saw a familiar face smoking by the window in the hallway. Thinking that one shouldn't linger on such matters, Hao Dagon took the initiative to walk over and greet him. Hey, isn't this our department's Jiang Jia, the handsome guy? What's up? Did you run into something? Otherwise, why would you be smoking alone here? Perhaps he was too absorbed in his thoughts. Jiang Jia hadn't noticed someone approaching from behind. So when Hao Dagon spoke, he was startled. Especially when he realized the person was his old work buddy, he immediately started cursing. Damn it, Lao Lu, how come you walk so quietly? Do you know that scaring someone can actually kill them? Hao Dagon shrugged, showing an innocent expression. Is it my fault? Who told our handsome Jiang Jia to be so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice someone swaggering by from behind? Seriously, Lao Zhang, you should thank me. With the way you were just now, if the manager saw you, you'd be in for a good punishment. For some reason, Su Yao had always disliked smokers. So much so that an unreasonable rule had emerged in the department. Smoking was allowed, but not in the department, and definitely not in her line of sight. Otherwise, the consequences would be on you. Hao Dagon had been fined quite a bit for this in the past. Of course, that was in the past. Now, he could smoke in the office whenever he wanted, even if that woman was glaring at him. Jiang Jia, seeing him silent, Hao Dagon teased again. By the way, Lao Zhang, I just asked you a question and you haven't answered yet. Why are you standing by the window with a frown, smoking, and gazing into the distance? That's not like you. Logically speaking, with this time to slack off, shouldn't you be in the bathroom doing something? Jiang Jia, hey, don't play dead, talk. Seeing Jiang Jia starting to hesitate again, Hao Dagon was a bit speechless. What kind of thing is it for a grown man to be so indecisive? It was definitely Hao Dagon's words that provoked Jiang Jia, and he finally spoke up. However, as soon as he did, Hao Dagon couldn't help but want to laugh. Because Jiang Jia actually said he had a breakup. Are you kidding? Can a single dog even have a breakup? What's wrong? Feeling like you have too many hands and decided to cut one off? In response to Hao Dagon's reaction, Jiang Jia immediately became dissatisfied. Damn, Hao Dagon, do you have no sympathy? You can still laugh at a time like this. Hao Dagon tried hard to hold back his laughter. If you want me not to laugh, then tell me who your girlfriend is and how you broke up. Jiang Jia didn't plan to hide it. After all, Hao Dagon knew that person, and they had even been together. So after looking around to confirm there was no one else, he straightforwardly replied, "Do you remember the one from Tianshui Pavilion, number 8? Hao Dagon frowned upon hearing this, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "I don't have any impression." Jiang Jia wasn't in a hurry, just continued to remind him, "The one we both chipped in for before." Only then did Hao Dagon suddenly realize, "Oh, it's her. I remember she looked quite pure. Her mouth was even quite sharp. When it comes to stories, she had a whole set. What happened? Did she get arrested?" Jiang Jia. Hao Dagon, "Alright, I was just joking to lighten the mood. Is it really necessary to look like you've seen a ghost? Besides, we were using cash back then. Nothing could have happened." Jiang Jia. After a moment of silence, Jiang Jia finally couldn't help but start to complain. Hao Dagon, stop reading and replying randomly, "It's quite scary. Who carries cash around every day for no reason?" Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon instantly understood the reason this person in front of him suddenly seemed so gloomy. It was 99% likely that that girl from number 8 had gone back home to get married. Sure enough, as soon as this thought crossed Hao Dagon's mind, Jiang Jia said gloomily, "I just don't get it. She's barely 20, why is she in such a hurry to get married? What's wrong with being a resettlement household? Does that mean she can just lie flat and never have to work again? If you ask me, one should rely on oneself. Spending money earned with one's own hands is the most comfortable and reassuring." Hao Dagon said nothing in response, only giving Jiang Jia a disdainful glance. This guy was something else. He wouldn't even allow others to turn over a new leaf. His thinking was simply problematic. Hao Dagon was contemplating whether to draw a line with Jiang Jia at work from now on to prevent his thoughts from being contaminated when suddenly a hurried sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. He turned his head and was surprised to see a familiar figure rushing towards him with documents in hand. Is it Lu Yan? Where is she going? With that urgency, could it be that she encountered another urgent matter? Just as Hao Dagon was about to follow her to take a look, Jiang Jia suddenly started to wink at him. "So, Hao Dagon, isn't my goddess beautiful?" Hearing this, Hao Dagon was first taken aback, then looked at him with a strange expression. "Your goddess? Yeah, don't look at how Lu Yan just came 2 or 3 days ago, but her name has already spread throughout the entire male worker circle in the company. Now she's not just my goddess, but also the dream girl of many male colleagues in our company. Look, Lu Yan is not only beautiful, but she also has a great figure, doesn't wear much makeup, and has a rather gentle personality. Most importantly, she just graduated from a 985 university. If there's a chance to get close to her, it would definitely improve the intelligence of the next generation. I ask you, with a girl like that, which man wouldn't want to cherish her?" Jiang Jia replied as if it were obvious. Hao Dagon was speechless. "Do you even know she's Assistant Lu? And you guys still want to pursue her? That's even more ridiculous than a toad wanting to eat swan meat." Jiang Jia, however, didn't care, because he was clear in his heart that such a woman would never belong to him. So, facing Hao Dagon's teasing, he just replied nonchalantly, "So what? Can't I admire her from afar if I can't have her? At least I can have more material for my dreams at night. Besides, what if Lu Yan has some unique preferences and likes?" As he spoke, Jiang Jia suddenly stopped, then looked at Hao Dagon with surprise. "Wait a minute, something seems off. Why is she suddenly walking towards me? And smiling at me? Could it be?" Just as Jiang Jia thought he was about to fall in love again, Hao Dagon smiled and greeted her. "What a coincidence, beautiful Lu. What a coincidence, senior." After rushing to Hao Dagon's side, Lu Yan softly responded. Perhaps due to her hurried pace, her hair was a bit messy, and her face was slightly flushed. As she spoke, there seemed to be an extra charm about her. This left Jiang Jia, who was nearby, dumbfounded. Finally, Lu Yan noticed this transparent person and smiled, nodding as a greeting. Although it was just a small gesture, it left Jiang Jia, the theoretical type, somewhat at a loss. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. However, it seemed that Lu Yan had no time to pay attention to these matters. After exchanging greetings, she looked somewhat troubled at Hao Dagon. "Senior, you have some urgent matters to attend to later. Could you help me with a small favor, just a tiny one?" Hao Dagon. In fact, he wanted to refuse. But considering Lu Yan's reasoning, he decided to listen first. This is the advantage of being good-looking. Men always unconsciously want to hear her continue. At this moment, Hao Dagon also noticed that Lu Yan seemed to have realized the issue with the misaligned buttons on her shirt from the morning. She had already adjusted it in time. Nevertheless, that alluring feeling was still quite evident. Seeing that Hao Dagon did not respond, Lu Yen immediately showed a happy expression. I knew Senior would be very helpful later. I will definitely treat you to a nice meal. As she spoke, Lu Yen pulled out a sealed bag from a pile of things in her hands. Here, Senior, this is something that Manager Lu asked me to deliver to Manager Su. I don't know if she's in, so I can only trouble you to avoid making a wasted trip. Before her words had even finished, the bag was shoved into Hao Dagon's hands by Lu Yen. Then, she took a step back and gave a slight bow to Hao Dagon. Thank you in advance, Senior. By the time Hao Dagon reacted to this whole process, he could only see Lu Yan's gradually receding figure. Wait, is this how strong-arming works? Looking at the item in his hand, Hao Dagon muttered to himself. Beside him, Jiang Jia, who had witnessed the entire process, widened his eyes in shock. After about 3 or 4 seconds, he burst out, "What the hell, Hao Dagon, what's going on? You better explain to me when you hooked up with my goddess? If I remember correctly, this place is only a few seconds away from our department, and she actually came to trouble you on purpose? Tell me, what kind of love potion did you give her? It's only been a few days, and she's already acting like this. What will happen in a while? Will she start crying?" Hao Dagon remained silent at his words, simply spreading his hands and turning to him with an expression that said, "Is it my fault? Who told me to be so handsome?" Soon after, Hao Dagon shook off Jiang Jia and returned to the office. He originally thought that Su Yao would still be sleeping. After all, she was indeed exhausted in the morning. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, he saw her on a video call with someone. The other person seemed to be a girl, and her voice was quite pleasant. Seeing Su Yao chatting animatedly with the other person, it seemed likely that they were close friends. Unfortunately, before Hao Dagon could figure it out, Su Yao hurriedly hung up as if she were guarding against a thief. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Hao Dagon began to lecture her. "Manager, this is where you're wrong. If you're going to video chat, you should chat properly. What's with hanging up suddenly for no reason? What if you two end up having a rift because of this? Don't blame me later. Be good, listen to your husband, and call back right now. I'll reward you with something nice later." As he spoke, he suddenly winked at Su Yao. It seemed he was hinting at something. Mind your own business." Su Yao rolled her eyes at Hao Dagon. "You jerk, it's obvious you have ulterior motives. I don't want your nice things." While saying this, her fingers began to dance on the screen. It was clear she was messaging the girl from earlier to explain. Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately leaned in closer, trying to pry for more information. Just as he got halfway there, Su Yao shielded her phone with her body. "What do you mean, Lu?" Su Yao looked up at Hao Dagon with a wary expression. "Just taking a look, don't be so stingy." Hao Dagon smiled. Seeing him like this, Su Yao immediately refused sternly. "I'm not going to show you. I've already shown you everything. If I show you this too, there will be no privacy left," Hao Dagon said. After a moment of silence, Hao Dagon still felt a bit unwilling to give up. He was really curious about what Su Yao's chat records looked like, especially whether there were any discussions about him in there. As far as he knew, if many women's chat records were made public, it could lead to direct sentencing, at least 3 years minimum. So, with a quick glance, he picked up the item in his hand. "Manager, are you sure you won't agree? Then I won't show you this." "What item? What item?" To be honest, if Hao Dagon hadn't mentioned it, Su Yao wouldn't have noticed. But when she finally saw what Hao Dagon was holding, she immediately became nervous. Because the outer packaging looked exactly like what she had used when borrowing money from the company. Is there a situation? Seeing the expression on Su Yao's face, Hao Dagon was also taken aback. In fact, he had already seen what was inside the bag, which was just some useless reports. At that time, he didn't understand why such things needed to be wrapped so tightly in a document bag. Couldn't they just use a folder? But when he saw the expression on Su Yao's face, he instantly understood that things were not simple. Then, Hao Dagon suddenly remembered that this bag was specifically sent to Su Yao by Lu Ruyan through Lu Yen. The opposition between the former and the latter had become well known in the company. In an instant, he understood the stakes involved. It was also at this moment that Hao Dagon was so glad he hadn't just relied on using leverage to coerce Su Yao. Instead, he had adopted a strategy that combined both inducement and coercion, along with continuously conquering the other party with his own strength. So, even if he encountered a situation where the item in his hand might pose the same threat to Su Yao, he could still tease her calmly. "Manager, it seems like you didn't clean up properly when you were handling things." "Well, they delivered the item right to my door." Su Yao's heart tightened at his words, and she immediately pressed for answers. "What do you mean, Lu? You've already taken everything from them, you wouldn't want to backtrack now, would you?" Seeing this, Hao Dagon didn't speak but directly handed the bag to Su Yao. He knew that only when the person involved looked at the contents again would they possibly know the truth of the matter. Su Yao took it without saying a word and eagerly began to look. Soon, her expression changed. Gaoxin International, 23rd floor. Lu Ruyan's office. Lu Yan hurriedly returned. Xiaoyan, you're back, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. President Lu, everything has been taken care of, Lu Yan replied seriously. Seeing her so earnest, Lu Ruyan immediately felt a bit displeased. Didn't I tell you? When there are no people around, you don't need to use titles, just call me cousin. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan got up from her office chair and slowly walked to Lu Yan's side. But don't say it, Xiaoyan, I hadn't noticed before, but now you are becoming more and more feminine. Lu Yan's face flushed slightly at her words, as if she remembered something. Lu Ruyan's smile grew wider, and she seemed to be in a better mood. However, she didn't immediately act on her thoughts but instead began to inquire about other matters. By the way, Xiaoyan, when you delivered the items, what was that nasty woman's reaction? Was her expression on her face quite something? Indeed, having Lu Yan deliver those forms to Su Yao was Lu Ruyan's deliberate intention. The purpose was quite simple. One was to disgust the other party. The second was to see if this opportunity could break the deadlock. Lu Ruyan actually learned by chance that the style of bag seemed to have a different significance for Su Yao and her little group. As for what that significance was, Lu Ruyan was unclear. But that didn't stop her from using this method to intimidate the other party. Initially, she had prepared 3 bags, corresponding to the 3 members of Su Yao's little group. However, after some thought, she felt it unnecessary to go to such lengths. If she only sent one out, it might have an unexpected effect. It could even create cracks of suspicion among them. And Su Yao, in Lu Ruyan's view, was the easiest target to manipulate among the 3. Not only was she impulsive and easily provoked, but she also didn't have as strong a background as the other 2, perfect for using as an example to scare the others. Lu Yan, of course, was unaware of this and only felt that her cousin's expression was somewhat sinister at that moment. However, since the other party asked about the situation at the time, she recounted her encounter with Hao Dagon without holding back. As for the transparent person beside him, Lu Yan treated him as if he didn't exist, not mentioning a single word about him. You mean, because of the experiment I taught you, you didn't go to Su Yao's office, but handed the things over to that man named Hao Dagon? After listening to Lu Yan's recounting, Lu Ruyan confirmed again. Yes, cousin, I shouldn't affect your plan, right? Lu Yan was capable of getting into a top university, so her understanding of things was definitely not an issue. What she lacked was a certain confidence that had been eroded by the long-term influence of her family background. So, she quickly realized that her cousin had her own plan for asking her to do this. When Lu Ruyan heard her say this, she inexplicably smiled. It's fine, Xiaoyan, as long as the things are delivered. I actually don't care much about whether I can know what expression that woman Su Yao had at the time. But your rapid progress these past few days has truly surprised me. You've actually learned to apply what you've learned. It seems my efforts to pull you out of the mountains were indeed the right decision. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan seemed to recall something, a glint of something different flashing in her eyes. I don't know that Hao Dagon personally, but I've heard of his name. I've heard people say he's been getting close to that woman Su Yao recently. I don't know if it's true or not. If you have the chance, help me confirm. Of course, if I can get a definite answer and extract useful information from him, your cousin wouldn't mind finding a way to bring your sister out of the mountains as well. Xiaoyan, compared to you, it's much harder to bring your sister out, because those people are counting on her to trick you back. When Lu Ruyan mentioned her sister, Lu Yan's heart instantly tightened. That was the closest person to her in this life. For her sister, she could even. Just as Lu Yan's emotions began to fluctuate and she was about to say something, the sound of high heels echoed at the door. It was Joe Jia coming. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan patted Lu Yan's shoulder and then whispered a reminder. Xiaoyan, remember what I just said. Your cousin always keeps her promises. After saying this, Lu Ruyan signaled Lu Yan to go out first. She wanted to be alone with Joe Jia for a while. Not long after, Lu Ruyan's office. The door was locked. After a moment of intertwining conversation, Joe Jia suddenly spoke to Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, when do you think a woman is the happiest? Lu Ruyan might not have recovered yet, and it took her a while to respond. Joe Jia, why are you suddenly asking such a question? It's not like you. Joe Jia didn't respond immediately. She stared at Lu Ruyan for a while, and after about 3 or 4 seconds, she abruptly asked, Ruyan, have you ever thought about being a real woman? Maybe that would change some of your thoughts. At this point, it was Ruyan's turn to feel a bit off. Before Joe Jia's words had even settled, her expression quickly darkened. because as soon as the former said this, she thought of certain things, including that phone call from last time. Seeing the expression on Ruyan's face, Joe Jia suddenly sighed deeply, as if she had made some kind of decision, and spoke with a certain seriousness. Ruyan, I think we need to have a good talk. At 5:30 in the afternoon. Hey DeLeo. Suyao rarely skipped work. As for the reason, it had to do with the person sitting across from her, who was devouring his food. Really, it's like a starving ghost reincarnated. Watching how Dagon shovel half a plate of meat into his mouth with one chopstick, Suyao muttered softly. She thought that in the noisy environment of Heidileo, he wouldn't hear her. Who would have thought that before her words had even faded, how Dagon looked up at her while chewing. Manager, this is your fault. What's wrong with me eating meat? I'm eating meat for you. If it weren't for bringing you so many breakfasts every day, would I be eating this hard? Really, ungrateful and unaware of kindness. It's just that I'm soft-hearted. Even after you treat me like this, I still think of you and bring you food every day. If it were someone else, I would have stopped long ago. Suyao. Others might think there was nothing wrong with this statement, and might even side with him, believing she was being unreasonable. But only Suyao, the person involved, knew what the implications were. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This bastard, not only dragging her out to treat him before work hours, but also turning the tables on her. It was simply absurd. So, Suyao kicked off her high heels and gave Hao Dagon a kick. A few seconds later, she regretted it, because she was now being held hostage. Bastard! Let go! Don't be fooled by Suyao's usual dominance in the department, or that she was even tougher than Hao Dagon in the office. Only she knew. She was the type to be strong in her own territory. Once in a public place, she easily became conscious of others' gazes. Even if she didn't show it at the time, or tried to cover it up with other things, it still existed. Especially in a bustling place like Heidileo. The feeling was even stronger. Let go? Hao Dagon laughed upon hearing this. Manager, you were the one who kicked me first. What's wrong? Regretting it now? Saying this, Hao Dagon looked at Suyao with a half-smile, then said with a mischievous grin, Come on, girl. Call me husband, and if I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. Suyao, to be honest, if they were in the office, Suyao would have called without hesitation. But in public, she admitted. She felt shy, because she had never tried it before. It was only at this moment that Hao Dagon suddenly realized that Suyao actually had this weakness. So he thought of something and deliberately asked, Hey, manager, don't tell me you've never called your ex-boyfriend like this in public before. Upon hearing this, Suyao instantly got angry. What's it to you? Do whatever you want, not letting go doesn't stop me from eating. Saying this, she angrily picked up a large piece of beef and chewed it vigorously. While eating, she kept glaring at Hao Dagon. Clearly, she had anthropomorphized the meat. Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon suddenly discovered a wonderful point. That is, Suyao seemed experienced, but her practical skills were not commendable. If combined with her reaction at this moment, a bold guess suddenly surged in Hao Dagon's mind. Hey, manager, you can't possibly have never. Before he could finish his sentence, Suyao interrupted him with wide eyes. Shut up. You didn't. I was really diligent when I changed boyfriends back then. 12 in a day. Then, the world fell silent. Because Suyao also knew. She had revealed her slip due to her impatience. And Hao Dagon had been holding back his laughter all along. Not long after, Hao Dagon rarely started to care about serious matters. Manager, are you sure that bag of documents? No, it should be that Director Liu didn't have anything on you? It was no wonder he asked this. Earlier in the office, Hao Dagon had witnessed this woman's face change to panic at a visible speed. But who would have thought that when he opened the bag and looked inside, he inexplicably started to laugh. Such a contrast truly left Hao Dagon a bit baffled. Hearing this, Suyao shot him a glance. What's wrong? Worried that the leverage in your hands is useless, so you're starting to be afraid? Humph, man. As soon as Hao Dagon heard this, he immediately pretended to be serious. Yes, manager, I'm so scared afraid that you'll turn against me and just dump me. At this point, Hao Dagon suddenly paused, and then his expression turned ambiguous. But thinking about your reactions at certain times, manager, I suddenly don't worry so much. Because maybe there's someone who can't live without me. Whether emotionally or physically. Do you think I'm right, little Suyao this time? Suyao didn't say anything, not even a hint of a reaction? She just started to pretend to be deaf and dumb, eating her food as if nothing had happened before Hao Dagon's words had even finished. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Women always like to say one thing and mean another. When faced with something they can't refute, they play dumb. However, Hao Dagon had no intention of pressing further. Some things are better left understood in one's heart, there's no need to really overanalyze. After all, he couldn't really be pure and chaste while being with Su Yao, could he? As long as he stayed single, he could live however he wanted. No one could morally bind him, not even himself. A few minutes later, the previously silent Su Yao suddenly looked up at Hao Dagon. Hey, Lu, what are your plans for the future? Just as Hao Dagon was about to speak, a surprised voice rang out beside him. Ah, Su Yao, what are you doing here? Before the two sitting could react, a long-haired beauty rushed to the table. After quickly scanning the situation of Hao Dagon and Su Yao at the table and on their bodies, she immediately showed an ambiguous expression. Something's off, Su Yao, you actually hid from me that you have a man outside. At 8 in the evening, Rose's Promise Community, Su Yao's home, an unexpected guest arrived. Her best friend Zhao Linger, whom she met at Heidileo. At this moment, her good friend was rolling on the bed barefoot, wearing a JK uniform, completely disregarding her image. Wow, 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 such a soft bed, such a soft quilt, such a fragrant smell, that's right, it's this long-lost feeling seeing this. Su Yao, standing by the bed, was just about to say something. Suddenly, Zhao Linger, who was rolling, stopped and turned her head to stare at her intently. Everything is great, but there's a hint of a man's scent, I wonder where it came from. Saying this, she suddenly leaped off the bed and pretended to sniff the air with her delicate nose. Wait, the source of the smell isn't here. Not here either. Hiss. It's this. I found it. Saying this, Zhao Linger looked up at her best friend, raising her eyebrows in a very ambiguous tone. Explain this to me, Su Yao. How could there suddenly be a man's scent on you? Su Yao. To be honest, if killing weren't illegal, she really wanted to take out her best friend in front of her. If it weren't for this annoying light bulb getting in the way, her world with that stinky man wouldn't have been so shattered. Who knows, at this moment. Maybe in her room there was. Zhao Linger seemed to sense the resentment radiating from her best friend and quickly distanced herself from Su Yao. Afterward, she provocatively said with a half-smile, Hey, Su Yao, I warn you. I'm not that Lu person. I neither have that kind of strength nor can I handle that kind of delicate work. If you really have any thoughts, you can call him over right now. I'd like to see what it means to. At this point, she deliberately paused and elongated her tone, just about to use actions to express her words. Su Yao lunged at her. Damn Zhao Linger, a man, huh? You have a man's scent, huh? I want to see if you have any. Meanwhile, in the Gaoko community, just as Hao Dagon stepped out of the elevator, he was stopped by someone. And the one blocking him was none other than Bai Yanran. Bai Yanran, is there something you need? Looking at Bai Yanran's unfriendly expression, Hao Dagon took the initiative to greet her. However, it was better not to say anything. As soon as he did, Bai Yanran's expression became even more furious, almost as if she were ready to pounce. Lu, who told you to call me by my name? Bai Yanran gritted her teeth. Hao Dagon readily agreed. Alright then, if I can't call you by your name, how about I call you Little Yin? After all, my relationship with Sister Bai is well known. This way of addressing you is still more realistic. Saying this, Hao Dagon even gave Bai Yanran a big thumbs up. Little Yen, as expected of you, you're really too smart. Bai Yanran. After a few seconds of silence, the hallway immediately erupted with an extremely angry shout. Lu, I want to duel with you, I'm going all out. You better die. Before her words even faded, Bai Yanran clenched her fists and swung them hard at Hao Dagon. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes. Bai Yanran's behavior of making threats before acting was naturally doomed to fail. Hao Dagon barely had to dodge, and her punch missed completely. Seeing her first strike fail, Bai Yanran immediately planned to throw a second punch. Just as she was about to swing again, Hao Dagon's words stopped her. Hey, Bai Yanran, are you sure you want to throw that punch? I remind you, if you really do that, our previous agreement will be void. You better think this through. Bai Yanran, in a fit of rage, shouted, You bastard, despicable, shameless, vile. Hao Dagon simply smiled calmly, all of it rebounds. Bai Yanran. In fact, for her, Hao Dagon's threats weren't a big deal, but there was one consequence she couldn't accept. That was, regarding money, her mother Bai Jia would likely choke her if she found out. For someone who had been used to spending lavishly since childhood, that was worse than being killed. To put it simply, she loved her mother, but she loved herself even more. So after venting her frustrations verbally, Bai Yanran held back, at least in terms of action. Of course, if she knew what happened that day in 2802, she might have thought differently. Unfortunately, Bai Jia was a seasoned veteran. If she didn't want to be discovered, the chances of Bai Yanran noticing were almost zero. After all, those 20-plus years weren't for nothing. She knew her daughter's habits all too well. After about 10 seconds of silence, Bai Yanran decided that ignorance was bliss. After giving Hao Dagon a fierce glare, she pushed past him and walked into the house. Would Hao Dagon let Bai Yanran go so easily? Obviously not, at least not for now. Because just a moment ago, that girl had indeed bumped into him with her shoulder, and it had hurt a little. So, after glancing at what he was holding in his left hand, he called out to Bai Yanran, who had already entered. Wait! Bai Yanran turned back, her face full of vigilance. What do you want, Lu? Hao Dagon smiled deliberately. I just happened to buy some fruits, durians, and such. Why don't you help me pass them to Sister Bai and thank her for me? Upon hearing this, Bai Yanran immediately felt the urge to rush over and hit him again. She wasn't stupid, she understood that this man was deliberately trying to provoke her. Bai Yanran was furious, but she had to hold it in, because she couldn't accept a life without money to spend. So, she pretended not to hear and prepared to close the door. However, the next words that reached her ears immediately made Bai Yanran change her mind, and she snatched the items from Hao Dagon's hands. Hey, I knew it wouldn't work. In that case, I can only wait for Bai Jia to come back to give it to her. That might be better, perhaps I can. As he spoke, Hao Dagon shot Bai Yanran a look that said, you can't blame me for this, you forced me to do it, and whatever happens later, you can't hold it against me. He then turned to head home. Wait! Bai Yanran immediately called him back. Without waiting for him to turn around, she directly grabbed the items from his hands. When Hao Dagon saw Bai Yanran again from his original perspective, she had already retreated to her original position, one hand resting on the doorframe. Lu, I've accepted the items, you can leave now. Seeing Hao Dagon's gaze fall on her again, Bai Yanran began to usher him out without any politeness. Her eyes even showed a rare sense of relief, standing there like a victor. Hao Dagon, seeing this, said nothing, only smiled wickedly. Then, under Bai Yanran's puzzled gaze, he took out his phone and sent a voice message to Bai Jia on WeChat. After that, Bai Yanran was completely stunned, because she heard two unforgettable words. Wife. On Gaoxin Road, at a high-end spa. In the supreme VIP room, Bai Jia was chatting with her best friend Shoya while getting pampered. When they got excited, both of them laughed uncontrollably. Hey, Shoya, don't you think that person is especially funny? He actually did something like that. Bai Jia was sharing a funny incident she encountered during the day with her friend when her phone screen lit up on her long legs. Is it that little brat's message? And it's a voice message? That was Bai Jia's first reaction after glancing at the screen. Originally, she didn't plan to respond immediately, as it would make her seem too eager to receive a message from him. However, considering his excellent performance that day, Bai Jia decided to give Hao Dagon a small reward. She would reply instantly. Just then, her friend Shoya was also fiddling with her phone, which made Bai Jia feel more at ease. Who would have thought that in just a moment of distraction, it would cause her a bit of trouble? Because she had just applied a moisturizing cream, her finger accidentally tapped the screen, causing an unintended touch. Then, before Bai Jia could react, the voice-to-text operation turned into an automatic playback action. In an instant, Hao Dagon's slightly deep voice echoed in the already quiet room. Wife, I bought your favorite cherries and delivered them to your home. Remember to eat them obediently when the time comes. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became strange. At the same time, Bai Jia realized that she was about to have some trouble. Sure enough, as soon as this thought arose in her mind, the unusually gossipy and greasy voice of Choya rang in her ears. Oh, not bad, Bai Jia, it's only been a short while, and you're already calling her your wife. No wonder I've noticed your skin has been especially smooth these past few days, and your complexion looks particularly vibrant, so that's why. What do you think, Jia? Do you have time to introduce me to this young lady's husband, Bai Jia? At the same time, in room 1202 of the Gaoka community, Hao Dagon was also stunned by the scene in the living room. Monkey, are you going crazy? Looking at Ho Liangping, who was not only dressed in a formal suit and tie but also had his hair slicked back, Hao Dagon felt as if he had seen a ghost. Who wears formal attire at night? It's not like he's trying to seduce someone in uniform. However, Ho Liangping didn't immediately respond to Hao Dagon. Instead, after putting on his tie and tidying up his hairstyle in front of the mirror, he replied rather flamboyantly. What do you think, Lao Lu? Am I handsome or what? Do I look like a stylish guy? Hao Dagon. Hey, what's with that reaction? I'm asking you a question. Seeing Hao Dagon not only speaking but also making a face of disdain, Ho Liangping immediately urged him with dissatisfaction. To avoid being insincere and not to hurt his buddy's confidence, Hao Dagon decided to head straight to the bedroom. After all, that protruding belly was just too glaring. Not long after, the sound of the door closing echoed. Hao Dagon knew that Ho Liangping had definitely gone out. TSK, this monkey is quite the oddball, going on a blind date in a full suit. Hao Dagon suddenly remembered. Ho Liangping had mentioned to him not long ago that his family had arranged a blind date for him, and it was one he couldn't refuse. Even if he's unwilling, he shouldn't do it like this. What if the other person has a weird quirk and is into uniforms? That feeling would be something. Of course, Hao Dagon was just joking. In today's society, people are quite shrewd. They clearly distinguish between liking, loving, and marriage. Once it comes to blind dates, if you don't have a material foundation, it's likely just a formality. Nothing will come of it. Hey, wasn't it the same for us before? Now, just enjoy life. Saying this, Hao Dagon kicked off his shoes and sat down at the computer desk with his legs crossed, disregarding his image. It's been a day since I logged on. I wonder if the little rich lady has stirred up any trouble again. Forget it, with her fiery and impulsive personality, if she doesn't cause some trouble, that would be strange. After mumbling a few words, Hao Dagon officially logged into the game. Then, he found that his game private messages had exploded. What's going on? Why are there so many people messaging me? I haven't done anything outrageous? Just as Hao Dagon was in shock, he suddenly thought of another possibility. That is, if he didn't do it, someone else would. Damn, this little rich lady wouldn't have, like before, thrown money at some bizarre thing again, would she? After considering this possibility, Hao Dagon didn't even look and directly closed a bunch of private messages from strangers. Then he searched for the person most likely to be the main culprit. Sure enough, when he opened the little rich lady's private message, the whole situation became clear in an instant. Battle Tyrannosaurus, yesterday at 3 p.m. Fat dragon roars, oh whoa little Feezy, this dragon has woken up again, come out and help me lose weight, I've gained 500 grams recently. At 3:10 p.m. Ah, why hasn't anyone shown up yet? 3:15 p.m. I almost forgot you're a corporate slave. At this hour, being exploited is totally my fault. Superscript 3, superscript 3. 4 o'clock. Wow. I just realized today is our 8th wedding anniversary. I must throw money around, / omega / 10 o'clock at night. Oh whoa, I'm back again. I should show up at this hour, right? Asterisk, 11 o'clock at night. 11:59 and 59 seconds. Scumbag, forgetting your wedding anniversary with your wife? Just wait for me to punish you. Am I really facing such an unwarranted disaster? Does the wedding anniversary in the game count? Staring at a long string of messages on the screen, Hao Dagon felt a bit speechless. It seemed he was being cyberbullied by an angry little rich woman. Well, now I have something to deal with. I find it strange, this little rich woman never mentioned this anniversary before. Why is she suddenly bringing it up this year? Could it be? In reality, she's reached the age where she's desperate to get married? So that's why. Hao Dagon thought carefully and realized this possibility wasn't out of the question. He was already 25 this year. Normally, this little rich woman should be older than him, not younger. Otherwise, when they first met, she wouldn't have insisted on him calling her sister. As for the final outcome, well, that was obvious. They ended up arguing and got married in the game. And just like that, the matter was perfectly resolved. Sometimes, the world is just that strange. Sigh, it's not easy for anyone. Once you reach a certain age, even if you're not anxious, someone will be anxious for you. Not knowing what he was thinking, Hao Dagon suddenly sighed and began editing in the chat box. While pondering what excuse to use to fool the little rich woman, a new message suddenly appeared on the system interface. Seeing this, Hao Dagon instinctively clicked on it. Then he laughed. Ha, truly a blessing from heaven. Turns out the anniversary is next Wednesday, now I don't need to come up with an excuse. Saying this, Hao Dagon deleted the previous message and re-edited it. About 10 seconds later, he revealed a satisfied smile. Done. This way, I might be able to get another free meal from the little rich woman. Looking at the emotionally expressive text on the screen, Hao Dagon nodded in agreement. Now, I just have to wait for her to come online. After handling the little rich woman's matter, Hao Dagon didn't rush to log off. Instead, he wandered around in the game. This time he logged in with two main purposes. One was the matter he just dealt with. The other was to verify whether the triggering of hidden prompts, aside from the stock market, was related to some special conditions. You see, since he got the app, all the hidden prompts he had seen were related to the people and things around him. I hope there are some, that way, if something really happens, I'll have more options. Watching the little characters moving around on the screen, Hao Dagon suddenly murmured to himself. At 10:30 at night. Bai Jia rarely came home early. Who would have thought that as soon as she entered the door and hadn't even put down her bag, she was blocked by her daughter, Bai Yanran. What's wrong, Yanran? Why do you look at me like that? Is there something strange on my face? At that moment, Bai Jia had no idea that Hao Dagon had sent that voice message right in front of Bai Yanran. So seeing her daughter staring at her, she felt a bit puzzled. But soon she understood that it was all the work of some little rascal. Because Bai Yanran spoke up. Mom, do I have a little dad outside? Bai Jia was clearly taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at her daughter with some confusion. Yanran, where did you hear this little rumor? When did I, your mother, have a man outside? How come I don't know about it myself? Although Bai Jia said this, she had already guessed the general idea in her heart. It was obvious that some jerk was behind this. Not only had he tricked her in front of her best friend before, but now he had also stirred up this big trouble in front of her. Unbelievable. At this moment, Bai Jia had already started calculating in her mind how to take revenge on that little brat once the matter was resolved. How about making him unable to get out of bed for several days? Just as she was thinking, Bai Yanran pulled out the evidence. Mom, look at this. Bai Yanran held up the item that Hao Dagon had sent earlier and mimicked his voice. Wife, I brought your favorite cherries home, remember to eat them obediently. Perhaps it was because she was squeezing her throat too hard, but Bai Yanran actually started to gag. Ugh, upon seeing this, Bai Jia instantly understood. There was going to be a big event tonight. At the same time, she had already decided in her heart how to repay that little brat the next time they met. Yo. In room 1202 of the Gaokuk community, Hao Dagon suddenly sneezed. And it was a series of them. What's going on? After an hour of fruitless searching and with no sign of the little rich woman coming online, he was now lying in bed playing on his phone. Could it be that someone is thinking about me again? He curiously touched his nose, and seeing that nothing continued, he immediately questioned. It shouldn't be. I haven't done anything wrong. Except, as he spoke, Hao Dagon began to feel a bit guilty. Because, in these days, he had indeed gotten himself into quite a few muddled situations. Just like the person who was constantly messaging him now, Shin-nana. Who would have thought that they had only met for less than 10 minutes before they stopped talking and just got to work? But to be fair, I do appreciate people who take immediate action when they encounter an opportunity. Just based on that ability to hold their breath for 3 minutes, her friend Wu Mengmeng definitely can't compare. At this point, Hao Dagon suddenly remembered something. Ever since he sent the stock code of a figwang to Wu Mengmeng, it had taken her several hours to reply. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that this woman suddenly encountered some urgent matter? Or is it because that stock hit the limit down today? As Hao Dagon pondered, a flash of red light suddenly appeared before him. He knew it was a hidden prompt refreshing. The host Su Ermang is currently in the favor of the god of wealth. If you have her help identify 5 level 140 weapons within 20 minutes, one of them will definitely be a high-quality item worth around 80,000 yuan. This, looking at the text that was refreshing again, Hao Dagon felt an incredibly frustrating sensation. You can't be serious. I've already made an enemy of this Su Erming to the point of being hit with a club. And now you want me to go and fleece her. Isn't this the same as delivering vegetables to my door? Could it be that I really have to bow down for 80,000 yuan and take a hit? Just as Hao Dagon was feeling a headache, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. Wait a minute. Why am I being so stubborn? He's in the light while I'm in the dark. If I don't say anything, how would she know who I am? Surfing the internet is all about identity freedom. As long as I want, I could say I'm a teddy bear and someone would probably believe it. With that, Hao Dagon jumped up from the bed. Then he quickly logged into the game using a small account he had created out of boredom. 10 minutes later, he gave a thumbs up to the screen. Done. A level 140 unrestricted weapon. I should be able to sell it for around 80,000 without any problem. As for the rest of that junk, I'll just toss it to the passing 5-man party. Consider it a surprise for them. Many times, people are most likely to become complacent at the moment of success. Just like now. After getting what he wanted, Hao Dagon didn't think twice and followed the previous routine. Then, things naturally fell apart. A few minutes earlier, upstairs. Today, Su Ermang was very happy. She even hummed a little tune while live streaming. Because her sister was going to work late today, this meant that whatever she did tonight, she wouldn't get scolded. So Su Ermang began to let loose. Everything she didn't dare to do when her sister was around, she did. For example, live streaming in black stockings. Everything was going well. But when someone named Macho Man No. 1-inch asked her to appraise a weapon, Su Ermang felt something was off. Her intuition told her that the person didn't seem like a good guy. Especially after he claimed he wanted to use the unrestricted weapon for himself and had no intention of selling it. Su Ermang's feeling grew stronger. Because she felt like she had seen this kind of operation somewhere before. Wait, Could it be that bastard? After several seconds of deep thought, Su Erming finally realized what was wrong. That was, the bastard who had deleted her multiple times and even caused her knee injury, leading to her sister chasing her and interrogating her all night, was doing this, claiming he wanted to use it for himself. But then he turned around and sold it to someone else, leaving her with not a single penny to earn. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt. So, she began to take action. She kept wandering through various game referral groups. Finally, hard work pays off. A few minutes later, Su Erming found the answer she was looking for. Aha! I'm so mad. That bastard is actually finding new ways to mess with me. Just thinking about how the other party had taken advantage of her while escaping unscathed, and that she, Su Erming, hadn't earned a single cent, made her unable to contain her desire for revenge. Bastard! You wait for me. Unless you don't leave the community gate tomorrow, otherwise you're dead meat. She had made up her mind that even if she didn't sleep in for the next few days, she would squat early in the bushes at the community entrance, just to let that bastard know that offending Su Erming has serious consequences. Downstairs, in room 1202, Hao Dagon did not hear any noise from upstairs this time. It wasn't that Su Erming's voice wasn't loud enough. It was that someone was knocking on the door of this single man's apartment late at night. Who are you? When the door opened, Hao Dagon was clearly taken aback, because standing outside was a woman dressed fashionably, with heavy makeup and exuding a fragrant scent. The key point was that he felt the woman looked somewhat familiar. Finally, after several seconds of searching his memory, he found the answer he was looking for. Is it you? Realizing who she was, Hao Dagon instinctively exclaimed, Liang Lu, how come you? Seeing his reaction, the woman finally greeted him slowly. Oh, long time no see, Hao Dagon. How have you been? Hao Dagon didn't respond but carefully examined her again, confirming he hadn't recognized her wrong, and said in surprise, Liang Lu, didn't you break up with old Qi a long time ago? Why are you here again? That's right. The woman in front of him was none other than his roommate Qi Tongwei's ex-girlfriend, and they had once loved each other deeply. At least, that's what Hao Dagon thought. Otherwise, Qi Tongwei wouldn't have brought her back so often to show off their affection. Looking back, those days were nothing short of torture for a single man like Hao Dagon. Even if they weren't doing anything in the room, he still felt something was off. However, what puzzled Hao Dagon was that, in his memory, Liang Lu should have looked pure and rarely wore makeup or revealing clothes. Compared to her now, it was like two extremes. Liang Lu seemed to have noticed Hao Dagon's scrutinizing gaze, but instead of feeling shy, she confidently straightened her back and replied, So, what do you think? My figure is great, right? Doesn't it feel amazing? Hao Dagon. Although he didn't know what Liang Lu had gone through after breaking up with Qi Tongwei, he knew it was probably not anything good. Otherwise, she wouldn't be flaunting herself like a loose woman. It was important to note that Liang Lu was not wearing anything decent at the moment. To put it nicely, it was fashionable. To put it bluntly, it was not much different from what many girls in the village wore. It was the kind of outfit that barely covered anything and could easily lead to problems with just a little movement. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but feel a bit sad. A perfectly pure girl had fallen like this. He had no idea what had happened. However, he only thought about it and didn't entertain any immature ideas about helping her return to her former self. After giving her a discreet glance as a sign of respect, Hao Dagon straightforwardly said, Sorry, miss, but I have a girlfriend and don't need your help. If you're looking for Qi Tongwei, it's best to contact him directly by phone. After all, he hasn't been in my sight for almost 2 weeks. With that, Hao Dagon intended to close the door and turn her away. He was afraid the neighbors would misunderstand and think he had called for paid services. Liang Lu didn't stop him, she just watched the door close while laughing. Hao Dagon, this isn't how you treat guests. I remember you used to like peeking at me, so why aren't you looking now? But then again, you men are fickle, liking something different every day. If you're not in a hurry, remember to tell that bastard Qi Tongwei something for me. My current boyfriend loves me very much, so after learning about what he did to me before, he plans to have a friendly talk with him. If he continues to block me on WeChat and my phone, don't blame me for not giving him a heads up when he gets cornered outside. After all, I used to love him very much. With that, Liang Lu raised her right hand towards Hao Dagon. It was only then that Hao Dagon noticed the various scars of different depths on her right wrist. Great, another tragic fate. After silently sighing in his heart, Hao Dagon surprisingly nodded at Liang Lu. He then closed the door. A few dozen seconds later, after confirming that the sound of high heels had completely faded away, Hao Dagon began to complain in exasperation. Qi Tongwei, you bastard, always out there fooling around, causing trouble, and now look what you've done. You deserve to be cornered by someone else's boyfriend. The girl even cut her wrist for you, and you still don't know how to cherish her. You're simply a heartless scumbag. A disgrace to society. Of course, he could say whatever he wanted. But Hao Dagon's hands didn't stop. He immediately called Chi Tongwei, sent voice messages, and bombarded him with video calls in succession. After all, he was once a good buddy, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. However, no matter how much he tried, it was all in vain, because all his attempts went unanswered. Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon immediately started cursing. Dog thing, it's purely deserved to be knocked out by someone. After saying this, he sent a message filled with frustration. As for whether the other party could see it, that all depended on personal fate. In fact, after dealing with Chi Tongwei's troublesome matters, Hao Dagon originally planned to take a break. After all, it was already close to midnight. He intended to bring Su Yao some breakfast tomorrow. Who would have thought that at this strange moment, the game that Hao Dagon had been hanging on to suddenly received unexpected news? That's right. Just as he was about to log off the game, he suddenly discovered that the little rich woman had resurrected. 2 minutes ago. Battle Tyrannosaurus, wahaha, little Feezy, unexpected, right. This dragon actually came to the harem at this point. Something's off. Why am I being so nice to you? You're clearly a big scumbag. Restart. Carrot, 1 minute ago. Boom. A loud noise from the sky. This dragon is here to kill the scumbag, because, system prompt, you have been strongly PD by Battle Tyrannosaurus. You have died and randomly dropped experience 525255522, money 3252253. And just now. Little Feezy, this dragon just saw your reply. I didn't mean to kill you just now, you should believe me, right? Superscript 3, Superscript 3, after reading all this, Hao Dagon was like, to be honest, if he believed this little rich woman's words, that would be a ghost. Come on. That was a screenshot of size 920 by 438. To ensure that the key points above could be noticed by the little rich woman at the first moment, he even specially marked it with a red line. In such a situation, unless it was intentional, even a super nearsighted person would notice it, okay. Therefore, Hao Dagon had reason to suspect that the little rich woman on the other side was pretending to be foolish, deliberately retaliating against him. So, he also began to take action. Feifei is very big, husband is dead, burn paper for him. Just as Hao Dagon sent this message, a reply came flying back. Battle Tyrannosaurus, little Feezy, burning money is fine, but it feels strange to send someone out to buy paper at this hour. Superscript 3, Superscript 3, Hao Dagon. After several seconds of silence, he still deleted the text he had already typed. Then, he edited and sent it all in one go. Feifei is very big, then you have to add money. 10 seconds later. 88,888 received. Misunderstanding resolved. Hao Dagon had another meal of soft rice. Hey, how long has it been? This little rich woman has probably transferred over 300,000 to me, right? No wonder so many people like to find rich women. It's really fragrant. Hao Dagon roughly calculated just now. He currently has about 1.2 million in his stock account. If he subtracts all the miscellaneous things, the money he actually earned in the stock market using hidden prompts these days might not be much more than what this little rich woman gave him. At most, it wouldn't exceed 200,000. You have to know, this is the result of his hard work with hidden prompts for almost half a month. Even so, it almost couldn't withstand the money casually thrown over by the little rich woman. TSK. Comparing people really makes one angry. I've even started cheating, and it's still like this. Sure enough, studying hard for 10 years to surpass 3 generations of business is no different from dreaming. After a moment of reflection, Hao Dagon turned his attention back to the screen in front of him. In that case, I need to deepen my relationship with this little rich woman. Wouldn't it be best to establish some connections in reality? Maybe that would speed up my rise. With that thought, Hao Dagon began editing on the screen. He felt it was necessary to discuss some real-life matters, allowing the other party to see him as someone they could vent certain emotions to. This way, both sides would have the opportunity to deepen their feelings. After some contemplation, he specifically asked about the issue that had been bothering the little rich woman earlier. Wife, has the company's problem been resolved? Otherwise, how could you have the mood to go online at this hour? Unfortunately, the little rich woman on the other end seemed to have no intention of addressing it, whether she had forgotten or was just playing dumb. Company? What company? Ben Longlong doesn't know. Hao Dagon did not give up and continued to remind her. It's about the last time you woke up and not only didn't let you play games but also made you attend a meeting all day. This time, the little rich woman seemed to remember and immediately replied. Wow! Ben Longlong remembers now. Asterisk asterisk, because they didn't listen to Ben Longlong during the meeting, I directly fired them all. So, how about it? Isn't Ben Longlong cool and impressive? Xiaofizi, what do you mean by that? Is Ben Longlong wrong? Because what else could Hao Dagon say? The little rich woman was right. Otherwise, he would be in for a strong P murder from his dear wife again. Yes, my wife is the best, how could she be wrong? But after sending that, he felt a bit regretful. If he got killed a few more times, would he end up eating soft rice again? So he started to mend the situation. Wife, is there a possibility that we could handle this disobedient issue in a gentler way? After all, if they are fired, who will run errands for you? If my wife gets exhausted, who will take responsibility? To be honest, Hao Dagon felt that what he said was a bit flattering. No, it was being a warm man, but considering the money, he thought it was still worth bending a little. At worst, he would become successful in the future. Just be real with this little rich woman and let her come back offline. It's all about reciprocity. This is the etiquette that people in Xia country should have. Could it be that a corporate slave would give up an opportunity to earn hundreds of thousands a week for the sake of dignity? That would truly be a tragedy. This time seemed a bit different from before. The little rich woman appeared to be struggling with something, taking about 10 seconds to reply to Hao Dagon. Carrot, firing people is Ben Longlong's right. If I want to fire, I will fire. As for whether they can go out or not, that's for the old man to consider. Ben Longlong doesn't care. Superscript 3, Superscript 3 alright, now Hao Dagon completely understood. Her little rich woman was willful, and there was someone backing her up. I said, which company would be so generous as to let a late-stage Chinibyu patient act so recklessly? So it turns out there's a father watching from behind, which is why she feels at ease. Tsk, thinking about this, I really feel a bit envious. I really want to recognize. Before Hao Dagon could finish his sentence, the little rich woman sent another message. However, this time, it caught Hao Dagon a bit off guard. Xiaofizi, are you still studying in Star City? After a few seconds of silence, Hao Dagon sent a soul-searching question. Wife, is there a possibility that I graduated many years ago? Oh, Ben Longlong remembers now, you have long become a glorious corporate slave. Asterisk, Xiaofizi, work hard, Ben Longlong wishes you a 9-to-5 job soon. Hao Dagon. After a slight twitch of his face, Hao Dagon suddenly felt that this might be a good opportunity. So, with a flash of inspiration, he tentatively asked, Wife, how about we add a green bubble? It would be convenient for us to go online together. To his surprise, as soon as the words left his mouth, the little rich woman started to play dumb and replied in a confusing manner. What's a green bubble? Why should we do it together? This dragon is a good person and wouldn't do such bad things. Hao Dagon, not being foolish, knew she was doing it on purpose, so he pressed on. Wife, really not adding one? We've been married for so many years, shouldn't we give it a chance? Hao Dagon thought the little rich woman would continue to play dumb, but unexpectedly, she became direct. It truly left him a bit stunned. If you don't want to add it, then don't. My green bubble is precious, filled with my dragon photos, and I won't let you see them. Carrot, what if you take it and do something? Wouldn't I be at a loss? Now it was Hao Dagon's turn to be speechless. Sometimes he could be anxious, but he wouldn't stoop to arguing with someone who was clearly a late-stage Chinibyu. After all, in his view, there was a 99% chance that the little rich woman was a cute, short girl in real life. This was simply not his type. Not to mention, he had already turned over a new leaf. He had transformed from a theorist into a practitioner. And it seemed the little rich woman had long since guessed Hao Dagon's thoughts, as she sent a new message just as some of his ideas began to form. Picture. Wow, little Feezy, since you're mine, I'll reluctantly reward you a bit. // omega // This is my dragon legs, aren't they pretty? Superscript 3, Superscript 3 a photo? Hao Dagon was first stunned, then dumbfounded. Because the long legs in the photo were simply too tempting. Most importantly, he vaguely remembered having seen them somewhere. No, something's off. Why do I feel like I've seen these legs before? It shouldn't be. Could it be that I've seen the little rich woman in real life? Just as Hao Dagon grew more puzzled, something in the lower right corner of the photo caught his attention. Is that text? Although the font was very small and a bit blurry, Hao Dagon still noticed it. Damn, I scored 119 in Chinese for a reason. Let me study these characters carefully. Xuanzi? What is this? Hao Dagon was confused, and in the blink of an eye, he realized he was seeing things. Where was? It was clearly. It was just that due to the problem with the edge of the image, the vertical line on the right was not very obvious. Alright, It must be that I've been over-exercising lately, that's why I'm seeing things. I need to take it easy these days and not get too carried away. After a little self-encouragement, Hao Dagon shifted his focus back to the photo. He recalled the content related to the photo and the text. Schwanzi. Wait, isn't this her? One of the teachers who led me down the wrong path? Suddenly, he slapped the table as if he remembered something and quickly opened his phone to search in his favorites. Sure enough, many years ago, he found a photo in a folder called Youthful Years that was very similar to the one the little rich woman sent. No, more accurately, it was more detailed, because it also had Schwanzi's koi face. TSK, not bad, little rich woman. You actually know how to use online pictures to fool me. But unfortunately, you seem to be a bit careless. After comparing several times, in order to avoid mistakes, Hao Dagon even leaned in closer, carefully examining the details in the photo. Finally, he was certain. The stockings in the photo. No, the legs are definitely the same pair. Little rich woman, this is where you went wrong. We can live without long legs, but you can't just fabricate a pair to deceive your husband. That's quite unethical. After a moment of thought, Hao Dagon decided to turn the tables. After cropping the upper body of Schwanzi Juer 2 from the photo, he sent a message to the little rich woman. Wife, your husband just discovered something important. Someone is stealing your beautiful leg photo and messing around with online dating. Picture. Look, isn't that your photo? This woman called Schwanzi Juer 2 is really despicable. Using your photo for online dating is one thing, but she even exaggerated her age. You are clearly a super invincible youthful beauty, forever 18, how did you become a woman in her 30s? This person is truly detestable. Don't worry, your husband will definitely help you take revenge, using these photos to strike back at her. After so many years of interaction, Hao Dagon understood some of the little rich woman's habits. One of them was that she cared a lot about her image. She was someone who could only be coaxed, not forced. If you kept pushing her, she would resist you. She was incredibly stubborn. But if you secretly used some soft tactics, the situation would be different. Just like now, as soon as Hao Dagon used his soft approach, the little rich woman immediately started to laugh and admit her mistake. Little Feezy, if I told you that I accidentally sent the wrong photo just now, would you believe me? / omega / Hao Dagon spoke frankly. You need to pay more. The little rich woman was very straightforward. Shortly after he sent the message, $10,000 arrived. Of course, along with the bank notification, there was also the little rich woman's counterattack. Ha. You little Feezy, actually dating a married woman behind my back. Watch out. Because then, Hao Dagon was gloriously pounded. Forget it, as long as the money arrives, everything can be discussed. Looking at his game character being continuously beaten on the screen, Hao Dagon said nonchalantly. The little rich woman was clearly just putting on a show. This time she only pounded him once before suddenly starting to message Hao Dagon. Little Feezy, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, you'll definitely be in for it. Just as Hao Dagon was about to reply, the little rich woman's new message came in. This time, she was planning to escape. It's getting late, I need to sleep for my beauty rest, so I'm off now. Superscript 3, superscript 3, well, that's it. Sleepy dragon exits, roar, equals run. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, over the years, Hao Dagon had chatted with many people, but the happiest moments were with the little rich woman, because she would often come out with unexpected words and expressions that made him unable to hold back his laughter. If only I could live like that little rich girl, carefree every day, just happy and happy. Even if I made a mistake, it would be nice to have someone to protect me. Hao Dagon was sighing to himself, imagining how he would spoil his future precious daughter. The little rich girl, who should have disappeared, suddenly popped up again. And in the midst of Hao Dagon's astonished gaze, she sent another message. No way, this dragon can't hold back anymore. This dragon is not a liar, this dragon really has long legs. Little Feezy, you better pay attention to this dragon. Oh, keyboard picture. At first, Hao Dagon didn't quite understand what was happening. He thought the little rich girl was just being mischievous again, trying to pull some prank. After all, she had done this kind of thing before. But when Hao Dagon really saw the photo, which even had a real-time watermark from the camera, and those stunning legs that looked even more incredible than Zhuangzi's long legs, he exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Don't joke with me like this? That little rich girl, who has been chatting nonsense with me in the game, whom I call my wife every day, and who is usually so silly, is actually a mature woman. And a super mature one at that? Just as how Dagon was in shock, another round of messages from the little rich girl came in. Oh ho 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 little Feezy, you wouldn't be so mesmerized by this dragon's beautiful legs that you're doing something embarrassing right now, would you? Superscript 3, Superscript 3 Since you're now this dragon's servant, I'll reluctantly pretend I didn't see this, / omega / Then, before how Dagon could reply, a cute dragon roaring emoji came crashing in. At this point, the little rich girl's game avatar completely dimmed, clearly indicating that she was really logging off this time. Such a fiery exit caught how Dagon off guard. It took him a while to regain his senses. Wait, she's really logging off? This little rich girl is clearly doing this on purpose. Looking at the long legs in the photo, how Dagon couldn't help but complain. Of course, he said it, but his hands didn't stop moving. He directly downloaded the original image and saved it as a backup. After all, it's a picture of my nominal wife's legs. I don't think I'm being unreasonable, right? As he spoke, how Dagon accidentally clicked to enlarge the desktop image. He was just about to check if there were any edited traces on it. In the background of the image, outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a few slightly blurred but still vaguely visible large characters were firmly imprinted. Wait a minute. This situation seems a bit off. The buildings outside, and the outlines of these characters. Why do they look so familiar the more I look at them? It's like I've seen them every day? Thinking of this, how Dagon suddenly froze for a few seconds. Then, as if he remembered something, he opened a map app and started searching. A few seconds later, he slapped the table and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn! Isn't this the building of the Star City International Financial Center that I pass by every day on my way to work? Could it be that the little rich girl really?" In an instant, how Dagon thought of a certain possibility. Then, he became a bit restless. The next day, early, how Dagon arrived at the office with a bit of discomfort. As soon as he walked in, he shouted inside, "Manager, quickly get your husband some Yunnan Biao. I ran into that little madwoman on my way to bring you breakfast." With that, how Dagon habitually flopped onto the sofa, waiting for Suyao to serve him. This was the usual routine. This woman was always terrifyingly obedient before she had her fill of breakfast. However, this time, it was a bit unexpected for how Dagon. He lay on the sofa for quite a while and surprisingly didn't hear any movement from Suyao. This situation instantly made him realize something was off. "Suyao, you didn't hear me." Thinking that Suyao had suddenly started to act up, playing some kind of role-playing game, how Dagon turned his head, ready to say something. He abruptly discovered that he was the only one in the office. Suyao, who should have arrived at the company early, dressed in uniform and waiting for him, was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, how Dagon was stunned for a moment, and after about 2 seconds, he muttered in disbelief, "No way, could it be that Suyao has floated away? Or, did she encounter something on the way?" With this thought, how Dagon instinctively took out his phone. Just as he was about to open it to contact her, he suddenly stopped midway. "Wait a minute, why am I so anxious? Suyao isn't stupid. How could a grown person like her easily get into trouble? If I just call her, it would seem like I have some other thoughts about her." Saying this, how Dagon tossed his phone onto the sofa and then got up to rummage through Suyao's desk for medicine. In no time, he found what he was looking for. Just as he was about to close the drawer, a rather unique little gadget in the corner suddenly caught his attention. "What is this, a power bank?" At first, he didn't react. But when he picked it up and examined it closely, a playful expression instantly appeared on his face. "Manager, oh manager, so you're this kind of person." Not long after, Haixing Technology. In the office of financial manager Li Xin, the self-absorbed Suyao suddenly sneezed loudly. "Ha? What's going on?" Rubbing her delicate nose, Suyao frowned as she finally recovered. "Could it be that person with the surname Liu is talking about me?" With this thought, her eyes suddenly lit up. The curve of her lips was hard to suppress. "Humph, now you know how important I am in your heart. Still want to bully people at will every morning. I want to see what you'll do this morning without me. If you can't help but call me later, I'll reluctantly reward you." Not knowing what she thought of, Suyao's face suddenly turned red. Just as she was about to check her phone for any messages from a certain someone, the office door was suddenly pushed open. "Suyao, what are you doing here? Do you know that scaring someone can kill them?" Li Xin, who had just entered, was startled to see someone in the room. Upon realizing it was her good friend, she immediately began to complain. Suyao, seeing this, ignored her and continued fiddling with her phone. Just moments ago, she had heard the exclusive message notification sound she set for a certain annoying man. Li Xin, seeing her friend like this, instantly became furious. After knowing Su Yao for so many years, how could she not know what the other was up to? Without a doubt, she was probably flirting with a man. Otherwise, her expression wouldn't be so excited. A typical case of forgetting friends in the presence of a romantic interest. Seeing this, Li Xin immediately began to speak in a sarcastic tone. TSK, women, oh women. As expected, they are born to have their elbows pointing outward. Otherwise, how could they not lift their eyelids when they meet a man? I was actually thinking of coming here early in the morning to personally tell someone the good news I got from my cousin. Now look, it has turned into a one-sided wish while speaking. She was not idle. She quietly leaned her head towards Su Yao's phone screen. Then, she froze. Because Li Xin happened to see the picture that Hao Dagon had just sent along with Su Yao, and the fresh things inside. Then, a burst of laughter erupted in the office. Ha 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 ha, Su Yao. I really didn't expect. You are actually this kind of person. No wonder you want to find two boyfriends. So it turns out it's because of unfulfilled desires. At this moment, Su Yao finally reacted from her shock due to her best friend Li Xin's laughter. Immediately, a voice of shame and anger echoed throughout the office. You, Lu. You bastard. Who told you to rummage through my things? Upon hearing this, Li Xin squinted her eyes, as if she thought of something, and the corners of her mouth began to rise slightly. Not long after, in Su Yao's office, Hao Dagon looked unexpectedly at the direction of the door. How strange. From what Su Yao just said, it was obvious that she was indicating she was at the company right now and would come back to find me to settle the score. But it's been almost 10 minutes, and she still hasn't returned. Could it be that she is deliberately trying to scare me? Or did she encounter something on the way? Hao Dagon frowned and thought for a moment, suddenly feeling that he was paying too much attention to Su Yao. This situation was dangerous. So, he immediately shifted his focus. He directly opened Dongfang Saifu. Although it's only a little past 8, and there's still an hour until the stock market opens, it wouldn't hurt to check the market trends in advance, right? Besides, how can a girl with over $1 million in her account not be tempting? Saying this, he glanced at his account balance and checked the closing situation of the stock he bought called Ofei Guang from the previous day. TSK. No wonder that Wu Mengmeng didn't reply to me until late last night. It turns out it was because of this. That makes sense. It's human nature. She was originally interested in me because I could consistently find the right opportunities in the stock market. In this situation, if I suddenly mispredict a stock that gets slammed down and has nearly 2 million shares locked in a limit down order, it would be strange if I didn't have some issues in my heart. Although Hao Dagon spoke like this, he silently made a note of Wu Mengmeng in his heart. As for when this note would take effect and in what way, that would depend on his mood at the time. Compared to Wu Mengmeng, who had already had several encounters with Hao Dagon, he had an unexpectedly good impression of her best friend, Shin Nana. Even though the two had only met once so far, and it lasted less than an hour. Enthusiastic, proactive, goal-oriented, and clear. And a gluttonous throat? After randomly saying a few nonsensical words, Hao Dagon checked the hidden prompts. Well, it hasn't refreshed yet. Seeing this, he glanced at the time on his phone. Forget it, there's still almost an hour until the stock market opens. Let's set an alarm and take a short nap. After all, I couldn't sleep well last night because of that little rich woman's long legs. Saying this, Hao Dagon turned his head towards the direction of the Star City International Financial Center building. After a long while, he revealed a meaningful smile. At 9:20 a.m., the pre-market bidding session officially began. Gaoxin International, 8th floor, Dongfang Saifu Company. Wu Mengmeng timely directed her gaze to the computer screen in front of her. This was her daily habit and part of her work. The reason for doing this was simply to train her sharpness before the market opens. Based on the performance of various stocks during the bidding phase, she would roughly predict their trends for the day, even the trends of the entire sector related to those stocks. Of course, this sounded impressive and technically sophisticated, but only she understood that it was basically useless. After all, results depend on human effort, especially in the Great Xia country. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been wrong in her predictions all along. After spending a minute or two casually selecting a few stocks that caught her eye, Wu Mengmeng put down the mouse. Done, next is to go have a nice breakfast. As she said this, Wu Mengmeng stood up, ready to leave. But just as she turned her head, she was startled by the situation beside her. Because, her friend, who usually slacked off and never paid attention to stock movements, was now sitting in front of the computer, meticulously staring at the screen. What's going on, Nana? Why are you at the computer at this hour? This isn't like you. After a moment of shock, Wu Mengmeng asked incredulously. Usually quick to respond, Shin Nana didn't answer this time, just waved her hand, indicating that she was busy and would chat later. This unusual scene instantly left Wu Mengmeng astonished. She blinked several times, and after confirming she wasn't mistaken, she exclaimed in shock. No way, Shin Nana, you're acting really strange today. Did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you suddenly working seriously? This time, Shin Nana ignored Wu Mengmeng again, her eyes wide open, completely focused on the screen. It was as if something on it was continuously drawing her in. At that moment, Wu Mengmeng finally realized that something unusual was happening. For the first time, she shifted her attention from her good friend to the screen in front of her. Then, she froze. Wait a minute? Shin Nana, are you trading stocks? You must be crazy, don't you know we can't do this as industry professionals? As she spoke, Wu Mengmeng's voice dropped significantly. Because she knew, one must always be cautious. If someone heard about her friend, an industry professional, trading stocks and reported it, her future career could be in jeopardy. Perhaps it was because the matter she was concerned about suddenly had results. Shin Nana not only looked excited, but she even had time to respond to her friend. Oh Mengmeng, can you stop shouting so loudly? It's just opening an account to trade stocks, what's the big deal? This is practically an open secret in the company. Don't think that just because no one has an account under their name, they aren't holding onto countless accounts for relatives and friends. Don't worry, as long as it's just small trades, basically no one will pay attention. Besides, aren't you secretly doing it too? Why does it become such a big deal when it's me? Wu Mengmeng was about to say something when her friend Shin Nana pulled her down to sit beside her. Come on, Mengmeng, quickly look at the news I got yesterday with my silver tongue. It's rising. It's rising. It's about to rise. Now I finally have a chance at that limited edition lottery bucket I've been wanting. At that moment, Wu Mengmeng finally noticed which stock her good friend had bought. Then, she instinctively gasped. Wu Feiguang? How is that possible? Wasn't it heavily suppressed by over 1 million hands of sell orders yesterday? What's going on? The bidding is about to hit the limit up already? Beside her, Shin Nana squinted her eyes and pretended to know nothing, sweetly smiling at her best friend. What's wrong, Mengmeng? You know about this stock too? Let me tell you, I almost got scared to death when I bought it yesterday. Who would have thought that this morning there was breaking news saying that due to a maritime accident involving a large foreign transport ship coming to Xia country, the products made by Yufeiguang suddenly became scarce in the domestic market. Isn't it a coincidence? It's like fate has arranged this. As she spoke, whether intentionally or not, Shin Nana licked her lips in fascination. At that moment, Wu Mengmeng had no mind to listen to such trivialities. Once she confirmed that the Yufeiguang stock would open with nearly 900,000 hands of limit-up orders, one thought consumed her mind. That was, to contact Hao Dagon immediately. She had only delayed replying for half a day yesterday. The other party shouldn't notice anything wrong, right? As it approached 9:30, Hao Dagon opened his eyes and logged into Dongfang Saifu. TCH, as expected, nothing unexpected. The hidden hints are still as powerful as ever. Looking at Yufeiguang, which had achieved a limit up during the bidding phase, Hao Dagon felt no surprise. He would only be astonished if something unexpected happened that day. However, the fact that Su Yao had not shown up yet surprised him a bit. Wait a minute, could it be that this woman really ran into something? Why else would she skip her favorite breakfast during this time? Just as Hao Dagon was pondering, his phone suddenly vibrated continuously. It was a message from Wu Mengmeng. He didn't bother to read it in detail. After glancing a few times and confirming there was nothing of value, he tossed it aside, leaving it on read. Beauty, if you do something wrong, you have to accept the punishment. Don't think you can fool me by playing dumb. Do you really think I'm one of those guys who are controlled by their lower halves? There's no such thing as forgetting something important. It's just whether you want to reply or not. Look, your good friend is much more straightforward. Once she confirmed the news was correct, she immediately started reporting good news and providing feedback. She's simply a model of gratitude. Within just a few seconds, Hao Dagon received another message from Shin Nana. However, unlike Wu Mengmeng's empty flattery, Shin Nana was much more direct. Nana wrote, wow wow wow. Brother Hao Dagon, you're amazing. Wu Feiguang really hit the limit up. Brother Hao Dagon, are you free today? Nana wants to discuss something with you. //omega///. Looking at the meaningful messages on the screen, Hao Dagon couldn't help but feel emotional. TSK. This is what it means to be sensible. This is what it means to seize opportunities. Who wouldn't like a girl like this who is so ambitious? As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly pursed his lips, feeling a bit regretful. The only flaw is, this girl seems to have a bit too strong principles, not too fond of using. Just as Hao Dagon was mumbling to himself, the sound of a door opening suddenly interrupted him. is that woman Su Yao back? As he turned to look, Hao Dagon instinctively thought. But when he saw who it was, he was momentarily stunned. Joe Jia, is that you? Why are you here so early? Wait, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you couldn't find anything useful last time? Joe Jia didn't respond but silently turned around to lock the door. Then, she walked towards Hao Dagon with a cat-like grace, looking somewhat ethereal. What's wrong, Xiao Feifei? Are you a bit disappointed to see me instead of Su Yao? As she spoke, she unceremoniously sat down next to Hao Dagon. Move over a bit. Sister, it's a bit cramped here. Hao Dagon. He realized that these women must have some serious issues. With so many places to sit in the office, they just had to crowd around him. Unbelievable. Of course, Hao Dagon also knew this was a sign of affection from the women. Otherwise, they wouldn't act this way. But knowing was one thing, and being willing to cooperate was another. Seeing that Joe Jia insisted on squeezing into the little space next to him, Hao Dagon immediately patted his thigh without hesitation. Come. If you think it's cramped, sit here. I guarantee it's spacious. Joe Jia was wearing a standard office OL outfit with a spotted suit today. Although it wasn't the previous body-hugging dress, it still looked quite charming against her impressive figure. The main thing was, she seemed to have used some kind of perfume today that made Hao Dagon feel a bit lightheaded. Joe Jia, noticing his reaction, said nothing and just shot him a glance. Clearly, she had no intention of moving away for the time being. Seeing this, Hao Dagon said nothing and stood up straight, walking towards his office chair. This action instantly left Joe Jia dumbfounded. What do you mean by that? Hao Dagon replied bluntly. What else could it mean? Men and women shouldn't be too close. Sitting so close, anyone who doesn't know would think we have some secret relationship. Joe Jia. After a moment of silence, Joe Jia finally couldn't help but speak up. Xiao Feifei, with such a beautiful woman like me here, are you really so indifferent? As she spoke, she adjusted her sitting posture, deliberately propping her head on her hand and leaning back on the sofa. This was to better showcase her curvaceous figure. Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Thinking about something? Although the words were few, they carried a heavy weight. As soon as Joe Jia heard this, she almost couldn't hold back and bumped her head against the sofa. Hao Dagon, seeing this, not only felt no sympathy but instead teased her further. Look, I guessed your secret, didn't I? Otherwise, why would you act like this? Joe Jia. She realized that ever since that day when certain secrets were known by this little rascal in front of her, she had lost her biggest advantage. Whenever she dared to joke about a certain aspect, she would always be the one at a disadvantage. Regarding this, Joe Jia felt mixed emotions. On one hand, she somewhat enjoyed this process. On the other hand, there was always a sense of guilt in her heart. She felt sorry for Lu Ruyan. However, this guilt lightened considerably when she thought about Lu Ruyan in the office, making those moves behind her back with Lu Yen. After all, it wasn't necessarily her who was at fault first, so she could enjoy it without guilt. But before that, Joe Jia needed to do one thing that could pull the man in front of her closer to her side. After sorting out her mixed emotions, Joe Jia stood up and walked towards Hao Dagon with a seductive catwalk. With a flick of her eyes, she said something that left Hao Dagon a bit stunned. Xiao Feifei, you wouldn't want to lose this leisurely life, would you? Hao Dagon. After a moment of shock, Hao Dagon burst into thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. No, Joe Jia. You must have read too many female supremacy novels. How could you suddenly think of saying something like this to a man? Seriously. I'm about to die laughing. Joe Jia, seeing this, was unfazed, and after Hao Dagon finished laughing, she slowly said, Hao Dagon, there's something you might not know. Su Yao's backing at headquarters is about to be fired soon. Hao Dagon was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Joe Jia with some confusion. Is that true? How do you know more than the person involved? Joe Jia didn't respond immediately. Instead, she pursed her lips and slowly leaned closer to Hao Dagon to whisper. An hour and a half later, Joe Jia left with a full harvest. Hao Dagon, however, furrowed his brows. Something's not right. Why do I feel like this woman is different from before? Anyway, it seems much more relaxed? Otherwise, how could she have just? At this point, Hao Dagon seemed to think of something. He instinctively turned to look out the window. Forget it. Why think so much? After all, it wasn't me who suffered just now, but what she said about Su Yao. It doesn't seem like a lie. Otherwise, how could Su Yao have disappeared completely this morning as if she took some medicine? And even until now, there's been no news. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon felt inexplicably speechless. According to Joe Jia, the reason Su Yao's backing was at risk of being fired was entirely due to an unforeseen disaster. As for the specifics, she wasn't particularly clear. She only knew that the situation wasn't very optimistic. It seemed that they were just one chairman's signature away from actually packing up and leaving. Why do I feel like this scene is a bit familiar? But I can't quite figure it out for a moment. How Dagon was frowning in thought. Suddenly, the hidden prompt refreshed. Instantly, all his attention was diverted. September 8th, Gene Pan Technology plus 9, 99%. This time, How Dagon learned his lesson. After the prompt appeared, he didn't search directly but kept an eye on the date. It turned out, his approach was correct. 6, really 6. This hidden prompt doesn't know what went wrong, even the timing has started to become unstable. Yesterday's was about today, and today's is also about today. Could it be that later on, the dates will have a larger span? Thinking of this, How Dagon felt inexplicably anxious. No way, I just became a millionaire. It shouldn't mess with me like this, right? If that's really the case, what should I do then? But then, he felt speechless about his somewhat alarmist thoughts. Damn, it's only been a few days, and I've already treated $1 million like pocket change. Is there really that much overnight wealth in this world? Life right now is basically free. Being able to enjoy one more day is a gain. Is it necessary to think so much? Told you to stop overthinking and just remember. After giving himself a not-so-mature slap, How Dagon opened Dongfang Saifu and started to mindlessly buy Gene Pan Technology. Moments later, How Dagon snapped his fingers. Okay, done. Looking at the latest transaction records on the screen, How Dagon suddenly felt a bit emotional. TSK TSK TSK, if it weren't for the hidden prompt. Who would have thought that a dead stock like Gene Pan Technology, which only had a trading volume of over 10 million in half a day, would hit the limit today? Indeed, the stock market in Xia country is a magical place. There's nothing you can't think of, but there's nothing it can't do. Due to long-term neglect, Gene Pan Technology's stock price was actually very low. Only 1.4 yuan per share. So, for the first time in his life, How Dagon became the unreachable 10,000 hand brother in the eyes of many stockholders. After doing all this, How Dagon didn't linger on the Dongfang Saifu app but directly clicked into WeChat. Inside, there were already about 10 unread messages accumulated, though he didn't know when it had started. There was Joe Jia who had just left, as well as Shin Nana and Wu Mengmeng. Who should I give today's reward to? Sometimes happiness can also be a kind of trouble. Reflecting on the past, there was a time when no one of the opposite sex would take the initiative to send him messages for half a month. Now, seeing everyone eagerly hoping for his reply, How Dagon just wanted to say one thing. So damn refreshing. Of course, he wasn't foolish. He understood the fundamental reason behind all this. So, he wouldn't just blurt out the hidden hints as soon as the other party spoke. Too much of anything is not good. Keeping someone hungry and then satisfied is the long-term plan, just like Joe Jia earlier. With that thought, How Dagon made up his mind and began editing on the screen. At the same time, in the office area of Dongfang Saifu Company, looking at her best friend who kept glancing at her phone as if waiting for something, Wu Mengmeng was filled with suspicion. After several moments of hesitation, she finally couldn't help but ask, Shin Nana, are you okay? I feel like something's off with you today. Could it be that? As she spoke, she reached out to check her friend's forehead. This sudden action immediately raised Shin Nana's guard. Before Wu Mengmeng's hand could even reach her, she quickly protected her phone and distanced herself. This scene left Wu Mengmeng utterly astonished. Her hand remained suspended in the air for a while before she slowly withdrew it. Then, she looked at her best friend with a face full of disbelief. What's going on, Shin Nana? I just wanted to see if you had a fever. Why are you? Before Wu Mengmeng could finish her sentence, both of their phones rang almost simultaneously. Instinctively, they both stopped what they were doing and immediately looked down at their screens. However, the results were vastly different. Wu Mengmeng suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. Clearly, the message that had just come was not what she wanted. In contrast, Shin Nana's face visibly lit up with excitement upon seeing what was on her screen. She was on the verge of squealing with joy. Seeing this, Wu Mengmeng's expression grew increasingly suspicious. Her look towards her best friend became more and more strange. Somehow, ever since she saw her friend buy the stock of O-Film and hit a big surge, her right eyelid had been twitching. It felt as if something was gradually drifting further away from her. The most absurd part was that this inexplicable feeling became more pronounced the closer she got to her best friend. Meanwhile, Shin Nana, feeling a bit guilty upon seeing the expression on Wu Mengmeng's face, became slightly dazed. She even found it hard to meet her friend's gaze. After all, backstabbing a best friend and secretly undermining her was something she was clearly at fault for. but it was impossible for her to just give up after tasting the sweetness of success. Just a moment ago, she had made nearly 20,000 yuan in less than 10 minutes thanks to the O-film stock. That was equivalent to her salary for more than half a month. So, to prevent her best friend from discovering any clues, Shin-nana decided to tell a little white lie. Well, Mang, the thing is, I recently found a boyfriend, and he's really, really amazing. Su Yao returned just before midnight. However, the expression on her face left Hao Dagon a bit puzzled, because it seemed that this woman was a little happy. Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately became curious. What's up, manager? Did you encounter some great fortune? Su Yao didn't respond but hummed a cheerful tune, winking playfully at Hao Dagon. This scene instantly heightened the curiosity in Hao Dagon's heart. According to Joe Jia, Su Yao should be nearing a critical point of trouble by now. After all, the support from headquarters was almost gone. Yet, the way she was behaving right in front of him didn't seem to indicate any signs of that. Seeing Su Yao only focused on her own happiness, with no sign of wanting to speak, Hao Dagon decided not to just sit in his chair any longer. He stood up and walked directly to Su Yao, forcefully lifting her chin with his hand, and looked her straight in the eyes. Hey, I'm talking to you, don't just let it go in one ear and out the other. Su Yao didn't resist, she continued to hum happily, her little expressions blooming like flowers, unable to stop. It seemed she was completely lost in her own world. Well, this woman was probably going a bit crazy over her gains and losses. After silently mocking her in his heart, Hao Dagon lost the desire to continue questioning her. He let go of her chin, turned around, and prepared to leave the office to see what Shin-nana wanted to discuss with him. Just as he turned his back, he found himself being grabbed. Before he could say anything, a whisper reached his ears. Hey, I'm so hungry. Afternoon. The sun was shining brightly. Hao Dagon moved his chair to the window to bask in the sun. His so comfortable. Unlike his leisure, Su Yao was a bit busy with cleaning up. As for why she was doing this, it was easy to see from her occasional glances towards the window that her eyes were somewhat dim. It seemed to be related to someone who was sunbathing. Hao Dagon naturally noticed this, but he was used to it and pretended not to see. Instead, after stretching comfortably, he curiously asked Su Yao, are you sure the problem is with Lu Ruyan and not with you? Why do I feel like the news from both sides is too contradictory? Joe Jia said you were in trouble, and you're saying something happened on her side. This back and forth is almost like a joke. Indeed. According to what Su Yao had just said, the reason she was so happy when she returned earlier was that she had learned through some channels that Lu Ruyan, who had always been at odds with her, seemed to be having problems at headquarters. There was even a strong possibility that she would be directly fired soon, which was why she had been smiling so brightly. To be honest, when Hao Dagon first heard this news, he was a bit stunned. Because the words from Joe Jia and Su Yao, one after the other, were simply too contradictory. If it weren't for the fact that Hao Dagon had been at the Xingqing branch for several years, he would have doubted whether they were even talking about the same headquarters. How could there be such a huge discrepancy in their news? What Hao Dagon didn't know was that sometimes women's focus was completely on people rather than events. After Hao Dagon finished speaking, Su Yao not only didn't ask him where he got the news about Lu Ruyan's problems, but she suddenly seemed to realize something and rushed to Hao Dagon's side, staring at him with an indignant look. You, surnamed Lu, I always felt something was off in the office, so it turns out it was like this. Come clean, did that fox Joe Jia come by again? Hao Dagon didn't respond, he just shot a displeased glance at Su Yao in front of him, then turned his head, squinting, and began to shoo her away. Alright, don't disturb me, I'm a bit tired and need to rest for a while. His dismissive attitude instantly made Su Yao a bit annoyed again. Almost instinctively, she wanted to pounce on him. But then she seemed to remember something and began to shift her approach, playing the soft against the hard. Oh dear brother Hao Dagon, I'm just curious, can you not sleep for now and talk to me first? The sudden affectation instantly made Hao Dagon feel a bit overwhelmed. Because it was just too much. It made him want to immediately uphold justice. And when Su Yao saw the effect was unexpectedly good, her eyes lit up. Not knowing what got into her, she directly used a sweet, teasing voice to launch her big move. Brother Lu, little Chanqian, I want. Then, before she could finish her sentence, she was met with a furious shout from Hao Dagon. You little demon! Don't you dare disturb my peace of mind. Prepare to be punished. As it neared 3 in the afternoon, seeing that Jinpan technology had already hit the limit up, Su Yao revealed a satisfied smile. Then, her beautiful eyes moved, turning towards Hao Dagon, who was watching videos beside her. Hey, are you free tonight? Hao Dagon was a bit surprised by her words, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Isn't that impossible, manager? Are you still not satisfied? Su Yao was taken aback at first, Then she lifted her foot and kicked the air in front of Hao Dagon a couple of times in mild annoyance. I'm being serious with you, stop thinking about those things all the time. Hao Dagon showed an innocent expression. Is it my fault then? Who told us to spend most of our time together enjoying ourselves? Hearing him say that, Suya was also stunned. She furrowed her brows and thought carefully. It seemed to be true. So, rare as it was, she actually felt a bit shy. Then she tentatively asked, then, how about we restrain ourselves a bit in the future? Now it was Hao Dagon's turn to laugh. He looked at Suya with a "can you stop making me laugh" expression. Manager, can we not be so contradictory? You should know, most of the time, I'm the one being victimized. You. As the person involved, Suya knew exactly what was going on. For this guy who often slacked off, she could only glare at him a few times, treating it as a way to feel better about herself. And to take a step back, aside from initially being a bit unaccustomed, she actually quite enjoyed the feeling of being on top as a queen. On the other hand, Hao Dagon, seeing the expression on Suyao's face, immediately showed a knowing look. He was just about to tease her a bit more when the phone screen that had been sitting aside lit up. It was another message from Shin Nana. Nana, wow, brother, you're amazing. Nana really admires you so much. Brother, Nana has nothing to do this afternoon. Are you busy? Do you want me to help relieve your fatigue? Since Hao Dagon had no intention of hiding it, the lively content on the screen was naturally seen by Suyao, who had turned to look. Then, this woman felt a bit sour. Oh dear, brother Hao Dagon, no wonder you didn't reply to me just now, so there's a little sister outside. It really breaks my heart. Hao Dagon. 8th floor, Gaoxin International. Dongfang Saifu Company. Watching her best friend start to pack up, Wu Mengmeng felt deeply betrayed. Finally, seeing her best friend really about to leave, she couldn't hold back any longer and began to ask knowingly. Wait, Shin Nana? It's not even time to get off work yet. What are you planning to do? Do you know this isn't right? If Sister Ting catches you, your performance will be docked. Shin Nana, upon hearing this, had a nonchalant expression, even playfully throwing her a wink. Don't, Meng, it's not easy for me to find a strong man, so of course I want to take the time to enjoy it. We've been best friends for so many years. You wouldn't refuse to help me cover this little thing, would you? If Sister Ting really asks later, just say I went to serve a big client. She definitely won't say anything more. After saying that, Shin Nana didn't wait for her friend to respond and hurriedly picked up the small bag on the table, glancing at her phone while wiggling her little butt and rushing out of the company. Clearly, she was a bit impatient. Such behavior instantly made Wu Mengmeng feel overwhelmed. She couldn't understand how she, a perfectly single dog, could suddenly find a partner in such a short time. This was clearly unscientific. They not only worked together but also lived just a few steps apart. It could be said that they spent almost all their time together except for sleeping. They both knew each other's situations clearly, but it was not difficult to notice some small clues. Yet, her best friend Shin Nana could actually pull off such a big thing right under her nose. Wu Mengmeng felt something was off. Could it be? There's something I don't know? Otherwise, why wouldn't Shin Nana even show me a photo? It's like she's guarding against a thief. Sometimes, a woman's sixth sense is a strange thing, and Wu Mengmeng happened to be someone who believed in her intuition. So, after a moment of hesitation, she decided to pack her things and quietly follow her best friend. She wanted to see what Shin Nana was hiding from her. Who would have thought that fate wouldn't be on her side this time? Before Wu Mengmeng could even reach the door, she was called back by a voice. When she turned around, she found it was her boss. Sister Ting, did you just call me? Wu Mengmeng asked, feeling a bit guilty. What do you think? Could there be someone else around here? Sister Ting rolled her eyes and directly exposed her. Alright, don't leave early today. I have some things to handle later, so you stay in the company and help me clock in. If anyone from other departments looks for me, just say I'm busy negotiating business with VIP clients. After saying that, without waiting for Wu Mengmeng to respond, Sister Ting threw her a knowing look. Then, she tossed her hair, grabbed her small bag, and walked out with a rhythmic clatter of her heels. Knowing her well, Wu Mengmeng understood that Sister Ting was definitely going out shopping with some friends again. Seeing this situation, she could only temporarily set aside her previous thoughts and hold the fort for her. After all, Sister Ting was not only her mentor but also her idol and leader, plus she treated her really well, often gifting her small bags or jewelry worth thousands. Wu Mengmeng could only endure a little for now. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. XG Mall. 7th floor. Hao Dagon arrived late. Just as he stepped off the escalator, he was greeted by a waft of fragrance. Before he could react, someone grabbed his arm. Hee, Brother Lu, you finally made it. Shin Nana looked at him affectionately and said sweetly. She looked just like a girl in love. It was only then that Hao Dagon noticed that she had changed her outfit. This surprised him a little. Weren't you wearing a professional outfit in the photo you sent me before? Why did you suddenly switch to a JK uniform? Shin-nana didn't respond immediately. Instead, she blinked mysteriously. After a while, she pulled Hao Dagon's arm and walked in a certain direction. You'll know when you get there, that outfit is too inconvenient. After saying that, Hao Dagon was pulled to a clothing store nearby. What are you doing? Looking at the large characters clothing store on the doorplate, Hao Dagon was somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, Shin-nana, with her innocent big eyes, pointed to the bustling KFC fast food restaurant nearby, indicating that she knew nothing. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was momentarily taken aback. Then he pulled her inside to buy clothes. 1 hour later, after trying on clothes, the two of them sat down to eat under a lamp. How is it? This steamed egg tastes pretty good, right? Hao Dagon smiled. Shin-nana's little face turned slightly red, and after scooping a large piece into her mouth with a spoon, she hesitated before replying, "It's okay, but it's not as delicious as the dishes we had earlier." Hao Dagon's smile widened at this. However, he didn't continue the conversation. After finishing all the rice in his bowl, replenishing his energy, he curiously asked, "Seriously, Shin-nana, aren't you afraid of your best friend finding out? If I remember correctly, according to you women, this would count as digging a wall, right?" He thought that Shin-nana would say something righteous to justify herself or even argue. To his surprise, before he could finish speaking, she began nodding like a chick pecking at rice. This left Hao Dagon somewhat stunned, almost recalling certain moments that had happened while trying on clothes. Fortunately, Shin-nana's next words pulled him back. "Of course I'm afraid. I've been best friends with Meng for many years. It wouldn't be good if this caused any unpleasantness. So, I hope you can be more understanding, brother, and help me cover up when needed. This way, I can also help you relieve some fatigue when necessary." Perhaps due to being unaccustomed to the spiciness of the lamp, Shin-nana's voice unexpectedly became a bit hoarse. However, Hao Dagon didn't mind and looked at her with suspicion. "Wait a minute, Shin-nana, based on your proficiency just now, why do I feel like you're a habitual offender? Otherwise, how could it be?" Before Hao Dagon could finish his sentence, Shin-nana suddenly shrank under the table as if startled. This action left Hao Dagon momentarily speechless. No way? Could this woman be? Hey, what are you doing? I'm really not that kind of person. At least not in public. Realizing what was happening, Hao Dagon quickly tapped the table and quietly reminded Shin-nana. To his surprise, even with his urging, she remained still. Just when Hao Dagon thought she might really be going crazy, his phone, which he had left on the table, lit up. He looked closely and saw it was a message from Shin-nana. Brother, please help me and don't make a sound. I'll explain later." Hao Dagon was taken aback at first, then quickly understood. It was clear that this girl had run into someone she knew. And it was someone who knew both her and Wu Meng. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting like this. Understanding this, Hao Dagon didn't hesitate and turned to scan the area where Shin-nana had previously been looking. He wanted to see who could make her so nervous. Before long, a pair of elegant beauties chatting in a corner not far away caught Hao Dagon's attention. His intuition told him that Shin-nana's current behavior was definitely related to these two. Not long after, under Hao Dagon's insistence, Shin-nana finally cautiously began to return to her original position. All right, those two are chatting away. They don't have time to pay attention to you, so stop being so paranoid." Looking at Shin-nana, who was still occasionally sneaking glances at a certain direction, Hao Dagon couldn't help but complain. However, Shin-nana did not let her guard down because of his words. It wasn't until she adjusted her seat, sat down next to Hao Dagon, and confirmed that his massive frame could block most of her figure that she let out a long sigh and said, somewhat nervously, "Brother, you don't know, that person is none other than my direct superior. If she sees me here at this time, she will definitely scold me a few times." Hao Dagon was somewhat baffled by this. He thought she had run into an acquaintance, but it turned out to be this. He then said, somewhat speechlessly, "Isn't it just a few scoldings? I thought it was a big deal. Isn't that quite normal in the workplace? Besides, if she really asks, I'm here, right?" As he spoke, Hao Dagon straightened up, patted his chest, and struck a domineering pose. Shin-nana was quite adept at seizing opportunities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have boarded this super express train with Hao Dagon even before her best friend, under the circumstances of having just met. So, before Hao Dagon's words had even settled, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him. Wow, brother, you're amazing. Nana really admires you then." Before Hao Dagon could react, a small stamp appeared on his face. To be honest, even if Hao Dagon was reluctant to admit it, he still wanted to sincerely say one thing. At this moment, he found Shin Nana much more pleasing to the eye than Su Yao, who had been with him for nearly 2 weeks. Could this be the charm of the legendary little green tea? This is really intoxicating. They had only met twice, and he was already a bit unable to hold back, wanting to keep her by his side every day. While Hao Dagon was lost in thought, Shin Nana suddenly leaned closer to him. In an instant, the two were pressed together like a couple in love. Just as Hao Dagon was about to ask what was going on, Shin Nana took the lead in rubbing his shoulder, indicating that someone was behind them. He turned slightly to look and discovered that, for some reason, the two elegant beauties who had been sitting in the corner had suddenly moved to a position only a few tables away from them. If he listened closely, Hao Dagon could even vaguely sense the content of their conversation. It seemed to be related to the stock market. Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon couldn't help but feel a bit curious. So, ignoring Shin Nana's various expressions beside him, he leaned back and perked up his ears to listen intently. Normally, at their current distance, it would be quite difficult to hear the conversation clearly. But somehow, as Hao Dagon's focus intensified, the originally faint sounds of their conversation gradually amplified in his ears. In just a few seconds, he actually managed to hear it clearly. A few minutes earlier, Lu Tingting had just taken a sip of Starbucks when her friend, who was fiddling with her face in the mirror, suddenly spoke up. Hey, Tingting, how's that stock I told you about last time? Did it make you a lot of money? Lu Tingting sighed when her friend brought it up, and she began to complain a bit irritably. Don't mention it, I overslept that day, and as a result, I lost out on hundreds of thousands. Otherwise, I wouldn't be buying this bag today. As she spoke, she pushed away the LV handbag she had just bought for over 100,000. It was clear that she was very dissatisfied with it. As for why she still bought it despite that, only she knew. Her friend, Sun Fu, seemed to be used to this and rolled her eyes, showing an expression of helplessness. Humph, who told you to be greedy for sleep? Such a good opportunity to make easy money was revealed to you, and you still didn't know how to cherish it. You totally deserve it. Lu Tingting, seeing this, was not willing to back down and directly shot her best friend a flirtatious eye roll. Yes, it's all my fault. I should slap myself. I should break my belly to apologize. That way, our Miss Sun can go shopping quietly all by herself. And without me, this little tail, bothering you, maybe a handsome guy will come to flirt with you, and then you'll conveniently find sweet love. Then you won't have to be lonely and cold every day, calling me over to help when you can't stand it anymore. Isn't that right, my dear Miss Sun Fu? Humph. Sun Fu, upon hearing this, didn't say a word, just huffed a couple of times, then shot a look at Lu Tingting, letting her figure it out herself. Lu Tingting didn't think much of it. The two had always had a great relationship, often helping each other out. So, after shaking her fist in a mock threat towards the air in front of her best friend, she intended to let the matter drop. However, Sun Fu, seeing her act like this, immediately put on a show, provokingly challenging her amidst the fist wind. What's up, Big Tingting, looking for trouble? Do you believe I'll bite you? Before she could finish her sentence, Sun Fu's cherry lips opened wide and came right at her. Fortunately, Lu Tingting seemed to be used to her best friend's sudden attacks, and just before Sun Fu could bite down, she quickly withdrew her delicate hand. Are you crazy, Sun Fu? You really went for it. And that saliva, how disgusting. As soon as her hand was pulled back, Lu Tingting immediately started to complain. Sun Fu, however, suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, glanced around, and upon seeing no one, immediately looked at Lu Tingting with a flirtatious gaze. Hey, Big Tingting, I have the latest contact list of the second generation of Star City, do you want it? Lu Tingting was taken aback at first, then immediately scolded her in a playful tone. Sun Fu, are you trying to kill me? I'm not short on money, why would I bother with those people? Sun Fu, hearing this, laughed even more. Not short on money? Big Tingting, that's where you're wrong. You can fool others with that, but how can you fool yourself? Don't think I don't know, you've had a falling out with your family recently, so the money they usually give you has decreased significantly. Otherwise, why would you be asking me for news every day to earn some pocket money? As she spoke, Sun Fu suddenly paused, then raised an eyebrow. Big Tingting, honestly confess, what exactly caused you to suddenly fall out with your family? Could it be because of a man? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Tingting immediately frowned and promptly gave her best friend a solid knock on the head. Man, what man are you talking about? I think you're the one who's thinking about men. If you're really thirsty, go find one at a club, don't act all flirty in front of me. However, her words did not stop Sun Fu's curiosity, instead, they only fueled it further. Before Lu Tingting's words had even settled, Sun Fu was already looking at her with a lovesick expression, trying to tempt her. Don't, Tingting, my feelings for you are one of a kind, how could they change because of those stinky men? If you're too shy to say it here, we can do it together tonight. As she spoke, Sun Fu's hand reached out, aiming straight for her best friend. Seeing this, Lu Tingting, the one involved, immediately showed a look of disgust. Then, like she was avoiding a plague, she grabbed a small bag from the table and moved to a spot several tables away from Sun Fu. Naturally, Sun Fu wouldn't let her off that easily and immediately followed her closely. Just as she was about to continue what they were doing, Lu Tingting warned her first. Sun Fu, if you keep this up, be careful of getting posted online. Saying this, Lu Tingting pointed around them. Unlike the position they were in earlier, the place where the two of them were sitting now had a wide view, allowing them to see almost every corner of the store. Naturally, many people could also see them. Moreover, both of them were stunningly beautiful with fair skin, which quickly attracted the attention of several beauty enthusiasts. It was easy to imagine that if anything were to happen between the two, they would undoubtedly become the center of attention right away, and as Lu Tingting said, it might even end up online thanks to some busybody. After all, enjoying the spectacle was in the nature of people from Xia country, not to mention the scandal of two wealthy beauties engaging in something unspeakable in public. Humph. Garlic, you fierce. Hearing this, Sun Fu glanced around and noticed that quite a few people were secretly watching them, prompting her to immediately abandon the idea of making a move. She cherished her reputation and didn't want to be a spectacle for these ordinary folks. Lu Tingting, seeing this, immediately burst into laughter. She had intended to tease her timid friend, but then she seemed to see something else and suddenly changed the subject, leaning in to whisper to Sun Fu. By the way, Sun Fu, do you have any good news these days? I've been thinking of getting a new Porsche, but I'm worried about the money. Can you help me out a bit? Sun Fu didn't respond, just shot her a glare. Lu Tingting, however, was relentless, grabbing her friend's hand and acting cute. Don't be so stingy. At worst, I'll accompany you tonight, and that should settle it. It wasn't surprising for Lu Tingting to act this way. Sun Fu came from a financial family. Her grandfather had been in the financial circle of Star City since his generation. After 3 generations of accumulation, while they might not be famous in the larger circle, they were still quite recognizable in smaller circles. This was one of the reasons why Lu Tingting often got certain information ahead of others in the company. Seeing her friend like this, Sun Fu rolled her eyes even more dramatically. Lu Tingting, I've noticed you're quite dense. If you really want to know this kind of news, can't you just apologize to your family and casually ask them? Why are you here acting cute and trying to sell yourself to me? If someone didn't know better, they might think I'm some kind of female rogue, specifically targeting a beauty like you. The two of them had become close friends and often hung out together, and it was clear their family backgrounds were not too far apart. However, unlike Sun Fu, Lu Tingting's family was not involved in the financial circle but rather organized it. Her mother had been in this circle due to a job transfer a few years back. Although she was considered an outsider, her management skills were decent enough, so as long as Lu Tingting was willing, she could leverage her family connections to obtain quite a bit of information. Oh, that's different. Seeing her friend say this, Lu Tingting immediately began to complain helplessly. My mom said she wants to make progress, so I can't make such mistakes. Sun Fu. After a few seconds of silence, Sun Fu finally spoke up, somewhat annoyed. So it's fine for me to make mistakes? You should know that the information you heard before was all eavesdropped from my dad. One careless move, and I could end up in jail. Of course, she was just saying this casually. Everyone knew the real situation. Eavesdropping was just a way of turning a blind eye. Building a good relationship with the leader's daughters was the key. Lu Tingting was very clear about this. She shifted her body and sat next to Sun Fu, then leaned in close to whisper. Oh dear, Miss Sun, stop being so coy. One day, I'll have my mom. At this point, Lu Tingting suddenly fell silent, replacing her words with a series of winks. Sun Fu understood immediately, and her expression changed subtly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Without hesitation, she leaned closer to Lu Tingting's ear and began to whisper. Given the distance between the two and the volume of their conversation, it should have been impossible for anyone to overhear unless they were very close. Yet, inexplicably, just as they were deep in their whispered exchange, a man nearby, holding a JK girl, suddenly smiled. Tokyo Hot? Hee hee, that name is really interesting. Maybe I should keep an eye on it. As for the relationship between the two girls' parents discussed in their conversation, Hao Dagon had already formed a rough guess. It was simply a matter of mutual benefit. Such situations existed everywhere, and Hao Dagon was no longer surprised. After all, clear waters have no fish. However, he was quite interested in the stock they were discussing. Not to mention whether it would rise by then, just the name alone was worth paying attention to. Meanwhile, Shin Nana, who had been hiding in the shadows, was naturally unable to hear the conversation between Lu Tingting and the other girl. When she heard how Dagon suddenly mentioned those unusually familiar 3 words, her little face immediately turned red. After a while, she hesitantly looked up at how Dagon. Brother, actually, I have a bit of knowledge about this too. If you're interested. Later, 8 o'clock in the evening. Gaoka Community. Back door. How Dagon cautiously peeked inside the door, especially the bushes that were hard to see, which he focused on intently. After scanning a few more times and seeing that it was unlikely anyone was hiding inside, how Dagon finally let out a long sigh of relief. This is just ridiculous. I have to be careful of that little tigress lurking in the bushes just to go home. I'm really fed up. Just thinking about how he had been startled this morning when he was about to call a ride after taking the main entrance, only to be suddenly frightened by Su Ermeng jumping out from the nearby bushes, and ultimately ending up with a big bite mark on his arm. How Dagon still felt a lingering fear. That girl must be a reincarnation of a tough guy from her past life. Is it really necessary to hide in the bushes early in the morning over a trivial matter online? If someone didn't know better, they would think I had a deep-seated grudge against her. As he spoke, how Dagon recalled Shin Nana, who had just separated from him, constantly calling him brother. Both are cute types, but why is the difference so huge? One only knows how to solve problems with violence like a little tigress, while the other is so soft. That little cherry mouth is even more. At this point, he suddenly had a meaningful expression. After a while, he snapped back to reality. Forget it, I can't be easily charmed by that little green tea's tricks. Otherwise, it would be quite a burden. Especially this mouth. Before how Dagon could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a flash of white light in front of him, a strong beam shining directly at him. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Who the hell is it, turning on high beams at night? After a few seconds of adjusting, how Dagon could almost make out that someone was shining their car lights at him. So he didn't hold back, moving to a spot where the light wasn't so intense, and immediately shouted in the direction of the light. Are you crazy? It's late at night and you're shining lights at people. But for some reason, as he spoke, how Dagon suddenly stopped, and his voice grew quieter. It wasn't because the other party was driving a Porsche. It was because he recognized the rich woman in the car. It was none other than Bai Jia. Not long after, by the roadside, in the car, Bai Jia looked at how Dagon with a beaming smile. So, how is it, little calf? Isn't my car beautiful? How Dagon was about to affirm what he heard, but suddenly had a clever idea and intentionally retorted, it's okay, just an average level. This situation piqued Bai Jia's curiosity, and her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she asked, oh, it seems like you've experienced better? Come on, tell me, maybe I'll go buy an even better one soon. Women's competitive spirit can be quite inexplicable. In just a few words, Bai Jia had a different thought. Seeing her like this, how Dagon couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, he managed to control himself. After a moment of careful observation of Bai Jia's figure wrapped in a purple bodycon dress, he smiled gently and said, Sister Bai, I think it's better to forget it. Even if you want to buy that car, they might not want to sell it. I had to beg and muster all my courage just to get a chance to sit in it once. So, it's better not to force it. Otherwise, it will only lead to heartbreak. As he spoke, how Dagon's hand quietly reached out. Unfortunately, as soon as his hand crossed the gap between the driver and passenger seats, Bai Jia swiftly slapped it back with even greater speed. She even rewarded him with a big eye roll. What are you thinking, little calf? Be mindful of your boundaries. Did I ask you to touch me? Seeing him trying to reach out again, Bai Jia immediately punched his wandering hand. How Dagon just chuckled at this and felt a slight disappointment in his heart. Well, it seemed today would not be a day to reminisce about that night's taste. Bai Jia was sharp. How could she not see through how Dagon's little thoughts, especially since he had laid them bare? Knowing was one thing, but compatibility was another. Although she enjoyed the feeling from that day, Bai Jia understood that too much of a good thing could be detrimental. If she kept letting this little calf take advantage, there would come a day when she couldn't hold back. That would not align with her aspirations. Moreover, she had something important to attend to shortly, and in this brief half hour, she couldn't accomplish much. Rather than being caught in an awkward situation later, it was better to find another time. Of course, Bai Jia kept these thoughts to herself and wouldn't foolishly share them with the little man in front of her. That would be no different from walking into a trap. When dealing with a young sprout, one must always keep the rhythm in their own hands. Otherwise, it would be easy to turn the tables. So naturally, Bai Jia shifted the topic back to the original matter. Unbeknownst to her whether it was intentional or not, the ambiguous meaning in her words suddenly became more intense, almost with a hint of sourness. Little calf, so according to you, others' things are better than sisters'? If that's the case, what are you still doing here? Go sit with them, so you won't say later that I treated you poorly. Before she finished speaking, Bai Jia unlocked the car door. The implication was clear: if something else is better, then go stay there. Don't linger in her car. This sudden move left Hao Dagon a bit bewildered. Wait, what game was this woman playing? Why did it suddenly change like this? Could it be that she was really jealous? That was Hao Dagon's first reaction. But he quickly realized he was overthinking it. At that moment, the smile in Bai Jia's eyes didn't convey that meaning, it was more about teasing him. Seeing this, Hao Dagon understood. This woman was just like that night, deliberately provoking him. So without hesitation, he tightened his seatbelt and signaled Bai Jia to start the car immediately. Just kidding. It was not easy to get up here. How could he possibly get out of the car so simply? That would be foolish. Women, always speak in irony. When they tell you to get out, it really means don't get out. Just like that night. And when Bai Jia saw how Hao Dagon was acting, she immediately burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Ha ha, little calf. What are you trying to do? Are you hoping to go out with your sister? Hao Dagon had a look that suggested it was only natural. Of course, Bai Jia, you're so beautiful. I'm afraid it's not safe to go out alone. As he spoke, Hao Dagon reached out his hand toward Bai Jia again. He indicated that such a small matter as fastening the seatbelt didn't require her to do it herself. He could take care of it. Bai Jia, however, was not going to oblige him. After all, she wasn't stupid. This little calf's pretense of wanting to fasten the seatbelt was just a cover for his ulterior motives. So, as soon as his hand crossed the line, it was swatted away again. However, this time, she seemed to have misjudged his intentions. The slap was effective, but the place where it landed was rather intriguing. Finally realizing something was off, Bai Jia immediately showed a dangerous expression. You little rascal, what are you trying to do? Almost an hour later. Rose Garden Community. South Gate. A Porsche slowly came to a stop. At the same time it halted, a beautiful woman in a purple cheapao, with 10 centimeters high heels and exquisitely done makeup, hurriedly approached the car from the owner's lounge, holding a small bag. Bang bang bang! She knocked on the car window with her delicate hand, clearly dissatisfied, before pulling open the car door and stepping into the passenger seat with her long legs. Meanwhile, she continued to complain. Bai Jia, my dear Miss Bai, the beautiful Bai, sister Bai, do you have any sense of time? What time is it? You just got here, and the party is about to start. If we go now, the food will probably be cold. As she spoke, the woman took out a makeup mirror from her small bag and began to check her face inch by inch. Sigh, I've been in that lounge for so long, I don't even know if my makeup is still intact. I spent 2,000 on this. If it's ruined, that would be a huge loss. After the long string of complaints from the beautiful woman, Bai Jia finally managed to interject. Of course, her tone was far from polite. Xiao Ya, I don't usually see you being so punctual. What, just because I'm a little late today, you start complaining? If you're in such a hurry, why don't you drive yourself instead of waiting for me to pick you up? Every day, you're just full of issues. No wonder your ex-husband died so early. If you ask me, he must have been driven to death by you. As she spoke, Bai Jia seemed to catch sight of something and rolled down the window beside her. Meanwhile, the meticulous Choya, focused on her mirror, didn't notice this and saw Bai Jia attacking her deceased husband again. She immediately pretended to retort. Humph, as if only my husband died. You're not exactly. At least I had a couple of carefree years with that deadbeat, but you, Bai Jia, if I remember correctly, your husband kicked the bucket not long after you two got married. And he even left you a little tail behind. To put it bluntly, you've had it much worse than I have. As she spoke, Choya suddenly paused, glancing at Bai Jia with a flirtatious look. Then she continued meaningfully. Of course, times have changed. Recently, you've got some fresh grass. You must be living much more comfortably than I am. Not to mention, your skin looks a lot fairer than it did a while ago. It seems, you've been nourishing yourself quite well these days. Bai Jia fell silent at her friend Xiaoya's words, nearly shooting her a glance. After checking the time and recalling her earlier feelings, she suddenly felt less inclined to go to the appointment. So she suggested, hey Xiaoya, I think we won't make it in time, so why don't we just skip it? They just want us to go there to coax us into investing some money. Rather than throwing our money away, we might as well go out and have some fun another day, don't you think? Before she could finish, Xiaoya, who was sitting in the passenger seat and touching up her makeup, protested, hey, Bai Jia, what do you mean by that? It's one thing to be late, but you actually want to bail on us. I'm telling you, if you do this, Gaoi will be furious with you. She worked hard to organize this event, and you, as her best friend, aren't even willing to support her. Hearing this, Bai Jia hesitated for a moment. The reason they were all dressed up and out so late was simply to attend a small investment presentation organized by their other good friend, Gaoi. It was meant to be a show of support, with a hint of obligation. The three of them had known each other for years. Although they often teased each other, their friendship was relatively stable. If she abruptly decided not to go, Gaoi might actually get upset with her. If she found out the real reason behind Bai Jia's decision, it could even cause a rift in their friendship, something Bai Jia did not want to see. At least for her right now, the importance of Gao Zhen in her heart was far less than that of her friends. So, after a brief hesitation, she made her decision. She turned to her friend Xiaoya in the passenger seat with a slightly annoyed look. Alright then, let's go and play the role of the supporters. But Xiaoya, I must remind you in advance, we can support Gao Yi's venture with a few 100,000, but we absolutely must not go overboard. My gut tells me that none of those guys she's collaborating with have good intentions. Xiaoya didn't argue but pouted, wanting to say something but ultimately holding back. After a mysterious sigh, she reached for the seatbelt to buckle up. It seemed she was ready for Bai Jia to start driving. Just as she moved, her nose suddenly twitched, as if sensing something was off. After sniffing around a few times, she quickly focused on the seatbelt in front of her. Just as she was about to investigate further, Bai Jia, who had been observing her friend, suddenly spoke up. Alright, stop sniffing around. What else could be in this car besides the scent of your perfume? Are you expecting a man's scent? If there is, it's definitely because you're being flirtatious. As she spoke, Bai Jia pressed down hard on the gas pedal. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Gao Zhen finally returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The house was completely dark. No way? Is that rascal monkey not home? That's not like him at all. Despite his thoughts, Gao Zhen didn't stop moving. He reached out to turn on the hallway light, closed the door, and walked inside. Of course, if anyone had seen him at the entrance of the community earlier, they would have been surprised to notice there was a hint of red on his lips and neck, more than before. Though the color wasn't deep, it was quite noticeable. Especially in certain areas, there were even some signs of it. It was simply unbelievable. Once home, Gao Zhen didn't immediately look for a comfortable spot to lounge like he usually did. Instead, he headed straight to the bathroom, turned on the light, and walked over to the mirror. Then, he pulled down the fabric from his shoulder. Above, there was a row of marks. Well, the rich woman is indeed not easy to deal with. I was a bit proactive for a while, and then I got greeted like this. After touching the marks above and confirming there was no problem, Hao Dagon didn't pay much attention to it. He turned on the hot water, bowed his head to wash his face, and after rinsing away what belonged to someone else, he sat down on the sofa in a comfortable position as usual. Hiss. So comfortable. Stretching his body, the soreness that had been lingering around his waist dissipated completely, and Hao Dagon took out his phone and began to lounge. Earlier in the car, while talking about life with Bai Jia and discussing the issue of human continuation, my phone kept buzzing. I wonder who was so blind to disturb me at that time. Now that I have some free time, I must give that person a good lesson. Do you know what it means to scare someone to death? If something really happens to that little kid, I won't be the only one regretting it. While speaking, Hao Dagon opened WeChat. Then, he was a bit surprised. The one who sent me so many messages is actually this woman, Su Yao? That's quite strange. If I remember correctly, during this time, whenever I got off work, she basically didn't contact me. Could it be that this woman suddenly changed her nature? Or perhaps, she thought about it? Just as he was puzzled, Hao Dagon clicked into the chat box with her and chose to read from the beginning. As he read, he couldn't help but laugh. TSK, this Su Yao is really virtuous. Not only did she remind me not to forget about meeting the parents tomorrow, but she also specifically gave me outfit suggestions. With this attitude, it's as if this matter is real. As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly frowned, thinking of a question that wasn't really a question. Wait, I won't be secretly tricked by this woman, will I? On the surface, she says it's fake, but behind the scenes, she has already communicated well with her family, and then she pulls a hard stayover. Otherwise, why would this woman make it so formal, even asking me if I have suitable clothes, or if she would go buy them for me overnight? The more he thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was increasing. You see, even though he often spent time with Su Yao, he was always very cautious. But if it were in a different place, and it was this woman's home ground, then it would be hard to say. After a moment of thought, Hao Dagon decided to take precautions. He turned around and started looking for an umbrella in the house. I remember that monkey saved quite a few during the promotion, and it's only been a little over a year, so it should be enough, right? Saying this, he dove into Ho Liangping's bedroom. Around the same time, Rose Appointment Community. Zhao Linger was suffering from the torment of her best friend, Su Yao. Hey, Zhao Linger, what do you think of this outfit? Does it match my temperament? And this outfit and this one, I just tried them on and thought they were okay, but I feel like there's something a bit off. Always feels uncomfortable all over? In the small room, Su Yao exposed her long legs, flitting around like a lark. And on the large pink double bed, which could originally fit 2 people, was now filled with various outfit combinations. There were sweet styles, bird-like styles, mature styles, and even abstinent styles. If one looked closely, not only was the bed full, but even the small table beside it and the open wardrobe were filled with various color combinations. It was evident how much Su Yao valued certain things. However, unlike her enjoyment, Zhao Linger, who had originally planned to finish work early and invite her best friend Su Yao to have some fun, was having a tough time. A perfectly sleepless night, a happy Friday, was unexpectedly hijacked by my good friend, who forced me into the room to watch her personal fashion show for almost 3 hours. Unbelievable. So, after Su Yao asked her the same question for the umpteenth time, Zhao Linger finally exploded. Damn Su Yao. If you want to flirt, go find your man. What do you mean by dragging me into this? I'm done with this. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Linger went wild, grabbing a small pillow nearby and throwing it at Su Yao. Unfortunately, Zhao Linger's resistance seemed to have no effect. Even when the pillow hit her arm, Su Yao acted as if she hadn't seen it, frowning as she agonized over the 3 outfits in front of her. Which outfit should I wear tomorrow? The one in the middle is pretty, but is it a bit too revealing? That might upset that jerk. After all, his possessiveness is off the charts. The one on the right has a bit of a uniform vibe. Someone should really like that. But will my parents misunderstand if they see it? If that's the case, then it has to be the dress on the left. Although it doesn't highlight my perfect figure, it has a strong youthful vibe. Maybe with a beautiful makeup look, I could give that guy a feeling like he's seeing a white moonlight. Then at night, I can. As she spoke, Su Yao revealed a rather intoxicated smile. Clearly, she had some plans for tomorrow's meeting. And seeing her best friend ignore her like this, Zhao Linger instantly felt a bit furious. Su Yao, have you been completely enchanted by that man? You actually ignore me, your closest and dearest friend, who used to help you with everything. Before she could finish, Zhao Linger lunged at her. Today, I want to see what kind of spell that stinky man has cast on you, to make you change so much. About 10 seconds later, a gasp echoed in the room. Impossible? Absolutely impossible? How could anyone get to that level? Just after 10 o'clock. Gao Cook Community. In the bathroom, Hao Dagon inexplicably sneezed while washing. Shoo. Having gotten used to it, he immediately understood that someone was talking about him again. So he didn't think much of it, humming a cheerful tune as he washed leisurely. After about 10 minutes, he emerged from the bathroom wearing pink pajamas. Glancing around the room and noticing that Ho Liangping hadn't returned yet, Hao Dagon was a bit surprised. TSK, looks like that monkey has also gone bad, planning to stay out all night. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something and looked astonished. Wait, could that monkey be on a blind date? Otherwise, why would he suddenly pull this stunt? This is too. Just as Hao Dagon finished speaking, there was a commotion at the door. He focused his eyes and saw that it was Ho Liangping returning. Monkey, what's going on? Seeing him come back so late, looking gloomy, Hao Dagon asked in surprise. And as soon as he asked, Ho Liangping began to complain like a disgruntled man. What else could it be? A blind date. While speaking, he irritably kicked off his shoes and began to vent his frustrations to Hao Dagon. Why do these women always judge by appearances? Is it just because I've gained a bit of weight? Is that really necessary? If they have the guts, they should say it to my face. What's the point of gossiping behind my back? Serves you right for being 30 and still single, it's simply what you deserve. Seeing him like this, Hao Dagon immediately understood something. Because he had encountered similar situations before, it was just a matter of meeting bizarre people during blind dates. This matter wasn't particularly big or small. How one thinks about it really depends on their mindset. Clearly, at this moment, Ho Liangping's mindset was not particularly stable, otherwise, he wouldn't have come in cursing like that. With such a scene, combined with such a strange timing, it instantly made Hao Dagon a bit curious. They had already met unsuitable people, so why did this guy come back only to hurt each other to this extent? Didn't they usually just part ways after a few sentences that didn't click? Come on, monkey, what's going on? How did it get you, a ninja turtle, so riled up? Hao Dagon teased deliberately. Seeing him stoke the fire, Ho Liangping immediately became a bit irritable. What do you mean what's going on? A buddy who wouldn't even look at a woman with a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift just ran into me for 800 bucks. Can you believe it? How dagon. 10 minutes later. After venting, Ho Liangping suddenly became inexplicably serious. Hey, Lao Lu, do you have any other plans for the future? Having learned from past experiences, How Dagon instantly became alert. Monkey, even though we're brothers, you better think about what questions are appropriate and which ones aren't. If you bring up anything about that ex-girlfriend again, be careful, I might just hit you. And about you being cuckolded by your previous blind date, I could spread a few rumors too. Hearing this, Ho Liangping immediately swallowed his words and looked at Hao Dagon with a resentful gaze. It was obvious that if he hadn't received a warning beforehand, he would have definitely brought up something embarrassing. Seeing him like this, Hao Dagon didn't hold back and immediately showed a look of disdain. Monkey, it's not that I'm saying you. It's just 800 bucks, why are you so reluctant? If I encountered the kind of situation you mentioned, if I didn't spend 2,000 or 3,000 to cool off, I wouldn't be a man. As soon as these words came out, Ho Liangping's face instantly turned red. Wasn't he trying to calm down? It was clearly just that his financial situation didn't allow it. Of course, he was already aware of this in his heart but didn't dare to say it out loud. That would be incredibly embarrassing. So, after several attempts to speak but holding back, Ho Liangping immediately changed the subject. After all, a man's dignity should not be trampled on. Lao Lu, did you hear from that dog Chi Tongwei yesterday? Hao Dagon was clear about this. They were good brothers, joking around was fine. But if someone stubbornly poked at certain matters, even the best of relationships could run into problems. After all, human hearts aren't made of stone, they are flesh and blood. Over time, issues would inevitably arise. So, upon hearing Ho Liangping's deliberate change of topic, he immediately cooperated. No! What happened? Did something happen to him? As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly remembered the incident with Liang Lu coming to the door, and his previously relaxed brows immediately furrowed. Wait a minute, monkey, did that dog Chi Tongwei post anything on social media today? Don't tell me he really got caught up in something. Before he finished speaking, Ho Liangping took out his phone and started searching. Damn, don't tell me, I really didn't see any of his bragging posts today. I hope nothing really happened. Posting on social media to flaunt his extravagant lifestyle had become a habit for Chi Tongwei ever since his family got rich. He had been doing it for over a year. Although Hao Dagon and the others found it a bit distasteful, they had gotten used to it. If he suddenly stopped, that would be truly strange. As for why Ho Liangping could see through it so easily, it was naturally because that day, Hao Dagon had tried to contact Chi Tongwei and had roughly recounted the incident involving Liang Lu to see if he could find a way. Seeing that Ho Liangping had already started scrolling through his phone, Hao Dagon decided not to waste any more effort and leaned in closer. Although he still felt resentful about Chi Tongwei, that scoundrel, having money and often trying to take advantage of him, he knew that some matters were more important than personal grievances. When it came to personal safety, he was genuinely concerned. Who would have thought that before he could even focus on the screen, Ho Liangping suddenly burst out with a curse. Damn it! This is bad, Lao Lu, something really happened. That guy Chi Tongwei might have been replaced. Hearing the first part of the statement, Hao Dagon's heart tightened, contemplating whether he should call the police immediately. After all, judging by Liang Lu's demeanor that day, her current boyfriend didn't seem like a good person. But when he heard Ho Liangping's last sentence, he felt that something was off. What did it mean that he might have been replaced? This clearly hinted at something deeper. So, Hao Dagon didn't press Ho Liangping for details and snatched the phone from him to look for himself. Immediately, he was stunned. Because this guy had actually made an official announcement on social media. And it was about wanting to exclusively love one woman. Such a bizarre situation left Hao Dagon momentarily speechless. What's going on? Did this scumbag meet his match and was forced to reform? Before he could finish his sentence, Ho Liangping immediately objected. I don't believe it, there must be something wrong with this. No way, I have to call Chi Tongwei and ask him. If he really has reformed, then where am I going to go to mooch food and drinks? Saying this, Ho Liangping reached out to take back his phone. Hao Dagon didn't mind, allowing him to act. After all, he was curious about what had happened. But a detail he inadvertently caught from the official announcement photo on the screen, the pair of hands tightly clasped together, made his expression change dramatically. Because those marks, he seemed to have seen on Liang Lu's wrist. In an instant, an impossible thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Chi Tongwei had reconciled with that Liang Lu? And what about her current boyfriend? Just as Hao Dagon was in shock, Ho Liangping's call to Chi Tongwei was answered. However, the response was a woman's voice. Hello? Who are you? Why are you calling at this hour? I'm exhausted. After a rather lazy and tired voice appeared, the call was immediately hung up. It was clear that the woman on the other end was genuinely tired. This absurd scene instantly made both Hao Dagon and Ho Liangping, who had been worried about Chi Tongwei's safety, curse in unison. Damn! Scoundrel! Late dates are a pill on a woman. Not long after, the two returned to their respective rooms. As Hao Dagon lay down on his bed, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Psy people, if they don't court death, they won't die. That Chi Tongwei is practically dancing on the edge of a knife. Just announced his relationship with Liang Lu, and in the blink of an eye, he's with another girl. Unbelievable. I hope the next time I see him, he's still in one piece and doesn't end up like Chenggu. Hao Dagon wasn't particularly clear about what had happened between Lu Lu and Chi Tongwei that led to their sudden reconciliation, but one thing he understood very well: that Liang Lu was definitely not a normal person. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many scars on her wrist. Of course, if those scars were all fake, then Hao Dagon could only say that this woman was terrifying. After silently mourning for his former good buddy for a few seconds in his heart, Hao Dagon stopped thinking about all these irrelevant things. He silently opened his phone and began his nightlife. My phone has been vibrating non-stop in my pocket. I wonder who was messaging me. Since I'm not too sleepy yet, I might as well indulge a little. After muttering something nonsensical to himself, Hao Dagon picked up his phone to check. However, he was startled by what he saw. It wasn't just one person messaging him, but several. There were Su Yao, Shin Nana, Wu Mengmeng, and also Joe Jia, Su Shi. The most outrageous was that even Lu Yan was in on it. Is this girl throwing a party? Why are so many people suddenly messaging me? With so many people texting at once, I can't handle it. So, I can only pick the best ones to respond to. After mumbling a few words, Hao Dagon automatically ignored the messages from Wu Mengmeng and Joe Jia. As for Shin Nana's messages, he glanced at them briefly, replied with a casual and set them aside. There's a lyric that goes something like this: what you can't have is always stirring. Previously, Hao Dagon hadn't felt this way, but now he was experiencing it firsthand. In fact, he had originally planned to include Su Yao among those people, but for some reason, at the last moment, he hesitated and inexplicably changed his mind. TSK. It seems there's some truth to the saying that feelings develop over time. Otherwise, why would I feel this way? Saying this, Hao Dagon turned his attention to the chat window with Su Yao. Yao, your fate is 3000. Su Yao, hey, mister. Lu, which outfit do you think looks better on me tomorrow? Image. What Su Yao sent was not just simple outfit photos, but each piece was worn by her, taken in front of a mirror, and sent to Hao Dagon. So, visually, it was quite pleasing. How did I not notice this before? Su Yao can actually pull off so many styles. Looking at the completely different selfies, Hao Dagon couldn't help but stroke his chin. But if I had to say which photo is the best, it would belong to this JK version. After all, it gives off a great vibe and is very attractive. But this size seems a bit off. If she wore it out carelessly, it would only benefit certain people, letting them feast their eyes. Also, since this is meeting the parents, it definitely can't be like this. As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly paused, then thought of a good idea. That is, to have her wear this outfit in the office another day. Certain inappropriate thoughts flashed through his mind, and Hao Dagon's fingers began to move, quickly editing on the screen. In no time, he revealed a satisfied smile. Done. Now every day will be a surprise. I want to see when I'll lose my novelty for Su Yao with each outfit change. Men can be quite strange creatures at times. They maintain different emotions for all the many firsts they experience. And Su Yao, although not Hao Dagon's first woman, still, to be fair, he experienced many firsts with her. As for the specifics, that cannot be shared with outsiders. After handling Su Yao's messages, Hao Dagon did not linger in the chat interface. Instead, he continued into Su Shi's chat window. Of course, since the two had never met, there wouldn't be any other topics to discuss. The reason she messaged him was simply to take advantage of the weekend and arrange to meet Hao Dagon. It was also to clarify the misunderstanding from last time. Sunday afternoon? Well, the timing doesn't conflict with Su Yao. It's just that, it seems a bit awkward with another person. The other person that Hao Dagon was referring to was naturally Lu Yan. That's right. Lu Yan also wanted to arrange a meeting to apologize for accidentally bumping into Hao Dagon before, and the timing just happened to be set for Sunday afternoon. Looking at the two different women who had arranged to meet him at the same time, Hao Dagon suddenly felt a bit emotional. TSK. When a person is lucky, everything goes smoothly, even romance won't be slow to come. In the past, I couldn't see two female messages on WeChat, but now I'm suffering from choice paralysis. If possible, how Dagon naturally wanted to agree to both at the same time. To embrace both sides, that is one of a man's ultimate goals. Of course, how Dagon only thought about it. He wouldn't be foolish enough to actually do it. At least for now, his capabilities didn't allow for it. Thus, how Dagon found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Hiss. Now, who should I agree to first? Logically, since Sushi's message came first, I should agree to her. But somehow, there's a greater truth telling me that Lu Yen is the better choice. After all, she was only 3 minutes late. After a brief moment of hesitation, how Dagon made his decision. Alright, why think so much? The truth is the real truth. As he spoke, how Dagon began to edit on the screen. Not long after, upstairs, Sushi, just out of the bathroom, frowned. Because she noticed that her younger sister seemed to be up to no good behind her back again. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run back to her bedroom with a guilty look on her face as soon as she saw her come out. Sure enough, when she walked to the place where her sister had been, she was shocked to find that her phone had been tampered with. Seeing this, Sushi's expression changed immediately, because her phone held secrets. However, to keep her composure, Sushi didn't check her phone right away. Instead, she crossed her arms and shouted into her sister's room. Su Xiao, get out here. I'm counting down from 3, if you don't appear in my sight by then, you'll face the consequences. Before her words had even finished, Sushi immediately began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Perhaps because she was a bit anxious, Sushi counted particularly fast. So much so that Su Ermeng inside didn't even have time to react before the time was up. Seeing this situation, Su Ermeng, sensing something was off, hurriedly tried to salvage it. She hadn't even appeared in Sushi's sight yet, but her cowardly voice was already outside the door. Don't, good sister. I was just lost in thought, you can't give me no time to react. By the time the last sentence fell, a somewhat flustered Su Ermeng finally appeared in Sushi's sight. Seeing this, Sushi, who was already very familiar with her sister, immediately understood that if she hadn't shouted so quickly, her good sister would have definitely taken off her clothes and pretended to be asleep again. That's right. Others might not know, but Sushi had always been very clear. Her younger sister had a peculiar habit. That is, whenever she got into bed and covered herself with a blanket, she didn't like having anything on her body. The two sisters stared at each other for a while, and Sushi could no longer hold back. She strode over to her sister Su Ermeng and directly pinched her ear with her fair hand to start the punishment. Well, Su Xiao, you've grown up, huh? Your wings have hardened, huh? You actually dared to sneak a peek at my phone while I wasn't around. Speak! When did you memorize my lock screen password? And what did you do to my phone just now? I warn you, Su Xiao, if you confess honestly today, it will be fine. But if there's even half a lie, the consequences will be yours to bear. I believe Mom must be very curious about why her little darling suddenly bought some uniforms and has been taking selfies in front of the mirror all day. With every word Sushi spoke, Su Ermeng's expression grew more guilty. By the time her last sentence fell, she already looked like she was weakly pleading for mercy. Good sister, I really didn't mean to. Just let me off this once. If you want to blame someone, it can only be that stinky brother-in-law who happened to message me just when I saw it. So I couldn't help myself. With her sister's words, the tension in Sushi's heart eased a little. Just looking at WeChat was fine. If those things in the private album were discovered, Sushi would be. Hey, wait a minute? Stinky brother-in-law? Where did that come from? Just as Sushi, relieved, was about to give her sister a little warning, she suddenly realized something was off. Thus, her previously relaxed face suddenly stiffened. Su Xiao, can you explain to me what you mean by stinky brother-in-law? How come I, your older sister, don't know that I have a man? As she spoke, Sushi's grip on her sister's ear began to tighten slightly. It was clear she was warning her sister to think twice before speaking. This behavior immediately made Su Ermeng feel indignant inside. Stinky sister, deserved to be rejected for a date this weekend. With your violent tendencies, always bullying your sister, there's no way anyone would want you. Just wait. If I ever run into that blind brother-in-law, I will definitely reveal your true colors to him. Of course, Su Ermeng wasn't stupid. Keeping a secret list in her heart was one thing, putting on a sweet expression to deal with her sister was another. After a bit of imagination, Su Ermeng, without thinking, pretended to stand on the same side as her sister. My older sister is right. That stinky man actually doesn't want to accompany such a beautiful woman like you on the weekend, he totally deserves it. Sister, let's break up with him and find someone better. Before she could finish her sentence, thinking this would win her sister's forgiveness, Su Ermeng tried to cling to Sushi's arm and act cute. Who would have thought that as soon as she got close, she was met with a fierce twist. It made her cry out in pain. Ah 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 ah. Sister, I'm sorry. Around the same time, Xingcheng, Emerald Bay Community, Lu Ruyan's home. Lu Yan, who had just finished showering, was feeling troubled, because just now, she received an invitation message. The thought of spending so long alone with a male this weekend made Lu Yan feel a bit shy. Even though she was already 22 this year, she had never been on a one-on-one date with a male. Of course, it wasn't that no one had asked her out. It was just that due to her personality and family reasons, she had never agreed. As a result, many who had been turned down began to slander her in secret, saying she was actually a weirdo who secretly liked lilies. Just thinking about this made Lu Yan's face turn even redder. She even subconsciously looked down at the lace-trimmed pajamas she was wearing. Then, she started to let her imagination run wild. Could it be that what those people said before was true? Otherwise, why would I? In the bathroom just now. Or is it because of my cousin? People like her, who are very introverted, are like this, even though they often can't say much. Their thoughts are exceptionally active, even more than what most people think. Various thoughts would occasionally jump around in her mind. To put it more appropriately, Lu Yan felt that perhaps she wasn't really introverted, but rather belongs to that somewhat repressed type. Otherwise, at certain times, one wouldn't be so eager. After spending nearly a minute, Lu Yan finally managed to cast aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind and began to think about how to reply to Hao Dagon's message on the screen. She also pondered how to handle her first date that belonged to her this weekend. Just then, a pair of delicate hands unexpectedly reached out from behind her and directly covered Lu Yan's eyes. Cousin. Almost instinctively, Lu Yan let out an ambiguous murmur. Immediately, she heard Lu Ruyan's exceptionally satisfied voice from behind her. What's wrong, my little Yan? Why do you look so worried? You didn't even notice when I finished washing up and came out. Are you still worried about your sister? Upon hearing Lu Ruyan mention her sister, Lu Yan's heart warmed. She had just received a letter from her sister during the day. It said that because of Lu Jia's help, the family finally agreed to let her continue her studies. Although it was still only in that area, at least it gave Lu Yan a glimpse of hope. Because she had walked this path herself before. She had managed to come to the outside world on her own, and now with the help of someone behind her, she believed it would be easier. Thinking about this, Lu Yan began to look forward to the day she would reunite with her sister. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had clearly also noticed the content on Lu Yan's phone. After her jade-like eyes moved slightly, she leaned down and whispered in Lu Yan's ear. In no time, Lu Yan's face turned red. It was 11:30 at night. In the Gaoka community, Hao Dagon was having trouble sleeping. Originally, after replying to messages from Lu Yan and Su Shi, he had tossed his phone aside and lay down to sleep. Who would have thought that after tossing and turning for a while, he just couldn't calm his mind? He felt as if there was something important he hadn't done. After a while of this, unable to bear it any longer, Hao Dagon finally jumped out of bed. What the hell? Could it be that someone has put a curse on me? How else could I have done 1,000 push-ups during the day and still not be able to sleep? Just as Hao Dagon was puzzled, there was suddenly a commotion in the living room outside. Thinking that he couldn't sleep anyway, he decided to go out and see if Ho Liangping was watching a movie again late at night. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was startled by the scene before him. In the pitch-black living room, a large screen was emitting a dazzling light in the center, and on it, a disheveled woman in white was slowly crawling out of an ancient well, step by step, and lunging towards the screen. Watching Sadako in the dark at night? No way? I remember that monkey, isn't he quite timid? Just as Hao Dagon was about to sneak up from behind for a surprise attack, the further actions of Sadako on the screen made him unable to hold back a curse, because Sadako was being a bit indecent. As she walked, she started to take off her clothes. At that moment, Ho Liangping, who was focused on the screen, finally noticed the movement behind him. After a moment of surprise, he immediately called out to Hao Dagon. Come on, Lao Lu, come over and watch together. This is a movie my buddy spent $10 to find, called People Sadako. I heard it's really good, come take a look. While speaking, Ho Liangping even shifted his position, indicating for Hao Dagon to sit next to him. In the past, he wouldn't have needed to say anything. Hao Dagon would have definitely rushed over eagerly. But today was different. He was no longer that boy who relied solely on animation to satisfy his needs. He had become a mature man who practiced the belief that time is the test of truth. So, before Ho Liangping's words had even finished, Hao Dagon firmly refused. Come on, monkey. Maybe the ghost in the screen could be your mom. You actually said that. Unbelievable. Before he could finish his sentence, Ho Liangping immediately became indignant. What's wrong with age? Can age stop her from becoming an artist? Can age change how I feel about her? I only know that she makes me happy. Besides, my buddy recently discovered. It seems mature women have a certain charm. As he spoke, Ho Liangping suddenly threw a flirtatious glance at Hao Dagon. It made him break out in goosebumps. After giving his companion a disgusted look, he quickly grabbed what he wanted from the fridge and left without looking back. This behavior immediately prompted Ho Liangping to comment. That's just how it is. Why don't you take a look at the landlady? Almost 40 and still as beautiful as a rose, who wouldn't like that? Hao Dagon naturally didn't know what Ho Liangping said afterward. If he had heard it, he would have given a thumbs up and praised his insight. After all, he had truly seen how stunning that flower was. Back in his room, Hao Dagon didn't just lie down on the bed. Instead, he rarely pulled back the curtains and sat on the window seat to enjoy the night view. There are actually stars tonight? What luck! Due to the relatively developed heavy industry, the air quality in Star City wasn't particularly good. Especially at night, the sky was often shrouded in a thin layer of clouds. Without a strong wind, it was hard to see the night sky behind it. Unfortunately, Hao Dagon's literary skills weren't high. He had drunk most of a can of cola but couldn't come up with decent poetry. After a long pause, he finally recited a somewhat complete water melody. TSK TSK TSK, who would have thought? Just because I made a bet in class back then, I still remember this poem now. Indeed, the things that are easiest for a man to remember are those moments when he successfully showed off. As he joked, Hao Dagon seemed to recall that beautiful face that left a deep impression on him during his youthful days. Sigh. I wonder if we'll have the chance to meet again. Back then, you were the dream girl of so many boys. Even if it was only for a short time of just over half a month. In the past, Hao Dagon might have kept certain memories locked away in his heart, never to touch them again. But now, he felt that a man remains a boy at heart until death. If given the chance, some thoughts should still be realized. The world is so big, I wonder if we, master and disciple, will still. After saying this, Hao Dagon didn't continue to sit on the window seat. Instead, he downed the rest of his cola and got up to the computer desk. That's right, after a burst of inspiration from the soda, he finally remembered there was something he hadn't done. That is, the little rich woman. A minute later, game account logged in. Hao Dagon looked at the screen filled with messages and frowned. What's going on? Could it be another trick from the little rich woman? As he spoke, he clicked in. Immediately, Hao Dagon's face twitched, because the one sending him a lot of messages was none other than Su Ermang, who had bitten him at the entrance of the community that morning. Great! She's here to show off. After casually glancing at the unfamiliar messages she sent, Hao Dagon instantly understood her intention. Originally, Hao Dagon didn't plan to pay her any mind. After all, including the current account he saw, he had already blocked at least 7 or 8 of her accounts. Just thinking about that little tigress who suddenly jumped out from the bushes in the morning and scared him, and then showed off her little tiger teeth after biting someone, made Hao Dagon unable to resist typing in the chat box. What kind of good man fights with a woman? Go to hell. Little tigress, let you know the terror of offending an adult male. As he spoke, Hao Dagon sent the message. Then, he didn't pay attention to anything else and directly clicked into the chat interface with the little rich girl. Originally, Hao Dagon thought the other party was offline at that moment. But when he saw the gray avatar and the personal taunts from the ID named Battle Tyrannosaurus flashing on the game screen, he knew things might not be that simple. This little rich girl must have encountered something, otherwise, she wouldn't be so sneaky yet so bold. Sure enough, after browsing through the messages sent by the little rich girl, he gradually understood the gist of the situation. At 8 o'clock. Battle Tyrannosaurus, a little feezy, this dragon has finally woken up. Honestly confess, did you do something bad with this dragon's photo yesterday? At 8:30. Whoa little feezy, it's over. This dragon was caught by mom while recharging. She said if I keep spending money like this, she'll deduct my salary. 10 minutes later. The problem has been solved by this dragon. I sent this dragon amazing? Even a terrifying creature like mom could be handled in 10 minutes. 2 minutes later. Oh my gosh. This dragon has been schemed against by mom. She actually plays this game too. For all winky face finally, half an hour ago. It's all over. This dragon has been sanctioned by mom. She actually added her as a friend. Now I can't slack off and play games during work hours anymore. For all winky face. It's all your fault, little feezy. If you had shown up earlier, this dragon wouldn't have encountered such a situation. Go die, wait for this dragon's punishment. Is this putting the blame on me again? Looking at the last sentence on the screen, Hao Dagon felt a mix of emotions. He didn't know whether to be sad about his upcoming predicament or happy about at least having a compensation of tens of thousands afterward. However, before that, he was quite curious about another thing the little rich girl mentioned. Logically speaking, even if the little rich girl isn't 25 or 26 this year, she should at least be 23 or 24, but in this situation, her mom actually plays this game. Could it be a bit too strange? The game has only been out for about 10 years, could there really be a mother-daughter duo? Hey, that seems a bit off. Isn't that quite normal? I must be overthinking it. But, in a family like the little rich girls, it's still quite rare to have such a phenomenon of both mother and daughter playing the same game. After all, the age gap is there. Is it a coincidence, or is it intentional? While Hao Dagon was pondering, a pop-up suddenly appeared on the screen in front of him. You have been forcibly pitted against Battle Tyrannosaurus and will enter battle in 9 seconds. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was first taken aback, then the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. The little rich girl could notice he was online so quickly while bantering with others. That at least indicated that he still had a significant level of attention in her eyes. A few minutes later, 5 kills achieved. Money, gone. So, Hao Dagon was done with it. Wife, this process seems a bit off, did you forget something? Hao Dagon, who was somewhat used to the little rich lady throwing money around, hinted. Then, someone started to play dumb again. Still the kind that reads and replies randomly. Battle Tyrannosaurus, superscript 3, superscript 3, this dragon doesn't know what you're talking about, I'm going to sleep for beauty, or else I'll get caught by my mom and get spanked, / omega / / equals run fast. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned and didn't know how to respond. After all, he couldn't stop her from going to sleep. So, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to say goodnight. Just as he finished editing his message, he saw the little rich lady spending money to send a message and argue with someone, and from the looks of it, the battle was still fierce. This scene instantly made the corners of Hao Dagon's mouth twitch. Great! He almost got tricked by this little rich lady. Without thinking, Hao Dagon deleted the originally edited content and replaced it with a screenshot of the voice message and several big question marks. The little rich lady's straightforward admission that followed left him both amused and exasperated. Battle Tyrannosaurus, oh my gosh, this dragon got caught lying again, gotta run. For all winky face, after hesitating for a moment, Hao Dagon decided to be a bit dramatic and test out something he had discovered earlier. Wife, you can't run away, I've caught your long legs. Who would have thought that this one sentence would provoke the little rich lady to turn the tables? Ha ha ha. Little Feezy, I told you you had bad intentions. How dare you do this to this dragon's legs? Come clean, did you have trouble sleeping yesterday? Trouble sleeping? What does that mean? Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned, then realized this seemed like a life-threatening question. If he affirmed it, it would be equivalent to indirectly admitting to something unspeakable. If he denied it, the little rich lady would definitely hold a grudge. Don't ask why. If he didn't find those long legs appealing, it would definitely be seen as looking down on her. There was no way around it. Many times, women are just that difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Hao Dagon's mind was still quick enough. Since the little rich lady could read and reply randomly, why couldn't he? So, after a brief thought, he directly launched a counterattack. After a flick of his finger, several big characters were sent out. Star City International Financial Center? He believed that as long as the little rich lady was a normal person, she would react upon seeing these suddenly appearing words. At the very least, she would hesitate for a while not knowing how to respond. After all, this was the background from the photo she had sent earlier. Unfortunately, it seemed Hao Dagon had misjudged the little rich lady's ability to play dumb. Almost without hesitation, a new message appeared before his eyes. Hoo, little Feezy, is this your workplace? Sounds so high-end. I see, so you're a high-end corporate slave. Hao Dagon. After a moment of silence, he decided to let the facts speak for themselves. After slightly editing the photo the little rich lady had sent earlier, he sent it without hesitation. Image. Wife, an explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is a fact. Unless you admit that the person in the photo isn't you, otherwise you're living near the Star City International Financial Center, there's no escaping this. In fact, after discovering this earlier, Hao Dagon had also tried to use the iconic buildings in the image to determine the little rich lady's location. But when he arrived, he realized that the difficulty was quite significant. Over there were tall buildings and densely packed elevator apartments. Even if he finally pinpointed a rough location, he couldn't accurately locate it. After all, he wasn't a professional and couldn't distinguish specific places just by sight. How about paying someone to solve the problem? I heard there are quite a few people who specialize in this. It's just that I don't know if this is legal or not, considering its personal privacy. Hao Dagon mumbled, but the little rich woman on the other end replied again. However, the content was indeed shocking enough to drop Hao Dagon's jaw. Ho ho ho! Little Feezy, you're getting cocky. How dare you talk to me like that? How could it not be my legs? It's just a background, I can change it whenever I want. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Perhaps because Hao Dagon's actions had angered the little rich woman, she sent a series of about 10 photos. Each one had the same watermark and style of legs, but the backgrounds were all different. Some were by the seaside, some in the desert, and the most outrageous one was in midair, which left Hao Dagon both amused and exasperated. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but understand that these images were all synthesized by the little rich woman using software. As for how she managed to do it so quickly, he had no idea. Alright, since she doesn't want to admit it, I guess asking more won't help. After all, the little rich woman's financial power is not something I can compare to at this moment. Of course, he said that, but Hao Dagon secretly took note of it. Right now, he had hidden hints. Even if his wealth wasn't as good as hers at the moment, given time, who knows who would be stronger or weaker? Wealth has a way of snowballing. The greater the initial difficulty, the easier it becomes later. Especially for someone like him, who seemed to have opened his third eye. Just wait, little rich woman. In less than half a year, I'll definitely give you a big surprise. With that, Hao Dagon flashed a charming smile. Perhaps sensing his certain wicked thought, the little rich woman sent another message. Hoo, little Feezy, why did I feel a chill behind me when I was just picking my nose? Come clean, was it you? Seeing this, Hao Dagon was clearly taken aback for a moment, then he muttered in disbelief. Isn't it true that women's sixth sense is this terrifying now? I just had a thought, and she felt it? That said, Hao Dagon didn't stop his actions. After a moment of thought, he immediately admitted it. Wifey, you really are something, to see right through my thoughts about you like a flowing river. That's right. He admitted it. A real man, thinking about things he should do with his wife, is there anything wrong with that? Even if it's online, it's perfectly reasonable. Besides, making money isn't shabby. At worst, whatever content he thinks of now, he can have the little rich woman materialize it later. The little rich woman clearly didn't expect Hao Dagon to admit it so generously. She directly sent a bunch of things that Hao Dagon couldn't understand. Du grosser perverser, see mal, wie ich dich bestrafe. What is this? It doesn't look like English, and it definitely can't be Japanese. After staring at the screen for about 10 seconds, Hao Dagon finally remembered that there was something called Baidu. So he moved his fingers and copied and pasted it. Then, he was dumbfounded. Because I couldn't find anything at all. Fortunately, Hao Dagon wasn't foolish. After carefully studying the various search results, he finally understood which language the little rich woman had sent. Tisk, German. It seems very likely that the little rich woman has studied abroad, otherwise, why would she specifically use such a relatively obscure language? Of course, this could also just be my personal opinion. After all, with such a vast country like Xia, there are quite a few people who choose this major during their university years. As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly remembered something. That was, during his university days, there was a famous beauty in his department, a girl named Xia Yu, who seemed to have suddenly chosen to study abroad in her sophomore year, and her destination was also Germany. Could there be some kind of magic in that place? Otherwise, why is everyone so interested in it? Maybe I should go take a look someday if I get the chance? While Hao Dagon was mumbling to himself, the little rich woman suddenly wanted to run away. Hoo, little Feezy, this dragon is about to slip away. Otherwise, my mother is going to log on and catch me. Having learned from the previous experience of the little rich woman arguing with someone while being invisible, Hao Dagon naturally didn't believe her so easily. So without hesitation, he immediately became suspicious. Wife, is this true? Why do I feel like you're trying to frame me again? Perhaps it was because she hadn't logged off yet, or maybe the reality was just as Hao Dagon thought. The little rich woman actually replied in an instant. Ho! Little Feezy, you've gone too far, how dare you doubt this dragon's words? Because according to the normal rhythm, after this sentence, there should have been the expected husband-killing venting, and then Hao Dagon would receive more money from the little rich woman. But unexpectedly, the little rich woman suddenly changed her tone and sent Hao Dagon a message that left him utterly stunned. Oh no, little Feezy, this dragon might have to hide outside for a few days to avoid the storm. Just now, the old man told me that he has already approved most of the people I was going to hire. Equals hurry and run away. For all winky face, seeing this, Hao Dagon was clearly taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brows. He hadn't even asked why the little rich woman suddenly brought this up. Could it be that there was a deeper meaning? The next day, Saturday, the sky was clear and refreshing. It was a good time for sleeping in, but Hao Dagon couldn't feel happy at all, because just after 8 in the morning, he was awakened by a series of continuous phone rings. Looking out at the gradually rising bright sun and the flashing characters Su Yao on the screen, his face twitched. Is this person sick? Calling so early, it's simply disturbing my sweet dreams. Saying this, Hao Dagon hung up without hesitation. Then, without thinking, he directly switched to silent mode in Do Not Disturb, and then pulled the covers over his head and went back to sleep. At the same time, in the Rose appointment community, Su Yao, who had already put on beautiful makeup and dressed in the outfit that Hao Dagon had specified, looked at the phone screen that had been hung up in front of her, first stunned, then bit her lip, revealing an annoyed expression. This Lu, could it be that he doesn't keep his word? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy Su Yao felt, and she couldn't sit still. She had prepared for today for a long time, and last night she had almost lost sleep. No, I have to go find him, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Perhaps recalling some of Hao Dagon's previous bad intentions, Su Yao, who had already stepped out of the door, turned back at the last moment and casually picked up a newly arrived uniform. Finally, feeling a bit impatient, he set off to a place he had specifically checked earlier, stepping to the rhythm of D. Half an hour later, the door to Hao Dagon's bedroom was knocked on, making a loud sound. He hadn't fully woken from his beautiful dream when Ho Liangping's somewhat exasperated voice came from outside the door. Old Lu, stop sleeping. Your girlfriend came looking for you. At this, Hao Dagon, who was already half awake, was left speechless. He shouted towards the door, damn it, monkey, can you not act crazy so early in the morning? When did I get a girlfriend? Get lost. Don't disturb my sweet dreams. With that, Hao Dagon turned over in bed, intending to continue his rendezvous with the goddess of dreams. Just as he closed his eyes, Ho Liangping's voice, seemingly provoked and ready to curse, but then deliberately controlled, returned to his ears, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Damn! Hao Dagon, are you really that muddled from sleep? You even forgot you have a girlfriend. I warn you, if you keep this up, I might have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your sister-in-law. She dressed up beautifully early in the morning to find you, and you're still lazing in bed, saying such nonsense. I feel heartbroken for your sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon immediately frowned. What the hell is Monkey doing up so early? Why is he talking more and more strangely? He's even spouting artsy words like sister-in-law, which he clearly wouldn't say. Just as Hao Dagon was about to ask for clarification, Ho Liangping's familiar voice appeared again. However, this time it sounded overly gentle, as if it wasn't directed at him. Sister-in-law, don't worry, old Lu might have stayed up late last night working on company matters, so he's a bit dazed from being woken up. He usually upholds male virtue, he doesn't chat privately with women online, and he even takes the long way around when he sees those places in the village. Don't worry, he'll come out in a bit. When he does, you won't even need to say anything. I'll slap him a few times to teach him a lesson, so he'll remember and won't let this happen again. As these bizarre words fell, Ho Liangping's voice immediately rose several pitches, angrily shouting into the room. Hao Dagon, if you don't come out soon, don't blame me, your older brother, for teaching you a lesson on behalf of your sister-in-law. Before his words even faded, the phone that Hao Dagon had tossed on the bedside suddenly lit up. And there it was, a message from that rascal Ho Liangping. Old Lu, what's going on? If you don't come out soon, I can't keep this up. Also, you need to explain to me later how you hooked up with such a sweet-talking girl. You rascal, hiding it pretty deep. If it weren't for your sister suddenly showing up, I would have thought you were a single dog like me. Just as Hao Dagon was still trying to figure out how Ho Liangping managed to type so many words in such a short time, a voice that was both familiar and strange suddenly rang out from outside. Brother Ho, if Brother Lu hasn't slept enough, I can actually wait outside. At this, Hao Dagon was first stunned, then felt as if he had seen a ghost. Damn! Isn't that the voice of that woman, Su Yao? How did it suddenly get mixed up like this? And how did she know my home was here? Not long after, in the living room, Hao Dagon and Su Yao sat facing each other. Meanwhile, Ho Liangping, that guy, consciously hid at the bedroom door to peek. He called it creating a world for two for Hao Dagon. At least that's what he said on WeChat. Su Yao, on the other hand, clearly knew someone was watching her from behind, so she maintained her sweet demeanor. Every word she spoke was soft and gentle, and her actions exuded a delicate charm reminiscent of a Jiangnan woman, making one feel an urge to protect her. Originally, her behavior, combined with the sweet style of clothing she wore at that moment, posed no problem at all. It made one feel an overwhelming sense of masculinity, wishing to cherish her fiercely. But for some reason, Hao Dagon felt something was off, an indescribable discomfort. Especially when Su Yao sweetly asked him when they could set off together, that feeling piqued. So, disregarding whether Ho Liangping, that annoying big lightbulb, was watching, he commanded in a domineering manner, "Su Yao, if you feel uncomfortable staying here, just go downstairs and wait for me." Brother. At first, Su Yao didn't understand Hao Dagon's meaning and instinctively wanted to say she had no such thoughts. But she quickly realized that it was likely a response to the man in front of her being displeased with her not informing him before coming over. So she did it intentionally. Su Yao wasn't surprised by this. Instead, after grasping the point, she immediately smiled sweetly and replied, Yeah, will listen to everything brother says, whatever you say goes." For Su Yao, the purpose of this visit had been perfectly achieved, and she even gained unexpected rewards. Not only did she wake up a certain man, but she also confirmed that he really lived here. Most importantly, for the first time, she established a good first impression in front of the man's friend, who seemed to have a close relationship with him. This was a great start for some of her future plans and ideas. So, as soon as she finished speaking, Su Yao immediately stood up and slowly walked outside with small steps. Just as she reached the door, she seemed to remember something. She deliberately turned her head and gave Ho Liangping, who had been eavesdropping at the bedroom door, a sweet smile full of apology. Then, with a blissful expression, she left, one hand holding a small bag and the other carrying something. Throughout, there was not a hint of complaint or resistance. Such an absurd scene instantly shocked Ho Liangping. What was going on? When did Hao Dagon become so impressive? Not only did he have a sweet girlfriend with a mature figure without saying a word, but this girl also obeyed him. If it had been any other girl, she would have exploded at being treated like that. Could it be that Hao Dagon secretly used illegal means to coerce her? Otherwise, how could it be like this? It was simply beyond reason. Thinking of this, Ho Liangping didn't care whether Su Yao got on the elevator outside. After seeing her figure disappear from view, he immediately looked at his friend with a questioning gaze. "Old Lu, I think you need to explain what's going on here. Otherwise, I might just call the police." Hao Dagon, however, looked indifferent, even casting a contemptuous glance at his friend. "Then go ahead and call the police. When the uncle comes, I'll just say you're overly jealous, leading to a mental breakdown. At that time, it would be just right for them to help me send you to a mental hospital, saving me some trouble." After saying this, Hao Dagon yawned and was about to return to the bedroom. He planned to take a short nap, around 20 to 30 minutes. It was also a small lesson for that woman, Su Yao. And it seemed Ho Liangping saw through Hao Dagon's thoughts and immediately began to steer his elbows outward. "Damn! Old Lu! You brat! Not only are you cruel to your brother, but you actually plan to treat such a lovely sister-in-law like that. This is simply intolerable. I can endure a lot, but my conscience cannot. No way, I have to reveal your true colors to my sister-in-law right now, or else such a good girl will be ruined by you." Hearing this, Hao Dagon remained silent, just watching quietly. After a while, it was Ho Liangping, the person involved, who couldn't hold back any longer. "Wait, old Lu. Your buddies are saying that. Why didn't you stop me? You should know, with your glorious history, if the girl finds out, she might just kick you out." Seeing him say this, Hao Dagon wanted to poke fun at this guy for always being tongue-tied in front of pretty girls. But in the end, he felt it wasn't quite appropriate. It felt a bit like biting the hand that feeds you. After all, this guy had just gone to great lengths to cover for him. Although it wasn't necessary, Hao Dagon felt he should show some gratitude. So, after a moment of thought, Hao Dagon decided to give Ho Liangping an answer in a more manly way. "Monkey, there's something you might not know." Hao Dagon suddenly raised his hand, patting Ho Liangping's shoulder with a serious expression. This strange behavior left Ho Liangping completely confused. "What? Old Lu, what are you up to now? Are you hiding something from your buddies?" Hao Dagon nodded seriously in response. Then, he hinted, "Recently, my buddy's hard power is unfathomable, so, you know what I mean. She can't live without me." At first, Ho Liangping didn't understand what was going on, but when Hao Dagon flexed his muscles and shifted his gaze, he immediately got it. Then, the entire room was filled with his exclamations of disbelief. Downstairs in the community, Su Yao was known as the good baby, especially in front of Hao Dagon. So, when he said to wait downstairs, she did just that. Of course, Su Yao wasn't the type to be rigid. She knew how to enjoy herself. When she reached the entrance, she naturally found a spot with a good view, where she could see if Hao Dagon had come down from the pavilion. Phew! Good thing that guy named Lu is quick to send people away, otherwise, the overwhelming masculinity in that room would really test a person. Seeing that no one was around and knowing Hao Dagon couldn't hear her, Su Yao immediately returned to her usual self. Instantly, her demeanor changed, and every gesture exuded a mature charm. I wonder how long that guy named Lou will take to come down. Half an hour? Or maybe an hour? No, that's our women's waiting time. Guys seem to be pretty quick. I guess it should be resolved in a few minutes. As she spoke, Suyao recalled the look Hao Dagon had given her before leaving and shook her head in denial. Impossible, that guy named Lou will probably deliberately drag it out since I came unannounced. Forget it, waiting a bit longer is fine, after all, it's still early. Talking to herself, Suyao took out her phone and impatiently replied to her mom's messages. Hey, it's only been a few hours, and she's already urging me. Mom is really something, is she that anxious? In fact, Suyao had always known that even though she had pushed Hao Dagon out as a shield, her parents had not given up on their previous ideas. As for why this was the case, it was all because of that damned iron rice bowl. I just don't understand why I have to find someone in the system, dealing with a stuffy man who talks in officialese every day. Don't they find that boring? I think, when looking for a man, you should naturally find someone who knows a lot, enjoys life, is full of energy at all times, and can continuously understand you better. For example, as she spoke, Suyao suddenly paused, then continued her words. After casually brushing off her mother with a few perfunctory sentences, she ignored the messages popping up on her phone and instead turned her beautiful eyes to the community in front of her. The environment is okay, but there are a bit too many buildings. It doesn't quite have the layout of a high-end community. I haven't seen many pretty faces coming and going, so that's somewhat safe. As she looked around, Suyao suddenly recalled some images she had seen in the house earlier. If I'm not mistaken, that guy with the surname Lu seems to be sharing a place with two others. That's not good. If I plan to come over in the future, won't it be inconvenient? Or should I let him come to my place? After all, my bed is. At this point, Suyao's face suddenly turned bright red, and she shyly touched her own face. What the hell? Suyao, what on earth are you thinking? Why are you even considering living together with him? How shameless. With that bad guy's thoughts and abilities, you'd probably be. As Suyao continued to ramble on, her thoughts became increasingly absurd, and she seemed unable to withstand the images swirling in her mind, starting to cover her ears and steal away. Covering her mouth and closing her eyes, she began to let herself go and enjoy the moment. Just then, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out not far in front of her, instantly pulling Suyao back to reality. Are you Suyao? Hey, how come you're here? Did you move to this community too? At first, Suyao was a bit confused, not knowing who was calling her, but the voice sounded somewhat familiar. When she finally managed to break free from her chaotic thoughts, she was startled by the person gradually entering her line of sight. Su-shi, when did you come back to Star City? No, wait. How are you in this community too? Realizing she hadn't mistaken the person, Sushi, dressed in tight sportswear with a slight sheen of sweat on her face, immediately broke into a bright smile. Suyao, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things and had mistaken you for someone else. I stared for quite a while before daring to speak. Facing Sushi's enthusiasm, Suyao didn't hesitate and directly showed her attitude through action. She stood up and actively embraced Sushi for a while, celebrating this unexpected reunion before letting go and teasing her while looking at her. We haven't seen each other in years, and our Su beauty has become even more beautiful, especially this figure. I can't imagine how many men's hearts you'll stir. She and Sushi were college classmates, but not in the usual sense. They attended the same university but were in different departments. They got to know each other by participating in the school's modeling association together and even won awards in competitions. During that time, they got along quite well, which is why this joyful reunion felt so special. Of course, after graduation, they had never been in touch. At most, they exchanged likes on social media or a few occasional compliments. However, this didn't prevent Suyao and Sushi from greeting each other with warmth, like good friends reuniting. After all, the bond between women is exceptionally pure. As long as there are no conflicting interests, anyone can be a good friend. So, before Suyao's teasing words had even settled, Sushi's fiery response came rushing back. Hey, Su Beauty, are you deliberately teasing me? You say I'm beautiful and have a good figure. If I didn't see clearly with my own eyes, I might have believed you. Honestly, compared to you, my changes are practically non-existent. Look at you, not only are you beautiful with a sweet voice and great curves, but your skin is also incredibly supple. And if I'm not mistaken, everything you're wearing is high-end brand stuff. Women love to bask in the pleasure of being praised and admired. So, before Sushi finished speaking, the enthusiasm in Suyao's eyes increased a few notches. She immediately took over the conversation and began the mutual flattery. Just like that, a few minutes passed. Their relationship successfully elevated to the level of good friends. As for how long this state would last, only Su Yao and Su Shi knew. Fortunately, both sides still had a bit of rationality. After the normal complimenting process was completed, the conversation finally returned to reality. Hey, Su Yao, you still haven't answered my earlier question. Did you come here by chance, or have you moved into this neighborhood? If it's the latter, I won't be so lonely anymore. Despite Su Shi returning home to a lively atmosphere every day thanks to her younger sister Su Ermeng, she had actually felt quite lonely before her sister arrived. Every day was just work and then lying alone on the sofa watching dramas. After that, there was no other social interaction. Besides the occasional interaction with her landlord, Sister Bai, she hadn't even gotten to know all the neighbors on her floor. Many times, Su Shi still felt quite lonely. Of course, this doesn't mean Su Shi didn't have any close friends. It's just that with such a big city like Xinjiang, and everyone being so busy with work now, it was really hard to gather together. Not to mention that everyone was getting older and gradually finding their significant others. Such opportunities were even rarer. That's why she felt a bit excited when she saw Su Yao. Unfortunately, Su Shi's wish was destined to be unfulfilled. With Su Yao's current spending habits, unless Hao Dagan lived here, she would never have entered a neighborhood like Gaoka. It's not that the neighborhood was too shabby. It's just that she had always viewed herself through the lens of a city woman and believed that only exquisitely decorated apartments matched her temperament. So, she hadn't lived in a neighborhood since graduating. Thus, after Su Shi asked her question, Su Yao looked at her with a regretful expression and said, "You might be disappointed, Su Shi. I'm here because I have something to do." "Oh, I see." After hearing this, Su Shi clearly felt a bit down. After all, it was hard to run into an acquaintance in the neighborhood, and she thought she might have a companion in the future, but now it seemed that would be impossible. Fortunately, Su Shi's ability to adjust herself was quite strong, and within a few seconds, she found another intriguing point. As soon as the previous words fell, she suddenly revealed a gossiping look. "Su Yao, don't tell me you're sitting downstairs in the neighborhood in the morning waiting for a boyfriend. That doesn't seem like your style at all." "Huh? Is it that obvious?" Su Yao didn't refute but looked at Su Shi in surprise. Seeing her like this, Su Shi immediately laughed. Then what else could it be? Dressed in such sweet, girly clothes, with such an exquisitely done-up face, and wearing Chanel lipstick and perfume. That doesn't mean I'm waiting for a boyfriend. Can't I be waiting for a female friend? Su Yao retorted. Upon hearing this, Su Shi laughed even more. "Hey, Su Yao, don't forget, I'm a woman too. I know exactly what we're like. Who goes out early in the morning on a weekend when there's nothing to do? Isn't that worse than killing yourself? Sleeping in for a beauty sleep and waking up at noon is our norm, okay?" This time, Su Yao didn't say anything, just pursed her lips and giggled. Because what Su Shi said was truly her norm. Unable to sleep at night, struggling to wake up during the day, often opening her eyes to find it was already noon. Seeing Su Yao like this, Su Shi instantly solidified her thoughts. The slight regret she felt earlier about the other person not living here quickly faded. In her view, since the other person's boyfriend lived here, it couldn't be long before they moved in together. After all, the trend nowadays is essentially a trial marriage cohabitation. As long as a couple has been together for a while without any issues, 9 times out of 10, they end up living under the same roof. Thinking of this possibility, Su Shi's smile unconsciously grew wider. Of course, at this moment, what she cared about most was the person who could win over the one in front of her. Others might not know, but Su Shi, who had spent some time with Su Yao in college, was very clear about it. The other party had exceptionally high standards for a partner. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone through college without a boyfriend. So, it was quite surprising to learn that Su Yao now had a boyfriend. Since she had some free time, so she planned to take this rare opportunity to catch up with her and see what kind of person could make Su Yao so smitten. Just then, a little detail that had been left behind suddenly shouted out, "Sister, didn't you say you would come out for morning exercise this morning and then accompany me to play video games? What time is it now?" This scene instantly made Su Shi feel a bit awkward. Just as she was about to explain something to Su Yao, the latter, very understanding, spoke up. "Su Shi, how about we chat on WeChat next time?" Although running into a college friend she had a decent relationship with made Su Yao quite happy, she never forgot that she was waiting for someone, and that someone was a very important man to her now. So, upon hearing someone call Su Shi, she immediately offered a way out for her. After all, it was better for everyone this way. Well, okay, let's find another opportunity next time. In fact, Su Shi still wanted to ignore her little sister and continue chatting with Su Yao, hoping to catch a glimpse of that mysterious man. But since the person involved had said so, she felt it was inappropriate to insist further. That would be a bit too deliberate. So, after giving Su Yao an apologetic glance, she turned around, her expression hardening, ready to teach her little sister, who didn't understand social niceties, a good lesson. Such a subtle change was naturally noticed by Su Yao, but she didn't say anything, just quietly watched, her face betraying a hint of amusement. Having been an older sister herself, she knew all too well what it was like to have an annoying little sister. It was like having a mosquito that wouldn't die, buzzing around your ear all day long. Fortunately, Su Yao was lucky. That annoying little sister had gone abroad to study with their aunt early on. Now that she thought about it, she seemed to miss her a bit. Perhaps due to some nostalgia, Su Yao kept looking in Sushi's direction, occasionally showing a hint of a smile. Watching her stand there scolding her sister, then seeing Su Ermeng resisting, and finally watching Sushi suppressing her with a firm hand. Everything seemed so beautiful. Until, she saw Sushi twisting her sister's ear and entering the same building as Hao Dagon. Her expression instantly froze. Upon confirming that the unit Sushi entered was indeed the one she had just come out of, and seeing no signs of her coming out for a long time, Su Yao stood up directly. The look in her eyes became exceptionally vigilant. How could it be so coincidental? Sushi actually lives in the same unit as that Lu guy? Or could it be that they possibly live on the same floor? As soon as Su Yao thought of the possibility of this, her perception of Sushi changed. From being a good best friend, she instantly transformed into a potential rival, even an enemy. She had been getting to know Hao Dagon in the same office for nearly 2 weeks, so how could she not know what kind of man he was? A typical flirtatious character. And just now, Sushi, whether in figure or appearance, was only slightly inferior to her, Su Yao. If they were just living in the same neighborhood, that would be one thing. But this neighborhood, even if not particularly large, had at least a dozen buildings, making the chances of running into each other minuscule. However, if they were in the same unit, or even very likely on the same floor, Su Yao had no choice but to be on guard. For her, the fewer competitors, the better. Since she couldn't suppress that man with the surname Lu, she could only try to minimize potential enemies. And Sushi, along with her special combination with that sister of hers, made Su Yao feel like a thorn was stuck in her back. No way! I have to find a way to clarify this matter. Otherwise, it would be very detrimental to the plans ahead. Not to mention, if I remember correctly, this Sushi seems to have a very beautiful best friend. Back then, she could even overshadow everyone else. If that woman appears in the sight of the man with the surname Lu, that would be the real danger. As she spoke, Su Yao suddenly thought of something and immediately took out her phone to start editing. Not long after, room 1302. As soon as the sisters entered the room, Su Ermeng began to bounce and complain. "Sister, why are you like this, pinching my ear in public, making me lose face?" As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked off her shoes and jumped onto the sofa in a few moves. After checking her bare feet and finding no odor, she naturally picked up the remote control to turn on the air conditioning in the living room. The moment the cold air came out, she immediately squinted her eyes and showed a face of enjoyment. So luxurious. Just as Sushi was about to change her shoes, seeing her sister's complete lack of ladylike behavior, she immediately became annoyed. "Su Xiaoxiao, you actually know what face is? Then why didn't you know when you called me just now? I finally ran into an old acquaintance and wanted to catch up, and you rushed me. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that you are my only sister, I would have kicked you into the ditch." As she spoke, Sushi approached the sofa with a fierce demeanor. After glancing at her sister sprawled out without any decorum, she unceremoniously punched Su Ermeng's feet that were carelessly thrown about. This action immediately provoked Su Ermeng's protest. Sister, you can scold me, but why hit me? This is very unladylike behavior." Seeing her sister's counterattack, Sushi couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Not bad, Su Xiaoxiao, now you're getting smart, learning to imitate." Hearing this, Su Ermeng seemed to be greatly encouraged. Her eyes widened in an instant, revealing a small smug smile. Don't forget who my sister is, this is easy peasy." Seeing her sister getting carried away again, Sushi immediately reached out, ready to give her a few physical knocks. Just as she was about to act, her phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated continuously. Seeing this, Sushi had no choice but to temporarily set aside her previous thoughts and focused on checking her phone. Meanwhile, the already inflated Su Ermeng, seeing her sister suddenly like this, immediately leaned over with a curious expression. At the same time, her mouth began to blurt out words. Hey, sis, is it my good brother-in-law messaging?" Sushi, upon hearing this, immediately shot a fierce glare at her younger sister. "Brother-in-law, you big-headed ghost. Su Xiaoxiao, if you keep talking nonsense, be careful, I'll beat you to death today." As she spoke, Sushi opened WeChat. To her surprise, it was a message from Su Yao. Seeing this, her expression softened considerably. Just as she was browsing the content, Su Erming's fearless face leaned in again. After confirming who it was, she immediately curled her lips in disdain and began to complain. It's that stinky woman again. She looks like no good. Only you, sister, would believe others so easily. As soon as she said this, Sushi's face darkened. Su Xiao, are you itching for a beating today? Why are you trying to provoke me? Sister Suyao praised you for being cute when she first saw your photo, and you say that about her? She was genuinely a bit angry. In Sushi's view, her sister was purely acting out because the other person had a conversation with her, making her wait downstairs for a few minutes on purpose. This was not without precedent. The so-called forced sale incident involving the weapon that had come from her hands and had to be sold through her was a clear example. Her younger sister was somewhat self-centered. When Su Erming saw that her sister's expression was off, she immediately shrank back. Hiding in the corner of the sofa, clutching a SpongeBob pillow, she dared to weakly retort. Sister, this time it's really not what you think. Actually, my intuition tells me that woman doesn't seem like. Unexpectedly, before she could finish her sentence, her sister Sushi interrupted her, her tone laced with warning. Su Xiao, you really are something. Coming at me with your intuition again. How many times have you relied on your intuition? Has it ever been accurate? Enough, don't say anymore. If you keep this up, don't expect me to accompany you to play video games today. If I remember correctly, you're starting school in a few days. You should know whether you'll have time then. Humph, why study anything else when you have to study medicine? I think you're tired of living. Su Erming wanted to say something in response, but Sushi shot her a fierce glare, stopping her. She could only curl up in the corner, feeling wronged like a punching bag, and mutter reluctantly. Humph, stinky sister. Who says my intuition isn't reliable? If it weren't for my key and eye last time, you might have been deceived by that scumbag second-generation sweet talk. Sushi naturally heard her sister's words, but she couldn't be bothered to respond. She was clear about the specifics of the situation in her heart. What mattered most to her now was to get closer to Su Yao on the other end of the phone. That way, she could find an opportunity to move her over to this neighborhood. Then, after her sister left, she wouldn't have to keep guarding an empty house. Loneliness was a painful thing. Perhaps she should consider finding someone to keep her company? Not long after, downstairs, a teasing voice rang out. Yo, where did this big beauty come from? She seems a bit like an old acquaintance of mine. This sudden sound nearly scared Su Yao, who was chatting warmly with Su Shi, to death. Upon seeing who it was, she rolled her eyes repeatedly. Lu, are you trying to die? How can you walk without making a sound? Do you know that scaring people can actually kill them? Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon smirked and deliberately teased. Hey, beautiful, it seems you weren't talking to me like this just now. Weren't you sweetly calling me brother before? How did you turn into a Sichuan dragon all of a sudden? I warn you, keep this up, and you might not get married in the future. As they spoke, Hao Dagon moved his body and sat down right next to Su Yao. As for his hand, it appeared exactly where it was supposed to be, without any hesitation. Su Yao naturally felt someone's movement, but she didn't say anything. After all, whatever was meant to happen had happened, the other party could do as they pleased. Besides, the more this person with the surname Lu acted this way, the more it benefited her subsequent thoughts. After all, habits become second nature. It is said that it takes 21 days to form a habit. Who knows if that's true? This was a perfect opportunity to test it out. Of course, this didn't mean she would remain silent. Having spent so much time together, she was well aware of some of this man's little quirks. One of them was his fondness for contrasts. In short, he didn't oppose her actions but constantly resisted with his words. So, Su Yao raised her eyebrows and deliberately acted a bit annoyed. Brother, if you keep being so touchy with me, aren't you afraid that this Sichuanchongqing Tyrannosaurus will cling to you? You should know, just now you said I would never get married. As she spoke, Su Yao rolled her eyes, showing an extremely reluctant expression. And indeed, as she expected, after Su Yao reacted this way, Hao Dagon burst into laughter. So you mean, you want me to leave? Su Yao didn't respond but just huffed a few times, then intentionally leaned closer to Hao Dagon. Seeing this, the glint in Hao Dagon's eyes intensified. However, this time he didn't say anything. Instead, he took out his phone to check the time, then looked around the neighborhood. Such a strange action immediately puzzled Su Yao. Weren't they just playing a role-playing game? Why did he suddenly stop talking? After a little while, seeing that Hao Dagon was still like this, she couldn't help but ask, Hey, Lu, what are you doing? To her surprise, her question drew a teasing response. Manager, aren't you just playing dumb? As he spoke, Hao Dagon's eyes seemed to lock onto a specific spot. Playing dumb? At first, Su Yao didn't understand what he meant, but when she turned her gaze to where Hao Dagon was staring, she instantly lost her composure. "Lu, I warn you," in broad daylight. Before she could finish her sentence, she was uncontrollably pulled away. The direction they were heading seemed to be towards a park with lush trees right next to the neighborhood. 4 quarters later, nearby mall, Hao Dagon was having breakfast while Su Yao stood beside him, looking at him with a face full of resentment. "Manager, you've been here for a while, why don't you sit down?" After taking a sip of salty tofu pudding, Hao Dagon deliberately asked. Seeing him look over, Su Yao immediately turned her head away, acting as if she didn't want to talk to him. Noticing this, Hao Dagon didn't say anything, just struggled to suppress a laugh. Because he knew, this woman Su Yao couldn't sit still for long. As for why, ask the flowers and plants. After a while, perhaps feeling rested enough, Su Yao suddenly sat down opposite Hao Dagon. Seeing this, Hao Dagon, who was chewing on half a youtiao, was immediately surprised. "What's wrong, manager? Feeling better? Or else?" Before Hao Dagon could finish his sentence, he felt a weight on his foot. Looking down, he realized that Su Yao's high-heeled shoe had unknowingly stepped on his shoe tip. At the same time, he heard Su Yao's slightly annoyed voice. "Lu, don't go too far, we still have important matters to attend to today." "Is that so?" Seeing this, Hao Dagon didn't mind and continued eating his youtiao. After finishing everything in his hands, he continued, "I thought you had forgotten, otherwise, why were you pressing down on me just now?" Su Yao. This might not mean anything to others, but she understood. So for a moment, she was somewhat speechless. Fortunately, Hao Dagon was just joking and had no intention of dragging it out further. After finishing the last bite of tofu pudding, he deliberately glanced at the time, saw it was getting late, and looked at Su Yao with curiosity. "By the way, where do you live? Shouldn't we be heading over for lunch now?" "How about?" "Again? You actually know to ask this, that's really rare." Su Yao certainly wouldn't make things awkward for herself. After slightly moving the high heel pin away from Hao Dagon's foot, she rolled her eyes at him and replied somewhat irritably. They talked, but her hands didn't stop. She picked up her phone and started searching. As for the ambiguous second half of his sentence, she automatically ignored it. Hao Dagon smiled lightly at the sight. "Of course, after all, this is my first time meeting someone else's parents, I should take it to heart a bit." "Really? Why wouldn't I believe it?" Hearing this, Su Yao immediately looked up, revealing a suspicious expression. Hao Dagon didn't explain, just showed a look of believe it or not before sitting down next to Su Yao. At the same time, he took advantage of Su Yao's inattention and casually grabbed her phone. This action immediately drew a playful protest. "Hey, what are you doing? That's my phone." As she spoke, Su Yao reached out to snatch it back. Unfortunately, her movement was still a beat too slow, and Hao Dagon sidestepped. Su Yao, using too much force, almost fell to the ground, but fortunately, Hao Dagon's body blocked her, saving her from disaster. Even so, she accidentally bumped her elbow, letting out a series of pained sounds. Hao Dagon just watched quietly, then immediately showed a look that said, "You can't blame me." After a moment, thinking that might be a bit too much, he quickly returned to a concerned expression and asked, "Hey, are you okay? Can you get up by yourself?" Su Yao naturally didn't see the change in Hao Dagon's expression, so after finally managing to prop herself up, she immediately began to bicker with him, her face full of resentment. "Oomph, why do you care? If you're fine, try hitting your hand against it yourself." After saying that, perhaps feeling her words were a bit too harsh and that the man in front of her might get angry, she pouted and said, "You give me back my phone, and I'll be fine immediately." To be honest, at that moment, Su Yao was quite adorable, to the point that when she said this to Hao Dagon, he instinctively reached out to pinch her collagen-filled face. This sudden action left Su Yao stunned, her beautiful eyes staring blankly for a while before she somewhat belatedly pulled away. Then, she began to tease him with a hint of insincerity. "Lu, you wouldn't really have fallen for me, would you? Otherwise, why would you suddenly act like this?" With a slight blush on her face, Su Yao deliberately showed an exceptionally playful look and said somewhat smugly. As she spoke, it seemed she remembered something. Suppressing her shyness, she provocatively leaned her fair face closer. "Come on, as long as you admit it, you can pinch my face as much as you want." Although Hao Dagon didn't know why he suddenly acted that way earlier, one thing he was sure of was that Su Yao was getting a bit carried away, daring to provoke him like this. So, he had to teach her a lesson. Thus, Hao Dagon's mind turned, and he deliberately admitted, "Manager, it seems you're not stupid after all, you actually saw through it at a glance." While speaking, his eyes moved, seemingly unable to stop glancing outside, as if searching for something. In her state of delight, Su Yao clearly did not notice this point, or rather, she had seen it but misunderstood it. She took Hao Dagon's wandering gaze as a sign of his slight unease. So, as soon as Hao Dagon's words fell, Su Yao shrugged her shoulders and began to hum cheerfully. So, Lou, it turns out you really are this kind of person. I really couldn't tell, but this manager is not someone who lacks understanding. Considering your previous performance was quite satisfactory. If you could be a bit gentler with me at times and show a little respect for my opinions, this girl wouldn't be. As she spoke, Suyao seemed to think of something, and her demeanor gradually became shy. When she finally managed to regain her composure, she found that Hao Dagon's attention was no longer on her but was fixed outside. This action instantly made Suyao a bit annoyed. What does this Lu mean? Even with such a beautiful woman being so proactive, he still seems distracted. And didn't he just admit it himself? How could he suddenly backtrack? Could it be? Hey! Just as Suyao began to clear her mind, she suddenly recalled some of the other person's peculiar interests. Hao Dagon seemed to have seen something, his eyes suddenly brightening, and then he looked at her with a playful expression. Manager, it seems you're not as foolish as I thought. You finally realized. There's something I forgot to add earlier. What I meant is that your previous statement was quite accurate. I have indeed fallen in love with you. Before he finished speaking, Hao Dagon nodded towards the outside. Manager, I noticed that your clothes seem to have gotten a bit dirty in the park earlier. How about I accompany you to buy a few new pieces right now? At first, Suyao didn't understand what he meant, but when she realized, she immediately looked at Hao Dagon with a fearful expression. Lu, you're not human. 3/4 later, in the parking lot below, the refreshed Suyao was lying in the back seat resting. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Hao Dagon was fiddling with the BMW car keys without taking any initiative. After a while, perhaps feeling that the novelty had worn off, he curiously asked from the back, Manager, I remember you were driving a BMW before. Why did you switch to a Mercedes today? Could it be that this one is also yours? Suyao remained silent, giving him a roll of her eyes, letting him figure it out himself. However, Hao Dagon was not the type to enjoy riddles, so without saying a word, he lowered the seat. This sudden action startled Suyao, who quickly sat up, curling into a ball and looking at Hao Dagon with an unusually vigilant gaze. Lu, what do you want to do? I warn you. Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but laugh. It's not like that, manager. Can you not be so dramatic? I just wanted to see if this seat is comfortable when reclined. What's with the fuss? Suyao rolled her eyes repeatedly. Who would believe your words? Perhaps feeling that continuing like this might lead to a repeat of earlier events, Suyao explained the reason for the car change after speaking. I specifically rented this car so that when my dad asks how you got here, I would be somewhat prepared. Rented? Hao Dagon was initially taken aback, then he was somewhat speechless. Should he say this woman is smart or foolish? She actually rented a Maybach S. Originally, he had cooperated with her to put on a show, considering Suyao was relatively obedient, to help her deal with her parents' marriage pressure. In order to avoid revealing anything, she casually confirmed her basic statement while trying on clothes just now. Now, this woman had directly brought a car that was inconsistent with her previous claims about her identity. Wasn't this just a case of there's no silver here? Looking at the expression on Hao Dagon's face, Suyao clearly realized something and immediately asked, What's wrong? Is what I did not right? In fact, she was a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, given the abilities that the man in front of her had displayed, it was impossible for him to have endured her in the past, even to the point of being so down and out that he didn't even have a car now. Unless he was acting this way for some reason? With this possibility in mind, Suyao's curiosity about Hao Dagon grew even stronger. There was even a sense of fascination. Of course, she also understood that if things were really as she thought, she might very well get caught up in some unknown vortex. But so what? It was worth a fortune to her. As long as she could keep making money and be comfortable, that was all that mattered. Hao Dagon naturally had no idea what Suyao was fantasizing about in her mind. Seeing that the woman in front of him still didn't understand, he directly said with irritation, Manager, can you have some basic common sense? Which good person drives a Maybach to meet their mother-in-law? Shouldn't the mother-in-law come to meet him? Is there such a saying? How come I didn't know? As she spoke, Suyao frowned, seemingly pondering whether there really was such a saying. Hao Dagon saw that she still hadn't grasped the key point and directly said in exasperation, It's a ghost if you know. You dare to rent a car worth millions to let me drive to meet your parents, and when they really see me and ask what I do, how am I supposed to explain? Just say I'm the company boss and fell in love with you at first sight? So I specially drove a luxury car back? Hao Dagon thought that after saying this, Suyao would realize her mistake, but to his surprise, she nodded seriously, This excuse is actually pretty good. Hey, Lu, how about we go over our statements again? I think my parents would be more accepting of this explanation. After all, it matches my looks and figure better. Hao Dagon. He felt that discussing reason with the woman in front of him was just a waste of time, so he rolled his eyes at her. Then he adjusted the seat back and stepped on the gas, setting off along the predetermined route, leaving Suyao behind, continuously asking questions. Nearly an hour later, suburbs of Xincheng. As the vehicle entered a villa area, Hao Dagon's expression showed some surprise. This subtle change was immediately caught by Suyao in the passenger seat, so she seized the opportunity to boast. "Oomph, how about it, Lu? My family's background is not bad, right? With these big villas on both sides, if you didn't drive a Maybach over, how would my parents even look at you?" Hao Dagon remained silent, only glancing at Suyao, who was lost in her own world, with some confusion. He began to understand why she was so accustomed to spending money lavishly. She rented a Maybach that cost thousands a day without batting an eye. Her family background was decent. Although this place was quite far from the core area of Xincheng, it had only been considered the suburbs for the past 2 years. But one thing Hao Dagon did understand was that houses here were not cheap. Although they didn't reach the level of 10,000, they were still around 7 or 8,000. As for the price of the villas, he wasn't sure, but they were definitely more expensive than regular apartments. Not to mention unrealistic prices of 3 to 4 million, at least a villa would cost over $1 million. If you added renovations, it would be even more. With this thought, Hao Dagon suddenly became a bit curious. How did Suyao, living in a relatively wealthy family, end up on the path of misappropriating company funds to invest in stocks and pay off debts? In this, could there be some reason in between? Do her family members know about this matter? Or is it that? Thinking this, Hao Dagon tilted his head slightly, looking at Suyao, who was showing a bit of excitement as they were nearing home. Suyao naturally noticed and immediately crossed her arms protectively. "What are you doing? I warn you, Lu, this is my territory. If you act like before, be careful, I'll call someone." Hao Dagon ignored her words, just smiling inexplicably before pointing to a villa ahead and asking, "Is it that one? I see there are quite a few potted plants in the yard." Suyao looked up in the direction he was pointing and immediately perked up, her face blooming with a smile. Yes, that's the one. Look, those few roses blooming the brightest are planted by me. How about that? Beautiful, right? Hao Dagon wanted to tease her a bit, but seeing Suyao's genuine happiness like a little girl, he chose not to spoil the moment. After a moment of thought, he jokingly said, "Of course, otherwise how could I fall in love with her owner?" Suyao didn't respond, just rolled her eyes at Hao Dagon and then huffed. Not long after, as soon as the car appeared outside the yard, a middle-aged couple walked out. The woman was in a qipao, her figure voluptuous, resembling Suyao to some extent. Although time had left some marks on her, she still exuded grace, with every move radiating charm. Upon seeing Hao Dagon's car, her face lit up with joy, her gestures full of warmth. The man beside her was less formal, dressed simply, showing more signs of age on his face, and his expression was somewhat indifferent, even slightly displeased. This was especially evident when his gaze swept over Hao Dagon. Only when he saw the car emblem did his expression soften a bit, but that was all. Well, the visitor is not friendly. This was Hao Dagon's first reaction upon seeing them. Fortunately, he was here to play a role, so he felt no fear. However, Suyao, noticing this, suddenly felt a bit awkward, hesitating for a while before she reluctantly began to explain to Hao Dagon in a low voice. Since my dad's business failed, he's been like this. Don't take it to heart. If my dad says something that upsets you later, can you hold it in for a bit? If you really can't accept it, just look at my mom more. She's more enthusiastic." After saying this, Suyao seemed to remember something and immediately blushed, correcting herself repeatedly. Pft. I mean, look at me. Hao Dagon was taken aback by her words, then couldn't help but show a smirk. "Hey, manager. You said that. I didn't have any bad thoughts at first." Suyao thought her words had been heard by Hao Dagon, so she shyly hummed in response. But when she noticed someone's gaze suddenly land on her mother, she panicked. "Hey, Lu, what are you doing?" Hao Dagon naturally knew why Suyao suddenly reacted like this, but so what? Everyone has a love for beauty. Besides, he wasn't really looking at that cheap mother-in-law. Instead, he was preparing to reverse into the parking space. So, as soon as Suyao's rather nervous words came out, he immediately started to tease. "Manager, I'm not saying you, but why do you think of such inappropriate things every day? I'm just seriously looking in the rearview mirror to prepare to back in. What are you thinking about? Really a little rascal." Suyao. Seeing someone so righteous, Suyao wanted to refute something, but for a moment, she couldn't find the words. The most important thing was that her mother had already arrived by the car. If she continued to bicker with the man beside her, some inappropriate words might be overheard by her own mother. So, after giving a somewhat sulky glare at Hao Dagon, Suyao began her final instructions. That guy with the surname Lu, I have some things prepared for him in the back. Remember to take them when you come down later, and just say you bought them. Ha! This woman actually bought things? Hearing this, Hao Dagon was first taken aback, then somewhat speechless. Of course, a normal man wouldn't come empty-handed when visiting his mother-in-law for the first time. Looking at Su Yao outside the car, who was already warmly embracing her mother and sharing thoughts, Hao Dagon suddenly felt that this woman wasn't as unbearable as he had always thought. Sometimes, she even showed signs of being a good wife and mother. Wait, why am I thinking in this direction again? This is really strange. Realizing his thoughts had wandered off again, Hao Dagon muttered softly before preparing to get out of the car. Just as he turned around, he was almost startled by a pair of rather serious eyes. Coming to his senses, he discovered that Su Yao's father had somehow also arrived at the car's side, staring at him with a stern expression. No way. Is this guy sick? Why isn't he showing any expression? No wonder his business failed. He totally deserves it. Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon couldn't help but sneer inwardly and didn't bother to give the other party a good look. He glanced at him expressionlessly before getting out of the car. As if joking, he wasn't really there to meet the parents, so why would he be afraid of the other party? His actions surprised Su Yao's father, whose previously unfriendly gaze clearly flashed a hint of astonishment, followed by a slight anger. Hao Dagon, of course, was unaware of this and had no time to pay attention. However, the things Su Yao had prepared in the trunk left him momentarily speechless. Wait, did this woman just rob a supermarket? How could she fill such a large trunk? No wonder many people say women are born shopaholics. With so many things, are you expecting me to carry them all inside by myself? In just a few seconds, Hao Dagon discovered many valuable items among the pile in front of him, including several bottles of flying mutai, especially a few health products that were clearly meant for women. Their packaging and style screamed luxury. Otherwise, Su Yao wouldn't have specifically separated them from other items. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was slightly stunned before looking up to call Su Yao over for help. Just as he was about to speak, a warm voice rang in his ear. Oh, Xiaolu, why did you bring such things? You really shouldn't have. I already told Su Yao that it wasn't necessary. Turning around, Hao Dagon was surprised to see his future mother-in-law. Behind her was a beaming Su Yao, who was frantically signaling him while her mother wasn't paying attention. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and then replied in a gentle tone. Auntie, this is what I should do. After all, you've raised your precious daughter for over 20 years, and I've taken her away. If I don't show some appreciation, that would be ungrateful. Saying this, he moved his hands and picked up a few health products that were clearly valuable. Auntie, just a small token of my appreciation, it's not worth much, so please don't mind. He then handed over the items in his hands. Su Yao's mother, clearly knowledgeable, widened her beautiful eyes in surprise when she saw what Hao Dagon was holding. Wow! Xiaolu, you really shouldn't have spent so much. You actually brought such an expensive gift on your first visit. Believe it or not, I used to always say that if one day my daughter could give me this, it would be great, as a way to repay me for all these years of hard work. I never expected that instead of waiting for my daughter, I would actually be surprised by my son-in-law. Mother Su clearly knew how to connect with people and provide emotional value. As she spoke, her fair, youthful hands, showing no signs of wrinkles, excitedly took the item from Hao Daijing's hand. Her eyes were filled with joy. Perhaps due to her excitement, she accidentally brushed against Hao Daijing's fingers when taking the item. This was a perfectly normal occurrence, and Hao Daijing didn't mind. He was just a bit surprised by the outgoing nature of this seemingly easygoing mother-in-law. But who would have thought that in the next moment, the long quiet hidden prompt would suddenly stir? This scene left Hao Daijing momentarily stunned. No, this was not a good sign. He, Hao Daijing, was not that kind of person. Unfortunately, his thoughts could not stop the hidden prompt from continuing to change. As time passed, the text began to become increasingly clear. Just then, Hao Daijing suddenly felt a slight bump. When he came to his senses, he realized that Su Yao had somehow positioned herself between him and Mother Lu. Seeing her glance over, she immediately shot him a somewhat angry look. Without a doubt, she must have misunderstood something. Faced with this situation, Hao Daijing felt a bit wronged. By heaven and earth, he was a good citizen and wouldn't have any strange thoughts. If there were any, it could only be blamed on that damned hidden prompt. Naturally, Su Yao had no idea what Hao Daijing was thinking at that moment. Seeing that he remained unmoved, she discreetly glared at him before stepping forward to grab his arm and started taking things. Hey, could you help with these heavy ones for now, and I'll take care of the small stuff? As she spoke, she handed one large item after another to Hao Daijing. Seeing this, along with the somewhat defensive look on Su Yao's face, Hao Daijing couldn't help but chuckle. Did she really see him as some kind of lecherous fiend? And one who was indiscriminate at that? Hao Daijing thought back to some past moments and realized there might indeed be some truth to that. With this thought, he couldn't help but shift the blame, pushing all responsibility onto Ho Liangping. If it weren't for that damn monkey urging me to watch those scripts every day, would I be like this? No way. Absolutely not. After comforting himself in this way, Hao Daijing took advantage of Su Yao's moment of distraction to focus on the text in front of him. Then, he was somewhat stunned. Su Tianchang, outwardly strong but inwardly weak, fears his wife due to serious health issues. Obsessed with power, enjoys the taste of spending wealth, and fears being left with nothing after a divorce. Previously had a strong macho attitude and controlling nature, but in recent years, due to business failures, often suffers from insomnia and has gradually lost that confidence. Recently found a way through the bank to seek a large amount of funds for a comeback by looking for multiple professional debtors. In the past 2 years, due to the inability to provide enough money for his mistress, significant conflicts have arisen, and there is a constant fear of being confronted by an illegitimate daughter, leading to ongoing anxiety. The hidden prompt that appeared was actually about Su Yao's father, that middle-aged man beside her? After briefly scanning the beginning of the text, Hao Daijing immediately felt worse than if he had eaten something disgusting. Well, all the fantasies he had, whether real or imagined, had turned to dust. Fortunately, Hao Daijing was not someone with any special preferences. He understood the principle of making the best of a situation. After quickly scanning the specific content behind him a few times, he looked at the cheap father-in-law not far away, and his eyes immediately filled with amusement. Sure enough, some people are just beautiful on the outside but rotten on the inside. Not long after, in the villa, the four of them took their seats one after another. Opposite Hao Dagon was Su's father, while Su Yao naturally faced Su's mother. As soon as they sat down, Su's mother proactively brought a fruit platter to Hao Dagon. Come on, Xiaolu, auntie doesn't have much to entertain you with, so you'll have to make do with some fruit for now. Looking at the various expensive fruits in front of him, Hao Dagon immediately smiled. Auntie, you're too kind. I'm actually quite happy. How could I feel wronged? Isn't that right, manager? As soon as this was said, the room fell silent, and Hao Dagon could clearly feel the other three people's gazes almost simultaneously landing on him. Su Yao looked shocked, Su's mother appeared somewhat puzzled, while Su's father flashed a look of as expected. Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon felt a bit helpless. After all that time giving testimony, who would have thought that a casual phrase would ruin everything? One could only say that no one is perfect. Just as he was about to come up with some excuse to remedy the situation, Su's mother spoke up first. Xiaolu, I didn't expect you and Yao Yao to have such a good relationship that you even forget her position in the company when you talk. But auntie has to remind you, young people shouldn't be too playful. Okay, saying this, Su's mother looked at Hao Dagon with a smile, then turned to Su Yao, who was secretly giving Hao Dagon a look. Don't you think what your mother said is right, Yao Yao? Seeing this, Su Yao immediately acted coy, trying to dilute the impact of Hao Dagon's earlier words. Oh my, why do you say that? I'm really not that kind of person with Hao Dagon. Even though we're together, it's really not. At this point, Su Yao immediately lowered her head like a shy girl. Su's mother fell silent this time, her beautiful eyes moving between her daughter Su Yao and Hao Dagon, before revealing a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Su's father, sitting opposite Hao Dagon, immediately turned cold upon seeing this, his eyes flashing with barely concealed anger. As someone who had been through it all, he understood that his daughter had been led astray. Such occurrences could affect his grand plans. Therefore, his gaze towards Hao Dagon grew increasingly unfriendly, and he even began to contemplate how to make things more difficult for him later. As for Hao Dagon, the other party involved, he had long since tuned out Su's father, treating him like air. With the hidden hints provided as a safety net, he didn't dare to think that the other party could really stir up any trouble in front of him. Could it be that the other party really had the courage to leave everything behind? Right now, he was just puzzled as to why Su's mother had taken the initiative to defuse the situation earlier, which clearly contradicted the image Su Yao had painted of her. Did this woman lie in this regard? Or did Su's mother see his exceptional talent and intend to help him? While Hao Dagon was pondering this, Su's mother, who had been smiling, suddenly turned to Hao Dagon after casting a glance at the cold-faced Su's father. Xiaolu, it's getting late. Yao Yao and I will go to the kitchen to get busy. You and your uncle Su can chat here for a bit. After saying this, without waiting for Hao Dagon to respond, she smiled and directly pulled the still-dazed Su Yao away. Seeing this, if Hao Dagon still didn't understand that this was a play of good cop and bad cop, then all those years in the workplace would have been for nothing. However, he didn't mind. After all, he had something in hand, and he was sure he wouldn't be the one to suffer in the end. He was somewhat curious about how Su Tianchang, who was clearly harboring ill intentions towards him, would go about making things difficult for him. Sure enough, before Su Yao and her mother had completely disappeared from view, Hao Dagon's cheap father-in-law suddenly changed his expression and began to look at him with a beaming smile. Then, in response to Hao Dagon's somewhat surprised gaze, he uttered a sentence that left him a bit baffled. Xiao Lu, right? Do you know how to play chess? Almost simultaneously, in the kitchen, Su Yao, who had been forcibly dragged in by her mother, began to express her dissatisfaction. Oh my, what do you mean by that? Who arrives and hasn't even sat down yet, and you just leave the other person hanging? That's simply impolite. As she spoke, Su Yao directly shook off her mother Chen Yutong's hand and attempted to walk outside. Don't ask her why she didn't do this earlier, she just wanted to leave a good impression of family harmony for that person with the surname Lu. After all, Su Yao had grand ambitions. It was easy to be labeled unfilial for throwing a tantrum in front of some smelly man. Seeing her daughter like this, Chen Yutong immediately rolled her eyes. However, she didn't stop her right away. Just as her daughter Su Yao was about to reach the kitchen door, she confidently spoke up. My little Yao, when did you become so considerate? You know, you used to be the notorious little wild girl in our family, a real tomboy. Seeing her mother about to reveal some of her past embarrassing stories, Su Yao immediately stiffened, feeling a bit awkward as she turned back. Mom, can we talk properly? Stop bringing up old stories. That's really not good. Don't be fooled by Su Yao's graceful appearance and mature demeanor. She was once famously a tomboy. Because of this, she had done quite a few embarrassing things and had a lot of black history. It was one thing for her family to know, but if that person with the surname Lu found out, she felt she would be laughed at for a lifetime. Chen Yutong, seeing her precious daughter like this, sighed with a complex expression. Then she looked at Su Yao with a serious gaze. Yao, what's going on? Why did you bring a real one back? Ha? Is it real? Or fake? Mom, what do you mean by that? Why can't I understand? Seeing that her secret had been exposed, Su Yao immediately played dumb and tried to change the subject. Mom, where did you buy this cucumber? It looks pretty nice. After casually glancing at the items in the kitchen, Su Yao grabbed a nearby object and started to fiddle with it. There was no other way. For the sake of some smelly man, she had been deceiving everyone lately. Not to mention, her family was indeed pushing her into blind dates, but not all her parents were like that. Compared to her father's firmness, her mother was much gentler. Although she would occasionally call to urge her, she would still listen to her when they chatted privately. So Su Yao decided to pull a fast one. First, she strongly expressed her unwillingness to go on blind dates with someone from the system to her mother. Then, she used emotional appeals and reasoning, successfully persuading her mother with her silver tongue, agreeing to use a shield to fool her stubborn father for the time being. After that, Su Yao had a more idealistic plan. She hoped to create a good impression of Hao Dagon in front of her mother through some packaging. Then, she would find an opportunity to tell her mother that the person with the surname Lu was indeed real and get her to accept it. Finally, she would combine the efforts of both mother and daughter to make the latter fall at the feet of the former. She wanted that smelly man to agree to let her, Su Yao, be his official girlfriend. Unfortunately, it seemed Su Yao had misjudged Chen Yutong's experience as someone who had been through it all. From the moment she saw her daughter, she understood. Su Yao had an extraordinary relationship with that man. Because of some subconscious reactions, along with little emotions and movements, others might not notice, but as a mother, she could see right through it. Not to mention, there was one thing Chen Yutong was absolutely certain of. That was, compared to her last visit home, Su Yao had completely blossomed. What she had to go through during this time, Chen Yutong, a woman in her 40s with rich experience, knew all too well. So, she didn't bother to heed her daughter's words. After blocking the door to ensure Su Yao had no chance to escape, she got straight to the point. Let's talk. What's the situation with that Lu guy? How long have you two been sleeping together? Su Yao. Hearing her mother ask like that, Su Yao was actually very reluctant to admit it. But under the intense gaze of her mother, Chen Yutong, Su Yao still yielded. Because her intuition told her that she couldn't handle that Lu guy alone. So, after a moment of thought, Su Yao began to reveal part of the truth. That's right. Just part of it. She didn't disclose anything about her embezzlement of public funds or the millions in debt she was carrying, nor about how Dagon was dominating the stock market. After all, there's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. If her mother accidentally let something slip while chatting with her friends, things could get out of control. Su Yao might not be clear about many things, but she was very clear about one thing. That is, a woman's mouth is often the most unreliable. You have to know, among those people, there were several charming young mothers, who were currently in their prime. If those who divorced early found out that the Lu guy had such capabilities, plus his exceptional qualities, Suyao feared she would never achieve her goal of becoming that Lu guy's girlfriend, let alone anything beyond that. Naturally, Chen Yutong didn't know that her daughter was still holding back, so she listened very attentively. However, when she heard that Hao Dagon was just a team leader under Suyao, she couldn't help but frown and interrupted Suyao. Yao Yao, are you sure you're not joking with me? That Hao Dagon is just an employee under you, not your superior? From the change in her mother's way of addressing Hao Dagon, Suyao quickly sensed her dissatisfaction with the current social status of the Lu guy. However, she didn't rush to defend herself. Instead, she waited for her mother, Chen Yutong, to finish speaking before calmly explaining according to the script she had prepared in her mind. Oh mom, don't rush. I haven't finished my words yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Yutong immediately frowned and hesitantly asked, Yao Yao, could it be that the Lu family is very wealthy? Or do they have some background? Sometimes people are just that realistic. Seeing that her daughter's words hinted at something deeper, the way Chen Yutong addressed him changed back immediately. If Hao Dagon were here, he would probably call him a good guy. But Suyao, having grown up in this family, was already used to such situations, even having been subtly assimilated into that kind of person. So, after her mother finished speaking, she naturally took over the conversation. Not really, it's just that guy is exceptionally talented, a potential stock, so I plan to invest in him like you did with Dad when you had the insight to choose him. Mom, you know, I've always been like you, particularly accurate in my sixth sense since I was little. As she spoke, Suyao seemed to think of something, and her fair face began to blush slightly. In Suyao's view, the reason she gave was simply impeccable. Because from childhood to adulthood, her mother had always told her about her glorious moments in her ear. Since college, amidst a crowd of suitors, I chose my relatively ordinary dad, who ultimately lived up to expectations by achieving great success, surpassing all his initial rivals and establishing a significant career. This allowed my mom to enjoy a life of luxury without working much since graduation. Even though my dad's career faced significant issues in recent years for various reasons, I felt that their relationship remained unchanged, still as loving as it was back then. Now, all I needed to do was replicate my mom's past achievements, believing that she would understand. Little did I know, the moment my words fell, my mother, Chen Yutong, displayed a noticeable change in her expression. However, she was preoccupied with other thoughts at the time, so she quickly masked it. Even so, I could clearly sense that the atmosphere around my mom had shifted, becoming strangely unfamiliar. Seeing this, I looked at her with some confusion. Mom, is what I just said wrong? Weren't you and Dad like this back then? Upon seeing my daughter's expression, Chen Yutong immediately calmed certain emotions within herself and shifted to an unusually ambiguous demeanor to divert attention. Oh, not at all. I was just thinking, how talented that little road must be to catch the eye of our family's notorious picky eater. And, if I remember correctly, you still. As she spoke, Chen Yutong's gaze began to lower. Although I didn't understand why my mom suddenly brought this up, I was too lazy to care as long as I could brush it off. So, when my mother's gaze was about to land somewhere specific, I immediately showed an exceptionally shy expression. Oh mom, why are you suddenly talking about this? Seriously, that kind of thing is really embarrassing. I actually had a secret that Hadajan didn't know, which was, I had never been in a relationship nor had I ever had overly intimate contact with the opposite sex. Of course, excluding my good friends. This was also why Hadajan often felt puzzled when trying to get to know me better. As for why he didn't notice this back then, it was simply because I was wild and crazy as a child. This led to me inadvertently revealing too much during a horseback riding incident. Naturally, I kept this embarrassing matter tightly under wraps. After all, in my view, in today's world, a beautiful urban woman like me having no experience with the opposite sex in her 20s is quite shameful. At least, that's how I had always thought. When Chen Yutong saw that she had successfully diverted my attention, she immediately felt relieved. As the saying goes, every family has its own difficulties. If it weren't for having a daughter, she might have. Perhaps it was due to long-held concerns buried deep within her heart, combined with my earlier mention of past events. While Chen Yutong was continuously soothing herself internally, some strange thoughts began to emerge. Especially when certain words of advice from friends resurfaced in her mind, the emotions she had long suppressed nearly erupted all at once. At this critical moment, a burst of laughter from outside suddenly jolted her from the brink of a certain state, also capturing my attention as I sensed something was off. When we both stepped outside, we were surprised to find that the two people who should have been at odds were actually sitting together and laughing. And judging by the situation, it was my dad who took the initiative. This bizarre scene immediately sparked a glimmer of intrigue in my eyes. She knew that the man with the surname Lu was deep and unassuming, Who would have thought he was so capable, managing to win over her father in such a short time? It was simply amazing. Seeing this, Suyao immediately decided that when she returned, she would wear the newly arrived Saintess of the Sword outfit for Lu to appreciate. Compared to Suyao's extraordinary joy, Chen Yutong, her mother, showed a flicker of confusion and doubt in her eyes. As someone who had once been close to him, she understood better than anyone why that man outside had always insisted on her daughter Suyao going on blind dates with so-called people within the system. What he sought was nothing more than to rely on the elders behind those people to revive his career. In the past, although Chen Yutong did not support it, she could still understand. After all, it was something he had fought for most of his life. But after she learned about that incident, all she felt was endless cold laughter. It was actually Hao Dagon who, at this moment, truly piqued Chen Yutong's curiosity. Her beautiful eyes began to scrutinize him carefully. And this scrutiny, rather than being inconsequential, made Chen Yutong, as someone who had been through it, discover something. Her pupils constricted, a hint of surprise crossed her face, because she felt she suddenly understood the true meaning of her daughter's phrase about being exceptionally gifted. Afternoon. Riverside Avenue. A gentle breeze blew, and the trees were lush. A Maybach sped by. When it reached a less populated path with more trees, it gradually slowed down. Finally, the car came to a stop at a rarely visited corner. Half an hour later, the car completely halted. When the right side door opened, a rather delighted voice rang out. "Hey, Lu, I didn't expect you to be this impressive." Looking at Suyao, who had already stepped out of the car, stretching lazily and unabashedly showcasing her perfect figure, Hao Dagon first smiled, then teasingly replied, "Is that true? This is the first time I've heard you say that, manager. Could it be that you're saying this because we changed locations?" As soon as these words were spoken, Suyao, who was admiring the scenery with her beautiful eyes, immediately frowned and kicked the side of the car with a bit of annoyance. "Pa! Lu, can you stop being so slick with your tongue? I'm being serious with you." Hao Dagon certainly knew what Suyao meant by her earlier words. She was merely curious about how he managed to handle her father, Su Tiancheng, in such a short time. But he would never reveal such hidden hints to outsiders, not even a word about it, as it was easy to say too much and lose everything. So he could only continue to change the subject. Before Suyao could finish her sentence, he suddenly changed his expression and looked at her ambiguously. "What's this about being serious, manager? I suspect you're the one who's not serious. If I remember correctly, it wasn't me who made the first move. No. It shouldn't have been me who spoke first. You should know, at that time, I was just being honest." At this point, Hao Dagon deliberately paused, because he knew that the subsequent events were clearer to one of the parties involved than to himself. Sure enough, when someone brought up the past again, Suyao immediately felt a bit embarrassed. After stammering for a while, wanting to say something but stopping short several times, she immediately began to babble nonsensically. "Go away, Lu, don't talk nonsense. I was bewitched by you. Okay, if there's a next time, Suyao, will be a little dog." This time, Hao Dagon didn't speak, just held back his laughter, watching Suyao with an amused expression. At first, Suyao didn't understand why. But when she thought about how she had to rely on the occasional information provided by the man beside her to make money every week, her expression immediately became somewhat frozen. Wasn't she just digging a pit for herself? With this in mind, Suyao decided to go all in and fulfill her promise while there was no one around. Otherwise, she might end up giving the man named Lu a chance to do something that would make her lose her composure. Woof! 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 After calling out a few times with a flushed face and feeling quite embarrassed, Suyao immediately turned and fled from the side of the car. She was afraid that the man named Lu would continue to hold on. Little did she know, she had not walked far when Hao Dagon received an invitation from another woman. Is it her? Around the same time, inside the villa, the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed as it had been by the river with Hao Dagon and Suyao. Since they left, the house not only lacked the previous liveliness but had also fallen into a rather strange ambience. Specifically, Su's mother, Chen Yutong, had been wearing a long face, glancing this way and that, pacing around the villa as if she were contemplating something. Meanwhile, Su Tiancheng, the head of the family, not only lacked the imposing demeanor he had when he first met Hao Dagon, but even the facade of a good father-in-law he had to put on due to the threats he faced was gone. He could only sit on the sofa with a cautious demeanor, trying hard to maintain the appearance of the head of the family. However, from the wary glances he occasionally cast, it was clear that Su Tiancheng seemed a bit fearful of his wife. Or perhaps he was just afraid that something would come to light. Every time the sound of Su's mother Chen Yutong's high heels grew heavier, his hand, which pretended to be calm while drinking tea, would involuntarily tremble. If this bizarre scene were seen by Suyao, who had already left, she would probably be greatly shocked. After all, in her impression, Su's dad was the one in charge of the family. Now, however, it seemed somewhat reversed. But if anyone felt the most deeply about this, it might still be Su Tianchang, who was sitting on the sofa feeling anxious. Looking at his wife Chen Yutong, who had been standing by the window for a long time, still graceful even in her 40s, he felt a twinge of regret. In the past, he had been very patriarchal and never feared his wife. And Chen Yutong had always been his capable partner. Even when he faced immense pressure from business failures in recent years, leading to a decline in his health, she had not changed. But the trouble began 3 years ago when some foolish things he did were discovered. Then everything changed. Although they still appeared to respect each other in public and seemed to be in love, they had actually been sleeping in separate rooms for over 2 years. This was something no one outside the two of them knew. Of course, this alone was not enough to make Su Tianchang behave this way. The most important thing was that at the time of the incident, in a moment of impulse, he had directly drafted an agreement with Chen Yutong that had already been signed and could take effect at any time. One of the terms was that if the family became chaotic due to his mistakes outside, or if those matters were known by their 2 daughters and other close relatives, he would have to leave with nothing but his debts. This was something Su Tianchang could not accept. The repeated failures in business had already left him gasping for breath, and if such a situation arose again, he feared he would truly have no chance of making a comeback. Having had entrepreneurial experience, he clearly understood that the difficulty of going from 0 to 10 was much greater than that of going from 10 to 100. Despite the debts he still carried, if he could find a way to persuade the woman by the window to sell off most of their real estate, he still had a chance to make another attempt. That way, he wouldn't have to take risks by trying to leverage relationships, attempting to use professional debtors to accumulate startup capital. Perhaps it was because his thoughts were gradually immersed in memories and imagination. Su Tianchang, who had been looking down, did not notice that Chen Yutong's gaze had shifted from the window to the room. Then, from the doorway of the room, her eyes slowly swept over many places where the two had spent time together, sharing many joyful moments. Finally, it was the sound of Chen Yutong's high heels echoing in the villa that jolted Su Tianchang, who had been lost in his own world, into realizing that his wife had already taken a seat across from him and was scrutinizing him with her eyes. Compared to before, the love and familial affection that once filled her gaze had long since vanished. In its place was an endless disappointment and a faint indifference. This sudden scene made Su Tianchang's heart tremble, and he instinctively opened his mouth. Xiao Tang. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yutong interrupted him directly, her tone heavier than before. Su Tianchang, if I remember correctly, we once agreed that it's best to call each other by name when no one else is around. This unexpected statement instantly made Su Tianchang realize that everything was already beyond repair. Perhaps it was a final act of stubbornness. After hearing Chen Yutong's words, he did not comply but chose another way to address her. Yutong. Unfortunately, this time, Chen Yutong showed no mercy. Seeing that he still addressed her this way, she immediately cut him off without hesitation, not even giving him a chance to say a third word. Enough, Su Tianchang, given our situation, it's useless for you to say more. After all, this ice has frozen 3 feet deep, and it didn't happen in a day. I've already given you the opportunity you wanted. You want Yao Yao to be with that vice president's grandson so you can get a special loan from him to make a comeback. Out of respect for our years as a couple, I gave you a chance and turned a blind eye to help you. But it seems you didn't seize it. So, from now on, don't harbor any delusions of making a comeback in middle age. As she spoke, Chen Yutong suddenly paused, her gaze lingering on Su Tianchang for a moment. Then, whether it was out of consideration for their years together or for some other reason, she spoke again with a tone that carried a hint of advice. Su Tianchang, in this life, some things are destined. Being content and happy is the mindset you should have at your age. Not like those young people who think they have plenty of time, rushing around, believing that even if something goes wrong, they can rely on their energy and youth to bear it. You should know that many of them are often alone, without many concerns, but you are different. You have a family and many people who have always had high hopes for you. If you continue like this, not only will you harm yourself but you will also drag those people into the abyss. I have already decided that from now on, whether it's Yao Yao or Su's marriage, it will be up to them to decide. Don't think you can interfere anymore. Also, regarding our matter, I plan to find a time to slowly be honest with them. You should prepare yourself mentally. But don't worry, when the time comes, only our family of 4 will know about it. Unless you don't want it this way. After finishing this long speech, Chen Yutong took a deep look at the man who had once been so loving. Then, as if making a decision, she turned and walked upstairs without looking back. Su Tianchang, as if he hadn't processed her words, remained in his original state. After a long while, when the sound of Chen Yutong's high heels disappeared from the living room, he seemed to come back to life, suddenly moving. He first smiled inexplicably, but then his expression turned exceptionally gloomy. Why is it like this now, when it wasn't like this before? Hee hee, what a coincidence. You don't believe I can make a comeback, do you? Well, I'm going to prove it to you. As he spoke, it seemed he had made a decision, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Not long after, by the Riverside Avenue, in a Maybach. Sitting in the driver's seat, Hao Dagon was focused on replying to messages when he suddenly sneezed repeatedly. Achoo! Hachoo! Shoo! After the last big sneeze, Hao Dagon felt something was off and touched his nose, puzzled. Something's not right. Is there some girl talking about me again? Why else would it suddenly be like this? Or could it be someone is plotting against me again? Strangely, Hao Dagon recalled that the day he was ambushed by Su Ermeng at the entrance of the community, he had also sneezed several times before going out. Most importantly, after sneezing, his right eyelid had mischievously twitched a few times. Then, he was attacked by a little tigress and got a bite mark on his hand. It shouldn't be. At least my right eyelid hasn't. While Hao Dagon was mumbling, his usually calm right eyelid suddenly twitched rapidly twice. Although it was quick, he, as the main character, felt it distinctly. It can't be. I, Hao Dagon, have always been kind to others. How could I suddenly be targeted? Could it be that Su Ermeng again? Just as Hao Dagon was confused, he suddenly felt a darkness in front of him. When he realized what was happening, he found that Su Yao had somehow made her way to the back seat of the car. She was now covering his eyes with her hand, seemingly planning something. Sure enough, as soon as Hao Dagon's vision was blocked, Su Yao's triumphant laughter rang in his ears. Humph, Lu. You were so focused on flirting with girls that you ignored my calls. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Honestly confess, have you been doing bad things behind my back? Otherwise, you'll never see the sun again in your life. As she spoke, Su Yao pressed down a bit harder with her delicate hand covering Hao Dagon's eyes, as if she really meant to do something. Faced with such a rebellious act, Hao Dagon merely smiled faintly. Taking advantage of Su Yao's moment of inattention, he slowly adjusted his seat downwards. At first, perhaps still basking in the small victory of her surprise attack, Su Yao didn't notice. She occasionally breathed hot air by his ear, indicating her current joyful mood. But as Hao Dagon's seat moved closer to her, Su Yao finally sensed something was off. Just as she was about to complain about someone lacking romance and being unreasonable, the seat that had been slowly descending suddenly sped up. After that, Su Yao found herself stuck. Of course, Hao Dagon wouldn't really lower it all the way. He stopped just about when it was enough. As for whether Su Yao wanted to break free, that depended entirely on her own will. Clearly, this woman's will wasn't that strong. Once she confirmed she wouldn't be truly oppressed, she immediately began to hum again. Humph, humph. Lu, you're walking right into a trap. As she spoke, Su Yao moved her fingers and pressed down on Hao Dagon's temples. Of course, this woman knew how to gauge the situation. It wasn't a real attack. She applied just enough pressure to ensure Hao Dagon felt a slight pain before immediately withdrawing. Then, like in a spa, she began to give him a head massage. This sudden turn of events surprised Hao Dagon. He truly hadn't expected Su Yao to have this skill. In an instant, she had him a bit under her control. There was no way around it. Any normal man would probably find it hard to refuse a beautiful woman offering to give him a massage, right? Especially one that didn't even charge for it. So, after watching for a while with his eyes open and confirming that Su Yao wasn't secretly plotting anything, Hao Dagon felt completely at ease and closed his eyes to enjoy. Seeing him like this, Su Yao immediately squinted her eyes and silently shouted yes. She just knew that men liked this kind of thing. After all, growing up, she often saw her mother relieve her father's stress after a long day at work like this. Every time, they would look at each other with sparkling eyes, showing an incredibly loving demeanor. In Su Yao's view, this was also the reason her parents' feelings for each other had remained unchanged over the years. Of course, the reason Su Yao did this wasn't just to let the guy in front of her enjoy, she had other motives as well. After a few minutes, when she felt the timing was right, Su Yao's eyes moved, and she began to whisper in his ear. Hey, Mr. Lu, do you have any plans tonight? Unfortunately, it seems someone was a bit tone-deaf. Before she even finished speaking, he immediately responded with a contrary remark. I have plans, not available, already out of stock. You? Such an unromantic response made Su Yao a bit angry, and she almost couldn't hold back from giving him a punch. Fortunately, her desire for money and a bright future stopped her. Well, perhaps there was also a tiny bit of reluctance involved. For Su Yao now, even if someone wasn't that handsome, with his extraordinary abilities, his features were still quite pleasing to the eye. If she really hurt him, she would be the one to lose out. After all, no one wanted to face a bruised and battered person for an extended period. So, after calming her slightly restless emotions, Suya used an unusually gentle voice to launch a new round of attack. Honey, I just got several new outfits, and I don't know if they fit. How about you help me check them out tonight? Her goal was simple, to bring Hao Dagon back to her apartment tonight and then keep him indoors all day tomorrow. This way, no matter how many seductive women came around, they wouldn't be able to steal the man away from her that weekend. Of course, what Suya hoped for the most was that the saying about love growing over time was true. That way, she could relax a lot. She wouldn't have to go to great lengths to please the man in front of her. Although Hao Dagon didn't know exactly what Suya was thinking, he roughly understood her intentions. She just wanted to occupy his time as much as possible, reducing the chances for her competitors. But right now, he wasn't the type to follow anyone's arrangements. After a moment of thought, he directly rejected Suya's proposal and instead began to arrange things according to his own ideas. That sounds great, manager. I've been feeling a bit bored staying in the office these days. How about you work a bit harder these 2 days and learn a suitable dance online? Then we can have a modern version of The King Never Leaves the Palace. As he spoke, Hao Dagon opened his eyes and raised an eyebrow at Suya with a rather ambiguous look. Although Suya was somewhat reluctant since she hadn't achieved her goal, she still obediently prepared to lower her head. Just then, a series of alternating lights suddenly began to flash by the car. Instantly, the two who were about to get closer were left in shock. What's going on? What happened? After a moment of confusion, the bewildered voices of Hao Dagon and Suya rang out one after another. After finally managing to see through the flashing lights, they discovered that, at some point, a uniformed figure wearing a helmet had appeared not far from the car. The other party saw the two looking over but said nothing, just pointed at the car and gestured a few times before stepping on the gas and driving away. This behavior instantly left the two inside the car confused. What the? Is this person out of their mind? Suya, feeling disturbed, immediately became displeased. She moved her body and stretched her head out of the window, preparing to greet the person who hadn't gone far yet. She was gentle with Hao Dagon, but that didn't mean she was the same with others. Otherwise, how could she have become the feared female tyrant in the department? But just as her words were on the tip of her tongue, a hand suddenly covered her mouth. Instantly, all her harsh words turned into muffled sounds. When Suya came to her senses, she realized it was Hao Dagon's doing. Seeing this situation, she was momentarily stunned. After a while, she looked at Hao Dagon with disbelief. What the? Lu, why do you only bully me? That person just now was clearly ruining your good time. Hao Dagon didn't respond immediately. He first pointed to the red and blue lights in the distance and the quickly disappearing figure before becoming somewhat annoyed. Suya, I've noticed that you women never think before acting. Just look at that person's uniform style and the familiar color of the car. How could you not know their identity? Style? Color? After hearing this, Suya was first taken aback, then slowly realized. Lu, are you saying that person is a police officer? Hao Dagon replied, what did you think? As the saying goes, the people shouldn't fight with the officials. This county official is not as good as the current one. We were already parked illegally. If we stir things up, they might just call their colleagues over to take us to the station. Is that for real? It shouldn't be that serious, right? We haven't offended him. At this moment, Suya clearly began to recover from her earlier shock and was a bit stunned. But it was obvious she thought the situation wasn't as serious as Hao Dagon claimed. In response, Hao Dagon only sneered and mentioned that he still hadn't received his driver's license. Then, Suya was left speechless. That evening, after dropping Hao Dagon off downstairs, Suya hurriedly stepped on the gas and left. It wasn't that this woman had changed her nature, but her rental car time was about to expire. If she delayed even a little longer, she might end up with several thousand more in expenses. For Suya, who was currently relying entirely on her credit card, it was still a bit of pressure. Of course, all of this had one premise. That was, Hao Dagon didn't want to spend a wonderful evening with her today. Otherwise, whether it was a few thousand or tens of thousands, she would only feel a little heartache. After all, no pain, no gain. This woman really is a bit. Just as Hao Dagon was turning back towards the entrance of the community, looking at the increasingly distant Maybach and the gradually rising engine roar, he was suddenly startled by a honking sound from behind. He instinctively turned around and was immediately taken aback. Because, he didn't know when, a pair of familiar Porsche headlights appeared behind him. Seeing Hao Dagon turn around, the car window immediately rolled down. Then, a beautiful face with a teasing expression appeared in Hao Dagon's view. Oh, isn't this a certain little calf? What, are you waiting for your sister at the community entrance? She clearly had just returned from a banquet, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, wearing delicate jewelry, and even her slightly exposed outfit looked like a formal dress. However, due to the distance and the night, Hao Dagon couldn't yet tell if she had been drinking. Bai Jia clearly noticed that Hao Dagon was observing her. She raised an eyebrow and immediately whistled to signal him. "Hey, little calf, what are you standing there for? If you really want to see, come into my car." As she spoke, Bai Jia deliberately extended an arm, as white as jade, out of the window, continuously waving at Hao Dagon. Seeing this, if Hao Dagon continued to stand there foolishly, it would clearly show he didn't know what was good for him. So without a second thought, he strode over. Not long after, inside the car, Hao Dagon frowned in disbelief. "You've been drinking?" Smelling the strong scent of alcohol in the car, he looked incredulously at Bai Jia in the driver's seat. This was no joke. Drunk driving was far more serious than his unlicensed driving. One careless move could endanger society. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the smell, it seemed Bai Jia had quite a bit to drink. The situation was even worse. After all, his so-called unlicensed driving was simply because his driver's license hadn't arrived in the mail after passing the 4th driving test, while Bai Jia's drunk driving was very real. Bai Jia, however, was unfazed by Hao Dagon's shock. After giving him a charming smile, she lightly pressed the gas pedal and drove into the community. Once the car confirmed it had passed the barrier, she looked at Hao Dagon with a hint of pride. "Little calf, what do you think? Sister was waiting for you at the entrance, risking getting caught. So, are you touched or not? Do you feel loved?" As she spoke, whether intentionally or not, Bai Jia's hand shook, nearly crashing into a flower bed nearby. Fortunately, her luck seemed to be good, and she narrowly avoided the accident. Seeing this, Bai Jia became even more pleased with herself, her beautiful eyes curving as she turned to signal Hao Dagon. "So, how's my driving skill? Is it the same as that day?" Before her words even settled, Bai Jia couldn't help but wink at Hao Dagon, seemingly with deeper meaning. At the same time, her originally clear eyes began to look hazy. It was only then that Hao Dagon noticed that Bai Jia's light purple dress had a spot that looked dirty, with some unusual wrinkles, making it stand out on her body. The strong smell of alcohol in the car seemed to be emanating from that spot. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned. To prove his judgment was correct, he didn't care about anything else and moved his nose closer to that area. Then, Bai Jia's unusually clear voice of reproach rang out in the car. "Hey hey hey! Little calf! What are you doing? Why are you starting to move your hands and feet before the car even reaches the underground?" With such a firm statement, Hao Dagon immediately understood that he had almost been tricked by Bai Jia. She was clearly not drunk, she was intentionally baiting him. If he had been careless and fell for it, he would probably be laughed at by this mature woman for a long time. After all, that day, he had been laughed at for not understanding what it meant for a fish to suck water for half a day. Bai Jia naturally realized she had revealed her hand, so she stretched out her jade-like hand to stop Hao Dagon from getting any closer. "Hey, little calf, sister is currently navigating the underground garage. You know how difficult the turns are here. If you keep this up, my Porsche is going to get scratched, and I won't be responsible for paying for it. Repairing it will cost several tens of thousands, think it through." Unfortunately, she seemed to have miscalculated a bit. That is, how would someone without a car know what the underground garage of the community looked like? As for the difficulty of the turns, he had no concept of it at all. So, unsurprisingly, Hao Dagon didn't listen to Bai Jia's words and instead leaned in closer with force. And then, there was no more after that. With a divided heart, Bai Jia let her beloved car have an intimate encounter with the wall. The sound of scraping began to echo through the car. Given the situation, it was clear the car had been scratched. "Look, it's all over now." At the first moment of the accident, Bai Jia stopped the car and turned to Dejen, rolling her eyes. "You little brat, you're in big trouble now. That sound just now? It's going to cost at least 70 or 80,000. Saying this, Bai Jia leaned out of the window to take a look at the scratch. Dejen, seeing this, remained calm until Bai Jia turned back after inspecting, then he leisurely asked, "So, is 70 or 80,000 enough? If not, how about I compensate you with myself?" Bai Jia, being sharp, understood immediately that Dejen was also knowledgeable about cars. She immediately became annoyed. "You little rascal, you think you know everything, huh?" While speaking, she took advantage of Dejen's moment of inattention and employed a woman's unique skill, pinching. In an instant, Dejen winced in pain. Hiss, fortunately, Bai Jia only gave a small warning. When she saw the expression on his face that he could barely hold back, she immediately let go. But her scolding words didn't stop. "Humph, you little brat, now you know the consequences of offending me, right? And, that day, you actually thought of sneaking off to another place while I wasn't paying attention. This time, consider it a small warning, and we'll call it even." Before she finished speaking, Bai Jia stepped on the gas, turning sharply despite the sound of the scrape. Judging by her skill, it was clear this wasn't her first time doing this. Dejen, seeing this, didn't respond immediately. It wasn't until they reached a safe place that he grinned and deliberately spoke again. Sister Bai, are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? Just from that little scrape, even if it's not serious, it should still cost several thousand, right? This time, it was Bai Jia who fell silent. After a while, as she drove around the underground parking lot, turning this way and that, she found a row of exclusive parking spaces with the same name and parked arrogantly across 3 spots. Then she turned to Dejen with an annoyed look. You little rascal, I'm not one of those silly girls outside who can be easily fooled by you. And with your wordplay, do you really think I haven't played before? This is all leftover from my years of experience, and you think you can compensate me? I see you're just trying to take advantage of me and make a profit. While speaking, Bai Jia turned off the engine. However, she had no intention of getting out of the car immediately. Instead, she lowered her head to check her dress in front of Dejen. This strange action left Dejen puzzled, unsure of what Bai Jia was thinking. He hesitated, wondering if he should take action. After staring at her clothes for a while, Bai Jia seemed to have an eye in Dejen's mind and spoke first. Hey, little brat, I must warn you in advance, the elevator is right next to this place, and people could come by at any moment, so you mustn't have any improper thoughts. Saying this, she extended her delicate hand and pointed to a spot diagonally across. Dejen looked closely and was instantly stunned. Goodness, there were indeed people coming in and out from there. At this distance, even a slight movement would attract attention. Not to mention Bai Jia's domineering way of taking up 3 parking spaces, anyone passing by in that direction would surely take a few extra glances. And at that moment, Bai Jia couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Humph, little calf, now you know that you can't be too hasty in everything, right? Actually, it's not that sister is unwilling. This place for the retest is really a bit inappropriate. Sister is afraid you can't hold on. At this point, Bai Jia suddenly paused, and then, with a slight movement of her brows, shifted her gaze to the back row. Moreover, tonight is still Yenron's. With Bai Jia's hint, Hao Dagon finally noticed that there seemed to be quite a few things placed up and down in the back row. Some looked like health products, and there were others that, although he didn't know what was inside, could tell from the packaging that they were valuable items. However, the most eye-catching was a round gift box wrapped in colorful ribbons. Is this a cake? Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned, then looked at Bai Jia in shock. Could it be that today is Yenron's birthday? As soon as he said this, Bai Jia immediately nodded innocently. What did you think? Sister would come back so early in a dress? That's obviously not normal. As she spoke, she seemed to think of something and suddenly curved her eyes, looking ambiguously at Hao Dagon, and pointed at his chest with her hand. You should know, there are quite a few mature handsome guys at this kind of wine party. Maybe you could meet someone who could satisfy sister even more. Seeing this, Hao Dagon's mouth twitched. He wasn't stupid. How could he not tell that the woman in front of him was deliberately teasing him? After all, ever since they had gotten to know each other more deeply, Bai Jia would occasionally do this. It was like baiting a fish. So, without waiting for Bai Jia to retract her hand, he quickly moved to prevent her from pulling it back. Hey, little calf, what are you trying to do? I just told you, sister has to go back to celebrate Yenron's birthday now. However, Hao Dagon didn't respond to Bai Jia immediately. After seriously looking at her delicate fingers, he pretended to be confused and said, Sister Bai, what exactly are you talking about? The more I listen, the less I understand. I just wanted to see if your nails are long, to see if I should help you carry more things later. How could you? At this point, Hao Dagon suddenly paused, then imitated Bai Jia's earlier expression, looking at her in shock. Sister, I just wanted to help you. You wouldn't be trying to tempt me, would you? No way, no way, no way. How could such a thing happen on a girl's birthday? Because he had learned a few phrases in Japanese out of interest during college, and also to tease Bai Jia, Hao Dagon deliberately switched the expression of the last 2 sentences. This way, even if Bai Jia could sense something from his tone, she wouldn't know the specific meaning. Thus, he could gain an advantage over the beautiful woman in front of him. Who would have thought? Hao Dagon seemed to have miscalculated the gap between them, or rather, their literary qualities. Before his words had even finished, Bai Jia immediately showed a dangerous expression and, in Hao Dagon's shocked gaze, replied in exceptionally standard Tokyo dialect. Little calf, do you really think sister only knows the language of Xia country? Back when I was studying abroad, you don't know how much I had developed. Today, I'll let you see what it means to have mountains beyond mountains. Then, Hao Dagon felt a darkness before his eyes, as if he had caught a strong whiff of foot odor. A quarter of an hour later, Hao Dagon returned home. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was taken aback by the scene inside. Because Ho Liangping had changed into a uniform again. No way. Monkey, have you recently taken a liking to cosplay? Why are you always in either a suit or a security uniform? It makes me think you're doing some other shady side job. And the sudden return of Hao Dagon clearly startled the other party as well. After finally calming down, Ho Liangping immediately started cursing. Damn it, old Lu. Can you make some noise when you walk? How did you sneak up behind me without me noticing? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had some improper intentions towards me. Hearing this, Hao Dagon immediately showed his disdain. Get lost. What improper intentions? Do you think this is Tianfu's city? Saying this, he plopped down on the sofa in front of him and picked up a cigarette from the table, lighting it up. As the thick, intoxicating smoke wafted through his nostrils, Hao Dagon felt his previously drained body become invigorated. After taking a couple more puffs and feeling the earlier discomfort fade away, he curiously turned to Ho Liangping, who was fiddling with his phone again. Hey monkey, honestly, are you rekindling your romance with that blind date girl? Rekindling romance? What the hell? Old Lu, why can't I understand a word you're saying? But you spent the whole day with that sweet girl, must have had a great time, right? While saying this, Ho Liangping even leaned in to sniff in Hao Dagon's direction, seemingly trying to detect any trace of a woman's scent on him. But, unexpectedly, this sniff was no big deal, but as soon as he did, the expression on Ho Liangping's face instantly froze. After a moment of suspicion, he leaned in a bit more. After confirming that his sense of smell was working fine, he immediately looked at Hao Dagon with disbelief. Old Lu, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person? Hao Dagon had actually seen Ho Liangping's earlier actions, but he was sure he had left no traces on himself. So he immediately retorted angrily. Monkey, what the hell are you talking about? If you want to change the subject, you can't just throw dirt on me. I haven't done anything to you, so why are you slandering me? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Ho Liangping seemed to feel greatly insulted, pointing at his own nose and starting to get indignant. My nose can tell if a beautiful woman's feet are sore or not. How could I not distinguish between your perfume and the completely different scent my sister-in-law has during the day? Tell me, what the hell did you do today, you scumbag? It's one thing to betray my online foster mother, but now you've even betrayed my exceptionally sweet sister-in-law. You're simply the second Chi Tonwei. As he spoke, Ho Liangping seemed to think of something and suddenly plopped down on the sofa, looking up at the sky and howling. Heaven, earth. Why are all my roommates scumbags and I'm not? How am I supposed to live as an honest person? If possible, let me have a few girls to be a scumbag with too. This scene made Hao Dagon feel extremely awkward. Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, he grabbed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the table and headed back to his bedroom without looking back. Across the hall, at Bai Jia's home. After returning home, Bai Jia didn't bother with anything else and went straight into the bathroom. Once everything had washed away, she emerged wearing a bathrobe, her hair still damp. At that moment, Bai Yanran, who had been lying in the bedroom, suddenly appeared in the living room as if she had a radar for her stepfather, circling around a large pile of things on the floor. Seeing her mother Bai Jia come out, she immediately showed a look of suspicion. Mom, why do you take a shower as soon as you get back? This doesn't seem like you. Shouldn't you be lying on the sofa playing with your phone, then coming to the bedroom to scold me a few times before this part of the routine? Unfortunately, her question was destined to go unanswered. For someone like Bai Jia, who was seasoned in the ways of life, just a glance at her daughter Bai Yanran was enough to conjure up at least a dozen ways to handle the situation. However, even so, she didn't immediately explain. Instead, she leisurely walked to the sofa, found a comfortable spot, and then replied in a nonchalant manner. Yes, your mother is a robot, everything has to follow a process, otherwise there's a problem. If only I had given birth to a son back then. Not only could he fight and scold, but he could also be called upon to do hard labor at any time. Unlike now, where if I send a WeChat message, it takes half a day for a reply, and the moment I wake up, you suspect I have a man outside, truly suffering from old grievances. If I had known it would be like this, I should have thrown that cake in the trash instead of bringing it back for you, then I wouldn't have to struggle to carry so many things back alone. As she spoke, Bai Jia began to sigh. Then, as if she had made a significant decision, she said something that left Bai Yanran utterly shocked. Forget it, since you already suspect me, I might as well just admit it. This thing was brought back by your Uncle Lu from next door. If you go over now, it might still have his sweat on it. Also, he stayed in the car for a while. If you're not at ease, you can go to the underground garage to take a look, you can feel it more directly. Who knows, you might even discover some little secrets. As she spoke, Bai Jia stretched her leg and made a few gestures in the air, as if hinting at something. Such behavior instantly made Bai Yanran's eyelids twitch. It felt as if she could hear her father's voice echoing in her ears. Almost instinctively, she wanted to run over to that pile of things, even to the underground garage to check. But just as she moved, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a slight smirk at the corner of her mother's mouth for a brief moment. It seemed she was a bit pleased about something that was about to happen. This scene instantly made Bai Yanran hesitate. After years of being mother and daughter, she knew very well how difficult and cunning her mother could be. She had even fallen into many traps that her mother had deliberately set. So, after that moment of hesitation, Bai Yanran immediately abandoned her thoughts. Instead, her expression changed, and with a hint of a pout, she sat down beside her mother, Bai Jia. She had more important things to do. She couldn't let a moment of uncertainty derail the plan she had been working on for several days. And after being a mother for so many years, Bai Jia naturally had a good grasp of her daughter's psychological state. Seeing Bai Yanran like this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction in her heart. For the past couple of days, she had sensed that her daughter was hiding something from her, and now it seemed the truth was about to be revealed. Of course, knowing was one thing, but Bai Jia didn't continue her act on the surface. Before Bai Yanran could attempt to act cute, she quickly interjected with a teasing tone, "What's wrong? Not going to take a look? Weren't you guarding against your Uncle Lu like a thief, not wanting your mother to get close to him? Now that I've come clean, you don't have any reaction at all. What's the matter? Are you afraid your mother is throwing smoke bombs to trick you?" Since she had already decided to prioritize her own matters, Bai Yanran naturally wouldn't get entangled with her mother over this issue. Even though she still had some lingering doubts in her heart, and really wanted to investigate the underground garage, she suppressed it. Because Bai Yanran knew that if she really went tonight, it's fine if she sensed something, if not discovered, then she would truly have no face to ask her mom for so much money. So, before Bai Jia finished speaking, she immediately pouted and clung to her mother Bai Jia, acting cute. "Oh, mommy, can you not say such things? You bought the cake tonight, so we should just happily eat it together. Why bring up all that unnecessary stuff? You know, tonight is our agreed monthly mother-daughter day. After we finish the cake, we should enjoy some wonderful parent-child time together." That's right. Bai Jia had lied about some things. The cake wasn't bought because today was her daughter Bai Yanran's birthday, but because every month, she and her daughter would specifically choose one night as their mother-daughter day. The two of them would happily spend time together, doing what they wanted, sharing their thoughts, and perhaps even helping each other out if the mood struck. It was a fixed time to strengthen their bond. As for why she bought the cake, it was simply because Bai Yanran was craving it and wanted to eat that brand, so she specially brought it home. If it weren't for this reason, Bai Jia would probably still be attending a small investor dinner hosted by her friend Chodya, along with another friend Gaoi. For her, no matter how much her daughter Bai Yanran fussed, she would always be the most important person in Bai Jia's heart. After all, she had raised her for over 20 years. Even a little pig would have an inseparable bond. However, thinking this way in her heart was one thing, showing it immediately was another. After Bai Yanran's rather clingy words fell, Bai Jia rolled her eyes and replied somewhat irritably, Yes, this is rare parent-child time. But for a certain little girl to refuse to tell the truth, hiding things in her heart and being all shy, it's as if she sees me, her mother, as a stranger. How can I be in the mood to spend time with her like this? I might as well just lie on the sofa and watch my drama. Saying this, Bai Jia moved her body and reached for the tablet on the table. It seemed she really intended to watch a show directly. Upon seeing this, Bai Yanran instantly panicked. She had planned to start her money-making scheme right after getting the money, so she couldn't let her mom continue. Gritting her teeth, she decided to lay her thoughts bare. "Mom, actually, it's like this. I have a very, very good friend, and she said she has a particularly good project, so I want to." Bai Yanran didn't finish her sentence, but she knew that with her mom Bai Jia's intelligence, she would definitely understand what she meant. So, after speaking, Bai Yanran looked at her mother with a pair of innocent big eyes, filled with longing. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia was first taken aback, then felt a mix of laughter and tears. What on earth had she done to deserve this? Her friend was struggling with a project and had forced her to invest hundreds of thousands as both a supporter and an investor. It seemed highly likely that it would go down the drain. And now her daughter also wanted to work hard and improve, and was starting to ask her for money to start a business. And judging by the situation, she definitely wanted a substantial amount as a base. Even if she had a lot of money, she couldn't afford to squander it like this. If this continued for another 10 or 20 times, she'd have to sell her house. No, this kind of arrogance absolutely couldn't be encouraged around her. Bai Jia didn't hesitate much and immediately refused. "Yenner, your mother, I have no money and only one life. If you really want to do something, just take some money from your little treasury first. Once I collect the rent, I'll make it up to you. Saying this, Bai Jia propped herself up and walked towards the cake placed on the table not far away. Seeing this, Bai Yanran's expression instantly froze. What little treasury? That 100,000 in rice had long been squandered by her. If she really had it, why would she be asking her mom for money? You have to know, the project her best friend mentioned could make money every day. She had seen it with her own eyes. So, after a moment's hesitation, Bai Yanran began to cling to Bai Jia, softening her up. In the Gaoka community. Building 3, room 1202. In the bedroom. Looking at the things Bai Jia had casually given him, Hao Daijing frowned. He hadn't noticed before, but now he saw that there was a line of text printed on the bag, seemingly the name of some project or organization. Xingda Jinshin Private Equity Fund Limited Liability Company? Why does this sound a bit familiar? While mumbling to himself, Hao Daijing began to recall in his mind. He felt like he had seen this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember for a moment. After pondering for a few seconds without results, he decided not to dwell on it and directly opened the exquisitely packaged gift box in front of him. He wanted to see what these seemingly high-end financial companies would send to their clients. Then, he was stunned. What the hell? 2 cakes of tea? You gave me such a big box for just this little bit of stuff? Looking at the small, dark items that were about the size of a rice bowl, Hao Daijing immediately felt disdain. Because upon closer inspection, he noticed there seemed to be wormholes on them. Forget it, this is probably just a scam. It's simply gold and jade on the outside but rotten inside. After glancing at the other cake and finding it was the same, Hao Daijing immediately tossed everything back into the box as if he had touched something hot. Even the gifts are this kind of stuff, this company can't be that good either. When I have time, I should advise Bai Jia not to get scammed. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly. Hao Daijing felt that even for the sake of their past relationship as a couple, he should remind her. After all, a rich woman's money is still money. Rather than being deceived by others, it would be better to let him enjoy some benefits and increase his capital. After casually tossing the gift box into an inconspicuous corner, Hao Daijing didn't bother with anything else, lying back on the bed and stretching comfortably, preparing to scroll through some videos to relax. Just as he opened Douyin, there was a sudden urgent knocking at the door. Old Lu, hurry up and come out, TMD something big has happened. Hearing this, Hao Daijing was taken aback and then replied somewhat irritably towards the door. Monkey, can you not be so loud at night? Now in the Great Xia, everything is peaceful and harmonious. What big event could happen? If you keep saying things that are not conducive to unity, be careful I report you. After saying this, Hao Daijing didn't care about anything else, turned over, and prepared to continue watching videos. But to be honest, recently these short videos seemed to understand his thoughts, starting to push luxury cars, mansions, and high-end products like business fitness to him. Clearly, they knew Hao Daijing had money and could spend more. Unexpectedly, before he finished watching a video, Ho Liangping outside shouted again. But this time, what he said truly shocked Hao Daijing. Damn! Hao Daijing! I'm being serious with you, don't take this lightly. That bastard Chi Tongwei got beaten up and sent to the hospital. If you don't go now, you might not even see him one last time. As soon as these words were spoken, Hao Daijing jumped up from the bed in shock and hurriedly opened the door. What the hell, monkey, you can't be joking, right? What the hell is going on? Xingqing, East Side. A hospital. 3rd floor. Hao Daijing and Ho Liangping rushed over, their faces still showing signs of anxiety. When they finally found the door to the target room and were about to enter, their expressions instantly froze, because it seemed they had been deceived. Just as they reached the door, they overheard an unbearable conversation. Baby, my hand seems to be a bit immobile again. Can you help me wipe my sweat after you finish this bite? And, that strawberry looks so delicious, can you bring one over for me? Darling, you eat first, and I'll clean it for you later. Come on, be good. Open your mouth first. Ah, hee, it's great to have you here. Even this takeout meal tastes much better than before. After hearing this conversation, Hao Daijing knew without even looking inside that Chi Tongwei was perfectly fine. Even if he was really injured, it wouldn't be a big deal. So, to avoid adding more frustration to himself, he pulled Ho Liangping beside him and signaled to leave, planning to deal with that bastard later. Who would have thought that Ho Liangping completely ignored Hao Daijing? After confirming with wide eyes that the person inside was indeed Chi Tongwei, he immediately stormed in, cursing, damn. Isn't this my old buddy Chi? What the hell? He looks fine to me? Why were you in such a hurry earlier? Wait, did you get hurt in a sensitive area? No way. As your brother, I have to check it out. While saying this, Ho Liangping didn't care whether the girl beside them was still there. He plopped down on the edge of the bed and immediately reached out toward Chi Tongwei's sensitive area. This sudden move instantly scared Chi Tongwei, who was half lying on the bed. He couldn't care less about pretending to be weak anymore and quickly reached out to block him while shouting at the top of his lungs, "What the hell, monkey, spare me!" In an instant, the entire ward fell silent. Not long after, the girl was sent away, leaving only Hao Dagan, Ho Liangping, and Chi Tongwei in the ward. However, it was a bit strange that Chi Tongwei, who should have been lying on the hospital bed, was now standing beside them like a little brother. In front of him, Hao Dagan and Ho Liangping were firmly sitting on the bed, both looking at him with unfriendly expressions, as if they were ready to make a move at any moment. Seeing this situation, Chi Tongwei felt that things were not looking good and immediately started confessing. It turned out, he really did get beaten up, he really did go to the hospital, and he really was injured. But the situation wasn't as serious as he had claimed. Although there was a little bit of blood, it actually wasn't a big problem. The reason Chi Tongwei exaggerated so much to Ho Liangping was that he thought it had been almost a month since they last met, and he was a bit lazy to go back. So he took this opportunity to gather everyone together. He might have been afraid that his two good brothers would be rude to him upon learning the truth, or even directly put on a show of double-teaming him. After finishing his explanation, Chi Tongwei immediately patted his chest and shouted with bravado, "Old Lu, monkey, don't worry, you too. I won't let you come here for nothing. Tonight's expenses are on me, all on me, Chi Gongzi. What's the barbecue later, business meeting, sports spa? I've arranged everything. Sister, it's even more than that." Before the words had even settled, Chi Tongwei was already throwing flirtatious glances at Hao Dagan and Ho Liangping in turn. Just as he was about to say something more, a female voice suddenly rang out at the door. "Tongwei, are you okay?" As soon as the voice fell, a figure rushed into Chi Tongwei's arms, who was about to speak, and hugged him tightly. Then came a flurry of words that seemed to come from the depths of her heart, filled with concern. "Darling, I'm so glad you're okay. I was really worried just now. You know, the moment I found out you were in the hospital, I dropped everything and rushed over without a second thought. I was afraid I might never see you again. Woo woo." Seeing this scene, Hao Dagan and Ho Liangping were first taken aback, then exchanged glances, unable to hold back their laughter, their eyes revealing a schadenfreude expression. Because the newcomer was not the girl from earlier, but Liang Lu. Given the situation, it was clear that if no one intervened, the deeds of a certain scumbag who was playing both sides would be exposed immediately. What would happen then was anyone's guess. But one thing was certain, Chi Tongwei, this scumbag, was very likely to face consequences. He might even get beaten up. It should be noted that although he wasn't seriously injured, he wasn't in a condition for any vigorous activity. If both girls really teamed up to punish him later, he would probably be in big trouble. And as the person involved, Chi Tongwei was clearly aware of this possibility. So, after realizing the situation, he immediately hugged Liang Lu tightly, preventing her from seeing the expression on his face. Then he started making eye signals at the two brothers, Hao Dagan and Ho Liangping, who were sitting on the bed, occasionally gesturing towards the door. It was obvious. He wanted his two good brothers to help him out by stopping the girl outside who hadn't come back yet. Otherwise, it would really turn into a battlefield. But would Hao Dagan and the others help? The answer was no. As a punishment for this guy's emotional deceit, after exchanging a knowing smile, Hao Dagan and Ho Liangping shook their heads at him in unison. In this situation, Chi Tongwei instantly panicked. He didn't care whether Liang Lu would notice. He reached out and started gesturing with his hands, cutting his throat, making a scissors gesture, leaving Hao Dagan and Ho Liangping completely bewildered. Just when Hao Dagan vaguely felt he might have forgotten something important, Liang Lu's sudden words jolted him, and he realized what was going on. "Darling, don't be afraid. Tell me who did this to you. I've already asked my cousin to call them over. Just tell me who and where, and I'll make sure they pay." As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Chi Tongwei's face, which had been lively just moments ago, instantly collapsed. Looking at Hao Dagan and Ho Liangping, his eyes were filled with a sense of urgency, as if to say that if they didn't help him, he might really not see the sun tomorrow. Seeing this, Hao Dagan immediately rolled his eyes and dragged the still-dazed Ho Liangping out of the room. Perhaps heaven was really planning to show some mercy on this scumbag Chi Tongwei, as the moment they stepped out, they bumped right into the girl from earlier. No, more accurately, the two big men accidentally knocked her to the ground. After that, the two of them, one on each side, helped the girl, who was not seriously hurt, to see the doctor. However, what Hao Dagan didn't know was that during this process, a pair of eyes had been watching him for quite a while. At 11 o'clock at night, Hao Dagan returned home. Accompanying him was the now grumbling Ho Liang-ping. After the two of them, who had been busy for several hours, finally sat down on the sofa, one of them couldn't wait to start complaining about Chi Tongwei with Hao Dagon. "Old Lu, we shouldn't have meddled in that business just now. We should have let that scoundrel Chi Tongwei experience the consequences of being a jerk. Damn it! He tricked us into coming over just to wipe his backside. And there he is, comfortably flirting with Liang Lu in the hospital room while we, his brothers, are out here exhausted to death. If we had been clever just now and thought of a few ways to distract that girl, we might have been labeled as scheming perverts by now." As he spoke, Ho Liang-ping kicked the coffee table in front of him in frustration. "Damn! If that scoundrel Chi Tongwei doesn't invite me to hang out at Platinum Han a few more times, I swear I'll expose him to Liang Lu." Ho Liang-ping thought that Hao Dagon would immediately agree with him upon hearing this, or even rally together in solidarity. So, before he finished speaking, he turned to look at Hao Dagon. To his surprise, in the next moment, Hao Dagon made a move that left him dumbfounded. He quickly got up, put some distance between them, and then sat down again in a different spot. This strange behavior instantly unsettled Ho Liang-ping, who was still in a state of indignation, and he opened his mouth to question, "What the hell, old Lu? I thought we were on the same page, and now you're distancing yourself from me. Let me tell you, backstabbing a buddy like this is unethical." Hao Dagon, upon hearing this, nodded slowly, as if he understood. Then, in response to Ho Liang-ping's confused gaze, he said something that left him utterly shocked. "Sorry, buddy, even if we're good brothers, I can't walk down the path of crime with you. I'm still young, and I have a wonderful life to enjoy." "What do you mean, old Lu? I don't get what you're saying. Aren't we just punishing Chi Tongwei for his scummy behavior? How does that relate to crime? Don't tell me you're trying to scare me with nonsense. Or are you afraid that I might treat you the same way in the future, so you're leaving yourself an out?" After a moment of shock, Ho Liang-ping, thinking that Hao Dagon was just trying to scare him, shot him a skeptical look. Seeing that Ho Liang-ping still hadn't grasped the crux of the matter, Hao Dagon felt a bit speechless. However, considering their friendship, he thought it was necessary to remind him. After all, this was in Xia country, a generally sound and strictly enforced nation. Many times, even unintentional mistakes could lead to shared responsibility. So, after a moment of thought and organizing his words in his mind, Hao Dagon recounted to Ho Liang-ping what Liang Lu had said in the hospital room, along with some of her demeanor and behavior when she came to visit that day. Upon understanding the situation, Ho Liang-ping slapped the sofa and cursed. "Damn! I almost got screwed over by that jerk Chi Tongwei." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and looked at Hao Dagon with an unusually wary expression. "Old Lu, you better come clean. Are there any dangerous elements among the girls you're dating?" In the early morning, just past midnight, Su Yao, who had been worn out from a day of hustle, was yawning. At that moment, she was wearing a white silk nightgown, barefoot, lying on the sofa, casually editing photos while thinking about how to entice a certain someone to come over tomorrow, when she was nearly startled out of her wits by a sudden, urgent knock on the door. Once she finally calmed down, she cautiously shouted towards the door, "Who is it? What do you want at this hour? I warn you, if you don't leave, I'm calling my boyfriend to deal with you." As she spoke, Su Yao dramatically shouted in a certain direction. "Darling? Darling? Come quickly, there seems to be a stranger outside." Immediately, a rather rough male voice responded from within the house. However, the source of the voice was not in the direction Su Yao had shouted, but right beside her. More accurately, it was from her phone. This was a precautionary measure Su Yao had taken while living alone for a long time, in case of any unexpected situations. It was just to be safe. Perhaps because she had used it so infrequently, she momentarily lost her sense of proportion and accidentally amplified the sound that was supposed to gradually increase, to the point where she felt a bit awkward herself. Nevertheless, she still forced herself to remain calm and continued shouting at the door. "My boyfriend is a tough guy, and he has a really bad temper. If you don't leave soon, you better watch out." While saying this, Su Yao slightly played another pre-recorded message. At the same time, she resolved in her heart that if the person outside didn't leave, she would call the police immediately. There was no choice. It was the middle of the night, and suddenly someone was knocking on the door so urgently, it was really quite creepy. More importantly, several nearby neighborhoods had recently been spreading rumors about a pervert stealing women's clothes. Although she had absolute confidence in the security of her community, which required a card to access specific floors, it was better to be cautious. Who would have thought that just as Su Yao's words fell, a burst of laughter erupted from outside the door. "Ha ha ha, ha ha. Su Yao, you're going to kill me with laughter. A tough guy boyfriend. If you don't open the door for me, you might end up with a big green hat on your head." "Wait, is that Zhao Linger's voice?" Hearing the voice outside the door, Suyao was first taken aback, then furrowed her brows and angrily shouted outside. Zhao Linger, you little brat, are you trying to get yourself killed? Who told you to knock on my door in the middle of the night without saying a word? Do you know that scaring someone can actually kill them? And, aren't you supposed to be on the night shift? Why are you still hanging around at this hour? Aren't you afraid your head nurse will chew you out? Perhaps truly frightened, Suyao's tone was not only angry but also surprisingly crude in her choice of words. She didn't even have the intention to open the door for her friend outside. This situation immediately made Zhao Linger outside unhappy, and she retorted back. Suyao, you heartless person. I risked getting caught by coming back early to warn you, and you treat me like this? You deserve to be cheated on. Humph. If you're going to give me the cold shoulder, I'll just spread your business in the friend group. Let's see if those good sisters will laugh at you. As she spoke, a sound of footsteps began to fade away outside the door. Seeing this, Suyao immediately frowned. She had noticed earlier that her friend Zhao Linger had mentioned something about her head being a big green pasture. Now she was saying she deserved to be cheated on. Coupled with the strange timing and the unexpected visit, it immediately piqued Suyao's curiosity. Could it be that Zhao Linger really encountered something? And it's about me? Realizing this, in an instant, she connected the situation to Hao Dagon. Because throughout, she had only appeared in front of her friend Zhao Linger with this man. Thinking of this, Suyao didn't care about whether she was wearing shoes or not. She ran barefoot, shouting as she rushed out. After all, for her now, every piece of news about Hao Dagon was very important. Not long after, on the sofa, the two best friends sat facing each other. Suyao frowned as if she was pondering something, while her friend Zhao Linger had a serious expression on her face. After about 4 or 5 seconds of silence, seeing that Suyao had not spoken, she immediately began to persuade her. Let me tell you, Suyao, this is just what I've seen, who knows how much more there is that I haven't seen. There aren't many good men in this world. If you really want to find a boyfriend, you need to be more discerning. As for that Lu guy, I really don't think he's worth it. Not to mention, who goes to meet your parents during the day and then takes another woman to the hospital at night? He clearly just wants to play with you, with no intention of being serious or lasting. As your best friend, I think it's necessary to remind you to kick him to the curb while you still have nothing to lose. Otherwise, you'll be the one who suffers in the end. As a truly good best friend, Zhao Linger was undoubtedly qualified. Once she noticed a problem, she immediately advised a breakup. She was afraid her friend would suffer even the slightest harm. Even now, she hadn't confirmed whether the issue was real. She even automatically ignored the basic fact that there was another man helping the girl along with Hao Dagon at that time. In her view, as long as the intention was for her friend's good, it was perfectly fine to deliberately overlook some unimportant details. So Zhao Linger felt no guilt. However, from the beginning until now, her best friend Suyao's reaction had left her somewhat puzzled. Although Suyao's brow was constantly furrowed and her expression didn't look good, the reaction time was clearly abnormal. For an average woman, upon hearing that her boyfriend had just met her parents during the day and then appeared at the hospital with another woman at night, shouldn't she immediately fly into a rage and call to confront him, or even directly suggest a breakup? Why was her good friend Suyao still just frowning after all this time, without even a hint of other reactions? Could it be that Zhao Linger's approach was somehow wrong? Confused, Zhao Linger was contemplating whether to add fuel to the fire, when Suyao's next move left her completely dumbfounded. Zhao Linger had thought that Suyao suddenly picking up her phone meant she was going to do exactly what she had in mind, a scathing rebuke followed by a breakup. Then she would return to being a single noblewoman like herself. Who would have thought that the moment her good friend Suyao lit up her phone screen, she did not swiftly dial the number of that scumbag Lu. Instead, as if making a monumental decision, she suddenly turned to ask her, "Hey, Zhao Linger, do you think calling at this hour would be annoying? You know, he might have already fallen asleep by now. What if I accidentally interrupt his sweet dreams, and then he's unhappy for a few days and doesn't break up with me? But I'm also worried that something might have happened to the person next to him. If he finds out later that I didn't care about him when I should have, would he think I'm not caring at all? After all, the person he's taking to the hospital at night could very well be a close relative or something." Suyao's sudden and unceasing stream of words left Zhao Linger completely stunned. What was wrong with her best friend? Why had she suddenly changed her tune? Wasn't she the one who hated scumbags the most and even took her to confront them on social media? Why did things become so strange when it came to her own situation? Her intention was clearly expressed. That guy with the surname Lu was a scumbag, not worth trusting. He's already cheated on you, you should immediately call him and give him a good scolding, and then break up with him. But somehow, after passing through her best friend Suyao's mind, it turned into the possibility that someone close to him might be in trouble, and if she, as his girlfriend, didn't show concern right away, she might end up being disliked, and so on. These were two completely contradictory outcomes, which left Zhao Linger's mind in a state of confusion for a while. It wasn't until 3 or 4 seconds later that she slowly came back to her senses and tried to reach out to touch Su Yao's forehead. This abrupt action was immediately stopped by Su Yao, who was still tangled in her thoughts, and she even began to scold her. "Hey, Zhao Linger, I'm asking you something, why aren't you responding at all? Seriously, your mind is usually so sharp, how come you're so unreliable at a critical moment?" This continuous double blow instantly shook Zhao Linger's worldview, making her even start to doubt whether her best friend in front of her had been drugged. Otherwise, how could the independent woman with a bit of feminism suddenly turn into a little woman who only thinks about her boyfriend in just a few days? It was simply unbelievable. So, Zhao Linger decided to ignore everything else, grabbed her best friend Su Yao's hand, and asked very seriously, "Su Yao, there are only the two of us here, you need to come clean. Did that guy with the surname Lu get something on you? Otherwise, why would you do something so against your will?" This sudden directness left Su Yao stunned, her eyes showing a hint of horror. Because, putting aside what happened later, her good friend Zhao Linger actually guessed right. By the time she realized and wanted to explain, Zhao Linger seemed to have discovered something, suddenly nodding with a determined expression. "Su Yao, you don't need to say anything. As your good friend, I've already found the answer I wanted in your eyes. Don't worry, I know your unspoken troubles, and I won't ask more. But one thing I can guarantee is that in a few days, you will be free from that guy with the surname Lu, and that Hao Dagon will pay for his actions." As she spoke, Zhao Linger picked up her phone with a serious expression, as if she had made some decision. At this moment, Su Yao was left speechless by her friend's unexpected insight. She was being held by that guy with the surname Lu. Once, she was extremely reluctant, fiercely resistant, even wishing to take revenge on him immediately, but that was in the past. Now, she was completely willing and even somewhat enjoying it. If it weren't for that guy with the surname Lu not wanting to let go, she could have moved in with him right now. Then she could directly be his full-time girlfriend or even wife, quietly lying back and being the rich lady behind him. After all, that kind of life, where she didn't have to face work, could earn money while lying down, and occasionally enjoy a cozy world for two, was simply wonderful. As for those other flirtations, they were nothing in her eyes. Only capable men would have such treatment. Isn't the emperor powerful? There are even 3,000 beauties in the harem. But in the end, aren't they all controlled by the empress? Su Yao's goal was to seize the opportunity while there weren't many outstanding and beautiful women around that guy with the surname Lu. That way, even if more came later, the initiative would be in her hands. So, ever since a certain moment when someone suddenly opened her meridians, Su Yao had been striving in this direction. And her best friend Zhao Linger's recent assumptions, along with what she was about to do, could very well ruin everything. Thinking of this, Su Yao could no longer care about anything else. Seeing her best friend constantly editing on the screen, she immediately made a decisive grab and snatched the phone away. Others might not understand, but Su Yao clearly knew. Her good friend Zhao Linger came from a well-known family of medical professionals. If she hesitated any longer, the other party might very well seek help from those in the police system. By then, not only would that person with the surname Lu fail to uncover any issues, but she, who had secretly borrowed money from the company, would be directly exposed. Zhao Linger probably didn't expect her friend to act this way, and was momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, she couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. "Su Yao, what are you doing? I'm helping you?" As she spoke, she suddenly seemed to remember something and her expression turned ghostly. "Wait, Su Yao, you can't have developed Stockholm Syndrome, right?" Hearing this, Su Yao immediately rolled her eyes and shot a displeased look at her best friend. "You're the one with Stockholm Syndrome. I'm just trying to prevent you from wasting social resources and causing trouble for the uncles, okay?" Su Yao knew that just a couple of simple explanations wouldn't dispel the thoughts in her friend's mind. So, after a moment of consideration, she decided to tell a lie that any woman would believe upon hearing. "Zhao Linger, you might not believe it, but actually a little did she know, for a long time afterward, she would deeply regret her decision today because curiosity kills the cat. In fact, if Su Yao were to call Hao Dagon right now, it definitely wouldn't disturb his sleep. As for whether he would answer, that was another matter. For instance, right now, he was just about to go to sleep when a sudden phone call from his mother earlier had left him feeling quite gloomy. After a while, he began to grumble in dissatisfaction. What's the deal? Isn't it normal to add someone on WeChat, not bother each other for a while, and then quietly delete them? What, just because some elder is a bit related, it's not okay? It's been over half a year, and she's actually going back to gossiping about family. What a petty woman. No way, I can't stand this, I need to settle the score with that woman. Saying this, Hao Dagon began to scroll through his chat history with his alternate account, searching for a specific WeChat ID. The incident began about half a year ago when his family introduced him to a blind date. Since the other party wasn't in Star City, they added each other on WeChat through an elder's introduction. It was meant to get to know each other a bit before deciding to meet if things went well. Initially, Hao Dagon had refused, but he couldn't withstand his mother's insistence, and seeing that the other person was indeed quite attractive, he had a fleeting thought of a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and thought maybe a blind cat could stumble upon a dead mouse, so he took the initiative to add her. What followed was the typical experience many people go through. Sometimes replying, sometimes not, occasionally being interested or in a good mood and replying a bit more, otherwise it was a cycle of her responding immediately while he took his time. After 2 days of shattered fantasies, Hao Dagon suddenly stopped reaching out. A week later, after noticing the other party was active on social media but silent on WeChat, he immediately adopted the principle of out of sight, out of mind, and deleted her, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in his heart. Who would have thought that today, nearly half a year later, when her family introduced her to another blind date, she would start spinning tales, claiming that Hao Dagon didn't take the initiative and even deleted her on WeChat, causing her emotional wounds from that time to remain unhealed, thus refusing to go on another blind date. If this were said in the city, especially among the younger generation, it might not hold any credibility, but among the older generation in the countryside, that was not necessarily the case. Not to mention that certain situations in the new era have not fully reached the countryside, resulting in a certain degree of information barrier. With the natural trust and filter one has for their own family, combined with the fact that the other party is a woman, very few would doubt the authenticity of the matter. The result of this is that Hao Dagon was directly called by his somewhat skeptical mother, who lectured him and took the opportunity to start pressuring him about marriage and arranging blind dates. In such a situation, if Hao Dagon were to endure it any longer, he would become a ninja turtle. Of course, in order to ensure that his friend's application could be smoothly approved, after finding the WeChat of the blind date girl, Hao Dagon still used a little trick. This should be fine, just wait and see how I deal with you, let you see what a LAN keyboard immortal is. After swiping on the screen several times and confirming that everything was foolproof, Hao Dagon tossed his phone onto the bed and got up to find something to eat. He didn't know if it was because he had exercised too much during the day, but these past few nights he felt extremely hungry. Several times, he had woken up from hunger in his sleep. As a result, Hao Dagon had to keep some staple food at home these days. Is it going to be eaten up again? Looking at the storage that was starting to become empty again, Hao Dagon was clearly taken aback. It should be noted that he had filled it with instant food items when he returned the day before yesterday. Could it be that dog Ho Lianping secretly ate it? How could it be consumed so quickly? After mumbling a few words, Hao Dagon picked up a few large hams from inside, tore open the packaging, and without caring about anything else, took a big bite. After finishing one, he immediately showed a satisfied smile. Indeed, a person is iron, and food is steel. The feeling of being hungry is really uncomfortable. The only downside is that my body's absorption ability seems to be a bit too good these days. It hasn't been long since I ate, and it's all turned into muscle. After walking a few steps, he suddenly caught sight of his figure in a nearby mirror and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In fact, he didn't really want to be a muscle man, even having several abdominal muscles, but he couldn't resist the strong influence of the App Muscle Man diary. As time went by, not only did the excess fat on his body slowly disappear, but even his muscles began to tighten gradually, and they were visibly starting to bulge. If someone didn't know better, they might think he had been working out in the gym every day during this time. At this rate, I won't really become a broadly defined muscle man, will I? No wonder Su Yao has been saying I look a bit. Because he usually didn't care much about his appearance, Hao Dagon rarely paid attention to his figure and looks. But tonight, he didn't notice it at first, but once he looked, he suddenly felt something was off. Not to mention the muscles all over his body that were visible with just a little effort. Even his height, which had not changed for many years, seemed to have some movement. Because people from the southern part of summer country are generally not particularly tall, Hao Dagon's height of 1.75 meters was already considered above average in a crowd. So he usually didn't feel anything, but when he stood in front of the mirror that had been hanging on the wall without moving, he had a clear memory comparison. He suddenly realized that the reflection in the mirror seemed to show less of him. In the past, when he walked to this distance, he could fit his entire body in the reflection. But now, he could only see up to his forehead. Could it be that I misremembered, or my eyes are playing tricks on me? Or, has my height even changed? Intrigued, Hao Dagon hesitated for a moment before searching for other reference points in the room. After wandering for a few seconds, he finally found a line on the wall that they had drawn back when the three of them were renting together, to compare who was taller or shorter, a rather childish topic. If I remember correctly, we started drawing from 1.7 meters back then. Every 2 centimeters a grid. So that means I was just at the middle back then. And now, I'm actually about to touch the 1.8 meter line? Is this for real? How long has it been? How did I suddenly grow so much? Could it be that I misread it, or my shoes? A somewhat shocked Dai-Jen instinctively looked again at the position he had just marked, confirming he wasn't seeing things, then immediately looked down at his footwear. Seeing that he was wearing flat slippers even lower than his previous sports shoes, he was taken aback and rushed into the bedroom to find his phone. He had a premonition that the app must have changed again, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Not long after, in the bedroom, Dai-Jen was rummaging everywhere. Phone. Where's my phone? Perhaps due to his anxiety, he couldn't find the phone he had casually tossed onto the bed. Fortunately, it was only so big, and after he lifted the blanket entirely, the phone wrapped inside finally fell out. Seeing this, Dai-Jen didn't care about anything else. He tossed the blanket aside, unlocked the screen, and randomly selected an app while silently chanting the words "I am a strong man." Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Although the words "Strong Man Diary" still replaced the original app, the content did not immediately appear before Daigen's eyes. Instead, what caught his attention was a strange pop-up notification. It boldly stated, "This app has been optimized, and some features have gradually begun to improve. Would you like to update?" This line in red font. Such a situation left Dai-Jen, who hadn't expected this, momentarily dumbfounded, his eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. What's going on? This thing can actually update like a normal app? Isn't that too cool? Just thinking about how the app could bring about such drastic changes in his life and even his body in such a short time before the update made Dai-Jen feel exhilarated. If he weren't afraid of making unnecessary noise in the middle of the night, he might have shouted a few cheers for the Qinghai Tibet Plateau right then and there. I can't wait any longer. I need to update immediately. After shouting these 2 sentences, Dai-Jen didn't think twice, his little hand trembling as he clicked confirm. Immediately, an exceptionally bright red color appeared on the phone screen, as if it had a life of its own, swirling continuously. If it weren't for the fact that no liquid appeared on the screen, Dai-Jen would have suspected it might break through dimensional limits and flow out. What's going on? Why do I feel like this is a bit eerie? Just like the devouring upgrade in a novel? Looking at the scene before him, Dai-Jen felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. However, this thought only flashed by before he was drawn in by the suddenly appearing words "optimization successful." Forget it, why think so much? Life is short, enjoying it is the way to go. I won't become a 1,000-year-old turtle, worrying about unnecessary things will only add to my troubles. While saying this, Dai-Jen unhesitatingly clicked back into the optimized app. The earlier incident was cast aside. With great anticipation, the app Strong Man Diary reopened. And then, he was stunned. Because the optimized interface was no different from before. It still displayed the lonely third step: enhance your vision, enrich your pockets. If there really was a change, it was just that the long string of numbers, 1 trillion, had turned into the word version, 1 trillion. It made it look less dizzying. In such a situation, how Dagon couldn't take it anymore. No way. It was so grand just now, and now it's this? Isn't this just like those rogue apps that only have a lot of memory but no real girls, like Momo? After taking a closer look at the black text above and clicking around, he found that aside from the earlier change, there was really no other movement, and how Dagon suddenly felt like he was being teased. Just as he was about to throw his phone, the screen in front of him suddenly flashed blue, as if it had been refreshed. Then, how Dagon's eyes suddenly lit up. This is the icon to go back a step? Looking at the suddenly appearing curved arrow in the upper right corner, how Dagon blinked hard. After confirming he wasn't seeing things, he immediately clicked on it. Then, he really could go back a step. Refine oneself, strengthen one's courage? That's right, it really went back. And there's even a submenu below that seems to be clickable. To further verify his thoughts, how Dagon didn't hesitate to continue clicking, and the reality didn't disappoint him. New things really appeared below. Age 25. Lifespan 99. 9. Height 178. 5. Weight 74. Speed 120 beats per minute. Time half an hour? What is this? Looking at the detailed personal data above, which resembled a physical examination report, how Dagon was momentarily stunned. While others might be confused by this, he could immediately tell that this was clearly his own. Realizing this, his pupils constricted, and he took another look, especially at those key details, confirming repeatedly. When he looked the first and second times, he didn't feel anything unusual, but the more he looked, the longer he stared, the more shocked he became, because some of the data above could very well be a prediction of his future. After realizing this, when he looked at certain things in front of him, his gaze became abnormal. Lifespan 99. 9. Does this mean I can't live to be 100 in this life? Time half an hour. Could this refer to endurance? And this speed? This maximum distance? This number? He stared for several minutes until he suddenly noticed that behind some of the data, there seemed to be a faint plus sign, which pulled his attention back. Hey, is this for real? Can this thing be manually adjusted? Has it really become a life modifier? Although Hao Dagon didn't believe it, his body was very honest. After finding the lifespan column, he kept clicking upwards. Unfortunately, things didn't go as expected. Not only did the anticipated changes not appear, but due to his excitement, he accidentally pressed the lock screen button on the side of the phone, causing the screen to go black. This abrupt scene instantly left Hao Dagon dumbfounded. Huh? Did I really press it just now? No way? But it feels like I did? However, he didn't pay much attention to it, muttering a few words before lighting up the screen again. But somehow, those plus signs that he could see before had become even more blurred, and after Hao Dagon blinked hard, they completely disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared at all. Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately furrowed his brows. No, something's very wrong. Could it be that there was a bug just now? Or could it be something else is going on? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly jolted, thinking of another matter. Since there has been a change in this second step, doesn't that mean the first step? Thinking of this, he no longer got tangled up in the somewhat strange situation before him, but eagerly clicked into the first step to become a muscular man. After all, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. A few seconds later, Hao Dagon frowned, because a set of numbers appeared in front of him. 9 plus 6 plus 1? No. What does this even mean? Can it evolve a second time? Just as he was puzzled, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. Startled, he quickly protected his phone. Turning around, he found it was that scoundrel Ho Liangping, who had come out in the middle of the night. He was looking at him with a smug expression. So, how's it going, old Lu? Did I scare you? My silent steps are pretty good, right? Ho Liangping winked. Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately became annoyed. Damn! Monkey, are you sick? Walking without a sound in the middle of the night. Do you know that scaring someone can actually kill them? However, Ho Liangping didn't take it to heart and just shook his head, saying, not at all, that's for ordinary people. For you, old Lu, that was just a light drizzle. Hao Dagon was a bit stunned after hearing this. What the hell? Why is it different for me? Ho Liangping replied, of course, old Lu, didn't you just notice? I scared you so much, and you didn't even react, so how could anything happen? Hao Dagon. Although what the other party said was true, Hao Dagon still felt something was off. Hiss. Wait. This scoundrel is trying to fool him with twisted logic. Who judges the quality of subjective intentions based on the results of certain actions? Just a moment ago, if it had been before he was transformed by the muscular man diary, he would have jumped up in fright. In fact, he might have turned into a timid coward for several nights, seeing danger everywhere. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon immediately planned to give his friend a taste of his own medicine. But before he could make a move, Ho Liangping spoke up first. Hey, old Lu, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. My dude is about to become a demolitionaire. Don't let my brother's beautiful life be overshadowed before it even starts. This sudden remark seemed to have some effect, instantly leaving Hao Dagon a bit stunned. Monkey, what do you mean by that? Could it be? Seeing Hao Dagon like this, Ho Liangping immediately whistled proudly, unusually excited. What do you think I'm not sleeping for? It's because I'm excited. Just an hour ago, my mom secretly told me, without my dad knowing, that the demolition of our house has been approved, and in a couple of days, the excavator will come to our home. I'm about to become a millionaire, how can I sleep? Perhaps due to being overly excited, Ho Liangping started to gesticulate as he spoke. He even began to hum a little tune right in front of Hao Dagon. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was a bit dumbfounded, and it took him a while to react. Great! He was about to witness the birth of the second millionaire. And the first one was none other than their other roommate, Shi Tongwei. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon suddenly realized a problem. That is, the feng shui of the house they three lived in seemed to be excessively good. Not long after they moved in, Shi Tongwei's house suddenly got demolished. Now it was Ho Liangping's turn. As for himself, there was no need to mention it. Not to mention the somewhat mysterious Muscular Man Diary app. Just the hidden prompts alone could easily make him a millionaire or even a billionaire. All he needed to do was follow the prompt step by step while enjoying life. Could it be there really is a reason for this? How Dagon, being a person from the Xia country, although he did not understand or particularly believe in certain metaphysical matters, had always regarded them with a sense of reverence. At this moment, upon realizing the situation, the feeling of awe in his mind increased a few notches. He even began to plan that if he had the chance another day, he would definitely ask Bai Jia if there was anything special about this house. Meanwhile, Ho Liangping, who had been enjoying himself for quite a while, noticed that Hao Dagon stood there in a daze after listening to him, and seemed to have no intention of speaking for a long time, so he immediately stopped his actions. After several attempts to speak and hesitating, he finally scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and asked, Lao Lu, are you okay? It wouldn't be because of what I just said. Perhaps worried that Hao Dagon might be triggered again, he did not finish his sentence but stopped at the critical point and began to pay close attention to his friend's reaction. At that moment, Ho Liangping actually felt a twinge of regret. He thought he shouldn't have told Hao Dagon about the house demolition in such a way and acted so smug about it. Just like during the day, when he couldn't help but complain loudly out of jealousy that both Hao Dagon and Chi Tongwei had several girls around them while he had none. Now, among the three roommates, both he and Chi Tongwei were about to become millionaires due to their family's demolition, while Hao Dagon had no movement at all. In Ho Liangping's view, under such circumstances, any normal person would feel uncomfortable, even developing a sense of imbalance. Not to mention he had just been so boastful. Therefore, he was a bit worried that his earlier behavior might cause a rift in their years of brotherly friendship. This was something Ho Liangping did not want to see. Hao Dagon, having regained his senses, certainly had no idea what Ho Liangping was specifically thinking at that moment, but judging by the expression on the other person's face, he could roughly guess something. So, he instinctively wanted to laugh. However, he held it back. To thank his good friend Ho Liangping for being considerate of his feelings at such a time, Hao Dagon decided to give this guy a surprise. After a moment of thought, he deliberately darkened his expression and looked at the other person with a heavy demeanor. Monkey, actually, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but I was afraid you would refuse. So, sure enough, when Ho Liangping saw him like this, his expression immediately changed, and he patted his chest to assure him. Don't. Lao Lu, we're all brothers, just say it. As long as I can help, I won't hesitate at all. Seeing this, Hao Dagon didn't hesitate and blurted out, monkey. No, monkey brother. I've always heard you talk about a sister named Xiao Ai, and she looks pretty good. How about we take it a step further? Upon hearing this, Ho Liangping was first taken aback, then immediately exploded with curses. Damn it, Lao Lu, are you still a man? You actually want to live off my sister's good graces. She just turned 18. 18? Isn't she 19? I remember you posted last year congratulating her on getting into college, right? Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned by this and instinctively replied. And the moment he spoke, Ho Liangping completely lost it. Pointing at Hao Dagon, he was so agitated that it seemed he was about to explode. Good. Alright, Lao Lu, you little rascal, you really have ulterior motives. After all these years, you still have your eye on my sister. I treat you as a good brother, and you actually want to be my brother-in-law. Then do you want to split my inheritance in half next? It's simply, just. Perhaps it was the sudden rise and fall of emotions that was too much, as Ho Liangping found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Seeing him like this, Hao Dagon knew the joke had gone on long enough. If it continued, Ho Liangping might really take it seriously. No, he was already taking it seriously. If it went on, he might start watching him like a hawk. So, after lightly tapping Ho Liangping on the chest, he laid it all out. What are you thinking, monkey? I was just joking with you. Don't you know the saying that rabbits don't eat the grass by their burrow? Besides, I'm 6 or 7 years older than your sister. When I was in college, she was only in 6th grade. I'm not a pervert. How could I have thoughts about a loli? That's a crime. You could get sentenced for that. I was just trying to lighten the mood, teasing you on purpose. Hao Dagon thought that with such an explanation, Ho Liangping would surely feel relieved. Who would have thought that as soon as he said it, it would provoke an even more intense reaction from the other side? After hearing this, Ho Liangping was clearly stunned for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something, his expression shifting to one of realization as he excitedly pointed at Hao Dagon. You sly dog, Hao Dagon, so that's how it is. You've been planning this for so long. No wonder my mom keeps saying that my sister likes to close the door and hide in her room, laughing at her phone when she comes home. Quick, Tell me, was it you? Hao Dagon. The next day, at noon, Hao Dagon woke up naturally. Because he had turned on Do Not Disturb mode on his phone before going to bed yesterday, he wasn't disturbed in the middle of the night. Of course, with gain comes loss. Lying in bed, he had just dozed off a bit before finally waking up completely. As he stretched and reached for his phone to check the time, he was startled by the flood of new message pop-ups on the screen. No way. This. Staring at the pop-ups that had been going for a good 10 seconds without stopping, Hao Dagon's face twitched. Good thing I'm smart and turned on Do Not Disturb mode, otherwise, I would have had a lot of trouble this morning. I want to see who is so free to send me this much stuff all morning. They must really be bored. After about a minute, seeing that the messages on the screen had finally calmed down, Hao Dagon began to click through them. He was somewhat taken aback to find that there seemed to be quite a few suspects. Joe Jia, Wu Mengmeng, Shen Nana, Lu Yen, and Su Yao. Bai Jia. Wait, Bai Jia? Why is she sending me a message so early in the morning? That's a bit unusual. Although Hao Dagon and Bai Jia had a rather deep relationship, they hadn't communicated much on WeChat, let alone the situation where she took the initiative to send a message. So out of curiosity, Hao Dagon instinctively clicked in. She wants me to take the car to the 4S shop for repairs? Looking at the message on the screen, Hao Dagon was instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't that there was a problem with Bai Jia asking him to drive to the 4S shop, but the reason she gave left him somewhat speechless. No way. I clearly didn't say anything yesterday. How did it end up being my fault for getting angry? Besides, this doesn't affect going out. However, considering the 8888 transfer at the top, Hao Dagon, after a few complaints, honestly replied that he would take care of it. Just in time for the afternoon, he had to meet Lu Yen, which saved him the trouble of commuting. Luxury cars and beautiful women, who wouldn't like this? After mumbling inexplicably, Hao Dagon accepted the transfer red envelope and exited the chat interface. For him now, the more capital, the better. As for other matters, they were not within his consideration for the time being. One must know oneself. When lacking sufficient ability, one must put aside pride, or else one will only become a modern-day Kongiji, trapped in one's own web. This was Hao Dagon's true thought after being battered by society for several years. Of course, there was a part he didn't express. That is, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. After a while, when he truly utilizes hidden hints to become a millionaire, or even a billionaire, he would have to regain the face he once lost. And now, he had already thought of several targets in his mind. Among them, there were both men and women. Let's not talk about the men for now. Whatever happens, happens. As for the women, it depends on the situation. Otherwise, wouldn't the successful taming experience right in front of me be wasted? While speaking, Hao Dagon turned his gaze to the messages sent by Su Yao. Despite the numerous unread messages that had popped up before, the vast majority were from this woman. It was also for this reason that Hao Dagon had said what he just did. In his view, one of the important signs of a woman showing submission to a man is an overwhelming desire to share and connect. She would want to be by your side at all times and be able to listen to you whenever. Of course, the core is the last point. If it were only the former, it would be hard to say. What has this woman sent? Does she think this is an album? Why is she sending so many photos? Hao Dagon initially thought that the dozens of messages Su Yao sent were all text or similar things. Who would have thought that as soon as he clicked in, he realized something was off? Aside from a few lines of text at the bottom, the middle and the very beginning were completely filled with selfies. There were cute ones, quirky ones, playful ones. Basically, all the expressions Hao Dagon could think of were there. Most importantly, they were all taken in various places in the house. This situation instantly left Hao Dagon a bit bewildered. Could it be this woman has gone crazy? Frowning and thinking for a few seconds, realizing he had no clue, Hao Dagon decided not to waste any more time pondering and clicked on the top voice message to listen. Then, he found it hard to hold back. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Do you want to see what this girl has been up to all day? This was the content of Su Yao's voice message. Perhaps it was because she had just woken up when she sent it. It even carried a hint of laziness. This was Hao Dagon's state of mind after listening, completely dumbfounded. He truly didn't understand what this woman was thinking. So without a second thought, Hao Dagon immediately replied. Su Yao, why would I want to see what you're doing? Are you sick? I'm not a voyeur. Just as he was about to continue editing, his brows suddenly furrowed, and his hands stopped moving. No, something's very wrong. Could this woman be using a diversion? On the surface, she's saying some nonsensical things, sending photos for me to see her daily life, but in reality, she's trying to trick me into replying this way. She can confirm I'm by my phone right now? As Hao Dagon was thinking, a video call invitation suddenly popped up on the screen, and the initiator was none other than Su Yao. Seeing this, he instantly understood that his earlier guess was correct. This woman has a memory like an elephant, remembering how he read her 99 plus messages last time but didn't reply, and she's starting to think. TSK, Su Yao, should I praise you for being smart or call you foolish, to come up with such a trick? If it weren't for the fact that our relationship started with a rather unpleasant, even coercive transaction, perhaps I would feel differently after seeing this. After saying something inexplicable, Hao Dagon decided not to accept Su Yao's video invitation for the time being. After spending so much time together these days, I can see that this woman's gaze is starting to feel a bit off, so it's better to cool things down for now, otherwise, it won't be good for either of us. With that, he casually tossed his phone aside and headed towards the bathroom, lifting the blanket. Only the buzzing vibration of the phone occasionally echoed in the room. After a while, it gradually quieted down. Not long after, Rose's appointment apartment. From a duplex, a series of dissatisfied grunts could be heard. Yaha! That Lu guy is definitely doing this on purpose. Am I really that annoying? Not even bothering to answer a video call. Aha! I'm so mad. As the angry shouts erupted, the sound of things clattering to the ground began to resonate in the room. After a while, it gradually quieted down. And Su Yao, after throwing all her cartoon dolls and cushions off the bed, finally stopped her impotent rage and began to think about what to do next. Indeed, the reason she sent so many photos to Hao Dagon in the morning was to pique his curiosity. After that, as soon as Hao Dagon replied, she would immediately video call him. With a sweet smile and wearing that backless sweater with holes that she had picked out for a long time, believing that a certain Mr. Lu would definitely like it, she would talk to him about life and ideals. She believed that under such a continuous offensive, not to mention definitely getting Hao Dagon to come to her place, at least getting him out wouldn't be a problem. For this, she even specially prepared a coat that could wrap around her, ready to go out at any moment. But no matter how much Su Yao calculated, she never expected that a certain man would directly reject the video invitation from this beautiful woman. Although she had never been in a relationship, she had had suitors. What kind of girl gets rejected when she takes the initiative? This is clearly going against the heavens. You jerk. Fine, you're impressive. You won't come out, huh? Then this lady will take the initiative to find you. After thinking for a few seconds, realizing that passively waiting at home wasn't a solution, Su Yao decided to continue her proactive approach. She got out of bed, grabbed the coat she had prepared earlier, and immediately put it on. Of course, she didn't leave right away. Instead, she ran to the mirror, checked herself from left to right, and confirmed that no matter the angle, the scenery inside couldn't be seen after tying the coat, before putting on her shoes and grabbing her small bag, ready to set off. In fact, Su Yao had considered going straight to Hao Dagon's door early in the morning like yesterday. That way, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. But in the end, she dismissed that idea because it made her feel a bit too cheap, just like rushing to deliver a package. Now, however, it was different. After he didn't answer several video calls just now, she had ample reason to deceive herself into going over. After all, as a leader, it should be reasonable to check on the safety of a subordinate when unable to contact them, right? As for why she had to wear a backless sweater, wasn't it simply because she was in a rush and didn't have time to change? Su Yao explained this to herself and planned to say the same to Hao Dagon. Sometimes people are like this, give her a somewhat acceptable reason, and she can easily break through the bottom line she set for herself. I've packed everything I need. I shouldn't have forgotten anything important, right? After checking that the specially made umbrella was in her bag, Su Yao's beautiful eyes moved, and she finally glanced behind her. Seeing that she indeed hadn't forgotten anything important, she activated 2 white jade pillars and hurried downstairs. Just as she hadn't taken a few steps, a familiar call invitation rang out from behind her. It was only then that she belatedly remembered she had forgotten her phone, which she had casually tossed into her bed. Oh dear, look at my memory, how could I forget something so important? Frowning, she tapped her head with her hand and quickly returned upstairs. At the same time, a hint of expectation flickered in her heart. She hoped this time it was that person with the surname Lu who had changed their mind and called her back. If so, her efforts over the past few days would have been worth it. Unfortunately, heaven does not reward every diligent person accordingly. As Su Yao lifted the blanket in search of the sound, she discovered her hopes were dashed. The person messaging her on WeChat was not Hao Dagon, but her other good friend, Li Xin. Seeing this, she felt a bit disappointed and stunned. Li Xin? What's she calling me for on a weekend? That's a bit rare. Although the two had a good relationship at work and were close friends, it didn't mean they kept in touch much after work or on weekends. Work is work, and life is life. They were quite good at separating the two. If one were to be strict, one could say the two had gradually formed their close friendship under certain specific circumstances. If someone were to leave that company for a long time, it would be uncertain whether that close friendship could still hold. Because of this, Suya was surprised by Lee Xayan's sudden contact. Forget it, it doesn't matter, I might as well answer it, it won't take much time. After thinking for a while without any clarity, Suya reached for her phone and pressed the accept button on the screen. After that, her plans changed, because as soon as her good friend opened her mouth, she said something that left Suyao in shock. It's bad, something happened, Suyao, my cousin's lover has been ordered to resign. A little over 10 minutes later, at the Gaoka Garden community, Hao Dagon had just finished showering and came out of the bathroom, only to see Ho Liangping preening in front of the mirror. Not only was he dressed in new clothes, but he had also slicked back his hair and applied hair gel. This scene instantly piqued Hao Dagon's interest. After taking a few glances, he immediately began to tease. What's up, monkey? Got a date again? Is it a little sister or a married woman? Perhaps too focused on his own appearance, Ho Liangping didn't notice Hao Dagon approaching, nearly jumping in surprise. Once he calmed down, he immediately started cursing at Hao Dagon. Damn it, Lao Lu, are you doing this on purpose? Just because I didn't agree to you being my brother-in-law, do you really need to be so petty? Hao Dagon couldn't be bothered to pay attention to his rambling. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that Ho Liangping actually smelled of perfume, which surprised him. Wait, monkey, are you serious? You're using perfume now? Ho Liangping wore a look of nonchalance. What's wrong? Is it not allowed for a guy to dress up a bit for a date? After saying that, he lowered his head and took a deep whiff of his own scent, then proudly asked, So, Lao Lu, does this smell suit me? Does it make me more manly? While saying this, he even struck a particularly flamboyant pose. Hao Dagon. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Ho Liangping was about to go out to meet a girl, Hao Dagon really wanted to punch the sky twice. What kind of man sprays perfume? He looks like a pretty boy. Could it be that suddenly becoming rich really changes a person so much? Or is it just this guy's somewhat repressed personality that has suddenly become so extroverted? He even put on perfume. But what intrigued Hao Dagon the most was which girl would be so blind as to go on a date with him. So, after pretending to appreciate Ho Liangping's somewhat eye-watering performance, Hao Dagon seized the opportunity to speak up. Monkey, are you going out with someone from the village? Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Hey, stop. Old Lu, I think I need to correct you, this time it wasn't me who asked the girl out, she asked me out. Hao Dagon. What the hell, Old Lu, what's with that expression? Why do you look so skeptical? Seeing Hao Dagon's doubtful face, Ho Liangping immediately became a bit indignant. What's wrong? Just because you have a sister who comes knocking, doesn't mean I can't have a girl ask me out. To tell you the truth, Old Lu, the one who asked me out this time is none other than. Perhaps it was because this person had really thrilled Ho Liangping. He paused at the crucial moment. Then, he clenched his fist and waved it vigorously in front of Hao Dagon. It was obvious that he was very excited and thrilled. For his friend's rare moment of glory, Hao Dagon didn't spoil the mood. Instead, he nodded seriously in affirmation, showing an expression full of anticipation. Ho Liangping was also very satisfied with his reaction. He winked and gave Hao Dagon a look that said, That's my good brother, before immediately revealing the answer. That's right, Old Lu, it's Song Qiao. Hee, you didn't expect that, did you? One day she would actually take the initiative to ask me out, and it's for a movie date. Song Qiao? Hearing this name suddenly, Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned. He felt that these two characters were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall at the moment. However, when he noticed his friend Ho Liangping's mouth moving in a silent hint, he finally found the relevant information from the knot in his memory. Then, as he remembered, his pupils dilated in disbelief as he looked at Ho Liangping. Damn, monkey, so it's this woman. Wasn't she the one you chased for 3 whole months back in school without any progress, and when you got fed up, she told you she'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on an electric bike? How could she suddenly come looking for you? She wouldn't be trying to find you two. Hao Dagon didn't finish his sentence, but he knew that this seasoned driver in front of him would understand. Sure enough, before he could finish, Ho Liangping immediately retorted, Hey, Old Lu, what are you talking about? Find what? Am I the kind of guy who doesn't understand things? She only knows that my family's demolition compensation is coming, that's why she's acting like this, not because she's looking for a dad for her kid. Hao Dagon. What do you mean she knows my family's demolition compensation is coming? Isn't that just a blatant money grab? How can someone knowingly jump into this? He must have been bewitched. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon looked at his friend Ho Liangping with a strange expression and immediately prepared to advise him. Monkey, we have money, but it shouldn't be spent like this. Aren't you afraid of being drained dry? After all, the other party was not like him, with a stable way to make money. Although the demolition compensation was substantial, it was also one less with each use. Now that the money hadn't even arrived yet, starting to act like this wasn't a good sign. However, Ho Liangping's response was somewhat unexpected for Hao Dagon, because it seemed like he really knew what he was doing. So he replied with a hint of playful laughter. Hee hee, Lao Lu, you're a true buddy, remembering to remind me at this time. I'll remember this for a lifetime. But don't worry, I'm just playing around, I won't take it seriously, and I won't get carried away. If Song Qiao ever brings up anything in that regard, I'll definitely be the first to run away, let her know what it means to lose out on a scheme. Hearing this, Hao Dagon finally understood Ho Liangping's intentions. Turns out this guy also had ulterior motives. TSK. One is after money, the other is after flesh. It seems neither of them is a good bird. But that's normal, in today's society. If there's no profit to be gained from a person, it's likely that very few would approach them voluntarily, regardless of whether that profit is material or emotional. After all, this is reality. However, someone like Ho Liangping, who actively jumps in, still has a bit of a blood on the blade vibe. One misstep and it's easy to get deeply entangled. From a friend's perspective, Hao Dagon planned to remind him again. Who would have thought he was interrupted before he could even speak? Hey, Lao Lu, it's getting late. I'll head out first. You don't need to leave the door open for me tonight. If you have any plans with your sister-in-law, just come to this room. It feels better that way. Saying this, he pulled out a handful of items from his bag and handed them to Hao Dagon. Without waiting for the latter to react, he dashed towards the door. In no time, he disappeared. It was only then that Hao Dagon noticed that what this guy had handed him was actually a bunch of umbrellas. This monkey, he actually brought a whole bunch of these things? After a moment of shock, Hao Dagon's face twitched. Damn! Looks like this guy is really going to do something. After muttering a few friendly words that only men would understand, Hao Dagon didn't hold back and stuffed the umbrellas into his pants pocket, just in case. Not long after, having tidied everything up, Hao Dagon frowned and mumbled as he stepped into the elevator. Wait a minute, he asked me to go fix the car, but didn't give me the keys. How am I supposed to get there? Just carry it? Thinking of this, he quickly pressed the closing elevator door and stepped back out, directly opening the chat interface with Bai Jia. What's going on? He really didn't say where the keys are. And why hasn't she replied for so long? Hasn't she gotten up yet? Hao Dagon might not know much else, but he was aware of Bai Jia's living habits, having been her neighbor for several years. Unless necessary, she usually sleeps until she wakes up naturally. But when that natural waking happens depends on what time she went to bed the night before. Forget it, why think so much, just send a voice message to ask. It's almost 11, even if she hasn't had enough sleep, she should be awake by now. Unless, she did something last night? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon shook his head. He felt that a person's cravings shouldn't be that strong. Especially with her daughter still at home, she should be more restrained. So, without thinking too much, Hao Dagon dialed the voice message. But a few seconds later, an unexpected scene unfolded. The call connected, but the lazy voice that came through was not Bai Jia's, but her daughter Bai Yanran's. Such a sudden turn of events startled him, causing him to hang up the phone instinctively. No way, are these two really that close, still sleeping together at this age? Or is it? Meanwhile, at Bai Jia's home, in the master bedroom, a voice, extremely lazy, suddenly rang out. Yanran, whose phone just rang? Then, another voice appeared, yawning and clearly having been woken up. I don't know, but they don't seem like a good person. I hung up as soon as I answered. A few seconds later, the voice from behind, with a hint of a spoiled tone, reappeared in the room. Hiss. Mom, baby's mouth is so sore and painful, and I'm so hungry. Why don't you go get me something to drink? Just the leftovers from last night. After that, the initially lazy voice began to respond. This time, however, it seemed to carry a bit of wakefulness. You little brat. It's one thing to be lazy when working. Now you're even bossing me around. I won't go. Who isn't a baby anymore? Despite the words, after a second or two, seeing her daughter still sulking and whining, Bai Jia reluctantly propped herself up and then pinched her daughter's still rosy face hard. Having a precious daughter like you, I'm truly blessed. Bai Yanran, however, remained the same, just closing her eyes and continuing to make whimpering sounds, indicating that the baby was still very hungry. Seeing this, Bai Jia rolled her eyes. Although she was still unwilling in her heart, the maternal instinct compelled her to get out of bed to prepare something for her daughter to eat. Little did she know, as soon as her figure disappeared at the door, Bai Yanran suddenly came alive as if she had been given a stimulant. Without a second thought, she dashed straight to the spot where she had carelessly tossed her phone. Then, Bai Yanran was stunned. What happened? Where's my phone? I clearly remember I just dropped it here? Don't be fooled by Bai Yanran's earlier days. She didn't even know who had called before answering. But after the call was disconnected, a subconscious glance made her notice that it was Hao Dagon who had sent the voice message to her mom. So, in those brief 2 or 3 seconds, she quickly devised what seemed like a comprehensive plan. That was to find a chance to distract her mom, Bai Jia, and then she would have the opportunity to sneak a peek at the secrets inside her phone while the fingerprint unlock was still valid. However, after searching on the bed for a long time and finding nothing, Bai Yanran finally realized one thing. That is, the higher the skill, the greater the counter skill. Well, I've been seen through by mom again. Now I can only admit defeat. In fact, Bai Yanran also understood that if she went out now, she would definitely see some clues, or even catch her mom chatting with that person named Lu. But she knew better that when the wind was against her, she should honestly lay low. At this moment, she needed something from her mom, and after using her silver tongue last night to finally get her to agree to transfer 300,000 as investment capital over the next few days, she could occasionally pull some small tricks without issue. Her mom might just turn a blind eye. If she were to foolishly go against her at this time, it would truly be foolish beyond measure. Forget about 300,000, she probably wouldn't even get 30,000. During this special period, it was better for her to be honest. I wonder how many days mom will be gone. It can't be a week, right? Thinking of this, Bai Yanran suddenly frowned. No, I have to tell EE to make sure to leave an investment slot for me, or else I'll miss this opportunity. While speaking, Bai Yanran hurriedly picked up her phone from the bedside, found a specific WeChat contact, and started sending a voice message. EE, although we haven't known each other for long, we are already the best of friends. You have to help me this time. Little did Bai Yanran know that at the same time she was saying this, the smile on her mother's face outside the door began to fade. Soon after, it turned into a deep sigh. Hey, this silly girl, still my best friend. It's only been a short while, and she dares to trust someone like that, investing hundreds of thousands in that so-called project. Little does she know, the real money-making opportunities are always hidden away. Who would make such a big fuss about it, letting everyone know? If it really existed, it would just be a ticking time bomb, like that Aunt Gaoi who was obsessed with high-return investments. As she spoke, Bai Jia seemed to recall something, and she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Forget it, as a mother, I have no right to laugh at my daughter. Now that she's so clear-headed, it took her countless stings to gain some wisdom. Back then, she was terribly fooled by those so-called good friends. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in this corner. After saying some nonsensical things, her expression gradually turned a bit desolate, and suddenly Bai Jia closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she returned to her original demeanor. Moreover, the earlier incidents seemed to have never happened, and her beautiful eyes were once again filled with brilliance. If my daughter is disobedient, so be it. If she really makes me angry, I can always create a new account to play with. Saying this, Bai Jia lowered her head, focusing on the screen in her hand. Almost an hour later, in the underground parking garage, in the driver's seat of a Porsche, Hao Dagon's face twitched. Enough. Met another female rogue. Is it just a car key? She actually wants something in return. Unbelievable. As soon as we met, she told me the key was at the stairway. I actually believed her. After a while, when he finally felt the power that had been drained from him gradually returning to his body, Hao Dagon stopped complaining and took out his phone. Lu Yan's appointment is at noon, and there's less than half an hour left. Looks like I can't go to the 4S shop first. Just now, Hao Dagon had deliberately walked around the car, noticing that although the noise from last night's scrape sounded significant, the actual damage wasn't that extensive. If he didn't care, a little touch-up paint would suffice. It was his first time driving a luxury car to meet someone, and Hao Dagon initially wanted to pursue perfection. However, with time pressing, he decided not to worry too much. Poor people are particular about things. Only poor people are particular? Whether that's true or not, I can now be considered a millionaire, so I should adjust my mindset. Learn from those truly wealthy people who do as they please. Not overly concerned about others' opinions. What's important is that I'm comfortable. So what if it got scratched? A luxury car is still a luxury car. Its essence hasn't changed. Isn't it still the most eye-catching one on the street? Though he said this, Hao Dagon knew. If he truly didn't care, he wouldn't be here lamenting and saying such unnutritious things. It seems I'm still far from being a real wealthy person. Especially this mindset. That's right now, I'm actually no different from those nouveau riches who start enjoying life crazily after becoming rich overnight. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so eager to contribute to humanity. After a self-deprecating smile, Hao Dagon pushed aside all those random thoughts. After quickly replying to Lu Yen that he would arrive soon, he inserted the key, pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life. It took about 3 or 4 seconds before he set off towards the agreed location. However, what he didn't know was that as soon as that roar echoed in the underground garage, a pair of beautiful eyes had turned in that direction. As the owner of those beautiful eyes saw the appearance of Hao Dagon clearly, a rather annoyed voice began to echo in the small area as his car shadow grew fainter. "Humph, is being rich really that impressive? Aren't you just a sickly shrimp-headed man?" About half an hour later, at the bottom of a certain super mall, a beautifully dressed woman was standing in the shade under a tree, occasionally glancing left and right, turning her head to observe a certain direction. From her expression, it seemed she was looking for someone, but from the way her delicate hands were tightly gripping her backpack, it looked like she was overly nervous. After a while, perhaps because she hadn't found her target, she lowered her head and fiddled with her phone. In any case, she seemed unable to stand still. This woman was Lu Yen. To be honest, if it weren't for her cousin Lu Ruyan's insistence that she must keep the appointment today, Lu Yen might have really turned out to be an untrustworthy person and simply not show up. Especially now, as the time of the appointment drew closer, don't be fooled by her calm face, that was entirely due to her upbringing. If someone were to observe closely, they would immediately notice her little heart was beating faster and faster, even threatening to jump out. The reason she hadn't fled in panic until now was entirely because her most beloved cousin Lu Ruyan was watching her from a BMW not far away. It was also for this reason that Lu Yen kept glancing around. In fact, she was using her cousin's presence to remind herself that she was doing this to help her cousin, and to complete her cousin's task. Once she completed enough tasks, her cousin would find a way to help her, just as she had helped her sister escape from that place. At that time, the two sisters would be able to reunite and even have the chance to see the beauty of this world together. Lu Yen, you can do it. For your sister, hang in there. Perhaps feeling her confidence wavering a bit, Lu Yen began to lower her head and repeat the words she had said earlier, cheering herself on. Then, she caught sight of her own fullness, and her head unconsciously drooped even lower. This was the outfit her cousin Lu Ruyan had specially chosen for her. The top was a simple white printed t-shirt, and the bottom was denim shorts that didn't reach her knees. Other than that, there was nothing else. Although her cousin had always emphasized that while this outfit looked quite cool, it wouldn't expose anything no matter what, Lu Yen always felt something was off. Not to mention that this t-shirt felt tight on her, as if it would burst open with the slightest effort. Just by lowering her head, she could see her fullness, which made Lu Yen feel quite uncomfortable. Although I can't see it at eye level, if I encounter someone taller than me, isn't there a risk? Especially when two people are walking closely together. As she spoke, Lu Yen suddenly realized a very serious problem. That is, she was a bit short. No, more accurately, at this moment without high heels, she was shorter than that Hao Dagon. My cousin is really something. How could she forget about this situation? Clearly, she is also 1.7 meters tall. She should have noticed. Thinking of this, Lu Yen instantly felt a bit anxious. If she remembered correctly, at just over 1.6 meters, even if she wore the nearly 10-centimeter high heels her cousin had given her, she would still be a little shorter than that Hao Dagon. And now, without shoes, wasn't she at least 15 centimeters shorter than him, or even more? Thinking of this height difference, and after glancing down at her own situation, Lu Yen, who was already feeling a bit restless, could no longer sit still. She picked up her phone and tried to contact her cousin Lu Ruyan, hoping to change her outfit. For someone who has always been conservative like her, slightly revealing herself with misaligned buttons on a white shirt was already a difficult thing to bring up. And now, with just the right distance and enough height, one could instantly see more beautiful things. How could this be something she, who has always accepted conservative education, could accept? But things don't always go as planned. The cousin who had been encouraging her through the car window was now nowhere to be seen. Not only did she not reply on WeChat, but even her voice messages were busy. Just as Lu Yen was anxiously considering whether to take the initiative and run over to communicate with her cousin, a male voice suddenly rang out behind her. "Good afternoon, beautiful Lu." This sudden voice made Lu Yen shiver, and she quickly realized that the situation seemed unavoidable. Sure enough, when Lu Yen turned around, she saw a somewhat familiar face right in front of her, looking at her with a smile. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal, although Lu Yen would feel nervous, she would just tough it out. After all, she had dealt with many unhappy situations at home and even at school in the same way. But today was different. Although the reason for this meeting was largely due to her cousin Lu Ruyan's work needs, Lu Yen still had a tiny bit of expectation in her heart. Setting aside everything else, she was a woman. No, more accurately, she was a girl. And this was the first time she was meeting a guy like this, with a hint of a date-like atmosphere. But she never imagined it would be under such circumstances, since she realized just now that as long as there was enough height difference, a certain phenomenon could occur. The tightness of her upper body, which felt a bit cool with the wind, constantly reminded her there was a risk of exposure in a certain area. And this feeling peaked when she saw how much taller Hao Dagon seemed, suddenly appearing almost a head taller than her. He didn't look this tall before. How did he suddenly seem to have grown overnight? Or was it because she was wearing flat shoes this time? At this height, if he really wanted to look, he would definitely see, right? Especially when they were so close. It could be quite revealing. Given that, should she keep some distance from him later? But then, would that seem a bit too much? Making him feel uncomfortable. And then there was her cousin's task. Perhaps it was because not many people cared about her feelings when she was little. Even when she was on the verge of breaking down, Lu Yan was still worried about Hao Dagon. Also because her mind was racing with too many thoughts. The moment she saw Hao Dagon, Lu Yan was actually stunned, just staring at him without saying a word. This situation left Hao Dagon completely confused. What was going on with Lu Yan? Did she not hear my greeting? That shouldn't be the case. I was loud enough. Or maybe she was mesmerized by how manly I looked today. Thinking this, Hao Dagon instinctively looked down at his slightly tight t-shirt and the few visible abs. That possibility seemed quite high. He had heard that many girls nowadays liked muscular guys, especially those with a strong build. Forget it. No need to think too much. Anyway, this beautiful Lu was full of sincerity today, bringing along some profound reasoning. It was only right for him to be a bit more proactive. After all, compared to the other women around him, Lu Yan should have the purest intentions towards him, right? In order to bring down a competitor, to have his cousin take the initiative to approach a male subordinate from the competitor's department who seemed completely unrelated to this matter. It's hard to imagine anyone could actually do that, right? This was the reasoning that Hao Dagon gave himself in his mind, while still harboring fantasies about sweet love and deliberately ignoring some unreasonable phenomena. So, after a brief pause, Hao Dagon immediately revealed a warm smile and spoke again. "Good afternoon, beautiful Lu. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long?" As he said this, perhaps to show closeness, Hao Dagon took a step forward. This sudden move startled Lu Yan, whose mind was in a muddle. She instinctively took a step back. Such a bizarre scene left Hao Dagon momentarily dumbfounded, not understanding what this beautiful woman meant. Could it be that having a good reason meant one could do as they pleased? "Beautiful Lu, what's going on here?" Hao Dagon, somewhat confused about what was happening, asked with a hint of bewilderment. As the saying goes, things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. Although the intervals between Hao Dagon's 3 attempts to speak weren't long, they still gave Lu Yan a fair amount of time to gather herself. At this moment, although her thoughts were still a bit chaotic, she had at least regained some wit. She understood that if she didn't say something soon, it would be incredibly rude and excessive. This was a stark contrast to Lu Yan's habit of always considering others first when faced with problems for over 20 years. So, when Hao Dagon's somewhat puzzled inquiry reached her ears again, Lu Yan, whose mind was still a bit short-circuited, instinctively spoke up. Hao Dagon, you seem a bit tall. I'm scared." The moment she finished this somewhat stammering statement, Lu Yan immediately regretted it. She even wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. No, what was she even saying? Perhaps as time passed, the previous feelings slowly dissipated, or maybe Lu Yan had begun to adapt. At this moment, she suddenly felt much clearer than before. So, while her previous words still lingered in the air, Lu Yan quickly added, "What I meant was, I was just thinking about something, and I was a bit startled by your sudden voice behind me. I'm much better now, so please don't misunderstand." Anyway, at this point, she was treating a dead horse as a live one, basically saying whatever came to mind. In Lu Yan's view, such a clumsy excuse should be unbelievable to Hao Dagon, and even if he believed it, he would immediately show a strange expression. After all, the words before and after were too contradictory. But she seemed to overlook one fact. That was, she was naturally beautiful and possessed a kind of wisdom that most women did not have. And today, with the careful design of Lu Ruyan, a city beauty, she had elevated her appearance several notches in every aspect. In Xia country, with such a significant inherent advantage, many times, the truthfulness and rationality of words didn't matter as much in a man's eyes. What mattered more was the attitude of explanation, and that slightly nervous or shy demeanor when facing him. Therefore, after Lu Yan's obviously nonsensical words were spoken, Hao Dagon was only stunned for a moment before he brushed it off. After a little thought, he deliberately joked, "Beautiful Lu, there's no misunderstanding. but your earlier demeanor did indeed startle me. How about you think of a way to compensate me? Ha? Compensate you? Lu Yen was first taken aback after hearing this, and then her gaze caught the teasing expression on Hao Dagon's face. Following that, a natural little emotion that women inherently possess surfaced instinctively. This man seems to be deliberately teasing her. It's really a bit annoying. How come she didn't notice this at the company before? A woman's emotions are actually very complex and changeable. Some things seem to be deeply engraved in their DNA by the creator using special methods. As soon as they encounter certain situations, it's as if someone has pressed the start button, and they immediately react. And Lu Yen, who has never been on a date with the opposite sex or even had a little emotional outburst, clearly found herself in this situation because of Hao Dagon's nonchalant attitude. However, since it was her first time, she was somewhat inexperienced in her reactions. That little unintentional annoyance appeared to Hao Dagon as more of a playful pout. But Lu Yen was unaware of this. When she felt that someone was being a bit too much, she immediately narrowed her beautiful eyes and shot Hao Dagon a glare. Then she quickly insisted, "No, if you're going to say that, then you should compensate me first. After all, you scared me first." Little did she know, the easiest signs of trouble between men and women arise when they start to compare. To put it simply, the more frequently their paths cross, the more friction occurs. The easier it is for things to ignite. At that point, it could either explode on the spot or lead to a reversal of extremes. Fire turns into. Otherwise, how could there be so many happy enemies in the world? Lu Yen clearly didn't know this, so she took the initiative to take the first step. Meanwhile, Hao Dagon, who was already an experienced player, was fully aware of the theory. It was rare to encounter such a novice. How could he not take advantage of the situation? Without hesitation, he responded directly. "Alright then, today I'll compensate you first, and next time it'll be your turn to compensate me. Let's do it in order, that way neither of us will lose out. What do you think? My proposal is fair, just, and reasonable, right?" Ha! Lu Yen clearly didn't expect Hao Dagon to say that suddenly, and she was immediately stunned. Her little mouth slightly open, she stared at Hao Dagon with wide, sparkling eyes, looking dazed. Thoughts raced through her mind. What is this person doing? This first time hasn't even started, and he's already unilaterally arranged the next time? How can he be so overbearing? Instinctively, Lu Yen wanted to refuse. But Hao Dagon, who had been paying attention, would not give her that chance and quickly interjected. "Lu Beauty, you're not thinking you're at a disadvantage and therefore won't agree, are you? That won't do. Originally, it was agreed that you would invite me out for a meal as a gesture of apology and thanks for what happened at the company. Now that I've taken a step back and am willing to compensate you first, if you're still not satisfied, then I might get a little angry." As he spoke, Hao Dagon frowned, deliberately showing an unhappy expression. What a joke. It was hard to come across a relationship novice, so he naturally had to take the initiative. Otherwise, during college, how would those upperclassmen be so eager to welcome the freshmen? It was because they saw that many first-year students were basically a bunch of relationship novices, shy and not really understanding how to refuse others. After helping someone, boosting their favorability, and making them feel a little indebted, they would immediately seize the opportunity to start their advance with a hint of moral coercion. At that time, the success rate, if not 100%, would be at least 70 or 80% as long as one had enough audacity. Don't ask Hao Dagon how he knew this so well, because he was once a suspect too. But at the crucial moment, the target suddenly had a very understanding best friend step in, and then it all ended without a resolution. Now, looking back, Hao Dagon still vividly remembers that face that ruined his good intentions. If he ever gets the chance in the future, he will definitely let that woman know what it means to get straight to the point. And Hao Dagon's thoughts were undoubtedly correct. Although Lu Yen had already graduated from university, for certain reasons, she had always been solitary during her studies. Therefore, when facing many situations, she was actually no different from those new students just entering university. Thus, after Hao Dagon's verbal kidnapping, she immediately felt a bit guilty, even a little embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely said, "Alright, let's make this agreement. But you can't say I'm taking advantage of you." In fact, what Lu Yen initially wanted to say was to stick to the previous plan, without any so-called compensation. She would just invite the other party directly. But thinking of the teasing look on the person's face just now, she felt a bit annoyed. To teach him a lesson in an indirect way, she temporarily changed her mind and agreed to his suggestion. Moreover, she had already made plans. She would definitely go to the most expensive store in the mall later, eat the most expensive dishes, and spend a few hundred yuan to make him feel the pinch. To prove that she, Lu Yen, was not someone to be trifled with. During her time at the company, Lu Yan had also inquired that employees like Hao Dagon earned around 4,000 a month. Spending about 1/10 of his salary to treat someone to a meal, even if he didn't seem to care on the surface, would definitely hurt him inside. After all, she had always thought so. To be honest, if Hao Dagon knew what Lu Yan was thinking, he would probably give her a thumbs up and praise her as a thrifty and capable wife. Even when angry, she would prioritize the other person's real situation. Not only did she let him spend a few hundred yuan as revenge, but it was also in the context of them eating together, truly a matter of conscience. Unfortunately, Hao Dagon didn't know this. So, upon hearing Lu Yan's words, he nodded seriously. He then pointed to the nearby mall, indicating that ladies should go first. Seeing this, Lu Yan didn't hesitate and set off. She walked quickly and urgently for the first few steps, showing no intention of waiting for Hao Dagon. Later, perhaps due to the overwhelming atmosphere ahead, Lu Yan found it a bit hard to adapt, and her pace immediately slowed down. She looked down in slight annoyance, as if she were frustrated with the situation. This scene made Hao Dagon, who was following behind, unable to suppress a smile. This woman seemed a bit cute. Soon after, at Hey Dileo, looking at the menu in front of her, Lu Yan frowned. Because it was too expensive. 200 G of baby bok choy cost 10 yuan. 200 G of tofu skin cost 12. For someone who often cooked, these prices were no different from robbery. Since she had never been to Hey Dileo before, she actually didn't know the specific prices here. She just saw that the restaurant was large, the decor was decent, and thought it would be a good opportunity to make Hao Dagon feel the pinch, so she came in. Now, her conscience told her she had to run. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lu Yan's unusual behavior quickly caught Hao Dagon's attention, so he immediately asked curiously, Oh, it's nothing really. It's just. Seeing Hao Dagon suddenly speak, Lu Yan was ready to find an excuse to change places. But just at that moment, the waiter who had served them earlier suddenly came over with tea. This unexpected interruption immediately cut off Lu Yan's words. After a while, when the waiter walked away, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued her previous thought. It's just that I suddenly feel this place is a bit too crowded, and I don't really like it. How about we change to another place? For someone with her personality, it was a bit embarrassing to be served enthusiastically by the other party and then say in front of them that she didn't want to eat here. Hao Dagon didn't have X-ray vision, nor was he particularly adept at deciphering women's thoughts, let alone seeing through Lu Yan's true feelings in such a short time. He noticed that she had been observing the waitstaff's movements before speaking, and immediately assumed that she was concerned about the waitstaff asking a few questions and then leaving when the dishes weren't ordered well. So he jokingly said, "Beautiful Lu, we should be considerate of them. Although Hey Dileo is famous for its good service, it also depends on the time of day. Right now is peak dining time, and there are naturally a lot of people, and these waitstaff are responsible for several tables each, so they can't spend all their time at one table. Of course, if you really want, I do have a little trick to get them to serve us continuously, but it would require some cash power." Although Hao Dagon hadn't been to Hey Dileo many times, he understood that Hey Dileo always operated on the principle that the customer is king. If someone really insisted on having a waitstaff member stay at their table, they would comply. However, Hao Dagon wouldn't do something so shameless as to take advantage of others' unwritten rules. That's why he mentioned needing cash power. It was also a way to open up a conversation with Lu Yan. After all, since the two had finished talking downstairs, this woman seemed to have entered a state of silence, hardly speaking and just focusing on moving forward, which left Hao Dagon quite puzzled. What he didn't know was that due to their different upbringings, they were focused on completely different points. He said so many seemingly reasonable things, but Lu Yan only remembered the last sentence, or rather, the three words in that sentence: cash power. Initially, Lu Yan, who had little understanding of homophones on the internet, didn't grasp what Hao Dagon meant. She was just puzzled about where this man, in a world full of materialistic science, got his superpower from. Wasn't this just a blatant lie? But when she inadvertently noticed someone not far away holding a banknote, she instantly understood. What superpower? It was clearly cash power. She had misunderstood. It was better not to understand, but once she did, Lu Yan felt a bit angry. What was wrong with this man? She saw how hard he worked for his money, and even if she wanted to take a small revenge, she was careful, trying to save him some money, afraid of going overboard. But he was fine. He didn't take money seriously at all and even wanted to spend extra money on trivial matters. It was simply incomprehensible. Thinking of this, Lu Yan felt a bit annoyed. With determination, she decided not to mention changing places to eat anymore. She wanted to see if, after spending several hundred yuan on a meal, the man would feel the pinch. So, after making her decision, Lu Yan didn't make Hao Dagon wait long. Not long after he finished speaking, she immediately changed her tune. That's not it. I just think the place across has more people in line, so it might be better. But I just glanced at the time and realized it's getting late. If we wait too long, it might delay our plans for the afternoon. So, let's eat here. After saying that, Lu Yan didn't hold back and ordered over 100 yuan worth of meat dishes from the menu. Originally, she wanted to order a few more expensive-looking snacks, but her frugal nature stopped her from doing so. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yan ordered a few more filling staple dishes. After finishing these tasks, she finally looked up at Hao Dagon and said, "I've made my choice. What do you want to eat?" In fact, the waiter had given them 2 menus earlier. But when Lu Yan noticed that Hao Dagon hadn't touched his menu, she directly handed over her own. She had 2 main reasons for doing this. First, she wanted to see if the man in front of her would show any signs of regret or pain upon realizing she had spent nearly 200 on her own. Second, she wanted to lighten the burden for the waitstaff, who had been smiling but looked quite exhausted. By reducing the number of menus, they would have less time to recover afterward, giving them a bit more time to rest and leave work earlier. Unfortunately, putting aside the second scenario, Lu Wanin probably would never see the first one. If it were in the past, when Hao Dagon truly relied on his monthly salary of around 4,000 to supplement his funds, he might have been more cautious while eating at Haidilao. Otherwise, if he accidentally ordered too much, he would indeed show signs of regret. But now? Sorry, Boss Lu is wealthy. He wouldn't be stingy when it comes to food. Especially when he was treating a girl, he was even more generous. When he saw Lu Yan staring at the menu for a long time and only ordering 3 meat dishes and a few staples, Hao Dagon was first taken aback, then thought Lu Yan was just being polite and didn't want to order too much. So, he waved his hand and ordered everything he had wanted to eat but had hesitated to order before, thinking Lu Yan would probably like those dishes. After a chaotic round of ordering, Hao Dagon had no idea how much he had spent, but it was at least 600 or 700. This scene instantly made Lu Yan, who had been carefully considering Hao Dagon's feelings, anxious. She couldn't care less about being subtle anymore and snatched the menu from his hands, feeling irritated. "What's wrong with you? I was worried you'd spend too much and regret it. Even if I wanted to get back at you a little, I was weighing my words carefully. But you, not only do you not understand my good intentions, but you also waste money like this. At this rate, your monthly salary won't last long, let alone save money. Do you know that marrying a wife now costs tens of thousands in bride price? If you keep spending like this, you might not be able to save that much in your lifetime." Lu Yan's voice was not loud, possibly out of concern that others might hear and change their opinion of Hao Dagon, or even give him strange looks. It was so quiet that someone sitting a bit farther away might not even catch what she said. But one thing was certain. Every word she spoke was heard clearly by Hao Dagon sitting across from her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been left dumbfounded when she finished her long speech. As the instigator, Lu Yan felt a bit heavy-hearted when she saw the dazed expression on Hao Dagon's face after hearing her words. She instinctively thought that she had been a bit too harsh. Her tone and remarks should have been more tactful, even lighter. After all, they were in a public place, and the reason he acted that way was likely because she was here today. Otherwise, the amount on the menu was clearly too much for one person, not to mention that many of the dishes were things that women would obviously prefer. Thinking of this, Lu Yan suddenly felt a bit regretful, even embarrassed. She felt like she had overstepped her bounds. His salary was hard-earned, he could spend it however he wanted, and she had no right to say anything, let alone act like a nagging housekeeper. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had been a bit self-righteous, and Lu Yan immediately lowered her head. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to apologize to Hao Dagon. After all, her thoughts were her own. How could she impose her ideas on someone else? In that case, how is she any different from that group of relatives she has always hated, who are always self-righteous and like to use the so-called traditional rules in their hands to decide the fate of her and her sister? Who would have thought that before Lu Yan could say anything, the previously dazed Hao Dagon suddenly burst into laughter? This sudden action immediately interrupted the words she was about to say and disrupted Lu Yan's thoughts. Her mind, which was already quite sensitive, immediately scattered again. No. What on earth is this man about? Why did he suddenly laugh? Could it be that what I just said was too harsh and hurt him? It shouldn't be, right? Just as she was about to imagine certain scenarios, the suddenly smiling Hao Dagon spoke up. Lu Beauty, you really are the kind of virtuous wife and good mother that one could marry home. This unexpected remark hit Lu Yan's mind like a heavy bomb, exploding rapidly. It cleared all her previous chaotic thoughts and even left her feeling dazed. Her originally pale face, which was not easily flushed due to her constitution, began to turn red for the first time, quickly occupying her entire face. Moreover, there was a tendency for the redness to spread to her ears. As for Lu Yan's heart, which had been relatively calm, it began to race wildly because of Hao Dagon's sudden words. At this moment, she could only think of one thing. What does the man in front of her mean by suddenly saying this? Could it be that he is confessing to her? Otherwise, why would he suddenly say such a thing? But, if that were the case, why didn't he say it before? Why wait until after she had scolded him to suddenly say it? Does he enjoy being scolded? Or is it just because she acted like a housekeeper and told him to be more careful with his spending when treating others? If it's the latter, that would be too petty, wouldn't it? Everyone should spend within their means, and not act impulsively to save face, isn't that how it should be? But if it's the former, then Lu Yan didn't dare to think further. Perhaps fearing that overthinking certain things would taint her thoughts, she didn't remain silent this time, but instead, after Hao Dagon's words fell, she nervously asked, Hao Dagon, what? What do you mean? I don't quite understand. After forcing herself to lift her head to meet Hao Dagon's gaze and uttering this sentence, Lu Yan immediately lowered her head again. This time, she bowed even lower. At the same time, her hands, which were under the table, unconsciously clenched tightly. To be honest, she was very afraid right now, afraid that the man sitting across from her would really say something definitive. If so, Lu Yan really wouldn't know how to respond. After all, her lifelong first and only goal and thought has always been to rescue her sister from that place. As for anything else, she had never considered. Even if she occasionally acted in ways she never had before, it was only to achieve this goal. That does not represent her true thoughts. It may sound excessive, but Lu Yan had to admit that this date with Hao Dagon was also included in that. Therefore, when faced with the words Hao Dagon was about to say, she felt somewhat at a loss. Lu Yan had not been without a desire for love, but she was also afraid, because she understood that the troubles she faced were not something that could be resolved simply by leaving that place. She could leave, but the people there could also come out. If she were to drag down someone who liked her because of this reason, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. After all, the arrogance and unreasonable behavior of those so-called relatives had been evident to Lu Yan since she was a child. This situation became particularly obvious and intensified after her mother, who had always protected her and her sisters, went missing, and their father, who had cared for them, passed away. On the other hand, for Hao Dagon, the moment Lu Yan hesitated and asked him questions, he suddenly had a bright idea and planned to take advantage of the situation. After all, just by looking at Lu Yan, any seasoned player would understand the situation. As long as one had enough audacity, winning the beauty's heart was just a matter of time. However, just as he was about to speak, the hidden prompt that had remained unchanged suddenly stirred. Moreover, it was visibly clear that the text in the character section began to reorganize. This sudden change immediately reminded him of the previous instances when such phenomena occurred, leading to certain outcomes. That is, whether it was Su Yao, his father Su Tiancheng, or Bai Yanran, they were all people who had been around him at that time and had certain connections. Following this pattern, the hidden prompt that appeared this time was likely related to Lu Yan in front of him. Since that was the case, why not wait a little longer and gather more information to increase his chances? Realizing this, Hao Dagon immediately swallowed the words he was about to say and patiently waited. From the speed of the text conversion before him, it wouldn't take long for the results to appear. And indeed, as he expected, 3 seconds later, several new hidden prompts appeared before Hao Dagon. Lu Yan, a life full of misfortunes, due to her upbringing, her personality is soft, her thoughts are sensitive, she loves to consider others' feelings, is very lacking in love, and easily develops feelings of gratitude or dependence towards those who help her, even doing things against her own will for them. Because Lu Ruyan has helped her and promised to help her sister escape her current situation in the future, her trust level is very high, even to the extent of being obedient. Moreover, she has been completing the tasks assigned by Lu Ruyan recently to help eliminate dissenters in the company. Her only wish at the moment is to reunite with her sister. If someone can help her achieve this immediately, she might give everything and always follow that person's arrangements. For some reason, she may encounter serious trouble recently, which will affect the safety of those around her. To be honest, the moment Hao Dagon saw the hidden prompt about Lu Yan, he was undoubtedly very excited. Even when he read the first part of the information about her, his heart raced, and he felt a bit exhilarated. Given this situation, along with Lu Yan's earlier display of considering others, being frugal, and spending money wisely, she seemed like a perfect candidate for a good wife and mother. If Hao Dagon were to turn over a new leaf and not wander among the flowers anymore, he would definitely consider marrying her. After all, who wouldn't like someone who is not only beautiful, well-educated, has a good personality, knows how to manage a household, and is grateful and dependent on you as long as you treat her well, even to the extent of being obedient to you? But when Hao Dagon's gaze fell on the latter parts of the content, his brows began to furrow. Because, from the information above, it was not difficult to see that Lu Yan was very likely being manipulated by the company's General Lu Ruyan, who was using her gratitude to control her after helping her to achieve some of her own goals. And the meeting between Lu Yan and him had a high probability, even to the point of certainty, of being one of those tasks. This made Hao Dagon quite unhappy. Of course, only a small part of his displeasure was directed at Lu Yan, more of it was aimed at Lu Ruyan, the puppet master behind the scenes. The former, Lu Yan, acted out of personal character and a desperate desire to save her sister, at most making her an accomplice. If we consider her subjective intentions, she might not even qualify as an accomplice. The latter, Lu Ruyan, is different. Not to mention the disgusting behavior of manipulating others to do her bidding for her own purposes, just to deal with Su Yao. She even had Lu Yan specifically approach him. This made Hao Dagen quite displeased, even angry. Hao Dagen speculated that this woman likely heard some recent rumors in the company about Su Yao and him. Thus, she orchestrated this situation, hoping to find a way to control Su Yao through him. There was an element of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse in this. But so what? It was absolutely unacceptable to involve him, Hao Dagen. Moreover, she used emotional manipulation. Therefore, upon seeing these two pieces of information, Hao Dagen immediately noted down the name Lu Ruyan in his mental notebook. He decided that if given the chance, he would make this woman experience the feeling of being toyed with. Perhaps influenced by this emotion, or perhaps due to the last hidden hint regarding Lu Yan, when he saw the text stating, "The other party will encounter serious trouble, which will affect the safety of those around them," Hao Dagen's strong desire, born from lustful intentions, suddenly felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, rapidly cooling down. Although it didn't completely disappear, it was enough to allow him to calm down and think rationally about the pros and cons. After about 2 seconds of inner turmoil, Hao Dagen decided to temporarily give up this rare opportunity and maintain a certain distance from Lu Yan for now. A beautiful woman is great, but one must have the fortune to enjoy her. When it comes to personal safety, Hao Dagen couldn't afford to be careless. After all, his good days had just begun, and he wouldn't foolishly put himself in danger because of a moment of impulse. Of course, this didn't mean that Hao Dagen would completely abandon his thoughts about Lu Yan. As long as his own safety was guaranteed, he might still extend a helping hand, perhaps even play the hero to save the beauty. Because Hao Dagen understood one principle: 99% of the world's problems can be solved with money, and he was only lacking time to amass wealth. Thus, after making his decision, Hao Dagen immediately changed the topic he was about to bring up to the matter of eating. However, he didn't completely dismiss the previous topic but instead continued it in another way. After all, setting aside those unpleasant matters, at this moment, Lu Yan truly seemed to him like someone who could genuinely become a good partner. So, after slightly adjusting his emotions, Hao Dagen raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes carrying a hint of mischief, and with a deliberately meaningful expression, he leaned closer to Lu Yan and slowly smiled, saying, "Hee, beautiful Lu. What do you mean by that? I feel like I understand, but also a bit confused. How about this, you accompany me to finish this meal first, and after we eat, my thoughts might become clearer. Then, I'll tell you my ideas at the first opportunity. What do you think?" As he spoke, Hao Dagen's hands were not idle. He directly took the menu that Lu Yan had been holding. He raised his hand to signal a nearby waiter to come over. During this time, whether intentional or not, when he took the menu, he accidentally brushed against Lu Yan's delicate hand. Startled like a frightened little mouse, she quickly withdrew her hand, which only added to the chaos in her mind. It was only after this action that Lu Yan snapped back to reality from her scattered thoughts. After a slight nod of agreement, she began to slowly recall what Hao Dagen had just said. What does this person mean? It seemed like he was about to say something earlier, so why did he suddenly say to talk about it after dinner? Could it be that he did this on purpose? Or maybe he himself hasn't figured it out. Is that why he said such evasive things? But if that's the case, why did he touch my hand earlier? The menu was clearly so big, it must have been intentional, or was it unintentional? But, it seems fine this way, it wouldn't. Just as Lu Yan felt a mix of disappointment and relief, her phone, which she had left on the table, suddenly rang. She focused her eyes and found it was a voice message invitation from her cousin, Lu Ruyan. Cousin? Why did she suddenly send me a voice message? Lu Yan was taken aback for a moment, then instinctively glanced at Hao Dagen. A hint of guilt flashed in her eyes. For someone like her, who wasn't good at doing bad things, receiving a voice message from her cousin Lu Ruyan in front of Hao Dagen posed a psychological barrier. She was afraid of accidentally revealing something. However, the fact that her cousin Lu Ruyan called her directly at this moment clearly indicated that there was something important she needed to inform her about immediately. After a brief hesitation, Lu Yan gritted her teeth and decided to overcome her inner fear. Her cousin's matter took precedence. After all, without her, there would be no current version of herself. So, seeing how Dagon communicating with the waiter, she immediately turned the phone volume down to the lowest setting, held the speaker to her ear, and covered it with her hand to answer her cousin Lu Ruyan's voice message. Little did she know, if she had answered normally, it would have been fine, but because of this strange action, it immediately caught the attention of Hao Dagon, who had just finished talking to the waiter. When he saw Lu Yan acting this way, he was momentarily stunned. Then, he instinctively thought that it was very likely that Lu Ruyan had called to issue some kind of instruction. Otherwise, given Lu Yan's personality as indicated by the hidden hints, it was hard to imagine her making such a move that would obviously affect someone else's feelings. It should be noted that her behavior at this moment could easily be interpreted as being distant. Lu Yan clearly noticed Hao Dagon's gaze, and her eyes instinctively flickered. She didn't dare to meet his eyes. All these signs further solidified Hao Dagon's thoughts and deepened his dislike for Lu Ruyan. In his view, a woman who would remotely control others even while they were eating was likely psychologically twisted. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he couldn't let this woman off easily, even feeling that his previous ideas for revenge against Lu Ruyan were insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that if one day this woman truly fell into his hands, or if he discovered some leverage against her, he would immediately consult Su Yao's opinion. He believed that with Su Yao's intense hatred for Lu Ruyan and her natural advantage as a woman, she would know exactly how to act to make Lu Ruyan truly feel what it meant to be floating in the air. Compared to Hao Dagon's current psychological state, Lu Yan's feelings were much more complex. After her cousin Lu Ruyan sent her the voice message, she didn't say anything else. Just one sentence. The plan has changed, there's no need to deal with Hao Dagon anymore, Su Yao is about to be finished, come back immediately, I'll wait for you at the place we discussed earlier, and then, her cousin Lu Ruyan hung up the voice message. Although Lu Yan still didn't understand what was happening. But from the rather cheerful tone of her cousin in that line, Su Yao is about to finish, it was clear that something significant must have happened for her to be like this. Such a sudden change left Lu Yan in a dilemma. Rationality told her to casually find some urgent excuse to brush it off and then escape directly. If she were to be even more heartless, she could ignore the man in front of her in the future. That way, she wouldn't have the troubles she just faced. However, her innate sensitivity and kindness kept reminding Lu Yan that this was not the right thing to do. If she really did that, it could very well affect the man named Hao Dagon in front of her for a long time, perhaps even leaving a lifelong psychological shadow. Because Lu Yan had experienced that feeling of being treated hot and cold, suddenly becoming a stranger during her university days. So, she understood the discomfort involved. Thus, at a loss for what to do, Lu Yan remained frozen in the same position. She even felt a twinge of regret for having answered her cousin's voice message. If she had just pretended not to see it, she wouldn't be facing such a difficult choice now. Just as Lu Yan was caught in the constant struggle between rationality and emotion, Hao Dagon, who had been observing her expression, suddenly spoke up. Ah, Lu Beauty, I think I chose a medium spicy hot pot base just now. I wonder if you can accept it. If not, I can go change it right now. Little did he know, such a simple, even somewhat belated gesture of concern led Lu Yan to make a somewhat troublesome decision. I personally prefer super spicy. Why don't you go talk to the waiter about it now? After hearing Hao Dagon's words, Lu Yan suddenly put down her phone and joked with a smile. About 10 minutes later, downstairs, inside a BMW, dressed as a city beauty, Lu Ruyan frowned as she looked towards the mall. What on earth is going on with Lu Yan? Why hasn't she come down yet? Could it be that something happened? Talking to herself, Lu Ruyan lit up her phone screen again, tapped a few times, and found Lu Yan's WeChat. But unlike before, this time after dialing, she waited a long time without it connecting. Even until she patiently waited for the voice message to automatically hang up, she still hadn't heard the voice she wanted. This strange phenomenon made Lu Ruyan, who had never encountered such a situation, frown even deeper. No, I have to go up and take a look. If something happened, I would be in big trouble. Thinking about how she had not only used connections but also spent over 100,000 to keep Lu Yan, this raw gem, by her side, Lu Ruyan immediately turned off the car and unbuckled her seatbelt. Just as she opened the car door and stepped out, her phone, which had been silent in her hand, suddenly vibrated. She thought it was Lu Yan, who had been unresponsive earlier, and almost instinctively paused her movement, ready to lecture her distant cousin. She wanted to make sure the other party understood that ignoring a message from an older cousin was unacceptable. no matter how important the matter at hand was. But before she could voice her prepared words, Lu Ruyan was stunned by what appeared on the screen. President Bai. Why is she suddenly calling me again? Could it be that something happened at headquarters? With that thought, Lu Ruyan immediately pushed Lu Yan's matter aside, closed the car door again, and cleared her throat. Confirming that her voice was in the best condition, she revealed her 8 pearly teeth and answered the call with a beaming smile. Boss Bai, I'm here. Is there anything else you need me to do at 4 in the afternoon, outside the Porsche 4S store? After delivering the car, Hao Dagon came to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to the Gaoxing community on KG Road. After saying this, he got straight into the back seat. Sure thing, the driver replied with a smile and switched the sign to indicate the car was occupied. After that, as if he remembered something, he turned back to Hao Dagon and asked, Handsome, would you like some water? It's free. Hao Dagon, who had just closed his eyes to rest, was immediately surprised by this. Driver, is taxi service this good now? They even offer drinks? He said, feeling a bit thirsty, and without hesitation, he took the water the driver handed him, twisted off the cap, and started drinking. In no time, he had downed half the bottle. Of course, the customer is king. If the service isn't good, how can we get repeat customers? The driver said with a smile. Just when Hao Dagon thought that was the end of it, the driver's next move made him realize he was still young. After seeing him finish the water with a smile, the driver, although he started to accelerate, didn't speed up much, maintaining a pace of about 30 miles per hour. Hao Dagon thought it was because there were many intersections here, and this older-looking driver seemed more steady. However, the driver suddenly spoke up again. Handsome, I just saw you come out of that 4S store. What happened? Is your car having issues and is there for maintenance? Hao Dagon didn't expect the question and instinctively replied, It's nothing, just a small issue, just need to touch up some paint. But after saying that, he felt something was off. Why was the driver suddenly asking this? Could he be a middleman? Normally, taxi drivers don't have the time to chat with passengers, especially in this situation where he was deliberately slowing down. For them, time is money, they want to pick up as many passengers as possible in a day. It turned out Hao Dagon's instincts were right. Even that bottle of water seemed intentional. After hearing Hao Dagon's affirmative response, the driver's eyes immediately lit up, and after slowing down a bit more, he turned back with a smile. Oh, there aren't many young and promising people like you. Handsome, if you don't mind, can we add each other on WeChat? My daughter just graduated from university not long ago and is currently waiting for a suitor. As he spoke, a paper photo appeared in front of Hao Dagon. In it, a girl with a pure, natural look and a very white moonlight aura seemed to be smiling at the camera. To be honest, if this photo hadn't been edited on a computer before being printed, the girl in it really matched Hao Dagon's aesthetic quite well. She even resembled his first love from a long time ago. He still remembered that he had to study at his aunt's place for a semester due to some family issues, which was how he met her. If it weren't for suddenly seeing this clearer photo, that memory would have been too blurry to recall. The change in Hao Dagon's expression was clearly noticed by the driver, who had been observing him. His eyes brightened even more, and he patted his chest, exclaiming, Don't worry, handsome. This is my own daughter. The photo was just taken casually with a phone. I guarantee she's even prettier in person. Hearing this, Hao Dagon roughly understood the driver's intentions. It seemed this driver wanted to find a good son-in-law for his daughter. Otherwise, after he got in the car, he wouldn't have offered free water and asked about the car. Realizing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Although he didn't understand what had happened between the master and his daughter, he couldn't help but wonder if this casual approach of promoting a suitable wealthy man wouldn't lead to complaints. After all, such behavior could easily provoke great resentment, especially if the person happened to have a girlfriend or even a partner. Of course, if the person was a playboy, that would be another story. Perhaps finding this matter somewhat interesting, or maybe still harboring a slight inclination towards the idea, Hao Dagon hesitated for a moment but chose neither to refuse nor agree. Instead, after taking a serious look at the person in the photo, he returned it. Master, I shouldn't be the first person you've promoted like this, right? The driver, seeing this, didn't think much of it and just chuckled, tucking the photo away like a treasure. Then, while driving, he began to share his story with Hao Dagon. The gist was that his daughter had been lying at home without working since graduation, and his advice had been useless. Unable to think of a good solution, he resorted to this drastic measure. You want to lie around and not work? Then Dad will help you. Just marry a rich man, and you can lie around as much as you want. Not long after, the situation Hao Dagon had just encountered arose. Coincidentally, he was the 10th target the master had met. As for the previous 9, They had already failed miserably. After hearing all this, Hao Dagon frowned. He then looked skeptically at the middle-aged man in front of him, who seemed relatively honest. "Master, I can't help but feel a bit skeptical. It sounds like you're trying to fool me. If your daughter is really as uncooperative as you say, then how could she agree to you introducing her to a blind date, let alone adding each other on WeChat to chat?" Upon hearing this, the driver suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, handsome, you just don't understand. This is called money can make the world go round. $100 for a WeChat contact, and if she really gets married, I'll give her 100,000 as pocket money." Realizing he might have revealed too much and said some inappropriate things, the master quickly laughed it off. "Handsome, just joking, don't take it seriously. How could a daughter bargain with her dad? It's all about being a caring little cotton-padded jacket. Even if she throws a tantrum, she knows that her dad is doing this for her good, so there's no real issue of agreeing or disagreeing. Young people should make more friends. After all, more friends mean more paths." The more he spoke, the quieter the master's voice became, until in the end, if it weren't for Hao Dagon's good hearing, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear him at all. Seeing this, Hao Dagon finally understood how the previous 9 had flopped. This father, while concerned about his daughter, was clearly a bit unreliable. He had let slip everything that should and shouldn't have been said. Although Hao Dagon found this matter somewhat interesting, he had no intention of agreeing to the other party's words. He was no longer the person he used to be, who would overthink things if a girl merely touched his hand. As long as he wanted, he could meet all kinds of charming women in the future. Why bother with something that could lead to a cold shoulder? So, when he saw the driver fall silent, he also stopped talking. He took out his phone, preparing to become a member of the head-down tribe. Just as he lit up the screen, a new hidden prompt appeared before him. "God of wealth descends. Driver Yuan is currently in a period of financial prosperity. If you let him help you pick a few lottery numbers within half an hour, you will definitely win the second prize worth 150,000 yuan. Note, if the betting amount is too large, it may change the winning amount." Looking at this long-awaited hidden hint about wealth, Hao Dagon was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze to the front seat of the taxi. If he remembered correctly, there should usually be the driver's name and phone number there. Sure enough, when Hao Dagon glanced up, he noticed the driver's name stuck to the left side in front of the passenger seat. It was Master Yi. Seeing this, he hesitated no longer, quickly organizing his thoughts in his mind before speaking to Master Yi. "Master, how about we chat a bit more about your daughter? I was just thinking, and I feel what you said makes a lot of sense." Half an hour later, at Gaoka Community, watching the departing taxi, Hao Dagon revealed a satisfied smile. "Just adding a WeChat, and I can easily earn over 100,000. Such good fortune probably only comes from having hidden hints like this." As he spoke, Hao Dagon touched the lottery ticket in his pocket, confirming everything was fine before striding into the community. Not long after, room 1202, building 3. As soon as Hao Dagon entered the room, he collapsed onto the sofa. Ah, so comfortable. After spending half a day out with someone, even though he hadn't walked much and mostly just sat there eating and chatting, he still felt a bit off by the end. Upon returning and suddenly encountering the soft sofa, he immediately felt a sense of elevation. There's a saying that a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. The saying does have some truth to it. After stretching his body in a rather exaggerated manner on the sofa and finding a suitable position to lounge, Hao Dagon immediately squinted his eyes, enjoying this rare tranquility. He also recalled certain moments from his meal with Lu Yen. That voice message before the meal was definitely sent by Lu Ruyan, and it must have required her to do something that didn't quite match her character. Otherwise, Lu Yen wouldn't have been stuck there frowning, maintaining a single pose, as if hesitating about something. As for why she suddenly took the initiative to speak and even joked with me later, that's hard to say. It seems a bit like she acted that way because of Lu Ruyan's command. After all, based on the hidden hint, this woman is obedient to Lu Ruyan because she helped her. But when she spoke to me before, she wasn't this willing to engage. If that's the case, then the emotions that occasionally flashed in her eyes and some of her later actions don't quite add up. The more he thought, the more Hao Dagon felt something was off with Lu Yen during their meal. Not to mention the phone on the table ringing several times, and her instinctively wanting to answer but forcibly stopping herself. It was the ever-changing emotions he sensed from her gaze that left him puzzled. There was tension, unease, worry, regret, happiness, and even a hint of rebellious satisfaction. By the end, those bright eyes even held a sweetness unique to girls. Forget it. The more I think, the more confused I get. I can't even tell what's real and what's fake. Women are indeed not so easy to figure out. True or false, who knows when it's acting and when it's real. Perhaps it had been a long time since he seriously pondered a question, as Hao Dagon, squinting in thought, suddenly began to grumble and sat up abruptly from the sofa. After glancing around inexplicably, he suddenly clenched his fists, a fierce expression appearing on his face. No matter what Lu Yen was thinking at that time, it's clear she can't be separated from that woman Lu Ruyan. Since that's the case, this debt has to be noted down for her. This is a date I've finally managed to arrange after so many years, and it's been ruined by that nasty woman. If I don't jot this down for future revenge, I won't be able to swallow this anger. As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly seemed to remember something, standing up and walking towards Ho Liangping's bedroom. At the same time, he began to mutter to himself. Monkey, if I remember correctly, you used to have a few special edition movies in your collection. Looks like I need to study and learn from you, just in case I need it later. Around the same time, at the Ryan apartment, Lu Yen had also returned home. No, to be more precise, she had arrived at her cousin's doorstep over 10 minutes ago, and then, she had been lingering in the hallway by the door. That's right. Ever since she came to the company, she had been living at her cousin Lu Ruyan's place. In fact, she hadn't intended for it to be this way. Although her cousin's place was not only safe and beautiful, but the surrounding environment was also quite nice, she still missed the little nest she had been living in before. Even if that place was in a city village, even if it was a bit dirty and messy, even when she returned home at night, she would see many peers who had gone astray because of money downstairs. Lu Yen still missed that. Because there, she felt unrestrained, without the feeling of being a guest in someone else's home. Just like now. Because she had taken the liberty of not going downstairs as her cousin requested in time, and even ignored her calls midway, Lu Yen felt a bit hesitant to enter the door. She was afraid that as soon as she stepped in, her cousin would question and scold her, and she was also afraid that her cousin wouldn't believe the excuses she had prepared. Even more afraid that her cousin, out of anger, would delete the fingerprint lock related to her. If that happened, she would really be homeless. After all her belongings were at her cousin's place. Although it wasn't much. Thinking of this, Lu Yen suddenly felt a bit regretful, even scared. If this affected her younger sister because of her, she would truly regret it. Perhaps it was due to her upbringing, or maybe because her thoughts were sensitive. Many times, when Lu Yen thought about things, she would unconsciously let her mind wander and instinctively think of the worst outcomes. As a result, the more she thought, the more uneasy she became. And the more this happened, the more her gaze towards her cousin filled with fear, even subconsciously wanting to distance herself. What Lu Yen didn't know was that just as her attention was completely absorbed by her own thoughts, a pair of delicate hands slowly reached out from behind her and quickly covered her eyes. The sudden darkness and the cold sensation on her skin instantly stunned Lu Yen. Immediately, she instinctively wanted to scream. However, before she could say anything, a voice that suddenly emerged from behind stopped her. Little girl, guess who I am? If you can't guess, sister will do something indescribable to you. The familiar voice, combined with the distinctly unusual fragrance, made Lu Yen realize immediately. The person behind her was none other than Sister Zhou, who had a close relationship with her cousin. Although she had only met her a few times, due to the principle of knowing one's surroundings, Lu Yen naturally felt a strong affinity towards her. Moreover, every time they met, this Sister Zhou would playfully tease her, which deepened her impression of her. Thinking of this, Lu Yen's previously anxious heart immediately settled down, and the chaotic thoughts she had just now became inexplicably lighter due to this sudden stimulus. Sister Zhou, can you not do this every time? It's really quite scary. And, what are you going to do this time? Lu Yen, feeling something suddenly touch her back, asked with a slightly flushed face. However, despite her words, she didn't raise her hand to uncover Joe Jia's jade-like hands covering her eyes. Previous experiences told Lu Yen that this Sister Zhou was the type who preferred softness over toughness. The more you struggled and resisted, the more she enjoyed causing trouble. There was even one time when she tried to sneak her hand in when Lu Yen wasn't paying attention. That really scared Lu Yen. Sure enough, after a while, the jade hands covering her eyes gradually loosened. Just when Lu Yen felt a bit relieved that her judgment was correct, Zhou Jia's next response made her heart leap to her throat again. What am I going to do? Little Lu Yen, shouldn't it be the sister asking you? I've been observing you for a long time. Why have you been wandering back and forth in the corridor without going in? And that expression on your face just now. I don't need to spell it out for you, do I? As she spoke, Zhou Jia moved closer, revealing a caring big sister smile, staring intently at Lu Yen. Under the pressure of her gaze, Lu Yen, feeling guilty, couldn't withstand the interrogation from this mature and charming woman and instantly crumbled. Her pretty face unconsciously lowered. It was only then that Zhou Jia seemed to notice that Lu Yan's outfit was quite different from usual. Compared to the few times she had seen her in the company, it was noticeably bolder, even approaching her own style at certain moments. Especially the alluring vibe she exuded, which even made Joe Jia, who usually took pride in her figure, feel a bit inferior. Joe Jia was already a bit taller than Lu Yan, and with the 10 cm heels she was wearing, she was almost as tall as Hauda. What she saw was naturally quite similar. As someone who had been through this, Joe Jia understood the purpose and allure of such attire. Her delicate nose twitched as she caught a whiff of the faint fragrance wafting from Lu Yan, confirming it was the perfume from Lu Ruyan's desk, and she immediately smiled mischievously. "Oh, little Lu Yan, it seems I've discovered something incredible. You're not secretly doing something bad behind your cousin's back, are you? Otherwise, why would you hesitate at the door just now? I warn you, your sister Zhou is quite mischievous, and if you don't satisfy my curiosity, I might just go and tell your cousin." Before she could finish her sentence, Joe Jia leaned in closer to Lu Yan, breathing hot air into her ear. Anyone unaware would think they were sharing a secret. However, it might have just been a deliberate act to tease Lu Yan's sensitive nerves. This situation didn't last long before Joe Jia pulled back the distance between them. Then, tilting her head, she wore a half-smiling expression as she looked down at Lu Yan. Lu Yan had never experienced such a situation. Instinctively, she stepped back, shaking her head frantically. No, Sister Zhou, I really didn't do anything behind my cousin's back. It's just. Joe Jia seemed completely unfazed by Lu Yan's reaction, and after a flash of insight in her eyes, she pretended to be annoyed. Just what? Even if you say so, I still won't believe it. How could someone like you, who listens to your cousin, do something like that? As soon as those words were spoken, Lu Yan immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her eyes shining with more light as she looked at Joe Jia. It seemed that she was grateful for Joe Jia's trust in her. She didn't even realize that the reason she had suddenly changed like this was entirely because of the other person. However, Joe Jia seized this opportunity, and after a thought, she took Lu Yan's hand like a caring older sister and began to comfort her. "Xiaoyan, don't be nervous, Joe Jia here. I just wanted to scare you a little to make you more alert, really no other intention. Otherwise, you might just fall into that dead end of overthinking again, so, how about it? Is your mind a bit clearer than before?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, but she quickly nodded. Much better. Although she always felt that something was off, she couldn't quite put her finger on it at the moment. Moreover, she could clearly sense that Joe Jia, while saying this, had sincerity in her eyes. So, she didn't pay much attention to that feeling. She even subconsciously thought that she was overthinking, judging others with a narrow mind. How could someone with such a good relationship with her cousin do anything bad to her? Joe Jia was quite perceptive and naturally noticed the fleeting doubt on Lu Yan's face. However, she didn't react much, continuing to follow the plan in her mind, step by step closing the emotional distance with Lu Yan. "That's right, Xiaoyan, we're all family here, what's there to hide? Others might not know what your cousin is like, but don't I know her well? She's a workaholic, prioritizing her career above all else, focused solely on being a strong woman, so, many times, she might overlook your feelings. In this regard, I understand you, and I hope you won't blame her." While speaking, she also observed Lu Yan's expression. Seeing it shift in the direction she anticipated, she playfully pinched Lu Yan's little nose, teasing her. "How about this, if you encounter any troubles that are hard to discuss with your cousin, just treat me as a trash can and tell me all about it. If possible, let's see if I can help you come up with a solution. That way, our beautiful Xiaoyan won't be troubled to the point of passing by her own door without entering." Lu Yan was someone who lacked love and, due to her personality, was particularly easy to trust others. Joe Jia, having a close relationship with Lu Ruyan, naturally had a built-in buff of being trusted and approached by her. Thus, under this combination of words, actions, and escalating emotions, Lu Yan's nose soon felt a bit sour. The emotions that had been suppressed in her heart suddenly found a breakthrough and poured out uncontrollably. Even if Lu Yan, the person involved, wanted to control it, it was already too late. In just a few seconds, Lu Yan clearly explained the reason she had been lingering at the door. What Lu Yan didn't know was that when she mentioned the name Hauda, Joe Jia's expression didn't change, but her eyes flashed with various colors. And these colors began to evolve in Joe Jia's eyes as Lu Yan poured out her heart. Finally, a rather meticulous plan gradually formed in her gaze. As this plan emerged, Joe Jia's lips unconsciously curled up. When Lu Yan wasn't paying attention, her gaze towards her slowly became more intriguing. In fact, from the moment Joe Jia saw Lu Yan's outfit and recognized the scent of her perfume, she knew that Lu Ruyan must have arranged for her to do something. In the past, she definitely wouldn't have asked further. Recently, with Lu Yan's appearance, along with certain scenes she sometimes encountered in the office, and the decreasing frequency of their intimacy, Joe Jia inexplicably began to entertain other thoughts. This idea grew stronger and took shape as she recalled Lu Yan lingering at the door, wearing a worried expression. Joe Jia was almost certain that Lu Yan must have made a mistake while completing the task assigned by Lu Ruyan, which led to this situation. Otherwise, such a thing would never have happened. Originally, she just wanted to take this opportunity to probe and see what was going on. If possible, she hoped to gather some useful information that could help her realize certain thoughts in her mind. But who would have thought that she would unexpectedly gain something? Upon hearing about the incident in the afternoon related to someone with the surname Lu, and that Lu Yan was unwilling to let Hao Dezhen down halfway, thus going against Lu Ruyan's words, a rather bold plan suddenly brewed in Joe Jia's mind. The abilities of that person with the surname Lu Ruyan and Lu Yan might not be clear about, but Joe Jia was very much aware. Not to mention that astonishing talent that was extraordinary and easily addictive. Just the ability to know stock situations in advance represented a lot. Either he was impressive, or the people behind him were impressive. Regardless of which situation it was, it didn't matter to Joe Jia at that moment. Although she found it hard to understand why someone so capable would stay in such a small place for so long. But so what? As long as he could help her get Lu Yan away from Lu Ruyan, allowing her to return to the way things were before, with only her by her side, everything else became unimportant. That's right. Joe Jia's plan was to lead this little lamb, Lu Yan, into Hao Dezhen's mouth. With her understanding of that person with the surname Lu, a duck that was about to be caught would never be let go. And at that time, the other party would definitely have a conflict with Lu Ruyan. Joe Jia didn't know the specifics of Hao Dezhen's background, but she was clear about Lu Ruyan's. Moreover, she could be certain that if the latter clashed head-on with the former, the probability of the former winning was almost 100%. After all, the recent headquarters was not just a little chaotic. Those executives, for some reasons, had been a bit preoccupied these days. How could they bother to offend an unknown person or force for the sake of a mere subordinate from a branch company? Abandoning the pawn to protect the king was the norm. And at that time, Joe Jia's opportunity would come. What could promote feelings between both parties better than being there for each other in times of trouble? Ideally, that person with the surname Lu could make her dear Ru Yan lose her spirit and become despondent. That way, Ru Yan would likely never be able to leave her for the rest of her life. Thinking about the possibility of such a wonderful situation happening in the future, Joe Jia's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. Her gaze towards Lu Yan, who was still quietly talking, immediately became more fervent. Without waiting for the other party to finish her words, she directly interrupted. Xiao Yan, actually, your worries are completely unnecessary. Your cousin is in a good mood today and won't be angry with you over such a trivial matter. Lu Yan clearly didn't expect her to suddenly say such a thing, and she was momentarily stunned, taking a while to react, revealing a face full of disbelief. Joe Jia, are you sure you're not lying to me? Cousin really won't be angry with me? But why? I clearly didn't do as she asked. Isn't it normal for her to be angry? How could she suddenly not be angry? Or is it that? At this point, Lu Yan seemed to think of something and suddenly became anxious. Or is it that she's so disappointed in me for not listening that she wants to give up on me? No way. If that's the case, I need to apologize to her right away and get her to forgive me. Otherwise, my sister will. As the situation escalated, Lu Yan's emotions clearly became chaotic, even becoming somewhat incoherent. This made Joe Jia feel both angry and amused. Why does this girl love to overthink so much, always jumping to the worst conclusions? It's really a bit heart-wrenching. But unfortunately, that's all there is to it. If it were in the past, Joe Jia might have felt a surge of sympathy and, after seeing this, couldn't bear to hold it against her. But now, she could only say, one must look out for oneself. So, when she saw Lu Yan's emotions becoming increasingly unmanageable, Joe Jia immediately seized the opportunity, raised her hand, and tapped her on the head, then playfully scolded, Hey, Xiao Yan, what do you mean by this? Were you even listening to your sister just now? I already told you your cousin is in a great mood today. How could she possibly be angry? Every day, all you do is overthink. Who knows what's going on in that little head of yours? Perhaps fearing Lu Yan wouldn't take it in, after finishing her words, she playfully gave her another light tap on the head. Then, the stubborn Lu Yan finally seemed to come to her senses, looking a bit dazed. Sister Zhou, do you mean? Joe Jia continued to tease, Yes, don't mention it. Do you think I came here for no reason to be a third wheel? I was definitely called over by your cousin. Otherwise, I'd still be at the beauty salon right now. You know she has a little rival at the company named Su Yao, right? Today, there's confirmed news from headquarters that her backing has been ordered by the chairman to complete her resignation handover. Because of this, your cousin is so happy that she went home and bought a bunch of food and drinks to celebrate. How could she possibly care about those trivial matters you mentioned? If I'm not mistaken, the reason she wanted you to get close to that person with the surname Lu was to see if she could find a breakthrough against Suyao from that angle, right? Now that the ultimate goal is almost gone, does it even matter what you did in the process? As long as you don't bring it up, your cousin will probably forget all about it. Besides, isn't your sister Jo here? If your cousin really brings up something unnecessary, I guarantee I'll help you get through it safely. After this emphatic and confident monologue, Joe Jia playfully winked at Lu Yan, as if to show her complete confidence. Lu Yan, who was originally indecisive, saw how Joe Jia spoke so confidently and immediately believed most of it. Her beautiful eyes, which had been filled with worry, instantly lit up. Looking at Joe Jia, her gaze was filled with gratitude. Sister Zhou, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been mentally exhausted at the door for a long time. Joe Jia felt even more amused upon seeing this. Because she knew her plan was gradually moving towards success, the emotional groundwork was already in place, and the trust was almost fully established. Now, only the most crucial step remained, which was to plant the seeds. So, before Lu Yan's words had even faded, she smiled like a caring older sister. Silly girl, we're all on the same side, there's no need for thanks. Your cousin has probably been waiting inside for a long time, so let's not linger in the hallway. If she gets too anxious waiting, I might get scolded too. This sudden playful remark left Lu Yan momentarily stunned, and then she became a bit anxious and shouted, "Ha! Joe Jia, let's hurry inside. If I cause you trouble because of me, that wouldn't be good." As she spoke, Lu Yan pulled Joe Jia's hand and ran towards the door. Seeing this, Joe Jia didn't say anything and just followed. However, just as they were about to reach the door, she suddenly called out to Lu Yan. "Wait, Xiao Yan. Joe Jia, is there something else?" Lu Yan turned back with a puzzled expression, looking at Joe Jia in confusion. They were almost at the door. Why did Joe Jia call her back? Joe Jia had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so she naturally wouldn't hesitate. Before Lu Yan's words had fully settled, she seemed to remember something important and asked seriously, "Xiao Yan, how is your sister doing? Recently?" Hearing this suddenly, Lu Yan was taken aback at first, then a fleeting look of disappointment crossed her face, but she quickly returned to her usual smile and replied, "Joe Jia, thanks to my cousin's help, my sister is actually doing okay. Although she can't come out, it's much better than before." Hearing her say this, Joe Jia seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as if she had heard something important. That's good, as long as it's better than before." After saying this, she suddenly sighed with a hint of self-reproach, as if she were acting. Sigh. "It's also my fault for not being capable. If I had a fortune now, your sister's situation would probably have been resolved long ago. There wouldn't be two good sisters stuck in different places, and we wouldn't know when we could meet again." Although Lu Yan didn't understand why Joe Jia suddenly brought this up, she felt that this matter couldn't be blamed on her, let alone make her worry like this. So as soon as Joe Jia spoke, she suppressed the faint sadness that had arisen in her heart and hurriedly said, "Joe Jia, you shouldn't say that. I'm already very grateful for the help from my cousin and you. As for my sister, maybe her opportunity just hasn't come yet. That can't be blamed on anyone. Isn't there a saying that after the storm comes the rainbow? The more hardships she endures now, the happier her future days will be. Look at me, I'm a good example, aren't I? So, don't sigh over such trivial matters. If you end up having health issues because of this, that would truly be my sister's fault." To be honest, seeing Lu Yan care so sincerely, Joe Jia really felt a bit reluctant to push this girl into another pit of fire. Not to mention anything else, one thing she was sure of was that that person with the surname Lu was not a good person, definitely a playboy who falls in love with every girl he meets. With this girl's personality, who knows how she would be bullied later on. But thinking that such words might return to her side and even create a dependency, Joe Jia still suppressed the fluttering in her heart, her expression shifting slightly, and like a seasoned actress, she spoke a crucial line. "Xiao Yan. I understand what you mean, Joe Jia. But, forget it, some things I shouldn't say. After all, these matters have always been handled by Yu Yan, and she has been doing her best to help you. It's just that her abilities are limited, and she can only do this much for now. I can only tell you, if possible, try to maintain a good relationship with that how Dagon like today. If one day your sister really encounters something, and you want to bring her to your side, he might be able to help you immediately. Don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance, actually, he is quite deep and unassuming." After saying all this, Joe Jia fell silent, gently patting Lu Yan's hand with a serious expression. Then, before the dazed Lu Yan could react, she took a few steps forward and used her fingerprint to unlock the door to Lu Ruyan's home. The seeds had already been sown, and now all she had to do was wait for them to take root, sprout, and grow in Luyan's mind. From her understanding of the girl in front of her, she would never miss any opportunity to help her sister. She believed that in just a few days, the other party would definitely come to find her. By then, her plan would be halfway successful. However, what Joe Jia did not expect was that, whether by coincidence or some other reason, as soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Lu Ruyan standing just a few steps away from the entrance. At that moment, the other party's eyes were fixed directly on her and on Lu Yan behind her. Night. High-tech community. In a daze, Hao Dagon was reaching around for his phone when he suddenly felt something was off. It seemed he had touched something extraordinary. He tentatively squeezed it, and upon realizing it was indeed flesh, he immediately opened his eyes. Then, Hao Dagon discovered that a person with a bruised eye and a white cloth on their head was staring at him upside down. Seeing him open his eyes, the person immediately grinned, as if wanting to do something. In response to this situation, Hao Dagon instinctively threw a punch. After that, a series of howls ensued. Damn, 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 damn. Old Lu, you can touch my thigh, but why are you hitting me? I rarely come home, and you treat me like this. It was only then that the somewhat dazed Hao Dagon realized that the person's face seemed a bit like his friend Chi Tongwei. When he blinked and looked closely, he was somewhat shocked to find it really was this guy. Seeing this, he immediately propped himself up from the sofa and began to fight back. Damn it, old Chi, what do you mean by this? Coming back and getting your face so close to mine, is it because you got beaten up by someone else and suddenly changed your taste? I warn you, I'm straighter than Tianfu Avenue. If you really want to take a detour, just buy a plane ticket and wander around there. I guarantee you'll find a group in no time. Perhaps Hao Dagon's words shocked Chi Tongwei so much that he was momentarily taken aback, and then he retaliated with a string of curses. Damn! Old Lu! I knew your relationship with that monkey wasn't normal. You actually secretly researched this kind of thing while I wasn't home. Unbelievable, right? Honestly confess, did you two bastards do this behind my back? Hao Dagon could not tolerate this guy throwing dirt on him. Before Chi Tongwei could finish his last sentence, he raised his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, to show his strength. Seeing this, the already intimidated Chi Tongwei immediately backed down and quickly changed his tone. Ha ha ha, old Lu, don't get excited. Come, take a look at what I brought back for you to eat. Saying this, he moved his hands to pry open Hao Dagon's fist and then turned to wildly gesture towards the dining table. There was no other way. This is how it is between men, either the one with money is the boss, or the one with the bigger fist speaks the truth. Otherwise, they would just get beaten up. Of course, the two were friends, so they wouldn't really fight. After Hao Dagon glanced at the spot where he had accidentally hit Chi Tongwei, and seeing that there was no serious harm, he immediately displayed the posture of a victor. Old Chi, you're smart. Otherwise, I'd have to show you the results of my recent workouts. As he spoke, Hao Dagon bent his right arm, exerted a little strength, and revealed his highly developed biceps. This striking scene instantly made Chi Tongwei lose his composure. I lost my old path. How did I not notice it before? What the hell did you eat to suddenly become a tough guy? Not long after, the two began to eat chicken around the table. Hey, Lao Chi, why did you suddenly come back? You went in yesterday and came out today, isn't that a bit too efficient? After taking a bite of the rich and tender chicken leg and swallowing the meat in a few bites, Hao Dagon suddenly asked curiously. Chi Tongwei, who was wolfing down another chicken leg, didn't even bother to swallow what was in his mouth before replying directly. Lao Lu, that's where you're wrong. Who wants to stay in a hellhole like a hospital for long? I looked like I was fine, so I made a speedy exit. Otherwise, wouldn't it just be giving money away for nothing? As he spoke, he pointed with his greasy left index finger to a spot on his face. Don't look at this area with the gauze, it's just a little scraped and stitched up. It's really not a big deal. Just like those girls who get a little work done to look pretty, it'll be fine in a few days. Is that true? Why do I find it so hard to believe? Before he finished speaking, Hao Dagon started reaching out. Come on, Lao Chi, let me poke it a couple of times to see if it's really as you say. Chi Tongwei, after a moment of silence, he immediately swatted Hao Dagon's hand away in disgust. Go away, Lao Lu, can you be a bit more careful? It was just stitched up, of course it'll hurt if you poke it. Hao Dagon didn't say anything in response, just looked at Chi Tongwei with an expression that seemed to see through everything. He wasn't senile or blind. How could he forget that this guy's eye corner was just fine yesterday? Today, it was inexplicably bruised. If nothing had happened, who would believe that? Chi Tongwei felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, and after dodging his eyes for a while, knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, he simply admitted it generously. Alright, alright, I admit it, I got a little hit from a woman, but it's really no big deal. If it weren't for the fact that my brothers and I don't usually get physical with those girls, just talking, how could I have suffered this grievance?" As he spoke, Chi Tongwei suddenly became indignant and took a big bite out of the chicken leg. "The most detestable one is that bastard who started it. If I find out who it is, I'll make her pay." Hearing this, Hao Dagon immediately showed an expression of "I knew it." He thought, if nothing had happened, how could this guy suddenly come back? However, Hao Dagon was a bit curious about who was so bold as to leave a bruise with a single punch. Could it be some fierce girl from Sichuan or Chongqing? Or perhaps, it was Liang Lu? But Chi Tongwei didn't seem to want to continue on that topic. When he saw Hao Dagon looking at him again, he immediately shifted the subject to Ho Liangping. "Hey, Lao Lu, why haven't we seen Monkey yet at this hour? I even specially ordered an extra portion of chicken, isn't that a waste? You know, this stuff is best when it's hot and fresh. If it gets cold, it'll be a bit tasteless, just like that thing." Hao Dagon, although he didn't understand what Chi Tongwei meant by that thing, it was clearly not something good, otherwise, this guy wouldn't have suddenly flashed a lewd look in his eyes. However, since the person involved didn't want to talk about what had happened, he, as an outsider, didn't want to pry too much. So he casually replied in line with Chi Tongwei's words. "Lao Chi, it just so happens that Monkey is out on a date tonight. If things go well, you probably have a bunch of that stuff ready by your bedside, and it might come in handy." At first, Chi Tongwei might not have understood what Hao Dagon was saying, and he clearly paused for a moment. After a few seconds, he suddenly reacted and immediately burst out with a coarse remark. "What the hell? Old Lu, what's going on? That guy Monkey can actually find someone? This is not scientific, very unscientific. No, something must be wrong. I need to call and ask him." Before he finished speaking, Chi Tongwei tossed the chicken leg in his hand, wiped his oily hands on his pants a few times, and picked up the phone beside him. Seeing this, it was clear he was serious about verifying the situation. In light of this, Hao Daijing didn't care about the oil on his hands and quickly covered the already lit phone screen. Then he said irritably, "Not old Chi, are you really planning to ask? What if you ruin Monkey's good fortune? Won't he come back and take it out on you?" But Chi Tongwei seemed to have more to say, but before he could finish, Hao Daijing was ready to speak. Fortunately, Ho Liangping, that guy, had a reliable roommate. Before Chi Tongwei could fully express himself, he interrupted directly. "Stop with the buts. Just because your family is being relocated and there are girls everywhere, doesn't mean he can't." As soon as this explosive news came out, Chi Tongwei's eyes widened immediately, and without caring about anything else, he looked at Hao Daijing with shining eyes. "Old Lu, is it true? You're not lying to me, right? Monkey's family really?" Seeing Chi Tongwei put down his phone, Hao Daijing immediately withdrew his hand and then rolled his eyes, feeling a bit helpless. Hey, old Chi, what's going on with you? Why are you so excited about Monkey's family being relocated? Could it be you have a secret relationship with him?" Hearing this, Chi Tongwei immediately puffed up his cheeks and glared. "Go away, what secret relationship? Old Lu, you need to reflect on yourself. How come you still remember what happened before? That's a bit petty." Hao Daijing thought for a moment and realized it wasn't really appropriate to bring it up. After all, the few of them were big men living together, and joking around was fine, but if someone upstairs or downstairs accidentally overheard, it could really blow up. So Hao Daijing immediately admitted his mistake. "Old Chi, I was just being a smartass, I apologize for that." However, upon hearing this, Chi Tongwei waved his hand, indicating it wasn't necessary, then his eyes turned, and he explained straightforwardly. "Old Lu, we're all brothers, why say such things? To be honest, I've been planning to make some progress in my business lately. And just when I was worried about not having anyone to collaborate with, that guy Monkey sent me a pillow. When he comes back, I definitely need to have a good chat with him. Not to mention, I want to try out a few places first. What about Mishue, Ihatang, and Auntie in Shanghai? I want to set up one of each." After saying this, Chi Tongwei seemed to think of something, and a mischievous smile appeared in his eyes. He looked like a lovesick fool. Seeing this, Hao Daijing couldn't help but understand. This guy pretending to open a milk tea shop was just a cover. He was probably eyeing those girls who liked to work part-time in the shop. After all, those fresh-faced and inexperienced female college students love to come to such places to earn pocket money. Thinking of this, Hao Daijing couldn't help but feel speechless. This guy's injury hadn't even healed yet, and he was already thinking about chasing girls again. He really wasn't afraid of becoming the second Itamokoto in the future. Especially that Liang Lu. Hao Daijing always felt that one day Chi Tongwei would fall for her. "Old Chi, don't blame me for not reminding you as a brother. Starting a business has risks, and being a player is even riskier. Especially with that Liang Lu, if you have nothing to do, you should end things with her sooner rather than later, or it might really cause problems. After thinking about it, Hao Daijing felt it was necessary to remind him as a friend. As for whether the other party listens or not, that's beyond his control. Anyway, his conscience is clear. Unfortunately, Shi Tongwei didn't seem to take it to heart at all. Seeing him say that, he immediately became a bit displeased. Hey, old Lu, don't rain on my parade at a critical moment. Why bring up Liang Lu now? He might have felt that his words were a bit harsh, or perhaps he thought that both he and Ho Liangping had become prosperous due to the demolition, while only Hao Dagon's family had no news at all. He slapped his chest with a big hand and said boldly, "Don't worry, old Lu, even though both my family and the monkey's family have been demolished, I will never look down on you, my poor buddy. Let's not talk about anything else. When those stores open, as long as you're willing, you can be the manager of whichever store you want. And it'll be the kind where you just take the money without having to work. But as for the issue of chasing girls, I can't help you there. You know, my skills are just that level, and the only one I've really gotten is Liang Lu. As for the others, you know, it all depends on my luck." As he spoke, Shi Tongwei might have felt a bit awkward, showing a guilty expression on his face. To be honest, if Hao Dagon didn't have that magical app right now, and the hidden prompts that came with it, when he kept encountering his two roommates who had become rich due to the demolition while he still had no news, feeling a bit unbalanced inside, that would be pure deception, or rather, self-deception. Because he was just an ordinary person, with all the personal emotions one should have, and sometimes they would even intensify. From both Chi Tongwei's and Ho Liangping's perspectives, he was just an ordinary person now. A person without any golden fingers. Therefore, after hearing the two of them intentionally trying to care for his feelings, even wanting to lend him a hand, Hao Dagon felt quite grateful. At least his years of friendship weren't in vain. If there's a chance in the future, he, Hao Dagon, would also help these two. Not to say that they would all be as rich as a country, but at least it wouldn't be a problem to step up a few levels from now. Just as Hao Dagon was thinking, the phone that Shi Tongwei had tossed on the table suddenly vibrated. When he saw what appeared on the screen, he immediately looked as if he had seen a ghost and hurriedly spoke to Hao Dagon. "Hey, old Lu, a clingy troublemaker is calling me again. I need to handle this, otherwise, the consequences could be serious." Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Tongwei was already disappearing quickly at the bathroom door with his phone in hand. The speed was so fast that Hao Dagon didn't even have time to react. However, just from the sound left outside when the door closed, he immediately deduced that the troublemaker Shi Tongwei mentioned was none other than Liang Lu. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. "Old Shi, oh old Shi, we can play and joke around, but we still need to be aware that some roses have thorns, otherwise, it could really bring trouble. We're all ordinary people, and we can't withstand those knives and clubs." After saying this, Hao Dagon didn't speak anymore. He finished the chicken leg in a few bites, casually wiped his hands with a few paper towels, and then turned back into the room. He had just dozed off for about an hour, and now he had chatted with Shi Tongwei for so long. He guessed that quite a few people must want to talk to him about life, otherwise, his phone wouldn't have been lighting up non-stop in his pocket. Sure enough, as soon as he lay down in the room, the screen in his hand lit up again. However, the message on it truly stunned him. "Shanshan doesn't cry, thank you, big shot, for helping me make money. Thank me for helping her make money? This girl seems a bit interesting, huh?" Indeed, the one sending him a message was none other than the rebellious daughter of the driver Yuan, named Jiqian. Hao Dagon originally thought that the reason for the other party's agreement was due to the kind of obviously reluctant and forced contract between her and her father. Even if she agreed to be friends later, she wouldn't take the initiative to message him or say a few rude words. She would just delete him directly. Of course, Hao Dagon wouldn't naively think that just because she sent him a message, it meant she was interested in him. Although the message had a bit of humor, the implication was still very clear. She only agreed because her dad had $100 on the line, and everyone just needed to be fine. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but laugh. "Beauty, it sounds like I'm not in it for the money. But unlike you, this is pure profit for me." While laughing, Hao Dagon took out the lottery ticket he had bought according to the hidden prompt from his pocket. "If I remember correctly, the double color ball seems to have many draws every week. I wonder if there's one today." As he spoke, Hao Dagon replied with the same sentiment, thanks to the beauty for helping him make big money. After that, he ignored her. He exited WeChat and started searching directly. Messages could be replied to at any time. Making money was what a man should do. As long as his wallet was fat enough, girls wouldn't care whether he replied immediately or after a while. As long as he replied, it proved he still remembered her. Let me see. Double color ball draw dates. Every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday? Sunday? Isn't that today? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon clicked on a link below without hesitation. Then, he frowned. What the hell? Why are there so many winners for the second prize this time? Each prize has turned into just over 20,000? Wasn't it supposed to be 150,000? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon immediately checked the lottery ticket in his hand. Then, he seemed to have an epiphany. At that time, although he only let the driver yuan choose 8 numbers, he gave the lottery shop 50 yuan, allowing them to randomly arrange the betting amounts for each number. Who would have thought that, by coincidence, the winning numbers actually accounted for 6 bets? Coupled with the hidden prompt that said, a large betting amount may change the winning amount, Hao Dagon instantly understood. He had been sanctioned for speculating. As for whether it was intentional, he wasn't sure. Well, a good 150,000, and just like that, I've lost 30,000 in a flash. It's like if you don't do anything, you won't die. To be honest, the reason Hao Dagon did that at the time was still a bit of a gamble. If he succeeded in cheating, the next time he encountered such a prompt, he could make a one-time investment and become rich overnight. He wouldn't have to wait every day for hidden prompts about the stock market, working hard to make money. Indeed, a person's desires will continuously expand with their circumstances. I used to think that earning 200 to 300 a day and over 10,000 a month was very satisfying. Now, my daily income is over 10,000, even several tens of thousands, and I'm still thinking about getting rich faster. It's simply, a greedy heart swallows an elephant. After summarizing the lessons from this experience, Hao Dagon immediately learned from his mistakes and decided to follow the rules of the hidden prompts honestly in the future. This time it was only 30,000, he could consider it a small price to pay for a lesson. If it increased in the future, he would have no place to cry. Forget it, since the matter has already happened, thinking about other things is meaningless. With this time spent moping, I might as well continue chatting with the girl. Muttering to himself, Hao Dagon returned to the familiar WeChat chat interface. The messages he had exchanged with Yi Qian were still quietly lying there, with no movement at all. He didn't know if they had been read and ignored, or if she was just not available at the moment. Before, when Hao Dagon encountered such a situation, even if he held no hope, there would still be some different expectations in his heart. He imagined himself becoming that one in a million. This is human nature. Now, however, Hao Dagon didn't care as much. Seeing no response, he directly deleted the chat box to avoid it being an eyesore at the top. After doing this, he gradually began to clear the messages that needed replies. Summarizing, there were 2 main categories, those he wanted to reply to and those he didn't. The messages from Wu Mengmeng and Joe Jia were mostly sent in the afternoon, and they were not very substantial, just a few greetings and casual words. After glancing at them, Hao Dagon ignored them. As for Shin Nana's messages, they were actually not much different from the previous 2, but she continuously sent him messages, sometimes 5 or 6 days in a row. In this situation, it felt a bit awkward for Hao Dagon not to reply. No wonder people say that when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain in between, but when a woman pursues a man, it's just a layer of gauze. This is the feeling. This brother's voice messages are non-stop. It's almost making my ears melt. After indulging in different versions of how to call brother, Hao Dagon quickly typed 4 characters in response. Let's see how it goes. Who would have thought that just 2 seconds after sending the message, the chat box was refreshed by Shin Nana's reply. Nana listens to brother. Seeing this, Hao Dagon's hand noticeably trembled. Then, in a flash, he exited the chat interface with this little green tea. Hiss, no wonder so many male compatriots get lost in tea tasting and can't extricate themselves. It turns out there's a reason for it. In this situation, who can withstand it? After spending a couple of seconds calming his racing heart, Hao Dagon turned his attention to the next heavyweight figure. Bai Jia, little calf, why did you only send the car over at that time? Didn't you sneakily take your sister's car to flirt with girls? Or, have you already done some bad things in it? Hao Dagon. To be honest, when he saw these 2 messages, Hao Dagon almost thought that Bai Jia, this rich woman, had really installed surveillance in the car. After all, he really did the first thing. As for the latter, he also planned to do it. But not today, rather on the day he picked up the car. The target person was still undecided. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but hesitate. This, shouldn't have pressed it, right? Even if she's a rich woman, she shouldn't have such a hobby, right? As for that dashcam, wait. It seems a bit off. The dashcam can record sounds inside the car. And that day when I was playing games with her in the car, the thing seemed to still be on. Realizing this shocking fact, Hao Dagon instantly lost his composure and sent a voice message to Bai Jia without thinking. You have to know, the car was still at the forest center. If he really encountered someone with dirty hands, that would be a big joke. Gao Cook Community. Building 3, Room 1201. Bai Jia was being tormented by her daughter. More accurately, her precious daughter was clinging to her arm, constantly acting cute and trying to win her over. Woo mommy, my dearest mommy, can you really bear to watch your daughter become a person who doesn't keep her word? 50,000, 50,000, just 50,000. If you just give me 50,000, EE can secure the money-making opportunity for me mommy, just move your little hand and transfer the money to me, okay? Looking at her daughter, who was constantly burrowing into her arms and acting like a child, Jia rolled her eyes. Was it just about 50,000? Opening her mouth for this would at least require 300,000 or 400,000. This time, it might not be easy to stop. No matter what she said, she wouldn't easily let this girl get her way. Otherwise, this girl would definitely not learn her lesson. Bai Yanran seemed determined to get the money today. After failing to act cute, she started trying another approach. Mom, look, how about this? You go and let Aunt Shoya or Aunt Gaoi know. Have them give me the red envelope for the new year a bit earlier, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Bai Jia, who had been rolling her eyes, finally reacted, but this time, after glancing at her precious daughter, she became a bit annoyed. Oh, so you know to ask me, your mother, to let them know. Why don't you just go ask them directly? Aren't Aunt Shoya and Aunt Gaoi very fond of you usually? Seeing her mother like this, Bai Yanran immediately chuckled. Oh mom, what are you saying? I'm the younger generation, how can I overstep like that? Of course, you elders need to give each other a heads up first. Who would have thought that before her words even finished, her mother Bai Jia would give her a quick 3-hit combo to the head. Mom, why did you suddenly hit me? That hurts. Instinctively covering her forehead, Bai Yanran pouted, her little face falling. It seemed she was about to cry. Unfortunately, this tactic seemed ineffective against her mother Bai Jia. After rolling her eyes, she immediately brought up her daughter's past misdeeds. Why would I hate you? Do you think your mom has dementia? Come on, tell me, how many years worth of red envelopes have you gotten in advance from Aunt Gaoi and Aunt Shoya? Every time I chat with them, they tease me, asking if I'm bullying them for not laying eggs, deliberately making you do this no-cost business. Bai Yanran was instantly speechless, her fallen face showing a hint of embarrassment. Then she started to laugh awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. Hee. Not much, just 7, 8, 9, or 10 years in advance. In fact, given the relationship between Bai Jia and Shoya Gaoi, let alone 50,000, even 100 or 200,000, as long as she sweetly called them Aunt Shio and Aunt Gao, she could easily get it. But unfortunately, Bai Yanran had too many past offenses. Whenever she was short on money and her mother wouldn't give it to her, she would go to these two sisters to fleece them. And since Bai Jia's two close friends had a very close relationship with her, plus neither of them had laid eggs, they naturally extended their affection for the younger generation to Bai Yanran, indulging her repeatedly. It had gone on for too long, making Bai Jia, as a mother, unable to stand it any longer, and she directly issued a strict order to her two friends. Unless she spoke up, they absolutely could not give Bai Yanran any red envelopes. It was because of this incident that the earlier scene occurred. And seeing that her provocations were ineffective, Bai Yanran's beautiful eyes began to dart around, seemingly contemplating her next strategy. As for Bai Jia, seizing this opportunity for a brief respite in the tug-of-war, she reached for her phone. She wanted to check if her two good friends had any plans tonight, looking for a reason to go out and avoid the storm. Otherwise, she would definitely be driven crazy by the girl in front of her tonight. Just as she reached for it, the previously dark phone screen lit up, and the profile picture displayed was that of the little rascal. Seeing this, Bai Jia was momentarily stunned and instinctively glanced at her precious daughter. Who would have thought that in that brief moment, Bai Yanran seized the opportunity and snatched her phone away. By the time Bai Jia reacted, she had already pulled away, revealing a sly little expression. Oof, Mom, unless you agree to give me money, don't even think about answering that voice message from that guy Lu. At this moment, Bai Yanran still hated how Dagon, even wishing she could grab the voice message in her hand and scold that disgusting man on the other end. But, she believed she could distinguish between what was important and what was not. To avoid going back on her promise to her good friend Yi, and to not miss this rare opportunity to make money, she could temporarily endure the humiliation. As for the immature idea of completely severing her mother's ties with that disgusting man, Bai Yanran had long since given up on that. There was no way around it. One was an unmarried man and the other an unmarried woman. Even if she shouted it from the rooftops, others would probably only comment on their age difference. At most, they would scold that guy Lu for lacking ambition, wanting to take shortcuts and live off others. As for anything else, whether on a moral or legal level, Bai Yanran had no chance of winning. After carefully considering various possible outcomes, Bai Yanran was pleasantly surprised to discover a highly probable fact. That is, given her mother's carefree and unrestrained personality, it was likely that she was just playing around with that guy Lou, and it was improbable that anything serious would come of it. In this situation, rather than making a fuss, it would be better to take this opportunity to bargain with her mother. Who knows, she might even make a big profit. So, the moment she got her hands on the phone, Bai Yanran began to negotiate with her mother, Bai Jia. Strangely enough, Bai Jia did not get angry upon seeing her daughter's seemingly unreasonable behavior. She paused for a moment and then immediately burst into laughter. TSK TSK TSK, now that's more like it. You're finally using your brain, showing a bit of your mother's former style. If you want something, you have to find a way to get it. If you can't get it, think of a way to trade for it. If you really can't trade, then just take it. Who says pouting and acting cute can solve problems? After hearing this, a somewhat dazed Bai Yanran didn't have time to react before she felt something flash past her. When she came to her senses, she was shocked to find that the phone she had intended to use as a bargaining chip had somehow been snatched away by her mother with her foot. At this moment, Bai Yanran felt for the first time that she seemed to not understand her mother at all. Bai Jia lightly passed the phone back to her with her foot, then looked at her daughter with a nonchalant expression. Little Yanran, if you want to compete with me, it seems you still need to practice a bit more, Mom. How are you so amazing? This is just too cool. After a few seconds of being stunned, countless little stars appeared in Bai Yanran's eyes as she looked at her mother in disbelief, her gaze filled with admiration and curiosity. Even the thought of using the earlier opportunity to get some pocket money from her mother Bai Jia was temporarily thrown out of her mind. Seeing this, Bai Jia merely smiled slightly. Humph, now you finally know how formidable your mother is, right? Do you think I managed to guard this huge family business all by myself while raising you? Of course, I have real skills. As for now, it's just a little show-off. Before Bai Jia finished speaking, Bai Yanran, completely captivated by her mother's earlier display of skill, leaned in to try to wrap her arms around her mother's arm to learn more. But before she could get close, Bai Jia stood up and dodged away. Hee, little Yanran, I just played house with you for so long, now I have to take care of my own business. So, you can just play here by yourself for a while. As she spoke, Bai Jia waved her hand to indicate the phone she had just snatched back. Then she quickly ran into the bedroom. After that, the door was closed and locked in one smooth motion. Seeing this, Bai Yanran couldn't help but pout in frustration. Stinky old mom, not telling me, huh? Then I'll just find someone to ask myself. On the other side, in the bedroom, after clearing her throat, Bai Jia connected to Hao Dagon's voice. Then, a soft voice began to fill the entire balcony and spread into the room. Yo, isn't this a certain little calf? How come? You're back from picking up girls in my sister's car? Hao Dagon, who had been waiting for quite a while, naturally got straight to the point without any small talk. When we were playing games in the car last time, wasn't that dashcam of yours left on? Bai Jia was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but quickly realized what Hao Dagon meant. She covered her mouth and laughed uncontrollably. Little calf, how long has it been since that happened? Why are you just thinking of this now? Sister can clearly tell you now, that thing not only wasn't turned off, but it also has audio and video recording functions, so, asking now might be a bit late. Video recording? Hao Dagon was taken aback, then asked with a twitching face. Isn't that thing only supposed to face the front of the car? It shouldn't be that outrageous, right? Bai Jia could no longer contain her laughter, letting go of her hand and grinning widely. If it weren't for the two doors between the balcony and the bedroom, Bai Yanran, who was fiddling with her phone in the living room, might have heard them. Ha ha ha, little calf, who told you that a dashcam can only record what's in front of the car? Outrageous, haven't you heard the saying? Money can make the devil push the mill. As long as the money is enough, the power of science is also limitless. So, you get it now. Now sister has a little hold over you, you'd better be honest and obedient from now on. Otherwise, I really don't know if I might do something extreme. You know, a middle-aged woman like me can sometimes be very crazy. It was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but Bai Jia seemed to emphasize her last sentence. Hao Dagon felt there was something more to her words. However, he didn't have the time to engage with Bai Jia. After confirming the risk, he immediately said without hesitation, "This married sister, do you think there's a possibility? That little piece of evidence is currently being admired by someone else? You should know, your car is at the 4S shop right now. If we're not careful, we could both become internet celebrities, spreading through certain videos for eternity." Upon hearing this, Bai Jia was first stunned, then bit her lip and started scolding. You little calf, why are you being so wishy-washy about this? If something really happens, I guarantee you'll be stuck on the ground every day. Not long after. Room 1202. Looking at the access record sent by Bai Jia, Hao Dagon breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, those after-sales staff still have some professional ethics and didn't go messing around in the car. Otherwise, things would really be serious. But soon he began to worry about another matter. That is, very likely, after his reminder, this rich woman by Jia might really, as she just said, save that little video clip. You should know, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Who knows when she might suddenly come up with something strange. As it turned out, Hao Dagon's worries were valid. Just as he placed his hand on the chat box without having the chance to edit, Bai Jia sent another new message. Besides a few teasing remarks, there was also a somewhat blurry yet somewhat clear screenshot. Bai Jia, little calf, you still say you didn't have any other thoughts, this is evidence. Hao Dagon. After 5 seconds of silence, he decided to pretend he didn't see it. If he couldn't provoke her, could he still avoid her? Sure enough, these young married women at the peak of their late stage, the great perfection realm, are not something ordinary people can handle. After exiting the chat with Bai Jia, Hao Dagon glanced at the remaining unread messages. Upon discovering they were from some class groups, work groups, and some gaming groups he had joined in the past, he didn't pay much attention. Just as he was about to exit the WeChat app, he suddenly felt that something was off. It felt like something was missing. Rubbing his head, and finding no clues, he immediately clicked back in. Something's not right. Very not right. Did I miss someone's message? Otherwise, why do I keep feeling like something's lacking? After scrolling up and down, Hao Dagon finally noticed. A certain woman who had been very active, practically sending him 1,000 messages, had seemingly evaporated since their last contact that morning. She hadn't sent him a single message all day. This was clearly abnormal. Realizing this, Hao Dagon's expression immediately turned serious. Hiss. Could it be that Su Yao has lost her mind? Or is she playing hard to get? Or perhaps, she suddenly encountered something? That's why. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon instinctively wanted to send a message to ask. But at the last moment, even after editing the message, he deleted all the text again. Instead, he clicked into Su Yao's moments. After glancing at the photos she posted early in the morning, taken when he visited her house yesterday, he fell into a dilemma. They had been hanging out for more than half a month, not to mention true feelings. There was at least some emotional attachment that developed over time. Hao Dagon felt quite complicated about this inexplicable emotion, because he understood that these feelings were born from desire, not the kind that arises from mutual affection gradually warming up. To put it bluntly, it was purely physical. It was twisted. And as for Su Yao, despite her current appearance of being infatuated and unable to part from Hao Dagon, the reason for this was not much different from his own. In this situation, if Hao Dagon didn't carefully manage his relationship with Su Yao and keep it within a reasonable range, who knows what kind of trouble might arise in the future. As for what kind of trouble, Hao Dagon didn't know yet, but he subconsciously felt that something would go wrong. I can't believe I'm struggling with whether or not to take the initiative to message Su Yao. Sure enough, men are creatures that always want to be in control. Once they take the initiative, they are unwilling to continue being passive. Frowning as he stared at the screen in his hand, after tapping away for a while, Hao Dagon finally gave up the struggle. He tossed his phone onto the bed, temporarily choosing to ignore it. As for whether the unturned screen would accidentally send something from the chat box during this process, Hao Dagon felt it was all up to fate. As for him right now, he chose to go outside to grab something to drink. A little later, in the living room, Hao Dagon pulled hard and opened a familiar bottle of soda. After gulping down more than half in one go, he immediately revealed a satisfied smile. So refreshing, sure enough, cold soda makes one forget all worries. After finishing the remaining half in one breath, Hao Dagon instinctively tossed the empty can towards the distant trash can. With a beautiful arc, he excitedly waved his fist at the air. Nice! Right on target. That's right, sometimes a man's happiness is that simple, and so easily satisfied. It's just that this happiness between people seems a bit disconnected. Before Hao Dagon's words had even settled, Chi Tongwei, who had been on the phone in the bathroom, came out. However, the expression on his face was clearly not as relaxed as before. He looked somewhat defeated. What's wrong, old Chi? Did a phone call leave you feeling so down? Could it be you're still in there? Hao Dagon asked, his face full of surprise. Chi Tongwei. What's wrong, old Chi? Why aren't you speaking? Could it really? As he spoke, Hao Dagon paused for a moment, then showed a knowing expression and began to offer comfort. We're all brothers, even if it's true, there's no need to worry. After all, at the pace you're going, it was bound to happen sooner or later. But don't worry, with today's technology, as long as the money is right, it's still quite manageable. Upon hearing this, Chi Tongwei finally couldn't help but speak up. Damn it, old Lu, I just hit the jackpot, can you stop cursing me? Jackpot? Hao Dagon was taken aback, then quickly distanced himself from Chi Tongwei. Damn it, old Chi, you're not joking, are you? We just shared the same roast chicken. What else could there be? Chi Tongwei instinctively wanted to say something but then realized something was off. Wait, old Lu, what do you mean? Why are you standing so far away while talking to me? Hao Dagon bluntly replied, you just hit the jackpot, who knows if your spit might be toxic. Chi Tongwei? After a moment of shock, he quickly began to curse. Damn it, Hao Dagon, what I meant was that I got a girl again, what do you think this is? Hao Dagon, is it true? Is it Liang Lu? Chi Tongwei rolled his eyes, somewhat annoyed. How long have I just gotten back together with her? Do you really think I'm such a fool to wear this kind of hat? Before Hao Dagon could respond, Chi Tongwei, feeling a bit irritated, spoke again. Forget it, let's not talk about this nonsense. At this point, he seemed to think of something else and suddenly looked at Hao Dagon with a bit of embarrassment. Old Lu, I haven't really asked you for much before, but can you help me this time? Before he could finish, Hao Dagon interrupted directly, Stop. Old Chi, don't even think about it. I don't want to be the second monkey, being told in front of so many people that even if I were blind, I wouldn't have anything to do with you. Chi Tongwei clearly knew about this matter as well, and his face immediately showed a bit of awkwardness. However, this time he seemed to mean something else, and before Hao Dagon's words had even finished, he replied somewhat flatteringly. It was an accident. That monkey incident was purely accidental. I didn't expect that nasty woman to be so particular. But don't worry, old Lu, this time it's definitely mine. So I have to go in person. What I mean is, Liang Lu said she wants to come find me, but the timing is a bit uncertain. If she comes by and I'm not here, please cover for me. You know, if she finds out about this, I might really be in deep trouble. Hao Dagon. If someone else said this, Hao Dagon might think they were just whining. In this day and age, there are plenty of scumbags, and even if things get unpleasant, the most that happens is that it gets posted online for everyone to criticize. After all, everyone knows the law and understands that if things get serious, they could end up in big trouble. But with Liang Lu, it was really hard to say. Given her previous mental state, she might already be certified. If she really did something outrageous, she might not even have to take responsibility. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon looked at Chi Tongwei with a somewhat inexplicable expression. He couldn't understand why, knowing there was such a possibility, this guy still wanted to turn back and pick this already plucked flower. Could it be that there was a secret unknown to others? Perhaps feeling a bit uncomfortable under the gaze, after casually brushing off a few words, Chi Tongwei quickly ran away. Such an action instantly deepened the doubts in Hao Dagon's heart. His intuition told him that there must be something fishy about this. Not long after, Hao Dagon returned to his bedroom. He picked up his phone, glanced at the time, and after unlocking the screen to check the content above, he let out a sigh for no reason. Well, if fate is like this, then I have no say in it. After saying that, he exited the chat interface with Su Yao and sat down in front of the computer with a bottle of Han's Little Cabin he had just taken out of the fridge. It's been 2 days since I last played the game. I wonder if the little rich girl has finished her run? Anyway, it's still early, and I'm not really tired, so I might as well log in and take a look. As he spoke, the computer on the desk lit up. Hao Dagon took a few big gulps from the Han's Little Cabin and logged into the game. In just a few seconds, the familiar interface appeared before him. She really came back? Is she arguing with someone again? Looking at the constantly refreshing harsh words on the chat, Hao Dagon was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to check if the little rich girl had sent him a message, the main character took the initiative to reach out. Battle Tyrannosaurus, little Feezy, my loyal servant, you finally came back. Asterisk, oh hurry. Spray that villain called the universe invincible super beautiful girl with me. Oh, keyboard. After reading these 2 lines, the phone screen he had just tossed aside lit up. At first, he thought it was a coincidence, but after a casual glance at the content, he instantly lost his composure. What kind of hand speed does this little rich girl have? How is it that the in-game message was sent less than 2 seconds ago, and the transfer message has already arrived? 20 minutes later, the battle ended. Ultimately, with the couple united, the universe invincible super beautiful girl voluntarily went invisible, and Hao Dagon, due to his protective efforts, received a big red envelope of 8,888 yuan, along with the little rich girl's affirmation. Battle Tyrannosaurus, well done, little Feezy, my money was indeed well spent. Superscript 3, Superscript 3 Feifei is very big, of course, you should see who I'm standing with. Battle Tyrannosaurus, I love hearing that. Hao Dagon wanted to follow up on the little rich girl's words, flatter her a bit more, and then take the opportunity to ask about her recent situation. Just a little small talk. Who would have thought that before he could even edit his message, the little rich girl suddenly asked a strange question. Battle Tyrannosaurus, goo goo goo, little Feezy, do you think I'm a good person? / omega //. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was clearly taken aback for a moment, then frowned. It looks like she's asking a question with an answer already in mind. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Hao Dagon quickly replied. Doesn't seem like it. With an honest expression. Battle Tyrannosaurus. Feifei is very fierce. Rush, wife, the internet is bad. I haven't finished my words yet. Keep showing that honest expression. Battle Tyrannosaurus. If it were before, seeing such a reply with only expressions would have made Hao Dagon panic, thinking the girl was angry. But now he had long since understood. When someone is truly angry, they simply disappear without a trace, leaving no time to search for expressions in a meme. So, without hesitation, he continued with the second half of his sentence. In fact, it's not like that. If you were a good person, how could you slightly steal my heart? Hao Dagon thought that such a cheesy line would surely prompt the usually quirky little rich girl to respond with a few lines of her own. Who would have thought that while she did respond, the implication in her words was a bit serious. Battle Tyrannosaurus. I understand this. Little Feezy, have you hit that age where single dogs start acting like this? This dragon calculates, you're actually 25, virtually 26, swing 27, fuzzy 28, meaning 29, almost 30, and you're already halfway in the ground. It's time to find a wife to warm your bed, or else you might end up burning with desire and losing your life. Superscript 3. Superscript 3. Looking at the little rich girl's witty replies, Hao Dagon felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After some thought, he decided to go big. Feifei was bold. Wife, look at me like this, how about we meet in reality? What if we hit it off? Who would have thought that the little rich girl's next words would leave Hao Dagon stunned? Battle Tyrannosaurus. Lululu, this dragon is a coward. I won't touch you, I just like to peek at you. Superscript 3. Superscript 3. In fact, at first, Hao Dagon hadn't noticed certain content in her words, just glanced at it casually. But when he finished editing his reply and was about to send it, he finally noticed a few key phrases at the end. His hand froze instantly. Wait, something seems off. Peeking at me? If it were before, when Hao Dagon didn't know the little rich girl was in Star City, he might have unconsciously thought she was just rambling after reading his message. But now it was different. His intuition told him, things might not be that simple. Because after the little rich girl sent that last message, she inexplicably sent 7 or 8 emoji, directly pushing her previous words up. It had the feel of not wanting to leave any evidence. Seeing this, Hao Dagon's suspicions deepened. Could it be that this little rich girl accidentally sent something she shouldn't have? That's why she's acting like this? Why else would she suddenly do that? A coincidence? Unlikely, right? The reason Hao Dagon thought this way was that he had done something similar before. Once, while replying to some ridiculous notice in a department group, he accidentally sent out a curse he had been thinking. If it hadn't been for his quick fingers and WeChat's recall feature, that time could have ended badly. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon decided to ask for clarification. If the little rich girl had really been peeking at him, that would be a huge problem. After all, being quirky and being a yandere are completely different dimensions. The former could be considered cute, while the latter is downright dangerous. It could even threaten personal safety. Who would have thought the little rich girl wouldn't give him the chance, finding an excuse to make a quick exit? Battle Tyrannosaurus. Little Feezy, my aunt just came to visit me, I have to go deal with her, so I'm flying away now. For all winky face. Before Hao Dagon could reply, the little rich girl's avatar quickly dimmed. This situation instantly made him uneasy. Come on. This was no longer just not wanting to leave any evidence. What's the difference from confessing without being asked? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon, a muscular man nearly 180 centimeters tall and weighing close to 160 kg, suddenly shivered all over. He felt a chill creeping up his back. Could this little rich lady really be a yandere? Otherwise, why would she say something like that? If that's the case, wouldn't I be in trouble? If I were to encounter someone like my wife Yuyo, who is that extreme, my life is over. Unable to sit still, Hao Dagon was just about to scroll through his chat history with the little rich lady to see if there were any clues. However, the phone screen beside him suddenly lit up again. He instinctively glanced at it, and his expression froze instantly, because it was a transfer notification from the little rich lady. This time, there was a long string of remarks attached. Dear Mr. Liu, your bank card ending in 9528 has received a transfer of 23,333 yuan, which is now credited. Remarks, "Whoa little Feezy, were you scared by this dragon? My acting just now was pretty good, right?" Almost at the same time, the little rich lady's game avatar, which had dimmed, became active again. Abruptly, a beautifully cosplayed photo of my wife Yuyo, with her face obscured, appeared in Hao Dagon's view. The person inside was dressed in a JK uniform, with a pair of white silk knee-high socks on her slender legs, and pink hair on her head. Dark red paint, resembling blood, was smeared on her hands and the clothes in front of her, and she held a large serving spoon on her shoulder, looking as if she was about to knock someone out. The restoration was very realistic, and the style of the large serving spoon matched the Chinibyu nature the little rich lady usually displayed. However, Hao Dagon always felt that this photo was somewhat different from the ones the little rich lady had sent before. Before he could carefully analyze and observe, the messages on the page refreshed again. Battle Tyrannosaurus, Gagaga, Little Feezy, this is the female lead from an anime that I particularly like recently. How about it? Pretty, right? I've already decided that in a while, I'm going to sneak off to attend a comic convention and become famous in one battle, so that old man at home knows that I can also make a living with my strength. Although it wasn't the first time Hao Dagon experienced the little rich lady's sudden disappearance and reappearance, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Especially after her antics, he suddenly found it hard to gauge some of his previous judgments. According to the little rich lady, she had clearly done that on purpose for a prank, to scare Hao Dagon. For this, she even specially sent a watermarked cosplay photo. Although the timestamp wasn't current, it was from yesterday. Most importantly, the background in the photo was exactly the same as the one she had sent before, and the cosplay style of using a large serving spoon as a weapon instead of a knife was very much like the little rich lady's Chinibyu personality. This indicated that the probability of it being photoshopped was low. After all, who would cosplay an anime character and deliberately create something that didn't match the character itself for a photo? However, Hao Dagon always felt that there seemed to be a bit too much intentionality in this. Especially with the subsequent transfer and photo, it felt very much like a case of a stitch in time saves 9. Hiss, if I remember correctly, the little rich lady has never explained anything to me whenever she wanted to do something, right? Basically, if you want to do it, just do it. Even if there are problems afterward, just throw money at it to solve it. Where did all this hesitation come from? If such a situation really arises, either she's feeling guilty and trying to cover it up, or it's her. As he spoke, Hao Dagon suddenly seemed to think of something, his pupils constricting, and he exclaimed, "It's not really her?" After all, a person's habits become second nature over the years. How could they suddenly change overnight after a decade or two of accumulation? According to the little rich woman's previous style of handling things, when she encountered what just happened, she wouldn't have wasted so many words with me. She would have just thrown a sum of money at it and shouted, "Xiao Feezy, nothing happened just now, right? Superscript 3, superscript 3. That would be the little rich woman's normal reaction. Before, whether it was because she misunderstood me as a scumbag and forcefully pawned me dozens of times in the game, or for some inexplicable reason, she would always act like that. She would do it right away. Why would she do so many unnecessary things? And if I remember correctly, although the little rich woman is a bit naive, she seems to have never mentioned that she likes cosplay. After thinking of this, Hao Dagon didn't hesitate any longer, gripping the mouse and starting to operate in front of the computer. In no time, many photos the little rich woman had sent him appeared on the screen. He didn't delay, picking up the earlier photos to start comparing them. He tried to find strong evidence. It was fine not to look, but once he did, he found that things seemed to be developing in the direction he suspected. Because in the background of two of the photos, Hao Dagon discovered the same reference object. With this, he quickly noticed that the lengths of the two pairs of legs in the photos were obviously different. Upon discovering this, Hao Dagon was instantly stunned. What is going on? Could it be that the photos weren't edited well? But the problem is, the reference object so close by is exactly the same. Caught off guard by this sudden situation, Hao Dagon was momentarily unsure whether he was seeing things or what. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that many things didn't add up. During this time, there hadn't been anything particularly off. But when he recalled it carefully, he abruptly found that some things that happened when he first met the little rich woman were clearly a bit off. Many times, he would be chatting excitedly with her in the game, and after coming back from a meal, she would suddenly become cold. Sometimes, even things they had talked about not long ago would be inconsistent just an hour later. Back then, he was young, focused solely on playing games with her, and didn't think much of it, so he didn't take it seriously. Now, looking back, things seemed to be more complicated than he thought. No, I have to get to the bottom of this, otherwise, I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. How can a serious person like me accept this kind of one-to-many situation? Perhaps because the situation was just too absurd, Hao Dagon couldn't find the right words to describe it. In the end, he simply gave up struggling and directly asked the person involved. Fei was very bold. Wife, honestly confess, do you have a twin sister secretly playing your game account? This was the question Hao Dagon thought the little rich woman would be most likely to accept after frowning in deep thought. Of course, even so, he couldn't be sure whether the person on the other end, who was very likely not the little rich woman herself, would pretend to be deaf and mute, acting as if they hadn't seen anything. After all, the color of the game avatar is still gray, so the other party can completely pretend to be offline. However, what surprised Hao Dagon was not only that he received an instant reply, but the content of the message left him utterly stunned. He even doubted for a moment whether his eyes were deceiving him. Battle Tyrannosaurus, Xiaofizi, you've gone too far. What twin sisters? This dragon is the eldest sister among triplets, okay? Eldest sister among triplets? Upon seeing this sentence, Hao Dagon was first taken aback, and then he felt like something was seriously wrong. What on earth is going on? How did things get so bizarre? How did it involve triplets? Are you kidding me? Could it be that he had been communicating with 3 different little rich girls all along? This is simply outrageous. It's outrageous to the point of being ridiculous. Subconsciously, Hao Dagon thought that the little rich girl was deliberately trying to confuse him, intentionally sending this chaotic reply. After all, the twins were already absurd enough. If there were triplets involved, Hao Dagon could only say, this is just T&D amazing. The heavens really think highly of him, to actually create a situation of 3 portions of soft rice. Because he found it hard to believe, after 7 or 8 seconds of shock, Hao Dagon finally regained his composure. Without thinking too much, he directly sent a row of question marks over. Who would have thought that in less than a second, a row of question marks came back from the other side? Just when Hao Dagon was feeling a bit speechless, it was as if the person on the other end had changed, and a string of text floated over. Xiaofizi, what happened? Why did I come back to see you chatting with thin air? Quickly tell me, are you cheating again and being a scumbag? Oh, keyboard. Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately understood that tonight's matter was likely to have no conclusion. Because, the other side was either playing dumb or had changed people. Sure enough, before he could think of anything else, the little rich girl on the other end began to ramble on. Ho ho ho! Scumbag! I just went to another company to recruit people for a few days and inherited part of the family business, and you actually did this behind my back. Wait for me to give you righteous punishment. Because then, the familiar pop-up appeared in front of Hao Dagon. System notification. You have been forcibly pounced by Battle Tyrannosaurus. The next day, early in the morning, Hao Dagon arrived at the company. More accurately, he went to the office. As for the reason, it was quite simple. To find Su Yao. No, it should be said to wait for Su Yao. He wanted to see if this woman had really lost her mind, otherwise, how could she dare not reply to his messages? That's right. Last night, when Hao Dagon casually tossed his phone onto the bed, the screen accidentally touched, sending that little question mark in the chat box. Then, because the little rich girl suddenly appeared with that incident, he originally planned to wait for an hour. If Su Yao still hadn't replied, he would use that as an excuse to confidently send a voice message to ask her. But he forgot about it. When he opened his eyes and remembered, it was already this morning. It's just a little past 7, apart from me and the cleaning lady who often comes early to clean, there's not a single person in the entire company. This is quite a show of importance. Su Yao, you better give me a reasonable explanation, or else this tough guy will let you know what it means. Why is the office so messy? Could it be that we were robbed? As Hao Dagon was speaking, he pushed open the door and was stunned by the scene before him. The office, which had been perfectly fine when Joe left on Friday, now looked as if it had been ransacked by thieves, with various documents and A4 papers strewn all over the floor. In some particularly messy areas, there were even several empty beer cans. Further away, the desk was a complete disaster, with just about everything piled on top. It was a scene of chaos. Unbelievable, this building has always had good security. How could this happen? Could it be that some bold insider wanted to vent their frustrations before leaving? Despite it being the weekend just 2 days ago, according to Su Yao and the company's regulations, there had always been people working overtime in the department. It was even possible that a few individuals had been working non-stop for several weeks due to certain reasons. Since Hao Dagon had experienced this kind of suffering before, he naturally understood how deep the resentment could accumulate. In such situations, it was not uncommon to lose control and act out in extreme ways. Not to mention, Hao Dagon himself had once snuck into Su Yao's office to vent his frustrations when he was the only one left in the department, doing things that would be hard for others to understand. Looking back now, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Forget it, why think so much? People should look forward. Since there's been a theft, I should inform Su Yao, the main person involved. What if something important was lost, or even some compromising evidence? That would be a big deal. Saying this, Hao Dagon took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Su Yao via WeChat before immediately starting a voice call. However, to his surprise, after a while, a ringing voice invitation suddenly echoed in the office. When he walked into the office and turned to look in the direction of the sound, he was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is Su Yao sleeping here? Could it be that all this mess in the office was caused by her? But what on earth is happening? How could everything suddenly be like this after just one day? Looking at Su Yao, who was sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep, her hair a bit messy and her limbs carelessly thrown about, completely lacking any semblance of decorum, Hao Dagon felt utterly confused. He hadn't even answered the video call. Was it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Or could it be that this woman really had feelings for him? As this absurd thought crossed Hao Dagon's mind, he shivered in shock. He immediately shook his head, dispelling such inappropriate thoughts. Why think about all this nonsense? If I want to know what happened, I can just ask Su Yao directly. Taking a few steps to the side of the sofa, Hao Dagon didn't immediately take further action. Instead, he glanced again at Su Yao, who lay there motionless, exuding a bit of a sleeping beauty vibe. Well, to be honest, this woman's looks are quite enduring. She doesn't look like an old lady at all. Despite all this, after casually taking a photo with his phone, Hao Dagon reached out, preparing to wake Su Yao. Just then, a sudden noise from outside the door startled him. Thinking someone had arrived early, Hao Dagon didn't bother with anything else and rushed to the door to close it first. When he returned and was about to take action, he found that Su Yao had actually groggily opened her eyes. Before Hao Dagon could say anything, Su Yao suddenly hugged him tightly. This unexpected situation left Hao Dagon momentarily stunned. Wait. What was this woman up to? Did she really want to? Right after waking up? Wouldn't that be a bit too? Confused about Su Yao's intentions, Hao Dagon was just about to observe the situation unfold, contemplating whether to hold back a bit and tease the woman in front of him. Who would have thought that Su Yao's next words would leave Hao Dagon somewhat bewildered? Lu, our home is about to be gone. Hao Dagon. Not long after. In the office, Hao Dagon looked at the woman in front of him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Su Yao, is it really worth making such a big fuss over this trivial matter? You've made the office a mess and still won't reply to my messages? I think you're just trying to get my attention because you didn't eat enough yesterday. Seeing Hao Dagon teasing her like this, Su Yao immediately clenched her fist and angrily punched his thigh. You jerk, the fire is already burning at my eyebrows, and you're still joking around and bullying me. Just wait until the day I really get kicked out. Let's see where you'll feel comfortable. After sizing up Su Yao, whose figure had become increasingly voluptuous, Hao Dagon rolled his eyes and deliberately showed a half-smile. As the saying goes, if I'm not welcome here, there will be another place for me. Anyway, I feel a bit tired of you. Just in time to take this opportunity to look for another target. After saying this, he even winked at Su Yao, as if bidding a final farewell. This situation instantly made Su Yao's lips move slightly, her teeth clenched in frustration. Although she knew this jerk was doing it on purpose, she still felt a bit angry. They had just gone home together to meet her parents the day before, and today he was saying such things, even if both were false. But putting aside the facts, did this jerk not know to comfort her a little? People say that a day as a couple brings 100 days of affection, and 100 days as a couple is like the deep sea. Although Su Yao hadn't truly been a couple with the man in front of her for 100 days, in another sense, it wasn't far off. In this situation, this jerk didn't even show a bit of couple affection, and instead of thinking of ways to get through the tough times together, he treated her like this. It was simply intolerable. Su Yao could endure, but her sister couldn't. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and without thinking further, she pounced on him like a mother tiger hunting. In an instant, the office was in chaos. Half an hour later, in the office, everything returned to calm. After another half-minute, feeling the pressure released, Su Yao spoke again, her tone now laced with a hint of laziness. Hey, Lu, what do you think we should do about this? Or, should I go find another one? Before her words even settled, Su Yao's slightly flushed face was suddenly grabbed by a pair of hands and rubbed vigorously. What are you doing? After finally breaking free, Su Yao immediately started to complain. You idiot, we've done what we needed to do, and now I'm trying to talk seriously. Saying this, Su Yao pulled out a small mirror from somewhere and started checking her reflection in front of Hao Dagon. After a while, she pointed to a spot on her face and began to complain. Look, you've smudged my foundation, it looks terrible. Hao Dagon was already used to Su Yao's nitpicking habit, so he completely ignored her. Seeing her still complaining, he pinched the same spot on the other side of her face. There, now it's symmetrical, it looks good. Su Yao. However, the playful banter was only temporary. After a while, when Su Yao had tidied up the scene and cast a resentful glance at Hao Dagon again, he finally spoke with some irritation. Seriously, how can you still not tell the difference between the big and small kings? Su Yao was taken aback by his sudden change, but her beautiful eyes quickly moved, and she shifted her pair of white jade legs that were originally kneeling on the sofa closer to Hao Dagon. This allowed her to better wrap her arms around the man in front of her. After doing this, she leaned her face against Hao Dagon's shoulder with a sweet, sticky voice, saying, "My king, I knew you would have a way, but unfortunately, I'm too stupid to know what to do. Can you give me a little hint, Hao Dagon?" After a moment of goosebumps, he somewhat disdainfully patted Su Yao, who was completely leaning on his shoulder. Alright, acting is fine, but don't overdo it. With your figure and face, it's excessive to compare yourself to the enchanting Su Daji. Su Yao, you scoundrel. At least I share the surname Su, okay? Maybe we were family thousands of years ago, so how can you say it's a comparison? Hao Dagon was too lazy to argue with Su Yao on this matter, as women were best at being unreasonable. So, after a moment of thought, he deliberately warned her. Su Yao, think carefully. Your support at headquarters is about to vanish. If you don't listen to me, your support, then you might really be in big trouble. Upon hearing this, Su Yao stopped talking and turned her head away, humming a few times. It was clear that she understood the concept of moderation. Seeing this, Hao Dagon stopped being frivolous and, after organizing the content of what Su Yao had just said, curiously asked, "Manager, logically speaking, shouldn't these executives have allies and a community of interests at headquarters? Even if she is in trouble alone, shouldn't there be others? Can't you just seek refuge with them later? Such a good opportunity to strengthen your power, I don't believe those people would let it go." Hao Dagon thought his words were quite reasonable, but to his surprise, Su Yao rolled her eyes upon hearing it. "I knew about this back then, no need for you to say it. Besides, I'm sure I know more than just this one supporter, otherwise, I wouldn't have spent these years in the company for nothing. But the problem is, it's not just one person in trouble, it's a whole group. Don't think that only a few have been approved now, there are still many on the list. If the chairman waves his hand and approves them all, won't everyone be doomed?" In this situation, those executives have no time to care about this. Everyone is on edge, and some can't even take care of themselves. The most infuriating thing is that woman, Lu Ruyan, seems to have hit the jackpot. Her biggest supporter has miraculously escaped this crisis without a scratch. That's why I'm worried she might take advantage of the situation to push me out of the manager's position. If that happens, even if I find someone suitable to rely on later, it will be too late. You know the situation in our company, it's always one carrot for one hole. So, darling, since you are so capable, can you think of a way to help me out that way? We can do what we want in the office every day like we just did. As she spoke, Su Yao seemed to think of something, and suddenly her pretty face flushed. She leaned closer to Hao Dagon's ear, a bit shy, and added, "By the way, husband, I've actually bought some things recently. If you want to see the real Sudaji, I wouldn't mind becoming a nine-tailed fox." Just when Su Yao thought that Hao Dagon, who was usually quite curious about certain matters, would show interest because of her words and act coy, she abruptly realized that the man she had been leaning on seemed somewhat distracted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken 3 or 4 seconds without any reaction. Feeling something was off, Su Yao refrained from saying anything further to avoid alarming the snake. She slightly raised her head to observe Hao Dagon's condition. It turned out that her instincts were correct. That bad man really had a vacant look in his eyes, as if he were lost in thought. Su Yao immediately felt a surge of irritation. This jerk must have suddenly thought of some little vixen. Otherwise, how could he be like this all of a sudden? With this thought, her small emotions flared up, and without caring about her current state, she grabbed Hao Dagon's arm and prepared to kiss him. This commotion naturally pulled Hao Dagon's thoughts back from his reverie. Turning to see her like this, he immediately pulled his hand away and shouted, Hey, Su Yao, what are you doing? I'm here trying to help you, and this is how you repay me? Just a moment ago, you were calling me hubby so sweetly, and now it turns out you have a heart of a scorpion to make me let my guard down. Hao Dagon was already much stronger than Su Yao, and after the app's sudden optimization the other day, his physical condition had improved even more. As a result, when Su Yao reacted to his sudden movement, she ended up losing out. Not only did she fail to bite Hao Dagon's arm, but she accidentally got her upper lip hit instead. In an instant, her beautiful eyes began to redden, and she covered her mouth, looking at Hao Dagon with teary eyes. Hubby. Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon didn't know what else to say. He rolled his eyes and said somewhat irritably, If it really hurts, go put on some Yan'an Baiyao, or else don't let it swell. Su Yao remained silent, looking at Hao Dagon with a pitiful expression, then weakly pointed in the direction of the desk with her other hand. The meaning was clear, she wanted him to help her get something. Although Hao Dagon was somewhat reluctant, he still got up. After a while, he handed the spray he had just found to Su Yao with a somewhat speechless expression. Here, hurry up and use it, or it'll be inconvenient for you to eat later. Oh. Having spent so much time with the man in front of her, Su Yao naturally understood the underlying meaning of his words. After taking the medicine, she obediently started to apply it. Fortunately, Hao Dagon's hand had only accidentally brushed against her, so although her upper lip hurt a bit, it wasn't a big deal. In just a few seconds, as the medicine took effect, she felt fine again. Her originally teary eyes immediately sparkled again. Noticing that Hao Dagon was looking at her with a somewhat displeased expression, she immediately acted cute. Hee, thank you, hubby. I knew you still love me. Hao Dagon was already somewhat used to Su Yao's sudden shifts in mood, so he simply responded with a hum and then asked about the main issue. Su Yao, you mentioned earlier that the main reason for this incident was. What was it? I didn't quite catch that. Su Yao, who was about to act cute, was delighted to hear Hao Dagon call her by her real name. Without thinking much, she answered without hesitation. What else could it be? Our chairman is already seriously ill, old, and confused, believing his little daughter's nonsense. Perhaps due to her deep resentment over the matter, she suddenly began to complain as she spoke. I've never seen such a spoiled princess. When she's unhappy, she takes it out on her subordinates and wants to fire so many people at once. The most critical part is that her two obviously more experienced sisters didn't oppose her. I really don't know what they're thinking. Don't they know that if the chairman really passes away one day, only one of those three sisters can inherit the position? If they let this go unchecked, once this little princess clears the way and replaces everyone with her own people, I can't wait to see how they'll cry. After finishing this long string of heavy grievances, the gloom in Su Yao's heart noticeably lightened, or else her face wouldn't have shown a hint of relief. Instead, Hao Dagon furrowed his brows after hearing her assertive words. Su Yao noticed this and was about to ask, but he raised his hand to signal her to hold on. For a moment, her expression twisted again, her small mouth opening and closing, not knowing what to silently mumble about. However, at that moment, Hao Dagon had no time to care about that because he discovered a major issue, and it was a significant one. That is, some of the things Su Yao mentioned about the headquarters in certain situations felt oddly familiar. No, it was clear that he had heard them somewhere before. A disagreement leading to many people. Approved by the chairman, who is also a father. A combination of one younger sister and two older sisters. This. Doesn't it sound similar to what the rich girl mentioned? The first 2 points being somewhat similar could be considered a coincidence. After all, with such a large country as Xia, and so many companies, it's normal for such situations to arise. But the third point was indeed quite rare. Although there are differences between a set of triplets of the same age and a combination of one younger sister and two older sisters. But what if the little rich girl said it that way on purpose? Wouldn't that just match up perfectly? Thinking of this possibility, Hao Dagon's pupils suddenly constricted. If the mischievous daughter-in-law he played around with in the game was really one of the chairman's daughters, or even three of them, that would be quite the fun. It would be more outrageous than outrageous itself. In shock, Hao Dagon couldn't care about anything else and excitedly grabbed Su Yao's hand, urgently asking, "Do you have a family photo of your chairman?" "No, wait, do you have photos of his three daughters? If you do, hurry and take them out, I need them urgently." Su Yao was clearly taken aback by Hao Dagon's sudden action, and it took her a while to respond. Finally, it was only after Hao Dagon called her name again that she slowly replied, "Oh, I have." "What's up, husband? Did you think of a way? Or do you know someone among them?" Su Yao, still not fully processing what was happening, instinctively asked while pulling out her phone. At that moment, all of Hao Dagon's attention was on the little rich girl's true identity, and he casually replied, "Don't ask so much for now, you'll know later." Then, all his focus was on the phone screen in front of him. Seeing this, Su Yao felt something was off but didn't say anything more, just following her memory and continuously scrolling through various groups. A few seconds later, a surprised voice burst from her lips. Found it. Found it?" Hearing this, Hao Dagon snatched Su Yao's phone to check without a second thought. But to his surprise, there were no photos, just a chat box with someone he didn't recognize. Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately turned to look at Su Yao, who was still in shock from having her phone taken away. "Didn't you say you found it? How come it's like this?" Su Yao. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly pouted and spoke with a hint of jealousy. "Husband, why do I feel like something's off with you? It doesn't seem like it's for me. Already a bit tipsy, Hao Dagon wouldn't listen to her jealous words at this moment and immediately interrupted. Suyao, can you stop thinking about palace intrigues all day long? We're dealing with serious matters now. Do you still want to find a solution or not? Hearing this, Suyao, who seemed hesitant to speak, immediately pouted. Although she was very reluctant, she swallowed back her words. Instead, she stretched her neck to look at the screen and began to explain. Honey, this is the chairman's personal secretary. She usually has a good relationship with his daughters. If I remember correctly, a few days ago, she posted some photos you wanted to promote a certain event at the headquarters. So, you understand. Perhaps due to her deep resentment towards Hao Dagon's earlier behavior, the more she spoke, the more the melancholy in Suyao's tone intensified. It was as if she was about to show her displeasure, with her little emotions written all over her face. Hao Dagon naturally noticed this. He initially wanted to ignore it, but somehow, in the end, he didn't immediately turn the screen in his hand. Instead, he suddenly reached out and pinched Suyao's nose, playfully teasing her with a hint of annoyance. Hey, manager, how come I never noticed you like sour things so much? Now the whole room smells like it. Don't say I didn't warn you, eating too much of this will make your teeth fall out. By then, your mouth will be all bare, and I won't give you any good stuff to eat. These words, full of meaning, instantly left Suyao, who hadn't expected Hao Dagon to act this way, dumbfounded. After blinking her somewhat dazed eyes several times, she huffed and lightly punched Hao Dagon's chest in annoyance. You bastard Lu, always making fun of me. Just wait, I'll bite you to death. As she spoke, Suyao resembled an angry little tigress, opening her mouth and heavily biting the air in front of Hao Dagon several times, as if to assert her strength. To be honest, looking at this woman, whose actions and demeanor had started to seem somewhat childish, Hao Dagon found it hard to equate her with the previous Suyao, who always appeared stern and unyielding. But then again, people have many faces. Whether man or woman, when facing different people, they inevitably show different sides according to the situation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be widely circulated phrases like the goddess of the poor, the toy of the rich. Now that he had done what he needed to do, Hao Dagon naturally wouldn't waste his energy on Suyao's antics. After giving her forehead a light tap as a warning, he refocused his attention on the screen in front of him. Following what the other party had said earlier, he opened the moments of the secretary named by she. To his surprise, he didn't even need to scroll down. With just one glance, he found what he was looking for in the center of a certain 9-grid image. 3 women, all resembling each other, all dressed in the same uniform. Hiss. This. Looking at the 3 women in the picture, who were all quite beautiful but clearly had a significant age difference, Hao Dagon was momentarily taken aback. Suyao, are you sure it's them? Hao Dagon asked instinctively, somewhat puzzled. Suyao didn't respond but stretched her neck to look at the screen, then glanced at Hao Dagon. Judging by the expression on her face, she likely hadn't intended to answer. Because in the promotional text of the secretary named by she, there was clearly an answer that could respond to Hao Dagon's question. His inquiry was, in fact, unnecessary. However, upon noticing the unusually serious look in Hao Dagon's eyes, she chose to stop there and not continue to stir trouble. As a woman, to capture a man's heart, occasional coquetry and little temper are essential. But one must also pay attention to reading the room. Being overly spoiled by relying on one's charm would only lead to self-entrapment. Not to mention, Yang Guifei is a perfect example. Although Suyao was very confident in her figure and looks, she also understood that she was far from being a beauty that could topple a nation. So, after taking a couple of seconds to gather her emotions and organize her thoughts, she began to explain in an unusually obedient voice. Well, dear husband, the one on the far left is by Xiaozhen, the eldest sister, she's 35 this year. The one on the right is by Xiaoshan, the second sister, she's 30 this year. As for the one in the middle who looks harmless, she's the protagonist of this incident, by Xiaomei, she's 25 this year. What do you think? Isn't it interesting that each of their ages differs by 5 years? Sometimes I really don't understand what the chairman is thinking. Why not use the resources and power of the big company on the eldest and second daughters instead of pouring everything onto the youngest? Now look, it's a mess at headquarters. In the past, the emperors of our great Xia never made the foolish mistake of favoring the youngest over the eldest, but this old guy insists on doing it. I think he's afraid the company will last too long. And this eldest lady is really useless, her subordinates are almost drained dry by the younger sister, and she hasn't reacted at all. It's a shame she was one of the first to become a senior executive in the company. She's simply good for nothing. It was obvious that Su Yao was on the side of the eldest sister, otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the time to complain. However, at this moment, Hao Dagon's focus was not on this, but rather on a serious question he suddenly realized. That is, if he remembered correctly, the chairman's surname was Gao, so why did all the daughters have the surname Bai? Su Yao, who was clearly indignant, also realized Hao Dagon's confusion. As his puzzled gaze drifted over, she immediately spoke up without hesitation. Husband, don't guess anymore, it's exactly as you think. Our company's chairman was actually a son-in-law who married into the family, living off his wife, so, you understand, Hao Dagon? A son-in-law who married into the family? Is that true? Hao Dagon asked in shock. Although their company wasn't particularly large, it had some scale, and it was said that they were planning to go public in recent years. The chairman of such a successful enterprise being a son-in-law was indeed a bit surprising to Hao Dagon. The key point was that even at this stage of success, all three daughters still carried their mother's surname, which was even rarer. You should know that even the heads of some of the most famous national enterprises in Xia have reverted their sons back to their own surname after becoming successful. Su Yao nodded seriously, absolutely true. Although the branch office people know little about this, it's not a secret at headquarters. If you're interested, husband, I can tell you what I know. Hao Dagon thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Who doesn't love gossip about wealthy families? Moreover, his intuition told him that this matter might be related to him in the future, although he didn't know where this inexplicable feeling came from. Su Yao seemed to have a talent for storytelling. In just a few minutes, she clarified the ins and outs of the situation to Hao Dagon. Well, husband, this is the general situation I know. Since I heard about it, some details might be a bit off, but the main points are definitely correct. After saying this, Su Yao's beautiful eyes moved, curiously looking at Hao Dagon. A woman's intuition told her that the reason the man in front of her was listening so intently was definitely not just because he wanted to help her. Su Yao tried to glean some clues from Hao Dagon's expression, but after observing for a while, aside from noticing that his brows were furrowing deeper and deeper, she didn't find anything particularly revealing. What's wrong, husband? Is there something wrong? Or, is there no way to resolve my issue? After such a long conversation, Su Yao's mind gradually became clearer, and she understood that if she wanted to continue living a carefree life like this in the future, she needed to recognize who was the most important and solid support. After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes suddenly moved, and she began to draw circles in front of Hao Dagon with her fingers, comforting him. Hubby, I know that everyone has their own expertise. If you really can't find a suitable way to help me for a while, it's actually okay. After all, things haven't really reached a conclusion yet, who knows if there will be a turning point then. Besides, right now, as long as you are by my side, everything else doesn't really matter. In the middle of this, Su Yao suddenly paused, and then, as if making a decision, she bit her lip and said, Hubby, if it really doesn't work out later, and you really like this office, then, actually, I wouldn't mind bowing my head to that woman, Lu Ruyan. That way, you can still be comfortable here every day. Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon, who had been frowning, finally reacted. After glancing at Su Yao, he replied half-jokingly, That's great, let's go with the last resort. That way, you won't be troubled, and I won't be worried. Life can just go on like this, and everyone will be happy. Su Yao wasn't foolish. She naturally understood that Hao Dagon was joking with her, so she leaned against him and acted cute. Oh, hubby, why are you like this, teasing me? I don't care, I'm a good baby, I'll listen to you. I'm going to bow my head to that woman, Lu Ruyan, and admit my mistakes and beg for mercy. As she spoke, Su Yao moved as if she was about to leave. Hao Dagon could see that she was doing this on purpose, so he didn't stop her and just watched quietly. This situation instantly made Su Yao, who had already started to get up, feel awkward. After freezing in place for 2 seconds, she pretended that her foot had accidentally twisted and returned to her original position. What's wrong? Not going anymore? It seems you don't love your husband deeply enough. Hao Dagon teased knowingly. Knowing that the man in front of her was deliberately being mischievous, Su Yao simply fell silent, burying her head into the blanket beside her, pretending to be a turtle hiding its head. Seeing this, Hao Dagon also said nothing, just used his hand to tickle Su Yao's right foot as a form of punishment, then returned to his thoughts about what they had just discussed. According to Su Yao's description, the chairman of the company, Gao Yu, had a difficult upbringing and almost ended up on the streets when he was young. Later, for some unknown reason, he struck it rich and caught the eye of a wealthy girl with the surname Bai, and he ended up marrying into her family. After that, with her help, he built his own business empire over several decades. Originally, upon hearing this, Hao Dagon didn't think there was anything wrong, but a sentence that Su Yao casually added later left him somewhat stunned. That is, the wealthy girl, Mrs. Bai, had passed away from illness 20 years ago after giving birth to her daughter, Bai Xiaomei. Moreover, since then, Chairman Gao had never remarried. If this were true, then some things clearly didn't add up. Triplets turning into 3 sisters could still be understood, as women love to say they are younger. But the matter of having a mother out of nowhere was hard to explain. If Hao Dagon remembered correctly, the little rich girl had mentioned that she had a mother. And it seemed that her mother also played the game Fantasy Westward Journey. That time, she was startled when she suddenly found out about this. During this period, it was also because of her mother's existence that she often went invisible in the game. Other matters could be joked about or fabricated to deceive him, but Hao Dagon felt that this was possible. But to use the deceased mother like this, Hao Dagon felt that this possibility was a bit unlikely. At least he thought, normal people wouldn't act this way. Unless they were mentally ill. Wait a minute. Something seems off. There's an old saying in Xia country, an elder sister is like a mother. If we follow Su Yao's description, among the three Bai sisters, the eldest Bai Shizhen and the youngest Bai Xiaomei have a full 10-year age gap. Although this gap doesn't seem large, if we subtract 20 years from that base, then the second and third sisters of the Bai family could very well have grown up following the eldest sister's backside. Plus, considering the somewhat immature personality of the little rich woman in the game, it's not impossible for her to mistakenly regard her elder sister as her mother. But if that's the case, wouldn't it be too absurd? It's simply more absurd than absurdity itself opening the door to absurdity. This would require too many coincidences for such a situation to arise, right? The more he thought, the more confused Hao Dagon became, and he subconsciously began to mumble. He always felt like he was overlooking something very important, but he couldn't recall it for a while. Until he inadvertently glanced at the twin towers outside the window, he suddenly felt a moment of enlightenment. Hey, stop pretending to be a turtle and let me ask you something. Hao Dagon patted Su Yao, who had buried her head in the pillow. Su Yao twisted her body, indicating that she had already fallen asleep and didn't want to be disturbed. Seeing this, Hao Dagon rolled his eyes and didn't press further. He simply started to tickle the foot that was still moving around in front of him. At first, Su Yao could endure it, but after a while, she couldn't hold back and immediately surrendered, begging for mercy. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Husband, I admit defeat. Is that okay? Hao Dagon didn't give her a chance and silently counted to 5 in his heart, only letting go when Su Yao fully realized her mistake. Are you still pretending to be asleep? Hao Dagon asked. Not pretending anymore. Su Yao, who was already laughing so hard her stomach hurt, shook her head wildly. Alright then, now I ask, you answer. Hao Dagon continued. Su Yao nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, wearing an expression of honest compliance. This woman, why does she love to court disaster so much? After a brief internal complaint about her obvious question, Hao Dagon asked a very important question. Do you know the marital status of the 3 daughters of your chairman? Are they all married, or are they currently single? Hao Dagon asked seriously. Su Yao clearly didn't expect him to suddenly ask this, first stunned, then her gaze towards Hao Dagon became strange. Husband, you're not thinking that. Hao Dagon. After so many deep exchanges, how could Hao Dagon not know what the woman in front of him was thinking? So he unceremoniously gave Su Yao a light tap on the forehead. Think about what? Didn't I say, I ask, you answer. Oh. Seeing him like this, Su Yao immediately pouted, showing a little aggrieved expression. Without needing to think, it was clear she had already taken Hao Dagon's question in a suggestive direction. Of course, she was obedient and truly listened. After a brief pause, she shared everything she knew. Husband, as far as I know, the eldest sister among the 3 sisters got married early on due to certain reasons, but later for some reasons, she divorced and is currently not remarried, living with her only daughter from that marriage. The second sister is doing a bit better. She married the son of one of our allies, a company director, a few years ago. I heard they are quite happy, and they just had a daughter last year. However, there are rumors that her husband has a strange illness and doesn't have much time left to live. I don't know if it's true or not. This little Bai Xiaomei, because she had been studying abroad for a long time, hadn't made any news. I only knew that as soon as she returned, the chairman used health issues as an excuse to pull her into the upper management and slowly began to delegate power. After hearing Su Yao's words, Hao Dagon felt a mix of amusement and frustration. It turned out that all his wild speculations were in vain. Among the 3 sisters, the eldest was a divorced mother, the second had just remarried and given birth, so their emotional states were probably just right. Given this situation, how could they have the mood to play games? Not to mention the old classic, Fantasy Westward Journey. As for the youngest, there was a possibility, but upon further thought, it seemed unlikely. Unless she had a split personality, how could one person play so many roles? What? You say the little rich girl is a mental patient? Then Hao Dagon could only say he had met his match. She was on the 8th level. Although he had already concluded in his mind that the possibility of the Bai sisters being little rich girls was slim, Hao Dagon still asked another question. By the way, Su Yao, do you know how long Bai Xiaomei studied abroad? Su Yao didn't answer immediately. She frowned and thought for a moment. After about 3 or 4 seconds, she gave an answer that surprised Hao Dagon a bit. It was probably around 6 to 7 years. I remember hearing Bai Shi mention it once when I attended the annual meeting at headquarters, but I'm not sure how accurate it is. 6 to 7 years? Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon instinctively compared it to the time the little rich girl had disappeared from his memory. What puzzled him was that it seemed to match up. This was strange. Could it be a coincidence? After rubbing his fingers in a peculiar manner, Hao Dagon decided not to think too much about it. To him, it should purely be a coincidence. After all, with such a large country as Xia, and so many people, it was normal for such situations to occur occasionally. Moreover, going abroad didn't mean one couldn't play games from Xia. The little rich girl must have had other reasons for disappearing during that time. Otherwise, how could she suddenly return? Hao Dagon didn't believe that someone would deliberately avoid a game for 6 or 7 years and then pick it up again, treating it like before with someone else. That was beyond just being mentally ill. It was a serious condition. Otherwise, why would one torture oneself like that? After a sigh of mixed relief and regret, Hao Dagon finally pushed aside those distracting thoughts about the little rich girl and focused on the present. No, on the person in front of him. Although Su Yao had been quite mischievous earlier, she had still put in effort to answer his questions. She even thought of a way to lower her head to Lu Ruyan to make him happy. Although there was a reason behind it, Hao Dagon felt that if he didn't show some appreciation after all this time, it would really be a bit too much. Su Yao seemed to sense something as well. When she noticed Hao Dagon suddenly looking at her in silence, she immediately smiled brightly back at him, almost as if she had some words written on her face. Seeing this, Hao Dagon quickly went through some important information that Su Yao had mentioned earlier in his mind and extracted some key points before deciding to tell a lie. A half-true, half-false lie. After organizing his words for a few seconds, he placed his hand on Su Yao's shoulder, signaling her to come a little closer, as if he wanted to share something intimate that only the two of them could know. Su Yao naturally had no objections. She obediently leaned her head against his side and listened attentively. Actually, this matter is quite simple. You just didn't notice many key points and important joints because you were too concerned and confused. For example, if she resigns within a month, or if she writes some kind of work report before leaving. It's just giving her another chance, and also giving your faction's leader, that Bai Xiaojin, some time to react. If at this moment she goes to your chairman to plead for leniency, or brings the person involved to admit a mistake together, perhaps the matter could be smoothed over. This was the conclusion that Hao Dagon arrived at after a few seconds of serious thought, and he believed it made a lot of sense. Su Yao seemed to agree as well. After listening, she nodded seriously. What my husband said is right, I was overthinking it. However, before he could continue speaking, Su Yao's next words made Hao Dagon feel a bit overwhelmed. But husband, it seems like all of that was done yesterday, and it doesn't seem to have any effect. Hao Dagon. A dead silence lingered in the office for 5 or 6 seconds, and after a moment of shock, Hao Dagon finally couldn't help but speak up. All of that was done already? But weren't you just saying she did nothing, letting her sister bully her subordinates without taking action, like a coward? Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. Husband, I meant that in a moment of anger, can you understand? Actually, Miss Bai is quite protective of her own. According to my sister who has connections, she went to confront her father and sister at that time. But it seems the effect wasn't very good. It ended up with her being scolded for poor supervision. Hao Dagon. He understood now. One really shouldn't take everything a woman says at face value, nor should one believe it all. What's needed is to ask more. Because she might very well obscure important parts to cater to her own feelings. Seeing Su Yao trying to use a blushing, coy act to evade the issue, he immediately pinched her cheek, feeling a bit annoyed. Su Yao, you need to clarify for me why your connections suddenly got into this situation. Otherwise, how could the chairman not only disregard his daughter's face but also scold her? Even if he favored her, it wouldn't be to this extent, right? As he spoke, Hao Dagon, who had been slightly misled by Su Yao's earlier words, began to realize that the situation was becoming increasingly suspicious. The chairman of the company, with absolute control over the shares, has the right to directly dismiss executives, but generally, this wouldn't happen. After all, a one-man show in that company sounds a bit off. Moreover, many executives are not just isolated individuals, they are usually part of several interest groups that form alliances and factions, often intertwined. It's easy for one small issue to affect the whole body. Therefore, there must be sufficient reasons, or something that would allow everyone to protect themselves from being implicated, for such actions to be taken. After figuring this out, Hao Dagon immediately fixed his gaze on Su Yao. She knew that this woman definitely knew something else, otherwise, she wouldn't have shown such an unusually dejected demeanor in the morning. And Su Yao, after being stared at by Hao Dagon's intense gaze for a while, began to feel a bit guilty. With her big watery eyes, she looked at Hao Dagon innocently for several seconds before finally giving up the struggle. She clarified the details of the situation. Alright, I know I was wrong. Husband. Actually, my senior just accidentally went down the wrong path. She made a slight mistake similar to mine. That's why it turned out like this. After saying this, perhaps fearing that Hao Dagon would be unhappy, Su Yao added a few more serious remarks. Actually, it really wasn't like this at the beginning. That Bai Xiaomei really just wanted to get rid of her for no reason, but later when the young lady went to find her dad, the chairman, in order to protect his little daughter, decided to bury the matter. So, darling, you should understand, right? If it was made this clear, then if Hao Dagon still didn't get it, there would be something fishy going on. Simply put, water that is too clear has no fish. Those people at headquarters are all dirty, and the chairman directly pulled out his long-preserved little notebook to flip through the accounts to protect his little daughter. Then everyone, in order not to get involved, became anxious and played dumb. Especially those on the little princesses, that is, by Xiaomei's list, who are now even more preoccupied with their own troubles. Their mood nowadays is probably like someone waiting to be summoned by the king of hell, likely unable to eat or sleep well. Although Hao Dagon's abilities are lacking, he still has a bit of intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have once ranked among the top 3 in his grade during his second year of high school. If it weren't for an accident in his senior year, encountering someone he shouldn't have, he might have been like Lu Yen, a top student from a prestigious university. How could he have ended up like before, entering society as a lowly worker? At least he would have been at a high level of achievement. Therefore, upon discovering these key points, he immediately understood that this seemingly unreasonable incident was very likely a play. A grand performance starring the old Phoenix man Gao Yu, who had married into the family, along with his 3 precious daughters. The purpose was likely to take this opportunity to eliminate some pests within the company. As for who the mastermind behind the scenes was, that was hard to say. He, Hao Dagon, was just like an office worker, now with just a little bit of a golden touch. How could he know the situations of those big shots? Perhaps there were even higher-ups manipulating things behind the scenes. After all, Su Yao had mentioned that the headquarters had been planning to go public for financing in recent years. Clearing away some burdens beforehand to show investors a rebirth was nothing unusual. After thinking it through and clarifying his thoughts, Hao Dagon's gaze towards a woman who had been silently watching him became strange. He felt that, given her level of intelligence, even if she couldn't fully grasp the situation, she should be able to figure out some things. It's true that those involved can be confused, but it's impossible to remain confused forever. As someone who understood the specifics better than he did, how could she still act foolishly, like a clueless woman who only cried for help? If that were the case, there was a high probability that she was doing it on purpose. So, after rolling his eyes, Hao Dagon deliberately teased her in a bad mood. TSK, manager, you and your senior sister are truly from the same faction, you really are cut from the same cloth, doing the same things. If I had known this would happen, you might as well have handed over her handle to me earlier. Who knows, if I was interested, I might have helped her out in advance. Su Yao was a smart woman, knowing when it was best to respond and when it was better not to. Seeing how Dagon returned to calling her by the same name as before, with a somewhat playful expression on his face, she immediately understood that if she said anything more at this moment, it would definitely not end well for her. So, after a slight movement of her beautiful eyes, she simply decided to act cute. Darling, I know I was wrong, can you forgive me this time, please? As the saying goes, it's better to say it than to do it. After finishing her act of cuteness, Su Yao did not give Hao Dagon another chance to speak. She simply fell back and used her actions to express her attitude of admitting her mistake. And Hao Dagon, watching the woman who had started to busy herself again, couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. No wonder people always say that women who can act spoiled have the best lives. He was starting to feel that way himself. Even though he had initially planned to give Su Yao a little punishment as a lesson, he was no longer so resolute about it now. In the end, considering how hard that woman was working, he could only jot this down in his little notebook for future reckoning. It was just past 9 in the morning, close to market opening. Hao Dagon let out a comfortable sound. Hiss-ha at the same time, a hidden prompt refreshed. September 11th, BOEA plus 9, 99%. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was clearly taken aback. He truly hadn't expected this stock to hit the limit up. Those who don't trade stocks might not know, but anyone with a bit of understanding would certainly recognize what kind of stock this was. That's right, it was the stock with the most retail investors in the entire Great Xia country, the leak stock. There were over 1 million retail investors in it. The biggest characteristic of such stocks is that they are very difficult to push up. With other stocks, if you throw in tens of millions or even 100 million, it might directly hit the limit up with the market's collective effort. But this one is different. Even if you directly put in 3 to 500 million, it would probably be like watering a plant, and if luck is bad, you might not even touch the limit up. This is the charm of stocks with many retail investors. As soon as there's a slight rise, the group of old leaks who have long been cut off from the market will jump out like they've seen a little girl, eagerly throwing away the stocks they've already lost a fortune on. Just imagine, if hundreds of thousands of retail investors all sell at once, how much capital would it take to withstand that terrifying plunge? However, at this moment, Hao Dagon's distraction was causing dissatisfaction in the office from another person. A pair of beautiful eyes had been watching Hao Dagon for quite a while, and when she saw he still hadn't noticed her, a somewhat resentful voice suddenly rang out in the room. "Hubby, why aren't you saying anything, really?" Hao Dagon. Hearing this, after a moment of shock, Hao Dagon immediately felt a bit annoyed. "It's not like Su Yao, you just do your work. Why do I need to say anything?" Su Yao looked a bit wronged. "You're not giving any encouragement. I'm losing motivation to work." Hao Dagon, seeing Su Yao say this, he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Should he say this woman is really straightforward, or, glancing at the time and seeing it was already close to pre-market trading, Hao Dagon simply shouted out the end slogan. Alright, we've been at it for almost the whole morning. It's about time to take a break." After saying this, he didn't care about anything else and just walked away. However, before he could walk far, he heard a somewhat pained sound from behind him. When Hao Dagon turned around, he found that Su Yao had somehow sat down on the floor. She was looking at him with a pitiful expression. "Hao Dagon, what's wrong with you? Can't even stand up?" Su Yao didn't respond, just opened her watery big eyes and gestured towards Hao Dagon. Then, the corners of Hao Dagon's mouth twitched. Great! Now it was his fault again. According to Su Yao, her legs had gone weak just now, and the only reason she could continue standing was that he was there to support her. If that support suddenly disappeared, it explained the current situation. Alright, stop looking at me like that. It's almost 9:30, do you still want to make big money? If you do, hurry up and tidy yourself up. Saying this, Hao Dagon paused, looked around the office, especially at some areas, and continued, and clean up the scene a bit. After that, I'll tell you what to buy today. Hearing this, Su Yao immediately felt no pain in her waist or weakness in her legs, and even her previously soft and weak eyes lit up. Yao Yao listens to her husband the most. Yao Yao will start tidying up right now. Before she even finished speaking, Su Yao sprang up from the ground as if she had hit the accelerator, quickly getting to work on the nearby mess. In no time, a small area was cleaned up. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, women are born actresses. As long as you find the right method, they can play any role you want. Just as he was thinking this, Hao Dagon suddenly felt a chill in his legs. He instinctively glanced down and remembered that he also needed to tidy up. A few minutes later, the office looked completely refreshed. Su Yao, slightly out of breath from her earlier hustle, showed no signs of wanting to rest. She scanned the room and noticed someone had already settled on the sofa, looking at their phone. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she quickly filled her cup with water and respectfully brought it over. "Husband, are you tired of looking? Would you like a drink to take a break?" Su Yao said sweetly, her face full of obedient charm. Hearing this, Hao Dagon instinctively looked up and noticed a fine sheen of sweat on her face, prompting him to tease her with a smile. Whether I'm tired or not is another matter, but if someone doesn't pay attention to their image, they might just turn into a big spotted cat. As he spoke, he reached over and grabbed a tissue from the side, handing it to Su Yao. "Quick, wipe the sweat off your face, or else you'll be so ugly that no one will want you." Su Yao was momentarily stunned, then her face broke into a radiant smile. I'll listen to my husband." After taking the tissue, Su Yao carefully began to wipe her face. In truth, she knew very well that her makeup was semi-permanent, and since the cosmetics weren't of poor quality, as long as she didn't splash water directly on her face, it wouldn't smudge. But so what? Sometimes knowing is one thing, and doing is another. This man named Lu was being so considerate to her, Su Yao certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse. On the other hand, Hao Dagon felt an inexplicable emotion rise within him as he watched Su Yao. Glancing at the cup of water she was holding with her other hand, he suddenly felt a bit parched himself, even though he hadn't been thirsty before. After thinking for a moment, he took the water from her hand. After gulping down a few sips, he pretended to complain, "Suyao, are you doing this on purpose? You actually gave me the cup you usually drink from. Are you saying I didn't have enough of your saliva earlier?" He. Suyao didn't respond but just smiled at Hao Dagon, then used her free hand to take a quick selfie of her pretty face. After confirming there were no issues, she didn't think about anything else and forcefully pushed aside the pillow next to Hao Dagon to take its place. Snuggling up beside him, she wrapped her arm around his and sweetly reminded him, "Husband, the market is about to open, we should make some money." Hao Dagon. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who was smiling at you. With Suyao being this way, what could he say? The other words he had intended to say were swallowed back, and he turned his attention to the phone screen in front of him. Without hiding anything, he directly sold the shares of Jinpan Technology he had held earlier right in front of Suyao. Then, along with the money he had just deposited that morning, he directly sold 10,000 shares of BOE Technology Group at a price of 165 yuan per share. Such a simple and straightforward operation left Suyao, who had been watching closely, utterly stunned. "Husband, is that it? That's it?" Hearing this, Hao Dagon felt something was off. Some genes inherent to being a man seemed to have been activated. So he instinctively turned to look at Suyao. And Suyao, upon seeing his reaction, clearly sensed the underlying meaning in his words. If it were in the past, she would have definitely argued back without a second thought. After all, Manager Su was just that kind of person. She never admits defeat, especially in front of men. However, times have changed. After spending such a long time together and getting to know each other deeply, Suyao clearly understands the true capabilities of Hao Dagon and what her own level is. Moreover, it is currently the stock market opening time. If she delays for another hour or so, she might miss out on another opportunity like last time, losing the chance to earn hundreds of thousands due to a moment's hesitation. So, almost without hesitation, the moment Hao Dagon's gaze fell on her, Suyao began to explain in a coy manner. "Oh, darling, you're so annoying. I was talking about stock trading. Some people work hard for half a day, thinking and pondering for a long time, only to end up losing everything. Their stocks are gone. Where can you find someone as amazing as you, who just needs to move a little finger to earn hundreds of thousands? Meeting you is simply a blessing I, Suyao, could never earn in 3 lifetimes." After saying this, Suyao moved her little face, happily leaning against Hao Dagon's shoulder. If seen from the front, she looked like a well-behaved little kitten, clingy and affectionate. Hao Dagon, being so close to Suyao, naturally noticed this. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Suyao was more obedient today than ever before, even starting to rely on him a bit. Not to mention, during their earlier conversation, whatever he said, she just went along with it. This had never happened before. Could it be because they hadn't seen each other yesterday? Or perhaps it was because of the recent incident at headquarters that made her realize he was her most stable support at the moment? Hao Dagon was puzzled. Suyao, without him noticing, had already taken her phone in hand. She also acted a bit coy, unlocking the screen in front of Hao Dagon and entering her Dongfang Saifu password to log in. Then, to Hao Dagon's surprise, she only bought about 1 million worth of BOEA shares. The remaining 200,000 in her account remained untouched, as if she had other plans. This strange behavior instantly piqued Hao Dagon's curiosity. "What's up? Do you have other plans?" Suyao seemed to have anticipated his question, responding almost without thinking. "What are you talking about? I'm just being honest, darling. You know, with that incident at headquarters, I have to be cautious and plug those risky holes. You should still remember how that woman Lu Ruyan deliberately had someone deliver that broken file to me. I suspect she knows some clues. So, to avoid any accidents and to protect our little happy nest, I've decided to turn over a new leaf and slowly pay back the money I borrowed from the company." Turn over a new leaf? Slowly pay back the borrowed money? Hearing these impossible words come out of Suyao's mouth, Hao Dagon was clearly taken aback. He then looked at her with some suspicion. "Are you sure you're not joking? I just can't believe it." Seeing him like this, Suyao was a bit displeased. Darling, how can you say that? I've said so much, how can you not get the main point?" Hao Dagon replied, "Main point? What main point? Are you afraid that Lu Ruyan will catch hold of your little weakness and take the opportunity to kick you when you're down?" Pouting her lips, Suyao immediately protested and emphasized. "That's not it. It's to protect our little happy nest from that nasty woman Lu Ruyan. That's why I'm doing this." Hearing this, Hao Dagon looked at Suyao with a somewhat bewildered expression. "I just don't really want to believe it. It feels more like you're using this as an excuse for me to help you again." "Absolutely not." Suyao immediately denied it and began to emphasize further. "I, Suyao, am not that kind of woman." After saying this, she paused for a moment, as if to emphasize her own innocence, and added seriously, "Honey, if you don't believe me, you can touch my conscience." "What's there to touch?" We just tried that a moment ago. After a moment of silence, Hao Dagon suddenly grinned and said, and it doesn't have to be by touching, can't other methods work? Others might not understand what Hao Dagon meant by this, but Su Yao, the person involved, certainly did. After all, it hadn't been long since that incident. So, before Hao Dagon's words even finished, Su Yao's face involuntarily turned red. However, red or not, she still needed to prove that she truly had no ulterior motives. The reason for doing this was all for their little nest. At least that's how Su Yao explained it to herself. Otherwise, how could she resist the joy of making a little money? Thus, with a flushed face, Su Yao straightforwardly replied, well, honey, if you really don't believe me, you can continue to take a look now. After all, the stocks that needed to be bought had already been purchased, and Su Yao felt there was nothing important enough to distract her. It was better to take this opportunity to continue their sweet moments and make up for the feelings that hadn't deepened yesterday. However, Hao Dagon seemed to have no such intention. After tapping on Su Yao's phone screen, he said seriously, are you sure you want to do this? But I just saw that the management group of the company seems to be calling you for a meeting. A meeting? Upon hearing this, Su Yao was momentarily stunned, then immediately began to check. As the manager of the branch office, she might not be clear about other things, but some things were second nature to her. One of them was the company's rules and regulations, as well as meeting times. If her memory served her right, there had never been a meeting scheduled for Monday morning. Could it be that woman Lu Ruyan was up to her tricks again? Sure enough, when she opened the management group with only about 20 people, she saw a freshly released notification. The sender was none other than Lu Ruyan. An impromptu meeting will be held in the small conference room in 10 minutes to convey the spirit of yesterday's meeting from headquarters. Upon seeing this, Su Yao instantly understood. This was definitely aimed at her, or her little group with Li Xin. TSK, this doesn't bode well. Hao Dagon, seeing this, couldn't help but express his feelings. Su Yao, you're going to have a tough time later. Su Yao had pretty much gotten used to Hao Dagon's teasing remarks. After all, playful banter was a sign of genuine feelings. If the man in front of her didn't even want to say such things, then there would truly be no hope left. So, after Hao Dagon finished speaking, she rolled her eyes and playfully pouted. You rascal, just know how to say such things, and you don't even think of ways to help me. I was just trying to make you happy. Saying this, Su Yao took advantage of Hao Dagon's inattention and subtly punched him with her little fist. In fact, she had originally planned to use a woman's exclusive skill to pinch him, but thinking that it would really hurt someone, Su Yao decided against it. As for why she thought that way, she wasn't quite sure herself. Maybe she was just too kind. Hao Dagon was already immune to Su Yao's little punches. Seeing her start to complain about him not helping her, he felt a spark of inspiration and deliberately spoke in a mysterious tone. Hey, Su Yao, this is your fault. What do you mean by not helping you? Maybe I've already started working hard, but you just don't know it. Otherwise, why do you think I sat on the sofa playing on my phone without moving while you were tidying up the office? Really? Upon hearing this, Su Yao's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Without waiting for Hao Dagon to react, she directly started stamping. No thank you, husband. I knew you had my back. You are the most amazing person. Hao Dagon. Seeing Su Yao's sudden reaction, her eyes sparkling with little stars as she looked at him, he suddenly felt a faint sense of guilt. Because he had just lied to Su Yao, sitting on the sofa was not helping her solve problems at all. He was clearly busy replying to messages from other women. Was what he did too much? Although it's said that a man's words are often deceiving, it seemed that this woman really believed him. If a problem really arose and she got demoted from her manager position by that Lu Ruyan, how would he explain it? Wait a minute. Something feels off. Why should I explain? Anyway, no matter what the outcome is, this woman definitely can't do without me. If I really feel guilty later, I can always find a way to make it up to her. Besides, with me around, why would that Lu Ruyan be the one to laugh in the end? Strangely, Hao Dagon suddenly thought of Lu Yan in certain moments he had spent with her yesterday afternoon. And also, Lu Ruyan manipulating others to achieve her goals by exploiting their gratitude and innocence, along with her love for her sister. Although Hao Dagon couldn't see through people's hearts like some big shots, or have the insight to recognize talent, after spending most of the day with her yesterday, he clearly realized that Lu Yan was a relatively simple person. So simple that whoever treated her well, she would return the favor doubly and unconditionally. Whoever helped her rescue her sister could even hold her captive, and she would be grateful for a lifetime. Therefore, his deep-seated dislike for Lu Ruyan intensified. Now, with this matter concerning Su Yao, Hao Dagon felt it was necessary to come up with a way to trigger some hidden hints, allowing him to learn more about the other party. What was that saying? Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. If he could know all of the other party's secrets at once, wouldn't that make it easy for him to manipulate the situation as he wished? With that thought, Hao Dagon subconsciously recalled various scenes before the hidden hints were triggered. In the end, he came to a somewhat speechless conclusion. If he really wanted such things to happen, the most basic premise was that he had to have some interaction with the other party. Otherwise, there would be no way. Moreover, this wasn't a guarantee either, because it seemed that the hidden hints about characters had a randomness to them. Take Bai Jia and her daughter, for example. Logically, he had the most contact with Bai Jia, and they were the closest, yet it was her daughter Bai Yanran, whom he barely interacted with, that got triggered. As a mother, Bai Jia showed no signs at all. Similarly, Su Yao's father, Su Tanchang, was about the same. Once might be a coincidence, but now it had happened twice, which made Hao Dagon entertain a thought. That is, the triggering of hidden hints about characters might be related to the strength of the other party's thoughts about him. Bai Yanran disliked him, and it seemed that Su Tancheng didn't think much of him either, including Su Yao, who was initially the same. But if this theory were true, it would be hard to explain in other cases. Not to mention Bai Jia and Sister Zhou, who were more mature types. Just take Shin Nana, that little green tea. If she didn't have some strong thoughts about him, Hao Dagon couldn't believe it at all. Sometimes, his behavior made it seem like he could be swallowed whole. How could there be no signs of a trigger at all? It was simply strange. After a round of deep contemplation, Hao Dagon could only conclude that there might be some key aspect he had overlooked. On the other hand, Su Yao noticed that Hao Dagon suddenly fell silent after being stamped, and occasionally frowned, which made her a bit puzzled about what was going on. So she playfully asked, "What's wrong, hubby? Did I stamp too hard just now?" Hao Dagon was taken aback by her words, then deliberately straightened his body and replied irritably, "Of course. I've never seen a woman like you, a rogue who stamps at the slightest disagreement. If I didn't know better, I'd think you wanted to eat someone." To his surprise, Su Yao squinted her eyes at this and shook her head, showing a face full of happiness as she denied it. No, hubby, you're wrong. I never eat people, I only eat." The rest of her words trailed off, perhaps suddenly shy or for some other reason, and she didn't continue. However, her gaze unconsciously landed where it was supposed to. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right, stop babbling nonsense with me. Lu Ruyan only gives you 10 minutes. If you keep dawdling, you'll be late. Then you'll be in trouble. After saying this, Hao Dagon paused for a moment, thought it over, and added with concern, "Su Yao, although I don't know how you usually get along with Lu Ruyan during meetings, now that things are like this, you should lay low for a while. Don't be foolish and stubborn like before. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Don't give her a chance to kick you out of your manager position." Su Yao seemed a bit reluctant, pouting as she replied, "But what if that woman keeps pursuing me? Can I just keep enduring it?" Hao Dagon only smiled mysteriously, his gaze suggestive as he said, "Silly woman, have you heard the story of King Gojin of you, who endured hardship? King Gojin of you endured hardship?" Su Yao was taken aback, her eyes showing confusion. Clearly, she didn't understand the meaning behind Hao Dagon's words. However, their time together had made her realize that this might relate to something between them. Seeing her like this, Hao Dagon didn't continue to keep her guessing. He simply raised the corner of his mouth and leaned down to whisper a few words in her ear. After learning the truth, Su Yao quickly fled from the sofa, and when she reached a safe spot, she finally scolded Hao Dagon. "Pfft, you, Lu, are the one who should endure hardship." Hao Dagon spread his hands, showing an innocent expression. "I wish I could, but there's no way." Then he paused, and a smile that was neither a smile appeared on his face. "You're different, you're full of blessings. Besides, if it weren't for this, how would I be willing to help you?" Su Yao. This time she didn't speak but gave Hao Dagon a big eye roll before quickly gathering her things. She then sprayed a bit of perfume on herself, looked around to confirm everything was fine, and dashed out. It was clear that she had taken Hao Dagon's words to heart and was hurrying to the meeting. Meanwhile, Hao Dagon sat silently on the sofa, watching without saying another word. Finally, when the office door closed again, he let out a sigh for no reason. "Men just can't get past women. I guess this is how my life will be, with no prospects." After a pause, Hao Dagon began to comfort himself. "In this life, what one needs is to be carefree and happy. Why think so much? As long as I'm comfortable, that's enough. Thinking too much will only add unnecessary troubles." After throwing out these two sentences, Hao Dagon didn't bother with anything else, took out his phone to check the time, and then just lay back on the sofa. He had already woken up early today, and after being drained of some energy earlier, the sunlight streaming in through the window, combined with the silence, made a wave of fatigue wash over him. He needed to catch up on some sleep first. As for the lottery ticket redemption, he would deal with it after waking up. After all, health comes first. However, it seemed that Hao Dagon had forgotten one very important thing. This was the company office. Sleeping without locking the door was not safe. He had barely closed his eyes when the sound of his deep sleep began to rise from the office, and the office door was quietly opened by someone. The newcomer, upon seeing him, didn't make a sound but instead revealed a mysterious smile before quietly approaching. Not long after, in the conference room, there weren't many people. Su Yao hurriedly ran in. As soon as she sat down, her best friend Li Xin, who had arrived early, leaned over. "What's going on, Su Yao? What time is it, and you still dare to arrive just on time?" Su Yao, of course, wasn't as submissive with her best friend as she was with Hao Dagon, and instinctively retorted. "What do you mean just on time? There's still 2 minutes left, and besides, that woman Lu Ruyan hasn't arrived yet, has she?" To her surprise, Li Xin's words caught her off guard. "What do you mean she hasn't come? You don't know? I heard from Sister Lu, who arrived first, that she was the earliest today." The curve of her mouth is almost hard to suppress. "Earliest?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao instinctively scanned the front few seats. After not spotting her target, she quickly looked around at other possible places. Finally, she replied with a puzzled expression. "No, I don't see her anywhere. Li Xin, don't scare me. You know, my senior at headquarters is about to kick the bucket. I can't handle you scaring me like this." Li Xin. After a few seconds of silence, she rolled her eyes dramatically. Then she became a bit annoyed. "What do you mean scaring you? As if my cousin isn't on the blacklist, who knows, she might be done for in the next second. If that really happens, the first one to be done for will definitely be me, okay? You know I'm in finance, so many people are eyeing this position." After saying that, she suddenly seemed to discover something and looked at Su Yao with curiosity. "Hey, wait a minute, Su Yao, why are you suddenly in the mood to joke with me? Weren't you all gloomy and hopeless yesterday? I advised you for so long with no effect. How come you suddenly feel better after one night? Honestly, did you secretly receive some good news? No way. If there really was good news, why would I have rushed over here just now? I wouldn't want to arrive just on time like before." Although Su Yao had a slight expectation in her heart due to some hints from Hao Dagon before leaving the office, she would never reveal it to her best friend Li Xin. So, after casually rebutting a couple of times, she immediately changed the subject. "But you, Sister Xin, this time you're likely to land safely. If I really end up in trouble, you have to help me out. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble." Her little trick was clearly effective. Upon hearing this, Li Xin immediately rolled her eyes again. "What do you mean land safely? My cousin is barely able to take care of herself. How can she look after me? Don't think I look fine now. My heart is racing much faster than usual. If you don't believe me, you can listen right now." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Xin straightened her body and took off the small coat she was wearing outside, signaling Su Yao to come over. Su Yao was not polite and directly moved closer. Seeing this, Li Xin quickly raised her hand to stop her. Hey, what are you doing?" Su Yao replied bluntly, listening to the heartbeat. Li Xin rolled her eyes. "Su Yao, I said you should just do it. When did you become so obedient? You should consider the occasion." Su Yao had a look of nonchalance. "Of course, now my little sister is relying on you." Li Xin. How to put it? Today she felt that her good friend was acting a bit off, but she couldn't quite figure it out at the moment. After thinking back and forth, she suddenly noticed that the color of her good friend's face seemed a bit off, overly flushed. Combining this with some previous knowledge, Li Xin instantly felt as if she had discovered a new continent and leaned closer to Su Yao's ear to whisper her inquiry. "Su, the beautiful lady, you better confess honestly, did you give yourself up early to secure a good backup plan? Otherwise, how could you suddenly change like this?" Su Yao was a bit confused and didn't understand what she meant. However, Li Xin seemed to have caught onto something and pressed on relentlessly. "Humph, don't think that playing dumb will let you off the hook. I saw it. There's something on your face." "Something on my face?" Hearing this, Su Yao instinctively reached up to touch her face. But halfway through, she realized she seemed to have fallen into the other person's trap. Because, at the moment she reached out, her friend Li Xin's expression turned ambiguous. Her eyes revealed a look that said she had seen through everything. Sure enough, just as Su Yao was about to say something, Li Xin immediately interrupted her. "Hey, don't say anything, I understand, I get it all. When a person is under pressure, they will think of a way to release it, otherwise, their body will have problems. This is human nature. And our beautiful Su just happens to know someone who can help her, so it's killing two birds with one stone. At this point, Li Xian suddenly paused, glanced around, and saw that everyone was chatting with their little allies, with few people paying attention to the two of them. She immediately lowered her voice and directly asked Su Yao. Su Yao, honestly, what did that person upstairs promise you to make you so at ease? It wouldn't be the position of general manager's assistant, would it? Then you could just sing along with your husband. Hearing this, if Su Yao still didn't understand what her good friend was thinking, then she really had to be brain dead. Instinctively, she wanted to deny it outright. But at the critical moment, she felt it might not be necessary. With this misunderstanding, perhaps it could perfectly help her resolve some unnecessary troubles. One of which was Li Xian's probing questions. Of course, this didn't mean she planned to remain silent. She still had to put on a show. After organizing her thoughts a bit, Su Yao prepared to say something ambiguous. Unexpectedly, before she could speak, a sharp sound of high heels approached from behind. The two girls, Su Yao and Li Xian, didn't even need to turn around to know who was coming. Indeed, it was their biggest rival, Lu Ruyan. Sure enough, when they looked up, they saw a tall, perfectly proportioned woman in professional attire with an undeniable aura appearing in their line of sight. Upon noticing them looking over, the woman immediately cast a casual glance in their direction, then smiled lightly, her expression full of pride as she withdrew her gaze, embodying the posture of a victor. As she walked, everyone around her, except for a few, nodded in her direction, clearly trying to curry favor. However, the woman paid little attention, merely nodding expressionlessly before continuing to walk towards the front few seats of the conference room as if on a runway. Finally, she sat straight down in the empty third seat. Meanwhile, Lu Yan, who had been following closely behind her with a large pile of things, was respectful to everyone who greeted Lu Ruyan. While hurriedly trying to keep up with Lu Ruyan, she also took the time to nod in greeting to these people. Seeing this, Su Yao and Li Xian couldn't help but whisper to each other. "Oomph, what's so impressive? No matter how powerful she is, she's still just the third one, right? If it weren't for the first two being either too old to care or having gone to the headquarters, would she even have a say?" Li Xian rolled her eyes. However, Su Yao's attention was not on Lu Ruyan at that moment. Instead, it had unconsciously drifted to Lu Yan, the little follower trailing behind her. Her intuition told her that this little sheep was very much to the taste of that surname Lu, and she could very likely become her competitor in the future. Seeing that her words had not elicited a response, Li Xian immediately patted Su Yao's thigh. "Hey, Su Yao, what are you doing? Why are you so distracted at this time?" Su Yao naturally wouldn't admit she was thinking about someone possibly competing with her for a man, so she rolled her eyes in response. "I was just wondering how our manager Lu will make her move later. Look, she even had her assistant bring a whole pile of documents for the meeting. Maybe our secrets are in there." Li Xian was quickly drawn in by her words and instinctively glanced in Lu Ruyan's direction. "Is that true? Don't scare me." Su Yao replied frankly, "How would I know? I wish I could find out right away." As she spoke, she gestured towards Lu Ruyan. "Look, our manager Lu is about to speak." Sure enough, as soon as Su Yao's words fell, Lu Ruyan, who had been sitting in her chair, suddenly stood up. After scanning the conference room and deliberately glancing at the direction where Su Yao and Li Xian were sitting, she knocked on the table and called out, "Everyone, please quiet down and return to your seats. It's getting late, we will start the meeting soon." In fact, ever since Lu Ruyan arrived, the managers in the conference room had mostly returned to their respective seats on their own accord. However, since she hadn't spoken yet, they were still quietly conversing with each other. Therefore, once she spoke, the entire conference room quickly fell silent, and all eyes turned to her. Lu Ruyan seemed to enjoy this feeling, smiling for a full 5 or 6 seconds before continuing to speak. "Before we start the meeting, I hope everyone will take a serious look at what I had Lu Yan specially prepare, some proposals and decisions from the executives at headquarters from yesterday's meeting. Because these documents have not yet been officially distributed, I hope everyone will keep them confidential after reviewing them to avoid unnecessary trouble. I will definitely hold someone accountable for any leaks. Of course, after that, I will personally request punishment from headquarters." As Lu Ruyan spoke, Lu Yan, holding a large stack of documents, began distributing them one by one. Those managers who received them early started flipping through them immediately. At first, their expressions were fine, but within a few seconds, something seemed off. Su Yao and Li Xian, who had been paying attention, immediately became puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Why did it cause most people to change color? So, when Lu Yan handed the documents to the two of them, they couldn't wait to check them out. As they looked, the expressions on their faces also began to change. Almost at the same time, an angry gaze was cast towards the not-so-distant figure of Lu Ruyan, who was leaning on the conference table with one hand, smiling at the various expressions of the crowd. In a similar time frame, in the office, the shadow that had been watching beside Hao Dagon finally couldn't sit still any longer. Unbeknownst to where she had pulled out a piece of fluff, she intended to scratch Hao Dagon's nose with it. However, what she didn't expect was that before she could make a move, she was suddenly embraced by someone. And it was the kind of hold that she couldn't break free from, no matter how hard she tried. Soon after, in the office, Joe Jia gave up struggling and took the initiative to speak. "Hey, Xiao Feifei, if you're going to sleep, just sleep. Why are you still so restless?" Unfortunately, the man in front of her seemed to really be asleep, showing no signs of movement. Seeing this, she immediately rolled her eyes dramatically. After her captivating eyes spun around a few times, Joe Jia continued to speak. This time, however, there was a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Xiao Feifei, if you keep this up, I'll really call someone." 3 seconds after her words fell, the man in front of her seemed to be waking up, his expression suddenly changing. Just when Joe Jia thought her words had worked, she suddenly found herself being held even tighter. Realizing this, she understood that she was being threatened. The meaning was clear. "If you have the ability, go ahead and call. Who's afraid of whom?" Seeing this, she let out a deep sigh, knowing that being tough wouldn't work anymore. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to take a softer approach. "Brother Fei, I know I was wrong. Can you please let me off this time?" This time, it seemed to have an effect, as not only did the expression on someone's face change, but Joe Jia also felt her breathing ease a little. Understanding the method, she immediately rolled her eyes again and began to complain in a somewhat annoyed tone. "Humph, these stinky men really only respond to this kind of thing. They deserve to be deceived by those little vixens for a lifetime. Don't they know that I'm the best?" Of course, while she was complaining in her heart, Joe Jia didn't forget the current crisis. With a flicker of her beautiful eyes and a quick turn of her mind, the next words came automatically. "Good brother, just let it go this once. I really know I was wrong." In fact, Joe Jia really liked her mature voice and often took pride in it. But to get out of this predicament, she still reluctantly added a bit of sweetness. Using the voice that men loved most, she began to speak sweetly. She knew that any normal man wouldn't be able to resist a woman using such a voice to act cute towards him. Years of experience had taught Joe Jia this. The results proved she was right. But not entirely right. Because relying solely on her voice was clearly not enough, action was also required. When she saw how Dagon deliberately turn his head to expose one side of his face, Joe Jia instantly understood that she was just one step away from escaping. That was a show of action. So, after rolling her eyes one last time, with a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes, and cursing a few times in her heart at the big jerk, she immediately stamped her seal. Well, perhaps it was due to some quantity requirement. Joe Jia stamped several times before finally managing to escape. Just as she was about to take the initiative to mock a certain man, Hao Dagon suddenly opened his eyes, covered his face, and looked at her with an incredulous expression. "Joe Jia, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually took advantage of my handsome self sleeping to sneak in and do this to me." Looking at Hao Dagon, who was covering half of his face and trying hard to hold back laughter after speaking, Joe Jia was instantly speechless. This man, at his age, how could he still be so childish? To be honest, if it were any other man doing this to her, Joe Jia would definitely label him as a childish jerk. And then she would just walk away. But who could have called the person in front of her? She could only reluctantly play along with his performance. After all, she needed something from him right now. So, after a moment's thought, Joe Jia moved her body and deliberately put on a robe-like expression. "Xiao Feifei, since you've discovered me, I won't pretend anymore. If you know what's good for you, just immediately give in. Otherwise, then I might just." To her surprise, as soon as Joe Jia said this, she realized something was off with the script. The man in front of her suddenly moved. Taking advantage of her moment of distraction, he pulled her onto the sofa. What followed was a flurry of panic from her. Hey, what do you want, Lu? I'll tell you, the door isn't locked yet." Looking at the increasingly close Hao Dagon, Joe Jia suddenly felt a bit at a loss. It wasn't that she was scared. It was just, today was not the right day. Fortunately, it seemed that Hao Dagon had no other intentions, just wanting to tease her a bit. After he lifted her chin, he suddenly got up and left. This situation instantly made Joe Jia feel a sudden emptiness inside. No way, it had only been a few days since they last met. This man couldn't have lost interest in her, right? If that were the case, then why just now? But it wasn't like that, so how could it suddenly? Exactly. Women are such complex beings. They can easily contradict themselves, thinking one thing after another. They fear someone suddenly taking action, yet also fear others not taking action. In contrast, Hao Dagon, after glancing at the increasingly high sun outside the window, suddenly turned around and spoke up. Speak up, Joe Jia, you sneaked in here, you can't really just be thinking, can you? Joe Jia. Somehow, looking at the way Hao Dagon was gazing at her, Joe Jia felt it was somewhat similar to before. It was as if some secret had been seen through by him. But then again, Joe Jia thought she was overthinking. She had never discussed her matters with anyone, not even mentioned them, so how could he possibly know? Could it be that this man in front of her could read minds? If that were the case, she would just have to accept it. After all, if such a situation really occurred, even the world's top scientists wouldn't be able to explain it. So, after calming herself down a bit, Joe Jia bit her lip and stood up with a hint of grievance. Well, Xiao Feifei, it's been so long since you've seen your sister. Not only have we not met, but you hardly reply to my WeChat messages, treating your sister like she doesn't exist. Honestly, it really hurts my heart. You should know, just yesterday, I specially booked a maid-themed suite at a love hotel waiting for you. There's a saying, what was it again? Men are deceitful. Actually, women are no better. With just a movement of her lips, Joe Jia began to fabricate. In her view, since yesterday had already passed, could it be that the man in front of her would specifically go check if what she said was true or not? As long as the sentiment was there and the meaning was expressed, whether or not that room existed didn't matter to her at all. After all, what could be more important than her concern? And Hao Dagon seemed to not care much about the truth of her words. After a slight pause, he opened his mouth. Is that so? Then it really is my fault. Suddenly, he paused again and then said something that caught Joe Jia off guard. How about this, Joe Jia, as compensation, I'll help you go undercover to find out if Su Yao has any secrets that no one knows about. Upon hearing this, Joe Jia was stunned. Her intuition told her that the man in front of her was implying something, but her rational mind kept reminding her that the possibility was slim. Don't be fooled by the fact that she sometimes runs to Lu Ruyan's office. She always picks her moments carefully. Basically, she won't attract anyone's attention. Thinking of this, Joe Jia instinctively retorted, what do I want with Su Yao's secrets? I have no grievances with her. Xiao Feifei, if you really want to make it up to your sister, then tell me what stocks to buy when the market opens today. Things have been a bit hectic these days, and I've almost spent all the money I made before, Joe Jia said, rising to stand in front of Hao Dagon, her gaze starting to drift, revealing a hint of desire in her eyes. Whether it was a desire for money or something else, it was unclear. To be honest, this woman's outfit today was quite striking. A purple bodycon dress paired with black thigh-high stockings, complemented by her curvaceous figure and 9 centimeters high heels. It gave off a vibe that made one want to possess her immediately. In the past, Hao Dagon wouldn't have minded continuing a long conversation with her in the office. But after seeing some things just now, he had to reconsider. For example, Joe Jia, Lu Ruyan's underground lover, currently darkened for some reason, hoping to use certain means to make Lu Ruyan completely dependent on her. In Xia country, there is an unwritten rule. If an official statement is long-winded, you can rest assured that the matter is usually not significant. But if it's only a few lines, you better pay attention, it could be serious. This is especially true for external affairs. Similarly, there's the rule of big matters being discussed in small meetings and small matters in big meetings. Hao Dagon didn't quite understand this before, but now he had a slight feeling of it. During this time, he had heard some gossip about Joe Jia possibly having a relationship with someone in the company, and some of it even involved Lu Ruyan, but he hadn't paid much attention. In a company where more than half of the management and employees are women, there are simply too many rumors and gossip every day. After a while, you can't tell what's true and what's false. Just like his situation with Su Yao, there were indeed many rumors, but because no one had concrete evidence, very few people actually believed them. However, Hao Dagon truly didn't expect that Joe Jia was really involved with Lu Ruyan, and in such a special way. Lovers. TSK. It was simply astonishing, especially the latter part about being darkened for some reason, which genuinely surprised Hao Dagon. It was also because he suddenly saw this that he changed his mind and didn't continue on the sofa with her. How should he put it? There are plenty of flowers in the world. He wouldn't risk a moment of pleasure to casually engage with a woman who had suddenly turned dark for unknown reasons. Who knows, at some point, she might develop certain thoughts about him for some reason. And just as the hidden prompt suggested, she might realize those thoughts through some means. The mere thought of such a scenario made Hao Dagon uneasy. Therefore, before clarifying some specific details about Joe Jia, he planned to keep a distance from her. Otherwise, the risk for him right now was a bit too great. Joe Jia, of course, had no idea what thoughts were running through Hao Dagon's mind, because she truly had no mind-reading abilities, nor any hidden prompts. However, with her keen observation skills, she quickly noticed that the man before her had a wary look in his eyes when he looked at her. This was completely unexpected for Joe Jia. They hadn't seen each other for just a few days, and she had no ill intentions towards him. In fact, she was even planning to find a way to push the kind of beautiful, innocent girl that many people envied into this man's arms. In such a situation, why on earth would this man be wary of her? This sudden phenomenon truly caught Joe Jia off guard. It is important to know that her plans regarding Lu Ruyan were all based on the premise that Hao Dagon was willing to cooperate. Now that the plan was roughly taking shape, she was even considering whether to find a suitable opportunity to communicate with the other party and start implementing it directly, yet such a twist occurred. It was simply unacceptable for Joe Jia. Therefore, after discovering this situation, Joe Jia quickly pondered over what exactly was amiss that led the other party to become wary or defensive of her. Fortunately, Joe Jia was naturally quick-witted, and given the straightforward nature of her relationship with Hao Dagon, there were only a few factors that could influence the situation. After a brief contemplation, she summarized a few possible conclusions. First, the man in front of her might have grown tired of her, which would explain his behavior, but this was clearly impossible. Whether it was the deliberate teasing on the sofa earlier or the look in his eyes now, it was evident that this did not align. Being tired would lead to disdain, not vigilance. The second possibility was a bit more complex, as it involved other reasons that suddenly came to mind. Coupled with some events that occurred at the company yesterday, as well as the relationship between the man in front of her and that woman, Su Yao, Joe Jia instantly understood. The reason the other party was acting this way was likely related to Su Yao. As a woman herself, she knew all too well that when faced with urgent situations that one could not contend with alone, one would try every means to seek assistance from others. And Hao Dagon was clearly one of those who, if willing, could help Su Yao through her current crisis. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for her to go to great lengths to tarnish Lu Ruyan's reputation, especially since she had a close relationship with her. Others might not be aware, but Joe Jia, who had spent the night at Lu Ruyan's house yesterday, understood very well. Once the senior executive at headquarters, who had a significant relationship with Su Yao, officially resigned, her dear Ruyan would swiftly take action to have the former removed from the managerial position. After that, it would be a slow torture akin to boiling tofu in warm water. The temporary meeting currently being held was merely a prelude to the probing. In such a precarious situation, it was entirely reasonable for Su Yao, still in her favored period, to seek help from her own man who had the capability to assist her. Having realized this, Joe Jia fell into a dilemma. On one hand, she wanted to immediately resolve this situation, otherwise, if it dragged on, it could genuinely affect the man's perception of her. On the other hand, she wanted to take this opportunity to see just how capable Hao Dagon truly was, whether he could successfully resolve the crisis concerning Su Yao. If he could indeed succeed, then as long as he was willing to cooperate, her plans would undoubtedly succeed. Unfortunately, reality would not grant Joe Jia the time to contemplate. Upon seeing her silent and the hesitation in her eyes that was hard to decipher, Hao Dagon immediately began to usher her out without hesitation. Joe Jia, if you have nothing else, you might as well not linger here any longer. People who don't know might think we're up to something in the office. It doesn't look good to say it out loud, and it's not beneficial for you in the future when it comes to marriage. After throwing out these few remarks, Hao Dagon paid no attention to Joe Jia's reaction and took a few steps toward the door. He then gestured outward. Seeing this situation, Joe Jia, who had been entangled in her thoughts, was momentarily stunned, then felt a bit annoyed. What nonsense was this man talking about? She was the one affecting the situation, but he was just fine? The rumors about him and Su Yao had been circulating in the company for quite a while. How could it not affect him? It was simply a deliberate excuse to drive her away. Driven by her feminine instincts, Joe Jia felt the urge to retort, but when the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back. Since there are plans to seek help from others, it's best to suppress any unnecessary emotions. Otherwise, the initiative will be in someone else's hands, and why would they cooperate with you? Of course, Joe Jia wouldn't foolishly follow Hao Dagon's words and just walk straight out the door. She was no longer a child. While her experiences might not be particularly numerous, she had had her share. She was well aware of the situation. It was easy to walk out this door today, but if she wanted to completely dismantle the man's guard against her, it would take time. There's a saying, once a mirror is broken, it's hard to piece it back together. Once a rift truly forms, it becomes difficult to restore things to their original state. So, after a brief moment of hesitation and contemplation, Joe Jia decided to act first and talk later. What was the point of assessing the other party's true strength before planning anything else? To hell with that. If everything in the world had to be risk-free before taking action, How could anything ever get done? By then, the opportunity would have long passed. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Joe Jia was determined to bind her beloved Lu Ruyan to her side. What was wrong with taking a gamble? Besides, even if things didn't work out, she would still enjoy the process. Thus, after making a certain decision in her heart, Joe Jia didn't delay any longer and walked straight to Hao Dagon's side. First, she threw him a suggestive glance, then she walked to the door and completely locked the already locked office door. After confirming that there would be no issues, she glanced at the time. Realizing that there was still some time before Lu Ruyan had mentioned the possible end of the meeting, she immediately turned around and approached Hao Dagon, looking at him with an unusually ambiguous gaze. Joe Jia, what do you mean by this? Hao Dagon asked, feigning surprise. Joe Jia rolled her eyes at his words, suppressing the little emotions that began to rise again in her heart, and then she spoke softly. Hao Dagon, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us, and this matter probably can't be clarified in a short time. How about this? I'll explain it to you through my actions, and you should understand once it's done. Before Hao Dagon could respond, he found himself unable to speak. Then, he noticed that he had an inexplicable object in his hand. About half an hour later, the atmosphere was calm. After a while, a somewhat puzzled male voice broke the silence in the quiet office. Joe Jia, how did you know I like to take unconventional paths? By the window, Joe Jia, who looked no different from before, was gazing at the scenery outside. Only after hearing this did she slowly turn around. But that was all. She stood there, not moving or speaking. After staring at Hao Dagon, who was sitting on the sofa, for a while, she sighed softly. Any woman can tell what a man is thinking, okay? Besides, this isn't our first time. Did you really think I didn't notice your little actions before? As she spoke, she paused, glancing at the high heels a few steps away, and took a long stride to put them on. But for some reason, after taking 2 steps, Joe Jia suddenly stopped. Her previously relaxed brows furrowed. After casting a somewhat resentful glance at Hao Dagon, who was leisurely crossing his legs, she struggled a bit to put them on. At this moment, Hao Dagon had been idle, not doing anything else. So, naturally, he witnessed the entire scene. Is it really that serious? I don't feel anything, he said, puzzled. Joe Jia didn't respond. Instead, she tossed the other high heel that she hadn't put on yet over to him. What do you mean you don't feel anything? Why don't you try it yourself? Hao Dagon. No way. This steel-straight man would never try it, unless the Tianfu Avenue turned a corner. After taking a few glances at Joe Jia not far away and confirming that she was indeed not faking it, Hao Dagon rarely acted like a gentleman. He stood up, took the high heels that had been tossed to him earlier, and handed them over. Originally, he intended to be a true gentleman and help her put them on, but at the last moment, he dismissed that thought. It was nothing personal, he just didn't feel it was right. He had never done that for Su Yao, so how could he do it for Joe Jia in front of him? Joe Jia seemed to sense something as well. After rolling her eyes secretly, she put the shoes on herself. Now you should believe me, I've made everything clear, she said. After about 10 seconds, Joe Jia felt the atmosphere had softened enough, so she sat down on a nearby chair and began to discuss serious matters. In her view, often talking too much reason with men was useless. Instead of wasting breath, it was better to use words where necessary and take practical actions to eliminate certain misunderstandings between them. This way, the effect might be better. Not to mention, she had resolved some difficult conflicts or misunderstandings with Lu Ruyan in this manner before. Now that everything that needed to be done had been done, it was time to test the results. Just when Joe Jia felt confident, thinking the man in front of her would nod in agreement, Hao Dagon's reaction made her feel completely taken advantage of. What did you clarify? I don't remember anything at all. Joe Jia, you must be mistaken, right? I only know that we were both quite happy just now, everything else seems to be a blur. Hao Dagon suddenly frowned, responding with a look of confusion. This situation instantly made Joe Jia both angry and amused. Lu, can you be any more shameless? I just told you everything, how can you suddenly deny it? Do you believe I'll rush outside right now and say you're two-timing at the company, abandoning your responsibilities? Of course, Joe Jia was just venting her anger and wouldn't actually do that. Regardless of the reasons, such actions would benefit neither her nor Lu Ruyan. Hao Dagon clearly understood this, so when Joe Jia said those words, he didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he quietly took out his phone and stared at the screen, seemingly doing something else. At first, Joe Jia didn't pay much attention. Seeing Hao Dagon like this, she quietly watched, thinking he would respond to her once he finished whatever he was doing. But after nearly a minute, seeing the man still engrossed in his phone, his fingers moving rapidly on the screen as if he was chatting with someone else, Joe Jia finally couldn't hold back. She stood up and leaned in closer to see what he was doing. Would Hao Dagon let her succeed? Obviously not. After all, he was indeed chatting with another girl. Although it was about serious matters, he still needed to be discreet. So before Joe Jia's gaze could land on the screen, he quickly pulled his phone back and turned the tables. Hey, what do you think you're doing? This is personal privacy, be careful. Joe Jia. To be honest, if the situation allowed, she really wanted to hit someone. She was almost 30, had weathered many storms, yet here she was being bullied by this man who was several years younger than her. It would be embarrassing to admit. Fortunately, Hao Dagon was also someone who knew when to stop. Seeing the expression on Joe Jia's face was a bit off, he immediately smiled and joked. I was just kidding, don't take it seriously. After saying that, he paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. Regarding your thoughts, although I'm quite interested, I might not want to delve too deeply into it. You should understand what I mean, right? Not wanting to delve deeply? Upon hearing this, Joe Jia was taken aback. She wasn't just handling matters earlier, she had been watching the opportunity to clarify her relationship with Lu Ruyan. And she wanted to be an undercover agent, revealing some of Lu Ruyan's small weaknesses to Hao Dagon. What the man in front of her needed to do was to use these things to help her, Joe Jia, to make her dear Ruyan, whose career was on the rise, encounter setbacks. Ideally, it would be a series of blows that would lead to a dip in her spirits, but not be fatal. That way, she would have a chance to win back Lu Ruyan's heart. After doing all this, if the man in front of her needed anything, not only could he always summon her when needed, he could also help Su Yao, who should be the other party's favorite woman at the moment. Moreover, if he was willing, he could even take direct action against Lu Yan. In such a situation where one could achieve 3 goals with one move and the returns were exceptionally rich, Joe Jia couldn't understand why he would say not wanting to delve deeply. Could it be that for some reason, even though he could be in the company now, he couldn't interfere with company matters? Or did he simply lack the ability to accomplish this? But then Joe Jia thought it seemed unlikely. After all, since the man in front of her could navigate the stock market, which could be likened to a meat grinder, with such ease, there was no reason he couldn't accomplish this with the advantage he had and with her as an undercover agent. Could it be that the reason this man could always accurately predict stock price increases was solely because he was a stock genius? All due to various abilities? Nonsense, how could that be? Compared to such somewhat fantastical ideas, Joe Jia preferred to believe the former. That is, Hao Dagon might have an agreement with someone else, or due to certain circumstances, he couldn't overly interfere with company matters. And for some reason, he had to be here for a while. Now, perhaps the time was nearing, and he hadn't hidden his abilities, which could also reasonably explain why he had previously appeared so unremarkable and suddenly changed dramatically. And that clever woman, Su Yao, must have learned something, which is why she fearlessly disregarded the rumors and acted so intimately with him in the office. The more Joe Jia thought about it, the more she felt this possibility was growing. Otherwise, how could one explain the sudden change in the man before her and how he had captured Su Yao at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people? Thinking of this, she immediately showed Hao Dagon a look of understanding his difficulties. After a moment's thought, she said something that left Hao Dagon slightly stunned. In that case, how about this? Later you bridge the gap and communicate with that woman, Su Yao. If you are there to back me up, I might not be opposed to collaborating with her. Of course, all conditions remain the same, and as for the issue with Lu Yan, whether to tell her is up to you. What do you think? This should work, right? To be honest, if it weren't for Joe Jia's earlier performance not seeming like she had an external aid, Hao Dagon would almost suspect she had mind-reading abilities or was a worm in his stomach. The reason he had refused earlier was partly because he wanted Su Yao and Joe Jia to collaborate, to continue as rivals against Lu Ruyan. As the saying goes, no one understands men better than men, and women, Hao Dagon thought, were probably similar. Although he currently held the initiative everywhere, he wasn't very good at the intrigues among women. Coupled with certain reasons, he preferred to be the behind-the-scenes manipulator rather than the one in the spotlight. There's a saying, what was it again? A tree that stands out in the forest will be cut down. Until he completely turns his situation around, he doesn't want to expose himself too much. Although Hao Dagon doesn't understand why Joe Jia suddenly thinks alike with him and even shows that expression of, I understand you. After a moment of contemplation, he decides to agree with her suggestion. Of course, that's for later, not now. To avoid revealing some of his thoughts too directly, he doesn't respond immediately after hearing Joe Jia's words. Instead, he deliberately raises her delicate chin and gives her a somewhat teasing look, surveying her from head to toe before he smirks and says, TSK, this is interesting. Joe Jia, I have to say, you women can be quite ruthless sometimes. To achieve your goals, not only do you frame the person you like, but you also actively propose to collaborate with her enemy. It's simply like, he suddenly finds himself at a loss for words to describe Joe Jia's actions at that moment. However, Joe Jia doesn't mind. Seeing that he can't find the right words, she takes the initiative to label herself. It's simply true love, okay? If it weren't for my sincere love for Ru Yen, how could I be willing to dedicate myself for her? Hearing this, Hao Dagon is momentarily speechless. Because the genuine look in Joe Jia's eyes when she says this doesn't seem fake at all. Could it be that the final form of a darkened personality is a yandere? Half an hour later, in the office, Hao Dagon sits leisurely in his office chair, crossing his legs, humming a tune while replying to Sushi's messages. As for Joe Jia, she left a few minutes ago after getting what she wanted. Of course, she left with a full load. Even so, Hao Dagon still didn't agree to that last request. That is, he didn't immediately agree to her collaborating with Su Yao. It's not that he has other plans, rather, Hao Dagon feels he should keep Joe Jia in suspense for a bit. After about 10 seconds, after confirming the specific dinner time with Sushi for the week, Hao Dagon tosses his phone onto the desk and stretches widely. Every day, I spend all my time exercising and haven't done anything productive. Fortunately, I can still make a little money in the stock market to support my family, otherwise, life would really seem to have no end in sight. After a brief moment of complaining, he stretches his somewhat numb lips from earlier exertion. Hao Dagon stands up and gazes at a distant tall building. He always has a feeling that he has a connection with that building. Could it be that the little rich woman is in that building right now? Otherwise, why would I have this feeling? After a strange smile, Hao Dagon turns back to pick up his phone from the desk. Just then, there's a sudden noise at the office door. It's a series of knocks. Realizing this, he instantly understands that Su Yao has returned. Sure enough, as soon as he walks over to unlock the door, she pushes it open directly. Good morning. After greeting Hao Dagon somewhat listlessly, she plops down on the sofa as if she has just gone through some torment. Seeing this, Hao Dagon becomes intrigued, locks the door again, and teasingly asks, "What's wrong, my beautiful Su? How did you come back from a meeting looking like this, as if someone drained you? Could it be, you didn't go to a meeting, but rather did something unspeakable behind my back?" Before he finishes speaking, Hao Dagon reaches out with one hand, directly probing towards Su Yao's forehead. No fever, doesn't seem sick, looks like I guessed right, you must have been up to no good behind my back. At this point, he suddenly lowered the hand he had placed on his forehead and pinched Su Yao's small nose. "Speak, what exactly did you do? Otherwise, your little Cheong nose is going to suffer." Su Yao, she looked somewhat dazed at the suddenly lively man for no apparent reason, then immediately wrinkled her nose and shook off that annoying paw. Only then did she start to complain about the meeting in detail, and Hao Dagon didn't interrupt her, pretending to listen attentively from the side. At first, he was indeed listening quite seriously, but when Su Yao began to add in that kind of womanly rambling, he immediately started to drift off. Su Yao actually noticed this, but she didn't mind. She didn't have such high expectations of the man in front of her. As long as he could show a little concern for her and patiently stay by her side to listen to her vent, that was enough. All she needed was a suitable outlet for her emotions. So, after a lengthy 2 minutes of complaints, Su Yao immediately became lively again. Seeing a hint of impatience appear on Hao Dagon's face, she quickly changed her tone and began to act cute as she wrapped up the topic. "Hubby, just tell me, is that woman Lu Ruyan bad or not?" Taking advantage of everyone's anxiety, she actually brought out some secret documents from headquarters, saying that our branch is considering cutting and merging a department because of poor performance. Isn't this just scaring people on purpose, trying to make everyone in the company anxious and unable to work? Hao Dagon, to be honest, if he could, he really wanted to tell Su Yao that all the nonsense she had said before was useless compared to those last 2 sentences. However, reason told him that no matter how much he said, it wouldn't help, because that's just the nature of women. Sometimes, the right or wrong of a matter isn't important to them. What matters is being able to vent their emotions. So, shortly after Su Yao finished speaking, Hao Dagon decided that it was more realistic to increase the woman's memory through action. "Ah, hubby, why did you suddenly hit me?" A few seconds later, Su Yao suddenly covered her forehead, looking aggrieved. She had a look as if she didn't know what she had done wrong while staring at Hao Dagon. Hao Dagon wouldn't explain, he directly became annoyed. "If you can't figure it out, think about it when you go to bed at night. Who has the time to listen to you ramble on?" Well, perhaps it was due to some subtle influence from Su Yao, or maybe it was just that men can't stand seeing women. No, it should be pretty women acting cute. Although Hao Dagon was tough and indifferent in action and tone, his words softened inexplicably. And upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately nodded like a little chick. Hubby, I understand now. I'll definitely be concise in the future. How dagon. Seeing this, How Dagon didn't know what to say. After all, it had come to this point, he couldn't keep holding on to this matter. So, after pinching Su Yao's pretty face to show that he understood, How Dagon prepared to talk about Joe Jia. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly lay everything out on the table, nor would he drag Joe Jia into the matter of who initiated it. Instead, after a moment of thought, he would conceal certain necessary details and appropriately deepen his mysterious aura and impressive abilities in front of Su Yao. After hesitating for a while and running the general wording through his mind, How Dagon deliberately raised an eyebrow and said, "Su girl, do you want to pull that Lu Ruyan down and become the decision-maker of the company yourself?" Perhaps it was because How Dagon's sudden words were too explosive. Su Yao was stunned for 3 or 4 seconds and didn't react. Until How Dagon coughed a few times at her dazed expression, Su Yao seemed to have pressed the start button, and her face immediately became animated. In an instant, she looked at the man in front of her with disbelief. When she saw How Dagon nodding again, confirming that it meant exactly that, she immediately went a bit crazy, saying nothing, her eyes lighting up instantly. If it weren't for How Dagon's earlier signal, she would have probably thrown herself at him without a second thought. However, even so, it did not stop Su Yao's indescribable excitement. Without caring whether the people outside could hear, she shouted loudly, Think. Husband, you are really amazing, so good to me. And you actually found a way to deal with that nasty woman with the surname Lu so quickly." And How Dagon, seeing Su Yao's reaction, immediately laughed. At that moment, he felt that everything was going smoothly. It was just like wanting to take a nap and finding a pillow right away. He was just about to think of a way to scheme against Lu Ruyan when unexpectedly, the person beside her, Joe Jia, started to backstab her actively. It was simply too satisfying. Of course, he also knew that even if Joe Jia wanted to keep Lu Ruyan by her side, she wouldn't reveal her true fatal weakness. At most, it would be some significant issues that could affect the other's career but wouldn't completely send her into the abyss. In this situation, it couldn't fully achieve the level of lesson that How Dagon wanted to give Lu Ruyan. Therefore, he wouldn't stop the embryonic forms of certain plans in his heart. As for the collaboration between Su Yao and Joe Jia, he would facilitate it, but that was just the beginning. If possible, he wanted to use all means to completely control the company in front of him. Just as he was thinking, the joy that had passed for Su Yao began to use an unusually sultry voice to breathe hot air by How Dagon's ear. "Husband, why did you suddenly stop talking? It makes me anxious." How Dagon gave her a speechless look. "Still talking? How can I talk? I saw that someone was almost going crazy with joy just now. Shouldn't I give her some time to go a little crazy? Otherwise, I would be said to be unkind. Hee, I knew my husband was the best." Suddenly, after giving How Dagon a stamp, Su Yao immediately got up, pulled him to sit down, and then ran all the way to the back of the sofa. Just as the person involved, How Dagon, was a bit confused about what she wanted to do, a pair of soft, boneless little hands gently rested on his shoulder and began to knead slowly. Husband, you must be very tired waiting for me in the office. Just right, I learned a technique before. It can come in handy now." As soon as she finished speaking, How Dagon felt a wave of comfort coming from his neck. Although it wasn't as professional as when he experienced it at the spa, it was still acceptable. So, How Dagon said nothing and just closed his eyes to enjoy it slowly. Seeing this, Su Yao didn't urge him but instead carefully recalled how those therapists at the beauty salon took care of her. That's right. Growing up with a golden key in her mouth, entering the company directly through connections after growing up, she had always lived a life of luxury and had never done such hard work. If it weren't for the overwhelming surprise brought by How Dagon, even if she talked about it endlessly, she wouldn't take the initiative to do such things. In just a few minutes, she felt that her hands were getting stiff on his shoulders, and it was a bit strenuous to knead. As the person involved, How Dagon naturally noticed this. However, he didn't say anything and continued to squint and endure. After a while, feeling that it was about time, he finally spoke up. All right, it's getting late. Let's talk about the serious matters from earlier." Hearing this, Su Yao, who had been gritting her teeth and holding on, immediately let out a sigh of relief. She had never imagined that simply giving someone a shoulder massage could be so exhausting. It seemed that in the future, when she went to the beauty salon for treatments, she couldn't be too harsh on those therapists. After all, a single session could take several hours, and it was quite normal for them to make minor mistakes towards the end. As long as it wasn't too excessive, she could just turn a blind eye. If she did this, the man in front of her would probably think that Su Yao was quite understanding, right? Not long after, in the office, Su Yao suddenly exclaimed, "What? That woman Joe Jia wants to collaborate with me? Impossible, isn't she the one who bought Lu Ruyan? Hao Dagon, on the other hand, remained calm and directly reassured her. Alright, it's not a big deal, no need to make such a fuss. He wasn't surprised that Su Yao knew about the relationship between Lu Ruyan and Joe Jia. As for the other party's reaction, it was beyond his expectations. After all, it was too fantastical for a sworn enemy's confidant to suddenly betray them. But Hao Dagon also knew that Su Yao could be shocked and incredulous, but he couldn't. Instead, he had to remain nonchalant and ensure she didn't overreact. This way, Su Yao's admiration and affection for him would deepen, making her feel he was unfathomable. Sure enough, when Su Yao saw Hao Dagon's expression, she was first taken aback, then her pretty face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. Hubby, you really don't blame her, do you? I never thought you could be so powerful. To think you could even persuade that woman Joe Jia to work for you. At this point, she might still be a bit skeptical, or rather, not entirely at ease, and looked at Hao Dagon with some hesitation, asking, But Joe Jia is Lu Ruyan's confidant, would she really do that? Could it be fake? That Lu woman is not a good person, she's full of tricks. Maybe she's just taking advantage of my desperation to lead me into a trap. As she spoke, Su Yao occasionally glanced at Hao Dagon's reaction. It was clear that she was afraid he would be unhappy upon hearing this. To be honest, Hao Dagon was also taken aback by Su Yao's words. He hadn't thought of it that way. In his subconscious, people shouldn't be so calculating, right? Otherwise, that would be too terrifying. But after Su Yao's reminder, he suddenly felt that there was indeed a possibility. After all, Joe Jia could betray her confidant for a somewhat distorted love, so it was normal for such a situation to arise. Women, after all, cannot be described by common sense. Otherwise, how could there be the term femme fatale? But knowing was one thing, worrying was another, and admitting it was yet another. Could Hao Dagon be wrong? Yes, but not now. Even if problems arose later and he personally stepped in to help Su Yao using his methods, he wouldn't show any signs of such possibilities at this moment. A man must act cool when the time calls for it. So, before Su Yao's words had even finished, Hao Dagon's expression changed, and he deliberately looked at her with a hint of anger. What's wrong? I'm here as the middleman, is there really going to be a problem? Besides, even if you don't believe in others, can you not believe in your husband's true abilities? If I can persuade you, how can I not persuade Joe Jia? Su girl, I have to remind you, this kind of thinking of yours is a bit dangerous. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Yao was first stunned, then her face turned crimson, because she understood what Hao Dagon meant by persuasion. Then, Su Yao felt a bit flustered. Although she had long been aware that the man in front of her had something going on with Joe Jia, knowing it was one thing, but having him admit it in front of her was another. Almost instinctively, she felt a surge of emotions and was ready to express her jealousy. However, just at that critical moment, Su Yao quickly restrained herself. She wasn't foolish, she knew when to act like a little woman and when to hold back. In front of Hao Dagon, she had to be proper. This was the moment when the man in front of her was willing to help her. If at this juncture she acted like those young girls who couldn't distinguish between big and small matters, only focusing on venting her emotions without caring about anything else, then all her years would have been in vain. So, after swiftly suppressing those inappropriate feelings, Su Yao immediately changed her expression, transforming her thoughts into an exaggerated display of cuteness and charm. Husband, you're so annoying. I'm trying to talk to you about something serious, and you keep making jokes. I won't pay attention to you. After saying this, Su Yao deliberately turned her head away, as if a little angry. But in reality, her physical actions were the most important expression of her emotions and intentions at that moment. Although her head was turning away from Hao Dagon, her lower body was continuously shifting on the sofa, inching closer and closer until she finally stopped just a breath away. Seeing Su Yao's obvious inconsistency, deliberately playing hard to get in front of him, Hao Dagon rolled his eyes and pinched her little face with a hint of annoyance. Every day, it's the same routine. You're such a drama queen, Su Yao. You shouldn't be a manager at the company, you should be an actress instead. You might just become a big star. You're so annoying, you're making fun of me. Shaking her head and vigorously shaking off Hao Dagon's hand, Su Yao immediately seized the opportunity to lean closer to the man in front of her and express her loyalty. Yao doesn't want to be a big star, I'd be very satisfied just being my husband's little kitty. Meow meow meow. Hearing this, Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned, then revealed a pleased expression. Men can be so easily satisfied sometimes. This time, Hao Dagon didn't spend the whole day cooped up in the office. After confirming some key matters with Su Yao and going through a small episode, he found an opportunity to leave directly. To be honest, sometimes he really didn't understand women's thinking. For instance, just now, it was a simple matter of who initiated the message, yet Suyao threw a little tantrum and tried to persuade him with her silver tongue. Fortunately, Hao Dagon's will was relatively firm, and he held out for more than half an hour before agreeing to her somewhat unreasonable request. Luckily, Joe Jia was in need of help, and after a simple voice communication with Hao Dagon, she readily agreed. As for the rest, Hao Dagon didn't plan to get involved, so he left. Of course, he wasn't aimlessly wandering. After leaving the company, Hao Dagon headed straight to the lottery center. He hadn't forgotten that he had a lottery ticket worth over 100,000 in his pocket. Since he had gone through the process of claiming the prize before, it didn't take long this time either. Before long, Hao Dagon emerged from inside. However, this time, he didn't come out empty-handed. In addition to nearly 100,000 in earnings, he also received an honorary certificate for his donation. How should I put it? Hao Dagon actually knew that there were many complexities involved, but he couldn't resist the pity evoked by the video they played inside. So, he simply didn't think about anything else and directly transferred 2,000 yuan to the donation account. Hey, I don't expect everything to reach those in need, even if it's just most of it. After glancing back at the building behind him and abruptly throwing out this sentence, Hao Dagon casually hailed a taxi by the roadside. As soon as he got in, the driver enthusiastically struck up a conversation. "Oh, handsome guy, what a coincidence. Are you going back to Gaoka community again?" It was only then that Hao Dagon noticed the driver looked somewhat familiar. "You are. Hey, it's me, Master Yi. The one from the 4S shop. The one who helped his daughter with a blind date." Seeing that he didn't remember, the driver quickly added, seemingly unbothered. Oh, it's you, Master Yi. Sorry, Master Yi, I've been quite busy lately, so I didn't recall right away, Hao Dagon explained politely. When you're out, having more friends means more paths. Although Hao Dagon felt he might never have much interaction with this middle-aged man, he still needed to show the proper courtesy. "That's normal, I understand." Master Yi didn't mind at all, smiling as he changed the subject. "Handsome guy, are we still going to Gaoka community?" Hao Dagon hesitated for a moment, glancing at the bright sun outside, and finally said a place that surprised even him. "Master Yi, let's skip Gaoka community for now and go to the International Financial Center instead." International Financial Center? Master Yi was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Oh, handsome guy, so you're starting a business there. No wonder you have a luxury car at such a young age." Hearing this, Hao Dagon thought Master Yi would steer the conversation towards his daughter and inquire about how their chat on WeChat was going. However, the situation didn't unfold as Hao Dagon expected. After a few chuckles, the driver focused intently on driving, seemingly not inclined to continue talking. This sudden change left Hao Dagon somewhat stunned. How could it be that in such a short time, Master Yi seemed like a different person? Could it be that his daughter, Yi Qian, had come to terms with something? Had she started working? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon instinctively took out his phone to check WeChat. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have seen her updates while scrolling through moments this morning. Yes, and there were messages from her that he had read but not replied to. Hiss. It really is like that. Looking at the familiar grid of 9 squares on the screen and the caption that expressed a sense of freedom, Hao Dagon suddenly understood. Something must have happened between this father and daughter in the past couple of days, otherwise, they wouldn't have such a significant change. The daughter wasn't staying at home anymore, and the father wasn't pushing for marriage. Since he had some free time, why not reply to her message and see what happens? The thought of chatting with her while his father drove in front seemed quite amusing. Suddenly, this somewhat strange idea popped into Hao Dagon's mind. In the past, he might have felt a bit embarrassed, but now? If he wanted to do it, he would. He looked up at Master Yi, who was still seriously driving, and then directly clicked into Yi Qian's WeChat. "Shanqian, don't cry, is this for real? Why can't I believe it?" This was Yi Qian's reply from yesterday. "No, it should be from a little after midnight today." Just looking at the time, it was clear she was a night owl. As Hao Dagon was thinking about how to respond in a way that would catch her attention, he suddenly caught sight of the certificate he had carelessly placed beside him. How about this? It just happens to help establish a persona or something. As for the rest, it doesn't matter. After all, it's just a bit of fun to pass the time. Picking up the certificate and opening it, Hao Dagon didn't hide his name or anything, and confidently took a picture of it to send. Then, he started editing the text. Feifei was quite bold. "There's proof, if I deceive you, I'm just Peppa Pig." After sending this message, Hadajan didn't just wait idly in the chat box, he directly backed out. For him, it was best if Yi Qianru could reply instantly. If it took a long time or she didn't reply at all, that was just how it was. People can't be too one-sided in their affections. Everyone has their own thoughts and lives, no one revolves solely around you. So, he chose to continue replying to those who would revolve around him. Fei was quite bold. Don't be fooled by the simple 3 question marks he sent. Hadijin knew that soon there would be a long message in return. Because on the other side was Shin Nana. That little green tea. Basically, just as this thought crossed his mind, a message popped up on the screen immediately. Shin Nana, I knew my brother would miss me. I understand this. 3 question marks mean my brother hasn't rewarded me in 3 days. Brother, are you busy right now? Are you tired from work on Monday? Do you want Nana to come over and help relieve your fatigue? To be honest, aside from backstabbing her best friend and digging into her best friend's territory, Hadijin thought Shin Nana was simply a perfect, well, good little sister. Clingy but knows how to keep her distance. If you call her, she'll respond, and if you ignore her, she won't get angry, acting as if nothing happened. She would even take the initiative to send some selfies, sharing bits of her life. Although those photos sometimes contain subtle hints, Hadijin thought they were harmless. Most importantly, she never took the initiative to ask Hadijin for stock resources. This made him quite satisfied. So, after a moment of thought, Hadijin sent over the stock codes he bought today. Here, you little greedy cat, this is compensation for not paying attention to you for several days. After adding this line, he glanced at the current status of BOE Technology Group. How to put it, although it was rising slowly and had been hit down a few times when it showed signs of a significant increase, overall, it was still stable. It had risen from a negative 1 point at the opening to a positive 4 points now. Although 5 points wasn't much, considering Hadijin's total investment of 1,650,000, he had already made over 80,000 in just half a day. Don't underestimate that it's not even 6 figures, it's money that many people wouldn't earn in a year. No wonder so many people, no matter how many times they fail, want to try again, firmly believing they can make a comeback. If I could guess right every time like this, it wouldn't be bad. However, Hadijin knew it was basically impossible. Even those big shots with enough capital to roam freely in the futures market, which is even more brutal than the stock market, aren't right every time. Because no matter what, there will always be opposing players. If you want to make money, others do too, and the world is ultimately cruel. A win-win situation is impossible. One side must pay a price for the other to reap the rewards. The reason for situations like his is ultimately due to the existence of that magical app. Moreover, Hadijin had a premonition that once his funds reached a certain scale, things might not go so smoothly. Forget it, why think so much? What's meant to happen in the future is for my future self to face. As for now, just enjoy the present life. Watching Shin Nana sneak into the bathroom again to take some real-time photos of herself with hidden meanings, Hadijin smiled and replied, little greedy cat, remember to eat well every day. I'll come see you when I have time another day. After sending the message, Hadijin didn't care about anything else. He put away his phone and turned to look out at the street scene, a thoughtful expression in his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about. After an unknown amount of time, the driver, Master Yi, called out a few times before he came back to his senses. Hey, handsome, we've arrived at the International Financial Center. Oh, okay. After glancing at the meter in the car and paying the fare, Hadijin smiled back at him and got out of the car without looking back. However, Master Yi did not leave immediately after Hadijin got out. Instead, he watched his back for a moment, then lowered his head, pursing his lips and thought for a while before suddenly picking up his phone. Daughter, what do you think of the guy I introduced to you last time? I ran into him again, and I feel like our family has a connection with him. Of course, Hadijin had no idea what happened after he left, but some chain reactions reached him. He had just gotten out of the car and wandered around for a bit when his phone in his pocket rang. Just then, he felt a bit hungry and planned to see if there was anything to eat nearby, so he instinctively took it out. As soon as the screen lit up, he saw a reply from Yi Qian. Qian doesn't cry, wow. So much money, why waste it? Truly a wealthy big shot, with this money, you might as well give it to me. I could shout a few times about how powerful and impressive the big shot is every day, at least I'd have some voice Q Hadijin, this girl, how does she come up with such novel ideas? Staring at the reply on the screen, Hadijin couldn't help but smile a bit irritably. However, he also knew it wasn't entirely her fault. For some reasons, some people had lost faith in charitable donations. This is what they call a few bad apples spoiling the whole barrel. But I think there will still be some people who hold on to their principles and contribute quietly, otherwise, the Great Xia Kingdom wouldn't be thriving like this. Reacting casually, he chatted with the person on the other end, and Hadijin didn't plan to develop a deeper relationship with Yi Qian. So, after a moment of contemplation, he replied with a message that sounded quite noble and righteous. Little did he know, this action instantly left Yi Qian, who was somewhere else casually complaining about her interview with her best friend, stunned. What? Are you saying I'm not qualified to be a successor? What is this? Yi Chen, are you even listening to me? You've been scrolling on your phone since just now. This sudden voice, though not loud, clearly caught the attention of Luya, her good friend who had been chattering away with her during the interview. Before she could finish her sentence, she snatched the phone from Yi Qian's hand and frowned as she looked it over. I want to see which man has such charm that he can. As she spoke, Luya's expression suddenly froze, and then she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Yi Qian, you've never found this kind of talent before, and you're saying we're in the Great Xia Kingdom, and the future successors can't have that kind of mindset. They need to be more positive. What, did he mess up his brain while studying? What time is it now? And he's still remembering that stuff from the books. And you're something else too. So many boys in class used to chat with you, and you ignored them, but you reply to this kind of person. I say, Yi Qian, you must be full and have nothing better to do. Yi Qian, looking at her best friend, who was already laughing so hard her face was red, she didn't know how to respond for a moment. After pouting, she directly delivered a killer line. What if those guys were driving a $1 million Porsche, rich brothers with impressive net worth? She knew that her friend in front of her had been reluctant to work hard for a long time, and as soon as she heard the words rich brother, her attitude would definitely change. Sure enough, before Yi Qian's words had even finished, the smiling Suya's expression froze, and she immediately became suspicious. Is it true or not, Yi Qian? Don't you dare mess with me just for the sake of face. You know I'm not easily fooled. Looking at her best friend, who had already been deceived by unscrupulous job websites at least 3 times online and had lost over $1,000, Yi Qian rolled her eyes. Damn Suya, why would I lie to you? This is someone my dad personally vetted. It can't be fake. Besides, if you don't believe me, just scroll up a bit and you'll see. The news about her being pushed into work by her dad and the pressure of an arranged marriage had already spread among their circle of friends. So Yi Qian had nothing to hide and straightforwardly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Suya's eyes immediately lit up. She wasn't sure about her best friend's reliability, but one thing was certain, her Uncle Yi was definitely trustworthy. A son-in-law who passed his scrutiny couldn't be too bad. However, to avoid being in the dark, Suya still scrolled up to take a look. After confirming that the facts were indeed as Yi Qian had said, her expression changed instantly. TSK, no wonder he's a rich guy, his awareness is so high. He deserves to be wealthy and handsome. And look at this, in this day and age, still so caring, willing to donate and help those little kids in need, he's simply a role model. Seeing her best friend change her attitude so quickly, Yi Qian couldn't help but twitch her face and roll her eyes again. Seizing the moment when Suya wasn't paying attention, she snatched her phone away and immediately became annoyed. Damn Suya, can you have some self-respect? Just because you know he's rich, you turn into this. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a gold digger. Gold digger? Hearing this term, Suya was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded. Right, as long as any rich guy can let me lie flat and be his exclusive gold digger, I wouldn't mind. Yi Chen. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that they had known each other for many years and their relationship was still decent, Yi Chen really wanted to cut ties with Suya right then. She couldn't understand how her friend had suddenly changed so much after just a few years since graduation. After all, she was known as a strong, independent woman in college. How had she transformed completely after just 2 years of working? Was the 9-to-6 plus overtime life really that terrifying? Yi Qian thought carefully and realized it might actually be true. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given up after less than half a year. With that thought, she couldn't help but sigh. After glancing at the messages on the screen and recalling some descriptions her dad had given about the guy, her fingers, which had initially been reluctant to move, found their way back to the chat box. Not only Suya, but even she seemed to be acting a bit strange. Slowly, she was becoming somewhat realistic. From an initial firm refusal, she was now somewhat half-heartedly considering it. If she truly had no desire to make an effort, how could she reply to a stranger she had never met? Perhaps this was what growing up really meant, starting to face reality and her true self. Suya had been paying close attention to her best friend's movements. Seeing Yi Qian like this, her eyes immediately narrowed, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. After barely suppressing her urge to speak, she waited for Yi Qian to finish her message before quickly leaning in. After glancing at the content above and confirming she was replying to Hao Dagon, she immediately broke into a gossiping smile. Ha ha ha! Yi Chen, you just had the nerve to say that about me, but aren't you the same? What a woman who speaks one way and feels another. With that, Suya suddenly paused, and her eyes began to wander around Yi Chen, inspecting her closely. To be honest, if I had your figure and that little face, I would have already given rich brother 3 years of 2 children to fulfill the family legacy, and then started enjoying life. Where would I be like now, desperately sending out resumes and interviewing, getting criticized inside and out? Suya was speaking both truthfully and untruthfully. It was true that Yi Qian was more beautiful and had a better figure, but she herself wasn't far behind. Not to mention, in terms of turning heads, both of them would catch attention on the street. They could both be considered eye-catching beauties. Of course, their styles were different. Yi Qian had been cooped up at home for a long time and hadn't experienced the hardships of society, so she had gained a bit of baby fat, and her dressing style was rather casual. If it weren't for her solid looks and figure, she would have come off as a country girl. On the other hand, Suya had been working until recently, so her attire was more refined, even a bit sultry. Not to mention, her occasionally exposed little waist was quite eye-catching. As for her wine-red hair and fiery red lips, they were standard for modern urban beauties. Considering the current situation, if one had to choose, just based on first impressions, more people would probably find her more in line with their aesthetic. As a fellow woman, Yi Qian clearly understood this point. After all, there's a saying that goes, there are no ugly women, only lazy ones. If one puts in a little effort, the summer state of mind would tell you that what you put in is what you get back. However, perhaps not wanting to dwell on this sensitive topic with her best friend, Yi Qian rolled her eyes to show her attitude and directly changed the subject. Hey Suya, what are you thinking now? Didn't you just say you performed well in the interview, and the interviewer was all smiles? Why say you're not going? Despite their close relationship, they weren't in the same class or even the same major in college. Yi Qian studied accounting, while Suya was in something like performing arts. So, although they were sitting together now, they had just interviewed at different companies. Facing her best friend's sudden topic shift, Suya was clearly used to it. Aside from pouting a bit in dissatisfaction, she didn't dwell on the previous matter. After all, she used to do this kind of thing often. Who said you have to go if you pass the interview? I don't want to, so what? The interviewer being all smiles is his business. What does it have to do with me? Besides, I just casually sent in a resume to accompany you, just to kill time and have some fun. I wouldn't even look at a company that only offers a base salary of 5,000. Yi Qian's face twitched at her words, wanting to say something but feeling unable to, because she felt like she was being slapped in the face. You have to know, the company she just interviewed for only offered a base salary of a little over 3,000. Adding everything up, 5,000 would be pushing it. And yet, people thought she was unqualified and passed her directly. Meanwhile, her best friend was actually complaining that a 5,000 base salary was too low. It was simply infuriating. If she had known this, she would have gone to study dance and pursue the arts. Suya clearly noticed Yi Qian's thoughts at that moment, leaning in with a charming smile that was hard to resist. So, how about it, Yi girl? Are you feeling a spark? Want to learn to dance with me? Once I teach you, we can go to the same company for an interview together, and I guarantee we'll leave those flashy girls in the dust. Hearing this, Yi Qian was first stunned, then bewildered. What the heck, do you have to dance for an interview? How come I didn't know about this? Suya had a look of obviousness. What else could it be? We're interviewing for a new media company, so the more talents you have, the higher the base salary and commission. Where do you think that 5,000 base salary comes from? It's not like I jumped out with real skills. Jumped out? Yi Qian was taken aback for a moment, then as if she thought of something, her face filled with disbelief. Hey, Suya, you're not saying you interviewed for selling. No, for being a streamer, right? Suya rolled her eyes. What else could it be? With our second-tier degrees, who would be foolish enough to offer such a high salary? As she spoke, her expression suddenly turned strange. Hey, Yi Qian, you don't still have career discrimination, do you? Being a streamer is a legitimate profession, okay? This time Yi Qian didn't speak, but the things she didn't want to express were fully displayed on her face. Yes, she did have career discrimination. In her view, those in that line of work were somewhat unclean. Seeing her like this, Suya didn't say anything either, just sighed. After all, the reason the two of them could come together was that they shared many similar views. For example, the attitude Yi Qian was showing now, she had had it before. It just seemed that now, it wasn't as strong, or perhaps, there was a slight trend towards that direction. Otherwise, she wouldn't have really gone for the interview. Who has career discrimination? I just don't want to show my face and embarrass myself in front of those classmates. After a while, Yi Qian suddenly mumbled something as if she thought of something. Hearing this, Suya was instantly stunned. She was about to say something, but after seeing her best friend's somewhat troubled expression, she swallowed her words back. They remained silent for a few seconds, and after Suya took a few sips of milk tea, she suddenly seemed to remember something, her eyes shining as she looked at Yi Qian. Hey, Xiao Qianqian, I have a good place we can go to, although the salary is a bit low. but it's absolutely free. Good place? What good place? Yi Qian was already used to her best friend's dramatic reactions, so she didn't hold much hope. But to respond to her, she still pretended to be very interested. Suya naturally knew this, but didn't mind. Best friends are like that, whether they like it or not, as long as they can give you enough response and emotional value in time, it's fine. So she squinted her eyes and leaned in mysteriously to whisper to Yi Qian. You might not know, but I have a cousin who is a manager at a nearby large company with hundreds of employees, very powerful, so you know. Why did the speed of the conversation suddenly pick up? Xingqing International Finance, nearby. Food Street. A certain self-service hot pot. How Dagan was eating while staring at his phone, scrolling through videos. Suddenly, several new messages popped up in the background. He clicked in to take a look, and beside Shin Nana's, there was actually Yi Qian's. Moreover, to his surprise, this time Yi Qian had replied quite a bit. After glancing at the general content, he immediately felt a bit puzzled. Why does it feel like the way of speaking is a bit off, different from before? Could it be that someone else is using her account? Just as how Dagan was wondering, a video invitation suddenly popped up. It was Shin Nana. TSK, this little green tea, can't hold back already? Just chatted a few sentences and she's calling directly. Looks like the charm of money is indeed great. No, it's my charm that's great. After saying such a nonsensical thing to himself, how Dagan didn't rush to connect the video with Shin Nana. Instead, he picked up a large bunch of instant noodles with his chopsticks, gulped them down, and then leisurely opened the phone background. Sure enough, just a moment ago, the struggling suddenly surged to its limit like it had taken medicine. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile. As expected, where there is a result, there must be a cause. I said this little green tea wouldn't be so proactive for no reason. At this time, there weren't many people in the shop, but there were still 7 or 8, including a couple of pairs of lovers. And this kind of revolving hot pot is all about the atmosphere, so everyone wasn't sitting too far apart. Moreover, since hadn't deliberately lowered his voice earlier, quite a few gazes gathered on him. The men were fine, generally uninterested in meddling, so they just glanced over in surprise and went back to their own business. The women were different. Upon hearing his words, their eyes showed a hint of inexplicable emotion. If wasn't mistaken, it was probably disgust. In the past, if he encountered such a situation, he would have been extremely anxious, his face likely turning red in an instant. Then he would have been restless, his whole body flushing. Because back then, was exceptionally sensitive, very concerned about others' feelings and gazes, most afraid of being looked at with such eyes. To put it simply, it was the insecurity that brought about his inferiority and introversion. Now, however, it was different. He couldn't be bothered to care about emotions expressed by anyone who wasn't close to him. So what if they disapproved? What did it have to do with him? Life is about being at ease. As long as he didn't bring harm to others, that was enough. Therefore, facing such gazes, merely smiled lightly and directly connected to the video call with this little green tea. He wanted to see how these people would react when someone much prettier than them showed up later. Brother, I finally get to see you again. I'm really so happy. Operator. As soon as the video connected, collagen-filled little face filled the screen, accompanied by her slightly sweet voice. Although the volume wasn't loud, it was enough to echo around the small hot pot area. Almost at the same moment her voice appeared, the few girls who had shown unfriendly looks all frowned, feeling as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Out of female intuition, they instinctively turned to look at their partners beside them. Sure enough, the few male companions who had been focused on eating suddenly raised their heads to look over at upon hearing his voice. At the same time, their eyes revealed a mix of envy and admiration. Almost in the same second, they all felt a faint sense of danger appear beside them. The next moment, several cries of ouch, 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 baby, I was wrong, echoed in the hot pot restaurant. Ouch, honey, be gentler, we're outside. Seeing this, almost burst out laughing. Meanwhile, who had just finished speaking on the other end of the call, finally noticed that was eating out. Her eyes immediately lit up. Brother, where are you? I'm a bit hungry too, can I come eat with you? Wasn't foolish, he understood this was just an excuse. It was already past 1 o'clock, and the other party was at work, so how could she still be hungry at this hour? Of course, since the video call was connected, wouldn't refuse. Just as he was about to mention a more noticeable place name, he suddenly seemed to remember something interesting and swallowed the words back. Instead, he glanced around the shop a few times and finally chose a less conspicuous building name to report. About 1. There's a cocoa milk tea shop within a 5-kilometer radius, and I'm eating at my own hot pot restaurant nearby. If you can run over before I finish eating, there will be a reward for you. In Hao Dagon's view, cocoa milk tea shops are everywhere in Star City. Within a 3-kilometer radius, there are at least a dozen, if not more. In this case, even if Shin Nana is familiar with the area, it would probably take her some time to get here. By then, he would have filled his stomach and could find a place to rest, along with doing something he enjoys to help with digestion. It was simply too perfect. But unexpectedly, Shin Nana's next move took him by surprise. After nodding in agreement like a chick pecking at rice, she immediately pulled out another phone in front of the camera and started tapping away. Before long, she flashed a little tiger tooth smile at the camera and laughed. Hee hee, brother, I knew we were fated. I often go to that shop and know the quickest way to get there. 25 minutes? No! It will only take less than 20 minutes, and Nana will be right in front of you. After dropping this line, she didn't wait for a response and directly disappeared from the screen. Hao Dagon, watching from the screen, was left confused. Wait, she found it that quickly? No way, how could it be so fast? And where did she run off to? She can't have left without her phone, right? Just as he muttered in disbelief, the screen picked up the sound of her little footsteps and her somewhat impatient voice. Brother, look what I have in my hand. With a sudden movement of the camera, Shin Nana reappeared on the screen. This time, she had a few more items in her hands. At first, Hao Dagon didn't quite understand what they were, but upon closer inspection, he was speechless to find that Shin Nana was holding two completely different colored JK outfits. Hee hee, brother, didn't you say you liked me in this outfit? I specially bought some over the weekend. If you don't like these two colors, I have others. I just didn't bring them with me. If you want to see more, you might have to wait another 5 minutes for Nana. Seeing that Hao Dagon had noticed, Shin Nana quickly said in a sweet voice. Before her words even finished, she pulled out her phone and tapped a few times, and then several new messages popped up on Hao Dagon's side. This girl is really too consistent with her words and actions, truly impressive. A few seconds later, as Hao Dagon looked at each picture Shin Nana sent, all featuring her in various JK outfits, he was taken aback. If he remembered correctly, he had casually mentioned in the fitting room that he preferred her in JK outfits, and she had gone and prepared a whole bunch. No wonder so many people like little green tea. No, it's these thoughtful little sisters. It seems there's really a reason for it. In the small screen, seeing that Hao Dagon was staring at the screen without speaking, Shin Nana immediately asked with concern, Brother, are you not satisfied with these? Actually, there are more, but Nana has been busy lately and hasn't had time to take pictures. If you don't like these, I can bring the others when I go home later. Then we can find a suitable place to see which one looks better. To be honest, if Hao Dagon hadn't turned down the volume of the video a bit to consider the feelings of other male compatriots, there would probably be quite a few people in the shop feeling envious right now. Who wouldn't like such a thoughtful little sister? So, Hao Dagon didn't demand too much. Without waiting for Shin Nana to finish her sentence, he pointed to one of the outfits in the pictures that had a pure and alluring style. Shin Nana naturally wouldn't refuse, happily calling out brother a few more times, which made Hao Dagon feel a bit restless before he finally hung up the phone. Ah, indeed, life only feels like living when you have money. When you don't, it's just survival. You can't truly experience the joy of life. Looking at the chat that had already been disconnected, Hao Dagon smiled and picked up a drink beside him. Hiss-ha. After gulping down a few sips and feeling the cool sensation, Hao Dagon didn't bother with anything else and picked up his chopsticks to continue his meal. Just as he hadn't eaten a few bites, a cigarette was handed over. Still a Huazi. Brother, what do you mean by this? Hao Dagon asked in surprise, looking at the tall, thin man in front of him. The other party, however, didn't speak immediately but gestured for Hao Dagon to take the cigarette first. Generally, men wouldn't actively refuse someone who was being friendly to them, regardless of whether the person was male or female. So even though Hao Dagon didn't smoke much, he still took it. After that, he slightly raised his head to signal the other person to continue. The tall, thin man didn't hesitate and immediately spoke up, his tone full of eagerness to learn. Brother, was that your girlfriend just now? Can you teach me how to make her so obedient? Hearing this, Hao Dagon's face twitched, feeling a bit speechless. The man across from him misunderstood, thinking Hao Dagon was angry, and hurriedly offered him a whole pack of Huazi. Don't, brother, I was just asking, I really meant no harm. You don't know my girlfriend, she's simply. At this point, he deliberately glanced towards the restroom in the shop, and seeing no movement, he whispered. She's a female Tyrannosaurus. If I don't think of a way soon, she'll really beat me to death. As if to prove he wasn't lying, the tall man pulled back his shirt at the shoulder to show Hao Dagon. Then, a row of faint bruises, bite marks appeared before Hao Dagon's eyes. Look, it's been 3 days, and it's still like this. Unbelievable. Seeing this, Hao Dagon's eyes immediately filled with sympathy. Clearly, this guy had a somewhat deep relationship with his girlfriend, deep enough that she couldn't help but bite him. As the saying goes, having more friends means more paths when you're out in the world. Since the other party was so sincere, Hao Dagon didn't hold back and, after a brief thought, joked half-heartedly. It's simple, as long as she's not your girlfriend, she'll be very obedient. As soon as these words were spoken, the tall man's brain instantly crashed, showing a bewildered expression, clearly not understanding Hao Dagon's meaning. Hao Dagon didn't hesitate either, stepping forward to quietly share the true essence. A few seconds later, the tall man displayed a face full of disbelief. Really? Is it really that simple? Brother, you're not lying to me, are you? Seeing he didn't believe it, Hao Dagon didn't explain but just pointed towards the restroom. The tall man, seeing this, instantly felt like he was facing a great enemy and hurriedly took 3 steps back to a certain seat. It was only then that Hao Dagon finally noticed that this person speaking was one of the rare couples who hadn't paid much attention to him before. He also noticed that the car keys on the table were actually for a Porsche. Well, this was a rich kid. Dude, you actually tricked me. After returning to his seat, the tall man stared at the restroom for a while, and seeing that his girlfriend still showed no signs of coming out, he immediately looked at Hao Dagon with some indignation. Hao Dagon shrugged, just about to say he was only testing the waters when suddenly there was movement at the restroom door. With the sound of high heels echoing, a girl who didn't seem very pretty but had a good aura appeared at the door. Judging by her attire and the graceful way she walked, she was likely a well-bred rich girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have naturally nodded in greeting when Hao Dagon's gaze fell upon her. Well, this was indeed a match made in heaven. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but silently mourn for the tall, thin man not far away. Although the method he had just mentioned was effective, it had one prerequisite. There had to be a situation where the man was strong and the woman was weak. Otherwise, many things wouldn't work. After all, his body had been modified by an app, giving him extraordinary strength and hard power. Ordinary people didn't have such a unique advantage. Sure enough, the tall, thin man had just whispered a few words in the rich girl's ear when he was met with a roll of her eyes. Fortunately, even so, her girlfriend didn't say anything in public. The eye rolls were rolled, and the arms were linked. In no time, the two walked out of the store affectionately, and the grateful look the tall, thin man shot Hao Dagon as he passed by indicated that a competition was surely on the horizon. TSK. As expected, once a woman tastes that sweetness, she can't refuse it, unless she has no feelings for you at all. After glancing outside one last time and seeing the two figures completely disappear, Hao Dagon stopped paying attention to anything else and sat down to eat seriously. Recently, due to the app's influence, his appetite had grown significantly. He had already consumed 3 packs of noodles and a large pile of food, yet he still didn't feel full. This would have been impossible in the past. However, Hao Dagon didn't mind much. He no longer needed to worry about money, so he naturally ate freely. After all, as the ancients said, being able to eat is a blessing. Unknowingly, nearly 20 minutes passed. During this time, people continued to come and go from the hot pot restaurant, and when Shin-nana, dressed in a JK uniform, appeared at the door, there were even more people inside than before. Even the seats next to Hao Dagon were mostly filled. However, even so, it didn't affect Shin-nana's performance as a little green tea. After scanning the room, she finally spotted Hao Dagon and, without a second thought, sweetly called out in front of nearly a dozen people in the store. "Brother Lu, Nana is here to find you." Before her words had even faded, a figure dashed over to Hao Dagon's side in a flash. Following that, Shin-nana didn't care about the 10 or so gazes that had already landed on her. She directly twirled in front of Hao Dagon and looked at him with an expectant face. Brother, Nana has changed into this outfit as you requested. How is it? Do you like it? If you think it's not good, Nana has more outfits in the car outside. I can change right now." Such a blatant display naturally caused a stir, even though no one said anything. But Hao Dagon knew that judging by Shin-nana's earlier performance, many girls were probably internally mocking her as a little fairy and a little green tea. The guys, on the other hand, were likely to think she was a thoughtful and caring little sister. Otherwise, after Shin-nana finished speaking, several envious gazes would not have begun to fall on Hao Dagon. Although Hao Dagon didn't care much about the opinions of these outsiders, he also didn't want to be overly ostentatious and become a target. After all, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be cut down. If some busybody who couldn't stand it took a picture and posted it online, it might bring him unnecessary trouble. You should know that the internet in the Great Xia Kingdom has become increasingly developed nowadays. If you're not careful, you might be subjected to online bullying through misinterpretation. So, when Hao Dagon saw Shin-nana wanting to act cute again, he immediately gestured for her to sit down. Naturally, Shin-nana wouldn't disobey. She smiled and came over to sit in front of Hao Dagon, her small hands quickly resting on his arm. Hee, brother, how's it going? Did Nana come quickly enough? Hao Dagon. How should he put it? He thought the girl next to him was great in every way, but she was just a bit too proactive and enthusiastic. In a crowd, it could be overwhelming. However, even so, Hao Dagon didn't reject Shin-nana or ask her to keep her distance. Some of his emotions needed to be quickly satisfied. Alright, let's eat first and stop talking about nonsense. Weren't you just complaining on WeChat about your stomach growling? How come you're fine now? Did you get full just by seeing me? After saying that, Hao Dagon signaled to a waiter not far away to add another pot base. Just as he moved, Shin-nana stopped him. Don't, brother, 2 pot bases would be such a waste of money. I can just share some with you. Before she finished speaking, Shin-nana, without any hesitation, picked up Hao Dagon's chopsticks and grabbed a piece of luncheon meat from the hot pot. Then, without being polite, she blew on it a few times and happily put it in her mouth to chew. As expected of the soup base and ingredients chosen by my brother, it's so delicious. Nana really hasn't eaten anything this good in a long time. While saying this, she took another piece from the pot. Seeing this, Hao Dagon felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. Although he knew Shin-nana was doing this to please him, it was a bit too much. It made him feel like he was some kind of female sycophant. It was a bit. What's going on? Why are there suddenly a few curious gazes directed at me? And it seems they aren't even from the same sex? Just as Hao Dagon was about to say a few words to Shin-nana, he suddenly noticed that there were several pairs of eyes on him that were completely different from before. If the previous looks were more about shock and envy, these were filled with curiosity and eagerness to try. He glanced over and found that it was the group of girls who had looked at him with some disdain when he first entered the shop. Moreover, Hao Dagon noticed more clearly this time. When his gaze landed on that group of girls and made eye contact with a few of them, they actually seemed to take the initiative to show goodwill. What does this mean? Is it a case of extremes meeting? Or do these girls have some issues with their brains? At that moment, Shin-nana beside Hao Dagon suddenly spoke. Brother, do you have acquaintances over there? Should we call them over to eat together? Hao Dagon turned to look and saw that the little green tea was looking at him with a curious expression. She looked harmless. It was only then that Hao Dagon somewhat belatedly understood why the group of girls had suddenly changed their attitude. Because the car key that Shin-nana had placed on the table was a BMW. Just imagine, what kind of identity could a man who drives a BMW and has a beautiful girl calling him brother in public without a care for anything else have? He must be either rich or noble. This was Hao Dagon's conclusion after a brief thought about why the group of girls had such a stark contrast in their attitudes. It seemed a bit unreasonable, even absurd. But that's just how reality is. If you walk alone in tattered clothes on a bustling street, everyone passing by will think you're a poor person. But if at this moment you have a beautiful woman by your side, whether in figure or looks, holding onto your arm, this group of people would think you are just pretending to be low-key. In reality, you must be either rich or noble. This is the effect of contrast. Many times, what you look like, your conditions, or even what you use is not important. What matters is who is playing the supporting role with you. The higher the status of the supporting role, the more profound and inscrutable you appear in the eyes of outsiders. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon suddenly laughed. No wonder many people say that when going out, a woman is a man's face. So that's the reason. Brother, why are you suddenly laughing? Did Nana say something wrong? Seeing Hao Dagon suddenly like this, Shin-nana, who had been paying attention to him, tilted her head curiously and brought her pair of sparkling big eyes closer. Hao Dagon was momentarily taken aback, then reached out and playfully pinched her little nose. What are you looking at? Focus on eating your food. If you get hungry later, don't say I treated you poorly. Strangely, this time Shin-nana did not try to break free but instead squinted her eyes and enjoyed the moment, twitching her nose. Nana is not afraid. With brother here, Nana will never go hungry. As soon as she said this, Hao Dagon's heart skipped a beat, and almost instinctively, his gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. After confirming that no one was showing any unusual behavior, he lightly tapped Shin-nana's forehead with some annoyance. Shin-nana, if you keep messing around like this, don't think you'll see me next time. The speaker was careless, but the listener was attentive. Hao Dagon knew very well what the little green tea in front of him was up to. Although the words were on the tip of his tongue, her little legs were not so obedient. While she didn't do anything too outrageous, she did tease Hao Dagon's ankle a few times. As for what it meant, any man would understand, not to mention Hao Dagon, who had a deeper understanding of her. In such a public place, making such blatant suggestions, even Hao Dagon found it hard to maintain his composure. This little green tea was indeed too bold. If it weren't for the many eyes watching, she might have directly. Just as Hao Dagon was thinking, Shin Nana made a move he never expected. Yes, that's right. Before Hao Dagon could react, Shin Nana suddenly pulled out a fistful of something from her JK uniform pocket and quickly stuffed it into his hand. At first, Hao Dagon was a bit confused, instinctively wanting to see what this little green tea was up to. But when Shin Nana quickly leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear, Hao Dagon, who was about to let go, instantly froze. Then, he lowered the hand that had been resting on the table. In a place where no one was watching, he took a quiet glance to confirm what it was, and he was immediately taken aback. What? What was this little green tea thinking? To actually give him an umbrella in such a public place? This was ridiculous. However, Shin Nana didn't care about that. Seeing that Hao Dagon didn't speak, she immediately leaned in closer and asked with a smile, "Brother, is this enough? Do you want me to get more?" She was playing the double entendre game again. On the surface, she was asking about the food, but only Hao Dagon understood that she was asking about what was in his hand. Seeing this situation, he felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. Who would have thought that he, Hao Dagon, would have such a day, being actively pursued by a JK girl to this extent, and in such a public setting? It's worth noting that unlike with Su Yao, the Shin Nana in front of him had not only received stock information from him 3 times but also had not grasped even the slightest bit of leverage over him. The most important thing is that, apart from knowing Hao Dagon's name, Shin Nana currently knows nothing about him, his workplace, where he lives, and other information. In this situation, this little green tea dares to take such an active gamble, wholeheartedly investing in Hao Dagon, not fearing that he might take everything and vanish without a trace. It's practically the same as gambling. A careless move could lead to significant losses. The latter part is something Hao Dagon feels needs consideration. In fact, it can't really be considered a loss. Even if he were to disappear from Shin Nana's world right now, she has gained quite a bit during this time. Not to mention the material aspects, just the spiritual enjoyment is something many women might never experience in their lifetime. Yes, that's how it is. However, even so, Hao Dagon still looks at her with newfound respect. After all, opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Compared to Wu Mengmeng, Shin Nana has had much less time to interact with him, and Hao Dagon has shared stock information with the former many times. Yet, she remains there, watching the changes quietly, only showing interest without taking action, playing the game of not showing the rabbit until the eagle is released. The final result is that Hao Dagon hardly pays her any attention now. In contrast, Shin Nana. Don't be fooled by Hao Dagon's internal monologue, where he constantly complains about the little green tea and has many eye rolls and minor grievances. But this doesn't stop him from enjoying the occasional presence of such an understanding little sister, adding some different flavors to his life. This is human nature. Just then, the staff brought over the prepared soup base, and Hao Dagon took the opportunity to change the subject, also separating the increasingly close Shin Nana from his side. All right, it's getting late. Let's finish eating first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it after the meal. And Shin Nana is not just someone who clings to others, as a little green tea, she possesses the skills of observation and understanding. Seeing that her goal was achieved and that Hao Dagon seemed a bit impatient, she immediately released his arm, moved her chair, and obediently sat beside him. Nana listens to brother. Whatever brother says goes, he. This scene not only satisfied Hao Dagon's damned vanity but also made many single and non-single men in the shop, who were paying attention to this situation, feel a pang of jealousy. They cast envious and resentful glances at Hao Dagon. Damn it, how did this guy get so lucky to meet such a well-behaved and understanding little sister? Hao Dagon merely smiled faintly at the sight and then picked up his chopsticks to enjoy his moment in the spotlight. That night, a somewhat exhausted Hao Dagon returned home. I'm really tired. He turned on the light, glanced around the room, and found that Ho Liangping and Chi Tongwei were not there, so he immediately sprawled out on the sofa to enjoy himself. I used to think it was a bit torturous not having women around, but now that there are more, why do I still feel a bit tortured? It's simply 2 extremes. After lying on the sofa with his eyes squinted for a while, feeling a bit more relaxed, Hao Dagon stretched his limbs. Then, he energetically flipped over. Phew! Fortunately, my physical condition is good now. Even if I'm exhausted, I can recover quickly with a little attention. In fact, what Hao Dagon said wasn't entirely accurate. There are 2 types of fatigue, physical and mental. For him now, physical fatigue is almost non-existent, or rather, it's quite brief. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chatted with Su Yao and Joe Jia for so long in the morning, and in the afternoon, he could still accompany Shin Nana shopping and exercising. In the end, seeing that little green tea was hungry, he he even found a place to treat her to a hearty meal. It's just that this mental fatigue is something he finds hard to bear. Originally, after he and Shanana, that little green tea, broke up, he planned to go home directly after picking up by Jia's car from the forest shop. But who would have thought that once he got on the elevated road, this woman Su Yao suddenly sent him a voice message, saying she wanted him to be a witness. God knows how confused Hao Dagon was when he heard that word and Su Yao's subsequent explanation. It was simply unbelievable. The two women, with nearly the same purpose, chatted for an entire afternoon, and not only did they fail to reach any agreement, but they also parted on bad terms. This was simply a bit of a shock to Hao Dagon's understanding. Feeling somewhat muddled with anger, he didn't care about anything else and immediately scolded Su Yao in the voice message. However, scolding aside, Hao Dagon still treated them equally. After hanging up on Su Yao, he proactively called Joe Jia. Compared to his soft-heartedness towards Su Yao, he was much more direct with Joe Jia. He bluntly said, "If you want to do it, let's do it. If not, then screw off." And the moment he tossed the anonymous letter onto Lu Ruyan's desk, it instantly flustered her. After that, Hao Dagon learned. In terms of cooperation sincerity, Joe Jia had already been quite reasonable. It was Su Yao, seeing that she had such a powerful husband backing her, who started to act like a tiger with a fox's power and demanded exorbitant prices. To be honest, after hearing this, Hao Dagon was stunned and speechless. Later, he felt like it wasn't that strange. Don't be fooled by how obedient Su Yao seemed in front of him. She was still essentially a tigress. She remained as ruthless as ever with others. Finally, after some consideration, Hao Dagon, who was almost home, decided to drive to the company. He gave that disobedient woman Su Yao a good scolding, and then returned home looking like he had been through the ringer. The most important thing was that this was just the beginning, not the end. Not long after he settled down, Su Yao started a video call again. Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately rolled his eyes. This stupid woman is really a handful. But even so, he still casually answered Su Yao's video call. It was just that he had gotten used to it. The next second, that somewhat annoying high-pitched voice echoed in the room without any ripple. "Hubby, good evening." Hao Dagon didn't say anything in response, just lightly hummed, looking at the exceptionally happy Su Yao in the camera. "What's wrong? Aren't you home yet?" Looking at the familiar BMW interior in the camera and the marks on the rear window, Hao Dagon casually remarked. That's right, he wasn't scolding Su Yao in the office. He felt that place had lost its effect. Yes. Hubby, Yao is a good baby, of course, I have to listen to you. Look, what is this? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yao switched the camera, and a document with black text on white paper and a red handprint appeared in front of Hao Dagon. In the lower right corner, there were signatures from both Su Yao and Joe Jia. After carefully looking at it several times and confirming he wasn't mistaken, Hao Dagon immediately felt a bit speechless. You two are really something, actually coming up with this kind of thing. That's right, this paper detailed the cooperation agreement between Su Yao and Joe Jia. Well, there were also breach of contract responsibilities mentioned. It looked quite formal. However, in Hao Dagon's view, this thing was only useful for making people uncomfortable when tearing off the mask, and it had no real use. But Su Yao didn't seem to think so. Seeing Hao Dagon like this, she immediately looked aggrieved. Hubby, I thought you would praise me for being obedient. Why do you start off by criticizing me? I know it's useless, but at least it gives some psychological assurance. Hao Dagon, having been with Su Yao for so long, Hao Dagon understood her quite well, and he had even researched her in various ways. Nature will not be deceived by the appearances before it. As soon as he saw Su Yao like this, he began to comfort her. His intuition told him that this woman calling him at this hour definitely had other reasons. And indeed, after about 10 seconds of feeling wronged, Su Yao noticed that Hao Dagon was just quietly sitting there, not saying anything to comfort her. She pouted and quickly cheered herself up. Then, as if nothing had happened, she appeared on camera. Husband, how do you think my acting was just now? Can I audition to be an actress? Su Yao smiled brightly. Hao Dagon replied, not just that, you could easily be the leading lady. After saying this, perhaps feeling a bit hungry, Hao Dagon disappeared from the camera. After several seconds, he reappeared holding an apple. While eating, he asked, come on, it's almost 9 o'clock, and you're driving while video calling me. Is there something else going on? Su Yao wouldn't simply admit it, she shook her head innocently. No way, I just suddenly missed you, husband, and called specially. Seeing this, Hao Dagon didn't respond, continuing to munch on the apple in front of the camera. He knew that as long as he acted this way, the woman on the other side of the screen would confess without him asking. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Su Yao on the screen pouted as if she had lost a bet. Then she honestly spoke up. Husband, actually, the reason I suddenly called you this time is that I have something very important to consult you about. How Dagon nodded. Go ahead. Suyao hesitated a little, and after a moment, she tentatively said, Husband, how about I don't pay back the money I borrowed from the company for now? After all, I'm collaborating with Joe Jia now, and with her, I won't have to worry about that nasty woman Lu Ruyan anymore. Moreover, if we keep this money, we can make more money and earn even more little money. Wouldn't that be great? At first, Suyao was a bit cautious, but as she talked about making more money, her eyes clearly lit up, unable to contain her excitement. It was obvious that this woman's greed was starting to stir again. In the past, Hao Dagon wouldn't have cared so much, he would let her do as she pleased. But now, inexplicably, he still replied, You're really beautiful. After taking a bite of the apple, Hao Dagon suddenly said this out of the blue. Suyao clearly didn't expect him to say that, and she was momentarily stunned, then became a bit shy. You're so annoying, husband. You're really cheesy. Why are you suddenly saying such things to me? It's kind of embarrassing. Although she said this, the expression on Suyao's face was quite sincere. After the initial shyness, she immediately showed a / expression to the camera. Seeing this, Hao Dagon rolled his eyes and said somewhat irritably, Suyao, what are you thinking? I meant what you were thinking. Suyao started to look confused. Husband, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Hao Dagon was genuinely a bit angry now. He couldn't understand whether the woman in front of him was really stupid or just pretending. Even at this time, she still wanted to pop the champagne. It was simply a case of having long hair but short knowledge, and being big-chested but brainless, both buffs stacked to the max. So he didn't hold back anymore and directly shot back, if you don't understand, then don't. Later, when you're eating imperial rations, you'll understand clearly after receiving re-education from our great Xia country. As soon as he said this, Suyao panicked. Husband, do you not want me anymore? Don't! People are being very obedient now. Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon's face twitched. However, Suyao began to weakly explain, many people say that big decisions should be made by men, and we women should just listen and do as we're told. So that's why I asked you. Actually, I also want to pay back the company's money as soon as possible. It's just that I was afraid you wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree? What does that have to do with me? How could I disagree? Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon was immediately taken aback. But he quickly realized that it wasn't that Suyao was foolish, but rather that she was too clever, deliberately using this excuse to create friction with him. After all, feelings between people cannot be established in one step, nor can they be achieved in one go. If the relationship between two people is to warm up or continue, they must constantly trouble each other. Only then is it possible. That kind of non-interference mode will never yield results. It will only cause feelings to gradually fade over time. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon's expression changed immediately, staring intently at the camera where Suyao was pretending to be pitiful. At first, he hadn't noticed anything, but when he remained silent and didn't shift his gaze, he finally noticed that this woman was secretly glancing at him. Seeing this, he instantly understood that his earlier guess was correct. Suyao was up to her little tricks again. Although Hao Dagon understood that her intention was merely to deepen their connection, he still felt somewhat displeased. And Suyao was a woman who was very perceptive. As soon as Hao Dagon frowned, it was as if she remembered something and suddenly exclaimed, husband, something bad has happened. Hao Dagon didn't speak, just quietly watched. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Suyao had up her sleeve. Woo-woo, husband, the few particularly sexy outfits I bought seem to have arrived at the company. I was planning to take them back today to change and show you, but now I have to wait until tomorrow. You won't blame me, will you? Hao Dagon. Hearing this, Hao Dagon was instantly speechless. Great, here we go again with the same old routine. If it were before, he would have been annoyed. Now, please, their mutual understanding had reached the level of an old married couple. What feelings were left? Even the novelty needed time to refresh, okay. Besides, during this time, Hao Dagon had seen quite a few different sides of Suyao, and he was somewhat aesthetically confused and fatigued. Otherwise, why would he have specifically chatted with that little green tea, Shin-nana, and even met her for several hours today? Suyao seemed to have noticed this as well. Seeing that Hao Dagon had no reaction, she immediately shifted her approach. By the way, husband, it seems that a movie is going to be released in a few days. I've heard it's really good. Should we go to a private theater to watch it together? Coincidentally, I also received some small gadgets these days, and I want you to help me see if they're suitable. As the saying goes, food and sex are human nature. Liking beautiful and novel things and wanting to understand them is entirely human nature. So, after hearing Suyao's words, Hao Dagon hesitated for only a moment before nodding in agreement. Alright then, if I have time, I'll accompany you to go. But there's one thing I need to make clear in advance. We're just going to watch a movie, so don't think too much and get into some messy business. Okay. Su Yao was very clever, knowing which words to take seriously and which to interpret differently. Since her husband was a good man, she would be the bad woman. And bad women inherently dislike listening to men, preferring to take the initiative to do things. If something extra ended up in her bag, that would be her problem, with nothing to do with the man across from her. That husband. Su Yao was about to continue when suddenly a call reminder popped up, interrupting her words. Almost instinctively, she prepared to hang up on this inconsiderate person. She planned to note down the caller's name, and if it was someone from her department, she would give her a super overtime. But as soon as her gaze fell on the caller's name, she froze. Mom? Why is she calling me at this hour? Could something be wrong? Aren't we supposed to have our regular video chat at a fixed time every week? With that thought, Su Yao hesitated for a moment. On one side was her caring mother, and on the other, that man who was both lovable and detestable, yet hard to resist. For a moment, she didn't know whom to stay with. At that moment, Hao Dagan also noticed Su Yao's situation and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop talking?" Su Yao thought for a moment and decided to be honest. She had been secretly observing the other person these days and had formed a rough judgment about that man. Although he had many bad habits and often found ways to bully her, one thing Su Yao was certain of was that he wasn't a bad person and was very polite to older people. That husband. My mom suddenly called, so can we talk later? Su Yao tentatively asked. Upon hearing this, Hao Dagan was first taken aback, then he became speechless. Su Yao, your mom is calling, and you're still hesitating to answer? What are you thinking? Su Yao weakly replied, I just didn't want to. Stop. Hold on. Hao Dagan immediately interrupted. What are you afraid of? Am I going to stop you from answering your mom's call? Is that the image I have in your mind? No, I need to have a serious talk with you later, but for now, let's say goodbye. After throwing out that sentence, Hao Dagan hung up without caring about anything else. Su Yao was stunned for a moment after seeing this, then she smiled happily. As expected of me, I can turn the situation around and persuade this man with my strength. Saying this, she excitedly answered her mom Chen Yutong's call. Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? Could it be that I can get some gold coins? In a good mood, Su Yao didn't hold back and started joking with her mom. Ever since she started working, she rarely asked her family for money, and sometimes, even when her mom wanted to give her money, she didn't accept it. Although in recent years, due to her extravagant spending, she had been in financial trouble and even had a pile of credit cards, Su Yao still didn't ask her family for help. One reason was pride, and the other was that she felt as an adult, she should be responsible for her own actions. Moreover, with the family's recent financial difficulties and her dad's company facing big problems, she felt even less inclined to ask for help. After all, the family wasn't just hers. There was also a younger sister studying abroad who needed a lot of money every year. What's wrong, Yao Yao? Did something happy happen? Why are you so cheerful today? Chen Yutong immediately sensed that her daughter was different from before and asked with a smile. She even swallowed back the words she had intended to say. For her, no matter how many marital issues there were at home, one thing remained unchanged: she loved her two precious daughters very much. So, naturally, she wouldn't dampen her daughter's spirits. Mom, you really guessed it right. Seeing her mom ask, Su Yao didn't hide anything and directly sent her a screenshot of today's stock profits. You see, Mom, look at how much pocket money I made today. Originally, Su Yao intended to say it was because of Hao Dagan that she was like this, but then she thought it wasn't quite appropriate. Her relationship with that person surnamed Lu was currently in a very complicated stage, and until things were clarified, Su Yao felt it was better not to mention it. So, she chose to share her stock profits instead. She made a lot of small money, so she was very happy. Isn't that normal? Who would have thought that Chen Yutong's next words would make Su Yao a bit embarrassed? Su Yao, why are you playing with stocks again? Didn't you tell me before that you wouldn't touch them anymore? Did I? Su Yao, who had long forgotten about this matter, instinctively replied to her mother Chen Yutong. But she immediately covered her forehead, looking like she had lost something important. Oh no, how could she forget about this? In fact, as a relatively well-off family in Star City, both Su Yao and her younger sister, who was studying abroad and had just turned 18, had been exposed to terms like stock investment from an early age. A long time ago, when Su Yao had just come of age, she eagerly took her accumulated pocket money and secretly started investing in stocks without telling her family. As for the result, well, it ended up like this. Out of hundreds of thousands in pocket money, she saved almost nothing, got scolded by her mom, and promised not to do it again. For several years after that, Suyao didn't touch this thing. Later, if it weren't for the debt crisis forcing her to take a gamble to possibly recover, she probably would have continued to stay away from it. Now that things had come to this point, Suyao could only brace herself and explain. Mom, you caught me. You might not believe it, but recently your daughter has been making particularly accurate judgments. She's almost become a stock goddess, so you understand. To brush the matter over, Suyao didn't care about anything else and directly sent her mother Chen Yutong the returns from the past 2 weeks. And she naturally attributed all the credit to herself. After all, she was going to marry that person surnamed Lu and become his woman. And couples are one entity. A little ahead of time, what is his is mine, and what I get is his. This saying should be fine, right? As for why she didn't send the more shocking screenshot of her recent profits, which were nearly $1 million, need it be said, she was afraid of being exposed. She only earned about 10 to 20,000 this month. Where would she get millions from stock trading? Originally, she could have used the pocket money she saved since childhood to cover it up, but who told her to lose it all back then? So she could only do it this way. However, there was one thing Suyao didn't know, which was that the reason her father's company suddenly had a cash flow problem was greatly related to the stock market. Consequently, her mother Chen Yutong also had strong opinions about this, especially when she saw her daughter's soaring profit line. A very unpleasant memory suddenly appeared in Chen Yutong's mind. If she remembered correctly, on a stormy night long ago, Suyao's father, the man named Su Tianchang, had also shown her a similar profit chart, and he had boasted that working hard for a year in the company was not as profitable as making money in the stock market in half a month. As for what happened afterward, Chen Yutong remembered it all too well. Su Tianchang, in order to make up for losses, actually started using the company's money. After that, problems came out one after another like a domino effect in the stock market. Thinking of this, an inexplicable anger surged from Chen Yutong's chest. If the father was like this, how could the daughter be the same? Could it be that this is genetic? Almost instinctively, Chen Yutong wanted to explode, to throw out all the messy issues with Su Tianchang, and splash a bucket of cold water on her daughter Suyao. But the words were swallowed back down. Her intuition told her that now was not the time, whether it was to confess her relationship with Su Tianchang or to address her daughter's stock trading. Speaking up now would only complicate matters further. So, after a fierce internal struggle, Chen Yutong chose to express her attitude with a long sigh. Yao, it's not that mom doesn't allow you to trade stocks, but this matter is very risky and can easily lead to losses. One careless move could result in irretrievable losses. So, I still hope you can be rational, especially during this time when big money can be made. Don't throw all your money in recklessly, or you will regret it for a lifetime. Although Suyao was somewhat confused as to why her mom was sighing and giving her such serious advice, as long as she wasn't being scolded, everything was within an acceptable range. So, she nodded without hesitation and replied, okay. Mommy, Yao understands in Suyao's view, as long as Hao Dagon was by her side, losing money would be a difficult task. Unless that person with the surname Lu was deliberately messing with her. That's right. Suyao now had some unconditional trust in Hao Dagon, and many times, when thinking about certain issues, she unconsciously prioritized his feelings. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hesitated so much just now. Chen Yutong naturally picked up on her daughter's nonchalance, but now that she was grown, she couldn't continue to impose her will, whether due to the current situation or other factors. After all, adults have their own thoughts and ways of thinking about problems. Who could suddenly change habits formed over the past 10 or 20 years, or even decades, before truly hitting a wall and experiencing a setback in life? So, this time, she didn't say much more. After a gentle she reined in her inappropriate emotions and got to the point. Yao, the reason I suddenly called you this time is that I need your help with something. At this moment, Suyao had not yet realized the seriousness of the issue and responded without hesitation. Oh, Mom, what are you talking about? Is there really a need for us to be so formal? Just tell me what it is. As long as I can do it, no problem. Hearing this, Chen Yutong immediately smiled. Alright, Yao, you said it, so don't regret it. But Suyao, noticing her mom's suddenly ambiguous tone, instantly sensed something was off. Just as she was about to change her response, her mom Chen Yutong spoke first. Your sister Susu seems to be coming back soon, so remember to pick her up at the airport as her older sister. I'm a bit busy lately, so I won't be going. Oh, by the way, I still don't know when she will be back. If you have time, it's best to ask her in advance. What do you think? Is this request too much? Suyao. To be honest, according to common sense, what Chen Yutong said was not unreasonable at all, it was even quite normal. A busy mother asking her older daughter to pick up her younger sister returning from abroad was a perfectly ordinary request. But the problem was, she was Su Yao, her sister was Su Su. This was very wrong, okay? That's right, Su Yao and her sister did not get along. And it was the kind of not getting along that was particularly intense. Other families might have twin sisters who don't get along, or sisters close in age who clash, but not them. The Su family was different. Even though Su Yao was more than 6 years older than her sister, and even though her sister was very cute and clingy when she was little, always chasing after her calling her sister, it didn't prevent them from becoming bitter enemies as they grew up. As for the reason, Su Yao, the elder sister, didn't know, and neither did their mother, Chen Yutong. One day, in a certain year and month, the two sisters began to see each other as foes. From that point on, until Su Yao entered society, whenever they were at home together, they would inevitably argue for inexplicable reasons. It wasn't until one went to work and the other went abroad to study that things improved a bit, because they didn't have to see each other anymore. Of course, this didn't stop them from arguing every time the younger sister came back. Under such circumstances, having Su Yao go to the airport to pick up her sister was simply more unbearable than killing her. Was she going to pick someone up? No, it was clearly going to argue. So, after a moment of chaos, Su Yao immediately and resolutely refused. No, 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 no. Mom, you can't do this. I'm not going to pick up that stinky girl Su Su, let alone call her first. No way, absolutely not. This is the one thing that cannot be done. If you really can't find anyone, you can hire someone to pick her up, and besides, isn't Dad at home? Let him go. Unfortunately, it seemed that Chen Yutong had no intention of discussing it further this time. Before Su Yao's words had even finished, she said directly, "That won't do, Yao Yao. Are you going to go back on your word? If that's the case, don't blame your mother for digging up some of your embarrassing history and photos to show your sister. When she comes back, she'll be buzzing around you, reveling in your misfortune. Are you sure you want me to do this?" Su Yao. This was the trouble of having a bit of money at home when they were young. To document their children's growth, parents would always spend money on cameras and such. Then, at every age stage, it was a constant click, click, click. Unfortunately, because she was a bit mischievous as a child, and also the first child of Chen Yutong and Su Tianchang, Su Yao left behind a lot of memories for these two. Among them were some photos and videos that would be enough to embarrass her now. And all of these things were secretly kept by her mother, Chen Yutong, in a place that Su Yao, the elder sister, didn't know about, and neither did Su Su, the younger sister. Su Yao really didn't expect that her mother would actually use this trump card to force her to pick up her sister. It was simply hitting her where it hurt. So, after weighing her options, Su Yao decided to endure the humiliation for now. It was just that stinky sister, how could she be afraid of her? Of course, Su Yao wouldn't give in so easily. After pondering for a moment, she immediately began to negotiate. "Alright, Mom, I can go pick up that stinky girl Su Su, but there's a condition you must agree to." Chen Yutong replied instantly, "No problem." Su Yao was straightforward, "You have to give me a photo of Su Su's embarrassing history first, otherwise I'm afraid she'll cause trouble." Now Chen Yutong, as the mother, was speechless. She didn't understand how the two sisters, who used to get along so well, suddenly became like this. However, for the sake of some plans later on, she hesitated for a moment before agreeing to her daughter Su Yao. In her view, even if Su Yao and Su Su were at odds now, often in a love-hate relationship, they were still sisters. Blood is thicker than water. One day, they would reconcile, and what she needed to do now was to speed up that process. At that time, she could reveal some things. After hanging up the video call with Su Yao, Hao Dagan didn't stay in the living room for long. After lying on the sofa for a bit and playing with his phone, he went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, he discovered that a woman had appeared in the room without him noticing. Liang Lu? Before he could react, Hao Dagan was about to ask what was going on when he suddenly remembered he was still shirtless. Without thinking, he rushed into his room to put on some clothes. Meanwhile, Liang Lu just stared at him in silence. After a while, a confused Hao Dagan returned to the living room. "Liang Lu, how did you get in? Lao Chi isn't home." He carefully observed the door and glanced at Liang Lu, who was sitting quietly on the sofa. Finding no clues, he couldn't help but ask. This situation was just too bizarre. It was hard to imagine how a normal woman could enter quietly without a key, especially since he had only been in the bathroom for a few minutes. After Hao Dagan had looked at her for a while, Liang Lu finally spoke up. However, her words left him speechless. "Hao Dagan, I'm Chi Tongwei's girlfriend. He lives here, so why can't I come in? Besides, you men are all the same. You throw your things somewhere and forget about them. It's just a door key. It's not like I don't know it's always under the carpet." Hao Dagan. "Great, How could he have forgotten about that? Not to mention, Liang Lu was the only woman Chi Tongwei had ever brought home. So, of course, she knew they had a spare key under the doormat for emergencies. If she hadn't mentioned it, he might have completely forgotten. Moreover, from Liang Lu's tone and expression, Hao Dagon could clearly sense a deep resentment from her. Even the way she said that last sentence was laced with sarcasm. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but recall how Chi Tongwei had begged him before going to the hospital to find some unknown girlfriend. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to go against his better judgment. Liang Lu, I know you're here to find Lao Chi, but I'm sorry, you might have come for nothing. He hasn't been back since that trip to the hospital. So, I think it would be better for you to look elsewhere, otherwise, you'll just be wasting your time here. Hao Dagon knew that even if he said this, it might not be effective, as women could sometimes be quite stubborn. However, he certainly didn't expect Liang Lu to say something that left him utterly shocked. Hao Dagon, who said I was here to find Chi Tongwei? I'm here to find you. I clearly saw you have an 8-pack. Hao Dagon. Honestly, it took Hao Dagon 3 seconds to process Liang Lu's sudden statement, and he still couldn't make sense of it. Abs? What did his abs have to do with her? In some aspects, he didn't even dare to think about it. Are you kidding me? Setting aside the issue of a friend's wife, given Liang Lu's somewhat extreme and unpredictable personality, Hao Dagon wouldn't even touch her. He still had a bright youth and time to enjoy. Why would he go looking for trouble with a woman who seemed a bit mentally unstable? Unfortunately, at that moment, Liang Lu didn't seem to think the same way. Seeing that Hao Dagon was still standing there, somewhat confused about her intentions, Liang Lu immediately got up and walked over. Then, stopping 3 steps away from him, she spoke quite directly. Hao Dagon, I know you must have had thoughts about me. I've thought it through. Since that bastard Chi Tongwei is fooling around everywhere, I don't need to keep myself pure for him. Just right, many aspects of you fit my aesthetic quite well, and there's a saying that good water shouldn't flow to outsiders' fields, so let's just help each other out. You fulfill your long-held wish to have me, and I achieve my goal of making Chi Tongwei wear more hats, neither of us loses out. Don't worry, afterward I won't hold you responsible, nor will I expose you everywhere. If both sides are satisfied, we can continue later. So, how about it? Are you satisfied with this condition? No matter how you look at it, you won't lose. Before she finished speaking, Liang Lu took something out of her pocket and handed it to Hao Dagon. Look, I've prepared this thing. Now, as long as you nod, we can start. Looking at the blue small package in front of him and Liang Lu's serious expression, Hao Dagon felt insulted. No, how much does this woman look down on him, or how much does she think of herself? To say such things to him. Does Hao Dagon really seem like someone so desperate for women? Would he accept just anyone? Hao Dagon admitted that Liang Lu looked decent, and after putting on makeup, she could be considered a beauty of the youthful type. Her figure was also passable. But, no matter how he looked at it, compared to the likes of Shen Nana and Wu Mengmeng, she was lacking. Not to mention those above them like Joe Jia, Lu Yan, Su Yao, or even Bai Jia, who were all in a different dimension of special existence. In this situation, Liang Lu actually dared to say such things to him. Honestly, if Hao Dagon wasn't someone who usually didn't smile much, he might have grinned at this moment. And Liang Lu, after seeing the man in front of her still looking at her indifferently after her words, was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Why was Hao Dagon reacting this way, completely different from what she had imagined? Shouldn't he be overjoyed and excited beyond words? She knew that even though she had broken up with Chi Tongwei for a while, she still had some understanding of his 2 roommates. Not to mention Ho Liangping, who was in the process of relocating, but the Hao Dagon in front of her was a genuine ordinary guy. Although he had a certain stylish aura due to his tall and well-built physique, but in Liang Lu's eyes, he was just that. The reason she had suddenly decided to say those words was after some consideration. First, to disgust and take revenge on that scummy man Chi Tongwei. Second, if she were to be with the man in front of her, she wouldn't be at a loss, and there might even be unexpected gains. Third, she wanted to control Hao Dagon through some means, laying the groundwork for her future revenge plans. Liang Lu had thought that after saying those words, many possibilities could occur, but she never expected it to be this one. So, for a moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Just when she finally thought of a countermeasure, she suddenly found Hao Dagon right in front of her, and he was looking at her with a strange gaze, even carrying a hint of sharpness. Seeing this, Liang Lu instinctively took a step back, because she then realized that the man in front of her was almost a head taller than her. As the distance between them closed, it instantly gave her a strong, overwhelming sense of pressure. This visual impact was something Liang Lu had not anticipated. Why hadn't she noticed before that Hao Dagon was so tall, even a bit manly? If that were the case, it wouldn't be a loss to pursue him. Unfortunately, Liang Lu probably would never have that chance. As her thoughts drifted in a somewhat inexplicable direction, Hao Dagon suddenly spoke up, and it was a direct hit to the heart. Liang Lu, I've noticed that you seem a bit self-righteous, thinking that I would actually be interested in you. Honestly, that's the most dramatic thing I've heard in a while. Upon hearing this, Liang Lu was momentarily stunned, then frowned. Hao Dagon, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Don't understand? Hao Dagon smiled even more happily. Alright, let me make it clear, you don't meet my standards, so even if you were served to me on a platter, I would still find you unappealing. Now, you should understand, right? Looking at the familiar yet strange face before him, Hao Dagon spoke each word deliberately. To be honest, before he became successful with the app, or rather, before he saw Liang Lu dressed like that, if she had said something like that earlier, he would have rejected her, but not as harshly as now. He might have even leaned a bit towards Liang Lu, because Chi Tongwei was indeed a scumbag when it came to relationships. Plus, the impression Liang Lu had left on Hao Dagon of being pure and obedient made that possibility even greater. Unfortunately, the world has no what-ifs. Liang Lu not only showed Hao Dagon that side of her but also, just now, the sudden appearance of a hidden prompt in front of him had revealed some secrets buried in his heart. One of them was that Liang Lu wanted to use this opportunity to sow discord among their group of friends as revenge against Chi Tongwei. It was also for this reason that Hao Dagon's words became so blunt and direct. Otherwise, he had planned to use a gentler approach to make the woman in front of him retreat while showing off. But Liang Lu truly didn't expect Hao Dagon to speak so directly, so she was momentarily stunned. After 3 or 4 seconds, she finally regained her composure and felt a surge of anger. Various emotions surged up in her heart, and she was just about to unleash a storm of words. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. This unexpected situation instantly interrupted her rhythm and slightly eased the previously tense atmosphere. Who is it? After a moment of silence, Hao Dagon spoke first. After all, this was his home, and he had the responsibility and obligation. Liang Lu's sudden thoughts also dissipated somewhat due to this unexpected interruption. In fact, she even took the opportunity while Hao Dagon turned to speak to carefully examine him. Then, the expression in her eyes became somewhat inexplicable. She seemed to be lost in thought. Hao Dagon knew Liang Lu was looking at him, but he didn't have the time to see her specific expression. After calling out towards the door and receiving no response, but the knocking continued, he immediately sensed something was off. Wait, it seemed. Before he came home, he had mentioned to a certain beautiful woman that if she had time, she could come by to pick up the car keys? If that were the case, was it possible that Bai Jia was standing at the door right now? Thinking of this, Hao Dagon's eyelids twitched. Great, how did he get caught up in this troublesome situation? If Bai Jia saw just him and Liang Lu, 2 single people in the room, who knows how she would tease them afterward? Hao Dagon might not be sure about other things, but one thing he could be certain of, as long as it's a woman, there would be possessiveness, and there would be jealousy. Bai Jia, despite appearing to have outgrown that age, was not immune to the ordinary. This was evident from a certain occasion when he had responded to Su Yao's message in front of her afterward. That time, Hao Dagon truly experienced what it meant to be caught in a deadly trap, with nowhere to escape. However, even so, Hao Dagon had no intention of pretending to be deaf and dumb, deliberately avoiding opening the door. He hadn't done anything shameful, so why should he hide and be afraid? Moreover, with someone as significant as Bai Jia arriving, it was a perfect opportunity for Liang Lu to see what kind of celestial beings Hao Dagon usually interacted with. Thus, after glancing back with a light laugh at Liang Lu, who was lost in thought, Hao Dagon strode confidently toward the door. As he expected, standing at the entrance was none other than Bai Jia, dressed in a qipao, with a hint of alcohol on her, clearly just returning from some gathering. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes held a hint of daze. Upon seeing the door open and Hao Dagon standing there, she didn't care whether anyone was inside and immediately pouted. Oh my, isn't this a little calf? You've kept me waiting at the door for quite a while. Look, my hand is almost red from knocking. I don't care, you owe me for this, and you'd better find a way to make it up to me. Before she finished speaking, Bai Jia moved, her beautiful eyes glancing toward her own door, clearly indicating she wanted Hao Dagon to go to her place. However, Hao Dagon, who had other plans, was not about to agree so easily. Although he knew that with the troublesome Bai Yanran not around, going to Bai Jia's house would surely lead to a wonderful night, he thought. Life shouldn't revolve around such trivial matters all the time, right? He still needed to pursue other emotions. Tonight was a good opportunity for Hao Dagon. So, before Bai Jia's words had even settled, he took the initiative to suggest, Sister Bai, how about we change things up tonight? Saying this, Hao Dagon subtly gestured toward his own room. Seeing this, Bai Jia, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly froze, her expression becoming much clearer. After a moment of staring at Hao Dagon from head to toe, she continued with a rather ambiguous expression, teasing, "Humph, little calf, you really have some beautiful thoughts, coming up with such ideas." At this point, Bai Jia suddenly paused, her eyes swirling with intrigue, and then she said with a hint of mischief, "Alright, I haven't been in that room for a long time, so today, let's consider it a revisit. But don't say I didn't warn you, you need to think this through, that is, be careful not to have your good intentions interrupted." After saying this with a meaningful tone, Bai Jia stepped lightly, her footsteps echoing as she walked past Hao Dagon into the room. Only then did Hao Dagon feel a wave of ominous energy creeping up from behind. In an instant, his heart skipped a beat. No, this was very wrong. Had he dug himself a big pit? Bai Jia's words, combined with his own, clearly indicated they were meant to have a private chat, to enjoy a world of two. Now, upon entering, to find someone else in the room. Given Bai Jia's experience, no, he shouldn't think too much. Coupled with the increasingly heavy ominous energy behind him, Hao Dagon felt it was best not to look back for now. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what he was facing. Unfortunately, Hao Dagon could choose not to look back, but that didn't stop the person inside from coming out. He hadn't stood at the door for a few seconds when he suddenly felt a soft voice behind his ear, causing him to shiver all over. "Xiaolu, don't you think you need to explain to your sister what exactly is going on?" Even though at that moment he didn't turn around to see the expression on Bai Jia's face, Hao Dagon could guess. It must be that dangerously deadly glare. Because at that moment, he could clearly feel a heavy gaze resting on the back of his head. Forget it. Since it's already done, he might as well face it directly. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Realizing that the situation had already unfolded and he would have to confront it sooner or later, Hao Dagon decided not to hesitate any longer and turned around. Then, he found Bai Jia rolling her eyes at him incessantly. Meanwhile, in the distance, Liang Lu had somehow arrived at the end of the corridor, her face filled with confusion, disbelief, and a hint of shock. Seeing Liu Bei's gaze fall on her, Zhu Lin moved her lips, ready to speak, but was preempted by Bai Jia. Hey, what are you doing? Little guy. Sister is right here, where are you looking? As her words came out, Hao Dagon not only had his view blocked by Bai Jia's pretty face, but for the first time in his life, he felt a critical hit. 3 consecutive taps on his head indicated that Bai Jia was a bit annoyed. Moreover, Hao Dagon had a premonition that if he didn't quickly return his gaze to this beautiful woman, what awaited him next would be the traditional skill of women, the classic 2-finger pinch. He might get hurt on his arm. Bai Jia, let me explain, it's like this. Sensing the danger, Hao Dagon was about to speak when he found his mouth blocked by the person involved. Then, Bai Jia said something that left him utterly astonished. Alright, Xiaolu, don't rush to explain. I know that even if you're hungry, you wouldn't look for something like this. So, I'll go meet her first and then talk. After saying these 2 sentences, Bai Jia didn't care about anything else and directly turned to walk towards Liang Lu. Strangely, along the way, Liang Lu seemed to want to say something but inexplicably stopped. Then, the most puzzling scene for Hao Dagon unfolded. He didn't know what Bai Jia whispered in Liang Lu's ear, but the woman's expression immediately tightened, and then, after glancing at Hao Dagon at the door with a hint of panic, she kept nodding. After that, she suddenly ran away. Such behavior instantly left Hao Dagon, who hadn't yet reacted to this sudden turn of events, dumbfounded. Wait, Bai Jia, why did she suddenly act like that? Does she know you? Otherwise, why would she show that kind of expression? Recalling the moment Liang Lu passed by him, her look of disbelief and shock filled Hao Dagon with confusion as he looked towards Bai Jia not far away. He realized that things seemed a bit complicated. Some aspects were not as simple as he thought. That Liang Lu, who looked like she had a bit of a psychopathic tendency and a complex mind, was actually scared off by Bai Jia in just a few sentences. Incredible. Could it be that rich women are this powerful? Just a few words could crush a girl in her 20s? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There could only be one possibility. Liang Lu knew Bai Jia, and she must know some aspect of her identity, which is why she suddenly acted like this. It's worth noting that just now, through hidden hints, Hao Dagon had seen quite a bit of information about Liang Lu. One of them was that this woman was actually connected to some gray forces, which explained her 2 extreme personalities. And now, Liang Lu, who had such connections, was easily subdued by Bai Jia. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon suddenly became curious about Bai Jia's identity. TSK, could it be that he really got involved with a female big shot? That would be exciting. If one day a hidden hint about Bai Jia suddenly appeared, Hao Dagon would probably be shocked for half a day. What's wrong, little calf? Why are you staring at me? Do you think I look beautiful and feminine today? Perhaps feeling that Hao Dagon was just looking at her without speaking, Bai Jia suddenly spoke with a teasing tone. And she didn't just stop at words. Before her voice had completely faded, she struck a pose in front of Hao Dagon, several poses that highlighted her figure. How about it? This cheapao I'm wearing today is perfect, right? Doesn't it give off a feeling of being just a little bit tempting? As Hao Dagon's attention was drawn back, Bai Jia suddenly moved her long legs, biting her lip as she stepped forward. That expression, that posture, that movement, and that aura. If it were in a different place, one could easily believe she was a professional supermodel. Perhaps due to the shock of Bai Jia's sudden actions, Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Bai Jia walked up to him and unknowingly exhaled a breath of fragrance that he slowly came back to his senses. Humph, little calf, look at you, so naive. I just showed a little talent, and you couldn't help but be stunned. It's simply embarrassing. It was unclear whether it was to retaliate against Hao Dagon for not telling her about Liang Lu being in the room, but just as his gaze fell on a certain part of Bai Jia, a beautifully manicured jade hand slapped at him. Startled, he quickly closed his eyes and took a step back. Only then did he realize it was Bai Jia, this beautiful woman, playing a prank. He little calf, are you that afraid of my hand? If I remember correctly, you were just dying for it before. Bai Jia didn't finish her sentence, but her squinting eyes and continuous laughter, along with the image that involuntarily surfaced in Hao Dagon's mind upon hearing those words, was enough for one to understand what she meant. Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon's face was filled with black lines. He couldn't understand why this beautiful woman in front of him loved to joke around, and sometimes with a hint of something inappropriate. It was simply hard to guard against. However, one thing was clear, Hao Dagon understood that she treated him as someone close to her to act this way. Otherwise, why would a beautiful woman driving a Porsche, looking stunning, and with a mysterious identity, randomly tease someone? If it were a stranger, just let it go with the air. So, after calming himself down a bit, Hao Dagon deliberately said, Sister Bai, I see you don't want that Porsche anymore, daring to tease me like this. As he spoke, Hao Dagon took out the car keys from his pocket and waved them at Bai Jia. Who would have thought that Bai Jia's next reaction would instantly make Hao Dagon understand what true wealth without humanity looked like? Humph, little calf, it's just a Porsche, do you think I care about it? Look, what is this? Seeing Hao Dagon like this, Bai Jia also imitated him, pulling out a set of car keys from her small LV bag and playing with them in the air. Don't be fooled by the small size of her keys, the logo on them made Hao Dagon freeze in place. Little wings? Bentley? No way. Did someone say before that the Bentley parked in the community that no one ever moved was yours? Bai Jia was beaming with pride, her face full of smug expressions. Oomph, little calf, what do you think? In this neighborhood, only my sister has this kind of power. You actually caught such a big fish. Just enjoy it secretly, Hao Dagon. To be honest, Hao Dagon felt a bit dazed right now. Although he thought it reasonable that Bai Jia owned a Bentley, who drives a car worth over $1 million while leaving a $3 to $4 million car in the garage to gather dust, this is simply too outrageous. This kind of thing could probably only be done by the rich woman in front of him. Little did he know, Bai Jia's next words made Hao Dagon feel that his path to making money was still very long. What's wrong, little calf? Do you find it hard to believe? There's even more that will astonish you actually. I have more than just these two cars. You know, if I have time another day, I wouldn't mind taking you to my real garage for a tour. There are quite a few good things there that ordinary people have never seen before, but before that, I need to share some things with you. Before her words fell, Hao Dagon felt a wave of fragrance coming over. Almost an hour later, in the living room, the storm had passed. Everyone returned to their original state. A lazy voice suddenly rang out. Sure enough, after drinking, I still need to exercise a bit. That's the best, otherwise, it just doesn't feel right, don't you think so, little calf? Hao Dagon. Looking at the smiling beautiful woman in front of him, Hao Dagon truly didn't know how to respond. Who would have thought that this person would? And the most crucial part is, she hadn't even locked the door. Unbelievable. And when Bai Jia saw Hao Dagon like this, she immediately revealed a mysterious expression. What's wrong, little calf? Are you still worried that things will be exposed? Hao Dagon. To be honest, Hao Dagon really wanted to say no, that he wasn't that timid of a person. But he knew that neither his previous behavior nor the expression on his face was enough to support that statement. So, he simply said nothing, stood up, and went to the fridge to grab something to avoid the awkwardness. Bai Jia didn't press him with questions, just narrowed her eyes and quietly watched him do so. By the time Hao Dagon returned with a can of cold drink, she finally spoke, deliberately in a somewhat melancholic tone. Oh dear, men are so heartless, especially after it's over. You only care about yourself when getting things and forget about your sister. I was just so sweet with you a moment ago, TSK, ungrateful little thing. Perhaps to increase her credibility, or maybe she was just getting into character. Jia, who usually only liked to tease with words, actually added some action this time. Before her words even finished, she turned her head to the side, looking like a young girl sulking. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was momentarily speechless. He had just stood in front of the fridge for a little while, signaling to Bai Jia, who had been looking at him, and she didn't react at all. Now that he had brought something over, she was actually going to. This was simply very much in line with a woman's unreasonable tantrum. But since they had just had a deep conversation, as a man, he naturally had to check on the woman. So, Hao Dagon paused for a moment before directly handing the cold drink in his hand to Bai Jia. Here, my good sister, this is specially for you. Are you satisfied now? Really? Hearing this, Bai Jia immediately acted as if she knew nothing and turned around in surprise. Truly worthy of being my good brother, it was worth it to pamper you just now, and you even know to bring me something to drink. Miao Bai Jia quickly stamped the air in front of Hao Dagon, as a reward for later, and immediately took the item from his hand. Without caring about anything else, she tilted her head and started drinking. Gulyalu, Bai Jia was just drinking normally, but when Hao Dagon glanced over, he intended to continue getting things. However, whether it was due to being too hasty or intentional, as she drank, quite a few drops spilled out. In an instant, the area in front of her became a bit wet. Out of instinct, Hao Dagon took a look, and then she began to pout a little. Little calf, what are you looking at? Such a rogue. Hao Dagon, after a while, there was a lot more food and drink on the table. Bai Jia, who had been fiddling with her phone since earlier, seemed to suddenly remember something and abruptly spoke to Hao Dagon, who was peeling a pomelo for him. Hey, little calf, do you think I'm old? Hearing this out of the blue, Hao Dagon was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell? Who provoked this woman to suddenly ask such a life-threatening question? Fortunately, after being tempered by various experiences during this time, Hao Dagon's emotional intelligence had improved quite a bit. So without much thought, he replied, Old, of course, old. Just yesterday, I happened to pass by a high school gate, and I saw those flowers inside are much younger than you. Of course, they have the advantage now, but in other aspects, they are far worse than you. Bai Jia probably didn't expect Hao Dagon to answer like this, and her beautiful face immediately froze. Then she couldn't help but laugh. Ha, little calf, you really know how to flatter people, comparing me to those kids who haven't even gone to college. Seeing Bai Jia like this, Hao Dagon instantly understood that his line of thought was correct. No woman would not care about her age, and she would hate it even more if others compared her to other women. But one thing is certain. If you suddenly pull the comparison group away, she wouldn't develop any hostility towards the group, and then the woman wouldn't have those inexplicable little emotions. Of course, Hao Dagon also knew that this strategy only worked on older sisters like Bai Jia, who had experience, understood life, and knew what emotional value was. As for those girls in their 20s? Sorry, they are a group that can't be reasoned with, no matter how much you try. Hey, little calf, let me show you something, but don't say it out loud. Suddenly, while laughing, Bai Jia spoke up. Before Hao Dagon could respond, she turned her phone screen towards him. At first, Hao Dagon didn't understand what Bai Jia was up to, but when he saw the content on the screen, he was a bit surprised. Sister Bai, are you short on money? Indeed, what Bai Jia showed him was not something strange, but the back-end situation of a house she was currently selling online. Most importantly, it wasn't just any place, it was one of the most famous villa areas in Star City, called Lomi in Star City. It wasn't even expensive, just over 30 million for a set. Short on money? Hearing Hao Dagon say this, Bai Jia immediately rolled her eyes. Does your sister look like someone who lacks this little money? Hao Dagon. This little money. Got it. So this is the attitude of a rich woman towards money. Over 30 million is just this little money. Then what is this? Although Hao Dagon felt a bit speechless, he still asked a bit more. Because he knew Bai Jia wouldn't show him these things for no reason. There must be other thoughts behind it. Oh, sister, I think this house is just sitting here empty, and it looks quite out of place, so I thought about selling it, Bai Jia casually said. Hao Dagon. His intuition told him it couldn't be that simple. Because the corner of a certain rich woman's mouth had curled up again, and Hao Dagon, who had already started to get familiar with Bai Jia, knew this was the prelude to her starting to tease him. Sure enough, just a few seconds after her words fell, Bai Jia suddenly brightened up and looked at Hao Dagon with a serious expression. Hey, little calf, do you want to live in a mansion? If you do, then sister won't sell this house for now. You can live here for a while first. Just right, I can also try the feeling of hiding a man in a golden house. Hao Dagon. No, he couldn't have heard that wrong, right? Hiding a beauty in a golden house. No, it was hiding a man. Looking at Bai Jia's bright eyes and her teasing expression, Hao Dagon once again felt what it meant to have a rich woman's wicked sense of humor. Are you kidding? Does Hao Dagon look like the kind of person who only knows how to lie flat and live off others? Hiding a man in a golden house? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if they offered him tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, he would still hesitate. He had to see what the house was like first. What if it was a haunted house? Wouldn't he be the one suffering? After a round of wild thoughts, which served as a response to Bai Jia's words, Hao Dagon immediately replied somewhat speechlessly. Come on, Sister Bai, if I really moved in, wouldn't your yen cause a huge ruckus? So, let's not hide a man in a golden house. That's true, then I won't hide it. Bai Jia was clearly just joking and had no intention of actually doing that. So after Hao Dagon casually threw out a reason that wasn't really a reason, she hummed and agreed. Of course, she couldn't just let it end like that. Before her previous words had even settled, she suddenly leaned in closer. With a beaming smile, she looked at Hao Dagon, exuding a sweet fragrance. Little calf, are you really not going? What if sister adds more money for you, would you go live there? Looking at the suddenly closed face, Hao Dagon's face twitched. He knew this woman would pull this kind of stunt. So, Hao Dagon didn't respond and directly blocked her mouth. Bai Jia? Not knowing what time it was, Hao Dagon groggily opened his eyes from the sofa. Looking up, he saw a familiar face munching on a sausage. Oh, Lao Lu, you're awake? How about a sausage? As Ho Liangping hummed a tune while watching a video, he saw Hao Dagon wake up and immediately offered generously. Without waiting for a response, several sausages flew over. In an instant, they hit Hao Dagon's forehead. Hiss. Originally a bit dazed, Hao Dagon was suddenly jolted awake by this. Shaking his head to clear the lingering drowsiness, Hao Dagon immediately began to ask, Hey monkey, when did you come back? And, what time is it now? Why is it so dark outside? Seeing him like this, Ho Liangping took a bite of the sausage in his hand and burst out laughing. Lao Lu, what's wrong with you? How did you wake up and not know what time it is? Also, why do your eye bags suddenly look so thick? Did you encounter a man-eating monster at home while I wasn't around? Seeing Ho Liangping starting to read and reply randomly again, Hao Dagon immediately picked up a sausage beside him and threw it over. Get lost. After that, he ignored this guy, looked around, and found his phone. Then he was somewhat shocked to discover that it was almost 12 o'clock. Had so much time passed? What about Bai Jia? Where has she gone? Has she gone home? Or, the previous matter, it shouldn't have been discovered by that monkey, right? After all, it seemed like the two of them had closed their eyes and taken a nap together at that time. For a moment, Hao Dagon's thoughts became a bit chaotic. Fortunately, it didn't take long for him to sort it out again. And he quickly realized that he was just overthinking. Because, if he remembered correctly, when the two of them were communicating at the door earlier, they had casually locked the door. Since this guy, Ho Liangping, could appear in the room now, it clearly meant that Bai Jia had opened the door and left. Otherwise, the door wouldn't have unlocked for no reason. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The affair. Ah no, it's good that love hasn't been exposed for now. At least it's not the right time yet. On the other hand, Ho Liangping, seeing him suddenly look relieved, immediately moved his butt over curiously. Old Lu, what's going on? Why do I feel like you're hiding something from me? Also, when I first entered the room, why did I feel like there was a very fragrant smell? Come on, confess honestly, did you sneak a girl in while I wasn't home? Hao Dagon didn't hold back, tearing open a sausage and swallowing it a few times to replenish his energy before immediately firing back. What girl or whatever, monkey, I warn you, don't slander people randomly. I'm usually quite serious. At this point, Hao Dagon suddenly paused, then glanced at Ho Liangping a few times, and continued before the other could speak. I think it's you who's reminiscing about someone, which is why you imagine this room full of perfume. Tisk tsk, just look at you, with your long hair, that perfume smell, and a face glowing with excitement. If you say you haven't been out doing anything these past few days, no one would believe it. Come on, how many people have you bullied these days? You didn't throw out everything you had saved up before, did you? As the saying goes, when you change the topic, you create another bigger topic and shift the focus onto the other person. Plus, with a bit of positivity and some flattering words, it's not 100%, but at least there's a 90% chance of making the other person forget what they just said. Sure enough, seeing how Dagon suddenly turned the conversation to himself and mentioned some heroic deeds from these days, Ho Liangping immediately denied it with a flushed face. Go away, old Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm a very gentle guy, okay? How could I casually bully people? At this point, Ho Liangping seemed to think of something, and suddenly his whole demeanor brightened, his eyes shining with a strange light. At most, I might be a bit proactive when I can't help myself, but it's all consensual, there's nothing unwilling about it. Besides, in the end, I'm still the passive one. Seeing this, Hao Dagon's mouth twitched, feeling that something was off. Although he wasn't an expert in emotions, and a long time ago he was clueless about this area, he had at least experienced some things during this time and had seen quite a few scenes. How could he not understand that Ho Liangping's current behavior was a sign of being conquered by a good sister? No, it was a sign of being toyed with. If Hao Dagon remembered correctly, Ho Liangping had said that in the past few days, he had met a gold digger who had pursued him before but couldn't get him, and recently contacted him again because she heard his family was about to be relocated. And the reason he went to meet her was just to have a taste of her charm, with no intention of anything further, and he definitely wouldn't spend a lot of money on her. But how long has it been? Clearly, he was about to forget his initial loyalty and had started to be deceived into a love-struck fool. While feeling a mix of admiration and exasperation for that gold-digging woman with her impressive skills and cunning methods, Hao Dagon thought that, as a friend, he should remind Ho Liangping. He needed to understand one truth: some women can be touched, but one must not become infatuated. Because they are like mother wolves that can never be satisfied. As soon as the wallet runs dry, they will bite back and run far away. As for love, adults who have entered society never truly possess that. What exists is more of a material compatibility. Monkey, let me tell you, you little rascal. Just as Hao Dagon was about to speak, he suddenly realized that Ho Liangping had vanished without a trace. When he came to his senses, he found that this guy had somehow returned to his previous spot, grinning foolishly at the screen. Seeing Hao Dagon glance over, he immediately started making silly faces. Hee, old Lu, sorry, buddy, I'm a bit busy right now, so let's chat later. Hao Dagon, at this point, if he still didn't understand what was happening, then he had wasted all these years. To be honest, even with their friendship, Hao Dagon felt a bit too lazy to deal with Ho Liangping at this moment. After all, a single dog who had never tasted meat suddenly getting a bite of white-cut chicken would surely lose his head. Only when he truly got hurt later would he realize that there's no such thing as a free lunch, nor is there love without reason. However, out of years of friendship, Hao Dagon decided to make one last effort to save his friend. After all, countless bloody facts and news had told him that if one's partner was not right, it wouldn't just affect oneself. Those around them would suffer too. The recent case of Lian Lu was a perfect example. So, taking advantage of the moment when Ho Liangping was lost in his infatuation while editing on the screen, Hao Dagon leaned in slightly and quickly glanced at the content on his phone. Seeing that the situation was just as he expected, he gave Ho Liangping's shoulder a light slap, not in a good mood. Hey, monkey, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that it was just for fun and not to get serious, just to get back at that gold-digging woman for what she did to you? Why are you already calling each other husband and wife? Be careful not to let her take all your relocation money. Unfortunately, Hao Dagon's words seemed to have little effect. After furrowing his brows and glancing back at him, Ho Liangping immediately waved his hands with a cheeky grin. Hey, old Lu, you know what? What you said there, who do you think I am? A big shot who's been single for over 20 years, with all sorts of theoretical experience. How could I be confused by what's in front of me? Don't worry, buddy, I'm just role-playing, I won't really fall for her. When that gold-digging woman gets serious one day, I promise I'll dump her right away, so she knows what a true expert is. After confidently saying this, suddenly a video call invitation popped up on Ho Liangping's phone screen. The caller was the gold-digging woman he had been chatting with. Seeing this, he was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly turned back to Hao Dagon and gestured. Old Lu, I've got a bit of an urgent matter, so I'll head to the bedroom first. Without waiting for Hao Dagon to respond, he jumped up and dashed back to the bedroom, almost unusually closing the door immediately. This sudden scene left Hao Dagon's face twitching. He stood there dumbfounded for 2 or 3 seconds before feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Monkey, you scoundrel, if you end up getting tricked and lose your pants, don't blame me for not helping you. You really are too disappointing. After muttering these 2 displeased remarks, Hao Dagon lost interest in staying in the living room and grabbed his phone, preparing to head back to his room. As he approached the bedroom door, he sensed something was off. If he remembered correctly, the door had been open before he took a nap, right? Why was it suddenly closed now? Could it be that there was a draft inside? No, he rarely opened the windows. Or could it be that Ho Liangping had nothing better to do and closed it? After thinking it over, Hao Dagon shook his head, feeling that this possibility was quite small. Although the 3 of them shared the apartment and usually left their bedroom doors open, they wouldn't just barge into each other's rooms unless absolutely necessary. With those 2 possibilities ruled out, How Dagon could only think of one other explanation. That it was Bai Jia, who had been there before and then left. And why would this rich woman suddenly do such a thing? How Dagon felt. It definitely wouldn't be unintentional. There was absolutely some intention behind it. With that thought, he immediately heightened his vigilance, cautiously approaching the door and slowly placing his hand on the doorknob, because he had no idea what tricks this rich woman might be up to. But what happened next truly made How Dagon lose his composure. The reason was that after fiddling with the doorknob for a while, he found that he couldn't push the door open at all. This situation led to an absurd thought popping into his head. Could it be that the door was locked? No way, how could that be possible? He didn't even know where he had thrown the key, and usually, he locked the door from the inside. As for when he went out, he simply left the door unlocked. If this were really the case, it meant someone was inside the room and hadn't come out. Otherwise, how could this happen? Thinking of this, How Dagon instinctively felt it was unrealistic. Who would just wander into a big man's room? Stay there for so long? Isn't that just being idle? But then he realized that there really were people who had nothing better to do every day and could roam around. That person was none other than Bai Jia, this rich woman. Realizing this, How Dagon's eyes widened in shock, and his pupils constricted. Hey, no way, this kind of thing can't really be happening, at this hour, staying in the bedroom. What on earth does this rich woman want to do? Isn't she afraid of being discovered? Or does she really want to do something like this? After pushing the door again with force and finding it still wouldn't budge, How Dagon turned around and nervously swallowed. He glanced towards Ho Liangping's bedroom and saw that the door was still tightly closed. Then he cautiously peeked at Chi Tongwei's room. Seeing that the door was still open and the inside was empty, he turned back and raised his hand, preparing to knock and call out, to see if things were as he suspected. But just as his hand was about to touch the door, he suddenly felt it was a bit dangerous, and if Bai Jia was really inside, she might very well pretend to be deaf and mute. So, after a brief moment of thought, How Dagon shifted his gaze to his other hand. In it, he held his phone. If he remembered correctly, this rich woman Bai Jia never put her phone on silent. In that case, if she was really in the room, wouldn't it be clear as day if he just sent a voice message on WeChat to test the waters? With that thought, How Dagon hesitated for a moment, then disregarded everything else, unlocked his screen, found Bai Jia's WeChat at the top, and sent a message. However, what he didn't expect was that another ringing voice invitation indeed sounded from inside the room. But it wasn't from the bedroom in front of him, it was from behind. Behind? What the hell? How could the sound be coming from behind him? Impossible. Hearing this, How Dagon was first taken aback, then his face twitched. He had a premonition that this was definitely Bai Jia, that rich woman, deliberately causing trouble again. It was very likely that as soon as he turned around, he would see a beautiful woman with a triumphant smile standing not far behind him, looking at him with a teasing expression. Otherwise, how could Bai Jia have orchestrated this? Therefore, when he heard that sound, How Dagon did not immediately turn to look back. Instead, he pretended as if he hadn't heard anything and stood there fiddling with his phone. After a while, the voice call suddenly ended, and only then did he turn around unexpectedly. It was all about catching him off guard. Who would have thought that after he turned back, the teasing face he had anticipated did not appear, and there wasn't even a shadow behind him. Everything was just as it had been. The things behind him were still in the same place as before. There was not a single change. Seeing this situation, How Dagon was instantly dumbfounded. No way. Could it be that he had just imagined it? How could it be like this? Or could it be that Bai Jia went to such great lengths just for this? Thinking of this, How Dagon, feeling somewhat incredulous, stopped overthinking and quickly redialed the previous voice call. Then, that familiar ringing sound echoed in the room once again. However, this time, How Dagon knew where the source was. It was Chi Tongwei's room. Seeing this, he was instantly shocked. He couldn't understand what kind of scheme this beautiful woman Bai Jia was up to. After all that effort, he had ended up in the wrong room? No, it couldn't be the wrong room. Otherwise, that door wouldn't be locked. Or could it be that it was done intentionally for the thrill? Realizing that this possibility existed, How Dagon suddenly felt a bit speechless. Nevertheless, even so, he still held his phone and walked towards Chi Tongwei's bedroom door. He wanted to see what was waiting for him inside. Then, just a few seconds later, How Dagon was completely bewildered. Because there was no one in the bedroom, just a phone ringing incessantly. He walked closer, picked it up, and took a few glances, only to find that it indeed belonged to Bai Jia. This bizarre situation left him somewhat confused, not knowing what this wealthy woman was planning. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard some movement in the living room, seemingly the sound of a door opening. Thinking it was Ho Liangping suddenly coming out that caused the noise, How Dagon didn't pay much attention and kept looking around with the ringing phone in hand, trying to find some clues. Who would have thought that before How Dagon could find any leads, a pair of eyes was suddenly covered by something, and he felt a chill all over. Then, he realized that someone had appeared behind him without him noticing. At that moment, part of the other person was leaning against him, and a familiar fragrance began to waft to his nose. In such a situation, if How Dagon still didn't understand what was happening, then he had truly lived in vain for so many years. That's right, he had been teased and ambushed by someone using a diversionary tactic. As for who the main culprit was, did it even need to be said? Even if this person didn't speak, How Dagon couldn't be clearer. Because at that moment, she was triumphantly declaring her victory. Humph, little calf, how is it? Surprised, unexpected, scared? Do you feel like you're hiding a beauty in a golden house, How Dagon? To be honest, at that moment, How Dagon could only feel speechless. He didn't even want to say a word. But he understood that if he really acted like this, the wealthy woman behind him might come up with some more tricks. So, after brewing his emotions for a moment and considering a countermeasure, he directly turned around and counterattacked by Jia. In an instant, a scream echoed in the room. The sound was so loud that even Ho Liang-ping, who was in the bedroom enjoying a sweet moment with his good sister, poked his head out in confusion. In the living room, his voice, tinged with a hint of confusion, suddenly appeared, along with the shy voice of the good sister he was video chatting with at that moment. Lao Lu? Lao Lu? What's going on? Why do I hear a woman's voice? Brother Ho, what's wrong? Didn't we just start? It's nothing, my friend is being unproductive, looking at the materials from when we studied together yesterday. After a while, seeing that How Dagon hadn't responded, Ho Liang-ping immediately replied to the good sister on the video call. He then shouted into the living room. Hey Lao Lu, my buddy is chatting with his girlfriend, so pay a little attention. After hurriedly throwing out this line, the sound of a door closing echoed again. Clearly, Ho Liang-ping was back to his sweet video chat with the good sister. At this moment, How Dagon and Bai Jia, who had been silently pretending to be mute in Chi Tongwei's room, exchanged glances and finally released their hands that had been covering each other's mouths. Not long after, in How Dagon's bedroom, the door was locked tight. Bai Jia began to tease him, her face full of playful joy. So, how was it, little calf? Was the surprise from your sister big? Was it exciting just now? How Dagon didn't respond immediately. Instead, he walked over to the balcony, pulled open the curtains that had been closed, and opened half the window, letting fresh air flow into the room. Only then did he slowly return to the bedside, looking up at Bai Jia, who was comfortably lying on his bed without a hint of disdain. Just as he was about to speak, he was completely interrupted by her voice, filled with ambiguous meaning. Humph, how come I never noticed how beautiful the view outside this balcony is? It's simply amazing. So, little calf, do you want to go see it with your sister? I think it might be quite a different experience, How Dagon. If it were any other girl saying this to How Dagon, he definitely wouldn't think much of it, even if it were Su Yao. How Dagon thought the same. But if it were Bai Jia, this beautiful woman, he would really start to overthink, because she liked to do some unexpected things. How to put it, it was just her nature. She loved to play. As long as she was happy, she was willing to do anything. If she wasn't happy, How Dagon admitted he hadn't seen that yet. However, to be honest, he really wasn't in the mood for a romantic moment on the balcony. After all, there was still a Ho Liang-ping in the room just 2 doors away. Moreover, judging from Bai Jia's reaction in Chi Tongwei's room just now, she probably didn't want their business to be known by others for the time being. Otherwise, she wouldn't have covered How Dagon's mouth. Considering this situation, Bai Jia's earlier words were most likely just teasing him on purpose. Because once you can't express your emotions anytime and anywhere, it loses a lot of its fun. Of course, except for some people with unique preferences. It seemed that things were just as How Dagon thought. Seeing that he hadn't replied, Bai Jia suddenly spoke up again. Humph, little calf, at least you have some self-control. After suddenly saying this seemingly random line, Bai Jia pulled out a phone from somewhere and fiddled with it for a while. After a moment, a new message notification sounded from How Dagon's phone in his pocket. Before he could figure out what was going on, Bai Jia's voice came through again, but this time it was much more formal, lacking the playful tone from before. Take a look, this is the specific situation of my sister's villa, along with the approximate base price. If you can find a client, I actually wouldn't mind letting you help sell it. The extra money can be yours. At this point, Bai Jia suddenly paused again, then her beautiful eyes moved, carefully gazing at How Dagon for a while. After a moment, her red lips parted slowly. So, how is it? Is your sister good to you? This is money being delivered right to your lips. If you can't seize this opportunity, then you deserve to live in a place like this for the rest of your life and never get rich. How Dagon. Although he didn't understand why Bai Jia suddenly came up with this, especially after playing a little joke reminiscent of a hidden beauty in a golden house for half a day, he still immediately took out his phone to check the situation. Then, Hao Dagon felt a bit speechless. Countless little thoughts floated through his mind. Because the photos Bai Jia sent clearly told Hao Dagon that the villa she wanted for hiding a man was a bare shell. No, that's not quite right. From the looks of it, the basic utilities seemed to be connected. But it was still not really livable. To say it was all show and no substance would be quite fitting. If he really moved in, it might not even be as comfortable as this not-so-large 3-bedroom place. In that case, if he had really succumbed to temptation and agreed earlier, it would probably have made the beautiful woman in front of him laugh uncontrollably. She might even burst out laughing. Bai Jia clearly knew this as well, seeing how Dagon's gaze fall on her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as they met his. The curve of her lips unconsciously rose, her face filled with a smile of mischievous triumph. Witnessing this scene, Hao Dagon suddenly felt an inexplicable thought arise in his mind, along with some ideas he had never had before. One of them was, if one day he really became the legendary stud through an app, he would definitely let the beautiful woman in front of him know. The consequences of teasing him would be very serious, and he would turn this cunning tigress into a docile little kitten. Of course, thoughts were just thoughts. Hao Dagon wouldn't let money slip away. After jotting down a note about Bai Jia in a small notebook in his mind, he shifted his gaze back to the screen. Then, his expression changed. The price is only 27 million? This. As Hao Dagon expressed his surprise, Bai Jia immediately responded with a smile. That's right, little calf, isn't your sister good to you? The online listing is for 32 million, but I'm offering you 27 million, that's a difference of 5 million. If you can find a suitable client, it's like hitting the jackpot in the lottery. You men surely know how difficult that lottery is, almost impossible. But I'm different, I'm completely on your side and will cooperate with you in everything. As long as you have the ability to find a suitable sucker, even if you sell it for 40 or 50 million, I only want my 27 million. This kind of risk-free, high-profit deal is something others probably can't even dream of. While speaking, Bai Jia got up from the bed and slowly walked over to Hao Dagon. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him, filled with many colors. For a moment, Hao Dagon really didn't understand what Bai Jia meant. After all, in his view, although they had been in contact more frequently lately, with deeper exchanges and even signs of their feelings gradually warming up, it still didn't seem to reach this level. Suddenly giving away several million was almost enough to buy a life. Bai Jia seemed to sense Hao Dagon's thoughts, but she had no intention of explaining. After a sudden smile, she domineeringly occupied Hao Dagon's bed again. It seemed that she had no intention of leaving tonight. Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon felt a bit complicated inside. To be honest, he didn't quite like this feeling, always sensing something was off. The next day, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, Hao Dagon was awakened by the sounds coming from the kitchen. A bit confused, he was about to cover his ears and pull the blanket over himself to continue sleeping, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Hiss! How could there be cooking sounds in the house at this time? And why did the bedroom door suddenly open? Most importantly, where had that rich woman who had been by his side all night gone? As several pieces of information flashed through his mind, Hao Dagon immediately found it impossible to sleep any longer and got up straight from the bed. Could it be? What was outside? Thinking of a certain possibility, he ran to the door without hesitation and looked towards the kitchen. What he saw next left him stunned. In the not-so-large kitchen, a beautiful woman was wearing an apron that seemed to come from nowhere, holding a spatula in one hand and the handle of a pot in the other, stir-frying at the stove. Before long, a rich aroma filled the entire living room. What is going on with this rich woman, Bai Jia? Why is it becoming increasingly incomprehensible? A bit dazed, Hao Dagon was about to speak when Bai Jia spoke first, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Hey, you little calf at the door, don't just stand there, come over and help, okay? Otherwise, do you really want to make your sister work herself to death for plain rice? As she spoke, Bai Jia put down the handle of the pot and pointed to the side. It was only then that Hao Dagon belatedly noticed that on the kitchen table not far away, there were already 2 or 3 dishes that had been stir-fried and looked exceptionally exquisite. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Bai Jia was up to. Why did she suddenly decide to cook early in the morning? Just as he was about to go over to help and find out what was going on, he suddenly remembered that Ho Liangping was still in the house. What's wrong, little calf? Why did you stop halfway? Are you trying to slack off like yesterday? Seeing Hao Dagon suddenly halt, Bai Jia's beautiful eyes flickered, directly bringing up old grievances. Her voice was not loud, but it was not small either, seemingly unafraid at all. At this moment, Hao Dagon instantly understood. At this time, there were definitely only the two of them in the house, otherwise, the beautiful woman in front of him would never act so unconcerned. After all, in just one night, Bai Jia's attitude towards the same matter could not differ so greatly. So, after a moment of hesitation, Hao Dagon didn't look back to see what was going on in Ho Lianping's bedroom but walked straight into the kitchen like before. He glanced at what Bai Jia was cooking and, without caring about anything else, directly picked up a dish from the table and tossed it into his mouth. This action immediately drew a scolding from Bai Jia. Hey, little calf, what are you doing? Your sister asked you to help, not to steal food. Are you looking for a beating? Before she finished speaking, the spatula that had been stirring in the pot immediately flew in front of Hao Dagon, lightly tapping his hand that was reaching out for a second time. Of course, perhaps fearing he would get burned by the oil, Bai Jia only used the handle of the spatula this time, not the flat part. Here. This is just a warning. If you do it again, I'll really take action. Seeing that Hao Dagon still hadn't withdrawn his hand, Bai Jia immediately warned him again. At the same time, the spatula in her hand began to wave in front of him, clearly ready to strike if things didn't go her way. Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately smiled mysteriously, neither withdrawing his hand nor continuing to reach for the food, just holding his ground. Then a pair of restless eyes scrutinized Bai Jia. As an older sister figure, Bai Jia naturally wasn't afraid of this. When she noticed Hao Daijing's gaze on her, she not only felt no fear but instead lifted her chin and posed confidently, her eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. It was as if she was ready to start a quarrel at any moment. This situation continued until a faint burnt smell wafted from the kitchen. You little brat, look at the mess you've made. Bai Jia, who was the first to sense something was off, turned her head and instantly lost her composure. Grabbing a spatula, she began to stir the contents in the pan, trying to salvage the dishes that had already started to blacken. Meanwhile, Hao Daijing, who had just realized the problem, quickly focused on the main issue and turned off the gas stove at the right moment. Finally, the increasingly strong burnt smell began to dissipate. Seeing this, Bai Jia, who had been futilely wielding the spatula, was momentarily stunned. Then her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she shot a somewhat annoyed look at Hao Daijing. You little calf, look at the good deed you've done. The stir-fried beef I worked so hard on is ruined just like that. I don't care, you have to accompany me, or you'll be in for it. Before her words had even finished, Bai Jia put down the spatula and turned around, pulling out a small bowl of mustard from somewhere. With a flick of her finger, she scooped some up. The way she was acting suggested she was about to smear it on Hao Daijing's face. Seeing this, Hao Daijing was instantly dumbfounded. No way. As the saying goes, a couple who spend a night together shares a bond for 100 days. They had just. Last night? Today, it couldn't be happening, could it? Just as Hao Daijing was in a state of shock, Bai Jia's next move left him completely stunned. She scooped up a dollop of mustard again, but instead of smearing it on Hao Daijing's face, she suddenly applied it to her own mouth. Just as he was still trying to make sense of it, Bai Jia stepped forward and leaned in close. Then, Hao Daijing felt something new in his mouth, even in his throat. Not long after, in the living room. 3 dishes, 2 people, and 1 soup, they sat facing each other. Neither side spoke, just exchanging glances until they both burst into laughter after a while. Of course, their laughter was a bit different. Hao Daijing laughed freely, however he pleased. Bai Jia, on the other hand, couldn't afford to be so carefree and had to control herself as much as possible. Why was that? It was simple, the mustard from earlier. There's a saying, kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. But for Bai Jia, it was different. Kill 1,000 enemies and lose 8,000 of your own. She thought it was a good idea to teach Hao Daijing a little lesson with the spiciness of the mustard, but she never calculated that Hao Daijing's body had been modified by an app. His tolerance in all aspects had significantly increased. So, after 2 minutes of stalemate, not only did Hao Daijing not suffer, but he also gained quite a bit from it. As for Bai Jia, not only did she fail to achieve her goal, but her mouth was also slightly swollen from the mustard. If most of the mustard hadn't been absorbed by Hao Daijing, she might have had to visit the clinic downstairs by now. Thinking of this, Hao Daijing, who had been pranked by Bai Jia several times, couldn't help but have a mischievous thought. He picked up a larger piece of meat from the table. It still had some chili on it, and very considerately offered it to Bai Jia. Come on, Bai Jia, you worked hard just now, you should take the first bite. Looking at the food in front of her and Hao Daijing's slightly mischievous expression, Bai Jia immediately rolled her eyes. She wasn't stupid, she understood that this little calf was doing it on purpose, just to see her make a fool of herself and to get back at her for earlier. But who was she? She was Bai Jia. How could she easily admit defeat? Regardless of whether the food in front of her was spicy or not, she opened her mouth with a face full of happiness and took the delicious morsels from her chopsticks. Then, without caring about the fiery sensation on her lips, she earnestly began to chew. After about 3 or 4 seconds, she slowly swallowed, then slightly tilted her head back, looking at Hao Dagon with a face that said it was no big deal. In her gaze, there was even a hint of provocation. Seeing this scene, Hao Dagon was momentarily taken aback, then revealed an expression of as expected. He knew that the wealthy woman in front of him was not like the other girls around. She was quite strong-willed. Many times, she could even be overly assertive. Otherwise, she wouldn't often be on top. However, being assertive also had its downsides. When encountering some unscrupulous men, she could end up suffering greatly. After seeing Bai Jia like this, Hao Dagon didn't react immediately. He simply picked up his chopsticks and quietly sampled the 3 dishes and soup in front of him. In the end, he unexpectedly discovered that the soup was the spiciest of all. Although he didn't know what Bai Jia had put in it to make it so, it didn't stop certain strange thoughts from rising in Hao Dagon's mind. After casually glancing at the situation on the table, Hao Dagon naturally picked up a spoon and served Bai Jia a small bowl of soup. "Here, Sister Bai, this is delicious and good for your recovery. Hurry up and try it," Hao Dagon said with a sly smile. As today's chef, Bai Jia certainly knew what was in the soup. She had deliberately added ingredients for a certain little rascal. So, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she looked at Hao Dagon with a hint of annoyance. This little rascal was definitely doing it on purpose. Facing Bai Jia's gaze, which was clearly starting to show some irritation, Hao Dagon was not afraid at all. Or rather, he had developed a thick skin, knowing how to act nonchalant. So, when he saw that Bai Jia hadn't made a move yet, he immediately thought of something and pretended to be considerate. Sister Bai, are you feeling a bit hesitant to act because of earlier? Or do you think the soup doesn't taste good? How about this? I'll feed you. After all, you did the same for me last night." Saying this, Hao Dagon gently scooped a spoonful of soup from his bowl, carefully blowing on it before slowly bringing it to Bai Jia. "Here, Sister Bai." Bai Jia. A bit speechless, she rolled her eyes at the little rascal in front of her but still didn't refuse. Instead, she smiled and drank the soup in front of her. After that, she even squinted her eyes, looking at Hao Dagon with gratitude, as if expecting him to continue. This action instantly made Hao Dagon realize that he had already taken the joke far enough. Otherwise, the beautiful woman in front of him would likely find a way to retaliate. At that point, it would truly become a cycle of revenge. So, after a moment's hesitation, Hao Dagon decided to abandon the idea of continuing to feed her. Instead, as if he had discovered something incredible, he suddenly put down the bowl in his hand and looked at Bai Jia behind her with a shocked expression. This sudden action genuinely caught Bai Jia off guard. She froze for a moment, then instinctively turned to look behind her. Only after realizing that there was nothing there did she suddenly realize that she might have fallen for some little rascal's trick. So, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and her brows furrowed as she prepared to settle the score with the little rascal. Just as she turned around, she felt a face suddenly appear right in front of her, causing her pupils to constrict in fear. Just as she was about to step back, she felt herself being restrained. After that, Bai Jia found herself drinking soup again. Only this time, it wasn't Hao Dagon feeding her, but minutes later, everything returned to calm. The not-so-much soup was finished by Hao Dagon in a way that both parties were relatively satisfied. Of course, to cater to a certain wealthy woman's feelings, Hao Dagon drank a bit more, while Bai Jia drank a bit less. Don't ask him how he knew. Just ask. He drank Bai Jia's first and then his. As for whether there was anything extra in it, he was unclear. Because everything is mutual. Hey, little calf, honestly confess, that little trick just now, who did you learn it from? No, which sister did you steal it from? Bai Jia, who was casually eating the dishes she had made herself, suddenly spoke up. However, this time, her eyes were full of smiles. There wasn't even a hint of teasing as usual. It was obvious that she was quite satisfied with what had just happened. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. TSK, indeed. Women, regardless of age, need some freshness to stimulate them. This way, they will automatically overlook some previous little unpleasantness. Of course, Hao Dagon also knew that this was only temporary. One day, if she was unhappy, she would definitely start keeping track of grievances again. But so what? The future can be left to his future self. As for now, naturally, it was for his present self to enjoy. So, before Bai Jia finished speaking, Hao Dagon responded without hesitation. Of course. I wanted to learn tricks from many sisters, but there was never any opportunity. I knew one day I would meet a little sister with the surname Bai, who was not only exceptionally nice but also exceptionally beautiful, and her heart was exceptionally beautiful too. It was only with her that I finally had the chance to experience it. Bai Jia, if you really get angry, just come to me directly. Otherwise, if you scare that little sister with the surname Bai, I will feel guilty. While speaking, Hao Dagon reached for the scratching tool placed not far away and handed it directly to Bai Jia. The intention was simple: if you want to take action, use it. After hearing his words and glancing at the octopus-like scratching tool in front of her, Bai Jia immediately rolled her eyes. Humph. Little calf, your cheesy lines might fool those little sisters, but someone like me, an older sister, is not interested. You took advantage just now, and now you want to act cute and take advantage again? No way. Saying this, Bai Jia turned her head away, showing her attitude at that moment. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was not surprised at all. If the beautiful woman in front of him were that easy to handle, why would he go through so much trouble to make money in the stock market to build up capital? He could just directly take advantage of her. So, before Bai Jia finished speaking, he naturally rebutted. Bai Jia, I don't disagree that you say my words are cheesy, but there's one point I think must be corrected. That is, I always thought you looked no different from those 18 or 19-year-old little sisters. How did you become an older sister? Honestly, if it weren't for you often calling yourself sister, I would have wanted to call you little sister. Men, when facing women, the most important thing is to have thick skin and learn to speak nonsense with their eyes wide open. Of course, this nonsense doesn't mean to say anything randomly, but to say things that women love to hear. Many times, even if these women know you are lying to them, they will still deliberately say so. But it works, because they love to hear it. They are willing to listen. They might even deceive themselves into thinking that what you said is right. And so, as soon as Hao Dagon's obviously fake words came out, Bai Jia's head immediately turned back. Although she still rolled her eyes at him, there was a new action. TSK, little calf, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your deceptive replies are coming one after another. If it weren't for my vast experience, I would have almost believed it. Still calling me young and wanting to call me sister? Why don't you just fly to the sky? As she spoke, Bai Jia rolled her eyes and glanced at the dishes in front of her. Before she finished speaking, she picked up a large bunch of chili peppers with the chopsticks beside her and stuffed them directly into Hao Dagon's bowl. Let me tell you, see if I can make you feel the heat. When your mouth is on fire, let's see if those little sisters dare to flirt with you. To this, Hao Dagon was indifferent. The worst thing in a relationship between a man and a woman is the Cold War and lack of response. As long as there is interaction, everything is normal. So, when he saw Bai Jia continuously adding chili peppers to his bowl, Hao Dagon just held back his laughter and said nothing. However, Bai Jia, seeing him like this, raised her eyebrows and suddenly spoke up. Little calf, do you know why your sisters suddenly thought of making you breakfast today? Hao Dagon was taken aback. Why? Bai Jia blurted out. What else could it be? A farewell meal. Hao Dagon was instantly stunned. This sudden statement truly left Hao Dagon at a loss. After carefully observing Bai Jia's expression for a while, confirming that she wasn't joking, he hesitantly asked, Sister Bai, have you encountered some trouble? Why are you talking about selling the house and farewell meals? Could it be planning to run away after something happened? In the end, perhaps feeling the topic was a bit heavy, Hao Dagon intentionally joked. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia remained silent, giving him another big eye roll like before. Then, as if not wanting to answer that kind of question, she slowly picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Seeing this, Hao Dagon didn't urge her to respond but just watched. He understood that since Bai Jia had brought it up, she wouldn't just leave it at that without saying anything. The reason for her silence was likely that she was considering how to express it. After all, it was unreasonable for a rich woman who could casually sell a house worth tens of millions to live across from him, a working-class man. There must be some reason behind it. Otherwise, even if Bai Jia wanted to, that Bai Yanran wouldn't agree. Who would want to live in a shabby place meant for the working class when they could enjoy life in a villa as a young lady? It would be a pure downgrade. From what Hao Dagon currently knew about Bai Yanran, she seemed like the type who would do such things and say such things. Unless Bai Jia was hiding some things from her? Perhaps because he was a bit too absorbed in his thoughts, Hao Dagon didn't even notice that Bai Jia suddenly stopped her movements and began to stare at him. It took him about 3 or 4 seconds to realize this. He immediately felt a bit strange. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? As he spoke, he suddenly changed his tone and joked. Or could it be, Sister Bai, you've suddenly come to your senses and want to take me with you to run away? Bai Jia. After a moment of silence, Bai Jia, who had been looking at Hao Dagon, suddenly sighed and said something inexplicable. Little calf, how much money does a person need to be considered rich? Why are some people so hard to satisfy? Hao Dagon. Wait, Why did he feel like he had heard these words somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where at that moment? However, with this statement, Hao Dagon understood that the rich woman in front of him must have encountered some very bad things, and it was likely related to money and people close to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't suddenly become so sentimental. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Even though he now had nearly 2 million in cash, which could be considered wealthy in many places. At least that's how it is when it comes to cash flow. But Hao Dagon knew well that this could only be said when comparing oneself downward. When looking up, not to mention the truly international metropolises, even many locals in Star City at this moment were much wealthier than him. After all, cash is one thing, while real estate is another. Many people seem less wealthy simply because they have converted most of their assets into another form. However, Bai Jia, seeing Hao Dagon hesitate to speak several times, suddenly burst into laughter. "What's up, little calf? Are you still thinking about helping your sister out? Do you think I would be frowning over what just happened?" Hao Dagon didn't respond, just shrugged. But the smile on Bai Jia's face grew even wider. "Oh, I didn't expect you to actually have such thoughts. That makes me really happy." At this point, Bai Jia suddenly paused, squinting as if she were pondering something, before continuing. This time, her demeanor was clearly much better than before, even somewhat reminiscent of yesterday, because her eyes were filled with playful teasing again. "Let me think, how can you help me?" Right. Someone owes me a lot of money and hasn't paid it back. How about you go help me get it back? Once it's done, we can split it 3-7. No, let's make it 50-50. After saying this, Bai Jia raised her eyebrows and deliberately winked at Hao Dagon. "What do you think? I treat you well, willing to share half with you." Hao Dagon. To be honest, if someone else had said this to Hao Dagon, he might have thought it was fake, but with Bai Jia in front of him, his intuition told him it was real. However, Hao Dagon also understood that with Bai Jia's status, along with the invisible background and connections it represented, there would definitely be people who owed her money. So needless to say, the other party must not be far off from her, or even a bit more formidable. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this now. In this day and age, although it seems peaceful, the essence is still a food chain where big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. If the weak dare to owe money to the strong and refuse to pay, that's just asking for trouble. In this situation, even if Bai Jia said she was willing to split 50-50, Hao Dagon wouldn't dare to accept. Of course, this specifically refers to now. As for the future, no one can say for sure. Bai Jia seemed to sense Hao Dagon's thoughts, and seeing him silent, she immediately laughed. "What's wrong, little calf? You wouldn't be scared, would you? Just a moment ago you were furious for a beauty, and now you can't do it?" Men, after all, are all about pride. Especially in front of beautiful women, sometimes they will claim they can do it even when they can't. Moreover, Hao Dagon wasn't always incapable, it was just that the time wasn't right yet. So even though he knew Bai Jia was saying this on purpose, he immediately retorted. "Sister Bai, that's not right. What do you mean I can't do it? Whether I can or not, others may not know, but as one of the parties involved, don't you know? Isn't it just about getting the money? I'll take it on. Just tell me the background of the situation, and when the time comes, I'll definitely make the other party return what belongs to the original owner." With such bold words, Bai Jia couldn't help but laugh. In her eyes, this little man was just putting on a brave front. With the other party's current identity and status, how could he compare to those people? It's worth noting that even she back then could barely hold her own against a few. As for now, at most, they were evenly matched. This was still because she had the buff of being a strong dragon in Star City. Of course, while she wanted to laugh, Bai Jia still didn't truly laugh out loud. The reason was that she felt a bit strange. It was her intuition, which had always been accurate, that told her the little man in front of her might really be able to achieve this in the future. Thinking of this, Bai Jia immediately had a thought and said something. She herself didn't know why she said it. "Alright then, little calf, since you have such ideals and ambitions, I naturally have to reward you a bit. How about this? The day you help me get back the money, I'll agree to your request. How about that? Is this condition acceptable?" After saying this, Bai Jia, who was usually fearless and had no sense of shame in front of Hao Dagon, surprisingly showed a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Of course, this feeling only lasted for a moment before it vanished completely. And because Hao Dagon's attention was not fully on Bai Jia, he didn't notice it in time. So, after hearing her, he asked in surprise, "My request? What request do I have?" Bai Jia didn't respond, just rolled her eyes. Hao Dagon was left confused. After a while, perhaps feeling that it didn't matter whether she spoke or not at this point, Bai Jia rolled her eyes again and said irritably, "What other request could it be, little calf? It's only been a few hours. you haven't forgotten what happened last night, have you? You still want to take advantage of me while I'm not paying attention, thinking you can try a few more times if the first doesn't work. Do you really think I'm that easygoing? Now Hao Dagon understood what Bai Jia was talking about, and his eyes lit up. Are you serious? Bai Jia clenched her fist and punched the air in front of Hao Dagon. Little calf, don't talk about being serious. If you have the ability to do it, then we'll talk. Do you really think that money is so easy to get? If it were really that easy, would such a good thing come to you? At this moment, Hao Dagon didn't care about anything else. All his thoughts were on the joy of opening a new path for the future. He patted his chest and spoke boldly. Hey, Bai Jia, don't worry, this might be a bit difficult for me now, but it will be simple in the future. There's a saying, what is it? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Who knows, one day, I might become a big shot too. This time, Bai Jia didn't speak, just looked deeply at Hao Dagon. Her eyes suddenly filled with an inexplicable expression. It was as if she was reminiscing about something. Hao Dagon naturally noticed this, and then a rather absurd thought suddenly surged in his mind. Could it be, someone had said something similar to this woman before? Stop thinking wildly, yes, it's just as you imagined. As soon as this thought arose, Bai Jia's voice, tinged with a different tone, rang in his ears. To be honest, little calf, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't have met you back then, and considering your age doesn't match, I would really suspect you were that bone fragment reincarnated. Otherwise, how could your tone and demeanor, and all this nonsense you're spouting, be so similar? It's like a scene from the past being replayed. Hao Dagon. Although Bai Jia's words sounded like she was praising herself, Hao Dagon always felt something was off. Like a bone fragment, that phrase sounded strange. One alive, one dead, how could that be similar? Am I, Hao Dagon, even worse than a dead person? Bai Jia naturally saw something from the somewhat unnatural expression on Hao Dagon's face, so she immediately pursed her lips and said, Hey, little calf, don't feel unlucky. Don't think that bone fragment has been lying in the ground for many years. Back then, he was quite impressive. Otherwise, how could I have been blind and tricked by him back then? Hearing this, Hao Dagon was instantly stunned. The beautiful woman in front of him really compared him to that deceased husband? In an instant, Hao Dagon felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. Should he be happy or should he cry? After all, according to Bai Jia, that late husband must have been quite impressive back in the day, otherwise, she wouldn't. No, it must be that he was definitely very impressive. Otherwise, how could a wealthy woman like Bai Jia have easily fallen for him back then? It's important to know that a woman's mindset when she is young and unmarried is completely different from when she marries at 30. However, since the conversation had reached this point today, Hao Dagon decided to be straightforward and just asked. After all, he was quite curious about Bai Jia's past. Sister Bai, you probably didn't live in Star City before, right? How did you know? Bai Jia, caught off guard, instinctively asked, but then she laughed after speaking. Although she usually spoke in standard language, sometimes she would unconsciously slip into her old dialect. Especially when it came to their private moments together, it happened countless times. And unfortunately, the little man in front of her was another person from those moments. So, it wasn't surprising that he would know these things. After rolling her eyes at herself, Bai Jia didn't hide anything and confirmed directly. Yes, that's right. Your sister is not from the mainland. I used to live outside, so, little calf, want to guess where this outside is? By the way, there might even be a reward in the past. Bai Jia's occasional teasing would leave Hao Dagon a bit overwhelmed. But now, he was basically immune to it. So, it didn't affect him much. After pondering for a moment, Hao Dagon began to search his memory for the tone of voice he recalled. Before long, a phrase from a former university classmate from out of town popped into his mind. Hiss. Sister Bai, you can't be from the north, can you? Like, from the area near the sea in the north. Hao Dagon suddenly exclaimed. Oh, not bad, little calf, you actually know this, looks like you have some experience. Bai Jia was somewhat surprised that Hao Dagon could provide the correct answer. Because in the vast and populous Great Xia, due to its special geographical circumstances, many people from the south rarely go to the north in their lifetime, and vice versa for those from the north. This was still under the premise that Great Xia had developed well in recent years, making transportation much more convenient. In the past, just being able to leave one's province was a big deal, let alone crossing the southern and northern regions. Upon hearing Bai Jia's words, Hao Dagon felt a bit speechless. Sister Bai, don't look at me like this now. I did go to university back then. Whether the school was good or not is another matter, but at least I've met people from all over, so what's so surprising about that? In Hao Dagon's view, one of the benefits of attending university, aside from finding a good job, was the opportunity to meet and even get to know people from all over the place. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths, regardless of whether they would keep in touch after graduation in case something came up. Knowing a local person when you arrive somewhere makes a difference compared to not knowing anyone. Even if time passes and feelings fade, as long as there were no grievances during school, the other party would still be polite and extend some local hospitality when you reach out to them, sharing a few words about the local situation. However, upon hearing how Dagon's words, Jia seemed to think of something and suddenly laughed, then said something that caught him off guard. University life was great. Thinking back, I really miss those days. Especially the fish from Weiming Lake, they were quite delicious. Weiming Lake's fish? In fact, at the very beginning, although how Dagon found these words somewhat familiar, he couldn't recall where they were from. But when he suddenly saw Jia inexplicably blinking at him, a long-buried memory surged forth from the depths of his mind. Weiming Lake. In the entire northern region of the Great Xia Kingdom, during the university period, it was worth mentioning by Jia. Which Weiming Lake could it be? It could only be the one at Peking University. With this thought, how Dagon's gaze towards Jia changed. It was definitely not the same as before. To be honest, in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, if you mentioned that you graduated from that university, people would definitely give you a thumbs up and say you were a child of heaven. It could only be from two places: Peking University, Tsinghua University. It's not that other schools aren't impressive, but, in the vast and populous Great Xia Kingdom, these two schools have the highest recognition. How famous are they? Even in Hao Dagon's hometown, in a 5th or 6th tier city, even in areas close to rural areas, if you told an elderly man or woman by the fields that you graduated from one of these two schools, they would immediately look at you with new eyes. This is what popularity means. Other schools are more famous in certain regions. Of course, the reason Hao Dagon had such a reaction was also related to another matter. Many years ago, in high school, the girl who turned him from a top student into someone who struggled to get into a 2nd-tier university, later also went to this school. As an art major. That's why Hao Dagon reacted this way. And Jia seemed quite pleased with his reaction, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pride. Little calf, are you surprised? Didn't expect that your sister was once a high-achieving student with exceptional intelligence. Now that I've let you take so much advantage, just enjoy it quietly. Who knows, because of the nourishment I gave you, your intelligence might have increased quite a bit during this time. What was that saying? Close to vermilion makes you red, close to ink makes you black. Hao Dagon. In fact, compared to what Jia said, Hao Dagon preferred to believe in another way. Mutual growth, yin and yang complementing each other. Just like that. Otherwise, that girl who once caused him so much trouble wouldn't have suddenly become smart. She went from being a poor student who struggled to get into university to entering Peking University as a special talent. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's an art major and seems like a shortcut. The requirements at such a nationally renowned school are exceptionally high. Of course, Hao Dagon wouldn't tell Jia any of this, he just praised her at the right moment as her smug expression grew more pronounced. Naturally, there was no shortage of teasing in his words. After all, it wouldn't be polite not to reciprocate. TSK Jia, remember how I used to boast to people that I would definitely go to Peking University in the future, but it fell through for various reasons, and that person laughed at me a lot? Now it's good. If I run into that guy again, I can confidently retort and even thump my chest and point my finger at him. Not only have I been to Peking University, but I've also gotten to know it quite well. Don't you think that's the case? Jia. She wasn't stupid, of course, she knew what Hao Dagon meant, so before he even finished speaking, a playful punch landed where it should. You little calf, are you trying to turn the tables? How dare you use me as a metaphor? Let's see if I don't knock you down. Before she finished speaking, Jia launched another round of her white jade fists. This time, it seemed like she was attacking from both sides, coming in wave after wave. However, Hao Dagon showed no intention of dodging, he just took it all. Let's not even discuss whether Jia would go all out. Just considering his current physical condition, combined with the fact that there was a table in the way, the force that would actually land on him wouldn't be too great. It was actually because Hao Dagon suddenly stepped back a bit that Jia, this beautiful woman, missed her punch in that round. Her beautiful eyes suddenly sharpened, and with a raised brow, she leaned forward to launch a new round of attacks. However, this time, the force that landed on Hao Dagon was noticeably much greater. Even so, he still had no intention of dodging. How should I put it? In everything, there are gains and losses. Unlike yesterday, when Jia wore a qipao. Perhaps fearing that the oil stains in the kitchen would dirty her clothes, she was only wearing a simple, loose long shirt underneath a small apron. Leaning forward like this was somewhat advantageous for Hao Dagon. Although, given their current relationship, they had seen what they should and shouldn't see. Some things, however, aren't something one can get tired of all at once. On the contrary, adding a layer of ambiguity can give a more unique feeling, making one unable to help but pay more attention. At first, Bai Jia didn't notice this. She was just showcasing her martial prowess, letting Hao Dagon know that crossing her would lead to bad consequences. Later, perhaps feeling tired, her attention suddenly began to wane. And then she noticed something was off with the little man in front of her. Seeing this, Bai Jia was momentarily stunned, and then her beautiful eyes widened, becoming somewhat displeased. Hey, what are you doing, little calf? Do you know that you shouldn't look at things you shouldn't? Sister still wants to get married, so don't stare around randomly. Saying this, Bai Jia shot Hao Dagon a fierce glare. Yet, even so, she didn't return to her seat. Instead, she deliberately moved forward a bit. As for the purpose, only she and the other party, Hao Dagon, would know. Of course, this state only lasted a short while. After about 2 seconds, Bai Jia returned to her original position, retracting everything. Hao Dagon smiled at this, and then said nothing, sitting down as well. The room then fell into an inexplicable silence. The two who had been flirting just moments ago suddenly began to stare at each other, not knowing what each meant. About a minute passed like this. Bai Jia, not knowing what she saw, suddenly chuckled and covered her mouth. Hao Dagon thought there was something on his face and instinctively touched it, but in the end, he found nothing unusual. Just when he was feeling confused, the smiling Bai Jia suddenly spoke up. Little calf, I hadn't noticed before, but now that I take a good look at you, why do I feel like you become quite handsome? It's like you've undergone a second evolution. Hearing this, Hao Dagon was immediately dumbfounded. He agreed with the first sentence, but what was that second sentence? What did it mean to be like a second evolution? It sounded a bit strange. However, this time, Bai Jia didn't pay attention to Hao Dagon's odd reaction. After saying that, she began to look him over from left to right. After a while, she nodded seriously. I wasn't wrong, little calf, you've really become quite handsome, and your face shape has become very stylish. TSK, especially this skin tone, you're becoming more and more like a pretty boy. Hao Dagon. Upon hearing this, he was just about to say something when Bai Jia suddenly changed her expression, stood up, and leaned her face closer. Little calf, honestly confess, have you been sneaking off to the beauty salon for plastic surgery behind my back? After saying this, without waiting for Hao Dagon to respond, Bai Jia suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. These days, although she didn't see the little man in front of her every day, it wasn't far off either. He hardly had time to do that sort of thing. Besides, she was already involved in this line of work with someone else, so how could she not know how much pain one has to endure if they truly want to change their facial features? Saying it was like scraping bones and peeling skin wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, seeing Bai Jia's startled expression, Hao Dagon couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sister Bai, I've discovered that you women, regardless of age, are all the same. You occasionally act a bit childish. Unbelievable. As soon as those words left his mouth, Bai Jia immediately became displeased. Little calf, are you saying that your sister is old? Hao Dagon. He understood the way women think now. They only want to hear what they want to hear and understand what they wish to understand. As for everything else, it was as if it didn't exist. However, Hao Dagon also realized that Bai Jia, being a woman of a certain age, was different from those younger girls. She was even different from women like Joe Jia and Su Yao, who had experienced the harshness of society and had some life experience. Because of her relatively free wealth, she often did things according to her whims, sometimes without considering certain causal relationships. Her grasp of boundaries was quite solid. She could get angry, but not very angry. She knew what the way of getting along with people was. Noticing that Hao Dagon hadn't responded, she quickly changed the subject. Forget it, I won't chat aimlessly with you anymore. It's getting late, and if I don't talk about serious matters now, that girl Yanran will come back and won't find me, then she'll start looking for her mother everywhere. Hearing this, Hao Dagon was momentarily taken aback, instinctively feeling that what Bai Jia said was a bit absurd. Aren't we all adults? Isn't it normal to stay out a little? But then he understood that Bai Jia probably wasn't speaking idly, because at that moment, a certain phone screen on the table lit up. That's right, it was Bai Jia's. And he recognized the face on the WeChat avatar. It was Bai Yanran. Don't look anymore, this girl is just like that. When she comes back from playing outside, she has to find her mother. As for why, you men probably wouldn't understand. After shutting down that topic with a single sentence, Bai Jia didn't answer her daughter's voice message but instead picked up a glass of water and started drinking. After finishing, her expression changed, and she looked at Hao Dagon quite seriously. Little calf, weren't you curious why your sister suddenly said this was a farewell dinner? and just now you shamelessly wanted to help me get the money back. No, you meant to let the other party give it to me voluntarily, right? Now, your opportunity has come. While there's still a bit of time, your sister will share some gossip with you. As for how much of it is true or false, I don't know. When you really become the big shot you speak of in the future, you'll probably understand it all clearly. After saying this, Bai Jia didn't wait to see Hao Dagon's reaction. She got up and took a few cans of beer from the fridge behind her. It was obvious she wanted to drink and chat at the same time. Seeing this, Hao Dagon didn't refuse. He reached out, took a few bottles, and opened them one by one. He didn't have many hobbies, but he enjoyed listening to stories, and now that a wealthy woman was willing to share, he was naturally pleased. A few seconds later, the sound of clinking glasses rang out, and this unique time for the two of them began. Almost an hour later, Bai Jia returned home. The reason was simple: Bai Yanran had come back. As for Hao Dagon, after tidying up, he lay on the sofa, reminiscing about what had just happened. Of course, these events were neither too big nor too small. How significant they were depended on how Hao Dagon viewed them. According to Bai Jia, the reason she said this meal was a farewell dinner was that she planned to go out and avoid the limelight for a while. The reason for avoiding the storm was simple: a former enemy of hers was suddenly coming to Star City for some unknown reason. Moreover, it was very likely that she would stay for a while. Although the two had long ago made a pact to avoid excessive conflict, if they did meet, it would surely lead to a barrage of cold sarcasm. Bai Jia didn't elaborate on the topic any further. Although Hao Dagon only understood part of it, he could guess the general situation. It was merely related to some past events with Bai Jia. Although she now appeared to be a wealthy woman in Hao Dagon's eyes, with extraordinary worth, this was a downward comparison. If compared to her past self, there would undoubtedly be a significant gap. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living in this small community. In this context, the sudden arrival of a former enemy felt off, even uncomfortable. What if the person had come specifically to flaunt her success? Based on Hao Dagon's understanding of Bai Jia, if such a situation truly occurred, she would absolutely not be able to accept it. Her inner pride simply wouldn't allow it. Yes, pride. Although Bai Jia didn't show it overtly, Hao Dagon knew she had always been very proud inside. This was evident from their interactions, where she always sought to take the initiative. Hao Dagon could understand this situation, but for him now, there was no way to help her. It was still that classic saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The important thing isn't the East or the West, but the 30 years in between. Indeed, no matter how talented a person is, their rise will always require time. Some take longer, some shorter. Hao Dagon was confident that with the support of the app, he could shorten this time indefinitely, even making it faster. But that wasn't the case right now. However, the second point that Bai Jia mentioned in a half-joking manner caught Hao Dagon's attention. Yes, it was about someone who owed her tens of millions and hadn't paid it back. According to Bai Jia, that person was none other than her former university classmate, a woman named Long Xin. For some reason, when Hao Dagon heard that name just now, it felt somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The more he thought about it, the more he felt an impression. After pondering for a full half-minute, a sudden image flashed in Hao Dagon's mind, causing him to jump up from the sofa. Could it be her? Many companies have a habit of posting their management team in a certain place. This is to help the lower levels of the company recognize them and also serves as a form of honor for public admiration. Hao Dagon vaguely remembered that during his visit to Shin Nana's company, he had inadvertently looked at a certain place for a while. There was a notice board there. Coincidentally, because one person's appearance stood out, he had looked a few more times and even remembered the person's name. There's no helping it, that's just how society is. Being good-looking comes with various advantages. Not only do people subconsciously pay more attention to you, but memories about you also tend to linger longer. To this day, Hao Dagon couldn't recall what the others looked like, but he still had a slight impression of Long Xin. Thinking of this, he didn't delay any longer and directly searched for her name on his phone. He knew that any slightly larger company would have records of its management online. And as one of the well-known securities companies in Xia country, Dongfang Saifu was no exception. In fact, logically speaking, he shouldn't have gone to such lengths. If he really wanted to know who she was, he could just ask Bai Jia, the person involved. But the problem was that this wealthy woman wouldn't tell him. It is said that young people should not aim too high and should wait for the right opportunity to speak. So, naturally, this path for her was not going to work. A few seconds later, Hao Dagon furrowed his brows. What's going on? Everyone else has it. Why can't I find this hollow introduction? After searching for a long time on the Dongfang Saifu Xingqing official website and still not finding what he wanted, Hao Dagon was somewhat taken aback. In this day and age, is everyone so careless with their own official websites? If he remembered correctly, this long xiner seemed to be one of the main leaders. Forget it, if I can't find it, I can't find it, there are still ways. After glancing a few more times and realizing he still hadn't found what he wanted, Hao Dagon didn't hesitate any longer and directly called the little green tea, Shinana, on WeChat. Despite having chatted with Jiang Jia for so long, eating and discussing matters, it was only close to 8 o'clock now. So, as soon as the voice call connected, Shinana's rather lazy voice came through. Woo-woo, who is it? It's early in the morning, can't I get some sleep? Hao Dagon. He had reason to suspect that the little green tea on the other end was deliberately saying this for him to hear. Otherwise, how could a normal person respond like this when answering a call? On the surface, it was a greeting, but what was the difference from acting spoiled? Of course, putting that aside, occasionally hearing it was indeed somewhat intoxicating. On the other end, after waiting for 2 seconds without hearing a response, Shinana spoke again. Ha! You are so annoying, waking me up and not saying anything. I'm going to draw a circle and curse you. I curse you to become more handsome and richer. Hao Dagon. If before he only suspected, now he could be certain. This little green tea must have seen that it was him calling and was doing it on purpose. Otherwise, she would have hung up the voice call long ago. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This little green tea truly had the essence of a green tea. Knowing that everything has its hints. This way, even if others didn't understand what it meant, they should at least know. It wouldn't create any gaps either. According to Hao Dagon's usual habit, knowing this, he would definitely pretend to be a bit petty, playing along with Shinana, enjoying this unique moment. However, this time, Hao Dagon had other intentions, and besides, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. So after a brief hesitation, he directly pointed it out. Ha! Shinana, are you still half asleep or what? You don't even remember my voice. Be careful, or I'll banish you to the cold palace and not leave you any good food. As soon as this was said, the lazy sounds of getting out of bed on the other end instantly disappeared, replaced by the unique spoiled tone of the little green tea. Ha! Brother, it's you. Please, don't banish me to the cold palace. Nana is very obedient and listens well. Hao Dagon. Although he had heard Shinana say such things countless times, somehow, Hao Dagon felt that each passing day brought a different feeling. There was a kind of desire to hear it, but also a reluctance to hear it too often, a contradictory feeling. Could it be that this is the reason men love to be foolish? Perhaps it was because Hao Dagon didn't respond immediately after hearing his own words that Shinana seemed anxious, immediately saying the words that Hao Dagon liked to hear the most at certain moments. But before it even started, he was interrupted. Stop. Alright, Shinana, I'm calling you to ask something, not for that. Hao Dagon said somewhat speechlessly. Although this sentence sounded fine at first, only he, as the person involved, understood what was really behind it. Saying it was romantic was already somewhat understated. It was truly unbearable to look at, and that was a generous way to summarize it. Although Hao Dagon could be quite charming at times, this was not one of those moments. They weren't face to face, and stirring up feelings out of nowhere would only hurt oneself. After hearing those words, Shinana's mood immediately lifted, and she began to reply in a flurry. He, asking questions is good, asking questions is wonderful. Brother, you say, Nana will definitely speak without reservation, keep her word, and believe it to be true. The reason why green tea is called green tea is that a clever mind is absolutely essential. Despite Hao Dagon's not so great tone earlier, what Shinana heard was that she was needed. And once someone is needed, it's not so easy to be cast aside. Seeing this, Hao Dagon didn't hesitate any longer and directly asked, Nana, is there someone in your company named Long Xin? Do you know anything about her? For example, how old is she this year, and where did she graduate from? Long Xin? Hearing such a feminine name suddenly, Shinana was momentarily stunned. She instinctively thought her dear brother had taken a liking to. No, it was more like he had been secretly seduced by some oblivious green tea from the company. But once she fully grasped who this person was, her expression immediately twisted, because she suddenly realized that her rival was a bit formidable. In fact, aside from age, there was not a single advantage. Thinking of this, Shinana's heart tightened, hesitating whether to add a little something extra. Yes, adding a little something extra. As the saying goes, truth and falsehood are intertwined. If she were to introduce the situation to the brother on the other end while secretly adding a little twist, he should lose interest in Long Xin, right? The moment this thought arose in Shinana's mind, it became somewhat uncontrollable. People are inherently selfish. And during this time, she had tasted quite a bit of sweetness from Hao Dagon. Whether in terms of money or emotional satisfaction, Shinana was very pleased. The key point was, she hadn't asked Hao Dagon for a single penny, yet she had still earned over 100,000 through him, and this way of making money aligned perfectly with her profession. Thus, no matter who she discussed this matter with in the future, she could confidently say she wasn't a gold digger. Her earnings were entirely based on her own abilities. However, after a moment's thought, Shin Nana still made a decision that went against her own principles. To be honest, how to put it, one must value self-awareness. Shin Nana was very clear that no matter what kind of person this Hao Dagon was in the past, as long as he could continue to predict the trends of certain stocks, he would surely soar to great heights. For a man like this, being able to appear by his side in advance was the greatest fortune. There was no need to entertain such unnecessary thoughts. If such things go unnoticed, it's fine, but if they were to be exposed, all her previous efforts and hard work would be in vain. Clearly, it would be a case of losing more than gaining. Besides, even if Shin Nana could guard against this time, could she fend off the next? In this world, any man with a bit of ability has a kind of magnetism that continuously attracts excellent women to seek a good partner. Brother, Nana just checked some information for you in the company's internal system, and this is about Long Xin. Despite Shin Nana thinking for so long, it had only been a few seconds. On the other end, Hao Dagon thought she was just organizing her words, so he had no idea what had transpired in that brief moment. After hearing Shin Nana's words, Hao Dagon immediately looked at the new information. There was no way he would delve deeper. After responding, Hao Dagon didn't dwell on it further, intending to hang up the voice call under the pretext of not wanting to delay Shin Nana's work. Although Little Green Tea mumbled a bit and seemed somewhat reluctant, as a qualified good sister, how could she not listen to her brother? After calling out brother a few times and playfully insisting that Hao Dagon must come to see her new Lolita dress in the next couple of days, she reluctantly ended the voice call. She even thoughtfully sent a text message to Hao Dagon, saying that if he had any questions, he could video call her anytime. For such an understanding good sister, Hao Dagon could only say 3 words. Who wouldn't love that? Of course, love is love, but for Hao Dagon at this moment, matters concerning Bai Jia were more pressing. Shin Nana was at most a distraction in life, and only for now. Whether she would still be around in the future, or whether he would still have this unique feeling at that time, was uncertain. After all, this world is not short of green tea, and there are always higher mountains. Bai Jia, however, was different. If things went well, she would not only be of great help to him now but could also provide significant support in the future, becoming a booster on his path to success. It was a completely different nature. Let's take a look first. Thinking about those things now is pointless. After muttering this, Hao Dagon stopped overthinking and quietly examined what Shin Nana had sent. Just a few seconds later, his eyes lit up, and he spoke with certainty. This age, this graduation school, and other details. It must be this Long Xin. Of course. Just to be safe, he still planned to ask the main person, Bai Jia. Whether she would tell him was one thing, finding it out himself was another. Although this was just a simple action, it subtly indicated to Bai Jia, the rich woman, that Hao Dagon was not as simple as he appeared and was quite capable. Sure enough, within seconds, Bai Jia's slightly surprised reply came back. Little calf, where did you get this thing? Where did he get it? Seeing this, Hao Dagon's lips curled up slightly. Could he just say it directly? Of course not. The more mysterious, the better. With several thoughts racing through his mind, he quickly replied. The mountain man has his own clever plans. Sister Bai, since it's her, just wait for my good news. Either she pays back, or I go in. After sending these 2 messages, Hao Dagon suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. This should be the first time he showcased his abilities in front of Bai Jia, the rich woman, right? Of course. That aspect didn't count. Thinking of this, he picked up the unfinished cola on the coffee table and gulped it down. Gulp gulp. Just as he set down the empty can, Bai Jia's new reply arrived. Little calf, are you planning to go in directly? You can, but I feel it's necessary to remind you that woman is quite skilled. She's very ruthless. Besides these 2 sentences, Bai Jia even sent a picture. However, the content was not so friendly. It was a terrifying image of a deadly foot. Seeing this, Hao Dagon instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that Bai Jia was warning him that this time was not a joke. Since their relationship had gradually grown closer, they had chatted quite a bit, but Bai Jia rarely used emojis or images. The fact that she did this time was clearly intentional. Realizing this, Hao Dagon carefully assessed his current self and then glanced at the screenshot Shin Nana had sent. After comparing some data with Long Xin, he instantly understood. If he truly made up his mind to disregard everything, it would be quite easy to handle her. Because this long xiner was only a little over 1 meter 60, not only shorter than Bai Jia but also much thinner. Now, he can easily lift Bai Jia, a beautiful woman who is about 1.7 meters tall and weighs over 120 pounds, for nearly 20 minutes. Naturally, he can easily suppress long xiner, who is under 100 pounds and short. After all, the difference in height, weight, and strength is often absolute. But Hao Dagon understands that this is a society governed by law. He can't really do anything to the other party unless he can first grasp their weaknesses, like he did with Su Yao before. I've often heard that the financial circle is a bit chaotic, with countless violations. If that's the case, there might really be an opportunity. Suddenly, Hao Dagon thought of the fact that Shinana, a securities practitioner, was secretly trading stocks. A small plan suddenly surged in his mind. Perhaps I can approach it from this angle? A few seconds later, Hao Dagon seemed to think of something, and a lewd smile suddenly appeared on his face. There's a saying, what is it? It's easier to change a country's landscape than to change a person's nature. Whether man or woman, conquering a stronger opposite sex is one of the marks of success. For Hao Dagon now, someone like Shinana, a little green tea, although she brings him occasional freshness, he understands that as time goes by, that feeling will fade. One reason is that his desires have begun to swell. When he had no money, he thought having a girlfriend who looked decent and was a bit good at makeup would be perfect. Later, with the app, he felt it was enough to handle Su Yao, his boss who was always targeting him. But after meeting Bai Jia, this rich woman, his thoughts changed again. Now, seeing long xiner, a somewhat immature idea began to rise in his heart. Although Hao Dagon understands that some things are like Pandora's box. Once you try, problems will arise. But a certain thrill, like a root, cannot be removed. After several dozen seconds, it turned into a deep sigh that Hao Dagon expelled. If that day really comes, where two sworn enemies appear on either side because of me, then I fear I will truly become the legendary big shot. An hour later, Hao Dagon opened his eyes. Of course, after waking up, he was still at home, not in that familiar office. It wasn't that he was tired of that place. It was because Bai Jia was there last night, and he went to bed a bit late. Although he felt energetic in the morning, he had only slept for a few hours. At first, when something distracted him, he didn't feel sleepy, but once things settled down, he naturally couldn't hold on anymore. Plus, it was already that time in the morning, and going to the office would indeed be a bit conspicuous, so he simply decided to take a nap in his room. As for why he woke up after just an hour, need I say more? It was definitely for money. You see, the stock market in Xia country doesn't care what you've done before, it opens at the scheduled time. So, after shaking his head to wake himself up a bit more, Hao Dagon immediately picked up his phone beside him. Is it just a little past 9? That's surprisingly early, I thought it was already time. After glancing at the bright sun outside and checking the time on the screen to confirm he wasn't mistaken, Hao Dagon immediately smiled. He admired the magic of the human biological clock. It's a strange phenomenon, as long as you mentally recite a few sentences about what time you plan to wake up before sleeping, you often find yourself opening your eyes at that time without realizing it. Seeing that it was still early, Hao Dagon didn't waste time and directly used the remaining time to handle other matters. Since he wasn't going to the company today and didn't have to meet with that woman Su Yao, there were quite a few unread messages from her hanging in the background. Of course, compared to the previous craziness of having hundreds of unread messages and calls, there was still a significant difference. Clearly, after this period of interaction, Su Yao should have roughly figured out what kind of person Hao Dagon is, and in her heart, she has more or less made some judgments about certain matters. Although Hao Dagon didn't know whether this was good or bad, he felt that as long as it didn't affect him, it didn't matter how things went. Moreover, what surprised him a bit was that this woman, Su Yao, was actually developing somewhat in the direction of a virtuous wife and good mother. Husband? Are you feeling unwell, which is why you didn't come over? Should I take a leave to come home and take care of you? Seeing this sudden message on the screen, Hao Dagon instantly felt an indescribable sensation. What is this? Has he successfully tamed this woman? But soon he understood that it all depended on the person. Because at that moment, Hao Dagon noticed that in a small group specifically for complaining about departmental situations, which only had male colleagues, several people led by Jiang Jia were wildly criticizing Su Yao's actions today. Out of curiosity, Hao Dagon clicked in to take a look. Then he almost burst out laughing. The reason was simple, perhaps Su Yao had recently become immersed in their little world together, leading to a weaker control over the department. Recently, Jiang Jia and the others had clearly shown a decline in their seriousness towards work, even showing signs of slackness. As a result, the amount of work completed was far less than the same period last month. So, Suyao started her old routine again: overtime completion assessments and salary deductions. People are like this: it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to return to frugality. Having adapted to that rhythm before, suddenly relaxing and then being forced to return naturally invites a round of complaints. Of course, Hao Dagon had also been one of them before, otherwise, how would he be in this group? Should I help them out? After all, we used to complain together as friends? Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon, unable to bear it, suddenly spoke to himself. Because he had experienced it, he naturally understood how harsh the rules set by Su Yao could be at times. Moreover, Hao Dagon also knew that as long as he spoke up now, the other party would definitely agree 100%. Lost in thought, Hao Dagon's fingers unconsciously slid over to the chat box with Su Yao. Forget it, after all, we used to work together as oppressed cattle and horses, so I might as well help them out. After hesitating for a moment, Hao Dagon sent a message to Su Yao. Almost without waiting 2 seconds, a reply came back. And it was a whole bunch of things. In fact, what Hao Dagon said was secondary. Su Yao didn't even think about it and agreed without hesitation. The main thing was that this woman seemed to have caught the disease of missing someone terribly, sending a whole bunch of selfies from the office. Each picture had some cute little text labels on it. Something like how many seconds she missed her husband, how many times she loved her husband's breakfast, a bunch of random things. At first, Hao Dagon felt quite accomplished looking at them, but then suddenly, upon seeing one particular picture, he couldn't hold back anymore. Enough, this woman must be acting foolish again, actually sending such photos, truly not afraid of being eyed by others. Out of a man's nature, after glancing a few times, Hao Dagon immediately sent a voice message to Su Yao, sternly warning her. After that, he didn't care about anything else and directly exited WeChat. As for the reason, it was quite simple. 1. The time was almost up. 2. Naturally, a new hidden prompt had appeared. September 12, BOEA plus 9. 98%? To be honest, when Hao Dagon saw this hidden prompt, he was still a bit dazed. He never expected that such a large stock like BOEA, worth hundreds of billions, would continue to hit the daily limit. However, after recalling the buying power list from yesterday regarding the stock, he felt it was no surprise. Since the official government of Xia country was involved, it was not unusual for anything to happen. There is one thing that makes him feel a bit regretful, which is that if the stock name doesn't change, he would only be able to earn this pitiful 10% today. However, what Hao Dagon didn't expect was that after the market opened, an unexpected scene unfolded. Before the market opened, Hao Dagon still followed the old routine. Seeing the stock surge to its limit, he immediately sold all the stocks he held. There's a saying, better to take the money and be safe. Even though he understood that today, the stock of BOE Technology Group Company, Ltd., would hit the limit, and that putting money into it was safe, so what? The money that actually lands in his account is the real money. The money still in the stock market is merely virtual currency. Moreover, as the money in his hands increased, Hao Dagon also began to have some other thoughts. As for what those thoughts were, he planned to keep them buried in his heart for now, as he wasn't quite ready to act on them. However, there was one thing that made him hesitate. That was the loans he had taken out to generate his first bucket of capital. Previously, I bought 10,000 lots of BOE technology for 1.65 million, and it has risen almost 10%. Today it has risen nearly 10% again, and now my account has over 1.99 million. Anyway, I have this much capital now. Should I take out a portion to pay off those small loans? Or should I wait a bit longer? I've heard that in rare cases, beautiful women do come to collect debts. Even if I don't take action, seeing it with my own eyes might not be bad. Although he said he was looking forward to a beautiful woman coming to collect, Hao Dagon was very clear in his heart. The reason he hadn't repaid yet was entirely because the interest compared to his current income was hardly worth mentioning. Just as he was mumbling these words, another surprise came. Not long after the market opened, the originally limit-up BOE technology broke its limit. That's right, someone started to sell off. As everyone knows, in the stock market, the more retail investors there are in a stock, the more intense the chasing and panic selling effect becomes. Because the psychological quality of ordinary people is just like that, when they see a stock drop, they instinctively panic. Then, those who are in profit rush to sell to secure their gains. And those who are not in profit become even more extreme. They either hold on stubbornly or hope for a deeper drop so they can buy at the bottom and average their costs. As one of the stocks with the most retail investors in the Xia country stock market, the situation with BOE technology was magnified even further. Once the limit was broken, it couldn't be stopped. Even if someone desperately placed buy orders in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of lots to block it, it was still futile. In just half a minute, the stock price plummeted. From limit up, it directly fell into negative territory. Seeing this situation, Hao Dagon couldn't help but laugh broadly. He had originally planned to take a portion of the money in his account to try his luck on other stocks, to see if he was still the stock genius he used to be. Now, it was even better, someone was practically delivering money to his mouth. With such good fortune coming his way, he certainly wouldn't let it slip by. Seeing BOE's stock price hovering around -5%, which was about 1.7 yuan, and showing signs of stabilizing, he immediately bought in with all his funds. Then, he happily started calculating. TSK, the stock market really is a fascinating place. Now I bought 11,650 lots of BOE technology at -5% for 1.71 yuan. When it hits the limit again, I can earn almost 15 points, plus the previous 10 points. That's 180,000 plus over 290,000, 180 plus 290? Hiss, I actually made nearly 500,000 in a single day? It wasn't until he calculated that Hao Dagon was a bit startled. Is the stock market really this powerful? To be honest, although he knew that stock trading could be very profitable and that the snowball would get easier to roll bigger as time went on, he had never imagined it could be this terrifying. Nearly 500,000 in profit in a single day. Surely many people work themselves to the bone for those companies for over a decade and still wouldn't be able to save that much. Don't be fooled by the fact that the average salary in Star City is already over 5,000. Only those who have suffered, like Hao Dagon, know that it's all averaged out. In reality, many people are still at around 4,000. In fact, many earn even less. Is it because they don't work hard? Yes, and no. Because there are simply too many people coming to Star City now. Everyone is caught up in the hustle, leading to a phenomenon where many positions go unfilled. Indeed, it's true what they say, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Looking at the stocks that had started to drop again, this time, Hao Dagon felt less turmoil in his heart than before. He knew that nothing could be perfect. Even if he could know the final result through hidden hints, who could be sure of the process? He had already made a 15% profit. If he greedily pursued that remaining 5%, he would only end up losing what he had. Sure enough, just as this thought circled in Hao Dagon's mind, the unique deep W structure of the stock market appeared. After BOE Technology Group's stock price tested the bottom again and scared off a bunch of retail investors, it suddenly soared. In less than 30 seconds, it hit the limit up. The most important thing was that the previous tidal wave of sell orders had mysteriously vanished. Even if there were occasional large sell orders of over 100,000 shares, there would immediately be buy orders increasing by 3 to 4 times that amount. Before long, there were several million shares locked in at the limit up. Seeing this, Hao Dagon couldn't help but laugh out loud. Indeed, there are many who share the same hardships but can truly enjoy wealth together. The reason the main force is doing this is that they find too many people in the car and want to throw some off. Along the way, they can lower their own costs a bit. What a great strategy of selling high and buying low. Having money really allows one to do as they please. Looking at the increasing number of complaints on the stock commentary barrage, along with the countless cries of despair and curses, Hao Dagon suddenly felt a bit fortunate. Fortunate that he hadn't been particularly greedy after getting that magical app. Otherwise, he would definitely be among those cursing. However, while Hao Dagon could restrain himself, some people could not. He hadn't laughed for long when a message popped up on his phone screen. It was from Su Yao. Hubby, I lost big, screenshot. Upon seeing this, Hao Dagon was first taken aback, then suddenly remembered that he had casually sent Su Yao the situation with BOE during the pre-market bidding. Of course, he only mentioned the name. As for the rest, it was up to Su Yao to figure it out herself. After all, he wasn't a babysitter. How could he explain everything clearly? Well, looking at this situation, this woman probably chased the rise after panic selling. Otherwise, how could she say such a thing? With nothing else to do, out of curiosity, Hao Dagon clicked in. To his surprise, another chat interface appeared before him. This is a friend's prompt? He blurted out instinctively after a moment of shock. No, how could there be a friend prompt? I clearly didn't. Feeling a bit incredulous, Hao Dagon suddenly remembered something from not long ago. Immediately, his face twitched. How long has it been? Has this woman finally gotten her decree approved to come to me? Otherwise, why would she suddenly pop up like this? That's right, at this moment, Hao Dagon finally remembered who the person was that his friend had introduced him to. It was the woman who, in order to refuse her family's matchmaking, had directly thrown the blame onto him, using him as a shield. Let me think. What was her name? Zhao Qian Sun Li Zhou Wu Zhang Wang. TSK. Why can't I remember? Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, Or maybe how Dagon simply didn't take the other person seriously anymore. If she hadn't suddenly appeared, he might have gradually forgotten her altogether. Frowning and pondering for a while, he still couldn't recall her name. TSK. Indeed, people change, especially as their identity and status evolve, and as the money in their pockets increases, they unknowingly start to look down on things they once valued, even disregarding them. If I remember correctly, just a few days ago when my mom mentioned this, I hated that woman to the bone, and now I can't even remember her name. Of course, if Hao Dagon really wanted to know what her name was, he could either check his social media for clues or simply scroll through his recent chat history with his mom. He would definitely find something. But he didn't do that. As he had just said, his current status was different from before. Today, he was a man making nearly 500,000 a day. If he were to fuss over an inconsequential woman, it would only waste his time. Unfortunately, while Hao Dagon had no intention of fussing, someone seemed to be walking right into the line of fire. Just as he was about to exit the chat window, a message came through. It was nothing else, just a series of 3 death emojis, which made Hao Dagon's skin twitch. TCH, this woman really hasn't changed, she's still so self-righteous. Since I could delete you the first time, I can do it a second time, but this time, I need you to understand what it means to be unforgettable. As he spoke, Hao Dagon edited a message and sent it without hesitation. After that, it was the familiar sequence of deleting and blocking. His so refreshing. Looking at the cleared chat window in front of him, Hao Dagon suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Although he had done this to the female streamer Su Erming before, this time felt completely different to him. One was a new grudge, and they could only say they couldn't stand each other. Putting everything else aside, he and Su Erming simply had different personalities and perspectives. That's why it turned out that way. But the one in front of him was an old grudge. And it was an old grudge with new troubles. The other person had disgusted him back then, and even after all this time, she was still like this. It was simply a real-life version T0. Of course, this matter was just a small episode for the current Hao Dagon. Not long after, he tossed it aside. However, a sentence he casually saw while chatting with Su Yao suddenly reminded him of something. That was, because Bai Jia had suddenly appeared last night, it seemed he had forgotten something very important. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon hurriedly slipped to his computer desk. Hiss. This time, there's probably no escape. I actually stood up the little rich woman. That's right. At the end of that game chat filled with various implications, he had seriously arranged to meet the little rich woman, saying that the two of them wouldn't leave without seeing each other last night. But as it turned out, the person who sent the invitation wasn't even there. Just thinking about that scene made Hao Dagon's head spin. With that little rich woman's temperament, if something like this happened, it would be lucky if she didn't blow up and throw money at him. Who would have thought that as soon as Hao Dagon logged into the game, he was met with a shocking scene? That is, the game chat window that should have been blown up only had a little bit of activity. And even that little bit of activity was caused by the game's internal system messages. And the overwhelming complaints that should have belonged to the little rich woman who was stood up, surprisingly did not appear. Instead, there was only a somewhat pitiful message. Battle Tyrannosaurus, Xiaofizi is doomed. This dragon is being conscripted for a meeting tonight and can't log on to strong PKU. Upon seeing this, Hao Dagon was first taken aback, then the corners of his mouth twitched. What is this? Is it because he was forced to be piked too many times in the game that even the heavens couldn't bear to watch anymore? So this is how it turned out? However, to be fair, this did spare him some trouble. Although the little rich woman often acted carefree, Hao Dagon understood that she was a person with a strong sense of trust. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specifically logged on in the afternoon to send such a message. There was, however, one thing that made Hao Dagon a bit curious. That is, according to the little rich woman's recent temperament, even if the meeting lasted very late, she should still come online to bounce around a bit and throw out a few complaints after it was over. But this time, she was acting unusually. It was already close to noon the next day, and the little rich woman still hadn't appeared. This was clearly abnormal. Could it be that the meeting yesterday lasted so long that the little rich woman didn't even have time to log on to the game? Or could it be something else happened, which is why, although Hao Dagon had temporarily ruled out the possibility that one of the 3 daughters of the company chairman was the little rich woman, his intuition told him that there must be some connection here, otherwise, some things couldn't be this coincidental. Unfortunately, with the information and clues he currently had, everything could only remain at the intuitive stage. As for other matters, there were still no clues. Of course, he was now considered wealthy, with over 2 million in his account. If he wanted, he could spend some money to hire someone like a private detective to investigate. But this thought was quickly dismissed after it circled around in Hao Dagon's mind. This kind of thing is fine for ordinary people. But if it really came to the little rich woman, a wealthy person, he would probably be discovered immediately, and it would only backfire. Moreover, the most important thing is that currently, private detectives are not allowed in Xia country. Even if there were some, their actions would be illegal in a strict sense. As a qualified citizen of the great Xia country, Hao Dagon naturally wouldn't do such a thing. It should be known that many people, during the primitive accumulation of capital, touch things they shouldn't have, and after achieving success, they would be anxious to wash white and erase the past. Since Hao Dagon was destined to become a big shot in the future, he naturally had to be cautious in this regard. However, what left Hao Dagon somewhat astonished was that just as he was about to log off after feeling a bit bored while wandering in the game, a familiar avatar suddenly caught his eye. It's her? Why is she sending me a message? Hao Dagon admitted that he was quite surprised when he saw the name and avatar in front of him. The reason was simple. He knew this person very well, and if he remembered correctly, she hadn't logged on for a long time either. However, unlike the little rich woman, this person was someone he had been very familiar with in reality. More accurately, the two had once been together. That's right. It was his ex-girlfriend from university. Of course, unlike the melodramatic breakup plots in novels, the two had parted ways peacefully. As for the reason, it was quite realistic. One person graduated and entered society, experiencing the flashy world, while the other was still a poor student. So, after a passionate night, Hao Dagon was turned into a thing of the past by this senior girlfriend. TSK, how strange, so many years have passed, why would this senior suddenly think of me? If I remember correctly, I heard someone say she got married and was busy being a rich wife, teaching her children. Why is she suddenly in the mood to message me on the game now? Of course, for two people to be together, they must have some common interests and topics. Coincidentally, this former senior girlfriend of Hao Dagon also loved to play games. However, unlike him, she wasn't particularly fond of the game Dream of the Westward Journey. At most, she was an average gamer. This was still due to Hao Dagon's presence. So, after they broke up, she gradually stopped playing the game. Hao Dagon thought she had long since changed her name or sold her account. Who would have thought she would suddenly pop up from his friends list today, which was quite unexpected. Therefore, when he saw the content on the screen, he blinked several times, thinking he was seeing things. Because the content was a bit too ambiguous. Asking me if I miss her? Is this woman doing it on purpose or did she send it by mistake? Saying this, Hao Dagon paused for a moment, then the corners of his mouth lifted. Forget it, since you dared to message me, what do I have to be afraid of in replying? After all, we did have a period together. Besides, this isn't me being proactive. Muttering to himself, Hao Dagon sent a meaningful expression back. As for what it meant, that was up to her interpretation. After sending the message, Hao Dagon didn't just sit idle, he casually clicked into his senior ex-girlfriend's game account's friend circle. If he remembered correctly, there used to be quite a few interactions between the two of them in there, but he didn't know if they were still there. Just as I thought, it's all been cleaned out. Women, they are still the same. A few seconds later, looking at the now empty friend circle, Hao Dagon let out a light laugh. Of course, laughing aside, he didn't feel anything. After all, those things were in the past. Reminiscing would only add unnecessary troubles for himself. Returning to the previous chat box, a brand new message appeared before him, which was her reply. Zhuo Jr., you seem to have some ulterior motives. I'm a married woman now. Seeing the words that turned the tables on him, Hao Dagon's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to reply, he felt it was a bit inappropriate. If she really was a married woman, wouldn't he be leaning towards being a homewrecker? So, after a moment's hesitation, Hao Dagon deleted the flirty message he had typed in the chat box. He replaced it with righteous words filled with indignation. This sudden change in Hao Dagon's response clearly left the senior confused. After 5 or 6 seconds, she sent back 6 dots, which was an ellipsis. Seeing this, Hao Dagon was just about to tease her a bit when another message came through. Then, he clicked his tongue. This woman might really have some bad intentions, actually replying with this. In fact, there was nothing wrong with what this senior said. It was just the photo that was a bit thought-provoking. Red high heels, long legs, a body-hugging lace dress, slightly exposed shoulders, a beautifully made-up face, and that rather lazy little expression, coupled with the voluptuous figure that only mature women possess. Once such a photo is sent out, any normal man would start to have wild thoughts, right? Although Hao Dagon was rational, he also had many charming women around him, so he didn't feel too impulsive. But he was still a normal man, and he had curiosity. So, he was particularly eager to know what had happened that made the senior sister, whom he hadn't been in contact with for years, suddenly act this way. This was clearly abnormal. Could it be that it's another little rich woman causing trouble? A rather abrupt thought suddenly popped into his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. That would be ridiculous. If that were the case, he would be no different from that Truman, with everything around him known to the little rich woman. This situation was something that Hadijin could never accept. Compared to this explanation, he felt that the woman opposite must have experienced some upheaval in her life that led to her sudden change. Thinking of this, Hadijin felt both curious and resistant. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to reply to the senior sister's message. This blooming red apricot was nice, but it clearly hid many thorns within. If he wasn't careful, he might attract unknown troubles. Since that was the case, why should he seek trouble from afar? After all, the woman in the photo, though beautiful, was just an image, and he didn't know if it had been edited. Even if, for the sake of argument, the person in the photo was indeed how she looked now, there was still a considerable gap compared to Bai Jia. Even compared to Su Yao, she was somewhat lacking. So, Hadijin decided to be rational for once. As for how long he would remain rational, that was not something he needed to consider at the moment. What a coincidence, so many old acquaintances came to find me today, it's unbelievable. After making his decision, Hadijin didn't hesitate any longer and straightforwardly closed the game. After glancing at his phone and seeing that Su Yao hadn't sent any messages, he prepared to get up and head to the kitchen for something to eat. Just as he stepped into the living room, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Seeing this, Hadijin paused, hesitated for a moment, and then turned around to go to the door. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was somewhat stunned, because standing outside was someone he never thought would come to his door. Bai Yanran. Bai Yanran clearly wasn't prepared either. Upon suddenly seeing Hadijin, her expression froze. Then, she pouted and reluctantly spoke, Lu Fei, this is for you. Before she could finish her sentence, something was suddenly shoved into Hadijin's arms. This action instantly left Hadijin, the person involved, somewhat bewildered. He instinctively glanced at the item in front of him, seeing that it was wrapped tightly and he couldn't make out what it was, and he subconsciously prepared to ask. But when he looked up, Bai Yanran, who had just been in front of him, had disappeared. A second glance revealed that she had somehow entered the house and was about to close the door. When their eyes met, she quickly shut the door like a startled bird. In an instant, a loud bang echoed through the entire hallway. Watching this somewhat bizarre scene, Hadijin was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is Bai Yanran up to? Why did she suddenly? He was usually quite serious. Since he had a good relationship with her mother, he couldn't possibly have any thoughts about the next generation. Otherwise, wouldn't that be inviting divine punishment? So, almost subconsciously, Hadijin went to Bai Jia's door, ready to knock and ask for clarification. Just as he reached the door, the previously closed door suddenly swung open. However, this time, the person who appeared before him was not Bai Yanran, but his mother, Bai Jia. Seeing this, Hadijin was about to speak, but Bai Jia immediately stopped him with a look. Then, she squinted and smiled mysteriously, hinting with her eyes, not knowing what she was trying to express. Somewhat perplexed, Hao Dagon simply decided to stop hesitating. He directly opened the package he was holding. After that, he was somewhat taken aback. This thing is clothes? It's actually clothes? Wait, why did Bai Yanran suddenly give me this? Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately looked up at Bai Jia, knowing that this matter must be related to the beautiful woman in front of him. Sure enough, when Bai Jia saw his expression, her lips immediately curled into a mysterious smile. Hee, little calf, are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Do you want to know why Yanran suddenly did this, Hao Dagon? Although he knew it was very likely that the beautiful woman in front of him had deliberately set a trap, he still wanted to figure out what it meant. After all, what had just happened didn't seem like something Bai Yanran would do. It was highly probable that it was instigated by the wealthy woman in front of him, and it carried a hint of coercion. Otherwise, given Bai Yanran's previous attitude towards him, how could she suddenly act like this? It was already good enough that she didn't glare at him when they met. Of course, there are always exceptions. If what had just happened was indeed initiated by Bai Yanran, Hao Dagon could only say that he was still a bit too young to understand what the mother and daughter in front of him were really thinking. Unfortunately, it seemed that Bai Jia had other plans this time. After seeing the questioning look in Hao Dagon's eyes, she immediately smiled and began to tease him. Oh, little Lu, you really don't understand, do you? There's nothing I can do about that. For certain reasons, I can't tell you right away. If you want to figure this out, you should honestly use your brain to think. At this point, Bai Jia suddenly paused, then her gaze inexplicably flicked to a certain part of Hao Dagon's body before continuing. Of course, if you really don't understand, you can just put the clothes on. Maybe the answer will reveal itself then. After saying these words with deep meaning, Bai Jia suddenly raised her hand and waved at Hao Dagon. Without waiting for his reaction, she directly closed the door. This straightforward action, almost identical to Bai Yanran's, instantly made Hao Dagon's face twitch. Well then, these two really are mother and daughter. At times, they are simply identical. Since that was the case, Hao Dagon no longer wasted time and took the items back to his own room. It was just putting on some clothes. Was he afraid? However, what Hao Dagon didn't expect was that as soon as he changed into the clothes, he immediately regretted it. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with the clothes or that they were too small, but rather, Bai Jia's message came again. TSK TSK TSK, little calf, you really put the clothes on, didn't you? That's really good. You listened to your sister queen with hands on hips smiling expression, Hao Dagon. Had he been teased again by this beautiful woman, Bai Jia? This was the first reaction that surged in Hao Dagon's mind, and then his intuition told him that things might not be so simple. After all, given the current situation, even if Bai Jia wanted to joke, there was a high probability she wouldn't involve her daughter, Bai Yanran. Otherwise, the development of the situation wouldn't be so predictable. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon instinctively looked down at the white shirt he was wearing and even leaned down to sniff the scent on it. Sure enough, soon, he discovered a faint fragrance. Hiss. Is this sandalwood? No, it's the scent of camphor balls, and it's the natural kind of fresh fragrance? Suddenly realizing this, Hao Dagon immediately frowned. Wait, could it be that the clothes Bai Jia gave me have been bought for a long time and have been kept in the house all this time? Otherwise, how could there be such a smell? But where did she get this men's white shirt? Is it something she usually wears for fun? Or is it that? As he spoke, Hao Dagon seemed to think of something, and his brows furrowed even deeper. After about 10 seconds, he couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and directly asked the person involved. To his surprise, the response was like a stone sinking into the sea. Nearly half a minute passed without a reply. This situation left Hao Dagon puzzled, unable to understand what Bai Jia really meant. If the truth was as he suspected, that this shirt belonged to someone from long ago, then things could get interesting. Something must have happened between the mother and daughter, otherwise, it wouldn't have suddenly turned out like this. Meanwhile, at Bai Jia's home, after seeing the money arrive, Bai Yanran began to bring up old matters again. Sitting next to her mother, she started to act cute and playful. Oh, Mom, just tell me, what exactly did you have me deliver earlier? It looked so soft. And also, what did you say to that Mr. Lu at the door? Before she could finish, Bai Yanran leaned uncontrollably against her mother, clearly determined not to give up until she got an answer. Seeing this, Bai Jia merely smiled slightly, quickly grasping her daughter's weakness. Oh, little Yanran, are you sure you want to know? Then I will really tell you. Before her mother could finish, Bai Yanran nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing this, Bai Jia said nothing more, only paused to watch her daughter's actions before smirking and continuing. But the remaining balance will be gone. Upon hearing this, Bai Yanran was momentarily stunned, then without thinking, she desperately covered her mother Bai Jia's lips, which were about to speak. No, no, no. Mom, don't say it. I'm not curious at all, and I don't want to know. As if joking, the matter concerning Mr. Lu was nowhere near as important as the small amount of money. She wouldn't make such a losing deal. This was the true thought in Bai Yanran's heart. During the time she delivered the items, she had already earned a small sum of 100,000 from her mother. Coupled with the 20 or so thousand she had managed to gather over the past few days, she was about to have enough for her investment, so how could she be willing to let something trivial mess that up at this critical moment? As for her daughter's reaction, Bai Jia clearly anticipated it. So at this moment, she said nothing, just quietly watched, until after a while, Bai Yanran began to feel a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. Then she moved her finger and pointed in front of her. Seeing this, Bai Yanran quickly let go and acted cute, saying, Hee hee, Mom, you might not believe it. I just wanted to give you a massage, it was just a moment of urgency. Before she could finish, Bai Yanran stood up on her little feet and circled around to the back of the sofa where Bai Jia was sitting, eager to please her mother. How about it, Mom? Is this pressure okay? Do you want me to apply a bit more force? Bai Jia remained silent, only moving her shoulders slightly to indicate for her to continue. Seeing this, Bai Yanran immediately felt relieved and, like a little maid, became enthusiastic. She kneaded her mother's shoulders and rubbed her head. After about 5 or 6 minutes, she cautiously opened her mouth again. Mom, when do you think the remaining balance will? Just as she said this, Bai Jia suddenly opened her eyes and let out a high-pitched, ambiguous sound, as if warning her about something. Hearing this, Bai Yanran immediately shut her mouth and turned back into a little mute. It was Bai Jia who, after this incident, did not close her eyes again. Instead, she enjoyed her daughter's attentiveness while her beautiful eyes occasionally glanced in the direction of Hao Dagon, seemingly lost in thought. The curve of her lips began to rise slowly. In the afternoon, it was rare for Hao Dagon to personally cook. Just as he finished preparing 2 dishes and a soup, someone who only ate plain rice returned. Lao Lu, you cooked for yourself? Without waiting for Hao Dagon to greet him, Ho Liangping happily bounced into the kitchen and quickly took out 2 sets of cutlery. After respectfully placing the portion meant for Hao Dagon in front of him, he eagerly began to feast. While eating, he couldn't stop praising the food. This is the taste, delicious, delicious. Seeing this, Hao Dagon's face twitched, feeling as if he had seen a ghost. It was important to note that this was not just any mealtime, it was already past 3 o'clock, well into the afternoon. Yet, Ho Liangping in front of him was eating as if he were a starving ghost. This was clearly abnormal and not good. It should be remembered that Bai Jia had explicitly mentioned this morning. She had come up with the idea of making that farewell meal after hearing Ho Liangping on the phone with a girl early in the morning before dawn, rushing out impatiently. In such a situation, who would return in half a day, looking as if they hadn't eaten enough? This was clearly suspicious. Hey, Lao Lu, what kind of look is that? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Perhaps because he had been staring for too long, Ho Liangping, who was lost in his food, finally noticed something was off. Hao Dagon initially didn't want to say anything, fearing it might upset this guy, but seeing Ho Liangping's nonchalant demeanor, he felt it unnecessary. After all, the other party was about to be relocated, and at the very least, several million would be coming in. What could possibly make him sentimental? Monkey, honestly tell me, what were you up to going out before dawn this morning? Why are you back at this hour? Hao Dagon replied. Suddenly hearing this, Ho Liangping froze, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. Hao Dagon, seeing this, was first taken aback, then began to tease. Hey, monkey, you're not crumbling under the pressure from that good sister of yours, are you? So that's why, having been through it, he was now quite clear about certain things. Different stages of a girl can lead to different behaviors at different times. In his view, since that gold digger chose this time to approach Ho Liangping, an essential part of the plan would be to bring a proton to command the lords. Simply put, it meant quickly having a child from the old Ho family. That way, no matter what happened later, there would always be a sum of money involved. Although this might sound absurd, reality often played out like this. Just look at the most talked about case in recent years, where a divorced woman received 900 million in a settlement because she had a son. As seasoned veterans, Ho Liangping clearly understood Hao Dagon's meaning. Before he could finish speaking, he immediately retorted. Go away, Lao Lu, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? You know my capabilities. Besides, just as Ho Liangping was about to say something bold, his phone, which he had casually placed on the table, vibrated. His expression then froze. Seeing this, Hao Dagon immediately looked up at the screen and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, monkey, if you have the guts, answer it. Your sister is video calling you, you're not going to tell me you're scared now, are you? Ho Liangping. After several moments of hesitation while looking at the screen, this guy finally stopped being stubborn and, with a press of a button on his phone, began to vent his frustrations. Old Lu, you have no idea, that girl is simply. For the past few days, Hao Dagon had been revolving around women and didn't want to hear any of this nonsense. Seeing that Ho Liangping was about to bring up this topic, he quickly interrupted. Stop, monkey, I know you've been exhausted these past few days, so why don't you eat something first to replenish your energy? Before he finished speaking, he shoved a large helping of food into Ho Liangping's bowl. This sudden action left Ho Liangping stunned, momentarily unsure of what Hao Dagon meant. Why was he suddenly not allowed to speak? Could it be there was something fishy going on? Thinking this, Ho Liangping did nothing but, like someone addicted to something, greedily inhaled a breath through his nose. Moreover, he exaggeratedly sniffed around. After finishing, he seemed to discover something, his pupils constricting as he looked at Hao Dagon with a face full of afterthought and ambiguity. Old Lu, you sly dog, you actually did this behind my back. I knew something was off last night, it turns out it was like this. Seeing this, Hao Dagon, who had been focused on eating, was first taken aback, then looked at Ho Liangping with a somewhat speechless expression. What are you thinking about again, monkey? If there's food, just eat it, don't get into those nonsensical things. Hao Dagon wasn't stupid, he naturally understood that there are no secrets that don't leak, not to mention the lingering strong fragrance on Bai Jia. So, he immediately saw what Ho Liangping was implying. But so what? As long as he didn't admit it, could Ho Liangping really force a confession? Besides, what's wrong with a man and a woman spending the night together? It's perfectly normal. And seeing how Dagon like this, Ho Liangping immediately confirmed his thoughts and without hesitation spat out scumbag. His face still carried a hint of indignation. TSK TSK TSK, old Lu, are you even human? Your sister Su Yao is so gentle and listens to you, and you still do this. You actually brought another girl back to spend the night, that's just outrageous. This time, Hao Dagon didn't respond, continuing to focus on his own meal. He had no intention of arguing. There's a saying that goes, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. If he wanted to keep Bai Jia's identity from being exposed for now, it was better to ignore it altogether. From what he knew about this troublesome friend, as long as he didn't respond for 3 sentences, he would definitely change the topic on his own. Sure enough, after not responding for a while, Ho Liangping managed to say a couple of sentences before he took the initiative to shift the topic. However, the direction of this shift made Hao Dagon feel a bit off. Hey, old Lu, stop eating for a moment. Can I ask you something? What is it? Hao Dagon asked, puzzled. Perhaps he hadn't thought it through, as Ho Liangping hesitated and stuttered, After a while, he finally continued. It's about old Chi's girlfriend, Liang Lu. Upon hearing this, Hao Dagon's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Ho Liangping with confusion. Why are you talking about her? Don't you know there's a saying, a brother's wife cannot be touched? Monkey, I warn you, don't think about it unnecessarily. As he spoke, Hao Dagon shot a hostile glance at Ho Liangping. Regardless, ever since the incident yesterday, Hao Dagon had completely felt that Liang Lu was not a good person. Coupled with the hidden hints he had seen later, he had become increasingly sensitive about certain matters. However, despite saying this, Hao Dagon was still mulling over certain questions in his mind. One of them was what exactly happened during the brief encounter between Bai Jia and Liang Lu yesterday. Or rather, what exactly did the two of them say? So that later Liang Lu would show that expression, and would suddenly leave in a hurry. This was clearly a bit abnormal. On the other hand, Ho Liangping, after Hao Dagon said this, immediately had a strange expression on his face, even carrying a hint of my buddy has been wronged feeling. A few seconds later, he finally exploded. Damn it! Lao Lu, what the hell are you talking about? Is my buddy that kind of person? Besides, there's a fundamental difference between flirting and chatting, okay? At this point, he paused for a moment and glanced at the phone on the table, as if checking whether his good sister would call again or something else. After a second or two, he suddenly continued, Lao Lu, do you know something happened last night? Hao Dagon was somewhat baffled. How did this topic seem to shift back? Just as he was about to retort with some annoyance, Ho Liangping suddenly reached out. No, Lao Lu, that's not what I meant just now, that's exactly what I meant. Seeing that some things were hard to say directly, Ho Liangping paused for a moment and decided to go all out. He picked up his phone and fiddled with it for a bit, then turned the screen towards Hao Dagon. Then, Hao Dagon understood what he meant. Look, does this woman Liang Lu have some kind of problem? It's already the middle of the night, and she's still messaging me. At that time, I was having a heated video call with my sister, and I didn't rest, I only replied after I got up. Who would have thought that her question wasn't about Lao Chi, but she brought you up herself? I feel like it's a bit strange. At first, Ho Liangping's gaze was quite normal, but later, for some reason, he looked at Hao Dagon with suspicion. It was obvious that this guy must have misunderstood something, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. Seeing this, Hao Dagon completely ignored him, just gave him a puzzled glance, shot him a disdainful look to let him figure it out himself, and then started browsing the chat records on the screen. After that, he really wanted to kick Ho Liangping a couple of times. Damn! Monkey, you piece of trash! You're so honest, just blabbing everything out, huh? Upon discovering that Ho Liangping basically had no resistance, he casually sent some recent updates about himself to Liang Lu. Hao Dagon finally couldn't hold back anymore. He kicked him directly. Of course, he didn't use much force. It wasn't that Hao Dagon was reluctant, but the content above, although all true, was just some trivial matters for him now. It didn't involve any core issues. For example, suddenly making money, or some things about Bai Jia. So, he just made a point of it. Consider it a warning. However, Hao Dagon also understood that the reason Ho Liangping didn't mention it was entirely because his confidentiality measures were good. Otherwise, looking at the situation above, who knows, it might all be sold out. Thinking of this, Hao Dagon immediately realized that some things indeed needed to be cautious about, even if it was a good brother. It might not be reliable. There was also one thing that Hao Dagon was particularly concerned about. That was, although Liang Lu asked a lot, even indirectly probing about the women around him, she never mentioned the name Bai Jia. This was clearly a bit abnormal. At that time, his actions with Bai Jia at the door, although not that intimate, anyone with a bit of insight would know. There was definitely a significant relationship. Since Liang Lu asked about this aspect, how could she not even mention it? This could only indicate one thing. What reason made her not dare to ask a single word? Realizing this, Hao Dagon immediately had a bad feeling. This rich woman Bai Jia, could she have some strange identity? No, it must be that there is an identity that makes Liang afraid to speak up, which is why it is like this. Otherwise, the situation at that time just doesn't add up.